Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. A traffic jam had formed along the long road of the highway. Angry, sweaty people in the bus were exchanging glances and asking not to push. A subway entrance with a fence appeared. A crowd of people were trying to enter a crowded car among the people. It was an empty square where people were walking and cars were parked. Suddenly, the bus braked a wheel. Tired people began to get off this bus. The main character with a backpack on his chest sighed heavily, realizing that the road to the university was pure hell. The guy looked back furiously, baring his teeth, and did not understand how he got here in his first year, and whether it was time for him to either drop out or move closer. He stood with his back to the guy, who put his hands on his hips and explained that it was strange for him to hear such things from a retired Special Forces sergeant. It was a red-haired guy who, with a smile, imagined his hand in his head and assumed that his friend was lying, because he was sure that 2 hours of training had squeezed all the juices out of him, and he would not return to them again. The protagonist, with a smile, grinned maliciously and turned to Hanho, explaining how he would go to the army, then they could talk, because there was no point in postponing it anymore. His friend frowned in displeasure, and with displeasure explained to him that the national unification would win in any case. The main character with disdain put his hand in his pocket, looking back at his friend, surprised that he was not interested in the news, and it was unlikely that he could know anything about the unification at all, since he needed to stop messing around and delaying going to the army because of a girl, because they broke up a long time ago. The crowd of students looked in amazement as Hanho lowered his head, saddened, asking not to mention the girl's name, because in the first year 3 years ago Sungwoo said that it was not worth dating anyone from the university. The students were going down the stairs in front of the university. The main character was going up the stairs with a green backpack on his back. Then he squinted forward, surrounded by the foliage of the trees. Suddenly, his legs began to tremble, pressing his feet to the ground. Sungwoo smiled maliciously at his watch, chin, and assumed that his friend was crying, and he most likely went too far. His friend extended his index finger forward in amazement, and asked to look at the sky. It seemed that he imagined the girl's face. Suddenly, numbers with percentages began to appear in the sky. 2 comrades looked at the sky in bewilderment and amazement, and tried to understand what kind of letters these were. Hanho looked at his smiling friend in anger and fury and assumed that he just missed his ex-girlfriend, although he explained that it was written about loading monsters and almost 99%, and when it became 100 the inscriptions disappeared. He pulled his trembling index finger to the sky and explained that there was something behind the library. 2 guys looked at the clear sky. The main character in the form of a jock immediately squeezed his comrade's head and explained that, most likely, his friend just played too much games and was going to show him a real move. Sungwoo looked at his friend displeasedly, waved his hand and explained that he needs to drink less. The brown-haired man immediately slapped himself on the cheeks from both sides. The main character began to leave when his friend ran after him and offered to get a cup of coffee, because otherwise he would go crazy and he needed to cheer up. But Sungwoo noted that there was no time for this and the professor always comes on time. The brown-haired man with his eyes closed extended his hand with a smile and explained that they would all make it. After all, they had something in the special forces. Hanho immediately began to fall and collapse in front of his comrade, saying that they would be able to see each other at lunch, and he thought that he would finish early today, and he most likely really did see those letters. Sungwoo replied that they needed to close this topic and write later. The protagonist, surrounded by girls, stood in front of the elevator door. A sign with room 404 appeared. All the students were sitting at their desks in front of the professor. The protagonist, looking tired and exhausted, sat at his desk and realized that he really wanted to sleep, but still needed to drink coffee. His eyes were already closing and barely saw the professor. Suddenly, a system notification popped up in front of him asking what kind of activity would be most useful in a ruined world, and he had to make a choice right now. The protagonist looked at this notification with amazement and confusion and did not understand what was happening. It was the same system notification with the same question. A moment later, this notification began to disappear. The main character scratched his eyes in bewilderment. Suddenly, the projector began to spark and emit discharges. The guy was sitting at a desk in an empty and dark space. All the students immediately began to look at each other with horror and panic, and assumed that it was an eclipse and did not see anything. Sungwoo angrily grinned, looking around and realized that in the middle of the day all the light disappeared and it was not an eclipse. The guy in the black leather jacket looked at the phone in horror and realized that it did not work and did not understand what was happening. The brown-haired girl looked up in horror and asked the guys if they saw what was happening. A system notification of holograms appeared in front of all the students. The main character spread his legs wide and looked at the pop-up window of the system and realized that it was not a mirage or a hologram, and everyone was seeing this message now. The system said that there were only 15 seconds left. He clenched his teeth and closed his eyes from the bright flash of light. Then he looked up at the bright flash of light and the cards flying by. He saw cards flying with images of warriors and sorcerers. These were different cards with images of people and warriors. The students looked at the glowing cards in front of them with angry rage and were going to not touch them at all, because it could be dangerous. The main character intently knitted his eyebrows and realized that on the contrary, not touching them would be even more dangerous, and did not understand what would happen in 15 seconds. He continued to look at the countdown board and realized that he needed to choose one of the cards. Various cards with stars and images were floating in space, and he was trying to figure out that it was something like poker, and he needed to make a decision as quickly as possible. The system clock said that there were 8 seconds left. The guy glanced sideways. There were already 7 seconds left on the board. He raised his head and saw a shining card appear again. Suddenly, a sharp sword stuck into the ground in front of the frightened students. Sungwoo looked at the student with a displeasure and confusion, who had a sword in his hands. He widened his eyes when he saw a card with a sword and realized that it was a card. He bared his teeth angrily, holding his chin, and remembered that the window said that he needed to choose a business for life in a ruined world. Various cards with players were floating in space, and he realized that each card had a different number of stars. He immediately waved his hand and pulled out a glowing card, because he did not understand anything, but decided to take the one with more stars. A notification popped up that he had chosen a class card. A huge roaring skull of a necromancer with 6 stars appeared behind him. He stretched out his hand and looked in surprise at the blazing fire from it, and realized that he had become a necromancer. A message popped up that the first class selection was over, and if you did not choose something, you need to wait for the next time. He stood behind all the guys in bewilderment, who were in shock. Another guy tried to squeeze the handle of his sword. Then the bespectacled guy raised his long blade. The rest of the guys looked at the guy with the blade in surprise and tried to understand what had just happened, because it felt like something had entered him. The protagonist looked at the frightened guy examining the blade and said that he simply chose a warrior card, and the sword appeared. The main character stood under the projector with a look of amazement, and realized that he was now a necromancer, but for some reason he was not given anything. Suddenly, there was an explosion behind him. From there, a bloodthirsty monster was flying towards the guy. A ghost with glowing yellow eyes stuck a blade into the back of a student who was screaming for help. This little mercenary monster knocked the man to the ground. This monster was squeezing the blade tightly, cutting the guy. The guy's entire bloody hand stopped on the ground, and he screamed for help. He continued to hold his palm with blood on the ground. A small goblin monster with a blade was looking at the corpse with malicious glee. This monster with yellow eyes and fangs was screaming and laughing furiously. All the students immediately started running away, looking back at the monster in panic. Sungwoo was left alone with the goblin in an empty room. The main character waved his arms in confusion, not understanding what to do, because if he twitched, he would have to fight. This little goblin threw his head back and began to scream furiously. The guys looked at Minsu, who was convulsively holding his sword, and asked him to use the weapon. They pushed the frightened fat man behind the main character, who understood that he had a weapon. The protagonist smiled back maliciously, turning to his comrade and asking him for help. Minsu tearfully closed his eyes and screamed in fear, realizing that they wanted something from him. The guy lying on the floor with a tired look understood that he would be in trouble. This little goblin immediately rushed to attack. With a bloodthirsty look, he pulled out a dagger and flew to attack. The character immediately turned around and angrily tried to run away, because he realized that he needed to run away earlier. He learned his eyes and remembered that this goblin attacked from behind and understood that he should not turn his back. He immediately turned his foot to meet the enemy in the face. He immediately swung his leg and hit the goblin with a flash. This little monster immediately flew into the distance of the office. The main character. He looked down and from under his brows at the lying goblin and asked him not to be afraid, because this monster weighs very little. Then he grabbed the back of the chair. Enraged Sungwoo flew to attack the sitting goblin and wished him death. Suddenly, a bunch of chairs flew in one place. The little goblin closed his eyes in anger. The monster immediately flew with a dagger to attack the protagonist. The main character bared his teeth in rage and understood that the situation was not very good. Suddenly, the chairs began to soar into space. The main character hit this goblin with all his strength. This monster immediately lay on the ground with a bloody head. All the out-of-breath students stood behind the barricade of chairs and watched what was happening. Sungwoo looked up and saw a pop-up notification that 10 gold had been received for killing the goblin. He frowned in displeasure, peering at the notification, and did not understand what it was. All the students were scared and looked at the leader. The main character stood with a puzzled look and thought that they were in some kind of fantasy game. Another message popped up saying that the dead were now under his control. A message appeared with a list of subordinates, where there was a goblin skeleton and a weapon appeared. He pointed his finger at the window with a confused look and realized that he had subordinates. All the students looked behind the leader in horror and saw a blue glow of fire. Blazing blue fire filled the entire space. The main character watched the reincarnation of the goblin. Right in front of him, this small goblin in a dark aura was trying to resurrect. Sungwoo looked at what was happening in amazement, and did not understand what was happening. Then the skeleton of this goblin with a dagger appeared in front of him. A blue glow emanated from the eyes of this monster, and he realized that his class ability was now a necromancer. He stood in front of his protective skeleton with a naked torso and realized that he could now use the summoning of the dead. This little skeleton with glowing fiery eyes bowed its head. Suddenly, 2 goblins rushed into the room. These monsters looked bloodthirsty and laughed with daggers in their hands. The frightened students opened their mouths in horror and realized that more monsters had arrived. The main character looked furiously at the black silhouettes of the monsters. His subordinate goblin with glowing eyes was waiting for his orders. The protagonist bared his teeth angrily and frowned, wanting them to fight and kill these monsters. The little goblin of the city stood up with a dagger, emitting a beam of light from his eyes. The 2 goblins were slightly frightened when they heard the skeleton stomping. The tamed undead stabbed a dagger into one of the goblins. The other monster stretched out his hand and delivered a light attack to the skeleton. It was an enraged fight between the skeleton and the 2 goblins. He bloodthirstily swung the blade between the 2 goblins. One of the invaders cut off the skeleton's limb. Then these goblins surrounded the skeleton from 2 sides and struck. Sunwoo watched the capture from afar and realized that if he did nothing, he would have to fight them alone. The black silhouettes of the goblins held their blades at the ready, and he realized that these were not difficult opponents, and small, like children, and if he had a good weapon, he could handle it. Sunwoo tensely extended his hand towards Minsu, so that he would give him his blade. The protagonist continued to extend his hand over the barricade of chairs, and dreamed that he needed a sword to kill these creatures. However, this fat man grimaced with disdain and explained that this blade fell to him and did not want to give it up. The protagonist coldly pointed his finger to the side and said that Minsu could handle the monsters on his own. These bloodthirsty goblins opened their mouths wide. Minsu was all scared and trembled, clutching the blade in his chest. The protagonist angrily clenched his teeth, holding the back of the chair, and explained that he was only so zealous for peeling potatoes. The skeleton looked back and saw his master running with the chair in his hands. The goblins immediately received a blow from the chairs. The tamed skeleton ran to attack with his blade emitting blue light. He raised his bloody blade over the goblins and killed them. The exhausted protagonist wiped his chin and saw a notification that 10 gold coins had been received again for killing a goblin. Drops of blood flowed from the tip of the skeleton's blade. The skeleton, missing one limb, stood with a bloodthirsty look and blue eyes. Sunwoo began to approach his exhausted skeleton. This small skeleton opened its eyes wide, looking at its master. The protagonist stared at his monster in amazement. He looked into his empty eyes that were simultaneously filled with fire. The main character waved his hand at the skeleton with disdain and disgust and asked him to turn away so as not to look at him, as it was unpleasant. The little skeleton immediately lowered his head, clearly upset. The protagonist was excited when he saw a notification that all the dead were now under his control. These bloodthirsty goblins immediately transformed into more skeletons, and he had to touch the screen to get more information. The teacher stood next to the students behind the barricade and asked the protagonist what was happening here. Suddenly, the students and teachers looked back, hearing cries for help. A frightened girl clutched her phone in her hands and asked the teacher that she needed to call the police, but she could not do it. The protagonist narrowed his eyebrows and looked away in confusion, realizing that the attack was happening all over the campus. They all looked at the curtains, from where a bright beam of light was coming. Sunwoo immediately went to the window and straightened the curtains, trying to look at what was happening. He saw that the entire city was rattling and burning in flames from the destruction. All the students came to the window in amazement, and looked at the blazing fire and the city. The character clenched his eyebrows and lips in horror, realizing that perhaps this incident was happening all over the world. Scattered chairs and a corpse lay in the office. Suddenly, a man burst into their office and said that they can't stay here. It was a huge campus building that was burning and the order was given to leave. Hanho happily held his glasses, looked back at the girl, and said that they need to go to the parking lot. Suddenly, they saw the glowing eyes of goblins in the darkness. There were bloodthirsty monsters who gleefully dealt with another corpse. These monsters immediately ran to attack the frightened students. One of the goblins tried to pounce on the girl from behind. Suddenly, skeletons ran up to help and began to fight the goblins. The main character watched the battle of his skeletons and goblins in the corridor. Sunwoo furiously looked back and told everyone to run, and he would hold off the monsters for now. Then he pointed his finger at the monsters fighting and said that the skeletons would help him. At that moment, all the students ran screaming down the corridor. The main character stretched out his hand and saw a running man, said that they needed to stick together. He looked straight ahead with slight disdain and confusion and realized that he was most likely not the main one here. There were cards and cubes with numbers on the floor, because nothing was clear to him, and they did not know the rules of this game, but he understood that he had to follow at least the general rules. He remembered various moments with goblins and cards, because when he was given a class, and with it powers, hostile monsters were wandering around. He was proud, furiously clenched his fist and assumed that perhaps he was thinking stupidly, but the more he fought, the more chances he would have to survive. He angrily clenched his teeth and watched as the goblins fought the skeletons, because he realized that they were fighting for him now. It was a bloodthirsty battle between goblins and skeletons. The goblins continued to attack the skeletons. A small skeleton barely dodged a light attack from a goblin's blade. Then this goblin bloodthirstily swung a sharp dagger. He deftly chopped off the head of the skeleton. The skeleton's skull immediately flew to the feet of its owner. The protagonist gritted his teeth in anger and horror, realizing that his subordinate had gone to eternal death. He watched the events with fury and realized that he had to win. The out-of-breath skeletons and goblins looked at each other and growled. Then they began to growl bloodthirstily and rushed to attack again. It was a furious battle, emitting light and flashes in all directions. The protagonist immediately rejoiced, clenching his fists, because 10 gold was received for another goblin kill. He scratched the back of his head, looking at the skeletons, and praised them. He held his head in slight confusion and saw that his level had increased. He touched his chin with a malicious smile and realized that there were such skills here, and even possible characteristics. Then a card with his characteristics and description appeared. Then he was about to press his finger on the inventory items and assumed that there were also points, although they should increase with the level. The small skeleton stood behind and watched the cards with the main character's characteristics that appeared. A flash of bright light blew away the grimace from the protagonist's face, who understood that there was complete randomness here. Then he reached out with concentration and attention to the card and realized that usually in games this is the most important thing, although it was clear that they would give. He reached for the card with the skill of random. Then he looked back at the monsters emitting blue light and realized that the subordinate limit had been increased. These small skeletons stood in a pile and a message popped up that he had low mana points. He looked at this window with a confused look and tried to understand how. He looked at his 4 skeletons, who were confused after realizing that they were not very expensive. He waved his hand dismissively at his subordinates and said that it was sickening to look at them and apologized, suggesting that they turn away from him again. It was an empty corridor and stairs. Sungwoo sat surrounded by his skeletons who were guarding him. He sat on his knees and closed his eyes, explaining that he would slowly level up, because the main thing was to collect his thoughts. But it was still unclear what to do, since everything was going well so far. He clenched his teeth and furiously explained that his goal was to survive, because she should become everything to him, and he would definitely get out of here. He immediately stood up and the skeletons ran to attack along the corridor. At that moment, all the goblins were dealing with the students outside. The protagonist watched what was happening through the window and was angry, because he realized that things were even worse outside, but sitting here was not an option either. He immediately looked back furiously and realized that he would definitely not survive then. He was standing on the stairs, and the skeletons were going down, because they had to go forward, and he followed. The skeleton was going down the stairs. The guy with the knife was running forward. They met, looking at each other. With tears in his eyes, Hanho screamed in fear. He hit the skeleton with a blade. Sungwoo appeared and looked at his friend in surprise. The brown-haired guy looked at him with a frightened look. There were several skeletons around the brunette, and when he heard the question of what it was, he answered that someone was something like his bodyguards. Standing on the stairs, the Necromancer asked if he had chosen a class card, and his comrade answered that he was a robber. Touching his face, Sungwoo asked how many stars there were on it. Hanho raised his finger and said that it seemed like one star, like a major. That's good, right? Sungwoo and the skeletons looked discouraged. Together they went down the stairs, and the hero said that they were looking for a safe place. He shouldn't be afraid, they were reliable guys. A system window appeared in front of the guy, which said that the synergy effect works when playing in a team. The system window said about the list of synergies: the first level Rogue's Dagger, the class of the synergy weapon, the state of 5 daggers, has the effect of plus 10% to the chance of a critical hit and getting gold. Hanho pointed at the screen in shock and asked if he could see it. The guy confirmed. He imagined 4 skeletons together and thought that if they collected several weapons of the same class, they would get a buff, which means they would all become stronger. Turning his attention to the skeleton, he thought that it seemed that the effect extended to them too. Looking to the side, Sungwoo thought that little was clear yet, but the prospect was excellent. Even when playing solo, he could get buffs due to the skeletons. He chose the right class. He took a step up the stairs. Some creatures appeared ahead. Roaring monsters were holding weapons. The monsters' eyes glowed yellow. Pointing his finger, the brown-haired man asked his friend, "Is this their leader?" Green flames appeared around the skeletons. The system reported that the characteristics of the goblin group were reduced by 30% by the ability of the smell of death. This ability is activated when there are 4 or more skeletons. The toothy little monsters giggled. Sungwoo chuckled and said that they were lucky. The skeletons surrounded by the glow rushed to attack. A bright flash appeared. The skeleton attacked the goblin with a blade. The blow left bright marks. Hanho, who was standing behind, happily raised his hands and exclaimed that this was excellent. The monster with yellow eyes frowned. He swung his hand. A bright glow spread from his bracelet. A glowing field appeared from above. A notification said that the goblin leader activated Wild Rage. One of the monsters grabbed the skeleton by the hand. The system reported that the goblins under his command became stronger. The monster's eye glowed yellow. A bright flash remained from the attack. Manhwa turned around in fear and asked if it was time to run away, but his comrade replied that it was too early. He peered ahead tensely, thinking that he needed to learn more about the enemy. The Necromancer stood behind the skeletons that were being attacked and thought that they would obey any order, but what to do? A magical seal was spreading over the goblin's hand. A flash appeared in Sungwoo's eye. The same flash appeared in the skeleton's eye when the hero came up with an idea. The skeleton held back the goblin's attack with a blade. One of the Necromancer's subordinates jumped high into the air. Blue flames burned in his eyes. A bright beam flashed past the goblin leader's face. The hand fell to the floor. The wounded monster roared. The small skeleton landed. The goblin leader immediately kicked it. The small goblins looked surprised. Blue flames were spreading from their eye sockets and mouths. The skeletons attacked their opponents, while the system reported receiving 10 gold for killing the goblins. Blood splashed and more notifications appeared. The goblin leader swung his sword. Skeletons with glowing eyes rushed towards him from different sides. One of his subordinates quickly attacked. The goblin held his wounded side, and then fell back. The system reported that 50 gold was received for killing the goblin leader. Manhwa chuckled nervously. The heroes walked next to the lying bodies. Brown-haired pointed his finger and told his friend that they dropped items, he confirmed. Sungwoo held a spear in his hand. Looking at the tip, he received information about the item. It was an ordinary one-handed sharp spear without any effects. On his wrist was a rare goblin bracelet called Wild Madness. It increased damage against small goblins. The skeletons moved quickly. The system reported that the attack speed of the goblin skeleton was increased by 20%. He can use the enhancement after fulfilling all the conditions. The activation condition is the presence of goblin mercenaries. In the system window with a red logo, information about the ability Wild Madness Rank D appeared. This is an enhancement, the effect of which is that when used, goblin mercenaries get plus 10% to attack power and plus 20% to attack speed. Looking at the bracelet, Sungwoo said that it was not bad. The skeleton looked at him. The guy patted him on the head and praised him. The skeleton beamed with joy and laughed. The guys winced, and the Necromancer asked not to do this again. Manhwa touched his chin and asked where they were going. His friend replied that they would first get out of there, and then figure it out. There were many people in the hall. Standing nearby, Sungwoo noticed them. He pointed his finger to the side and asked the skeleton to hide. It was better not to scare others with their appearance. His comrade confirmed that he was scared. It was not worth disturbing people once again. In the center of the group stood a student who asked everyone to calm down. He touched his chest and said that they had contacted the police and that the student council was currently working to find out the cause of what was happening. The girl pointed her finger at the guy, asking what they could do. Let them open the doors. The man shook his head, refusing, and said that the doors would remain closed no matter what happened. He reached out his hand to the indignant girl and told her to calm down and stop yelling. Let her listen to what he was saying. Sungwoo watched him with a spear in his hand. He imagined the guy in a crowd of people and thought that for Jinseok, reputation is above all else. Reaching out his hand, he thought that he was even accepted into the student council. This was unexpected. Jinseok turned and angrily shouted that he told them not to approach the door. It was dangerous there. The heroes who reached for the handle turned around. The guy exhaled. Then he smiled, apologizing, and said that he was a little nervous. They don't know what's going on, but they're safe, they shouldn't worry. Looking at him, Sungwoo thought that he was actively defending his position. He felt that he would be a real thorn in their side. Holding the shield, Jinseok asked the hero if he had chosen a card. Sungwoo replied that he had, and Manhwa too. Did he remember him? The student council member rubbed his neck and said that he had seen him somewhere. Although he rarely attended classes, he had other things to do. The guy mentally asked, what was he doing here then? The guys standing at the door heard that they themselves understood that everything was very bad. If they had weapons, they should join in and help. Jinseok took a closer look and asked what class he was in. Sungwoo glanced at his spear. With a slight smile, the guy assumed that he was a warrior or something, so he would come in handy. Slapping his palm on the shield, he explained that he had already caught these green creatures. They were small, but even with a weapon they were difficult to defeat. It was good that he had chosen a card with 2 stars, a warrior defender. Pointing his finger, he said that if anything, he should hide behind it, and Sungwoo agreed discontentedly. Suddenly, a fat man ran into the room and shouted that he had just heard a goblin from the side of the stairs. The guy pointed his finger and told him to shut up. He hit the shield and promised to protect the entrance. Sungwoo pointed his finger and asked his comrade to come over. The two of them stood at the door. Manhwa looked surprised and clarified, did he see it? Did the guy confirm? There was a lock and a system message that the door was sealed with magic. They needed to defeat the boss monster to open it. If they did not cope in the allotted time, all the monsters in the building would become stronger. 2 hours 11 minutes 19 seconds left. Sung-woo touched the handle and thought that the boss was only in 2 hours. The door wasn't even shaking. Han-ho pointed at the door and asked, "Is this some kind of timed quest? If they fail, will they die?" Turning away from the door, the hero replied that he didn't know anything for sure, but it was better to follow the instructions. It was unlikely that anyone would come to their aid. Sung-woo frowned, thinking that everyone who couldn't take what was happening seriously would be killed. Jin-seok pointed at the fat man and asked, "Are they familiar, the same age?" Min-soo turned away and said yes. The guy threw his arm over his shoulder and said that he would be calmer with them. They would protect the others if they stuck together. Sung-woo clarified, "Just the 3 of them." Looking at him, the student cheekily asked, "Is there a problem?" Pointing his finger, Sung-woo exclaimed, "He saw the message on the door." Jin-seok said he saw it. "They will fight back and wait for the army." Indignantly waving his hand, Sung-woo asked, "Does he seriously believe that they will come? If this is happening all over the country, no one will run to save the students." Jin-seok scratched the back of his head and asked, "Didn't he serve in the army?" Looking at him, the brunette replied that he did. Spreading his arms, the guy introduced the military and exclaimed, "Then why is he writhing stupidly? Will they all be saved very soon?" Sung-woo looked at him gloomily, thinking that if the whole world was going to hell, the army wouldn't care about saving them. He exhaled sharply, thinking that he needed to calm down. There was no point in acting out emotions. Jin-seok indignantly asked why he was sighing. He waved his hand at the guys leaving and shouted that they were making him angry. "Let them go to the others and not bother him." A frightened Min-soo shouted that there was a goblin. Monsters were coming down the stairs. People in the cafeteria looked out the window, frightenedly shouting that they were there. Holding a shield in front of him, Jin-seok shouted for everyone with a weapon to come over. They needed to protect the cafeteria. The guy with the bow pointed his hand and shouted that they were climbing out of the hallway. In the hallway was a goblin skeleton with glowing eyes. Jin-seok recoiled in fear and shouted, "What is that?" Sung-woo held out a spear in front of him and told them not to touch them. He waved his spear and said that he had good intentions, but he should not act rashly. With a bad leader, everyone would definitely die. Looking at him with displeasure, the defender asked what class he was. Sung-woo's eyes were burning when he turned around and answered that he was the best. The bodies of the skeletal goblins glowed. The system reported that the smell of death was activated. The characteristics of the enemies were reduced by 30%. The goblins were frightened by this fire. The flames rose up the stairs, frightening the monsters. Sung-woo's eyes were burning with rage. He thought that the hunt was beginning. A crowd of students were sitting in the cafeteria and looking out the window. The frightened kids were drowning and watching the goblins through the window. Jin-seok twisted his face in horror and did not understand what was happening around him. He saw how the bloodthirsty skeletons pounced on the goblins and began to fight. The beaten goblin was holding his head after the blow. Then he received a finishing blow with a flash of light. The protagonist held his spear tightly in front of his face. His skeletons continued to defeat a couple of goblins. Sung-woo coldly chopped off the goblins' heads. Min-soo hid behind the angry Jin-seok, who realized that there was no point in running, and this guy could somehow hold everyone back on his own. The goblins looked at what was happening in horror, and were about to run away. The protagonist spread his legs wide, swinging his spear, and ordered that the monsters not be allowed to escape and that they needed to block the stairs. The skeletons immediately rushed to block the monsters' path. Then the protagonist clenched his fist and angrily shouted at the guys to hold on. He bared his teeth and looked away angrily, realizing that if the others saw that he could control the skeletons, they would understand that they needed to rely on him to get out of here. He imagined a huge demon god that enveloped the entire space and realized that then they could unite and defeat the boss, because according to the rules, this is the fastest safe way to survive. The skeleton pierced the goblin's body through and through, because the special effect of the robber's dagger was applied. The main character's bracelet used the magical stencil of wild madness. He watched as his skeletons defeated the goblins on the stairs and realized that thanks to the bracelet's effect, the goblins no longer posed a big threat. But this game is unlikely to have only goblins, because something more terrible should appear. The guys looked at each other, realizing that this guy could control the skeletons. The girl with the grounding widened her eyes, realizing that this was good, but tried to figure out what faculty this guy was from. She was told that he was from the creative writing faculty. Then the goblin managed to spread his arms to the sides and hit the skeletons to escape. The main character noticed this and swung his spear. He pierced the monster's body with a beam of light. He sighed heavily, squinting his face, and realized that he had succeeded. All the students immediately began to rejoice and cheer for the victory. The students crowded and cheered when the guy in the yellow suit noted this incredible guy, because he could not even say that he was just a writer who had never held anything heavier than a pen in his life, and they were glad that he was with them. The corpses and remains of the goblins lay on the floor. The main character went down the stairs past the corpses and realized that no items had fallen out, because the monsters were ordinary. Suddenly, a glowing message appeared that he received a lottery ticket for killing 20 monsters. He squinted his eyes in bewilderment, looking at the message, and realized that he did not even have an inventory, and would hardly be able to use this ticket. Then he reached into his pocket and praised his skeletons. He and his friend were immediately horrified when they saw the black silhouette of the skeletons with joy. He proudly began to walk in the company of Hanho and his skeletons to the rest of the guys. The main character threw the spear behind his head and grinned, telling the impudent comrade that, most likely, he was useful. Jinseok immediately turned red and became embittered by such a statement. There was a cafeteria sign. The main character entered the cafeteria and saw a whole crowd of students waiting for further action. He looked at the frightened students with slight tension and explained that they all saw a message on the door, because of which no one can leave or enter here. Then he pointed his finger again at the message on the door and explained that the solution was written there, because somewhere here now is the boss of the monsters. The frightened students looked at each other. Sungwoo extended 2 fingers, and dreamed that they had about 2 hours left, and during this time they needed to defeat the monster. The skeleton stood with his legs spread wide and looked at the puzzled students while his owner said that if they couldn't, he didn't know what would happen, but obviously nothing good, and since the boss was here, there was little hope of survival. One of the terrified students frantically raised his hand and explained that he had seen the boss. He remembered how the huge hairy monster held the corpse of a guy in his hand and explained that he had gone out to smoke on the roof when suddenly a huge monster appeared, and it killed their professor. The protagonist of the city raised his head and realized that they now had a target on the roof. Yellow light seeped through the glass doors of the building and he asked if no one else would follow him. All the students immediately turned their heads away with a sad look, as if they had not heard this question. The protagonist stared to the side while his friend behind him whispered something, but he knew that there was nothing to hope for since they had seen his strength and their next opponent, the boss. Sungwoo looked at his friend's similar grimace with a playful grin, and he said that he would also like to stay here, but he was refused and had to buff his skeletons. The main character looked with disgust at his crying friend, who tearfully begged him to take the dagger. They looked around in amazement when a girl with a katana on her back came up and asked about what would happen next, even if they defeated the monster. It was a brunette who put her hand on her belt and explained that they could try to reach him through the corridors. It was a brunette with a piercing gaze named Yoonjisu, a tiger hunter, and she explained that the guy had skeletons, so there was hardly any point in taking these cowards when there were real warriors. The girl stood with her back to the frightened guys and looked at them angrily. The main character cast a sharp glance at her and realized that they did not know how strong the boss was, so the more of them the better. Sungwoo cast a cautious glance at the frightened Jinseok, asking his opinion. He hid behind the shield with a malicious smile and explained that it was better to stay here. Suddenly the goblins would come and someone had to protect the others. The main character looked at this trickster with disdain and said that he would leave them on it. It was a dark climb of stairs, and they had to move forward, because they did not know how long the journey would take. The main character, in the company of a friend, skeletons and Jisoo, went up. The brunette touched the railing with her hand, glanced, hearing that she needed not to worry, but to concentrate, remember the words of Jinseok. Suddenly, angry goblins with daggers appeared. The skeletons immediately ran up the stairs to attack the monsters. The main character threw a split glance to the side and asked the guys to cover him. The huntress flew to attack the goblin, swinging her blade. With the glow of the blade, she cut off the goblin's hands. The brunette deftly made her way through the goblins, chopping them. She threw a piercing glance through her long hair. Then she chopped the goblin's body into small pieces. Another monster in blood flew to the side. The brunette stood proudly with the blade, lowering it. Hanho held the blade in his hands in amazement and looked at the girl. Hanho raised a smiling look at the main character and noted that this girl was cool. The fighter pulled the tip of the blade out of the goblin's body. He stepped on the monster's corpse with his foot, while the skeletons looked around. These small skeletons were examining the goblin corpses. Hanho looked at the leader's silhouette with a playful grin and explained that they had found nothing, and it seemed that Jinseok's words were very true. The protagonist closed his lips and sighed, realizing that he needed to move on. They walked one after another up the stairs. Professor Huang was lying bloody near the wall. This professor, covered in blood, was sighing heavily near the wall. The protagonist looked at the bloody body of the professor in horror and tried to understand how he felt. The old man clenched his face and began to cry tearfully, saying that the students died because of him, and he was to blame. Sungwoo looked at the trembling body of the old man in horror and asked him to calm down and tell what happened, and it all started with the fact that he and the guys went to the lab. He remembered standing in front of a group of students, holding out his hand and saying that it was impossible to stay there for long, but decided to go up to the roof, pointing to the door. He remembered the magazine as a briefing in case of unforeseen circumstances, so they went up. The main character gritted his teeth in horror, realizing what they had done. He remembered the professor holding onto the door when he saw the hairy monster killing the students, and explained that this monster was scarier than anything they had ever met because these kids believed him and followed him. Now this group of kids stood in a dark room with the skeletons. The professor gritted his teeth, spitting out blood, and asked the student to never go up to the roof. The professor, "Sir, pressed the main character's jacket and explained that he must survive. The skeletons immediately looked around with sadness as the professor died in front of them. The main character clutched his spear tightly. A glowing notification appeared above his lowered head. A card appeared with a description of an exclusive quest, revenge for the professor, because it was necessary to kill the boss of the monsters inside the building. He looked at the former notice above the professor's corpse and realized that this was fate, and this was some kind of turning point that could change his whole life. He frowned with anger and malice and did not understand why all this had to happen to them. Hanho watched with notice as Sungwoo went up the stairs and did not believe that they were really going there. The skeletons looked around near the door. The protagonist frowned furiously through his bangs. They followed the main characters as a whole company with weapons and entered the monster boss room. There were already ruins and fire on the roofs. On this roof there were a bunch of corpses and goblins, collecting everything in the camp. These goblins were sorting the corpses into a whole mountain of junk. The main character grinned angrily, looking at what was happening. Hanho's eyes bulged in amazement, stretching out his finger. He saw how the goblin was dragging away the body of the dead guy, who was also a classmate. Jisoo angrily grabbed her katana, seeing these vile deeds. The main character suddenly raised his fist with a bracelet and understood that he needed to concentrate and think, why is this happening to them? There was a flash of light, and he realized that it was due to the fact that they were weak. He immediately waved his hand and went to become stronger in his team. The goblin looked back in horror. While the other monsters were trying to dismantle the safe, they saw a signal that help was needed. They immediately rushed to run and attack. Sungwoo's team encountered a group of armed goblins. Hanho looked around with disdain and suggested that his leader run away. The skeletons stood in a row and looked stern, because it was necessary to stop the enemies. Then the main character clenched his fist with bracelets, and realized that he also needed to defeat the boss. He raised his fist and called the skill Wild Madness. All the skeletons were covered in bright fire, because Wild Madness was activated, and within a few minutes the resource of skills will be increased. The goblins rushed to run and attack in fury. They tried to pounce with the whole crowd on the flash of fire. The skeleton took a blow with a dagger on his bone. Then several beams of light flew into space. This goblin was cut into pieces from all sides. The skeletons continued to fight fiercely with a bunch of goblins. Sungwoo frowned angrily, shouting that it was necessary to use the goblins as a shield. He himself, from afar, pierced the monsters with his spear. The hunters chopped the goblins' bodies into pieces. One Hanho stood behind and cowered in fear, not realizing why he chose this class. He remembered another card with tears in his eyes because he then thought that the robber was cool, but in fact useless. Then he reached for the dagger on his belt. He began to throw them out with fury. The goblins were shocked when this dagger hit his comrade right in the head. Then the brown-haired man looked away with an empty look. The little goblins watched their dead comrade with a dagger on his head. Hanho slightly squinted and remembered himself at the board, realizing that he was a master at throwing. He immediately began to throw daggers and kill goblins. The monsters were shocked to see which brothers were killed with daggers. The guy with the red watch on his hand extended his palm. He immediately, with a sullen look, squeezed his fist and realized that this was his talent. The little monsters looked at each other in horror. A system message popped up that the smell of death had been activated and the opponent's stats had dropped by 30%, causing the blue skeletons to burst into flames. These goblins began to run away from the skeleton ghosts in horror. Explosions and flying debris were heard from the roof. The goblins looked at what was happening in amazement. A huge boss with a club appeared from there. They immediately bowed their heads before their master. The main character, in the company of a skeleton and a friend, looked at what was passing and saw this leader. 3 silhouettes of guys looked at the huge boss of the great centurion. These little goblins immediately came to life and began to run to attack along with their leader. The main character, with an enraged look, also flew to attack. These goblins were scattered to the sides by the light attacks. Sungwoo frowned with rage and shouted that they all had to be killed. It was a furious battle between skeletons and goblins. The small skeletons fought bloodthirstily with the goblins. One blow with a club and the skeleton fell apart. This leader looked down in fury, raising his club and growling. Sungwoo frowned in anger and shouted that they had to dodge the blows. The centurion dealt a crushing blow to the skeleton again, crushing it. Again, 2 skeletons reincarnated and began to obey the main character, radiating fire. The hairy monster looked at another skeleton, swinging his club. Suddenly, Sungwoo rushed to protect the skeleton. He managed to bend down and looked angrily from under his brows. He stood next to his skeleton, all out of breath, and saw that his mana had dropped a little, because there were skeletons everywhere and he couldn't resurrect them all the time. A flash of light enveloped the space. Several daggers flew straight into the goblin leader's hand. Hanho stretched out his hand with a malicious grin and said that he could help hold back the monster. The centurion swung his fist furiously, throwing down the dagger and growling. The protagonist looked back at his friend's downcast face, who was perplexed as to why this monster had gone mad. The brown-haired man immediately began to run away in horror, screaming and without looking back. The skeletons looked at what was happening in bewilderment. Hanho continued to run, but was already smiling, looking back. The goblin leader swung his club, knocking down everything around him. The skeletons jumped into the air. The bloodthirsty goblin hit the ground with his club and frowned. He beat off the skeletons with a club into the ruins. Another bone warrior began to crumble from the blow. Jisoo tried to pounce from behind the centurion. She managed to strike him and duck. She watched from behind the falling monster. The girl calmly pulled out her katana and watched the monster's body. With drops of blood on her face, she calmly continued to watch and say that she wanted to kill him for the blow. Sungwoo looked angrily at the girl's back and realized that she had excellent skills since all the movements were honed and meaningful, and she was definitely not an ordinary person. He immediately extended his hand and gave the order to his glowing skeletons to run to attack, but he himself must think over the strategy. Small skeletons began to surround the huge monster from all sides. Bone warriors began to run from all sides at this goblin. The main character also flew to attack with his spear. They began to attack the centurion from all sides. A bright flash of light cut off the monster's ear. The centurion immediately grabbed his head with drops of blood in horror. Out of rage, he swung his club again and screamed. The tired protagonist was angry and realized that his mana was already running out. The bloody but angry centurion extended his index finger and growled. He pointed his finger at the skeleton, while the other skeletons were injured. The centurion immediately began to smile maliciously, baring his teeth. Sungwoo, angry, bared his teeth and frowned, hinting to the goblin that he would hardly be able to defeat him due to the small number of skeletons. The goblin leader immediately hit the club to throw away the stones. Sungwoo covered his face and also flew to the side. The goblin ran to attack, swinging his hand. He looked at what was happening with a furious look and realized that he needed to hit the monster again. He sat on the ground and saw a shining blade nearby, realizing that this was his last chance. Things fall down. A ferocious goblin growls at those around him. The guy frowns and sighs. He holds his sword tightly. His partner also prepares to attack. The protagonist calmly holds a fighting stance. Skeletons with glowing eyes rush around, orders them to stay closer to him. The skeletons surround a large goblin. He strikes one of them. He growls in rage. The blade flies near the monster. Another skeleton grabs it. He jumps above his enemy. He hits the monster with his sword. He counterattacks with his club. The protagonist clenches his teeth and looks at the system window, which says that the synergy effect works when playing in a team. Jisoo holds a fighting stance. The notification talks about a first-level warrior with the effects of increasing attack speed and reducing the weight of weapons. MC holds a sword. The skeleton looks forward. The system says about a one-armed warrior of the individual synergy class with a chance to block a blow. Flames burst out of the mouth of the creature. The goblin roars in rage. The protagonist looks at him excitedly and says that with synergy and a weapon he can win. He grabs a chair. The guy runs to attack, shouting that the enemy should taste the deadly taste of this couple. The girl frantically rushes forward. The skeleton assistant rushes to attack. The shocked monster tries to keep track of everyone. The protagonist strikes with a chair and finishes off with a sword. The girl jumps from behind and hits with a blade. The skeleton cuts him with his weapon. The goblin bulges his yellow eyes in rage. He angrily hits back, but the skeleton jumps back. A bright flash is heard. He sees in shock that he received a blade in his hand. Hanho sits nearby and shouts that this is a great blow. The goblin, clenching his fangs in rage, pulls the sword out of his hand. Sungwoo's eye lights up and he understands that he must act now. The skeleton with glowing eyes hears the order to sacrifice himself. He bravely rushes towards the monster. The protagonist thinks about him sadly and mentally says goodbye, thanking him for everything. He remembers past battles and realizes that he served him faithfully during this difficult time. The goblin swings his sword, while the protagonist thinks that it is time for him to die for the sake of a greater victory. The protagonist raises his sword and screams. The skeleton desperately rushes into the attack. The guy looks at what is happening in shock. He sees how the assistant cuts the enemy's face. He cuts off his head and flies on. Shocked Sungwoo sees a system window about the effect of blocking a blow. They are standing in front of a defeated enemy. A notification says about receiving 255 gold for killing the monster boss. Hanho looks out from behind him in shock and asks what their skeleton friend was doing before he died. The skeleton is standing in front of him. He explains that he was a simple goblin. His eyes are burning with flame. The notification says that he has become stronger by absorbing the magic of the monster boss. The power of defense has increased. The commander characteristic has been added. The surprised protagonist points his finger and asks what it is. The skeleton sees a sign on his forehead. The system says that he is level 2, the weapon is a saber, the type is goblin, the undead category is commander. An army of skeletons is shown in the picture. It says that he can create squads, platoons and groups like in an army and that he needs to quickly increase the number of subordinates. Friends look out their windows. The guy says he has a new level. The girl notes that she is now level 3. The protagonist looks at her and hears a question about how he is doing. He replies that he has also risen. Jisoo sees the windows and says that when moving to the second, she did not pay attention to the cards at all. Specifying which one to choose, he replies that they are random and you need to rely on luck. Hanho looks at the notifications in surprise and asks if his friend sees the cards. He says yes and you need to choose one. The guy points his finger. It says about choosing a card to move to a new level. He says that at the second level he chose a skill and he has more subordinates. The protagonist looks there. The window says that the basic level bone weapon skill has been obtained. The notification says that this is an active class and you can create weapons from bones of various types. The end result may differ depending on the type and quality of the material. Sungwoo looks puzzled and asks if he can make weapons. Surprised, he sees a window with information about an exclusive quest to avenge the professor, and he has received a reward. He remembers the beaten man and thinks about the professor. He stands in front of the skeletons and says that he can now take 5 of them. The guy asks with a serious look what's wrong with fate, because it's not clear yet what its influence is and you need to be more careful in your choices. He sees a bright star in front of him. He holds up his clothes and asks about the robber's cloak. His friend puts it on. Sungwoo asks what it's for. He replies that it increases the chance of hiding from a monster by 50%. He hears with an important look that it's ideal for escaping, and he declares that he will no longer escape and from now on his path is fighting. The fighter turns around in surprise at Jisoo and asks what kind of stone. She says about the kindling stone. The guy is shocked to think about fire. She notes that this is not true. The girl imagines a fighting tiger and says that if you sharpen a sword on it, it will ignite when attacking. He replies that it's cool. The protagonist points to the building and claims that they need to try out the items later, and now they'll return to the others. The fighters are standing near a cafe. The man looks at Jinseok and turns to him. He asks what they need. Minsu frowns and clarifies that they really need to protect them. He clenches his teeth in anger. The guys are talking. A question is asked whether it would be better to help Sungwoo defeat the monster, and whether it was worth listening to him. The man in glasses is grabbed by the clothes after he says that he would like to. Another one shouts in rage that he is risking his life for them and to stop talking nonsense. Surprised people turn around at the shout. He stands with a shield in his hand and shouts what they need and what they are all so unhappy about. He points to the exit and angrily declares that if they don't want to live anymore, then they can get lost, because why the hell should he suffer for them? They look at him in confusion, asking what he is talking about and where they should go. Jinseok shouts in rage that all the dissatisfied should leave and let them run to the roof to help the main character. People surrounded him and asked who he was. He replied that he was protecting them. They noted that it was funny and that they were being protected by those who went to the roof. He turned very red with anger and stated that since high school he had been trying to hold back for the sake of others. He yelled at the man who asked what he said. The man shouted in rage that the idiot was protecting him on the roof and that he should roll towards him and that the monster should kill them all. His eyes were filled with madness, and he declared that he had already been killed anyway. The surprised people listened to all of this. Jinseok smirked and asked why they were silent, and if they were afraid to face the truth. The question of who had been killed was heard. He began to tremble. He turned around and saw several armed skeletons. The man screamed in fear. The protagonist stood in front of the frightened villain and asked if he wanted him dead. A purple notification said that the door was sealed with magic and that the boss monster had to be defeated to open it, and if he failed, all the monsters would become stronger. He touches the door handle. The system window shatters. Jinseok looks at it in shock. The protagonist and his 2 comrades go inside. He says that he is starting to get in the way. A group of heroes stands near the entrance to the building. MC turns to the man and asks if he wants to say anything. He nervously scratches his head and tries to say something. They say that he pretended to be a great commander. They look at him with hostility. They say that he was a loser and remains so and only pretends to be strong and brave. The protagonist and his comrades leave the building. There are skeletons in front of them. Hanho and Jisoo look around, saying that everything is clear. The protagonist goes forward, saying that the passage is clear and they can go. A group of fighters with weapons walk near the dead. They lie in blood. The heroes lead the frightened people behind them, noticing that there are only corpses around. Sungwoo looks around, claiming that they were killed by goblins and are they hiding somewhere on campus. The happy partner points to the side and exclaims that there are people there. They see a group of people in front of them. The man looks there with displeasure, while the guy exclaims. The protagonist is shocked to notice their bloody weapons. The fighters look at them with displeasure. The protagonist realizes that these are the survivors of the battle. Jinseok pushes the others aside and shouts happily. The white-haired guy smiles and asks if everything is okay with him. He frantically says that he knew that he would see him again and that he was incredibly lucky that they met on such a day. The girl displeasedly explains that this is the student council president. Jinseok quietly whispers in the fighter's ear. The protagonist's friends say that they are definitely whispering about him. The guy smiles and calls himself Dae-sung. the student council president. The embarrassed girl looks at him. He says with a grin that everyone has suffered enough today, and they had to fight and survive, and if they unite, they will be safe. He points at the skeletons with displeasure, specifying what kind of creatures they are. The protagonist, looking at him, says that they are the result of choosing a class. He frowns and asks if he really chose creatures that kill people. The protagonist is shocked to realize that his interlocutor wants to show everyone that he is dangerous. The skeletons stand next to the owner, who hears that if he plans to join them, he will need to get rid of them. Grimacing, he asks what will happen if he refuses. Daesung throws up his hands, wondering if he really prefers them to people and wants them to live next to Carrion. Hanho asks again in shock. He looks at the skeletons and understands that in principle this is true. He objects, shouting that they are cute. His friend asks him to calm down and be quiet. He squeezes the dagger and explains that the skeletons will remain in any case, because that is his class and by killing them, he will lose his weapon. The interlocutor smirks after the question of how to survive in the new world without protection. With a sly smile, he says that the guy did not understand him, because they are his protection. He does not take his eyes off the main character and claims that he is giving him one last chance, forcing him to kill them, and in this case he will be with them. The girl goes forward. Jisoo furiously asks did they say that they wanted to go with them, and does he really think that he worked in the student council and became a big man? He with a serious face clarifies that the girl is from the Department of Social and Physical Education. She denies it with a smirk. The corpses are lying on the floor. The girl says that the university is destroyed and it does not matter where she is from. He raises his hand and demands that he calm down and go to them, otherwise she will regret it. The heroine frowns and shouts that there is no need to pretend to be saviors because she knows that they spent the fees by fabricating checks at the festival. Daesung is shocked when she remembers the post, hearing that she personally published it. He says with a trembling face that no one will persuade them and let them go fight the monsters alone. They leave, hearing that they will regret it because the synergy effect is the key to victory, and they have signed their own death warrant. There are corpses lying around. The guy turns to Jisoo. The main character sees the girl and asks if she had something with that guy. She replies that she is simply irritated by such people. The heroine introduces him and explains that he came to the university to flirt with girls and that he did the same with many undergrads, played with them and left them, and inside he is a rotten person. Sungwoo stands next to his friend and says that he understands. He nervously calls him a bastard. The windows in the building are on fire. He says that now their goal is to get out of campus. The girl turns around and says that it is better to avoid crowds of people because monsters like to attack groups. The protagonist thinks. He points in the other direction and suggests going not through the central exit because that way they will still get to the gate but will meet fewer people. A staircase is visible in the middle of the bushes. 3 heroes with skeletons are walking forward. The guy looks back and says that it is very quiet around. The protagonist raises his fist and asks to freeze. An excited comrade asks what is happening. A silhouette is visible at the top of the stairs. A bloody axe is stuck into a body. The monster is holding it in his hands. A huge red beast with an axe is standing opposite the corpse. His eyes glow red. Frightened Hanho declares that he is bigger than the goblin boss. The protagonist frowns and realizes that after the goblins came the orc. He fiercely raises his hands and roars at the whole area. A strong blow occurs. He rushes down at the heroes. The protagonist with a grin declares that this is excellent because with its help he will create new skeletons. The fierce orc looks down. The protagonist clenches his teeth and watches his actions. They deftly dodge the blow. A friend in shock asks why such thugs even exist. The monster with an axe looks at them. The girl bravely rushes to attack. She gets hit. The mutant swings his weapon. The skeleton helps her and attacks the enemy. The monster counterattacks with his axe. The protagonist desperately screams for them to stop him. Flames are visible in the skeleton's mouth. The skeleton with a sign on its skull stands in front of a huge enemy. He exhales smoke in rage. A blow occurs. The assistant dodges deftly. The system says that the chance of dodging the first attack is increased by 88%. He jumps up and cuts his arm. A strong explosion occurs. The protagonist stands at the top of the stairs and calls the girl to go up because they need to get to flat terrain. She runs, not understanding how he manages to easily repel their attacks. The protagonist stands near his comrades and asks them not to approach the monster, and they will fight the same way as with the boss. A fierce orc with an axe climbs the stairs. They look out from behind the trees in shock. The monster roars loudly at them. Sungwoo turns to the girl and says that they are acting according to plan. They will sacrifice the skeletons first. Goblins are lying on the ground. He understands that there are a lot of corpses and you need to watch your mana. The orc gets hit, while the protagonist understands that in the forest there is no point in thoughtless destructive attacks. The monster looks at the enemies in the trees in shock. The guy throws a dagger at him, saying that you need to act now. The skeletons simultaneously attack. The enemy roars in pain while being attacked. The small fighters fly at him. He counterattacks and breaks the skeleton. He looks ahead questioningly. The assistants hang on the monster's body. The protagonist together with Jisoo decisively go on the attack. The monster enraged tries to throw off the skeletons. The girl flies to attack from behind. The protagonist hits him, he screams in pain. He looks up in shock and sees that the main skeleton is flying at him. He deftly thrusts the blade into his neck, blood splashes to the sides. The system window says that 110 gold was received for killing the orc leader. The protagonist looks in shock and realizes that the leader is stronger than ordinary orcs. The girl notes that he is much easier than the boss. MC looks at the defeated enemy asking what is the matter with their well-coordinated teamwork. The system window says that the dead one does not respond to the call because the level is not enough to summon mid-level monsters. The protagonist says with a serious face that he cannot summon an orc. The skeletons around him are burning. The guy asks the girl which card she chose, because he is a necromancer. She introduces a warrior with a blade and explains that she chose a tiger hunter. She just liked the picture, and it turned out that the card has 3 stars. Hanho exhales, saying that only he apparently has 1 star. The protagonist's hand is burning turquoise. He says that he has accumulated mana and it is time to try a new skill. He furiously blazes with flames, declaring the creation of weapons from bones. The system talks about basic bone weapons: sword, blunt weapon, spear, arrow. The guy pokes his finger at the system window and says that he will create a blunt weapon because it is higher in level. A bone club appeared nearby. He examines it, asking if it is really made of bone. The notification says that this is an orc axe of a normal level. The skeleton catches the weapon, while its owner says that he gives each one. The skeletons examine the new axes. The windows say about the wild madness of the first level and the answer in the club of the first level. The guy looks at one in shock and says stop. The partner catches the sword, saying thank you because now he too. The protagonist frowns and clarifies that he just gave it to hold, and as he says, he will return it back, asking if he saw how cool the synergy of the one-armed works, and you need to be careful, otherwise he himself will join them. The heroes go down. They go ahead. The protagonist says that you cannot lose vigilance because they are already at the goal. The guy near the protagonist in shock points his finger and asks what is there above the cars. A huge purple window says that the exit is sealed with strong magic and you need to defeat the boss monsters to go further. They see a window and information that if they do not cope in the allotted time, all the monsters will receive a double boost. 8 minutes left. The heroes are shocked to see a window that orc squads are starting to hunt and they need to choose a suitable place for the battle. The girl looks back, hearing the question that they are hunting them. She asks that since they are interested in large groups, how soon will they arrive? The monsters stomp. She clarifies that working in a team, on the contrary, will come out sideways. A fierce orc with an axe rushes forward. Daesun looks back in fear. The heroes stand near the window and hear loud screams. Jisoo fearfully asks if the student council group is really there. Hanho notes that it is good that they are not with them. The guy with a serious look states that, apparently, being in a group is not always good. They look around. The guy understands that it is all about synergy. The system window says that the first wave of 5 orcs has begun. The comrade sees this in shock and assumes that they can probably handle it. He is frightened to hear a monster running behind them. The remaining monsters with weapons go forward. The guy asks if they are really following them and what to do. The protagonist silently looks forward. With a smirk, he says that he has an idea. The guy puts on a hood and asks if they are going to run away. He objects, saying that they will set a trap. The guy points to the skeletons and confidently says that they will take advantage of the terrain and their friends. The monster holds an axe. 5 orcs are standing in the middle of abandoned cars and corpses. They look around. The guy stands in front of them and shouts that they are there. Hanho loudly declares that they are huge, disgusting pigs. The monsters look at him fiercely. The frightened guy continues to shout that they are huge and disgusting. The monsters rush to attack. They look forward and notice something. Suddenly, they get hit. The protagonist shouts at the skeletons to attack quickly. The beasts get hit. The skeletons harshly beat them with their new axes. They get hit on the head every second. Sung Woo and his partner run to attack. Several system windows announce receiving gold for killing an orc. The protagonist looks at the defeated enemies. The window states that the reward for defeating the first wave of opponents has been received and the level has been increased to the 4th. The protagonist is surprised to see that the number of his charges has increased to 2. He assumes that he will receive an ability. He realizes with a serious look that now there are 7 charges, and the mana points are still 50. Hanho stands nearby and exclaims that he has a new skill. He frowns and says that this is a high-speed cut, probably especially for the dagger. The protagonist smiles and looks at the girl and asks what she has. She blazes and explains that she chose strength, and it increased by 2 points, and the feeling is as if the body has heated up and the increase in the attribute is actually felt. The protagonist looks at his friend and turns to him. He holds the blade with a sad face and hears a request to give the sword because he will have to use the dagger to develop further. Fires are blazing all over the city. A group of people with skeletons are standing on the street. The protagonist raises his hand and demands to stop. He sees a group of orcs attacking a bus. They look out from behind the trees and Sungwoo says that there are 7 orcs and people inside the bus. Suddenly, a spear flies out of the bus. The guy excitedly understands that they will die like this, and it seems that one of them is defending himself with a spear through the window. Jisa looks there and offers to help. The attack scheme is shown. He says that if they go around the bus and attack from both sides, then everything should work out, and isn't it too easy? The protagonist thinks about it. He asks her with a serious face if she is sure that they will come to their aid, because in their situation it is difficult to rely on strangers. The orc strikes the bus. The girl turns around, hearing about those who are scared. He points to the side with a smile and offers to show the orcs what civilization is. Surprised, Hanho asks what he means. The axe breaks the window. The frightened guy stands next to the fighter with the sword and asks to hit the monsters, because why would he need a spear at all then? Jiangsu, the spearman, screams in fear that if he wants to, then let him hit himself, and in fact he has a sword and a shield. The others hold their heads in fear and scream that they will die and it is too early for them to go to the next world. The monsters turn around questioningly. The car with the skeletons moves towards them. A strong blow occurs. The partner asks Jiangsu what is going on there. He says in surprise about skeletons. The ferocious assistants beat up the monsters. Another fighter leans against the glass and asks what is going on there, and why these monsters appeared there. The spearman tells them that it has become very quiet. The other asks if they left. Suddenly, a skull appeared in the window. The spearman falls in fear and screams for them to disappear. The guy knocks on the window and asks to open the door. Hanho stands near his friends and declares that they are people. Orcs are lying on the ground. The doors to the bus are open. The people are shaking with fear and say that they are alive. The guy swings a bone axe. He hits the window with all his might. The protagonist sees him and asks what he is doing. He says with a grin that he has no cash, but wants a cola. They stand near the machine. The other guy assures that he will do everything himself, the other objects that the machine broke because of him. The protagonist stands next to the spearman and offers to continue. Jiangsu agrees with a smile. The protagonist points and says that the thing, according to the interlocutor, gives items. The guy is surprised and assures that this is true and they tried it themselves, but there was little gold, and it was only enough for one time. The monitor is on the table. It explains that if you follow the instructions, you can get an item. Hanho gives MC a cola and says that this is some kind of store. He agrees. The system window welcomes them to the E-class store. He pokes his finger at the screen. He looks there in surprise. It says that he can try his luck by choosing bronze, silver or gold. The protagonist pokes at the screen while his friends watch. One of them asks if an item can appear from there. The girl notes that the sword fell from the sky and anything is possible. The protagonist with a serious look says that they will find out when they try. The system window still says about the choice of bronze, silver, gold. Hanho and Jisa look at the screen. He says that he has 360 gold, and this is just enough for bronze. She says that she has 584. The guy starts to say how much he has. The main character looking at the screen says that he has 1552. His friend exclaims that he has enough for silver. The system window says that he has one ticket to try his luck, without limits. The guy remembers the past and understands that he was able to hunt well then, and now an excellent chance has come up to use the accumulated. Sungwoo presses. His friend asks what he is doing because the price is 10,000 won. The roulette starts spinning. They watch what is happening without looking away. The roulette spins. They look in amazement. First place is visible on the screen. He says that luck is really the most important thing for survival. He takes a blue ball. It is said that this is a tear of a legendary level C spirit. It increases and restores mana. Hanho stands near his friends and says that this is first place in the gold roulette. The protagonist smirks and says that it's cool. The whole street is told to try silver, and he asks why he needs to spend money. The heroes are standing with new items, namely the standard bearer shield and the punitive sword. The disgruntled guy is holding C-class elixirs. The protagonist looks at them and says that these are good items and that they shouldn't be sad. The girl holds the blade and says that the area is in chaos and that they can help. The group member asks if they'll go show civilization again. The protagonist looks away and says that they'll take something else this time. People run away from the ferocious monsters in fear. The sword pierces the orc's body. Daesung, holding the sword, shouts loudly that only together can they fight their way to the exit. He fights with clenched teeth while the girl screams that help is needed. They scream desperately in fear at the sight of the attacking monsters. He excitedly declares that they should be ignored, asking if she has time to worry about others. The squad leader points forward and shouts for Jinseok and the others, everyone with shields, to go forward. The orcs look back when they hear the sound. The car hits them at full speed. The bus drives on while the monsters fly apart. Jiangsu is driving and shouting loudly that it's time to earn gold. The system windows say that he got gold for killing orcs. The monsters fly apart from the daggers. Hanho throws them out of the bus window with a smile. The protagonist leans out and shouts for the people to quickly run inside. The guy and girl are surprised to realize that it's that guy, and they should have followed him. The orc runs after them. Jisoo with a sword resolutely shouts that they will not give up so easily. The monster takes a strong blow. The axe crashes into the katana. She smirks and realizes that she did it, and now it will be difficult for them to defeat her. The orc begins to burn and explode. The girl enraged deals fiery blows with her katana. The heroine turns around with a smile and declares victory. Jisoo looks away questioningly. The protagonist with a shield and sword is surrounded by monsters. The skeletons fight bravely. The monster with daggers in its body roars. The assistants continue to beat it. One of the monsters runs away, but is attacked. He receives dozens of wounds in the back. With daggers all over his body, he falls to his knees. The skeletons run after the defeated enemy. Sungwoo's strategy is discussed. Jisoo watches this and realizes that the method of keeping a distance and constantly attacking worked, and thanks to the distribution of roles, the orcs cannot keep up with them. She squeezes the sword and realizes that before she relied only on her strength, and it was stupid. The monsters fall from wounds. She wonders what he was doing before. The hero runs forward. The protagonist comes out to Daesung and asks if his group has any problems. The tired-looking one hears that they said earlier that they don't even want to stand next to their monsters. The villain asks, smiling, that he's settling scores at a time like this, and doesn't think it's too much. The guy with the shield in his hand says that he saw him abandon others, trying to save his own skin. The interlocutor nervously says that this is a strategy, because he would have returned later. The wounded people on the bus are crying. The protagonist asks if they think the same. He clenches his teeth in anger and hatred. A system window appears with information that the defeat angered the orc boss. The protagonist is shocked and feels a giant monster behind him. Daesung and his subjects look around in fear. The guy gets on the bus and says that they are leaving, and if they want, they can follow him and maybe there will be a place for them. Jinseok stands behind the leader and asks what they will do. He replies that there is no choice. Sungwoo shouts that they should take off their stupid chain mail. He hits his chest and shouts that they are actually protecting his body. The guy smirks and says that this is the price for being under his protection, because they are not a charity group to help students, like some. The notification says that the protagonist has reached level 5. He points to the system windows. It says that he can now subdue medium-sized monsters. He realizes that this category includes orcs. The bus goes further. The system window says that he can control more monsters. He selects a new skill and now he has 9 of them. He looks back. The skeleton is tangled in his clothes. The guy says that it is difficult for him to move and there is no need to dress like that. Footage of the skeleton's past battles is shown. It is said that he can be trusted more than others and he did not expect his investment to pay off. The protagonist looks at him and asks to take it off, while realizing that he did not give him a name, and since he only has a right hand, he will be right. Hanho comes up from behind and calls the protagonist. Points to the people behind and says that they will probably need another bus. They are driving along the road. He says that if they continue to save students. The protagonist looks out the window and says that they will not advance like this anymore. People are standing in a crowd on the bus. He stands in front of them and shouts that now they need to fight the orcs. The system window says that the orc boss has declared global destruction and they will pursue the survivors until they eradicate everyone. The guy holds the handle and says that because of the quest, they won't be able to simply bypass the enemies and only by defeating the boss will they be able to leave. The big guy looks at him and says that he saw them in the gym. The frightened students hear that there were about 100 of them there. The notification says about an incomplete team game and the imposition of a penalty effect. The system windows write about stupid participants, helpless fighters, desperate fighting spirit. People do not understand how they can fight against them and whether they will be able to win, and if there are 100 of them then they are finished. The guy exhales and understands that even if there are many of them, they would definitely be able to defeat most of them in a battle, and now everything has become clear. The protagonist stands in front of the amazed people and declares that he will fight them himself. He realizes that if you have a weapon but do not know how to use it, then there is still no point. Hanho and Jisoo exclaim in surprise, what kind of nonsense is this, and has he gone crazy? He points his finger at himself and repeats that he will fight them himself. The confused students are talking to each other about whether they misheard or if the guy is crazy. They bite their nails, realizing that they can't rely on anyone. People are saying that he can go, because he is crazy. Jinseok says with a grin that he is digging his own grave. Another notes that they were lucky before but now they have a great chance to get rid of him. The guy with a sly smile says that he is a stupid kid and his end has come. Jisoo waves his arms, not understanding what he is talking about, because they need to fight together, combining efforts. The protagonist stands in front of her and says that on the first floor, when they wanted to catch the boss, she said that there is no point in sticking together and now skeletons are much more useful than people. The surprised girl hears that he is convinced of this and she can help. The protagonist, smiling, says that he thinks that now it will be very dangerous, and that is why he made such a decision after analyzing all the options. Jisoo watches him and understands that the strategies were win-win, but this time the stakes are different. The university campus is shown. Armed skeletons are standing in place. The protagonist with a shield and chain mail is standing near them. The light is on in the building behind him. The amazed students look at him and wonder if he is really going to do this. There are also people sitting on the bus. His friends look out the window and talk about how he has completely gone crazy and it would be better to take him away from there. The driver notes that he is always ready to step on the gas and drive away. The protagonist sees a huge crowd of monsters in front of him. They growl and approach him. A fierce orc screams at the top of his lungs. The guy watches them and realizes that the red one is their leader. The monster is angry. The protagonist thinks why no message has popped up yet, and he thinks that this is a mid-level boss. An orc with an axe gives the order to attack. Sung-woo turns to the skeletons and says that they are moving out. He hits the asphalt with his shield. The guy stands near the assistant and tells him that they will stay there. He looks at the fence and realizes that there is no need to worry about the stairs. The guy looks at the wall and thinks that they are in a small gorge. The skeletons are standing at the bottom of the stairs. The protagonist mentally says goodbye to them, saying that it was fun. The orcs are furious and run to attack. A red pentagram appears. The system window says that Wild Madness is activated, and for 10 minutes the goblins get an increase in strength and attack speed. Daggers fly forward. They pierce the bodies of the orcs. The orc boss sees his defeated subordinates in front of him. He dodges the flying daggers in a rage. The protagonist nervously realizes that the throwing attack was blocked and they need to run. The skeletons with glowing eyes fight bravely. The guy realizes that this is a powerful attack from a high point. The orc takes one of them by the skull. He growls fiercely. He breaks it into pieces. The guy realizes that this is an intentional suicide. Flames blaze in the air. A bright sign burns on the assistant's forehead. The protagonist puts his hand on his skull and asks him to wait. His eyes sparkle. He explains that it is not his turn yet. The terrible monster is clenching his bones in rage. Suddenly he gets an unexpected blow to the head. The other orcs are shocked to see this. Unexpectedly, the orc burst into turquoise flame. The monsters turn to look at the transformed ones. The protagonist understands that this is the debut of the undead orc. The protagonist's eyes sparkle. The system window says that the undead obey him. The notification says that the team game has activated the first stage of the Wild Warrior Synergy effect, in which the attack power and speed increase in the first 10 seconds of the battle. The frightened monsters see their transformed brothers. They fight. The protagonist orders to kill everyone. They fiercely run to attack in the name of the master. The opponents fight back. The guy thinks about fighting to the last. The boss crushes the undead orc. The protagonist reflects on the spilled blood. The monster's eyes are filled with madness. The guy understands that they do not get tired. The converted monsters burn with a bright flame. Sung-woo realizes that they are undead. He adds with a grin that she is born of death. The protagonist watches the battle with his assistant. He says that this is how necromancers fight. The viewer looks out of the balcony. People are watching what is happening. He said that he began to think that this is the end. The protagonist stands in front of his undead who kills the enemy. The question sounds what is happening there, who he really is. The orc heard a sound from the bus. Hanho and his friends look out the window. He screams when he managed to develop his skills so cool. Jisa thoughtfully declares that he foresaw this, remembering his words. The system window says about a decrease in mana. The guy understands this. The notification says about a tear of the sea spirit of the legendary level with the effect of increasing mana. He understands that this is the effect of the legendary item. Sung-woo holds a blue ball above himself. Skulls are furiously burned in turquoise fire. Orcs roar at opponents. The system says that they are weakened by the smell of death of the first stage, and their characteristics are reduced by 30%. The monster roars in rage. It is said that the fighting spirit of the orc horde has risen and the drop in characteristics is halved. They desperately run to attack the undead of the main character. They see in front of them a transformed orc who raises an axe. MC's eyes sparkle while his assistant climbs the fence. He jumps off after saying that it is his turn. He cuts the heads of opponents in flight. He lands deftly, attacking his enemies. He rushes forward with burning eyes, cutting everyone in his path. Fierce monsters are injured. The boss with red hair does not understand what is happening. The main character's assistant stands surrounded by orcs who turn into undead. The guy with an unperturbed look orders to get rid of them. The monsters begin to growl in fear surrounded by enemies. The guy sits down tiredly in front of the system window, which says that for killing 100 monsters he gets a ticket to play the lottery. The excited guy reads the information that this is the 21st time in history and whether it is possible that such incidents happened in the past. Sun-woo is sitting on the steps and hears something. A bus is driving nearby. The guy does not understand who can drive it. Suddenly, it crashes into a purple barrier. The protagonist with a shield in his hands wonders if they are really trying to escape at such a moment. The orcs beat the guys. The protagonist realizes that this is the company of the head of the student council, and they are kidnapped. The beaten guy screams for help in fear. The protagonist holds his head and asks why no one can just wait, and the situation will only get worse. The protagonist stands in front of the building. The students surrounded Sung-woo and assure that they will also fight and will not interfere. but will be able to protect someone. The guy turns around and asks not to stand in the way of the skeletons, all realizing that he liked fighting alone. MC stands next to two orcs who have turned into undead. Goblins hang above them. Hanho looks around in fear and talks about the wonderful interior. A purple glow is visible in front of them. The protagonist holds a blue ball and looks forward and wonders who it could be and if it is the boss. Behind him are orcs holding prisoners. The guy raises his hand and says that everyone needs to gather because they are starting a battle with the boss. The beaten guys are bleeding. The worried protagonist realizes that it is good that everyone is alive, wondering how they can be so advanced to guess to take hostages. The beaten guy begs Sungwoo to help them. Jinseok apologizes with tears in his eyes, stating that he does not want to die. Daesung, with knocked out teeth, asks if he will help them. The protagonist, gritting his teeth, states that they are in this situation due to their own stupidity, and they should have prepared for this. He holds a blue ball in his hand, stating that he cannot guarantee their survival and he is not a god to control lives, realizing that it is impossible to negotiate with their opponents. Everyone runs to attack after the protagonist's order. He thinks that he cannot show them his weakness. He understands that while the orcs are furious from the unexpected attack, he will save the hostages. Daesung with a knife to his throat desperately screams no. The boss in the cloak stands imperturbably in place. People close their mouths realizing what they are seeing now. Jisoo and Sungwoo look at what is happening with disgust. The orcs are standing in front of them. The guy does not understand what will happen next. A monster with a blood-stained face stands in front of them. All the people are struck by a purple fog. Something happens to their bodies. They fall to the ground and cough. Jisoo breathes with difficulty. The system window says that they have fallen into a state of confusion due to the breath of the abyss and mana continues to run out. A huge monster in a black cloak burns with purple flames. It says that an enhanced boss named low-class Black Mage, the leader of the orcs, has appeared. The hero frantically opens the green potion. Hanho frowns and drinks it, noticing that it tastes like poison. He picks up the flask and shouts that this is an elixir with an antidote. Sungwoo stands with his back to him and calmly declares that he should leave the elixirs for the girl. Purple smoke comes out of his mouth. He realizes that it is so refreshing. The system window says that the breath of the abyss has significantly increased the amount of his mana. He exclaims that he has more than 4,000 and now it is clear why he is so confident in himself. With a grin, he burns with a turquoise flame. The notification says that it accumulates in the body and reaches the primary awakening and all the characteristics are significantly increased, asks to tell him. The surprised orc leader looks at him. The protagonist realizes that he apparently did not expect such a turn of events either. Friends stand behind him. Hanho suggests attacking as a threesome, like on the roof. The guy refuses, smiling, declaring that from now on nothing will be the same. The skeletons begin to burn with flames. It is said that the undead obey him. The heroes see this in shock. The orc chieftain sees transformed monsters in front of him. The notification says that the synergy effect is activated for a group of players. He says that thanks to him. Hanho is shocked and asks why there are so many of them. The system writes about the list of synergies of the first level warrior and the one-armed warrior. Jisoo watches in amazement. The notification says about the third level barbarian warrior with an increase in attack power. The system writes about the second level barbarian hunter with the effect of increasing the chance of detecting enemies nearby. The protagonist is furiously blazing with turquoise fire. The message says about the third level return to life with the effect of random resurrection plus 5 individuals and an increase in speed, as well as an organized squad with an increase in attack and defense. He understands that he will show them the true power of death. A powerful explosion sounded. The boss struck the skeleton. But he was surprised to see that the orc skeleton was successfully revived. He pounced on him again. But the monster continued to strike. The skeleton in front of him rose again and was successfully revived. Then the boss opened his mouth wide and screamed. The monster saw Sungwoo in front of him, as well as another message about the revival of the orc skeleton. The guy, looking at him with bright eyes, asked the enemy if he now understood who exactly he was fighting against. His eyes glowed even brighter when he added that no matter how hard he tried, there would be one end, and that was death. The enemy became noticeably nervous. So the boss decided to run away. But many skeletons appeared in front of him. He was also surrounded behind. Sungwoo clenched his hand into a fist, thinking that death does not pass anyone by. Saliva burst from the monster's mouth. The skeletons headed towards him. The Risen grabbed his hand. The boss was completely surrounded. He tried to reach the hero. Something brightly beamed from him when the guy turned to the right one. Legs hit the ground. The skeletons held back the monster. Sungwoo ordered to finish him off. The small skeleton waved his hand, and the system reported receiving 1055 gold for defeating the strengthened monster. The small skeleton was surrounded by a bright glow. Its strength was increased by absorbing the power of the orc chieftain. Looking at the minions, the hero said that the skeleton goblins had also advanced after defeating the boss, and opened the list of subordinates. A window with a description of the skeleton goblins' veterans appeared in front of him. Hanho looked at him, asking if he saw something in the boss's mouth. The guy extended his hand, thinking that perhaps it was an item. Stretching out his hand, he saw a message saying that this item gives its owner the attribute of a demon, and will have to make great sacrifices to get rid of it. Frowning, Sun Wu noted that the demon was not far from a necromancer. A small sphere emitted a bright light. The system showed that it was a demon's heliotrope, increasing mana during an attack at the expense of the enemy's mana. The skeletons in front of him crumbled as the breath of the abyss and the initial awakening ended. The sun's rays reflected on the windows. The others greeted Sun Wu and his comrades. One of them clenched his fist, saying that he didn't want to interfere, but he would definitely help next time. The other, looking away, noted that he was their hero. Sun Wu, looking at them, thought that he didn't need anyone, and although he didn't know what was outside, it was better to move in small groups just in case. There was a message on the barrier that the exit was sealed with magic. They needed to defeat the boss monster to open it. The message was scattered. The people looked confused, wondering if they could leave, and seeing no point in staying here any longer. The street in front of them was clear. The hero walked forward along with the others. Watching him leave, the people wondered where he was going, and realized that it was safer with him than themselves. Looking at his phone, Hanho realized that the same thing was happening all over the world and hoped that his parents were okay. Sun Wu looked down, thinking about his parents. A bus pulled up next to them. Jiansu smiled, offering to get on, since it was better than walking, and he could take them to the nearest military base. The hero smiled good-naturedly, saying in response that his house was nearby, thinking that this was a lie. Then the comrade opened his mouth wide, shouting to the others that those who were with them should get on, since they were leaving soon, and there would be 2 buses, so everyone would fit. Jiansu looked at the hero again, wishing him luck. The buses drove along the road. Hanho turned to Jisoo, asking where she was going now and if her house was nearby. The girl, smiling, answered that she lived in a dorm. She looked at Sun Wu, asking to go with him, although she was not sure if she would be useful. He raised his hands, saying that she would definitely come in handy, and his comrade asked himself. Sun Wu smiled ominously, suggesting that they make another one-armed warrior out of her. The girl pushed them, telling them to hide. A monster flew in the sky. Everyone looked up in surprise. Their feet pressed hard on the pedal. Jiangsu, who was driving, heard that he was driving faster, but replied that if they moved, they would be noticed. When the monsters flew above them, he also said that they probably reacted to movements. Frowning, the hero was surprised that it was a dragon. Several dragons flew above the bus. The system reported that a local boss had appeared. He lifted the bus into the sky. Seeing how the monsters tore the bus apart, Sun Wu was worried that he was not strong enough yet. Gritting his teeth, he decided that he could become stronger. Jisoo was visibly surprised when he suggested that she hunt monsters, because there was no way to hide from them anyway. His comrades looked at him in surprise when he said that you can't just adapt to the situation, and you need to level up each time, taking on more and more difficult targets. They also frowned when he thought about humanity dominating the earth. Sun Wu clenched his fist, thinking that humans have always overcome increasingly difficult obstacles on their path. They have adapted to them. The 3 of them headed forward. A crowd of monsters appeared in front of them. The system reported the end of training. The city streets were illuminated by the bright sun. Someone was running. The monster stretched out his hand forward. The rest looked out from behind the cover threateningly. Skeletons appeared behind him. One of the hiding people watched what was happening with fear. The skeleton's skull was burning brightly. Another monster opened the door. The blade immediately pierced him. Sun Wu held a shield in front of him. A message appeared about receiving 10 gold for killing a goblin, and the guy called it predictable. His minions appeared behind the others. Blood splashed everywhere. He received more gold for killing them. So the hero stood surrounded by skeletons, and his level was increased. Sighing, Hanho noted that he again received everything alone, but he replied that it was a trifle. Under his feet lay many defeated goblins, in hunting which he saw no point. Sun Wu was surrounded by a bright light, and a message showed a window of characteristics. Looking at his hand, the guy noted that he felt different. A blue window of a message about receiving 10 gold coins appeared. The hero left the house. The system also notified about receiving gold. Jisoo looked at him with a smile. Wiping the blade of the sword, she said that there were 9 goblins. Then he looked at his comrade and, praising the girl, said that he was leaving the daggers to Hanho. There were many daggers sticking out of the bag. The skeleton was folding another one. Sun Wu shouldered his backpack and told the others that they would just move forward from now on, ignoring the goblins. Hanho wanted to know why. Jisoo put her sword away, saying that it was to save her strength for catching stronger monsters. Presenting the wanted list, the hero replied that it was, and that they gave 800 gold for a win, while the goblins were only 100, meaning that they would give even more for other monsters. The streets were filled with his skeletons. Passing by a broken shop window, Hanho said that he felt like they were in a zombie movie. Looking to the side, he noticed military vehicles. Several trucks were parked nearby. Approaching them, The hero was surprised that they had fought monsters and died. Someone's silhouette was visible from behind the car. The soldier gritted his teeth, asking if they were really people and what was behind them. Putting away his sword, Sung-woo asked him to calm down, because they were definitely people. Then the soldier turned to one of the cars and, turning to Sergeant Kim, said that there were people here. Sung-woo looked inside. The guy inside showed a broken leg, said that he could not go out and greet. The hero, looking at him, clarified whether it was the goblin with the dagger who did it. Kim smiled angrily, saying that it was and that they defeated them. The hero frowned, not understanding how this happened, because they had weapons. Machine guns were lying on the ground, and the sergeant replied that all the firearms were broken. He remembered how they were surrounded, saying that they never understood why, so they had to fight with shovels and knives. Hanho put his hand in his pocket, turning to the hero. An elixir appeared in his hand. Kim moved closer, saying that he saw another player with one, and asked to take it. But Sung-woo looked away and, hoping for his understanding, said that in their situation, it is difficult to share things that can be useful for survival. Frowning, the sergeant offered information. Sung-woo raised his hand to his face, hearing that the interlocutor will tell everything he knows, decided to listen to him first. Then he introduced several animals, saying that they saw wolves the size of a huge bull, but they could not catch any, and they just ran away. Then he presented a QR code, asking if they have seen one. Hanho and Jisa looked at each other. There was a bright light in the distance. The sergeant said that he had seen two already, and they can be found at bus stops, parking lots, and in the subway. Kim took the phone in his hand, saying that he scanned them and went to the app. The screen showed loading. The sergeant was talking about how when all means of communication do not work, all that is left for them is the community app. Sung-woo handed him the elixir, thinking about the community of survivors. Opening it, the interlocutor asked where they were heading, because they had to return to the base. The hero looked at the defeated soldiers, asking if it was safe there. Removing the bandages, Kim replied that when the first players appeared, the senior officer said that they would cope with the situation without weapons, ordering them to fight with shovels, but now everything is different. Looking at him with a smile, Sung-woo nevertheless replied that they would go their own way. The interlocutor wished him luck. The hero, raising his finger, advised them to carefully watch the sky. Kim and the soldier got nervous, hearing that huge monsters were flying there, and thanked him for the information. Their car drove on. The hero and his comrades went along the street. A bus stop appeared in front of them. Sung-woo took the phone in his hand, noticing the QR code. The application was downloading to the phone. Hanho suggested that it could be a virus, but the guy replied that it did not matter, because phones were no longer of any use. The phone finished loading. Several themes appeared on the screen. Sung-woo clicked on one of them. There appeared a message from the administrator, which said that today the service officially started working. The hero was curious who was behind this. He frowned seeing the chat, but there were no new topics. Jisoo also looked at the phone screen, seeing that to write one post you need to pay 1,000 gold. Hanho was outraged, because they would have to defeat 100 goblins. Suddenly, a new message appeared. Sung-woo carefully looked at the screen when someone asked if there was anyone here, as well as messages from others. His comrade looked at the phone in surprise, noticing that they were talking about an apartment where his apartment was. The hero asked if they would go there. He looked at the phone again, thinking that people could spend 1,000 gold to write an ad, although he had to raise level 6 with difficulty. The light of the screen reflected in his eyes, and although he felt that something was wrong here, he understood that in order to survive, it was better to unite with a strong group. Everyone moved on. A message appeared that the topic was deleted by the author. Someone asked why it was deleted, because it was important information. Sung-woo was surprised, thinking that the person had pressed the wrong button, but they can come, because everything is fine. The unknown person was holding a phone in his hands. Sharp fangs were sticking out of his mouth. The bright sun was visible above the houses. The monster pounced on the man. A bright mark was left from the blow to him. The guy was waving a bat. In a panic, he opened his mouth wide, asking for help. Someone from the window looked at him when he asked if there was anyone nearby. People closed the window when the guy asked to save at least his daughter. Goblins rushed to attack. A dagger pierced one of them. A skeleton appeared next to the monsters. The man was covering his daughter with himself. He turned around, hearing that there was no need to worry. Sung-woo extended his hand to them, offering to walk them home, and heard that he was very close. The hero took some food after hearing that they had lost it, and also offered to share their supplies, which were few. 2 goblins were scared when they saw his comrades. One of them decided to run down the stairs. Watching them, they were surprised that everyone did so. Hanho put his hand on his belt when he saw an icon indicating a dungeon, suggesting that the hero go in and destroy everything there. The rescued one stopped them, saying that it was better not to go down there. The man presented a dark silhouette, saying that his friend owned this karaoke and that something scarier than green monsters lived there. Sung-woo smiled in response and said that this information would be useful to them. A system message appeared, saying that they had entered a unique dungeon of the sacred land of ancient communication. They quickly ran along the corridor. The hero frowned when his comrade reminded him that he thanked the man for the information and told him to shut up. Hanho drew the attention of his brothers to something ahead. The goblins were covered in slime, and he said that it was small. The skeleton struck. The system showed a message about receiving 140 gold for killing a small slime. Covering his nose, Hanho wondered that if they can dissolve metal, then what will happen if they touch skin? To which the hero replied that they cannot dissolve bones, which means that skeletons are their direct enemies. Slime flew in all directions. The guy pointed with a trembling hand, asking Sungwoo that enemies can do this too. The skeleton was absorbed by the boss monster, the ancient slime. The skeleton inside exploded. The system notified that his subordinates went to eternal death. Looking at the flowing slime, Sungwoo was surprised that they could not absorb them, but gnawed and tore them into pieces. Frowning, he also noted that due to the viscosity, the skeleton's attacks are useless, but even so, there is a way out. Bones were sticking out of the slime. The system reported the creation of a bone weapon. Several more skeletons headed towards the slime. The hero told the others to use the bones around and not to summon skeletons with them, but they could make weapons. Jissa pierced one of them. The girl threw it, telling the hero to catch it. He put out his hand and clenched his fist. The system reported the creation of a bone weapon. Slime appeared in his direction. The skeleton pushed him and Hanho away with a blow. The slime absorbed the skeleton. There was a glow inside, and the system notified that the subordinates were sent to eternal death. Sungwoo smiled, saying that it was in vain, because in his bag there were many bones that he could turn into weapons. A powerful explosion sounded in front of them. The skeleton rushed to attack. Hearing the command, the slime flew everywhere. It had to be cut until it stopped regenerating. The assistant rushed into battle. A message appeared saying that 2255 gold had been received for killing the ancient slime. Sungwoo moved his hand aside, telling him to put it in the empty bottles. He saw the slime on the floor, thinking that it was a strong enough substance that it might be useful. There was a small ball lying nearby. Sungwoo picked it up. The system showed that it was the core of a rare-level ancient slime. Its liquid could melt any material, or be used for something else. Hanho looked at the phone screen, asking the hero to look at the comment. He saw that many comments had been deleted by the author, not understanding why they were doing this. The hero brought his hand to his face, when his comrade pointed out that it was suspicious. Frowning, Sungwoo thought about how that group of people spent 1,000 gold to help others, but the comment was being deleted. Moving his hand away, he also thought that it was strange. The moon was shining brightly in the sky. Nearby, there was an entrance to an underground parking lot. Several people were standing near a car. One of them didn't understand why people killed monsters. He smiled, adding that for killing a normal person they give 500 gold, and for a player a whole 1,000. The second agreed, adding that it was very easy. Their comrade smiled ominously, hearing that it was much more fun. The others were sitting in the car. The driver looked at the passenger, asking who their boss was. The bald man put his hands on his head. He clenched his teeth, hearing about the famous killer. Sweat was pouring down his face. He remembered the man in the cloak. Then he clutched his wound. There was horror in his eyes. The man in the cloak took a step. He extended his hand, saying that since the world was mired in chaos, he realized that he needed help. Hanho looked at the hero when he called him. Sungwoo sheathed his sword, asking if he could kill a man. There were blood stains on the windows. The system notified him that he had become a member of the Vampire Rod faction and that his class had been changed to a lesser vampire. The boy was shaking with fear, not understanding why things had turned out this way, since they had only gone into the store to steal the necessary materials. The vampire extended his hands to him when he asked for help. The man in the cloak smiled, saying that he needed more blood. The monster rushed at the boy. The man watched what was happening, calling him his insatiable child. The vampire was reflected in his glasses, and he added that he should grow up well before their next meeting. Now Hyung froze in place. Another man looked at him in confusion, asking what was wrong with him. This one, having answered that everything was fine, asked how things were. The man showed his phone, saying that they were coming. Several messages were visible on the screen. The interlocutor said that there were 3 people with the unknown person number 157, and they were in the park. The foot pressed the pedal. The car pulled out of the parking lot, and they said that these were their 17th blood bags. Hyung smiled ominously, thinking about how there was open space near the houses, but somehow they were easy to lure there. People were looking out of the windows, and he thought about how the locals were afraid for their lives, and therefore would be quiet. There were many bodies in the back seats, as he thought about how they did not realize that when their blood bags ran out, their comrades would be next in line. The driver looked ahead, saying that their target was there. There were 3 in front of the car. The man looked at them defiantly, thought that this was fresh blood, and demanded to speed up. The car hit the cloaked figures. A skull flew in front of them. Bones rained down on the road. There was a powerful explosion as the bone weapon was created. There was a whistle as the brakes were applied. Hyung put his hand on his neck. Someone broke the glass next to him. The man was pulled out. He fell to the ground, asking what was going on. Someone picked up his phone, asking if he was KO 4884? Sungwoo pointed a dagger at him. He looked at the blade. There were several messages on the screen saying that the thread had been deleted by the author. The hero reasoned that he had made an assumption based on the deleted comments. Then he imagined people standing over the man, wondering what was the point of spending so much money on them, then deleting them, and maybe someone was trying to prevent something terrible. Hanho showed the vampire Jisoo when the hero was talking about how this was the only right decision. The car was badly damaged, and he said that they gave them bait, but he didn't think they would be so stupid as to run them over. Looking at the blade of the sword, Hyung asked what he even knew. Sungwoo responded by kicking him. The skeletons surrounded them. The hero looked at the man menacingly, asking how many there were and warned that if he did not answer, he would cut off his head. Blood was dripping from the vampire's mouth. Stretching out his hand, Hyung asked the guy if he had ever killed people and how dare he play with him like that. The small skeleton took out a sword. The man felt something. He opened his mouth wide and screamed. His comrade pursed his lips. Looking at him, Sungwoo answered that he was right, and even in such a world, he was not ready to kill a person. The skeleton raised an axe, and he added that his guys were different. Hyung fell to the ground. Frowning, the hero thought about the man passing out from the pain. He turned to his comrade. He saw the axe in front of him and heard that they could start by cutting off the leg. A wave appeared next to him as he said that there were 8 more people. Hyung held his head in his hand. Gritting her teeth, Jisoo was surprised that he killed his partner. The man's hand was dripping blood, now in the shape of a knife. He began to drink the blood of his dead partner. His shadow was visible on the ground, and he said that the smell and taste were incredible. Sungwoo opened his mouth wide and shouted that he was crazy. Hyung's eyes were shining brightly, and the system notified that his health was being restored and his stats were increasing due to consuming large amounts of blood. Introducing a man with a sword, he said that he used to be a ninja. Then he introduced a vampire, saying that when the boss bit him, everything changed, and now he is a lesser vampire. Blood was dripping down his hand, as he said that when you become a vampire, you cannot go beyond level 1, but that is not a problem. Hyung licked it, adding that if you drink the blood of people, not monsters, you can gain experience. A glow surrounded his body, and the system said that in rage mode, his stats are increasing. Surrounded by skeletons, the hero noted that there are classes more terrible than him. His comrades grabbed their weapons when he told them to hide behind him so that the enemy could not kill them all at once. Sungwoo's eyes began to glow brightly, and he ordered to attack. The skeletons rushed at the vampire. Nath quickly ran through them. Hyung quickly approached the hero. He grabbed the skull with his hand. With one movement, he managed to break it. With another blow, he destroyed another. Sungwoo was confused, feeling his gaze on himself. The skeletons were unable to reach him. The hand approached the hero, saying that he was the leader of these people. Sungwoo managed to dodge. Hyung felt something behind him. The swing of the blade left a bright light. He smiled, telling the girl that he thought she was just a simpleton, but she turned out to be like a lioness. Jisoo only gritted her teeth. The vampire rushed at her, saying that he would taste her blood first. Something was approaching him from behind. The man deflected the daggers with a wave of his hand. Hanho smiled, saying that he was forgotten in vain. He threw knives at him, using Gatling daggers. The vampire, looking annoyed, called the guy a worm. He rushed towards him. Hanho dodged the attack and was shocked that the enemy was very fast. The small skeleton pounced on the vampire. The swing of his sword left a mark. Now the vampire dodged the attack. Sungwoo appeared behind him, saying that he caught him. The monster turned around. His blow broke the shield in half. Hyung managed to dodge the hero's blade. The guy parried the attacks, and the vampire told him to get out of the way. Jisoo raised her sword above her head. Her blow left a trail of fire. Hyung rushed at her, saying that it was too obvious. The skeleton jumped away from her back. He managed to land a blow. Hyung grabbed his severed arm. Sungwoo pointed at him, ordering the others to attack. People appeared behind him. Hyung looked at them with a crazy look, saying that they were just in time. The people froze in place, not understanding what was wrong with him. At that moment, the vampire looked at his wound. The girl was next to him again. She managed to strike. The small skeleton also attacked him. Another was going to attack with an axe. But Hyung grabbed him. At that moment, blood flew out of his mouth. Piercing him with a sword, Sungwoo noted that his body's regeneration was truly impressive. Cutting off his head, he added that its regeneration was worth checking out. The body fell to the ground, and 1,000 gold was received for killing the player. The hero frowned, thinking about the gold for the player. The assistants who came were scared when the guy realized why they needed all this. His comrades saw the bodies in the car. The skeletons surrounded the bandits. Sungwoo approached them, asking if they were a level 8 group, and was told that they were. He glared at them menacingly, demanding that they put their weapons down. The man pursed his lips, hearing that otherwise he would kill everyone. The weapons fell to the ground. A wrecked car was nearby. Kneeling, the guy said that they did not know what happened to him, but simply promised to follow him, but did not expect that everything would turn out like this. Nearby, Hyung was lying defeated. The hero thought about the fact that some boss made this monster, and wondered if he was a human and what class he was. Imagining the map, he also thought that maybe he was a 5-star or even higher, but at least now it was clear that the strong were just playing with the rest. The man was scared, and when asked how many people they killed in total, he answered that it was somewhere around 22. Sungwoo's eyes lit up brightly. The skeletons raised their weapons above their heads, but they begged for mercy, because they were forced to. So the skeletons killed everyone, and the hero received gold for them. His comrades looked at him in confusion. He, standing with his back to them, wanted to answer that if he had not done this now. He imagined the bodies in the car, saying that they would definitely attack others again. Jisa, lowering her head, answered that she understood. There were several cars parked outside the house. The screen showed a message saying that 4,884 were murderers, and someone was surprised that in such a situation people would still kill each other. The sergeant was sitting on the bed, saying that even surviving together was difficult, and he no longer knew what would happen to this world. He noticed a message saying that 157 had just killed them all, and that he had skeletons. Kim remembered Sungwoo and his comrades, noting that they were amazing guys. A soldier ran up to him, saying that he had an urgent meeting. He left a message saying that they should be careful of the big wolves, telling the soldier that he was checking on their saviors. The sun was shining on the windows of a tall building. Someone was holding a phone in his hand, saying that it was an amazing performance. He put it down, adding that he was glad that such altruists remained in the world. He and several others were standing near the exit, and the unknown person offered to take up the task as well. There were several abandoned cars on the street. Hanho looked at his phone screen, saying that a new article had appeared. There was a message from the prosecutor on the screen saying that they could leave messages under his post. The guy noted that he didn't think that anyone would dare to spend 1,000 gold pieces for a good cause. The others also looked at their phone screens, noting that many were looking for their families in the comments, and also found information about wolves that can jump 2 stories high, thanks to the synergy effect. Hanho looked at Sungwoo with a sly smile, asking if he was offended that everyone who praised him so much now went to the comments under the prosecutor's post, but he replied that he didn't care. Clouds floated across the sky. The comrades stopped at the house, saying that they had arrived. The hero pointed at it, saying that this was Hanho's house. The guy clenched his teeth with worrying about his parents. Hanho raised his hand above the building, surrounded by his guys, and was told that he needed to calm down and not let his guard down. They started to climb the stairs with slight caution and saw the corpses of the orcs. Hanho immediately cringed and clenched his palms as he prayed and asked that he would be okay. He saw a door with the number 202 in front of him, which was cut. The guy immediately opened his mouth in rage and started screaming at his mother that he came and hoped that she was alive. Suddenly, the door immediately opened. His frightened mother and father appeared at the entrance. It was an abandoned and broken elevator near the stairs. The guy with an excited look held chopsticks gray and asked if they had chosen a card. Hanho shoved food into his mouth and looked at his parents, imagining the cards, and realized that his mother loved to play cards, but for some reason she refused, although his father said that he did not even have time to touch. There were a bunch of plates with food on the table, and the angry Hanho did not understand why Dad could not even be trusted with coins. The main character looked up in bewilderment. While Hanho was angry, he heard a question about how they were able to defend themselves from the orcs. 2 skeleton warriors looked back at the passage hallway seeing a corpse, and they noticed that all the other apartments in the building were completely destroyed, but for some reason they were bypassed. All the guys were sitting at the table, while the angry father explained that they used F-Killer. The guy's father with a city look recalled how he drove away the orcs with a spray can and ran away. Hanho immediately choked on a glass of water, because this was an original idea even for the protagonist. A pile of dishes was in the sink with water. Mom with a smiling look carried mugs of tea on a tray and thanked all the guys for bringing her prodigal son home, and could only offer green tea. Sungwoo held the tray with a smile, while Jisoo sat on her lap and exclaimed. Hanho looked at his sad mother, imagining him jumping in the air with daggers, and explained that he himself tried too and now he is a great dagger thrower, although he was not asked at all. There was a switch with a sensor on the wall, and they were told that the boiler was no longer working. There was only cold water, but they could rinse off and rest. The man on the street squeezed the handle and the room in the house lit up. They were villains in black suits and with malicious smiles. It was a bathroom with a shower head. Hanho and Sungwoo looked back in surprise at the girl who was drying her hair and said that she was done. This brunette stood in a red robe rubbing her short hair, thanking the family for lending her pajamas. Hanho and his mother looked sad, expressing condolences that it was a young fragile girl. She most likely had a hard time, but her son noted that she was 10 times stronger than him. Then the shower head drained the stream of water. The main character touched the switch. The soul realized that he had not washed in such peace for a long time. All wet Sungwoo sadly held his head and was glad that everything was okay with his friend's parents. Next to him, a friend was trying to wash a skeleton with a brush. I realized that it was lucky that orcs do not react to human smell, otherwise it would be difficult. He imagined how a bunch of bloodthirsty orcs with axes pounced on a person. The main character, with a sad look, thought that living with a family in such a world is very cool. While he was drying himself with a towel, the skeleton was going to wash Hanho. There was also a washing machine in the bathroom. The protagonist wiped his blade, sitting on the bed. Jisoo squinted intently at the katana. All the guys were sitting on the floor of the room and discussing whether it was worth staying there at all. The team leader tensely put the blade in its case and explained that they needed to move towards the goal. He imagined how mutant orcs roamed the city at night and patrolled the streets, and if they noticed them, they could come and attack in a group. Hanho, shocked, pointed to his phone and asked his friend to look there, but he only noted that even in this world, he was addicted to social networks. Brown-haired looked at his phone in amazement and said that it did not matter since the prosecutor of Yeongdunpo wrote a new post. There was a post on the phone with an appeal that everyone was invited to a safe zone, and at the time of writing the post there were many speculators, but in their group there was a person who was able to protect them. Jisoo stared at the phone with an intent gaze and tried to understand whether they could be trusted now, although for Grisha this prosecutor seemed good. Sungwoo grabbed the phone and with a dumbfounded look, realized why they wrote that post yesterday. The guys were sitting on the floor of the room and looking at their phones. The protagonist with a wary look imagined a huge building and explained that maybe this reformer really has the ability to protect his territory, since they did not know how many classes existed. In the dark space, there was that message from the prosecutor, and it seemed to him that spending 1,000 gold for the sake of others was a stupid decision, and they would not do such a thing. Hanho and Jisoo stared at their phones and wanted to see the answers. They saw messages from various people that they decided to trust them and come to the zone. The brunette sat on her knees and looked at the phone with displeasure, explaining that there were a lot of comments, and Hanho added that they were all positive. Sungwoo crossed his legs and with a tense look imagined various people in the army, realizing that they were trying to create a good image of themselves in advance, a strong leader, a safe place, mutual assistance in order to increase their strength. The brunette tensed up with an astonished look and realized that this company probably quietly earned gold and elixirs. Hanho held the skeleton's head with a terrifying look and realized that it meant that no one was willing to help others for free. The team leader covered his face with his hand and imagined how they were going to this place, assuming that this was only his opinion, and especially since this prosecutor was very far away and there was no point in it. Hanho sweatily looked at his phone and imagined a shining old man who could also imagine a safe place for them. Then the guy pointed at the glowing phone with an astonished look and suggested another option. His phone had a message from Chief Gu, who was also a reformer and could provide a safe place for a fee. The protagonist looked at his phone with a puzzled look and realized that he didn't want to pay that much, but he was interested in what these safe zones were and realized that this place was the closest for them, since it only took about 20 minutes to get there by bus. The protagonist put his hand on his belt and with an admiring look suggested going there, which made Hanho run to ask his parents for permission. A bright light enveloped the clouds. The guys were already ready in their uniforms and weapons. The protagonist glanced at his friend's dressed parents and apologized for having to go together. The father and mother looked at the leader with a smile and said that if their son was still thanks to him, then they would go too, and especially since there were not only orcs in their area, but also thieves. The protagonist looked around with the guys in surprise, hearing about the thieves. The friend's father immediately became embittered and narrowed his eyes, explaining that they were high school students who were robbing all the survivors. Sungwoo stood with his back to the guys, scratching the back of his head, and sighed heavily, realizing that even such kids who continue to do their dirty deeds. Suddenly, the sound of a passing motorcycle wheel was heard. It was a group of bandits on motorcycles. The motorcycle wheel stopped right in front of the guys. It was a blonde guy in a suit with a girl who greeted the guys maliciously. The main character's company immediately wilted and was upset by such a statement. Pancakes with narrow eyes pointed his finger and said that they heard how they laughed last night and need to share their joys with others. Then someone took out a baton and explained that they have a lot of weapons and workers on the team. The main character slightly frowned through his bangs, hearing about the workers. In the dark space, flaming silhouettes of skulls appeared. The girl sitting behind the blonde was chewing gum and looked back, saying that they needed to take everything. Suddenly, they turned around and quickly started to drive away as a group. The main character's team watched as the motorcyclists drove away along an empty street. The guys began to look around in bewilderment, did not understand what had happened. Suddenly, a monster with claws began to run along the road, and they heard someone approaching. Cars flew apart with flashes of light. Sungwoo looked angrily at the scene with the frightened guys. They saw the angry face of a wolf. A pack of black wolves stopped right in front of the team. This group wolf, as it began to gradually approach the main character and the team, who noticed that they were not attacking yet, and it was necessary to move very slowly, since animals have an instinct to hunt prey. They were bloodthirsty wolves with sharp fangs, and the guys understood that it was dangerous to fight the beast hand to hand, because their fangs were sharp, their claws were definitely more powerful than their weapons, and their bodies were more balanced, unlike them, parallel to the ground. Sunwoo looked back angrily at his girlfriend and his friend's father. He imagined how this bloodthirsty wolf pounced on one mutant and realized that if they fell, it would take time to get up and stand steadily. If they attacked them at such a moment, it would be the last. They entered the building, were going to close the doors, while Hanho asked if it would be safe inside, but it was not. The guy in the helmet looked at the puzzled leader with fury and tried to understand what they would do because with their strength, they could easily attack them. This bloodthirsty wolf ran straight to the entrance. He tried to break through the door with his muzzle. Suddenly a bottle of green liquid flew onto his face. The protagonist threw the bottle away with a malicious look, and the guys realized that he had used the liquid with mucus. This wolf opened its mouth wide and began to growl in pain. The protagonist turned around and immediately rushed to run away. A bunch of different spears of daggers flew straight at the wolves with green liquid. It was a skeleton warrior in armor, because they realized that there were several ways for bipeds to defeat wolves and you need to throw spears. This forest beast began to run back. The protagonist ran to attack with his skeletons ordered him to run. The skeleton warrior immediately flew air straight into the monster's mouth. He dealt a crushing blow to his face. The wolf angrily looked through a green cloud of smoke. Sunwoo held another bottle in his hand with a malicious smile and asked the wolves if they hadn't been taught not to take food from strangers and explained that there was slime inside. At that moment, a skeleton flew from the balcony straight at the hunted wolf. This skeleton stabbed the wolf right in the dagger, and 240 gold was received for killing it. Then this warrior looked at another growling wolf. Several skeletons immediately tried to pounce on the surviving monster. They pierced its body with spears and the leader's level was increased. Jisoo stomped her foot and again received 240 gold for the kill. The brunette watched as the girl with a sad look tried to pull out her katana and explained that they were of no use at all, but he reassured her that they were just difficult opponents. The girl raised her eyebrows and looked down intently as Sunwoo realized that her class was a tiger hunter, and the more she developed physically, the more she would advance. He then noticed how the parents tried to hug their frightened son and tried to understand if he had stopped even more. Sunwoo reached out to the wolf's corpse and was told that the dead did not answer his call because his level was too low. It was already getting light over the empty city at night. They realized that it was time to go, since you never know who else was hanging around. Orange clouds enveloped the dawn. A huge growling mouth of a monster appeared. Pterodactyls tried to surround the flying helicopter. The sergeant furiously shouted at the pilot that they needed to fly faster, otherwise at this rate they would just sit, although this was the maximum speed. This military man was angrily shouting in the helicopter cabin that their Sergeant Kim had let them down because he hadn't reported that pterosaurs lived here and maybe he shouldn't have ignored him all the time. He twisted his face in horror and bared his teeth, realizing that such scary people as that prosecutor hadn't gained strength. They needed to save people, but it was very difficult with such monsters. Right in front of the helicopter, a huge face of the local boss dragon wyvern alpha male appeared. This huge flying dragon pounced on the helicopter. The helicopter debris began to fall down. When the transport fell, there was a powerful explosion. This monster rose up in its mouth and began to roar. They were flying over the city, which was all ablaze. The main character and the guys were looking out the window, into the sky at what was happening. Sunwoo angrily peered into the sky with the guys, realized that the military helicopter was dead and didn't think that they had everything so out of control. This local boss was lying on the roof of the building. The protagonist drew the attention of his friend's frightened parents, who assumed that the safe zone had fallen asleep, although it was very close. The brunette looked at his parents with slight caution and explained that it was better not to interfere, because this monster would go away on its own in time, and they would rest for now. It was deep night with a moon and the monsters were sleeping on the roofs. The main character's team wrapped themselves in sheets and tried not to freeze at night. Sunwoo sat with a dark look above the dark space. Suddenly, a message appeared about which class would be best suited for survival in the destroyed world and offered to choose right now. Hanho shouted from afar to his parents to learn from his mistakes and choose a class with a bunch of stars, and his father said that he had been waiting for this chance for 20 years and was not going to blow it. The main character looked around in surprise, seeing the cards when he was asked to choose an additional class card. The system said that there were 15 seconds left. The main character looked intently to the side and realized that this additional card could be related to the existing class. He looked up at the shining card that was about to disappear. He saw a robber card with 2 stars and assumed that there were other people who took these cards. Various cards were spinning in front of all the guys. He realized that this was some kind of battle and as many stars as possible were needed. He looked intently to the side and realized that he needed to pull himself together, because it was still unknown whether the number of stars really affected anything. His eye caught on one card and he realized that he needed to find the most effective class that could develop the Necromancer's skills. He immediately reached out his hand to the disappearing card. He immediately inflamed the space in the form of a bearded monster and chose an additional card of a black mage. Sungwoo held the window, the system in his hands, and understood that the death aura is a skill for the undead and a debuff for enemies, and this is not bad. The protagonist looked at his friend who was dejected, who was about to take the card with 4 stars that he wanted, but he got a priest with 1. He immediately started crying and the skeleton was about to pat him on the back and calm him down, because the guy realized that the new ability only gives protection for 10 seconds after killing an enemy. He looked around with tears in his eyes, trying to understand what the others got. The father with a proud smile introduced a lumberjack with 3 stars and dreamed that he chose a class that creates safe places. The main character looked at the shining light and realized that now they don't even have to go to Suwon. It was an empty dark street with broken cars. A bunch of hands stretched into space from Hanho's father, and he drew their attention. The guy with a pitiful look looked at his mother and asked about her choice, while his father twirled his hands and said that he should have learned to do this a long time ago. She proudly beat her chest and said that she chose the cook card, but she was told that she should have chosen a card that could be used for battle. Sungwoo looked at Jisoo, while the skeletons looked sadly at the crying parents who did not want to participate in the battle at all, and thought that they raised such an ungrateful son. The huntress stared at the card and said that she had chosen a 3-star hitman, and he had a passive ability that would activate in a dangerous fight. The protagonist held his chin in confusion, noting this special feeling, and she realized that he was strong enough. The protagonist continued to be puzzled, looking up, and the girl realized that he effectively used each person in the team and was good at planning and had a clear mind, because no matter how hard she tried, she could not become like him, but she did not want to stay in one place. She lowered her head and clenched her fist, realizing that if she could not be like him, then she needed to find her own way to become stronger both mentally and physically. The protagonist extended his hand towards his father and asked him to explain his skills in more detail, but he wanted to show them. A card with information about a skill called Creating a Pioneer Camp, the very safe zone where he could avoid monster attacks, came out. The protagonist slightly raised his eyebrows and wondered how hard it would be to create a safe zone right now, and being like a guild that only works to mine gold was also stupid. The protagonist immediately exclaimed with a smile, raising his hand, and explained that they would only use his skill in dangerous situations, and in the meantime, they should look for a place where they could set up a safe zone. Hanho's eyes widened in surprise, looking at the leader, asking him if they would have to go to Suwon, which was completely unnecessary. He walked over to the rack with phones, put his hands up and stated that the leader of the group would use his influence on everyone else, and he did not want to fight them too. He imagined that same huge dragon and realized that it was moving and, apparently, rested and ready to fly further. These dragons soared into the night sky. The protagonist maliciously looked at his friend looking at his phone and asked him to look in the community for the location of the store. He saw 24,560 gold coins in the inventory window, realizing that he needed to use the gold coins and become stronger, but no one knew who else they would meet on their way. The guy in the helmet grabbed his head in surprise and realized that there was nothing nearby. Then the guys all immediately got excited and grabbed their blades. Those same motorcyclists, bandits, were already riding to this place. Hanho stood behind the leader and, with bulging eyes, noticed that these were the same guys they met yesterday and wanted to ask them. The main character smiled maliciously at his friend and explained that these people were robbing civilians, and this means they should know where the nearest store is where they can use the stolen gold. It was a huge black building. A group of bandits walked inside the building behind their leader, who angrily shouted that they had lost a lot of time because of the dragons and did not understand how many hours they had been sitting in that butcher shop, but they had still gotten some meat. Taesung looked back with displeasure at his smiling friend, who asked him to spin the silver roulette, but he explained that he needed to collect a little more. The leader narrowed his eyes maliciously and clenched his fist, explaining that last time he got a stupid survival package, so he hoped that this time he would get something cooler. Taesung proudly spread his arms to the side and declared that they had arrived and realized that they had probably been counted among the dead. He watched the empty parking lot, shrouded in fog, and did not understand why it was so quiet. The brunette stood behind the disgruntled leader in fear and tried to call out to him. They began to walk one after another. The fighter timidly reached for the door handle. There were guys there, completely dejected and tired. Taesung looked at these guys with incomprehension and did not understand what happened to them. Taesung and his company looked at the trembling and bared-teeth comrade, who dreamed that the man came, and Eugene did not have enough money. The leader of the bandits began to walk forward in anger and tried to understand what they did to his girlfriend. He saw in the distance that same girl in a white mask who tried to shut him up. He frowned in horror, opening his mouth, seeing the appearance of the girl. She narrowed her eyes from behind the hood and bared her fangs to explain that he should shut up, since she felt hungry because of the human smell. She immediately threw herself into his arms, while another man in boots noted that it was sickening. The bandit sat there, folding his arms and legs, and turned to Taesung, explain why he killed a close guy. Taesung widened his eyes and remembered that young guy who had always been too kind and righteous for a gang leader. He remembered how his bloody fist clenched while looking at the corpse, and he was asked again why he killed that man. The guy in the black suit stood in front of the table and explained that the man had attacked them and he had no choice. The guy in the cap said that this time he would have to kill Eugene. The man immediately lit up red and was about to get up, explaining that he had already said that they could not hold back and that they constantly needed to drink blood and did not understand why no one was listening to him. Taesung spat angrily and wondered why a vampire needed to kill so many people. The man looked furiously from under the cap and asked him to repeat the words. He stretched his hand with claws at the group of vampires and stated that they should be grateful that their boss took them into their common business. I asked them again, how long could they really live without their protection? Taesung angrily turned around and explained that they should be left alone, and they will figure it out themselves. He slightly folded his hand, seeing the sullen look of the guy, and stated that the answer was wrong. He smiled bloodthirstily with red eyes and explained that without their protection, they will kill them first. The guy's legs immediately trembled and shook. The man in the jacket grabbed the young guy by the head and said that they need to find 10,000 gold in 2 days or the next one will be his neck. Suddenly, this vampire in a cap looked to the side, hearing an extraneous noise. The main character with a mountainous look came in there, and his team said that it was somehow rude to treat guests like that. This vampire looked at them with disdain through his cap and did not understand what these guests wanted here. Sungwoo pulled out the tip of his blade and asked them to give him everything. He pulled out his sharp blade with a proud look and said that they needed to take everything and they obviously did not expect that someone else could rob them. This vampire began to show his teeth furiously, and Taesung was perplexed, saying that these were not guests at all, but some kind of psychos and now there would be rivers of blood. He continued to show his sharp teeth. The protagonist pulled the blade towards the vampire in the jacket and realized that it was the boss of the building. This vampire began to transform, stretching out his hands with claws. Then this vampire rushed from the spot to attack the main character. At the same moment, the vampire was shocked when the hands of the skeletons reached out to him. They immediately grabbed his hands on both sides. Taesung, in shock, fell to the ground, looking at what was happening. The guy began to walk forward anxiously. The vampire received a powerful light blow to the chest. Drops of his blood fell right in front of the surprised Taesung. The protagonist coldly pulled his hand with a dagger and wounded the enemy, who realized that he could resurrect skeletons. The skeletons lifted the body of the bloody vampire. The main character pulled the dagger and cut everything until it bled. He stuck the blade into the vampire's neck and told him not to move or else he would cut off his head. Sungwoo looked at the enemy furiously and sullenly and asked if he was the main vampire here. The blade continued to pierce the neck of the vampire, who sighed heavily. Then he pulled out the skeleton's hands with a sharp movement and tried to free himself. He immediately bent the dagger in half with his own hands. Then the vampire bloodthirstily tried to pounce on Sungwoo. Behind the protagonist, 2 bright flashes emitted. This vampire began to receive numerous blows with daggers. Hanho casually threw daggers from afar and repeated the command. Jisoo quickly darted behind the vampire and cut off his hand. This monster looked at his bloody hand and screamed. He raised his hand, which was burning with fire, and thanks to the effect of the kindling stone, he had access to regeneration. Regina with a fireball flew to finish off the vampire. She dealt him a fiery blow, but the monster managed to return. Then, with a quick movement, she ducked over the flaming attack of the monster. She tightly squeezed the handle of the blade. She cut off his hand again a moment later. The bloodthirsty monster growled and reached out with his hand. The girl managed to fight off numerous blows of the vampire. Then he grabbed the tip of the hunter's katana. This vampire took the tip of the blade and glowed. Jisoo managed to duck from the flying beam of light, using a special sense. Then the vampire was hit from behind. 2 huge skeletons were swinging their fists, and a message popped up saying that the aura of the dead made his opponent freeze in fear, so the opponent was getting weaker because of the subordinates. Sungwoo watched as his 2 skeletons tried to hit the vampire from all sides, and he realized that they could have handled the vampires before, but now the ability was doing everything for them. This vampire was all beaten up and dragging his face as he became weaker. He lowered his head, covered in blood, looking at the huge skeleton hybrid. The wounded vampire was crawling furiously on the ground and did not understand what they wanted when they hinted at negotiating. The protagonist roughly raised his hand standing in front of the skeletons, and the vampire understood that he could summon the skeletons, although he was physically weak, but he could kill him for a blow. The vampire, all beaten up and bruised, smiled and was going to pretend to negotiate, and when he got closer, he would strike. The skeleton immediately pierced the vampire's body. A powerful explosion occurred. The protagonist lowered his spear when the vampire was emitting smoke, and told him that he had the body of a monster, so he would be able to talk even in this state. Sungwoo, in the company of skeletons and a spear, proudly declared that if he could not talk like that, he would definitely help him, because he had many spears. Taesung was hiding behind the table at that moment, and was surprised at the strength of the enemy leader. The vampire was screaming through sharp teeth that they shouldn't think that he was stronger than all of them if he caught one. Bone spears were flying straight into the body of the enraged vampire, who explained that today his boss's plan would be executed and small fry like them would all die. Sungwoo looked furiously through his thick bangs and asked Jisoo to finish him off. The girl coolly swelled the vampire's head with a light blade and received 322 gold for the kill. This severed head flew straight to Taesung. He immediately began kicking the head with tears in his eyes and begged for help as this vampire had nothing to do with them. The blonde looked furiously from under his brows at the leader who had called out to him. The main character with a malicious squint extended his hand and explained that he asked to give them everything they had stolen. The weather was clear above the building. The guys shook hands and passed gold coins. The main character looked with a smile at the handshake of the bandits and the team, who noticed that they had few coins and there was little to take from them. The girl looked at the closed corpse of the vampire and tried to understand what boss they were talking about. The main character looked at the bandits' downcast faces and explained that he did not know this, but apparently they were gathering strength and for this they were taking money from everyone. The girl looked away with slight caution and noticed that Sungwoo dealt with the vampire too quickly, although it was difficult to imagine that such people exist. She imagined the evilly smiling vampires at sunset, and she had a feeling that it was not they who adapted to the world, but the other way around. She imagined a smiling vampire in a cap and realized that they have a hierarchy, a top and a bottom, and there must be some restrictions, but vampires can spread like a virus. Hanho looked sadly out the system window while Jisoo was wondering if they had the right to just turn a blind eye to them in order to kill one. There had to be at least 3 of them. They imagined a bunch of vampires trying to pounce on them from all sides, and they were trying to figure out how to kill them all if they attacked in a group, which they probably would, since they wanted to avenge their own. The team leader looked in amazement as Taesung whispered to his bandits that they should behave normally. Tsung smiled and stretched his arms out to the side and said that he would take them to the store. Suddenly, a red notification popped up and all the guys got excited, as they were told what would happen to the players who didn't choose a map in the second selection. Hanho looked in amazement at the yellow system window and tried to understand what was happening with Sungwoo. The main character was looking angrily out the system window, and he didn't like it. Taesung looked at his partner, who was holding his head convulsively. He immediately grabbed his hand and shouted that he hadn't chosen a card again. The guy was furiously waving his fists and saying that he didn't like it, because there was a stupid system. This guy was pointing his finger at Taesung, who simply didn't understand why this was happening. A message that they had gotten the right answer. The red window of the system said that if they didn't want to become players, they could become monsters. Suddenly, this guy began to transform into a werewolf vampire. Sungwoo looked in horror at the transformation of a man into a monster, and realized that this was an unshakable force. If the monster completely transformed, then they would not win. He sweatily looked through his bangs and realized that the transformation did not happen immediately, and this was good. He immediately shouted in his team that they needed to attack the monster. The skeleton warriors immediately tried to pounce on this werewolf. People are standing together with the undead. The uncle looks away and asks if Hanho and the guys have been there for a long time. The other one is interested in whether it was necessary to go there at all. The fat man stomps and says that of course it is necessary and he should think about the others, because these bastards probably killed other people. The frightened guy hopes that they will be able to deal with no casualties. Fierce werewolves fight the undead. The guy clenches his teeth and mentally apologizes, thinking that there is no other way out. The monsters are furiously beating each other. He sees his assistant with a sword and thinks how he can destroy a skeleton with such a strong body in one blow. The undead furiously inflict a series of blows. The system windows say that gold has been received for killing werewolves and the level has been increased to 8th. The main character looks at the corpses of the monsters in amazement. He thinks if they really pay 3,000 for one. The discouraged protagonist realizes that even for the direwolves they gave only 240, and how strong he could have become, and they barely escaped terrible danger. He holds a glowing card. The window says that as a reward for gaining a new level, he chose a characteristic card and agility increased by 3 points. Jisoo stands next to the protagonist who says that he got a random card, but the bonus is good. She notes that since he needs to control skeletons, then agility is just what will come in handy. Hanho in a helmet loudly asks that they will have to continue to fight with such, and why the difficulty level has suddenly increased. The guy says in a calm voice that there is a way out, realizing that it is necessary to increase the team. The protagonist turns around, realizing that he did not use human corpses for their plan so as not to create a bad image for himself among the survivors. But now the situation has changed. Monsters with glowing eyes look. He understands that there are people who never chose a class card and there will be situations when they will have to fight a group of people who turn into monsters. The undead are burning with a bright flame. He is thinking about staying alive. He must go beyond the limits. The system windows say that the dead are now obeying him. The protagonist sees them and declares that they can now fight the army of vampires. The blonde is standing nearby. The protagonist calls Minsik. The guy frowns and asks where the store is. A parking lot is visible. He says that he never managed to say that the store is in a used car dealership. Vampires are holding a hostage. He explains that there are terrible people there. They only took gold from them. But they obey vampires and mock others. He asks to take him there. A used car sign is visible. The protagonist, along with his friends and the undead, moves forward. The guy looks back and says that they are moving quite quietly. But there is no one there, and the atmosphere as a whole is quite strange. Suddenly, the car flies through the fence. The protagonist raises his hand and orders to stop and watch. The werewolf fiercely fights against the vampire. He screams about a mad bear. He strikes with his claws, but he dodges. The chain flies towards him. It hits the vampire in the face with all its might. He flies straight into a parked car. A chain is visible on the bear's paw. The protagonist is surprised to think that he was chained. The ferocious beast turns away from the killed vampire. The protagonist thinks if he really could kill all the bloodsuckers alone. The beast is shown with a sign on its head. The guy understands that he was kidnapped by a man, and because of the chain he could not choose the cards and became a monster. He gets up and breathes. The protagonist thinks that it is surprising that they were killed by the one they kidnapped, because retribution always comes. Suddenly the vampire rushes at the beast with insults, asking how dare he behave like this. He gets hit in the face and growls furiously. He delivers a powerful blow with his mighty paw. The shocked protagonist understands that it will happen right now. A beaten bear stands opposite a wounded vampire. The protagonist assumes that if everything works out, he will get rid of both at once. The beast with large fangs roars loudly. The bloodsucker screams at him furiously. He rushes at the enemy, screaming die. Suddenly, the undead appear behind the vampire. The surprised bear sees how the skeleton kills the bloodsucker. The beast grabs them with its paws. The protagonist with a serious look realizes that he was wrong. The undead grabs his head. The protagonist says that wolves are not like bears. A ferocious skeleton deals a powerful blow. The hero says that they know how to hunt properly. He cuts the beast. Blood runs in different directions. Sunwoo says that he will have a new friend. The system window says that gold was received for killing a werewolf bear. A huge carcass falls in front of the protagonist. The protagonist turns around to the undead and says that in order to summon a new one, you will need to free up space. The huge bear turned into a skeleton. The notification says that the dead obey him. He notices that the beast is simply huge and thought that they have a size limit. Hanho sees a bus and says that the car seemed to be from the university, and it seemed like Jeongse left on it. Jisoo stands next to his friend and says that this is true. MC assumes that a vampire attacked him. He remembers the guy and realizes that he was going to take everyone to the military base, and if they infected so many people, then they have more opponents than they thought. The guy turns to Minsik and asks where the store is, while he understands that there is no point in deliberately going into the mouth of danger. The guy sees the girl fighting back and shouting to Yujin that they should go there. She has long nails visible. He turns to her again. The evil monster turns around and laughing says that now it is clear what her name is, noting that he does not need to worry because all children are important to him. The guy looks forward in shock, hearing that he was wondering who is killing children, and he sees that he is special. The protagonist stands with the undead thinking that they have possessed her, and have really come to the smell of death from his minions. He says that he thought that the top behaves more quietly, but he is very talkative. The monster with a red mark on his forehead says that he often has to explain to stupid people, and that is why he is called a professor. He stands with his back to Minsik and says that he is probably not very interested. The monster, wrinkling his lips, declares to the little bugs that their end has come. The surprised protagonist sees an enemy in front of him. A red message says that a lower class curse has been cast on him and holy water will be needed for analysis and neutralization. The hero opened his mouth wide and screamed, "Let him die, let him perish, he is finished, he will devour him alive. Let him just wait, his end will come soon." Bloody glare appeared. The guy clenched his teeth and hit the enemy. After which he clenched his fist and said, "There is no need to listen to him." And the young man looked at him and asked, "Is he really a human?" The protagonist looked at his hand and thought, the red mark is probably because of the curse. But why does he not feel any changes? A boy came up to him, extended his hand and said, "Dear brother," bad energy emanates from him, and he asked, "Did he receive a priest's card, right?" Throwing away the hat, the blonde took the hero's hand. When Sunwoo thought, if the whole country depended on him, they would have already come to an end, and he answered, he felt the disrespect coming from him. Suddenly a notification came that he had opened the exclusive skill of the Vampire Lord, the Pursuit of Blood. His location will be shown every 12 hours. It is impossible to remove the spell due to low holy power. Then the current situation activated an additional task. It was called No Country for the Wicked. His goal was to destroy the killer who was following him and receive 30,000 gold as a reward, after which the protagonist said, "Well, all his worries have disappeared. We need to attack before he gets stronger." The brunette took a step forward and said to Hanho, "He still did not say where the store is," to which he replied, "Ah." The protagonist came even closer and added, "But now another thing is more important. where the vampire's lair is located. A notification appeared on the computer. Welcome to the D-Class store. The girl looked at the task and said, oh, this time not a roulette, and the boy asked, you need to choose a ball. The three were standing at the monitor when Sungwoo leaned over and said that he would try first and received 1 ticket of any class. He opened his eyes wide and thought he had a reward for killing 100 monsters, and the platinum level now costs 100,000 gold. It is 10 times more expensive than then. Then he took the mouse in his hand and added, it is better to take several tickets. Suddenly the price increases by 10 every time, and right now the gold class is enough for survival. On the screen you shown and an offer to add a ball. When the guy thought, oh, it feels like the creator of the game sold his soul to the devil. The man took the ball in his hand and thought, but if you remember this item, it is best to choose the first option. A message came that he added 1 prize ball. When the hero screamed, it began, damn, Sungwoo, suddenly the result will be terrible. A paper appeared in front of the young man when it was said that he took first place, and received a coupon for purchasing a legendary master class skill as a reward. Also information about the skill was displayed. It was called the Lagoon of Freedom, class construction, classification active. The two opened their eyes wide when the protagonist turned his head and said, it seems he was lucky again. What are they? Suddenly there was a cry for Sungwoo to move away. He also wants to try, and the girl added, and she. Stars lit up above. The brunette put his hand out and used the summon. The protagonist clenched his fist and thought, great. Although the number of summons is limited, it is nice to have an infinite inventory. Movement, shelter and meeting with survivors also expand the range of shelter. Then he turned around and asked if they also got something cool. One of the heroes got a B-class survival package, bandages, medicine, ropes, a flashlight, a common item protective chest plate. The protagonist turned around and asked, well, they are moving out, to which the kid replied that next time he will be the first to play. Red lights illuminated the building when someone shouted that they should not even dream of being saved. The man hit his stick and thought, since when did everything go wrong? Suddenly someone shouted, all the survivors, in the car, and the young man thought, he thought it would be okay. He narrowed his eyes and continued his thought, was it really better to stay with him? Yes, it would have been much better. Remembering the past, he thought that their hope for the military base was destroyed. When they arrived, they only found the base destroyed by monsters. Explosions were happening in the building. The man approached Jiangsu and asked what to do now. He said, they will be saved, but there is nothing here. The people were panicking and screaming, they are all finished, when he added, if the military base is in this state, what to do now? The brunette grimaced when they asked him to tell them, and he thought, damn, he was just driving a bus, why are they all putting so much pressure on him? Suddenly, someone from the crowd showed a phone and told him to watch. The brown-eyed man picked up the phone and asked, safe zone, and someone shouted, yes, let's go. People got on the bus and asked Jiangsu what to do, let him tell them where they were going. The guy tensed up and thought, so far they had managed to get around all the monsters. These people were ready to follow him to the end, they trusted him. Then he shouted loudly, they were leaving, guys, and thought that this decision was their end, they had to be more vigilant. He frowned and continued his thought, because they were waiting here. The hero lowered his head and added, monsters under human masks. Someone kicked him in the back and shouted, faster, idiot. The monster smiled and asked, are you tired or something? Does not want to work, let him say and become their food. The beast turned and said, the slaves are starting to get tired, isn't it time to find a replacement? To which he replied, right, not everyone will like how quickly they advance through the levels. The boy looked at them in fear as they spoke, they can hunt, steal other people's gold, and kill those who can't work anymore, their economy is amazing, yeah? The driver looked at the monsters and thought, damn, there's no hope, they'll kill him and everyone else. The people were standing in a bunch when one of them shouted to move faster, and the second added, all the slow ones for food. A spark occurred between the heroes when the guy squinted and asked why he stopped. An unknown person appeared in front. Suddenly, he held his sword in front of him. The blonde looked at him and asked what it was, and the second added, a skeleton, looks like a goblin. When the boy opened his eyes wide and thought, that's it. The villain smiled and said, apparently a new type of monster. There was a bright flash. The brunette made a dash and shouted, let him die. The heroes collided. After which the monsters flew apart. One of them lay in blood and asked what the hell. There were more creatures. They began to attack. The boy smiled widely and shouted, Sungwoo. The man stepped forward and said Jiangsu. He had wished them good luck before leaving. Then he smiled and added, he sees, his words had no effect. The brown-eyed man gritted his teeth and thought, he looks stronger than before, they are both students. But how can the difference between them be so big? The monster stood up and shouted, they will all die. The creature's hand grabbed his bone. Then it threw him aside. The boys opened their mouths wide. The hero bent his finger and said, they look like people, but inside they are monsters, well. Suddenly he put his hand out and added, so there is no point in saving them. It was dark outside. The boy opened his eyes wide and thought, she is much stronger. He looked at the heroine and added, "What did he think? Sung-woo and Jisoo are good." The blonde grabbed the monster when the hero continued his thought, "But Hanho, he has leveled up since then." The two grabbed the opponent when he screamed for salvation, "He will tell everything." The protagonist pointed his finger back and asked how many people are in the plant. Let him name all the vampires including, and their levels. The red-eyed frowned and answered, "There is a vampire leader, he is on the 5th level, 12 players, the strongest has the 4th. The protagonist looked away and said that he is very honest, and he thought to himself, although he was not going to save him. The monster smiled sarcastically and asked, "Wants to know if they have security here," as he said, his life. Suddenly the guy hit him with a spear when someone shouted, "Jeongsu." Standing in the darkness, the young man answered that he himself knows what is happening at the plant. The drops hung in the air when he added that he couldn't be left alive, he killed all their friends. The brunette cried bitterly and said that even if they were stupid and fearful, they didn't deserve such a death. Remembering his friends, he said that they wanted to do so much together. The man put his hand on his shoulder and told him not to blame himself for what happened, he needed to cope with it and survive. The green-eyed man looked away and added that there was a reason they were acting like this now, they were probably hiding among ordinary people. The vampires were crawling on the ground when he said that no matter how desperate the situation was, not everyone made such a choice, adaptation and liberation were different things. The people stood in a heap when the guy added that even if this world had gone to hell, they needed to kill all the psychos. It was dark outside the windows. The heroes were standing when someone shouted, "Captain." There were 3 people standing behind the man when he raised his hand. The director narrowed his eyes when he asked him what he thought. People were standing behind bars when he added that he ordered to collect people, but how many more are needed? Toothy smiled and answered, "People, they are just lunch, they are easier to catch than a monster, and they are tastier, they generally care about their evolution with them." The glasses glowed when the hero added, "He has a great philosophy, they need to become the strongest species on Earth." The man smiled and shouted that he also wants to be a captain, to which the main one replied, "Let him work hard and he will." Killing someone, the man said that the director found him in an abandoned factory and made him his subordinate, he will change his life too. Red-eyed was surprised when someone added, "Yes, he will change, turning him into a monster." Someone's silhouette was visible at the entrance when the director asked who was there. The protagonist looked askance and asked, "Evolution, funny, he justifies the fact that they stopped being people like that." The heroes began to jump. They surrounded the guy and asked who he was, let him answer. The boys stood behind the bars and started shouting, "It's him, yes, from the university. Who is it?" He saved them all then. The vampire opened his mouth wide and shouted to shut the idiots. He turned his head and added, "Food was not allowed to speak." The brunette narrowed his eyes and asked, "Did not their boss tell them who he was?" The 3 stood at attention and started asking, "Was it he who killed Mr. Park, Mr. Someone fell, when the hero grinned and answered, "Are they seriously engaged in business or something, cretins?" The director frowned and said, "He's crazy, since he decided to come here alone, what's going on in his head?" And he asked, "In his head?" The guy's eyes lit up when he added, "His abilities." The man went wild and shouted, "What kind of dark energy is this?" The status window said that a great aura was imposed on the selected territory. The force enveloped the opponents when they shouted, What's going on?" Everything was burning around. The protagonist used a great aura. The 3 opened their eyes wide when it was said that they were cursed with death, all attributes are reduced, when they asked in fear what kind of monsters they were. The monsters began to attack when one of the vampires shouted to defend themselves and not to surrender. The red-eyed man spread his arms and said that everyone should gather now, come to their senses, they just need to kill him. The status window said that the undead obeyed him. The monsters did not surrender when someone shouted that they were surviving. The monsters surrounded the director when he shouted, "What the hell?" Then he struck. Looking at Sung-woo, the man said, "You just need to kill him." Suddenly, shards hit his eyes. The youth leaned out of the window and shouted, "Good thing there was a hole here," and the red-eyed man screamed, "Ah," his face. After which someone struck his ear. The students watched in surprise. A girl appeared who told Sung-woo that she had freed the prisoners. Suddenly a bus crashed into the building. The guy sitting behind the wheel shouted, "Hurry up, let them help the wounded get into the car." The hero's head was smoking when he shouted, "Where is that food running off to?" The vampire flew up from the blow. The status window told about the activation of wild madness. The hero made a dash when the opponent was injured, and he thought, "It's dangerous, he needs to dodge." The director opened his eyes wide when the death curse was cast on him. He was infected with the devil's blood, his health is decreasing. The name of the item Devil's Blood, Legendary Class, was written in the window. The man held the ball in one hand, and in the other he fingered the rosary. Information about another item Wild Madness, Rare Class, appeared. The monster swung and struck when someone shouted that you can always rely on the right one. The hero got tangled in a rope. The girl raised her head and said that the roof was leaky, the walls were thin, and the windows were broken. There was no better place than this abandoned factory. Approaching the body, she added that since they had come to this, they were definitely finished. The man gritted his teeth and said, "What the hell? Why was he so strong, crazy?" The mutant bowed his head and told the leader to take his power, because they needed to destroy him. Hanho opened his mouth and called out to the Sunbae. The monster extended his hand to them and said that he would feel a surge of power, he would protect the director, and they would die to save him. A message appeared that the high-class vampires were angry. The monster growled. The protagonist grinned and asked if this was his new appearance. Apparently he had already forgotten that he was a human. The vampire growled. There was an explosion. The mutants rushed into battle after being ordered to kill them all. Something flew past them. There was a collision. The brunette swung his fist. He raised it up. The animals approached him. He hit 2 of them with a scream. The girl watched this. She rolled over her back. And struck. She landed on her haunches. And grabbed her hand. The green-eyed man flew back because of the jerk. The heroes raised their axes. Another blow was struck and a scream was heard that they should not underestimate his skeletal comrades. The vampire growled. A message appeared that the undead were obeying them. Hanho opened his mouth and told Jisoo that she was so cool. Well, it was hot here. The protagonist frowned and said that nothing was working. He thought that due to blood loss and wasted energy he would not be able to hold out for long. But he was afraid that the skeletons would die earlier, and they would remain in danger if the orc's defense did not work. But the main problem was that he was only a subordinate. The mutant grabbed the enemy. The orc stood to protect. The brunette grabbed the skeleton by the mouth. The protagonist turned his head and asked how strong the vampire leader was. He looked to the side and thought, this is it. A message appeared that the undead obeyed them. The monster punched the floor. A team game with a synergy effect was activated. The guy grinned and apologized, saying that with its help his strength would increase significantly. He looked straight ahead and promised to use the ghoul's body to good use. A list of synergies appeared. The vampire was surprised and asked how a pile of bones became him. He raised his hands and nodded for him to die. But the mutant fell and growled. A stream of light burst out of his mouth. The young man looked at him and told him to tell his director that his business in Weizong was over. They received 10,000 for killing a special player. Taking out a bloody weapon, he asked again, "Player?" Surprisingly, even in this guise he is considered a human. The young man looked at the body and asked if he could make him his subordinate. Frowning, he thought that he had to cut off the vampire's head so that they would not regenerate. Summoning a dead man without a head would not work, but in his case. He raised his hand and said that he would now work for him. The protagonist's eyes widened when he realized that he could view fragments of his subordinate's memories. He thought to himself, "Fragments, what is it?" A bright flash appeared. There was trouble in the room. The protagonist thought about what was happening. He could not do this before. Turning his head, he thought that perhaps this was part of the Necromancer's abilities. The hero raised his mug and asked everyone to listen to him, and asked what they thought. What is the point of this game? Maybe someone knows the answer. Everyone present stared at him silently. The vampire grinned and replied that it was unlikely. He did not have the slightest idea, but he knew what to do. The dark-haired one tilted the mug and said that he thought he needed to call. Did the leader Kim think the same? He smiled and said, "Yes, that's right." He introduced different religions and said, "A god who returned, a creature from outer space. Anyway, thanks to him, they have a great chance to get rid of all the useless species." The vampire opened his mouth and shouted that humanity has come to an end. They must destroy everyone, and they themselves will become great creatures and evolve. The young man gritted his teeth and thought, so this is the boss of the vampires. He smiled and said, "I have one quest." He thinks that they can try to finish it together. The vampires at the table shouted in unison that, of course, they will do everything, because they are with him until the end. Looking at them, the boy thought, why are they so crazy? Is he using hypnosis? Their devotion is too much. Now it is clear how he was able to spread his influence all in a few days. The boss spread his arms to the side. He raised his mug and said that today's party is in their honor. The first target will be Weizong. The mutant laughed and said that they would call the operation the Great Feast, and told them to invite everyone and have fun. Pointing to the leader Kim, he said that he would be in charge of the food and materials for the farm. The protagonist grimaced and thought that they were out of their minds, and began to wonder, food from people, slaves, a party, nightmare plans. Remembering the girl and the man, he thought that they wanted to use people, luring them under the pretext of protection, and it was even funny that this turned out to be a working strategy. A status window appeared, notifying about the receipt of an additional task. The young man gritted his teeth and thought that it was already the second after the death of the professor. What else did the system need? Information about the additional task appeared. Its purpose was to prevent genocide or take advantage of it. The heroes walked near the bus. Hanho ran around and began to ask the Sunbae what was the matter. Something was wrong with the vampires. Hello, over. Grabbing Sungwoo by the jacket, he started shouting, "What's wrong? Did what happened really shock him so much that he would stay like this forever?" and asked to tell him what to do to make him come to his senses. The girl raised her hand and said to just wait. A hand fell on the young man's head. The dark-haired man looked at him and asked what he said that shocked him. He replied that he didn't mean that. The protagonist let go of the stranger's head and said, "So that means he will do everything he orders." The second one screamed that not everything. The protagonist grinned and offered to go through one quest together. The hero clenched his fist and asked if he was killed. The girl folded her arms across her chest and asked, "But how? He got his power." The boss lowered his head and replied that the guy was stronger than they thought. He thought to himself that although he did not understand how weak skeletons could kill the manager, he needed to think about what to do now. The blonde looked at him and asked if the guy would be a hindrance. The dark-haired man chuckled and asked if she really thought he would let him do that. Jan smiled and apologized. The man raised a finger and said that there was some truth in her words. They should focus on the quest, not on these bugs. He imagined the image of a young man and added that they would deal with him after the great feast. They could still track him with a curse. He really wanted to see what he really was like. A tower crane stood near the building. People were doing their own thing. The hero put a box on the ground. He was indignant. How much longer would they clean up? Turning his head, he asked the Sunbae if they really needed to do all this. The girl looked at him and said that according to Sungwoo, something terrible was going to happen in Weizong soon, so they needed to use their chance and protect everyone alive. She looked at him intently and asked if he thought it was worth hurrying. The brunette picked up the phone and told the Sunbae to look at the community. It seemed they were planning something again. He saw an advert for a safe zone in Weizong and an offer to come there. The protagonist said, "What bastards, they have already started to act." Hanho opened his mouth and offered to write an advert too and stop them. The protagonist frowned and replied, "No." He needed to think it over. He thought to himself if they could just convince the people who had hope, and if so, the other problems would still be there. He remembered the vampire boss's words and thought that besides, if they decided to change their plan, their advantage would disappear. He opened his mouth and said, while they had the strength and time, it was better to solve everything gradually, and then asked Jissa if she was looking for something. She pointed to the jars and said that it was in the manager's closet. She picked one up and said if they hunted more people than monsters, they would probably need medicine too. The young man raised the charger up and said they were so lucky. He was afraid of how they would manage without electricity, but now they had this. They put the phone to it, and it started charging, exclaiming something about how easy it was to use a wireless charger. The brunette handed over the jar and said that the medicine was a medium item that could cure and T4SB various infectious conditions. He thought they could use it right now. The guy looked at her through the glass. Clouds floated in the sunset sky. The heroes bowed and thanked. The blonde raised his head and said thank you for taking them with him and even curing them. The protagonist replied that they had a hard time. He was not sure if it would help, but it would have an effect. The girl smiled when they handed her the medicine. The protagonist opened his mouth and said that if someone got infected again and attacked them, he would kill them on the spot, so he should keep an eye out. The young man replied that that would not happen. The dark-haired man frowned and thought, why is this idiot staring at him? He is unlikely to start performing. He raised his finger and said that it was not free. He would give them a job later. They answered that he could order anything. The young man turned his head and told his uncle to begin. He opened his mouth and shouted, I can finally use his hidden power. He raised his hands up and shouted, creating a protective camp. A dome appeared around the area, and it became a pioneer camp. The old man opened his mouth and asked why it was so good, as if he had just come out of a sauna. There was even food. Now they would live like humans. The woman smiled, handing out food. The brown-eyed woman looked at them and said that everyone seemed happy. All that was left was to solve their problem. The dark-haired man looked at her and asked if she had received an additional quest. She answered no. The young man looked closely and thought that he had a feeling that she was too focused on preventing a disaster. It was unlikely that she had received an additional quest with an unknown move, like him. But even without a quest, he and the vampire leader were enemies. Looking into her eyes, he asked if she realized that the main slaughter was not her job. She answered yes. But Sungwoo interrupted her and asked why she was trying so hard then, maybe because of a sense of belonging. The brunette looked at her reflection in someone else's eyes. Biting her lip, she answered no. She opened her mouth and screamed that if they closed their eyes to this situation, they would be killed if not by vampires, then by something more serious. She was only fighting to survive. A status window appeared in front of them. It was a guide to starting the broadcast. The second was a warning about the danger. The guy grinned and said that she was right, because the broadcasts were just the beginning, even movement was limited. The heroine clenched her fist and said that they needed to fight to survive in this crazy game. A bright yellow sky stretched above the skyscrapers. Hanho frowns loudly and asks if it's true that the protagonist doesn't think about how much this is and how they could include him in such a dangerous quest, but Jisoo doesn't. Several friends are riding in the back of a fast truck. The protagonist says that she already had a hard time with them. The protagonist sits opposite and, looking away, says that she can survive alone, but he wouldn't have lasted a day without them. A comrade with a helmet on his head, making a face, asks if he's heard about defamation because there were comments under his post. In the conversation, they talk about how safe zones are actually dangerous and one should be careful with those who provide such services for free. The guy says that he's thought it over well and can't watch them lure innocent people, and it's surprising that there are such comments. The protagonist sits with a phone and tells his friends that this is an expected reaction. The girl asks if the prosecutor left a message. A silhouette of a man is shown near his subjects. It is said that they are actually creating a community. It is explained that they can no longer wait for the state to help and therefore decided to create their own guild for all survivors and will protect the living area, helping other survivors. The protagonist looks at his phone and says that this is why he left his comment, because he decided to prove that they are not so bad. Hanho in the helmet does not believe that this is serious. Noting that he is simply incredible in his madness, he replies that people with ambitions decided to take their place in this world. The friend looks at him and asks the protagonist where they are going now. The protagonist, sitting opposite, says that first they need to increase their level, specifying what his is. He replies that it is the 5th. The protagonist thinks that he would not have lasted even 2 hours. The car begins to brake on the asphalt. Jaeonsu, smiling, looks out the window and says that they have arrived and that they will need to walk from here. The heroes get off the vehicle and onto the sidewalk. The guy stands next to his friends in shock and, looking around, asks if this is really their goal. The other replies that it is. Opposite them are abandoned cars and destroyed posts. The protagonist says that this is their hunting ground. A building is visible. A burning ball flies forward. It flies onto Hanho's head. They hide behind the car. The guy talks about them. The protagonist says that he knows. Opposite them are fierce little monsters. He exclaims that they can use magic. An explosion occurs. The hero speaks and yet. The undead of impressive size burns with fire and takes enemies by clothes. The guy assures that they are not equal to them. They fight. Small monsters scream in fear. In the eyes of the frightened enemy, a fighting girl is reflected. Jisoo stands near Sungwoo and Hanho. The latter says that he thought that the kobolds were equal in strength to goblins. She replies that if you dodge magical attacks, then they are not so dangerous. The protagonist looks at his worried friend and realizes that their goal is to increase his level and find new subordinates, and if he uses stronger creatures, then he himself will become more powerful. The undead burns with turquoise flame and holds a kobold. The protagonist reflects on the fact that one werewolf skeleton can cope with a lower-class vampire, and despite the magic, the kobolds are not particularly suitable for him. The girl looks ahead in surprise and tells MC about the building. They stand in front of him, and the girl asks if this building reminds him of their university. There are corpses around the heroes. He says that there are a lot of dead. The guy seriously assumes that this is a training place. She looks around in surprise and asks if there are any survivors. Sungwoo looks at them and explains that the more people, the more monsters, and it is unlikely that anyone survived. Jaeonsu nervously assumes that islands and small villages will be safer, like Jeju-do and other islands. The girl looks away. The protagonist realizes that her family is from Jeju. She puts out her hand and says that everything is fine and that they did not have the best relationship in their family. The girl looks away and says that she is sure that they are fine because her parents are good people. Hanho is standing next to a friend who wonders if she has problems with her relatives, and it is probably better not to ask. The undead are standing in front of them. A ferocious monster leads them forward. The system window says that they have entered a large dungeon of the citadel of the magical kobold. The guy looks around while his girlfriend shouts his name behind him. At this time he wonders if this whole place is really a dungeon. The friends are standing in the middle of a purple magic sign. There is a bright flash. The purple sign is on the ceiling. Hanho suddenly falls out of it and lands head first on the floor. He holds his head and seeing monsters asks what it is. Small monsters with knives see them and exclaim that the human trap worked and they got caught. He realizes in shock that they are monsters and they can talk. The guy takes a dagger and grinningly declares that they are kobolds, the weakest of monsters, and he will kill them all himself. He sits in fear in the middle of a green fog. The system window says that he has half a day left. Fierce monsters run to attack after the order to kill them because the game is over. He fearfully begs the protagonist to save him. They poke weapons at him, shouting that this is what he needs and he is a leather bastard. He closes his eyes with tears and mentally says goodbye to his parents, and says that no one knew that he would follow Sungwoo and die such a painful death. The guy in the helmet examines himself, and realizes that it doesn't even hurt. He remembers the past and realizes that the skill is activated when an enemy is killed and creates a barrier for 10 seconds. They stand in front of him. He doesn't understand what's happening. The intimidating Hanho looks at them and asks which of them insulted him. Friends run to him. The girl shouts to Jaeonsu to hurry because they need to find the main character and his friend. She looks ahead and says that if they are together then everything is fine, but if they are separated. She looks out from behind the corner and asks if he is okay. The guy with daggers stands in front of the killed kobolds and exclaims the girl's name. She looks around in shock and asks if he really killed them all. He replies that he also has the necessary skills. He hits himself on the chest and declares that he is a man who becomes stronger when his opponent is very weak. His comrade replies that this means that he is not a very good person. The girl looks around and says that Sungwoo is also somewhere. The guy in the helmet assures that he is fine. The skeletons around the protagonist are fighting for him. The corpses of the kobolds lie in the middle of the warehouse. The protagonist with his subjects goes forward. He looks around and wonders where Hanho is, and he hopes that he is with Jisoo. The guy sees a man while saying that there is too big a room and does not understand where the exit is. The guy lies in a pool of blood and coughs. The protagonist realizes that he is still alive. He examines him and understands that his wounds are severe and it is unlikely that his elixirs will help. The wounded man stretches out his hand pointing somewhere. He points to a box that is on the shelf. MC stands with her and asks what is the elixir that can help him. Inside is an egg. The system window says that this is an egg of an unidentified class for a dragon knight. The protagonist stands next to a guy coughing up blood and exclaims what it is. The wounded interlocutor says that this is a boss monster, and he took his sign. He asks what sign. Blood is dripping from his face. He claims about the owner's sign. The protagonist looks at him. He says that the world is terrible. The warrior's sign is shown in the frame. The protagonist thinks about the 5-star dragon knight, and it's a pity that he died. The guy fought with a monster. Sungwoo assumes that he accidentally got into the dungeon when he was looking for a store and took some sign from the local boss. The undead are standing around the protagonist. He reflects on the fact that this class has very high requirements, and he would hardly be able to hold out. He holds an unidentified egg in his hands, assuming that it is a dragon's. The skeleton glows turquoise. He thinks that this explains why he wanted to protect him even on the verge of death. The kobolds attack in rage, screaming die. A huge skeleton appears in front of them. The protagonist watches as his assistant kills enemies while they beg for salvation. The protagonist stands with the assistant and says that he will try to at least avenge his death, and just finds out what this sign is. The skeletons fight. The system window says that he will receive 150 gold for the kill. Small animals run to attack. The guy is surprised, thinking that it is obvious that they will all die, and then why continue to attack thoughtlessly. The assistant with the sign on his skull fights bravely. The protagonist wonders if they are unconscious and they attack, die and immediately become zombies. An explosion occurs. The kobold with a flaming hand says that he is a magician. The guy stands opposite and notes that he is strong, but the protagonist is much stronger and therefore will easily kill him. A turquoise fire blazes near him. He crushes the enemy. The system window says about receiving 800 gold for killing the kobold mage. They are scared to see the skeletons while the protagonist assures that there is nowhere to run. They fight. The messages say that they received gold for the kills. The guy with the burning hand sees that his level has increased, and he says that he can choose an ability, and it would be good to increase the number of subordinates. The system window says about the ability of the corpse explosion of the base class, in which the corpse explodes. The kobolds run at the guy screaming to stop and kill him. The protagonist stops the assistant and tells him not to come closer. The guy puts his hand out and says with a grin that he just received a new ability and wants to try it out. The kobolds look down in shock. A strong explosion occurs. The monster looks forward. They look at the doors and wonder if it was the sound of an explosion and what happened to the mages. Most likely they need to check. The skeleton breaks out of the doors and runs to attack. He cuts through several monsters at a time. The mage releases a fireball with a cry of monster. They fight fiercely. The skeleton with the sign on his skull fights masterfully with a sword. The protagonist shows a thumbs up and says that the right one is always on guard of his life. Sungwoo looks ahead and says that he thought that since there are so many monsters there must be important things hidden. A villain sits in the middle of the roots. The system window says that the boss monster Kobo Archmage has appeared and is surrounded by a strong shield. You need to destroy the cores scattered around the dungeon. The guy looks around and understands the reason why the enemy used everyone and everything to protect himself. The hooded kobold growls furiously. The protagonist asks if he really wants to stall for time. The red system window says that the Kobold Archmage is using low-level death magic and players in the dungeon below level 10 will die. 1 hour left. The heroes are shocked to realize that they are all below level 10. The skeletons are fighting. The protagonist thinks that all this time the little kobolds were just stalling. He looks at the enemy under the roots and realizes that if he is not so easily destroyed. The protagonist raises his hand towards the skeletons and intends to first unite all forces. He orders them to approach him. The boss in the cage looks at him questioningly. The kobold corpses hit the roots. They lie around their leader. He looks at the guy in surprise and thinks about what he has started. The protagonist comes out with a grin and says that he has waited a long time and now it is time to say goodbye. A powerful explosion occurs near him. A cloud of smoke and fire rises inside. Everything is gradually falling apart. The guy looks around with a grin and says that he knew the explosion would be powerful but nothing worked. The boss is sitting among the branches. Sungwoo says that if this did not help. The enemy's eye is burning with fire. The system window says that due to the threat to life, the Archmage has reduced the time to complete the task and 25 minutes are left. The protagonist is shocked to notice that it was already short. He laughs maliciously, baring his fangs. Roots are growing near the meat department of the store. The heroes run forward and shout faster. The protagonist points his finger and shouts that the core is somewhere there, and they need to find it. A bright stone shines in the air, and the guy shouts that it is it. The skeleton assistant cuts with a sword. The system window says that one of the 3 dungeon cores has been found. 19 minutes are left. The guy nervously says that there are 2 places left to check, the first floor and the roof, and we need to hurry to do everything possible. Skeletons in cloaks stand nearby. He states that it is good that the bodies of mages can also be used as minions. The message says that they are attribute synergy categories with the effect of increasing spell speed by 20%. The guy returns the others. The system window says that he can check the memory fragment of the deceased. He states that now he will be able to check the memories of the dead. He points forward and claims that he roughly knows where the next core is and that he needs to quickly go to the first floor. Kobolds are lying on the ground. The surprised protagonist sees this and wonders if Jisoo really killed 3. The window says that 2 cores were found and 16 minutes are left. He says with a smile that it is Jisoo and she left her mark here. He sees a kobold flying out from around the corner. He shouts loudly that she needs to find Hanho and Jaeonsu, and he will take care of the rest. The guy in the helmet greets his friend with a terrifying look, while holding the corpse of the enemy. The protagonist looks in shock. He rubs his eyes, not believing what he saw. He squints, trying to figure out if this is true. The girl next to him asks what destroyed the thing called the core and what is going on. He replies that this is the work of the dungeon master, clarifying what happened to their comrade. He fights fiercely, shouting that he does not have time for stupid talk and needs to quickly destroy the next core. The system window says that there are 13 minutes left. Friends bravely fight the enemy, shouting that they need to be stopped. The guy replies that there is no time and first they need to find the core, and then kill the opponents. The girl cuts through the kobolds. He replies that they will not let them through. The undead hits the enemy. The system window says that there are 10 minutes left. The guy understands that the kobolds are protecting the core with their lives. Sungwoo desperately shouts for his assistant to come to him. He throws him high above himself. The surprised animals see him flying from above. A skeleton with a sword cuts it. The system window says that 3 cores have been found and 9 minutes are left. The undead rushes to attack after the order to finish this. The animals desperately scream for help. The protagonist and his friends look around while the system says that the protective barrier is turned off. He says that the main mage remains to be killed. He remembers the archmage and thinks that he just needs to wait, and he will take revenge. Hanho turns back into a boy and asks if they can definitely catch the boss because they still have a corpse explosion. He notices that he has returned to his previous form. The protagonist stands near them and thoughtfully says that they have already used the explosion and it is better not to repeat themselves. He replies that for him, something else can be used and the entire building can be demolished and nothing will remain. Roots are visible in the middle of the building. The protagonist says that they will think about it on the way to it because there is almost no time left. The tree grows along the ceiling. The system says that 2 minutes are left. The boss, sitting in a cage, asks how this happened. The guy replies that he finally understood the real situation, because there are only a couple of minutes left, and he did not succeed. A skeleton with glowing eyes stands opposite. A strong explosion occurs. The notification says that they surrounded a low-class mage. The protagonist, clenching his teeth, asks that he himself is not capable of anything and if so, then he is finished. Roots burst out of the archmage's mouth. They branch off near his friends. The partner notices that the boss is becoming like this because of his words. A huge wooden monster appeared in front of him. The system says that a true boss monster of the spirit of a fallen tree has appeared. They shout that it was not a kobold. The undead rushes to attack him. He growls fiercely looking at them. The protagonist, frightened, notices the roots above him. He attacks them. The friends try to run to the sides. Jisoo cuts with a sword, declaring that the enemy is just a tree and can be defeated with fire. She sees a huge silhouette of a monster in front of her. Sungwoo and the undead scream that they need to be careful. A yellow flash appears above him. A strong explosion envelopes the boss. The protagonist clenches his fist and asks if they got rid of him. Hanho says that it is a resurrection spell. The wounded boss roars. They notice that he is recovering. He is burning with a bright flame. The skeletons attack him. The archmage boss is set on fire. He screams in rage when they blow him up. The girl and her friends are standing behind him. Hanho asks how they can win if he is constantly recovering. The protagonist orders them to continue attacking. The boss looks around in rage. A message says that the enemy's mana has run out and physical strength depletion begins. The guy holds a stone with a grin and says that here is a gift for the merciless use of mana. The system writes that this is a legendary demon stone and it gives an attribute to the owner of the effect, steals the enemy's mana. The boss fiercely pulls his hand while the skeleton holds him. A friend asks the protagonist if it will be possible to completely stop him. The guy sees the glow and shouts that this is a signal and that they need to retreat. The wooden monster sees the undead running away. He stretches out his hands shouting after them. Sungwoo grins and shows him the middle finger and asks that it is really not clear that not all the skeletons are with him, and that they have prepared a gift for him on the first floor. The undead run away after the order to blow everything up. The monster is swept away by a wave of fire. He stretches out his hand while everything around is destroyed. The notification says that 12,000 gold was received for killing the true boss monster spirit of the fallen tree. The protagonist looks forward and sees a window with an increase in level. He says that he did not expect to even get a new level, specifying how much experience he was given. He looks in surprise at the windows that upon reaching level 10 he is given a roulette ticket, 69 achievement in history, and now he can add 6 minions. His hand is glowing turquoise. He hopes it's something good. He needs an ability. The system window says it's a base level death response costing 100 mana. Its essence is that it summons 10 zombies from the abyss and is not limited by the number of summons. The guy is shocked, imagining a horde of 10 zombies. A sword is visible above the ruins. He thinks that he needed to somehow increase the number of minions to fight the vampires, and now he has the ability to summon 25. He takes the blade, saying that this is apparently a sign. He holds it with a grin and says that it seems like it's time to hunt vampires. Blue light is visible. The protagonist calmly holds his blade. The system says that this is a sword that has lost its owner of an unknown class with increased strength. He walks past the undead. The notification says that in order to confirm his qualifications and get a license, he must keep the egg for 5,000 days. The protagonist looks at the blade in bewilderment and says that it is more than 30 years old. The girl notes that this is some kind of penalty for choosing a class card. Hanho says that they will grow old before this happens. He leans on it with a tired look and says that if time decreases every time the sword touches the enemy's blood, then you just need to kill more. He smirks, clenches his fist and realizes that he received 6 strength points, and the sword is a good item, and he is lucky. The friend looks surprised and notices that his phone is vibrating. He looks at the screen and sees a message that the assistant found the secret comments function, and so he will now write like this. The guy imagines him and mentally hopes that everything is okay with him. The guy in the cloak goes with the others. The protagonist reflects on the fact that all the survivors went there to see how and what is happening in the safe zones. The protagonist hands the phone to another and says that it is necessary to prevent mass murders, and if something happens, you need to send a message in secret comments. The blonde happily said that he could spend a few days with vampires and cope with it. The protagonist looks at the screen and says that he is strange, and now it is difficult to understand who is a vampire and who is a human. He looks at the undead and asks if they found anything. Roots stretch across the room. The protagonist stands among the monsters through which the roots grow. He says that these are 2 werewolf corpses, wondering if they died because of a fallen tree. He starts casting spells. The system says that the undead obey him. He notices that now he will have 5 werewolves. The main character looks ahead with a grin and says that werewolves, the right one, a vampire, an orc knight and a cobalt mage, a total of 15, and it's time to go to Suwon and show the bloodsuckers real hell. It's dark on the city streets. The students look around, wondering if this is a safe zone and if no one really controls the entrance. Noting that while there are no monsters, they need to look around. They look out the window, saying that they are bored. A vampire with red eyes sits near others and asks when it's lunchtime. Another asks if she sees a kid, because he is him and the blood of such youths reminds them of the taste of young veal. A vampire with large fangs shouts for them to get ready to go out. One of them asks if it's time to dine already. The bloodsucker denies it with a grin, saying that they need to deal with the fools who attack their plant. Another one stands in front of him and scratches his head, wondering if they weren't planning on catching them after the feast and that they should save their strength for the future. He looks at them and says that plans have changed and that they are somewhere nearby. The big vampire says that it is obvious that they are in charge here. The other one replies that it does not matter because they need to kill them before the great feast. They hear with a smirk that this is an order from the boss and not a single bone can be left of them. The blonde one is among them and types on his phone. A group of monsters are walking down the street among abandoned cars. The vampire looks around and says that the junior school is near the square, and he did not think that they would be so close. The other one suggests that he does not know that he is cursed and is trying to act like someone God knows who. The bloodsuckers look ahead in amazement, while calling for the captain. The werewolf is lying on the car. They talk about the wolf's corpse. The vampires touch him. One of them notices that the blood is very fresh. Another one assures that the claw marks look like those of a werewolf, and since he was not eaten, it was probably one of his minions. He silently looks forward. Seeing the traces of blood, he states that the tracks go in that direction. The vampire with long fangs thinks about something else and wonders how it was possible to lose to such a simpleton because he is not their rival and other monsters will soon come running for blood. Another monster states that the boy does not even know the basics of hunting. The bloodsucker points his finger to the side and asks the captain to look where the tracks lead. He breaks away from the spot screaming not to let them escape and kill them all at once. Dozens of vampires rush forward, shouting that as the boss said, his minions are skeletons and they should be careful only with werewolf skeletons. The undead gathered around the protagonist. They understand that he probably has a maximum of 5 of them, and they can easily deal with them. A ferocious bloodsucker stands opposite the seated ruler. He realizes that he is second in importance after the leader of all vampires and can easily deal with 2 wolves at a time. The monsters are approaching the windows. They fly inside screaming that it is time to pay for the stupid invasion and that they will be buried here. The protagonist with the undead stands opposite them. The enemy points his finger and asks why there are so few of them because the boss said there were at least 10. Another one asks with a grin what they get out of it. His partner asks if he took a shower today because he will have to get dirty. They see a frightened guy, declaring that they love so much, and he runs away in fear. The protagonist runs away with the undead. The vampire shouts to him that the door is on the other side. He stops. Turning around, the protagonist declares that there will be a place of their death. The bloodsuckers look at him in shock and ask what he means. The protagonist with a serious look claims that he cannot calmly watch them, and the truth is that if you stretch out your hand, it will be bitten off at the elbow. The protagonist standing with the undead declares that there are so many of them but they did not understand what skill he has, specifying whether they can see only those whom he controls. He in response asks about the bone ones around and how many more he hid. He smirks and says that they are not just bone ones, because they have enough power to grind them all. The guy waves his hand and sends the undead to attack. The system window says that the Great Purge has begun. The vampires look at the zombies in shock, screaming that they were not warned. The notification says that the death response has begun. The guy sits in place and declares that they will all become those who were eventually defeated. The vampires quickly turn into angry zombies. The system windows notify that the protagonist receives gold for killing players. The assistant casts a spell. It is written about the synergy list, namely about the formation of a squad of the subordinate category with the effect of increasing the attack and defense power. The vampires scream in fear that they do not see anything and need to stick together. The other notices that his body is getting heavier. The guy calmly watches, talking about the curse of death, weakness, the demon's bloodstone. All this awaits those who will go against his undead. The vampire girl jumps into the attack asking what he thought up. Because you can just kill the person who called them. She gets a series of explosions on her body and writhes in pain. Skeletons with burning hands look at her. The main character's assistant cuts her with a sword. The system window says that he received 2,000 gold for killing the player. The undead gets a strong blow. The right skeleton sees this. The angry bloodsucker asks how the corpses dared to try to kill him. He turns around and sees an army of undead around him. He skillfully chops them down, asking if this is really all they can do and let them summon more. The undead's eyes lit up. He sees zombies biting him and blood spurting in all directions. He tries to shake them off with an angry look, suggesting to start playing seriously. The vampire looks at the protagonist angrily and shouts that he is controlling them. The protagonist with sparkling eyes sees an attacking monster who at the same time shouts that he needs to be killed first. The whole building can hear the monsters scream that they just need to finish him off. He flies at a guy sitting nearby, declaring that he is the enemy of their boss. The guy smirks and points his finger, asking if he really thinks he has enough strength for this. The enraged bloodsucker with burning eyes asks again. 2 hours ago, MC and the undead were standing near the house and said that they had to wait for the vampires. He points to one of the skeletons and says that they need to stay there until then. The undead are standing near him. He explains that this is where they need to stand. The skeleton with glowing eyes hears that he needs an explosion. The undead are trying their best. Sung Woo clarifies that he can't. He sadly falls to the ground. The owner says that he is still a skeleton and there is no need to look at him like that. The protagonist puts out his hand and summons an army of zombies. The system window says that the summoning of the dead has begun in this area. The protagonist, smiling, declares that in this case he will use these corpses. The dead with blue eyes growl. His hand is on fire. He says that now the summoning on the move is needed and it was not worth rushing around here. A strong explosion occurs near the flying vampire after the words of the protagonist. He begins to burn, while the monster screams in pain. The protagonist sits nearby and declares that he is like a fire for a moth. He in a rage promises to kill him. The werewolves turned into undead cruelly eat the bloodsucker. The protagonist walks next to the lying enemy who asks if the guy really expects that he will be able to stop the boss, because he is a great creature. The guy with a stern look swings his sword, saying that it is surprising that a couple of days were enough for him to brainwash them. He continues to assure that the boss will definitely kill him. The protagonist, clenching his teeth, pierces the enemy. A notification says that 20,000 gold has been received for killing a special player. The burning skeleton turns around. The system window says that 4,949 days are left until hatching. The protagonist stands near the undead and says that it is time to restore their army, and they need to bring corpses with all their limbs intact. The terrifying skeletons rise. The message says that the dead obey him, and thanks to the team play, the synergy effect worked. The system window says about the first level blood drinkers, the synergy category, with the effect that when fighting a vampire in a state of madness, all characteristics increase by 10%. The guy looks down and understands that this will serve him as the most powerful weapon. On the phone screen there is a message from Jisoo that they are quickly moving somewhere, and all the guards began to collect weapons for their safety. This is a condition for staying in the safe zone, and perhaps something will happen soon. The guy understands that they are inside. An army of undead appears behind the imperturbable skeleton assistant. The protagonist says that he probably felt that his subordinates were dying, and although now they obey his subjects. The character in the hat and cloak runs away. It is said that everything has changed, and now this is the end. A group of people are standing near a building in the middle of the night. A surprised guy points up and asks everyone to look. Spears with werewolves impaled on them are visible on the roof. Surprised people watch this, exchanging words that at least they were able to win, but for some reason they hung them up there. Hanho in a helmet tells the girl that soon it will be their turn, and he assumed that this would be the case, because they really are taking away their weapons. The guards are smiling and checking the man. One of them says that it may be difficult without a weapon, but they should remember that they are responsible for their safety, and they have already caught 4 werewolves, and therefore there is no need to worry, and everything will be fine with their weapons. Jisoo, gritting his teeth, declares that they are in cahoots with the vampires and want to get rid of all the people, and they do not need crappy weapons at all. The guy behind her asks where she went, asking her not to cut in line. He whispers in her ear that he hid her 2 swords where they agreed. The guy in the cap smirks. The other says that thanks to Youngsik's class, a 2-star deceiver, it was easy and no one saw anything. Hanho points to himself and asks if he prepared what he asked for. He replies that everything is as he wanted. The guards kick the guy out and ask him to move on, demanding not to hide the weapon because they check everything and there is no point in wasting time. The guy in the helmet walks past them. The blonde puts out his hands for inspection. Soldiers with sticks stand in front of the crowd of people. The hero goes forward. The leader of the vampires throws up his hands and asks what the hell is going on, because he sent so many people and for some reason they died. The protagonist's comrade stands next to his friend and says that it is them, and they need masks to hide their fangs. The girl looks at the bush with weapons and realizes that she knows where the swords are, and all that remains is to wait for the protagonist. The villain in the mask and hat looks ahead. She realizes that the vampire lord is the reason for everything that is happening there. The leader of the bloodsuckers stands before the audience and asks for their attention. There are many vampires in the crowd of people. The guy tells the girl that they are surrounding them. A creature in a hat and mask declares that suddenly people stopped evolving. Frightened people are reflected in his glasses. He asks what they think about this catastrophe and why this is happening. Frightened people stand in front of him and do not understand what he means. He in turn asks if it is true that no one can give an answer, and they are clearly not capable of anything. He lowers his mask, exposing his fangs, and claims that in this case they would be better off sacrificing themselves for evolution. He loudly knocks his cane on the floor. The fighters around them begin to knock their sticks at the same time. Medical masks fly into the air. He declares that the people who were chosen by her, a vampire with long fangs and claws, claims that they are them and they will rule the future. The monsters surround the defenseless people. They wish each other a pleasant appetite, saying that they have been waiting for this for a long time. They in turn do not understand who these people are in front of them. A scream is heard throughout the night street that there is a passage there, and they need to run there faster. They see bright lightning in front of them, which release discharges along the ground. The vampire behind the crowd laughs and claims that they can come to him, and he will help them go to the next world. They are shocked, do not understand what to do, and offer to run away. Jisoo together with Hanho arm themselves and shout for them to stand behind them, and this fence is an object, and there is no way to run out of it. The leader of the vampires together with his assistant see them, and do not understand where he got the weapon from and what is happening at all. A bus is moving towards them. He notices this. He knocks down the vampires, shouting that he is doing this in the name of humanity. The bus begins to break on the asphalt. Hanho points his finger and shouts that the fence has disappeared and they need to run there faster. The vampires see a bus in front of them and do not understand where it came from, noting that the food is running away because of it. It is standing still, smoke is visible. The leader of the bloodsuckers, clenching his fangs, declares that he is a fool. The protagonist climbs out of it with a grin and asks if he is late for the party, calling him an unfortunate insect. The city streets are dark. The guy with a blade in his hand turns to his friends and asks if they are going to have fun, or are they scared because the strongest were killed. The leader of the vampires goes to meet the protagonist and declares that he thought he would be late, but he is just in time because they have not even brought snacks yet. The fang monster in the hat declares that he hopes that they will enjoy this party together, asking if MC agrees. He stands next to his assistant and assures that the structure of the party itself has changed, namely the amount of food. She adds saying that this is true and without food there is no holiday. She breaks away. She runs ahead while the students do not understand what is happening. She shouts to the newcomers that they need to catch all the escapees, and the rest should help the director deal with them. The villain in the hat stands near his minions, asking the protagonist if he will not stop them. The friends fight bravely. Being surrounded by opponents, the bloodsucker suggests that apparently he has comrades there. He covers his face and laughs loudly, stating that there are no comrades in such a world and he would still eat them, whether they met him or not. The skeleton's hand breaks out of the roof of the building, The villain assures that in any case he can deal with all his friends. A giant werewolf skeleton rises up, blazing with turquoise fire. It jumps above the roof. The bloodsucker looks at it in shock while it reaches for him with its paw. He knocks away his bones, asking if he really thinks that he is his rival. The enraged werewolf growls at him. The vampire puts both hands in the direction of his enemy. The protagonist with a flaming hand asks if it is necessary to start the party effectively. The villain in the hat notices goblin corpses in the skeleton. A strong explosion occurs. He is thrown aside by the shock wave. The vampires hold their heads and exclaim the director. They surrounded their leader who is lying on the ground. One of them asks how this is possible. The other asks to calm down, assuring that it is not so easy to kill him and he will stay there, and the rest are obliged to finish off the enemy. The protagonist runs away. A cry is heard to find everyone who escaped. The vampire at the head of the army opens the door and loudly declares that they cannot miss anyone because they need to finish off each of them. They see dozens of goblin corpses in the bus. He does not understand what this means. He raises his head to the hole in the ceiling and declares that they escaped. The guy stands near the bus and notes that it is good that they all gathered in a bunch. They are engulfed in flames after the words about the corpse explosion. A loud explosion is heard in the bus. High flames rise to the sky. A shocked vampire looks at this and asks if it is really possible to kill them like this. The bloodsucker's claws are burning. The monsters quickly run forward. The vampire leads the guards, shouting that there is an explosion. They nervously ask if the director really has everything under control. The fanged girl turns around and asks not to make her laugh, because an ordinary person definitely cannot defeat him. She remembers the protagonist and realizes that she has not bothered him until today, but if she goes back there, she will definitely die. She turns to the soldiers and asks them to stop worrying, assuring them that it is better to just focus on the task. She sees that the guards are already dead in front of her. The vampire does not understand what is happening. Behind her are huge burning eyes. A bright flash occurs. The bloodsucker sees a girl with swords in front of him and asks who she is. Jisoo confidently holds the blade and declares that the villain has come to an end. The bloodsucker looks at his rival and asks if she is really going to attack, noting that it is surprising and that she is a fearless little girl. She smirks at her and assures that the director is unlikely to accept her, but someone at a lower level will definitely like her. Jisoo, with a straight face, tells her to shut up, calling her an old bag. The vampire with long fangs smiles, declaring that it's time to kill the stupid girl. The sky in the city was dark. Hanho pointed his finger and shouted for everyone to run to the building. It was safe there, and Minsik said that everything was going according to plan. Clenching his fist, the blonde hoped that these bloodsuckers would finally leave them alone, and his comrade said that given Sungwoo's skills, this was quite possible. In the cooler bag were the blades he brought. Snapping his fingers, the hero said that they were not needed. Someone took a step, saying that the director was very smart. The guys turned around, and the one who came up said that he did not understand why they left security here. Now everything was clear. The blonde touched his hair, saying that he did not want to fight, but maybe just take them prisoner. He showed his fangs and asked, or let them become his food and level up. The guy happily exclaimed that his comrade should not worry. Together they would defeat him in no time, and Hanho mentally asked, why did he get this? Minsik rushed to attack with brass knuckles, calling on his comrade to kill him. This vampire does not look strong. The guy in the helmet stopped him in alarm. The vampire moved quickly, saying that he was very offended to hear such words. Maybe he was weaker than other vampires. Sharp fangs approached the hero's neck. The monster said that he was stronger than insects like them. Suddenly, blades were approaching from behind. The vampire looked at them in surprise. He looked discouraged. Minsik hit him with his fist from below upwards. Hanho held the blade in his hand, saying that this was a jump in the air. It made an excellent target. He threw the weapon at the vampire. He fell to the ground, and the guy exclaimed that he was caught. The hero in the helmet was confused, thinking that he had just caught a vampire, and his friend happily exclaimed that he was much cooler than he could have imagined. Suddenly, Hanho's gaze became alarmed. He realized that he had not received gold. The blades broke into pieces, and words were heard that he wanted to play with them. The vampire opened his mouth, saying that now his beautiful face was ruined. The building was burning, and words were heard that he had destroyed all the lower-class vampires. A silhouette was visible in the flames. Sungwoo looked ahead, saying that now everything would begin for real. The roof of the building was burning. A vampire with wings landed on it. He opened his fanged mouth, and words were heard that he did not want to repeat himself, but he was finished. Flaming figures appeared next to the hero. He said that he knew that everything would not end easily. Waving his hand, Sungwoo continued that it was time to settle this matter. Several skeleton orcs appeared nearby at once. The weapons were pointed to the side, and order was heard to restrain it with spears. A black figure soared into the sky. The vampire attacked the skeletons. Sungwoo gritted his teeth, realizing that they did not harm him. A bright beam hit the skeleton orc's chest. Fingers touched the cracked earth. The system reported the use of a call of death in an area. The zombies that appeared grabbed the vampire's hand. There were black claws on his fingers, and words were heard that he was indeed stronger than some of his subordinates. Spreading his arms, the vampire screamed that he was the Lord of Vampires. One of the raised ones bit him on the shoulder. Teeth sank into the body. The vampire asked, "Is this the biting head of a zombie deprived of a body?" Throwing it off with his fingers, he said that it was not bad. The cut was small, but it was bleeding. 2 flashes repelled the attack of the zombies. Sung-woo pointed his finger, ordering an attack, and used a corpse explosion. The monster crossed his arms, then spread them out, attacking. Sung-woo brought his palm to his eyes, saying that this blood field, is this his active skill? Thoughtfully touching his face, the hero thought that there was a lot of blood, even if their attacks were weaker, but there was enough strength for a corpse explosion. Figures in green flames appeared nearby. He thought that if so, who uses werewolf synergy? He struck the vampire's body. The hero thought that with its help it was much easier to deal with one opponent. His foot slid on the ground. Stopping, the enraged vampire asked, "Does he think he can defeat him relying only on his strength?" A bright beam crossed the zombie's body. Sung-woo sullenly opened his mouth and shouted in order to remain calm and prepare for defense, thinking that he killed 3 werewolf skeletons with one blow. Bright rays flew past the vampire's body. He said that he was as boring as other people. Evolution had rested on them. The hero standing opposite clarified that he considered himself to be the highest stage of evolution and heard in response that he was jealous that he was stronger than 10 people. The red eye opened wide. The vampire screamed that he was a great creature, which meant he had to subjugate the weak. Presenting fragments from history, he asked if the history of mankind had taught him nothing. Modern two-faced society considered him a threat to its security. The man looked at the shining cards. Words were heard that the very day had come when someone from above decided to correct the injustice. Fingers reached for the radiance. He chose it, not people. The man holding the card developed fangs and claws. He continued that the creature was capable of growing and leading others forward. Sung-woo tiredly touched his head and repeated, "A great goal, but the methods of achieving it are stupid." He waved his hand and asked, "Does he really believe that in 100 years someone will thank him?" The vampire exclaimed that society has always worked like this. Baring his teeth, he continued that his very existence is proof of evolution. They are the ones who have surpassed humans. Calmly looking forward, the hero asked, "Why then do such powerful creatures die at the hands of mere mortals?" The vampire lord was shocked to hear Yang screaming for help. Blood was dripping from the blade. The vampire stared ahead in shock, saying that this is impossible. How can she stop her? Jisoo stood in front of him with swords in her hands, and the vampire asked, "Since she has evolved?" Bright rays of attack crossed the space, while the vampire said that this is impossible. Jisoo stared sternly ahead, thinking that she is stronger and faster than an ordinary person, but much weaker and slower than her. Yang turned around in shock, thinking, how can she lose? Swinging her sword, the girl asked, she wonders why no one ever comes for her? She imagined the hero and thought that she was not as strong as Sung-woo, but she was also an excellent monster hunter. Remembering the scenes from the past, she thought that through hunting, she not only pumped up her level, but also gained experience in combat. The heroine crossed her swords, saying that she understood. Confidently looking forward, she continued that she was very surprised. Yang moved quickly, dodging attacks, and heard that despite her strength, she was not that fast, and her attacks were simple. Her tactics were just wearing down the enemy. A clawed hand reached forward. The girl said that it seemed that her experience only consisted of observing the vampire lord. After the attack, the girl found herself behind. Yang arched and screamed. Tears flowed down her face. Words of gratitude were heard for proving to her. Jisoo plunged the blade into the opponent's chest and continued that she was not that weak. Blood splashed, and cries of begging for help were heard. The girl exhaled. Looking at the building, she said that everything would be over as soon as Hanho saved all the people and Sung-woo killed the vampire lord. The blonde held the guy's hand and asked if he was alive. The vampire standing nearby said that they were holding up well for midges. Hanho closed his eyes when he heard the question of whether he had the strength to continue. The creature with sharp fangs said that it would be wasteful of him to just kill them. Spreading his arms, he continued that they could become like them. This was a great chance. The guy in the helmet looked at him discouraged. The vampire stood in front of the guys and said that they chose a class card to survive in a ruined world. Spreading his arms, the monster continued that it turned out that they needed to make a choice more important than a card, a choice that would guarantee their survival. With a wild look, the vampire introduced a fish and said that the best way to become a parasite. He imagined scenes from human life, saying that people who had never fought against anything, like students, environmentalists, or bartenders. Imagining the monster standing by the bodies, he asked what they would do in a destroyed world. They would get closer to someone who was stronger. The vampire's eyes glowed yellow. He said that now it was time for them to stand by his side. Wasn't that the best solution for survival? Minsik was shocked when he heard his friend say that he was right. With a confident grin, the brunette asked what to do if they were stronger. A man on a motorcycle flew out from behind. Words were heard that because there were many of them. The guy threw a blade, saying that now he definitely couldn't escape. The vampire dodged and cursed. A bright beam pierced the guy's body. A cry of a team kill was heard. The vampire turned around in surprise. The blade was stuck in the goblin's forehead. Pointing his finger, the hero laughed, saying that he wasn't going to kill them right away, he wanted the goblin. The guy, surrounded by a glow, towered over the vampire, who asked what was happening. Was he small or was he getting bigger? He answered that when he gained confidence, he himself became bigger. Attacking with a bright beam, the vampire shouted that he didn't know what kind of skill it was, but it was no problem for him to grab a few more bugs. He stared ahead in confusion, not understanding where the sound was coming from or what that clanking sound was. The huge guy held the blade, saying that his body had changed after capturing the goblin. He definitely couldn't win. Bright beams flew into the enemy's body from the use of multiple cuts. The guys attacked at the same time, using their skills, light cut and iron fist. The vampire bared his teeth. Did they really think that their attacks would work on him? Surprised, Minsik clenched his fists. The guy in the helmet shielded him with his body and asked where he was going? He turned around pathetically, saying that while he was bragging about his race, he was preparing to attack. That's the only difference between them. A scream was heard from a multi-story building. The attack beams crashed into Hanho's body. The vampire asked why his attacks did not work and asked him to die. Minsik's hand was surrounded by lightning from the use of the iron fist. The fist surrounded by radiance crashed into the vampire's body. He stood surrounded by opponents and thought that their attacks were very low level, but they acted in a coordinated manner. They would destroy without giving a chance to attack. The guy in the helmet moved quickly, and the vampire noticed this, thinking that this giant was moving quickly. They were dangerous. The guy turned around, saying that he was starting to lose strength. The blonde bared his fangs and said that such a cool skill must have a recharge. The guy quickly raised his hand up, not listening to what it meant his end was near. He threw up the body of a goblin with a blade. The mouth of another was sealed with tape. The vampire thought why they were falling from the sky. The brunette standing above was breathing heavily, saying that he was asked to bring them here. The most difficult part was left to him. The giant pointed his finger down, saying that only he could kill the goblins that fell from the sky, which meant that no one could stop his power. The vampire grimaced in displeasure, hearing how he was reminded of what he said, that the strongest must kill the weak in order to survive. Covering his mouth, the boy said that the real survival begins. With a confident look looking away, the boy continued when he needs to protect the people dear to him. Minsik gritted his teeth, hearing that they go through all the difficulties together. Only in such harmony can one survive. Gloomy Hanho folded his fingers, saying that this is their way of survival, love and peace. The vampire looked up in fear, saying that this is impossible. The heroes kicked him while he screamed that they were just weaklings, unfortunate and scavengers. Blurred footage of the fight with the vampire. The vampire lord raised his hand, furiously screaming that they were fools. How could they die at the hands of a human? Sun Wu chuckled slightly, saying that apparently vampires are not so good, and they have more weak points than humans. The monster hit another skeleton, saying that he wanted to save his life to talk, but he was already tired of this nonsense. The skeleton's body fell nearby. Words were heard that the first weakness of vampires. The winged monster turned tensely, hearing that it was the inability to use weapons. Bright beams crossed his body. The hero said that I thought it was all because of their strange claws, but apparently it is a race limitation, and this is a weapon. A lot depends, so it is more of a punishment than a limitation. Raising 2 fingers, the hero continued, the second is regeneration. The vampire moved his hand in a circle, attacking. Sun Wu said that it is too strong, so their shooting is too simple. They rely on it too much, so they do not think about their attacks. The furious monster stopped, saying that he should not make him laugh. They are still stronger. Touching his chest, the brunette said that the third, they have no mana, and all skills and regeneration depend on blood. The guy was holding a legendary class demonic bloodstone in his hand, which gives the owner the devil attribute and collects mana when attacking, and if the mana is depleted, health is spent. The hero said that they do not even know that this can be considered their greatest punishment. The monster with red eyes frowned. Skeletons with spears surrounded him. Making a finger movement, Sun Wu continued that the fourth, they are too talkative, he would not talk to the enemy, but first destroy him, the Necromancer. A red spiral rose up. The vampire rushed to attack, shouting that it was not too late to do this, he would replenish his missing blood. A small monster appeared nearby. He asked, "What is this, a goblin?" Sharply waving his hands, he shouted for him not to rush. He cannot be killed like that. The goblin moved his sword in a circle, using a lunge. The one-armed warrior Sun Wu said that fifth, they underestimated their opponent too much. The monster turned around, shouting curses. Something flew out of the goblin's mouth. A bottle of green liquid smashed on the vampire's head. The liquid spread across the floor. The vampire raised his head and screamed. Standing behind the servants, Sun Wu noted that the last slime had fulfilled its purpose. The monster saw only blurry silhouettes, realizing that he could not see anything. Gritting his teeth, He also realized that there was too little blood to restore his vision. The skeletons surrounded him, hearing that it was time to finish. The vampire listened, noting the sounds of footsteps and the fact that he was surrounded, which meant he was in danger, he could die. He waved his arms around himself, saying that he was a higher being who was not so easy to kill. Bones flew everywhere. Looking at this, the hero asked him if he would say the last word, but he guessed that he hardly had the strength for it. He fought off the skeletons, thinking only that he needed blood. A certain aroma flew past him like a red trail. Rushing forward, he told the skeletons to step back, calling them midges. Frowning, Sun Wu ordered them not to miss him and to catch him. The monster pushed off from the wall. As he climbed it, he felt the blood, thinking that it would also work from the dead cutter. Long fangs protruded from his mouth. The monster thought that although it was a little curled, it would be enough. The vampire saw blurry silhouettes in front of him and decided that when he recovered, he would kill all the people. Several spears pierced him when he thought that he could no longer be distracted. Green flames rose up. Sun Wu raised his hand, saying that this was stupid, and although his haste was understandable, he should remember what his subordinates were made of. The skeleton pounced on the vampire when he said that there was not a drop of blood in them. The monster fell down. He hit the ground with force. Blood spurted from his mouth when he said that this was impossible, and he should become the ruler of the new world. Sun Wu approached him, saying that he would not be in the new world. Smiling, he added that their party had started well and should also end well. The skeleton struck. The monster hit the wall. He parried, not realizing what was in front of him. Other monsters lay below. Raising his hands, the vampire screamed that he did not want to, and he heard wishes for a happy life for him and his servants. When a powerful explosion sounded, the hero added that all this would be in hell. The system notified about receiving 10,000 gold for killing a special player. New system messages appeared stating that exclusive quests had been completed. Sun Wu noted that the boss raid was worth it. His comrades smiled, rejoicing at his success. He turned around, saying that he asked them to wait in a safe place. But he sighed with relief. Raising his sword above his head, he thought that although their world was destroyed, the people around him were alive. Clouds floated across the sky. People surrounded them, surprised that they had caught the vampire lord. The man smiled, saying that although he did not know who it was, they were saved. A girl standing in the crowd heard from a comrade that these were the 157 he had saved and given food. Hanho covered his mouth with his hand, telling the hero that they were becoming popular, to which he replied that they were gathered together, that was why they had saved so many. Someone pointed to the side, asking who it was. A quick run was heard. The soldier held a shield in front of him. They stopped in front of the people. Sun Wu and the others looked up in surprise at the familiar voice. Kim adjusted his helmet, noting that he had been thinking about what had happened here, not even remembering that they were the ones behind all the big incidents. The hero extended his hand, glad that he was okay. He replied that it was all thanks to his elixirs. Frowning slightly, the boy still noted the oddity of him being here. Then the interlocutor remembered looking through binoculars, telling him that they were watching the people who created the safe zone. Now, looking at the crowd, he added that he hadn't thought about such a thing happening here. Sun Wu looked at him intently. He saw the two soldiers, thinking that they had guessed that something could happen, but they were unlikely to tell him. The sergeant moved his hand to the side and, apologizing for getting down to business, said that there was someone he wanted to meet. Sun Wu looked surprised to hear this. Kim smiled, adding that the Korean army was still alive. Light reflected from the windows of the headquarters. A man stood in front of one of them. There were many stars on his cap. The moon was shining brightly in the sky. On the door was written that this was the director's office. Sun Wu opened the player's profile in front of him. He smiled, saying that out of 300,000, 150 were received just for this battle, and killing people is more expensive than killing monsters. Bones surrounded his body, and that's how he got bone armor. Another system window showed that this is armor made from the bones of a corpse, and the result depends on the type and quality of the material. The hero examined himself, saying that it fits perfectly, especially since it is more flexible than it seems. He can move quite freely. Skeletons were also covered with such armor, and became stronger. A crossbow appeared in his hand, which he received for completing the task. The assistant showed its description. Standing in the middle of the room, he said that this is an excellent weapon for long-range combat, and although he has a dagger, it is much more convenient with a crossbow. Clenching his fist, the guy summed up that these are excellent items, and he has become stronger. Frowning, Sun Wu added that he can defeat any enemy and will no longer be so weak. Fire appeared behind him. Turning around, the guy saw a burning house, hearing cries for help in his head. People were visible in the fire. They were crying. The hero recognized them as his father and mother. The man opened his mouth wide, screaming that he had become stronger and must save them. Sun Wu stretched his hand forward, summoning his sword. Suddenly, he was a child. People reached out to him, not understanding why he did not save them, because they were in so much pain. The boy began to run away when they begged him not to go. Tears appeared in his eyes. He heard that he had not become stronger, since he was still running away. Now Sungwoo clenched his teeth. Hanho looked at him in surprise, saying that a whole day had passed, and he was still sleeping and, apparently, completely exhausted. Pointing to his back, his comrade added that Kim had come with another soldier. The hero remembered his conversation with the sergeant, and how he told him that if anyone had business with him, then let him come himself, saying now that he was too tired to go anywhere. He took his jacket, saying that he would be there soon. Clutching it tighter, the guy decided that he needed to become stronger so that he could survive and protect everyone. A quick step was heard. Hanho raised his hands when asked if the hero was there, and replied that he was asking to wait a little longer. The man opened his mouth wide, indignant that they were treating the current situation as a joke, and demanded that they get out of the way. The man entered the room, saying that he was a lieutenant colonel from the 51st Special Forces. Sungwoo looked at him silently. Taeyoung sat down in a chair, asking if he understood the reason for their arrival. The guy sat opposite him, asking what he would say. The lieutenant colonel frowned, asking if he was the one who killed the criminals, and also adding that they needed him to participate in the investigation of what happened and to cooperate with them in the future. The hero, looking at his interlocutor, said that he agreed to help with the investigation and asked what cooperation they were talking about. The man pointed at him, answering that he should join the army. Sungwoo frowned upon hearing this. He covered his face with his hand, repeating the last words. Removing his hand, the boy said that this was a very strange proposal, wondering why he would do this. There were 2 soldiers standing next to Taeyoung when he said that the country was in a state of emergency, and they could force him to do it legally. He smiled and added that it would be better if he wanted to do it himself. Sungwoo tilted his head, thinking that this was all nonsense, and asked why they needed him. The boy covered his face with his hand, hearing that he could help his country by providing protection and regaining control over the territories, thinking that they wanted to use him to the fullest. The lieutenant colonel looked at him, saying that he had already been in the army, which means he understood how important it was in such a terrible situation. They should gather as many people as possible. Imagining a man in a cloak, he talked about how the prosecutor seemed to be playing with them, forming his opposition groups. Imagining this prosecutor in battle, the hero thought about how he wanted to save the people of the Yongdongpo district. A symbol appeared above their heads, as the prosecutor wanted to become the leader of the General Korean Guild and ensure security in their territories. And then he imagined it on the monster, realizing that it wanted to destroy the boss from its area, because it was the leader. Taeyoung gritted his teeth, saying that creating such parties was dangerous, and now all the people of the country should unite. The soldiers behind him looked confused when he said that the more difficult the situation, the more severe the measures should be, and for the sake of society and well-being, it is necessary to follow the orders of the army. Sungwoo looked at him, hearing the call to become a soldier, because there is a lot of work ahead. The lieutenant colonel got angry when he heard that he did not agree and that the army did not have such rights. He remembered the destruction, saying that when everything happened, the army and the government did not help ordinary people in any way, and they called the desire to survive the opposition. The man blushed when he heard that everyone simply adapted to the system and they have a new life with monsters, items and experience points, so it is unlikely that the army will help. Showing his fingers, the hero added that it would be better to continue being a mercenary. Taeyoung hovered over him, asking if he was willing to disobey an official order, to which he replied that this country had done nothing for him and others. He looked up and added that in this case, its meaning was lost. The man grabbed his clothes, calling it a rebellion, not understanding how he dared to do this to his homeland. Sungwoo pulled his hand away, saying that this was the end of the conversation. After leaving, he added that he would go. The lieutenant colonel was very angry, saying that he would regret this and that work, communication, discipline would save the country, and he could not survive alone. The hero, turning around, said that he was much better off alone. Several soldiers were standing in the street. People looked at them, saying that when the military is around, you feel safe, and hope that now everything will return to normal. Hanho looked at them with displeasure, saying that they saved them, but the girl next to him added that nothing can be done about it. Jisoo also looked at the people around her, saying that they needed to believe in something now, and that nothing was clear in this world yet. Imagining a strong soldier, he said that they felt better that way, because the military was stronger than ordinary people anyway. The girl looked at the soldiers nearby, thinking that they were real warriors, strong and trained to work in a team. Looking at their gaze, she also noted that she did not like it, although she did not understand why. Hanho approached them and they asked what he wanted. The guy, raising a finger, asked if they were subordinates of Sergeant Kim, noting that there was one person with him. The soldiers were confused when they heard the question, "Where is Soldier Kwan now?" They waved their hands, saying that they are forbidden to disclose information about the soldiers. Hanho raised his hand to his face, answering that he was not in the army, so he does not know the rules. Jisoo, who was watching him, was surprised that it was forbidden to just tell how he is doing. The guy approached her and noted that it was a bit strange. Yes, she agreed, saying that she did not like it. At the entrance to the office, it was written that this was the director's office. Sungwoo walked down the hallway, saying that he would not continue to cooperate with the army, but wanted to maintain good relations with them. Frowning, he thought about who the man was to say such a thing. He heard someone running behind him. He turned around. The hero saw Kim, who was apologizing for what happened. Smiling, Sungwoo replied that one soldier could not be responsible for the entire army, asking if they decided to convince him through the sergeant. The soldier was confused, answering, and the hero was surprised at how much they needed him. He looked away with hostility, saying that he was right, but their commander presented it incorrectly. Going behind him, Kim added that although it was a secret, he wanted to show him something. The exit from the parking lot was visible nearby. Sungwoo followed the sergeant. Looking at him, he thought that perhaps this was some information. Kim stopped him with a gesture, asking him to wait. There was a group of soldiers nearby and he said that usually any intruder would be shot immediately. But now they were busy with something else, and so nothing would happen. The sergeant hid behind the car. He took out a suitcase from it. The hero thought about how dangerous this business was, since Kim had difficulty deciding to show it to him. Looking around, the sergeant said that they needed to quickly go inside. The stairs led up. The light reflected in Sungwoo's eyes. He pointed to the crystal in the case. Kim said that it was a stone of prophecy. Having presented several points on one map, the sergeant said that such appeared all over the world and they can show the future, and all the predictions are approximately the same. The hero looked at the stone, hearing that it was a symbol of luck, created for balance in the game. He frowned, thinking about the future. When the boy touched the stone, the system reported that he was interacting with it. There was a bright flash. He looked up, seeing the sky. The hero was floating in the air. A large head appeared next to him. Several wyverns were flying near him, and they were all skeletons. The eyes of the people were shining brightly. Looking at them, he noticed that the undead were walking around the city. There was a mountain of corpses nearby. In the center, someone's silhouette was visible. Flying closer, he saw that it was him and Jisoo, who looked like the rulers of this world. Hanho was among the rest of the skeletons. Sungwoo looked down in confusion, thinking about who really ruled this world. Ugh! Fire was coming out of the monster's skull and he realized it was Lich. Looking at it, the hero thought that if they had to fight him, they would definitely die. The fire in the skull became brighter. The hero was engulfed in flames. The stone fell to the floor. The system announced that the next big update would be on January 1st. Sungwoo was shaking all over. He was breathing heavily, hearing that the sergeant had seen skeletons and dead people, so he immediately thought of him. A system message about an exclusive quest appeared. Covering his face with his hand, Sungwoo replied that this was an incredible item, and now he had a goal. He gritted his teeth, thinking about level 15 and that there were only 2 months left until Season 2. The hero remembered himself as a minion, thinking that if he did not change his fate, everything would be exactly like this. Kim looked at him carefully, hearing that the guy wanted to ask another question, and that if there was a boss in each area, did they know their location? After introducing several monsters, the boy thought about how he tried to avoid the bosses that appeared from the very beginning of the game because of the great danger, but he couldn't do that anymore. The sergeant looked away thoughtfully when he thought about how bosses were the fastest way to level up. Raising a finger, Kim replied that he only knew one place where the boss was, but their commander considered it one of the most dangerous. He then introduced the man, telling him that he would like to destroy it first, but because of the great danger, the hero might not succeed. Sungwoo only slightly opened his mouth. The sergeant was delighted to hear that he agreed to catch the boss. Sungwoo waved his hand, adding that it was not free, and then the interlocutor asked what he wanted. Turning around, the hero answered that it was gold, and right now. The soldier stood in front of Taeyang, who was surprised to clarify about 100,000. The man opened his mouth wide, indignant at such a demand, saying that the guy was crazy. The soldier looked at him, answering that it was unlikely that their soldiers were as experienced as he was, considering that he was able to deal with vampires. Imagining the hero defeating the monster, he added that his skills were very much needed. Then the lieutenant colonel frowned, clarifying that even Sergeant Kim was inferior to him. He clenched his fist, hearing that they were different, and if the sergeant was strong as a soldier, then this man was like the entire army. He replied that they were also an army. Imagining a muscular man, he asked about making Kim a commander. Would he then be able to destroy all the monsters and subjugate the skeletons? Imagining the strength of these skeletons behind him, the soldier replied that they should not be afraid of them. He just did not want to foolishly waste the lives of his soldiers. Imagining how the army surrounded the skeleton, he said that although there were more people, they were much stronger and, as he said, the hero is an entire army. Taeyang gritted his teeth, talking about 100,000 again. Then the sergeant opened his mouth wide, allowing him to say something and thinking that he needed to convince them. A little nervously, he shouted that Sungwoo was a good soldier and a person who could help in this difficult task, and also this was a normal payment for the ability of such a warrior, thinking that then fewer of their guys would die. Taeyong glanced at the sergeant, thinking that they spent 60,000 a day on one soldier, which meant that the payment for him was 14 hours of an ordinary soldier's life. Folding his hands in displeasure, the man replied that he would have to agree. Imagining how the monster gnawed the plane, he thought that in the zero of the first combat squadron lived the most terrible monster of those he had ever met, and if he did not kill it, then things would not go further. There were many dead soldiers lying under the monster's feet, so despite the large number, all of them were killed in the first 10 minutes of the battle. They simply surrendered. Imagining the officer rewarding him, he thought that if it weren't for the wyverns, it would be possible to move through the air, but first he needed to destroy the monster, then the situation would become easier. Now the man hit the chair with his fist, saying that they had no choice and let them tell the guy that they agreed. Gritting his teeth, the man called him greedy. He frowned, adding that this would come back to him. Kim silently watched what was happening. The sun was reflected in the windows. The men shook hands. The system notified about receiving 100,000 gold. The soldier, looking at Sungwoo, said that this was 100,000 from the army and hoped for good cooperation. Behind his back, the hero sent a message that the event would take place within 7 days, and other conditions. He said that he didn't think they could fight for 5 days straight, specifying that he only had to take care of what was happening inside. The soldier waved his hand, saying that they needed to be careful with this airport to minimize damage, and hoped that 3 days would be enough. A tall man came out of the crowd, and it was said that he was Sergeant Kong, who would be working with them. He smiled strangely, saying that he was glad to meet him and that, unfortunately, the hero would be his assistant. The sergeant put his hand on his head, asking what level the guy was, because if he was lower than him, then it was unclear why he was needed here. Sungwoo looked at him intently. Everyone was surprised to hear the answer about level 10. Kong gritted his teeth, not understanding how, because he only kills every day, and asked if he found some kind of loophole. As he left, the hero answered that there are monsters stronger than orcs. Then the sergeant smiled nervously, saying that he was just joking and the monster they would be fighting was something else entirely. Sungwoo waved his hand, thanking him for the information and hoping that they would both level up in these 3 days. There were abandoned cars on the street. The man looked around and someone asked where Sungwoo was. People gathered together, hoping that the guy would continue to protect them. Jaeonsu smiled, saying that it would be hard for him to protect everyone who needed help. He turned around when the man behind him asked if they could make a safe zone here and said that they could, but it would be better to wait since it was expensive. A girl standing next to him asked what their plan was. Jaeonsu clenched his hand into a fist, suggesting that they build a village for the survivors. He looked at the crowd nearby, adding that they still had to help each other, and everyone had different classes and professions. So, introducing the blacksmith, he noted that there would probably be those who would provide equipment and healing. Then he introduced the man in armor, saying that there would also be those who could protect them. Looking up, the guy added that their goal was safety and gold. The others were happy about the great plan, that they could rely on it. But he remembered his conversation with Sungwoo, admitting that it was his plan, and it was not that good. Then, he remembered the people killed, saying that he had already let his people down once. Because of his stupid actions, his friends died. Smiling confusedly, Jaeonsu added that he did not think he could lead others. The man frowned, looking at him. He came closer, saying that in a broken world, it was difficult to take on such responsibility. Smiling, he added that even making small decisions is a responsibility, so he was good. Jaeonsu burst into tears when the interlocutor said that this also requires courage, and therefore he must believe in himself to cope. A tear fell to the ground when he asked him to become the leader of their village. The guy hugged the man, thanking him for these words. The same thought that he himself did not want to take such responsibility, wished him luck. There was fire everywhere. Sungwoo with the others stood among the defeated orcs. Hanho looked down, saying that it was very easy. The hero replied that at their level, anything is easy. They fought the orcs. When he said that with 3 of them and 1 skeleton, no one could stop him. Dressed with orcs, he pointed at them. Well, and a skeleton appeared in front of them. The hero noted that even if they called their comrades, they would kill everyone. So the crowd rushed at him. The guy added that they thought they could kill 3 people. Immediately there was a powerful explosion, which came as a surprise to them. The wounded orc looked at Hanho. He pounced on the guy. The arrows from the crossbow hit him when the hero said, and that they are also easy to deal with. There was an entrance to the building nearby. Everyone went inside. Hanho noticed the icon, like in a dungeon, but clarified that they were not in it. Sungwoo came closer, seeing that it was an icon of a hammer, and assumed that this was a workshop, offering to go inside. He opened the doors. The system notified that here they can combine and create items. Then the hero imagined the spheres, thinking that he can combine them, wondering what kind of item will be obtained in the end. Imagining the different spheres, the hero thought about getting a tear of the sea spirit from the store, a bloody demon stone from the orcs, and an ancient slime core. Now, looking at them, he was glad that they all exist. Hanho assumed that the result would be random. Smiling, the guy added that he could get something good for himself. Sungwoo looked at him, saying that it was unlikely that 2 spheres would make a simple dagger. The comrade folded his hands in prayer. A new message appeared saying that the cost was 100,000, and the chance of destruction was 2%, asking if he wanted to continue? The item started to glow brightly when he answered that he wanted to. They gathered together. The system notified that the fusion process had started and advised him to step back. Sungwoo stared at it. A bright stone appeared in his hand when the fusion was complete, and it was said that it was a chaos crystal. The hero looked at it, thinking that it might be related to demons, but maybe it was something else. He brought it to his chest, thinking that even though it was a legendary item, he should try to increase its class. Imagining the faces of the monsters, he thought about not only taking the enemy's mana and health, but also transferring them to himself. His friends looked at him with delight and congratulated him, saying that he got something cool as always. Jisoo looked down in surprise when the system notified that she could fuse the items. The katana merged with the ignition stone. A fiery sword appeared in her hand, cutting with fiery flames. Hanho slammed his hands on the table, asking about himself. Only a small spark flashed in front of him. His question about why he couldn't do it was heard throughout the building. The hero answered that he would buy him things at the store. The girls supported him, saying that something good would probably appear there. There were many cars in the parking lot. The computer monitor was broken. Sungwoo looked at it in confusion. The girl asked in surprise how they could use the store now? There were several cars at the entrance, so it was blocked for monsters. Hanho hugged the monitor with tears, not understanding why the store was damaged like this, because it was an important place for everyone. The hero held the broken keyboard in his hands, noting that it was unlikely that monsters did this. Jisoo pointed to the writing on the wall, surprised by it. Noticing one of the letters, she noticed that it seemed to be scratched by a claw, although the monsters do not know their language. Looking at her, Sungwoo replied that if this wasn't Disney's idea, it was kind of creepy. Seeing cars in the windows, he suggested going back to the village. Tall buildings were visible nearby. Sungwoo and the others were walking along the street. A soldier appeared in front of them. Kim smiled tiredly. The hero asked what he was doing there. The sergeant was holding a hammer in his hand, answering that they were destroying monsters in the area and that this was their group quest. Looking at the dead monster, the soldier added that this quest was a variation of the daily one, and you just need to kill a certain number of monsters every day, and the reward is bigger, and everyone gets it. Looking at his interlocutor, the hero asked what the reward was for him. Nearby, they were helping a wounded man. Frowning, Kim replied that the attack and defense power increases by about 10% the next day, but for some reason the quests are getting harder. Introducing the monsters, he said that orcs and goblins appear out of nowhere, but the rewards are getting better. Sitting down next to the goblin, Hanho didn't understand how that was possible, although they really didn't know where they came from. The sergeant clutched the dog tags in his hand, hoping that wasn't true. Gritting his teeth, the boy added that in that case, all the deaths were meaningless. Looking with compassion, Jisoo suggested that maybe someone escaped, since people probably wanted to find their families. Kim looked at his comrades, answering that there were some, but they caught them quickly, since it was dangerous to split up in a situation like this. Then, imagining the soldiers tied to poles, she asked about the army not even allowing people to escape. Kim clenched his fist, answering that unfortunately, in the current situation, they can't rely on everything they were trained to do, so they are trying to take it with numbers. Then, imagining the broken phones, she concluded that they were taking their gold and preventing them from interacting with society, thinking about how it was always difficult in the army, whether you were there once or all the time. Sungwoo saw his interlocutor pursing his lips, thinking that this was why the Prosecutors Guild was better than the entire army. Looking at the tall buildings, he said that it was time to move. They had wounded, so it was better to go to the village, where it was safer. The beast put its paw behind its back. With one blow, it threw several people back. The rest ran away, shouting that it was late and they needed to go inside. Jiangsu, frowning, shouted that they needed to hold on and at least not let them get to the others. A monster appeared behind him. He, looking back, thought about how things like this happened when Sungwoo was not around. Taking the spear with both hands, he decided that he could no longer. A swing of the paw threw the people back. The monster was surprised at what he saw. Jiangsu pounced on him, deciding that he didn't want to give up his people for nothing anymore. A bright light remained at the beast's face. Landing on the ground, the boy was glad that he had succeeded. A bright light appeared next to him, as he thought about buying time. The beast grabbed him, so the boy forgot that there were 3 wild bears here. Tears ran down his face, as he thought that it was too late. The small skeleton swung. The bear's paw was cut off. Another blade pierced its mouth. Fire appeared around Jisoo, and she said that Jiangsu had held up well. Another bear appeared behind her. Someone blocked his blow, telling him to put his claws away. Hanho clenched his fists, saying that he was already in a bad mood today. Looking at the defeated bear, Jiangsu wondered why. Someone stepped forward as he said that he thought he was weak, but thanks to them, he was convinced otherwise. Sung-woo extended his hand forward, saying that they came to help. Kim and the other soldiers looked at what was happening in surprise. The bear was covered in suit armor. The system showed a description of the synergy effect. The sergeant looked at his comrades, thinking that not only the heroes, but everyone in his team was very strong, and most importantly, they worked well together. He gripped his hammer tighter, thinking that it was unfair, because they were not as strong as him, but they also fought with all their might. He remembered his fallen comrades, thinking that although their warriors knew a lot about war, they were not ready for this. He also remembered the dying comrade who wanted to see his mother, thinking that they should not die for nothing. Kim lowered his head, wondering if it was right to listen to the orders of the commanders in the current situation. Sung-woo approached him, asking him to tell him that all preparations were complete. The hero smiled, adding that they could begin the operation to retake the airstrip. There were many wounded people sitting on the floor. Jisoo and Hanho smiled at Jaehoon-soo, saying that he was a good man for killing one wild bear, who replied that they had many wounded and dead. Sung-woo approached him, saying that this situation was difficult for any person and everyone knew that he had done his best. Someone's footsteps were heard and a question about what happened. Looking around, Khan noticed the chaos in the village and concluded that many people had died. The hero looked at him in surprise, not understanding how he could say this in such a situation. A subordinate bear stood next to him as he spoke about their attack. Standing in front of the bear, the man replied that he had also caught one and that they were very strong. Sung-woo imagined his card, thinking that his class was a 3-star striker. Imagining him in battle, the hero mused that he could fight unarmed using martial arts, although he said he did not know the meaning of his class. Kim looked at Kang, asking if he was ready to move, since the hero planned to start the raid as soon as possible. Kang, gritting his teeth, asked irritably, "Since when did the sergeant become his secretary?" The soldier looked confused. Kang kicked him in the leg, saying that if he had plans, he should say it himself. Kim felt a strong pain, and when asked if he remembered his military duties, he replied that he did. But the man looked at him menacingly, noting that it did not seem like it, otherwise he would not grieve over the death of civilians when they had such an important mission. Kang looked at the others, adding that the gold had become less, and it should be the opposite, so it was time for them to look around at what was happening, since the higher-ups always knew where they were. Sung-woo imagined the man at the monitors, thinking that the man knew about some kind of tracking system, but considering the gold collection, it was more like slavery. Kim opened his mouth wide, indignant at these words, since many of his soldiers had died. Frowning, he added that it was all because of the captain and their stupid judgments. Khan lifted him off the ground, responding that his task was to collect gold and leave the strong monsters to him. Veins bulged on his forehead as he talked about his soldiers dying because of his stupidity, reminding him that he was a blacksmith and that his life depended on him. Gritting his teeth, Kim thought about how he only wanted to help his soldiers. Someone's hand touched Kang's arm. Sung-woo approached them, saying that they were moving, since there was little time. He looked at him menacingly. He threw the sergeant aside, indignant that the hero had touched him, saying that they needed to hurry. Then he directed the rest of the soldiers. The comrades ran up to the sergeant. The hero noted that many respected him. Kim rubbed his neck, apologizing for this. Kang pushed the soldier in the back when he said that he liked to take out his dissatisfaction on others. Gathering with the others, he added that they would begin preparing to leave. Sung-woo stood near his friends, hearing from them that Kim was having a hard time. The trucks drove quickly along the road. They stopped at the airport building. There were many broken vehicles on the runway. Everyone looked at them. Kang was not sure if the planes could still fly. They moved on. When the senior sergeant said that the boss had been here and he had fought with him a couple of days ago, the hero thought it was funny, because there were rumors that he had escaped. Sung-woo angrily looked behind him, thinking that his words were lies, and there was no point in even listening to them, but he did not want them to fail the raid, although he would be happy if the senior sergeant failed. Someone's hand hit the wall of the house when he thought about the fact that Kim had told him all the information about the boss. A huge monster came out from around the corner. The system notified about the appearance of a giant troll. The hero opened his mouth wide, screaming that he was much bigger. The troll grabbed one of the bears. The guy thought that even the 4 of them would not be able to cope with it. The monster's eyes glowed brightly, and he realized that it was looking straight at him. A loud roar was heard throughout the area. Kang turned to Sung-woo, asking if he was watching him, because right now 100,000 gold was running away from his hands. A glow appeared around the hero's hand, and he replied that everything was under control and it would not be difficult to catch him. The dead began to bite the troll's leg. The system notified that a death response was activated in a certain area. The boss took a deep breath. He forcefully kicked the ground. Hanho covered his head with his hands. The hero said that the ground was shaking. They need to be more careful. Kim stood behind him, asking if all the zombies were dead. The guy answered to calm down. Frowning, Sung-woo wondered if he should talk to him alone. Zombie parts flew apart when using corpse explosion. The troll struck again. Sungwoo covered himself with his hand. The monster's hand was hanging down. But the wound immediately healed. The hero noted that he had excellent defense and fast recovery. Imagining other monsters, he thought about how he was weakened by the curse and constant attacks. But this is not enough, and although he does not have special skills of vampires, slimes or spirits, but physically he is very strong. The troll growled loudly. The guy understood that this was a terrible opponent for him. Putting his hand behind his head, Kong asked about the fact that his tricks did not work, concluding that this time there was no way to do without casualties. The hero, gritting his teeth, thought that he still had an option, and it was the most effective and safest. Footsteps were heard, saying that it was their turn. Hanho and Jisoo prepared for battle. There were several soldiers in the store. The captain was told that the prosecutor was gathering people and creating a strange group. Taeyang gritted his teeth, hearing that some kind of strange guild had also appeared in Busan, answering that such rats were always waiting for a reason to behave like this. The national news appeared on the phone screen. The soldier suggested creating a post in the army community, because people would start asking more questions if the number of such guilds increased. The man looked at the soldier and said that they could not trust such suspicious groups anyway, and the soldier asked why. Taking a drink in his hand, he replied that the information was very important now, and if it fell into the wrong hands, the government and the entire country could be at risk. Taeyang introduced the group of people, saying that they still did not know what exactly happened, but the government was very wary of such gatherings. The soldier looked at the commander with distrust, wondering if he should trust the higher-ups in such situations, because even if this site was unofficial, it had influence in society. The man looked at him as he thought about how even among the military he had influence. Taeyang imagined the dead Sungwoo, asking the soldier if he had told the others that after killing the boss, he was next, and anyone who refused would be eliminated. Imagining Kang's sinister smile, he replied that he had, and that the senior sergeant and 2 of his squad had agreed, and Sergeant Kim would just have to join. Narrowing his eyes, the man asked if there would be any problems with the henchmen. The interlocutor imagined a frightened Jisoo, saying that she had a semblance of a sword, but she was a girl, which meant her strength was questionable. Then he remembered Hanho with a dagger in his hand, saying that he was just a pawn. He was weak, but he was trying to use a dagger, but in fact he was just hiding behind a necromancer. Taeyang raised a finger, ordering to check if everyone was ready, and demanded not to kill everyone at once, because they needed to earn at least 100,000 gold. The soldier frowned, thinking that this was more like robbery than a military mission, and their soldiers were dying just for gold, but decided to put such stupid thoughts aside. Others were guarding the entrance when he decided that the soldier should obey, and ordered them to move forward, saying that Kong was in control. Opening his mouth, the troll growled. Hanho blocked the blow, saying that they needed stronger attacks. A new message appeared about the activation of the Holy Shield. The guy opened his mouth wide, saying that he was the local king here. Jisoo appeared behind the enemy. The girl plunged her blade. The troll gritted his teeth. He tried to knock her down with his hand. She landed on the ground. Looking at the boss in front of her, she thought that maybe he was big, but not very fast, decided that they could handle it. There was a rope on the hilt of the sword, and she told Hanho that they could begin. The guy tightened the rope on his belt, saying that it was impossible to cut. He quickly moved around the boss, shouting that he needed to be tied tighter. The rope wrapped around the troll. Khan watched in surprise, thinking of people as just weak-willed dolls of the Necromancer, but they turned out to be very strong. Seeing how they fought the boss, he also noted that they acted together, attacking and defending in a coordinated manner. He gritted his teeth at the thought that the hero wanted to win the fight only at the expense of these two. A message appeared saying that the protective barrier would turn off in 3 seconds. A screen appeared in front of Hanho, and he turned to Kim. The sergeant took out a goblin from his backpack, saying that they were ready. A dagger was stabbed into the monster's head. A message appeared saying that they had purified the goblin, and the effect of the protective barrier was extended. The sergeant took out the next goblin. Kong frowned, surprised that they were killing him to defeat the boss. Seeing how Hanho was surrounded by a glow, he thought that such a skill was needed to win. Jisoo was surrounded by fire. The man thought that she hardly had any military or combat experience. After all, killing people and monsters are completely different things. He reached his hand towards Sungwoo, realizing that this was not how he imagined the situation, and suggested killing him right away. Sungwoo frowned, thinking about his comrades tying the enemy's legs. Earlier, they were standing in the office, and he told them that it was dangerous, so it was better to entrust such work to others. His companions looked at him, saying that they had no right to make a mistake with the boss, and that they were the most suitable in terms of agility. Jisoo raised her finger and also noted that they had a protective barrier, which meant there would be no problems. The hero thought that it was some kind of transformation technique. He looked at them carefully, answering that they needed to think about it, because he had to ensure their safety. Slightly opening her mouth, the interlocutor noted that he was not their guardian. Jisoo put her hand on her chest, saying that they were a team, and asked them to trust. The club hit the ground. Hanho completely tied up the monster. It fell to the ground. Sunwoo walked towards them, saying that they were great, but now it was his turn. Skeletons appeared behind him. Kang, looking at them, thought that this was the Necromancer, and did not understand how to kill him now. One of the servants handed him the sword of the Dragon Knight, who was already eager to absorb blood. He pulled the weapon aside, ordering his minions to attack. They struck many blows. The bears gnawed at them with their teeth. One of the skeletons punched, but the troll bit it. The hero stood over him, asking him how he could not live, and offered to feed him something more nutritious. Hands stuck out of the troll's mouth. A powerful explosion sounded. Sunwoo had the monster's head in front of him, and he said that the boss was no exception, being left without it. He stuck his hand in it. The system notified him of receiving 220,000 gold for the victory. New windows appeared, informing him that additional characteristics, a mysterious box, and a new level had been received. Sunwoo looked at his weapon when the system reported that 4,851 days remained to prove his worthy, and said that it took 98 days to prepare for this hunt. A card appeared in his hand. The guy said that for leveling up he would choose a full-fledged bone weapon so that it could be improved in the future. Khan and the other soldiers looked shocked, surprised that it was already over. The hero pointed to the corpse, answering that their contracts could be considered fulfilled and saying that he would take it, since his task was only to kill him. The senior sergeant looked back at the soldiers, wondering if they would be able to kill him if they attacked now, since there were more than 20 soldiers. He smiled, deciding that it was time to start, and replied that the hero could do as he wanted. Sunwoo smiled back, wondering what he was thinking about, and a bright light appeared in his eyes as he replied that he understood everything himself. The man pulled his hand back to strike, shouting to the others that they had been found out. An explosion sounded from his blow. Green flames rose up. Sunwoo took cover behind his shield. The protagonist sees the enemy's hand flying in front of him. His palm turns into a bone weapon. The white bones begin to transform. He delivers a strong blow to the protagonist's shield. Kang is shocked to see this. Striking his fist into his palm, he shouts that the attack has failed and the soldiers need to distract him while he attacks. The villain with the soldiers is opposite them. He says that if there weren't so many skeletons, they would win in an instant. The warrior deals the strongest blows to the protagonist's shield, using the magnum skill. The guy looks at him in surprise, swinging his sword. He deftly kicks his hand, shouting that it's too late. He asks with a grin if MC really expects to defeat him empty-handed. The protagonist counterattacks in rage, but he dodges. Kang does a backflip, insulting the opponent. Suddenly, he gets hit with a blade that cuts his nose. Sunwoo stands opposite him with a dagger. The opponent does not understand where it could have come from. The guy forms bones with his hands, declaring that he created it from the shield and this is a feature of such a weapon. The protagonist confidently holds the daggers, asking the opponent if he thinks he can create something better, while he reflects on the fact that the higher the skill level, the better the result. Kang, with blood on his face, screams that there is no need to pretend to be a winner, because he still surpasses him in strength and experience. He turns around in rage and sees the destroyed warriors. The guy with the dagger again repeats that bone weapons are made of bones. The bones instantly rise and crash into the villain, after the protagonist calls on them to create a weapon. They dig into his body, he screams in pain. The guy at this time asks if he surpasses him in strength and experience, and is it true that this is all he can do? The villain angrily insults the protagonist, asking why the soldiers stood up and did not help him. Behind the soldiers there is an undead. Their captain shouts why they are not doing anything. A subject stands next to the captain and asks if he really doesn't understand anything and if they need to answer. The soldier in the helmet, gritting his teeth, says that Kang said that this was necessary for survival, but he no longer sees the point in dying for him. The wounded commander shouts in rage that he will kill him and that he is a damned deserter. The soldiers walk with the captain among other people. The ward says that they did not protect the people, but only hunted and collected gold. The other soldiers angrily say that this is true and this cannot go on any longer. Another warrior in a helmet comes up from behind and asks what they are doing. Kang, with bones all over his body, asks why they are so late. They in turn do not understand what is happening. The soldier behind the other says that they have already talked to the others about what should happen. He turns around in fear, hearing that they are not going to take part in this at all. The protagonist in white armor watches what is happening. The soldier raises his hand and shouts that he understands what he is talking about, but now he doesn't have to act like that because the world will soon fall apart, and they will need every person. The warrior in glasses asks if he really doesn't understand. Jisoo stands next to the protagonist, and says that he doesn't know if this rebellion would bring anything good. The guy replies that life in the army is always like this. The soldier furiously shouts at the rebel, asking if he really expects him to just leave it like that because he knows how he will be punished for such an attitude towards the army. The heroes watch attentively, hearing that they have already been punished, and now they have a chance to leave. Khan shouts in rage that they themselves were happy to work for gold, and he will personally kill them. He takes out a weapon, Shouting that all this is because of him, another soldier asks him to stop. He sticks a syringe into his arm, declaring that everyone needs to shut up because they can't even be normal warriors. The surprised protagonist wonders if this is an ampoule and if it is intended for treatment. Khan begins to turn into a huge monster. The soldier shouts to the others that they need to run, mentioning the protagonist. The syringe lies on the ground. It is said that this is a variable ampoule, and it will turn him into a monster. The soldier looks at him in fear and asks him to calm down, because they can solve everything. He blows off his head, blood splashes in all directions. A ferocious beast with huge fangs and claws growls at those around him. The guy looks at this in surprise and hears from his friend the words that Khan has become a wild tiger. He replies that he did not think that this is possible without choosing a card. The tiger growls at them in rage. He sees Jisa running to attack. The monster says that they will regret it. The girl notices the enemy's paw in front of her. She deftly dodges the blow. The system window says about improved perception. She pushes off the ground with her hand. The girl strikes several blows with her sword. The heroine pokes with a flaming blade in rage. She pierces the beast's paw through. The monster leads with this hand and Jisa flies through the air after her. He deals a strong blow to her body. The girl in armor hits the ground and rolls further. Blood pours out of her mouth. She screams in pain. An undead appears in front of the wild tiger. The system window talks about Cerberus, the protector of hell, with the effect of increasing attack speed, muscle strength, increased defense. The guy says that he thought about leaving him and extracting information. Sungwoo, clenching his teeth in anger, says that he has gone too far and now there is no point in leaving him alive. The bone undead pounces on the tiger. Tufts of fur fly apart. Military vehicles and soldiers are standing near the building. The warrior tells the bald man that the soldiers are already here. He orders them to be brought. A man in a helmet and glasses goes inside. The captain shouts that they are alive. He stands in front of him and asks if everything worked out. He with a serious look assures that they caught the boss. The man hugs him and exclaims that they are great, specifying what happened to Senior Sergeant Kong and the vice captain. The soldier looks at the chief and says that they are both dead. The interlocutor in shock asks what about that guy. The surprised chief looks forward and hears that they want to discuss something with him. The protagonist in white armor stands next to the undead and asks if they can discuss his plan to eliminate Sungwoo. Military vehicles rush to the building in the middle of the night. The soldiers run to their comrades and ask who is there, specifying how dare they move without orders. A warrior in glasses stands next to them. He asks what Sergeant Kim from the first squad is doing here and shouldn't he be on a mission. The warriors in shock see skeletons. They shout what this is and understand that this is an uprising. A frightened soldier asks the sergeant what is going on. He answers with a smile that they are now free. The protagonist goes forward. The inscription commander is visible on the door. He kicks down the door. The man flies away with it. The captain sits at the table, saying that he did not know that their soldiers were capable of a coup. The old man sits with a drink in his hands and tells the lieutenant colonel that he is disappointed in him, and if he saw signs of a rebellion, he should have immediately intervened. The protagonist stands next to the undead and states that he probably knows why this is happening, specifying that his subordinates would not have just carried out a coup. The interlocutor drinks the drink, asking if they set them up because the tactic is win-win. He calmly sits opposite MC and says that they survived because they immediately adapted, and whether it is war or monsters, they are ready for anything and therefore they had to find a way to survive in a destroyed world. The guy smirks and clarifies that he is talking about the synergy effect system and earning gold at the cost of the lives of their fellow soldiers. He angrily puts the cup on the table and shouts that it has always been like this, and the army has always worked like this. The frightened soldiers hold their heads in the middle of the battlefield. The commander says that on the first day they had a lot of casualties after the monsters appeared, but then they realized how important synergy is. He smirked at the system window with information that due to the general suffering, a hidden synergy is activated. The notification says that this is a thorny path of loyalty, with the effect that the commander can give an order and if you do not obey, a punishment will be given that limits all abilities. The old man with a serious look assures that all their soldiers could have died and therefore they got by with fewer casualties and such is war. The protagonist standing in front of him clarifies whose war it is, theirs with monsters that do not even have brains. The man moves the chess pieces. He explains that this is a survival game and while they do not understand how the system works, all that remains is to follow the game. The guy frowns and suggests leaving the chatter and getting to the point. He asks why they had to kill him. He calmly says that it was because he was definitely a problem one day. The leader stands behind the podium in front of the people. The question sounds that does not the protagonist understand that such a world needs people like him, and this is true. The crowd is ready to believe in anything just to feel safe. The icons of people are connected to each other. He explains that to rule the country you need to be able to manage people and who if not them will do it. He points to the guy and shouts that he is an obstacle to a united and friendly world. You cannot leave alive people who separate from others, like the prosecutor. The old man clenched his fist assures that this is the best way. The protagonist sees a crossbow on his table and understands that the interlocutor really believes in everything he says. He thinks why he needs a weapon. The guy scratches his head and says that he showed his soldiers hope and the old man just needs to give them the gold and they will leave when the wave ends. The commander screams in rage as he laughs at saying such a thing because all the gold belongs to the army. The protagonist with a frightening look declares that this is not an offer, because if they do not want to die, they must give everything. The frightened old man understands him, clarifying that he must leave Weizong and Suwon. He stands in front of him and asks why he should take his soldiers because they must continue to serve their homeland. The guy introduces Kim and declares that this is not so and they are not slaves who can be used as they please. They shake hands. The system window says that 45,000 gold has been received. He lets go of his hand, wondering if this is all and shouldn't there be more gold due to the synergy effect. He looks at the old man who is standing with his back to him and asks what kind of ampoule is that can turn you into a monster. He grimaces and asks why he would answer this because this is not part of the deal. The protagonist scratches his face and hints that they can stay and do not want to wander the world again, and here everything is so familiar. The old man, clutching his head, says that he does not know, because traveling sellers supply them, and they have things that are not in ordinary stores. The guy asks in surprise where they are from, noting that this is quite strange. The soldiers are standing in front of the sellers. The commander says that he does not know and they said that you should not rely on luck, but figure out the mechanism of the roulette. The merchant in the mask looked at them. The old man explains that he fell for these words because they sounded convincing. It is written on the wall that everyone who relies on luck must die and a new world will begin soon. He wonders if this seller really destroyed the store. The protagonist and the undead turn around. He says that they are leaving and the old man should not forget about synergy, and then he will check through Sergeant Kim. The old man stretches out his hand and asks to wait, because there is something else for him. He shoots a crossbow, shouting that it is a gift from the army. He runs out of the door and wishes death to the traitors. There is an explosion. A short man stands next to his partner and asks if they succeeded. The protagonist covers himself with a shield and says that he knew that a person who gave such an order cannot be called a man. They look at the protagonist in surprise and shout that he has a shield and they need to shoot at him. The guy fights off the shots. The soldiers were wounded. The system windows say that gold was received for killing players of levels 4 and 3 with a temporary bonus of X2. The old man stands in front of the undead and shouts for them to not come closer. He holds the remote control and shouts that it is a bomb. The guy asks again in disbelief. The commander with a mad look declares that he can go that far and this is a concentrate of the depths. The wandering doctor sold it to him, and he has already tested the effect on the orcs. The protagonist looks at the old man who shouts that if he blows it up, everyone will die. He asks him to try. The surprised commander asks again. The protagonist with sparkling eyes urges him to try his bomb, because if he could kill the orcs, I wonder if he can kill him. He fearfully holds the remote control and screams that he should not come closer because he will really die. Suddenly, the undead behind him knocks the remote control out of his hands. The skeleton squeezes his hand until it bleeds. He screams in pain. The protagonist stands in front of the bloody detonator and says that for some reason he never said that the army's job is to save the inhabitants. He sternly suggests that the commander is probably not a soldier, but a coward who is trying to save his own skin. The undead deals a deadly blow to the old man who insulted him. The system window says that he received gold for killing a level 3 player. The protagonist calmly asks that he was only level 3 and did not pay attention to this at all. The villain's body lies in a pool of blood. He says that he never understood how the new world works since he was just trying to accumulate gold thanks to synergy. The notification says that he has received 45,000 gold. He realizes that it is still not enough. The guy sees a cabinet door in front of him. The undead tears the doors apart after the order. Surprised, Sungwoo looks at this. There are dozens of ampoules on the shelves. He says that now it is clear why he had so little gold. He takes one of them. The message says that this is a monstrous wolf ampoule, an unknown class with a game item category with a temporary transformation effect, and it must be administered intramuscularly. The effect lasts for 20 minutes. Hanho sees a shining hand and shouts about healing. The girl is standing next to him. The guy asks her if elixirs are not better than his treatment. Wounded soldiers are lying on stretchers. She says that they still have many of them. Jisa looks at him and says that he needs to develop his skill, and even if its effect is worse than the elixir now, over time it will become an excellent help. The guy turns to the undead and says that it is a pity that he cannot help them. The main character's assistant hugs his friend. Hanho asks the one on the right with tears where he's been all this time. Sungwoo stands nearby and asks if Jisoo has recovered. She says yes and everything is fine now. She imagines the battle and says that she thought she could handle a wild tiger, but it was too presumptuous. The guy smiles and says that her skill just wasn't quite right for this monster, but it's better to develop in different directions than to specialize only in tigers. A fierce tiger stands in front of other monsters. The main character says that not everyone has the characteristics of tigers. The guy looks at his friend and says that he needs to work on his heal, and if he's unlucky, they'll really have to fight the Lich and his army of the dead. A huge warrior throws the undead around. The guy thinks that the priest should protect them from the undead and can use a heal, create a shield and attack from afar, and it's not that this is the most important thing, but if he can develop it. The protagonist makes a face thinking that he will become stronger than him. Hanho calls him by name. He sadly notes that he sees such a cape on him for the first time, clarifying why it is a different color compared to his. The guy looks around with a smile and explains that he received it in a special chest after defeating the boss. The system window says that this is a legendary level Shadow King cape with the effect of reducing magic damage and the ability to hide in the shadows. His friend hits his fist on the ground and asks him to shut up because he always gets all the best. He asks if he wants to take it. Kim stands behind them and tells the protagonist that they have already finished and many of those who are looking for their family have joined the village. He sadly looks at the prisoners and says that the stubborn ones remain and they can be released to free swimming. They sit on the ground with serious faces. The sergeant explains that the strongest and most responsible have already died and there is little use from these pawns. The protagonist, smiling, says that they are returning to the village because there is still a lot of work to do. He thinks with a serious expression that there are only 3 days left until the end of the wave and he needs to continue hunting. The buildings are standing in the middle of the night. A happy cook is cooking for people. The fighters are discussing something. Others are fighting fiercely against monsters. Jiangsa passes by people and smiles. Happy warriors are riding motorcycles with tied-up goblins. A fighter stands near a killed monster. It is said that the level has increased to 12. The guy looks around among the corpses and says that it is slow, asking how much time he will spend to reach 15. He looks at the shining object with a smile. Seeing that his strength has increased by 3 points, he declares that now his strength is 13 plus 6 and he can cope with orcs. But if someone stronger comes across. The protagonist stands near a large skull, realizing that it will be useless against him, and he needs to quickly reach level 15 and protect the side of the King of Death. Surprised friends look at the window with information that the wave of the long and dark night has ended and the gold doubling event has been completed. Movement restrictions have been lifted. The system notification says about the guide to starting a war called A Meeting with Fate. It says that congratulations are sent to all survivors. The road to answers will soon appear. But for now it's time to go beyond simple survival and gain strength to confront the world. 3 friends see a window that the event will last 20 days and all movement restrictions will be lifted. Bosses appear all over the world. The choice of factions of angels or demons begins, which will be updated later. Jisoo notes that everything is starting over again. The guy says that the game will not leave anyone alone. A ferocious monster attacks people. He understands that the main thing now is the raid boss, and he is the best option for increasing the level. An image of angels and demons is shown. The protagonist thinks that it is not yet clear what this means. Hanho looks at the smartphone screen in surprise and asks to look at this application. Sungwoo is amazed to see the screen and hears that they have set the ranking by territory. It shows information about the Korean service ranking, where Kang Seok, the prosecutor and others are in first place. The protagonist is shocked to hear that level 15 is in first place, and he hunts almost without rest and is still at 12. He thinks about the person behind the monitor and realizes that he has a lot of experience in online games and how could he rise higher. Jisoo in a helmet looks at the screen and says that okay, first place, but 4th and 5th look strange and it seems that they are from the same group, but for 2 rankers in 1 place. Hanho shows his phone and shouts that he should look in the community. He clarifies what is there. He loudly declares that the prosecutor is 2nd in the ranking and he wants to meet him. The message says that on behalf of the Liberation Guild, he asks him for an official meeting. There are about 500 people in the guild and they must survive, save people and find out the truth about the game. The protagonist seriously wonders why they needed a public appeal. The blonde guy in white clothes stretches out his hand. The protagonist realizes that in a ruined world where survival is the basis of everything, he definitely needs something from him. He looks forward with a serious expression and realizes that he knew he needed something and he says that it is tiring. The city stands in the middle of twilight. A bright fire burns in front of the people. The guy happily tells the prosecutor that their restrictions on movement have been lifted and now there will be more opportunities to improve their skills. The girl adjusts her glasses and says that this is nonsense. A raid boss, angels and demons, and they need much more information. He notes that they will learn everything during the battle. She calmly states that they need to be prepared for any outcome. The guy in white clothes with a sword in his hand states that we must not forget that their task is to save people. The prosecutor calmly explains that everything possible must be done so as not to reverse evolution and not return to ancient and dark times. The assistant smiles, realizing that the prosecutor can always be relied upon because he has a pure heart and a desire to help, as well as charisma. Tears flow from his eyes. He understands that the leader will save the entire country. The girl notices that he is again overwhelmed by feelings. She looks at the phone and says that the prosecutor wanted to find strong new members of the guild, so she searched the community. The girl introduces the warrior, saying that she found nothing and that they do not exist at all. She says with a smile that she contacted the Necromancer in 3rd place. The guy asks again in shock. The hero in a mask on his eyes claims that he saved many in Suwon, but for free. The girl in glasses looks at the screen and explains that he did not receive payment for saving everyone, and if he asked for money, then an adequate amount. The prosecutor stands in front of the monsters and says that in a world where there are so many crazy people, this is a preventive measure. The assistant with the phone says that in addition, he is discussed in society more than the prosecutor. The interlocutor exclaims, "Is it true that this can happen?" She reads the comments with gratitude for saving him, explaining that he helped get rid of the vampires and many are grateful for saving him. She turns to her comrade and says that this can be easily changed and there is a difference between universal popularity and adoration by players. The prosecutor looks at the Pillar of Fire and says that they need to find out more about him. The blonde introduces the three heroes and understands that according to his information, they work together, and with such a number of participants in the group, he himself has reached level 12. A skull is burning in the fire. The prosecutor thinks that besides the first in the ranking, he is the next most dangerous player, and he needs to get to know him better as soon as possible. He holds a sword in front of him, realizing that if he poses a danger to the future. The amazed girl looks at the smartphone screen. She tells the boss that a response has arrived. The blonde raises his head and says that they need to hurry, because they are going to Suwon, Weizong. The bright sun rises above the building. Hanho looks at his friends and asks if the protagonist wants to meet the prosecutor. He replies that they need to do it at least once. The protagonist, thinking, says that maybe he will help him raise the level and he does not think that he will be able to rise to 15 by hunting alone. The protagonist sees fighters on motorcycles. The assistant shouts loudly that they were attacked. The protagonist asks again in surprise. He clenches his teeth and says that they are strange guys and also took Yongshik. The villain with a weapon rushes to attack. He says that it seems that they were looking for some golden deer and hearing that they do not have it, they attacked and managed to escape, but they are somewhere nearby. Jisoo, holding a katana, says that they are from a neighboring area, took a hostage to find out where their village is. The guy with a stern look asks to take him to them. The yellow sky stretches over office and residential buildings. The villain stands near the hostage and asks his comrades why he does not say anything. The other suggests just killing him. A guy with a bloody face is crying, realizing that if he tells where the village is, he will definitely die and he needs to wait for Taesung. The villain swings his mace, shouting that he will kill him and will continue looking for the golden deer. He hears a sound with a sly grin. A group of friends are standing nearby. The guy shouts out the name of the hostage. The hooligan with a gun says that the fugitives have appeared. They called their older brother and sister with them. He asks with a grin if they have seen the golden deer, because if they tell where it is, he will pardon them. The protagonist stands with Jisoo and replies that they have not seen anything, clarifying why he needs it. The bandit frowns and says that then it is a waste of time. He stands in front of the heroes and says that there is a beautiful girl in front of her, and he does not mind going on a date with her. He says that he is starting again. Jisoo with a mad look says that he will kill him. The protagonist does not mind. The villain rushes to attack, shouting that she is nothing compared to him, and is about to see it for herself. Red lightning appears above his weapon. He attacks the heroes with a fiery mace, who dodge. The girl eludes every blow, while the villain asks how she likes his skill and she needs to agree while she has a chance. He hits in rage, but she dodges. She holds her blade tightly. He is shocked to see that she strikes him. She cuts off his hand. He falls to his knees and screams about it. His comrades notice that she is not an ordinary girl and she must be killed. The mage in the hood puts out his staff and screams about a fireball. The girl deftly parries it with her katana. The villain behind her is ablaze. The bandits shout that she killed him. Jisoo furiously strikes with a fiery sword. She cuts the throats of her opponents. They do not have time to scream for help. The warrior with a stern look declares that they attacked a lady, and he will never forgive it. The villain holds Yongshik hostage and shouts for her not to come closer because he will cut off his head. The undead appears behind them. The bandit declares that they should not approach him. The protagonist harshly pierces his throat. The system window says that 8,000 gold was received for killing the player. The bandits leave on motorcycles shouting run, because they can't kill everyone. The guy excitedly asks Yongshik how he feels. He replies that he is alive. Hanho stands next to the protagonist and clarifies why his attacks have become stronger. He replies that it is because of the cloak and he offered to lend it. The guy embarrassedly closes his eyes and says that such sacrifices are not needed, but something else. The protagonist hides behind the skeleton and shouts for his friend not to come closer. He replies that he can keep his luck. The guy bends over his beaten friend and says that he suffered greatly because of some golden deer, who asks why they are doing this to him. Jisoo points his finger forward and asks the protagonist to look there. A golden deer appears in front of them. Its antlers shine with a bright light. They understand that it is him. The system window tells about a hidden task in which you need to catch a lucky deer. The reward is a ticket to a secret place. 3 friends look at the pop-up windows. She says that they need to catch it. The guy notes that they are lucky again. Purple energy appears near the deer. Zombies furiously grab the golden deer. The message says that the death response has been applied throughout the territory. The animal begins to quickly run away from the undead. The protagonist stands next to his subjects and shouts that he needs to try to compare with the dead. The deer quickly turns the corner. The protagonist notices that it ran into the alley. The protagonist looks around the corner and shouts that he is quite fast. The undead sees a monster in front of him who is standing next to the deer. A ferocious werewolf stands next to the goblin's corpse. The guy notices him. He furiously growls at him. The undead stands opposite. The protagonist with sparkling eyes silently watches along with his skeleton. The werewolf looks at them with crazy animal eyes. He deftly begins to jump on the walls and moves up. The golden deer stands in place and sighs with relief. Suddenly, the undead begin to tear him with their claws. The system window says that the hidden task has been successfully completed and a reward has been received in the form of one of 2 tickets to a secret place. Hanho stands next to his friend and asks if it is strange that he ran away from fear. He agrees and thinks why he did not attack. MC looks around, realizing that other monsters behaved like this. They ran away only if they felt a clear advantage of the enemy. But why did he do otherwise? The bright sun sets near the houses. The protagonist says that this is strange and it is time to go back, offering to go to the village. Bright moon shines in the night sky. 3 friends stand around the people. The question is heard whether the prosecutor will really come. Jaeonsu looks around with a smile, asking if he is the master of the Liberation Guild and how cool it is that such an amazing person will meet Sungwoo. The surprised guy points his finger at the sky and asks to look there. The protagonist stands next to his comrades and says that he did not expect them to arrive by helicopter. Hanho notes the level of the best guild in Korea. They watch in surprise as helicopters fly over them. The flying machine lands on the ground. The prosecutor and his subordinates walk towards him. The guy stands next to the girl and realizes that he is in 3rd place in the ranking. The prosecutor smiles and extends his hand, saying that he is glad to meet and the guy can call him Young-hoon. They shake hands. They are filmed. The guy with a mask over his eyes says that they need to capture this moment because he can go down in history. He frowns and says that they will even publish a book about their master. The protagonist looks around and realizes that he knows that the guild members love the leader very much because he is charismatic. He looks around and suggests that it could be something else. Purple energy spreads among the people. The girls say that he is handsome and so tall. The embarrassed guy declares that he is on a completely different level and is worthy of the title of hero. The protagonist looks at his people and thinks that they are seeing him for the first time, and it is unlikely that this is just charisma. Hanho looks with loving eyes. The guy realizes that even the vampire lord was not looked at like that. The interior is visible. The protagonist looks at the prosecutor and invites him to go there. There is food and drinks on the table. The prosecutor sits at the table and says that judging by the reaction of the locals, the guy asks again. Yoo-hoon smiles and notes that they feel safe and it is good that he came to them. The protagonist stands opposite him and asks if his house is really such a safe place. The interlocutor looks at the guy and replies that it is, and almost all the survivors from Seoul gathered there. The poor people are warming themselves by the barrel. He explains that many died, but there are also many survivors. The prosecutor sitting opposite says that there are already 30,000 of them, and about the same number found refuge there. The surprised protagonist asks if there are really so many. He replies that soon there will be more than 40 because they are growing. The people are looking at their smartphones. The guy is wondering if it is difficult to work with so many and how he manages to manage the community. The blonde guy says with a serious look that it is not, and he just wants to save as many people as possible. He points to the protagonist and says that he is right that it is difficult with so many survivors, asking how many of the 30,000 people he thinks have adapted to the world. The protagonist imagines the elderly, children, the sick and understands that 1 in 4 can be said to be fit for survival. The guy holds a can of beer and realizes that he alone manages 30,000 of them. The interlocutor says that they need people they can rely on. Yoo-hoon with an unperturbed look says that he has been watching Sungwoo for a long time, and it is not that he wanted to invite him to the guild. The guy imagines the prosecutor in 2nd place and talks about the ranking. The interlocutor, folding his hands, replies that he is not the luckiest person and the ranking is proof of that. He twiddles his fingers, explaining that he is not as good as everyone thinks, and he is afraid that he will not be able to handle such responsibility alone. The protagonist looks at him and asks if he thinks it's weird to say that at their first meeting, knowing that he's so weak. The other guy calmly states that even though he tries to seem thoughtful and cold, he's also emotional. The prosecutor saw his family being devoured by monsters in the past. He says that he lost them because of that, and when he survived, he started getting angry at the game around him. He calmly states that he follows the rules, but one day he wants to go beyond the restrictions. He points at the protagonist and says that's why he needs someone he can rely on, someone who shares his views and strength. The guy asks with interest if he really thinks the protagonist can become one. The prosecutor shakes his head, saying that he doesn't know, because he only saw his level, but now he's come to see for himself. MC sits on the chair opposite him, and wonders if it wouldn't be better to add him to the guild. The prosecutor holds the suitcase and says that it is, but there's no need to rush. He opens it and there's a bright crystal, The protagonist realizes that it is a prediction stone. The surprised guy looks at it, and hears that the prediction stone is the reason why the prosecutor scheduled the meeting. Young-hoon asks with a serious look to put his hand on it. The guy touches the crystal. The system window says that he touched it. A bright flash occurs. The protagonist hovers over the city. Light from a fire is visible near the building. The stones collapse down, while the roots fly out of the ground. The protagonist hangs in the air and notices that a tree is growing. A huge tree stretches over the city. The protagonist looks in shock and wonders if this is really the tree of the world. The roots destroy buildings. They grab people who scream. The roots pierce the head after screams for salvation. A mighty tree stands in the middle of the city. The guy takes his hand away from the crystal. He frowns as he looks at the system window with information about the future that will come true if he does not stop the fallen, who will plant the seeds of the world tree in a certain place and change its nature through sacrifices. The prosecutor closes the suitcase and states that usually everyone's future is different, but it is possible that he saw the same thing as the protagonist. He confidently states that this is the end that awaits their world, assuring that they need to unite to stop them. The monster walks in the middle of the forest. The prosecutor says that the roots of the tree are in Yoyodo under the constant protection of raid bosses, and he checked as soon as the second part began. The protagonist, in shock, says that it means that he needs strength to attack. The prosecutor clenches his fist and in rage declares that this is true because all the strength that can be gathered is needed to defeat the boss. The guy puts his hand to his face and thinks about the fact that he cannot refuse because the world is really on the verge of destruction. He wonders if he should tell about another version of the future that he saw. A group of warriors stands near a fallen monster. The protagonist realizes that there is a completely different situation, and this future with the Lich will happen if he cannot raise his level. The prosecutor stands in front of the killed people. The guy understands that if he cannot complete the quest, then most likely the interlocutor will try to kill him and everyone else. The protagonist sits opposite him and declares that they need to unite, while realizing that he will not talk about the Lich yet. The guy closes his eyes and immediately warns that he will not join the guild. The protagonist throws up his hands and says that they will simply work together and share tasks and rewards in the raid. Young-hoon silently looks at him. He stretches out his hand and declares that in this case they will contact in 3 days. The red sky hangs over the building in the form of a pyramid. Hanho opens the door and loudly shouts to Sungwoo that the bandits are already approaching the village. A group of armed scoundrels on motorcycles and trucks rushes forward. The prosecutor takes up his sword and declares that this is a great chance. The blonde turns around with a smile and claims that the protagonist will show them his strength before the raid. The prosecutor loudly calls the crusaders to get ready. The assistant says that they are always ready. Bandits on motorcycles stand in front of them. A bearded man smokes a cigar with a grin. The prosecutor, without turning around, asks if his class is really a necromancer, and it is better for them to know who is who for the upcoming battle. Young-hoon calmly states that he is the commander of the crusaders and manages and controls them, creates synergy. A hooligan with an axe asks about a man with a gun. Another says that they need another one who is in a cloak and with a girl next to him. Hanho sadly notices that they have appeared again. A huge villain with a cigar in his mouth apologizes for the show, noting that he is only looking for his brother's killer. He smiles, specifying how much gold will drop from them because he was looking for a deer, but found a gold mine. The prosecutor standing opposite says that they really are villains, like from a TV screen, and he hasn't seen such people for a long time. He calmly says that he has a feeling that he has killed many people, and therefore there is no point in chatting. He sends the crusaders to attack. They are dressed in armor. The villain with a grin says that they are fools and their attacks are a trifle for him. He orders the bandits to kill them. The knights see fireballs and ice spears in front of them. The fighter raises his sword in front of him. The yellow holy shield protects his warriors from attacks. The main character and his friend look at this and understand that they are using joint magic. The villain with a beard points his finger and asks not to make them laugh, because they will destroy everyone and they will definitely be finished. The hooligan on a motorcycle swings a mace. A cry is heard that they have no chance against their weapon. He delivers a solid blow to the enemy. The knight calmly stands in place. He counterattacks with his sword, cutting the enemy off his motorcycle. The bandits fight the crusaders, realizing that he is not succeeding. The villain rides in a truck and shouts for everyone to step aside if they do not want to die. The prosecutor calmly holds his sword. His assistant loudly shouts at the crusaders to run forward because they need to use their skill. Young-hoon shoots a huge beam of energy at them after shouting about the cross spear. A huge explosion occurs. The villains are thrown into the sky. The surprised guy realizes that he destroyed 3 trucks in one blow. The shocked hooligans fight the knights, not understanding what kind of synergy this is. A shell flies at one of the crusaders. There is a bright explosion. In the place of the knights, 2 axes are stuck. The villain with a grin encourages them to attack him. The axes return to him. Holding a cigar in his teeth, he declares that they cannot escape the blow of the northern sword. The protagonist stands with Jisa and realizes that this is indeed a powerful weapon and it is definitely of an unusual level. The leader walks among the lying subjects, they call him by name. The blonde holds the sword with a smile and says that it is an interesting toy and he can certainly use it. The villain asks again in a rage. He points his axes in his direction, shouting that he should try to stop his toy, but it is of such a level that he has never dreamed of. A strong explosion occurs. Bright flames engulf everything around. The prosecutor frantically holds his sword that is stuck in the axes. He asks again if this is really the level that he has never dreamed of. With the tip of the blade, he breaks them into pieces. The villain began to tremble, asking how this happened. The girl, adjusting her glasses, declares that their prosecutor has special protection and such cannot be found in the whole country or even in the world. The boy looks around at his friends, realizing that they are all like a living fortress, and he has not received such support from others. Hanho asks what he is staring at. Yohun shines with a bright light, talking about the shine of the knights. The subjects are blazing and joyfully shouting that their strength is increasing. The girl with a serious face says that this skill helps to recover and increase attack power, and with it they are invincible. He sends the crusaders to attack, urging them to kill everyone else. The villain grins in anger. The hero stands in front of the spearmen and asks if they are really going to hide there. Jaeonsu with a smile asks what else is left. It is better to stay inside. Kim looks around at the people around. It is said that there are a lot of people who cannot fight monsters and they would only worsen the synergy, and most likely they will have to fight enemies in the future. But not now. The man excitedly says that he does not offer to go and fight, asking if the others think the guild master is strange. Jaeonsu blushes and tries to say something. The interlocutor suggests just looking out and seeing what's going on. He pushes him towards the exit, who declares that they'll just look. They leave the building and watch in shock. There are knights lying around, wondering what happened there. The crusaders are lying on the ground and don't understand what's happening to their bodies and if it's poison. The villain in the gas mask laughs and declares that he thought it was his only weapon. He holds a bottle and says that the elixir of the abyss was given to him by a strange man, but its effect is remarkable. The prosecutor calmly cuts through the enemies with his sword. He covers his nose with his cloak and realizes that this is not simple poison and things are bad. The enemy is standing nearby. He realizes that in this battle they must show the strength of the guild and they could have demonstrated their skills better. He looks at him in rage with a flaming sword, realizing that he needs to kill the enemy quickly, but he will have to apply a little more energy. Young-hoon looks ahead questioningly. The hooded man stands with his back to him and declares that he has already seen the strength of their guild, and now they will fight the enemy. The protagonist says with a grin that they are better suited for such battles. The masked villain is shocked and asks what the hell is going on, and whether he understands how expensive this item is. He breaks the bottle, shouting that this is what the enemy needs. The prosecutor watches him. The protagonist says that this is it. The guy walks in white armor and calmly declares that he thought so, that this is just right for him. Purple light envelopes the protagonist. He says that he hasn't experienced this for a long time. He thinks with a grin about the elixir of the abyss, weaker than the skill of the orc commander, but still not bad. The prosecutor covers himself with a cloak and watches. The guy realizes that it is time to show their guild and him personally how to fight. The villains look at him and think why he is good and whether it is a fake. The bully falls to the ground. The protagonist's hand turns turquoise. He thinks about feeling the effect. Zombies surround the lying enemy. The system window says that he used the call of death in a certain area. The villain in the gas mask is shocked to notice that it is a zombie. The protagonist's eyes sparkle frighteningly. They scream that this is the same Necromancer. At this time he realizes that now he has something to show them in response. The fierce undead attacks the enemies. He uses the great sword. They turn around and shout to the leader that they need to run. The enemies get on motorcycles. There is a strong explosion. Limbs fly apart. Jaeonsu stands smiling next to his comrade and says that he is always surprised when he sees the guy in action. He notes that he is strong and confident. The guy stands nearby and asks what they are doing, and if they are finished, they exclaim in fear. The subject shows the leader of the bandits on them and says that they need to go there because they need hostages. The swordsmen go after them while the leader shouts that they need to grab them and leave at least one hostage. Jaeonsu fearfully tells his comrades that they need to run away. The girl slides on the ground in her sneakers. The guy enthusiastically sees Jisoo in front of him. The villains look at them and one of them notes that the girl should also be taken hostage. The other recognizes her. She furiously strikes with a fiery sword. They scream. The enraged leader hears screams that she is a monster. The blade pierces the bandit's body while he screams that she cannot kill. The protagonist with sparkling eyes holds his sword. He looks at the shining ticket and says that it is the last one. The system window says about the entrance ticket for the hidden task. The prosecutor with a closed nose asks him what it is. The guy holds it and answers that he himself does not know yet. The notification says that he has collected a full entrance ticket for the hidden task and he needs to get ready to start. The surprised protagonist asks about the beginning. He is captured by a bright yellow light. His friends shout his name. The prosecutor looks at it in shock. He reaches his hand towards it. The system says that he does not have the right to enter the portal. He looks at his hand and realizes that it was a ticket to the portal, and where does it lead? The man behind him takes a photo with a bright flash. The boy enthusiastically declares that the necromancer is stronger than he thought. Young-hoon, standing with his back to him, asks him not to take a photo. He asks again. He looks at the frightened boy and claims that he should take a photo only when he says so. The boy understands everything. The prosecutor closes his eyes and says that he knows that he is trying and that his photos will help people, give them hope. He looks back at the two friends near the portal and says that they do not yet know what is behind it. The boy happily says that he understands this and will henceforth only take pictures of what is possible. Jisoo silently looks there. The prosecutor stands behind them and asks if they know where Sung-woo went. The girl with a serious face assumes that she does. Purple energy forms around the prosecutor. He smiles and asks him to tell him. The system talks about the ability of the aura of a war hero, in which those around him are blinded, and it causes them to benevolence and respect. The girl with the same face says that this is unlikely, and she did not hear their conversation. The prosecutor with his eyes closed understands that this is strange because she doubts, and this is good self-defense. He puts his hand to his chest and says that they decided to move on, while realizing that she did not refuse. The portal shines near them. He says that the situation puts him in a stupor because he does not know where he went and what is happening to him now. The girl covers Hanho's mouth, who has already started to say where Sung-woo is. The prosecutor seriously asks her to think, asking if she is afraid that he could fall into the abyss or if she will just fight until he figures everything out himself. Jisoo holds his friend's mouth and declares that he will wait. She lets him go and explains that she only knows that he has gained access to a hidden place, but neither she nor he himself know exactly what is there. She calmly states that as a team they respect him and are waiting. The prosecutor stands in front of her and thanks her for her words, stating that he believes that the protagonist is okay. The ruler stands next to his wards and asks her to say her name. She answers. He remembers her battle and notes that her skills are unique and she is well collected and in control of what is happening around her. The friends look at the prosecutor, who claims that their guild needs strong people to stand together against the terrible. He specifies that people like Jisoo. He seriously states that they can help develop her skills to the maximum, if she wants, of course. The girl turns away from him, saying that she does not want to. She calmly looks at the interlocutor and states that she already trusts another person. She drags Hanho along with her, while he exclaims his name and asks him to remember it. The assistant in the mask clenches his teeth and asks what is wrong with her, and if she really tried to say that she does not trust him. The girl adjusts her glasses and notes that the situation is difficult. The prosecutor scratches his head and notes that these people are not simple. The protagonist falls out of the portal with a scream. He lands on the yellow ground. He looks around and sees golden houses. The system says that he entered a secret place of the Golden Street. The system window says about a hidden guide to the area, where a reward is given upon completion. In case of failure, he will automatically return to his original position. In case of death, the body will return to the same place. The protagonist looks at the screen and asks what this is, apparently a bonus place. He is shocked when he hears laughter behind him. The golden goblin is holding daggers in both hands with a grin. They are looking out of the windows and laughing. The protagonist in white armor stands in front of them and says that he hasn't seen goblins who are going to attack him for a long time. He starts casting a spell, summoning his assistant. The right one lands spectacularly. He runs to attack after being ordered to show them all who the real target of the hunt is. The yellow portal hangs in the air. The fighters are caring for the wounded. The girl approaches the prosecutor and says that all the wounded have already recovered. She looks at Hanho with a box of bottles and explains that they gave a health elixir, but it didn't work, so they had to use an antidote. Yoo-hoon seriously states that it really looked like poison and giving them an antidote is a reasonable decision. There is a broken bottle on the floor. He says that they used the abyssal elixir debuff on them. The question is heard what kind of object it is. The assistants are standing next to him, and one of them says that it is from the category of black magic, and she has not seen such items in the store and maybe they got it somehow differently. The prosecutor calmly asks about the special method of obtaining. He introduces the protagonist and wonders why such a dangerous thing did not work on him. Min-hyum is furiously yelling at the girl in glasses after she mangled his name. The guy in tears was sitting next to the protagonist. It is said that she tested him with her 3-star scout skill and the debuff, on the contrary, affected him as a buff. The guy in glasses calmly explains that his health immediately increased and other stats too, and magic and recovery rose to maximum. The girl walks forward, thinking about the dungeon, events, the elixir of the abyss, realizing that she still does not know too much. She looks up and asks if he is really going to share the reward for the raid with the Necromancer. The prosecutor smiles and says that there is nothing to be done, otherwise he would not have agreed. He introduces the undead and zombies, asking if they have not seen this, they will need his army. The girl smiles and asks for permission to leave the signing of the contract to her, since she will do everything so that it will be very profitable for them. She seriously states that she hopes that he understands that he must take the best, since 30,000 people rely on them. Yohoon looks at her silently. The ruler turns and leaves while she hits another assistant. The prosecutor notes that he does not want to make Sunwoo their enemy. She states that she also does not want to be remembered as a grumpy granny. He stops and asks what she thinks about the prediction crystal. Minhyum looks at it and loudly asks if it is not just a thing that gives out quests. She replies that she feels that a special power emanates from it. The blonde with a determined look thinks about the protagonist and realizes that everyone gets confused when touching it, but not the protagonist. Yohoon stands in front of the assistant and asks her to check if MC has touched the crystal before. The undead fight the monsters in a rage. A bright explosion occurs after using the skill. The monsters look at their burning brothers. The guy thinks about the golden goblins and orcs. The undead line up in front of the protagonist. He understands that they are not very strong. The system window says that the dead obey them. Sunwoo looks ahead with a grin, realizing that he has not completed a task so easily for a long time. The monsters fight fiercely. He realizes that he does not even have to think, and it is quite easy. The orc in the form of the undead is burning with fire. The protagonist realizes that he can kill them and kill without any fear. He swings his sword and with a grin realizes that when his people are not around him, he does not have to worry about his comrades. Mountains of corpses lie on the ground. The protagonist thinks that he is alone and he is a necromancer, and it is easy to live without a burden. He thinks about his comrades with a mad look. The protagonist looks away in fear. The undead stands still. His assistant watches. The protagonist walks down a golden street and notices that he is a little lonely. A group of fighters stands in the middle of a bright building. They look ahead. The protagonist looks at two boxes. He notices that they are of different sizes. He says with a smile that the left one looks bigger, and probably the reward is bigger there too. The assistant stands next to the owner. The undead moves with him to a large chest. The guy looks ahead and wonders why nothing is happening there, while ordering to break the chest. They start shooting at the wooden box. The lid opens and a fierce eye looks at him. The system window says that an event monster called a mimic has appeared. In the middle of the darkness of the chest, an eye and fangs are visible. The guy looks at it and notices huge fangs and that it will be more difficult. The protagonist stands behind his army, realizing that he is still stronger and much bigger. He puts out his flaming hand, thinking that he doesn't even have limbs and won't run far. The chest opens a terrible mouth. The guy thinks that he needs to squeeze it between a hammer and anvil and he can make wild wolves and bears attack, and the rest attack from behind. Sunwoo smiles and realizes that this is just the perfect plan. The enraged monster opens its mouth and growls. The guy looks at it questioningly. He slams his mouth shut and the undead fly away. He asks where his food is. The protagonist flies back along with his subjects. Blood pours out of his mouth, he coughs. The monster with a crazy eye sees him and notices the smell of fresh blood. He runs after the protagonist screaming food. The guy looks back and realizes that he was wrong and did not expect that monsters without limbs can teleport. A huge mouth with fangs almost catches up with him. He thinks since when did he become so relaxed and so careless? He grits his teeth, realizing that either the abyss buff made him so careless or everything had been going too well up until this point. The undead are holding back the monster. The protagonist notices that even the dead do not obey him and only the most loyal are guided by intuition. He imagines his friends and realizes that he was stupid when he thought that he did not need them. He runs away from the ferocious monster, realizing that if he survives, he will try to be more attentive. Fangs almost touch the frightened protagonist. A bright flash occurs. The protagonist sees a monster in front of him. The undead are holding on to each other in a chain and holding the chest. The guy pierces the enemy with a sword, realizing that he needs to kill him right now. Zombies begin to attack the monster. The system window says that it uses the response of the dead in a limited area. The protagonist desperately hits the monster with a sword. The undead closes the chest after the owner's order. The assistant forcibly holds his mouth. The guy apologizes. He says with a beaten look that he lost this time. He talks about a corpse explosion. The shock wave overtakes his assistant. There is a huge explosion in the building. A large hole is visible in the wall. The protagonist looks forward with a beaten look. He stands in front of the ruins and thinks if it is too cruel. The system says that he received 200 points for killing the monster, and he successfully completed the A+ rating task and received 350 points. The protagonist stands in front of the chest and wonders if he can only be killed in this way, and that is why his attacks were meaningless. He introduces his subordinate skeleton and says that in the future he needs to be more careful because there is not much elixir left, and one more mistake can cost him his life. He drinks it and says that even though the world has turned into a crazy game, death is real and he must survive and live until the very end. The empty bottle breaks. He says that this is the best thing to do considering that most likely no one else from his family survived. He walks along the sunny corridor, saying that he is the son who abandoned everyone. The protagonist opens the door to the awards room. The boxes are highlighted with icons. The system says that there is a stone for equipment, an ampoule of muscle strengthening, endurance strengthening, class C experience, and an oath parchment. The main character looks at the notification and says that these items cannot be obtained in a regular store, and they help improve skills and physical fitness. The guy wonders in surprise what an oath parchment is. The parchment is visible. It is explained that it is of a special class, and with its help you can conclude an agreement with another creature, offering one condition and for failure to fulfill which death will come. The guy frowns, realizing that this is a useful thing and it is necessary to collect as many items as possible for the available points. He looks at the items and the system window with information that he bought an equipment stone, an ampoule of muscle strengthening and an experience card, as well as an oath parchment. MC hopes that he made the best choice. The main character smiles and says that he now has a new level and characteristics, and this is an excellent reward. The message says that he received a new 13th level, experience and gold. The item in the guy's hand is glowing. He says that he chose to increase his agility by 3 to become faster and avoid such situations. The portal is shining. It is written that in 15 seconds the location will close. The protagonist, along with the undead, heads towards it, saying that he got everything he wanted and needs to return to the guys. Moon is shining near the base. The prosecutor stands opposite Sungwoo and says that he scared them when he disappeared, but if it was necessary for the raid, then he understands everything. The guy smiles and says that he himself did not know what would happen, while he apologizes for the delay. The prosecutor points to Manhwa and says that they will consider his time an investment, explaining that he brought a gift. He holds a phone and asks if it is possible to send their photo to the community. The protagonist looks at his friends in surprise and asks if this is really possible. The prosecutor looks at the boy and explains that his class is a photographer, and he has the skills and items to do everything necessary. Yoo-hoon holds a sword near the fierce protagonist. He states that they need to show people that there is still hope and they will consider them heroes. The guy with a serious face replies that he understands, while thinking that although it seems like a stupid idea, he is right and he can benefit from this situation. Sungwoo looks ahead. Hanho looks at the elixirs in the box and asks if these are really all potions, and the prosecutor is a great person. He replies that time will tell. Jisoo looks at his friend and says that the raid is over, asking if they will go further. He says yes. He says with a smile that they need to get stronger, and they will hunt and prepare for another raid. Buildings stand in the middle of the city. Evil goblins wipe their daggers. Orcs with axes stand in the street. They run at the small goblins in rage. They fight a fierce battle. A goblin lies in a pool of blood. A powerful explosion occurs. 3 friends in golden suits are standing in the middle of the city. He says that this is the 5th time. Jisoo clarifies if this is enough. The guy holds the container with a smile and says that he likes it and he already wants to try these items. The system window says about the wolf plate, which causes vomiting and attracts monsters in the area. The guys cover their noses and shout for him to put it away. The guy looks at his friends and explains that his mother made it, and it is a great thing for hunting. Jisoo raises his finger and claims that this is the result of unsuccessful cooking and they can level up not only by hunting. The guy remembers his uncle and says that he uses his buffs to protect the safe zone. A friend notes that this is a Korean roofer skill. The protagonist turns around seeing people, while he declares that at least now they do not need to worry about the village. The guys rush on motorcycles. The blonde stops and shouts that he has urgent news for the captain. The protagonist stands opposite and hears that they found a store in the south. They inspected the premises. He explains that it has already been destroyed and who exactly did it is unknown. The protagonist thinks and understands that this is a problem. Electricity works from gold, and if there is no gold, then they will have a really hard time. People take products from the shelves. He realizes that this is like getting prey from hunting, but it is not worth dreaming about farming yet. MC looks at his ward and orders him to contact Jiansu because they should secure the zones. He shouts that he understands. The protagonist looks at the interlocutor and asks why they are standing aside. The girls whisper angrily. He explains that there are rumors that the protagonist hit Yujin and now many consider him an abuser. Hanho stands behind and says that he should be a hero, and not the other way around. He realizes that he hopes that the photo in the community will work. 3 heroes and the undead are standing in the middle of the street. The protagonist turns to his friends and asks if they will continue hunting. Jisoo looks to the side in fear. There is a huge werewolf behind her. She holds a sword and screams that there is someone there. Suddenly, a monster flies out of the window. The protagonist looks forward in shock while a werewolf runs behind him. The undead begins a fight with the wolves. The protagonist aims a crossbow straight at the enemy's head. The werewolf crawls along the wall and asks the protagonist not to shoot. The guy looks up in amazement and asks if they are really talking. The friends are fighting at this time. Sungwoo notices that they are still continuing to attack. He turns around and sees Hanho being dragged along. He screams that he is being killed. The wolf takes off his cloak. They begin to greedily eat everything that was on that plate. The werewolf raises his mouth and screams that it is delicious. The undead silently watches the wolves eat. The protagonist holds a crossbow and says that he asked not to shoot and now let him explain. One of the werewolves was shaking, asking the other what they were going to do, and the other told him to calm down, because there was still a chance. Sungwoo looked at him carefully, not understanding what they were talking about, and noticing that they seemed not to notice them. One of the werewolves pounced on him. Striking with a skeleton, the monster shouted that he would break them into pieces. The hero raised his head, telling the servants to hold the line and attack. Arrows hit the werewolf in the back. The skeletons knocked him down. The other two ran away, apologizing and saying that they will not forget him. He hit his head on the ground. Sun Wu stood among the servants, surprised at such comrades and the fact that they did not run away immediately. The werewolf opened his mouth wide, saying that it was all because of that thing with food, and if it were not for it, they would not have lost control of themselves. The hero looked at him intently, asking what was wrong with him and how they had self-awareness. The bear pinned him with its claw when he replied that it was a task. Remembering the system notification in front of him, he explained that they had received it when they became monsters, and although they did not want to fulfill it completely, they generally followed its conditions. Sun Wu frowned slightly and asked what the gist of it was. Then he remembered how he ate people, saying that he needed to eat 10 to return to his previous form. Hanho stood behind the hero, noting that monsters are usually driven to attack by instinct. Jisa added that she didn't know that such a thing existed. The bear held the werewolf to the ground, and when the hero asked if there were others like him, he replied that many players had become monsters without their consent. The city street was visible from above. He asked the werewolf what he meant by this area. The werewolf clenched his teeth. The hero looked at him angrily, realizing that they were the ones who destroyed the stores and left a message about another race. The bear pressed his paw harder, and he replied that this was not true, because they tried to avoid crowded places. Blood appeared from the claw on his face, and he added that they just wanted to return to human life, but not everyone was like them. Introducing werewolves in cloaks, he talked about how there are those who attack people for strength and power, and they deliberately make people weaker. Jisoo, who was looking at him, clarified that this was an alliance against the human race. But imagining a man in a mask, the monster replied that there were people among them, some crazy scientists. Still pressed to the ground, he said that they controlled everything, gathered monsters around themselves, created special dark objects. Sun Wu remembered the capsule, thinking that it was made by them. He stood with his minions, asking the werewolf if he was stalling for time waiting for reinforcements, but he replied that this was not so, because they themselves abandoned him. The blade sank to the ground. The hero asked if he wanted mercy. The werewolf lying on the ground replied that he had been waiting for this moment. He remembered himself as a human, saying that when the class card fell out, he did not choose anything because of fear. He remembered the woman and child, saying that he forbade his family to do so as well. A tear fell on the floor saying that his son didn't listen and chose a card, maybe because he liked games. The werewolf cried, asking if the hero knew who he ate first, adding that he was just scared to kill himself. Sun Wu raised his sword, telling him that he wasn't offended, but he wouldn't spare his life. The tearful monster replied that he wouldn't, but he was just a little sad. He tried to survive, but did everything wrong. The sound of a blow was heard throughout the street, asking the hero not to be like him and to move forward. Hanho held a bag in his hands, saying that he was even sorry for him, because they have intelligence and help each other, but he told him not to doubt. Frowning, Sun Wu added that they killed many monsters who have family. The other werewolves ran along the street. He said that they need to be found. Jisa looked at him, asking why, because they are still small. The hero walked forward, answering that he wanted to check what kind of union they had and what kind of people lived there. Clenching his fist, he thought about how much longer the system would try to destroy people, because the mortality rate was already high, and now there were human monsters. The girl walked behind him as he thought about how some would even feel sorry for them in such a situation. The dead werewolf remained lying on the ground. He thought about how human monsters were part of the system that would be difficult to eradicate. The street was reflected in the hero's eyes. He thought that their bait that attracted monsters and the human monsters that appeared on it were proof of this. Hanho looked back as he thought about how they were hunting not monsters, but people. Sun Wu gritted his teeth, thinking that, unfortunately, they would hardly all get along together. There were many abandoned cars on the street. The hero and his group walked through them. Hanho looked around, wondering where they were. The hero replied that they had bait, and for us, they would come in every hole. Everyone quickly hid behind the cars, seeing them coming. The werewolves were tied up, asking for help. Other monsters surrounded them, saying that they would eat sausage today, but one of them told them that it was for the queen. They hit the werewolves with spears. One of the monsters noticed something. Someone's footsteps were heard. Sun Wu turned to Hanho, who was saying that the kobolds had caught the werewolves, to which he noted that even though they had immobilization magic, it was still very strange. He pointed to the symbols, telling him to take a closer look at them, because he replied that it was an icon for a store and a dungeon. The guy looked in that direction, saying that there was a subway station there, in which there were both stores and dungeons, to which his comrade hoped that the store should be ready. Standing by the stairs, he said that they would not go there. Empty corridors were visible inside. The system notified that this was the Queen of Tarantula's bedroom, where 124 players had already died. Surrounded by servants, he walked with the others. Hanho said that they planned a simple hunt today. The hero replied that the local monsters were stronger in their own territory. There were many people tied up under the ceiling. Jisu's swing left a fiery trail. The people fell to the floor, thanking her. A spider immediately burst out of it. Seeing this, Sungwoo told the others to retreat immediately. A powerful explosion was heard when using corpse explosion. The hero gritted his teeth when his comrade noticed that the spiders were laying eggs in living people, and replied that they should group together and watch where they could crawl out from. Many spiders headed their way. He frowned when the girl said that there were too many of them, and was surprised by such an alliance with the kobolds. The dagger struck one of them. Hanho extended his hand forward, saying that even so he was confident. There was an evil smile on his apple, saying that they would definitely destroy all these bugs. Dead monsters were flying everywhere. Hanho laughed evilly, calling them bugs, saying that they were easy to crush. They looked at him with fear. The guy even put his hands behind his back, wondering how it had become so easy, telling them not to stop and to attack. His eyes were shining brightly when he thought about how there was no time for a plan, and he just needed to crush them. Several monsters were hit at once. He thought about killing and not thinking about anyone, because he did not need anyone to kill kobolds and goblins. Hanho struck quickly, thinking that one hand would be much more convenient. The monster pointed at him, saying that he needed to grab him. A web appeared around the boy. Sungwoo gritted his teeth, realizing how they fought the werewolves. The spiders tied up Hanho. But he tore the web apart, saying that it would not stop his strong body. The monster pointed at him, saying that the boy had become even bigger. He smiled frighteningly, calling the monster stupid. He was tied up in a web again. Hanho tearfully turned to the hero, asking for help. A powerful explosion was heard. The monsters were burned in flames. The boy knelt in front of Sungwoo, when he said that he had relaxed too much, and therefore fell into a trap. The girl added that he should watch his surroundings. A crowd of monsters headed towards them. Jisu said that there were too many of them. Having sent his minions, the hero used the call of death in a certain area and told them to finish them off quickly. An explosion was seen again. The system reported receiving 990 zeros of gold for defeating the giant spider. More explosions were heard, and a reward was also received. Lowering her sword, Jisu said that they had cleared all the spiders in the subway. Her comrade added that they had cleared the tracks as well. A prohibitory sign was visible ahead. The passage to another station was closed, perhaps the boss room was there. Sungwoo looked up. Imagining the entrance to the subway, he said that perhaps this station was connected to the store and perhaps the dungeon was divided into two zones, so they needed to go there. There were monster bodies lying on the floor. Some were on the other side as well. The hero, looking ahead, assumed that the boss room was there. The three of them stood in front of the entrance. The system notified that 124 players had already died in the cannibal's cave, so they could either leave or enter and get all the rewards. Hanho opened his mouth in surprise, saying that it could be very difficult there, since there was even a warning. Jisu asked the hero if he really wanted to enter. He grabbed the door handles and said yes. Turning to the others, Sungwoo said that they would have much more difficult raids, so they needed to believe in themselves. A monster was laughing in front of them. He held one hand behind his back, telling people to go through. The system reported that this was Shaman Cobalt. Frowning, the hero thought that he had expected the Spider Queen to be the boss. Hanho pointed at him in confusion, noticing that, unlike the others, this one spoke quite well. The shaman stuck out his feathers, saying that his body was completely different from theirs. Tapping his head with his finger, he added that he had already eaten more than 20 human brains. Gritting his teeth, Sungwoo was surprised that the monster had learned their language by eating brains, meaning that they really did get stronger by killing people. The shaman licked his teeth, telling them that they would not go any further, and he would take their brains. The people heard a loud growl. A huge spider was descending towards them. The system reported that they had met a giant poisonous queen. All three were very surprised, because there were two bosses in front of them. The shaman jumped up, saying forward. He landed on something. So the monster ended up riding the spider, saying that they would show the people their place. The hero's minions rushed to attack when he used Death Call. Gritting his teeth, Sungwoo thought about using Corpse Explosion and finishing them off with the skeletons. The Spider Queen released a web. The skeletons were tied up. The spider released more web. It flew out like projectiles. The skeletons and the beast were tied up. The shaman opened his mouth wide, noting that the hero wanted to use Corpse Explosion, but he knew his tricks very well. Then Sungwoo raised his sword, saying that he not only spoke well, but was also as developed as a human. Hanho threw daggers, saying that they must first destroy the shaman. The spider parried them. The monster smiled, saying that he was the brain, the queen was the body, but she would protect him to the end, and together they were invincible. The spider shot a web, and Cobalt said that a human would make a fine dinner. Jisu's sword caught fire, which scared the shaman greatly. The girl smiled, noting that his web burned very well. His swings left fiery traces. Then Cobalt began to spit water magic. Steam appeared from extinguishing the fire. The boss told her not to think that fire was his weakness. The hero, who was standing behind the skeletons, told them to block him. Sung-woo turned around when his comrade wanted to know what he was doing, but told him to follow Jisoo. Smiling, the hero added that he had a great plan. The spider dealt many blows. Cobalt opened his mouth wide, shouting yes, because if he is eaten, then they can eat even more brains. A green glow surrounded Sung-woo's hand, saying that if he destroys it too, then he will not need any more brains. The corpses above the shaman's head began to glow. The system notified that they were now under the hero's command. Bony hands reached out to the monster. The guy said that he would need to clean up well after. Skeletons were falling from the ceiling. He added that this place would be perfect for him. The skeletons were surrounded by green fire. The spider raised its paw. He cut them with a blow. Cobalt sat astride, saying that there were too many of them and that the spider should be careful. But a wound appeared on his paw. The queen's eyes began to glow brightly. Hell erupted from her mouth. The bear felt absolutely nothing. He struck the spider. Cobalt told him not to waste energy in vain, because it would not work on the corpses. Sung-woo smiled, thinking that the boss was quite smart and really knew all their strategies. One swing of the queen left a bright light. The shaman was surprised to see how the guy summoned more skeletons. They landed on the ground and the boy told him to attack, thinking again that it would be difficult to win. The minions rushed at the enemy. Sung-woo thought that the queen's minions were difficult to deal with. Besides, they all looked like werewolves. The boss nervously clenched his teeth when the boy thought that monsters without brains were easy enough to fight, but it was completely different with those with intelligence. The spider queen jumped up, throwing the skeletons aside. She was about to land on Sung-woo. The shaman said that they needed to kill the spellcaster, then the rest. The boss dealt a powerful blow. The hero slid along the ground. He managed to hide behind the shield. A bright light appeared next to him when he thought that he was stronger than the orcs now, but these enemies were much stronger than them, and used weapon creation. The spider continued to attack. The boy understood that thanks to the shield they would at least be able to hold out. But one of the blows hit him. A cloud of dust appeared around. A bright light appeared among the fragments. The light came from the stone in Sung-woo's chest. Frowning, the guy understood that they could be destroyed, but the main thing was to hold out longer. He blocked the attacks with his shield again, thinking that due to the constant attacks, his mana was at 0. Cobalt opened his mouth wide, shouting that the guy was stubborn. Defending himself from the attacks, he thought about enduring the pain and moving on. Gritting his teeth, he understood that Hanho could not withstand such an influx without Jisoo's protection, so now he was acting as a tank. The spider tucked his paw. Sung-woo, who was standing in front of him, was surprised that he stood up again, although he could fight all day long. Looking at him, the boss replied that he was not like the others, but there was no point in continuing their battle. Sitting astride the spider, he added that he thought a lot and found the answer. The web headed towards the victims on the ceiling. They all fell to the ground. Peeking out from behind the shield, the hero turned his attention to the corpses. Fire appeared in the shaman's mouth. He burned the corpses, saying that the guy would no longer be able to summon the undead. The hero frowned, surprised by this, thinking that he was a genius. Skeletons appeared behind the enemy. They flew away when he used an explosion in the air. The skeletons fell to the ground. Cobalt smiled ominously, saying that this was the end and he had no one else to summon, so it was over. Jisoo raised her sword above her head, saying that it was all over with the shaman. Her blow caused a pillar of fire. The spider blocked the attack with its paws. The shaman was surprised that this was her plan. The girl landed on the ground, and he noticed that there were 3 of them. Hanho, who was standing behind the undead, thanked him for being distracted and forgot about them. The boss, turning around, told him that these monsters would not do anything. The spider queen trembled. Hanho held a bag of various foods, saying that they used a special sauce, so the queen would hardly be able to resist. The system notified of the use of the stinking kitchen. The spider rushed towards him, the cobalt indicating that this was the food of the gods. Sung-woo smiled, thinking that while he was distracting them, his comrade prepared the bait, and no werewolf could resist the stinking food. And when the spider grabbed the bait, he thought about how they were basically animals with instincts. The shaman ate the bait, telling the queen that they had to run or they would die. A bright light surrounded the hero's hand as he said that the treat must be paid for. A corpse explosion was heard. The houses in the city were destroyed. The hooks grabbed the wing of the monster. A bright trail cut it in half. The monster fell to the ground. The system notified of the victory over the cannibal bat boss. The boy looked down, saying that they were all great. The girl behind him adjusted her glasses, noting that this battle was perfect. Her comrade called his commander the best. A new message appeared, saying that the party members were receiving an experience boost. He himself frowned, thinking that by joining forces, they were improving each other's skills and earning experience, and while he was not the first in the ranking, he would become one. Imagining the dark figure, he wondered who the person in first place was, and how he could advance through the levels so quickly. Looking at the people in cloaks, he thought about how their guild was the best forces in Korea, and no one else could gather so many players and make them work together. The man gripped his blade tighter, because the thought of a person in first place scared him. Imagining the cloak fluttering behind him, he thought about how the leader in first place was a hope, and he could create a guild bigger than his own if he wanted to. He frowned, thinking about what would happen if he interfered with his plans. At that moment, he was distracted by a man with a phone, saying that he looked at something. He picked up the phone, hearing that the ranking had changed, and asked if there were new players. What he saw surprised him. Sung Woo was in second place, and the prosecutor was in third. Frowning, he just thought about how this was possible. There were clouds of dust everywhere. The monster was lying on the ground, cursing at people. Hanho threw a dagger at it. The system notified that 300,000 gold had been received for killing the boss. Looking at him sternly, the guy said that he had finally gotten used to the thief class and could be more than just a tank. He heard movement behind him. A wounded spider pounced on him. A skeleton struck him with a sword. The system notified that 300,000 gold had been received for killing him, as well as a new level. The servant stood on the defeated monster. The system reported that it had absorbed his mana and become stronger. Sung Woo looked at the screen, seeing that the available number of subordinates had increased, said that now they would definitely be able to go on a raid and find the Reaper's scythe. Frowning, he thought about the first awakening very soon. Jisoo looked at him, saying that if they could find the store, they would close all the targets. Empty carts were scattered everywhere. Seeing the sign, someone said that it was him. They stopped in front of the vending machines. The system welcomed them to the store with a class. On the screen, there was an option to choose gold, platinum, or diamond. Sung Woo looked at the screen, wondering about the fact that in the D-class store, platinum cost 100,000. The girl assumed that there was something different. Several different symbols lined up in one row. The system explained the rules of the slot machine. Hanho opened his mouth wide, shouting that this was nonsense. Jisoo said that it was like a roulette. The hero put his hands on his waist, thinking that his comrades had about 300,000, and he had 1,600,000, and they could definitely increase their chances with tokens. Hanho hit his hand, raising his hand, wanting to be the first, saying that Sung Woo was always the first and lucky, to which he replied that there were 3 machines, so they could do it together. The symbols quickly replaced each other. The hand pressed the stop button. The 3 of them looked at the machines carefully. Hanho put his hand out, asking if they were sure they were doing everything right, to which the girl replied that it was too late to back out. The hero hoped that they would get something good. The guy gritted his teeth when he saw that there was a bonus chance, and that his gold would be sent to the next participant in the game, calling it a scam. They continued to stand at the machines, receiving sets of elixirs and other things. One of them said that they were finished. Frowning, Sung Woo thought that was not true, they only needed to collect 10 tokens. Hanho happily raised his hands, taking first place. He opened the scroll in front of him. The system showed that this was a prank by the goddess of fortune. The hero gritted his teeth when the girl said that they would die here, and replied that he would use all 10 tokens. He pointed at the machine gun when the message appeared that he had received a first-class reward, and he was surprised by what happened. A ring appeared on his finger. The system said that it was the Shadow King's ring, which summoned a shadow clone. Jisoo grabbed the gun when Sung Woo saw the additional task of the Shadow King's heir. He looked away, saying that it was a collection task to obtain an item, which he would save for later. Extending his hand to Jisoo, the guy said that he could give her the heroic wind bracelet, which she was happy about. The street was completely empty. He suggested that they return to the village, leaving the guards here. The people looked at them happily. Later, they gathered at one table. A guard stood nearby. Others were examining the items. The control room towered over the airport building. Jisoo slung her bag on her back, happy that the ranking was finally starting. The hero replied that they were completely prepared, so the results should be good. Hanho looked at the phone screen, addressing him. Among other announcements in the community, he suggested that he look at number 7. The broadcast showed a table and a chair. Jisoo also looked at the phone, saying that it only showed a room, assuming that they were testing the camera. The hero thought that they wanted to broadcast the raid. The light of the screen reflected in his eyes as he thought that this was the idea of the Kwamak Guild, since they can upload photos, then that broadcast too. Covering his face with his hand, he thought that although he didn't know why, but perhaps this was another method of controlling people, and the entire community was excited when he took second place in the rankings. Then, imagining the man in the cloak, he noted that it made him tense. Frowning, he also thought that he didn't think he was bad, but ambition could lead to the wrong choice. So, imagining a man with a sword in his hand, he thought that if the prosecutor did not like it, he would try to block the hero's path and control him. There were defeated monsters lying nearby, and he understood that his access to raids could be restricted. Sung Woo looked at the scroll, thinking that he was unlikely to succeed and that the contract with the Necromancer turned out to be an important thing, so it was time to use it. A helicopter appeared in the sky. It landed in front of them. The man smiled at them, saying that his name was Manhwa, and he was from the Crusader group. Looking closely at everyone, he added that he came to take the second place in the ranking and told them to land. The helicopter flew over the city. Sungwoo looked at his comrades and clarified that there were wyverns in the sky, worried about the helicopter. Manhwa smiled, answering that nothing was impossible for their guild. So, imagining people on the roofs, he added that their allies were scattered throughout the city. The map marked the location of the monsters, so they knew where they were. The pilot also smiled, saying that there was no 100% guarantee of safety, but it was much faster to move this way. Looking out the window, the hero thought that with more people it was easier, and for them such a scale was impossible. The helicopter continued to fly when he thought that although this was not bad, were there any other ways? A message appeared that they had started a group raid quest. A new message showed the description of the quest. Manhwa looked at the screen in fear, asking the others if they had seen it. Also holding his hands behind his head, the guy said that he had not planned this, and hoped that the leader would deal with this quest. The hero covered his face with his hand, thinking that he had been caught. Imagining battles with monsters, he thought that this raid was a joint quest for people with different classes. The two people shook hands. He thought about how teamwork was very important, and without it, it was impossible to win alone. So he imagined the huge monster in front of him, thinking that even if they acted in a group, the damage would be reduced by 90%, and the reward for fighting it would be much better. Imagining an eye above him, he decided that someone was definitely watching them. Then he imagined the prosecutor, thinking that he had put too much effort into leveling up to participate in such a raid, and that the difficulty of the task depended on the player's progress. Sungwoo gritted his teeth. Imagining the prosecutor and the others, he decided that he would have to surpass the other leaders, because he was not going to stop there. The bright sun illuminated the city street. On the screen, there was a message from the prosecutor, who was addressing all the survivors on the Korean peninsula. A man looked at the phone screen, saying that the prosecutor was the best leader. Another noted that he was preparing to broadcast the raid to everyone. There were many messages in the community, people were very interested, and someone noted that this raid was invented by the system. Everyone introduced Sungwoo and his skeletons, adding that it was all so that he could participate. The helicopter flew over the city. People looked up, wondering what he really was like. They landed on the roof. Comrades walked behind the hero. The prosecutor stood in front, welcoming them to his guild and hoping that they got there without incident. Looking at him, Sungwoo replied that he saw from the roof how the camp was organized and that they were well prepared for the raid. There was a camera nearby, and the guy understood that he was organizing a raid to improve the reputation of his guild, but he wondered how far he was willing to go to prove his strength. A man in a dark cloak appeared behind the prosecutor, asking if this was the same Necromancer and his group. He adjusted his hair, adding that it seemed to him that they had many survivors, not understanding where they were. The hero frowned. He pointed to the rest of the people, saying that they had 31 special players, but they were promised 102 people. Sungwoo looked at the interlocutor, thinking that they had not yet discussed the conditions, but he was already attacking and apparently, they did not agree with the prosecutor, answering him that first it was worth introducing himself. Yo-hoon looked at his comrade, saying that this was Kang-hoon and he was responsible for the survivors from Techikro. Then Sungwoo imagined him surrounded by flames, realizing that he was a great fire mage, and his name was known in the community. Closing his eyes, he asked them about whether they would send an army, but the interlocutors did not understand what he was talking about. His comrades stood nearby when the guy added that they always worked in threes, not understanding what the point of the others was. Sungwoo frowned and said that everyone was going to a raid, not a war. Young-hoon put his hand on his comrade's shoulder, telling him to remember what class the other person was. There were skeletons behind the hero, and the prosecutor noted that he was not alone and that he always had assistants behind him. Manhwa bit his nail when the man added that the raiding was evidence, and they did not have time, so they needed to move on to the discussion. Jisoo and Hanho were standing in the hallway. Young-hoon sat at the table. A man with a thick beard was sitting nearby. Next to him was a man with long hair. The girl smiled at everyone, saying that she was the deputy in the Crusader Guild. Manhwa pointed to the screen, saying that everyone already knew the quest in this raid, and the difficulty was high, so the reward also promised to be excellent. Having presented this reward, she added that although she did not know what it was, they would divide it into 12 parts in gold. This surprised Sungwoo. The man with the beard nodded. The other listener also nodded his head. The hero slightly opened his mouth, realizing that they were all in the same boat. He looked at the people at the table, thinking that it was unfair to divide it like this, and there were 10 leaders from different guilds, but for some reason everyone agreed. He imagined the people behind Young-hoon, thinking that the number of participants was different, but it could be said that the Crusader Guild was responsible for the entire raid, so if it was divided by 12, they would all get one part, and the rest would get 11. Raising his hand, the deputy asked if there were any objections. Someone raised their hand. Sungwoo looked at it, saying that it was. Manhwa smiled at him, asking him to speak, thinking that she knew he wouldn't be able to keep quiet. The hero pulled his hand away, not understanding why they should split the reward like that, if the fight with the boss was one-on-one, and why not give the reward to the winner. The girl looked at him intently, realizing that he was the one who had caused this quest, answering that it was not quite an equal division. Looking her in the eyes, he replied that at least it would be fair. One of the people present gritted his teeth, hearing that everyone here had different levels and strengths, or that he should work for the others. Smiling slightly, the hero added that the others would stand aside. The two girls opened their mouths wide, not understanding what he was talking about, and why they should do nothing. The man pointed to the exit, offering to talk in private. The hero imagined his battle with a monster, realizing that it was Anseok and he was ranked 11th, and he was known for his battles with large monsters. He frowned and asked why the guy was silent, but someone told him to sit down. Sungwoo's eye began to glow when he replied that if he had something to prove, then let him prove it on the battlefield. Gritting his teeth, Anseok only cursed in response. Someone slammed the table. To this, Young-hoon came, who suggested doing as he was told. Smiling menacingly, he added that it would be more interesting this way. In the distance, ruined buildings could be seen. The monsters rushed to attack. They were also hit. Anseok continued to hit furiously, saying that he should have killed the Necromancer on the spot for his words. Blood flowed down his hand. He received 3,800 gold. Seeing many bright eyes in front of him, he asked if someone was stronger. They rushed to attack. An explosion sounded in the sky. The explosion tore apart the monsters. The man turned around, hearing that he should be careful, because if he died, the others would too. Kang-hoon looked at the lizard, saying that they had landed here, and hoped that there would be no more places like this. Anseok pointed to himself, saying that this is why they came and they need to kill the boss, stopping the destruction of the world. The interlocutor looked away when a message appeared saying that this is the future that will occur if the fallen are not stopped. Anseok looked at him questioningly, asking if he would definitely know who they were. The guy answered that they were monsters and people. In the distance, the dome of the house was visible. He added that this was precisely why it was necessary to protect the world tree. Then he smiled, adding that the prosecutor could be relied upon, because he definitely kept his word, unlike some. A helicopter appeared in the sky. Anseok looked at it, deciding that the broadcast had already started, and asked if the prosecutor was there. Kang-hoon looked at the phone screen in shock, mentioning the Necromancer. Then the man, frowning, replied that he knew he would run away, but he heard that this was not the case and he went to Udo Park. Anseok looked at his comrade in surprise, clarifying that the boss was there, and he said that he wanted to get to the monster faster than Young-hoon. Introducing his minions, the man called the Necromancer disgusting. The man with stripes on his face held a bow, thinking that he was a level 11 iron archer, Myung-soo, who had a talent for shooting before the destruction of the world. The man remembered how he stood obsequiously next to the leader, and thought that from his past experiences, he knew that success did not depend on ability, but good connections, especially in politics, could help. There was a sly smile on his face. Myung-soo thought that talent alone would not help, but eloquence and good defense would always help. The man with the bow walked behind the leader and thought that it would be strange to evaluate a person in society only by his ability. A keen mind is what is important. Only this way will one survive. He remembered how Manhwa approached him, and thought that perhaps that was why he was given such a weapon. The girl with glasses smiled and asked him not to lose his temper. Myung-soo looked at the man in the cloak, thinking that the guild leader was probably keeping a close eye on the Necromancer. The blonde had a sword on his back. The hero thought that the Necromancer would lose in this raid. That's why 11 guild leaders were participating. He smiled and thought that he just needed to wait, and then the golden path of luck would open up before him. The archer had a puzzled expression on his face. He thought that he had thought like this before. A pillar of fire rose up. The man thought, "What is this?" The girl clenched her teeth, and Myung-soo thought, "Who is this woman? Is this some kind of game for her? Why does she continue to move forward alone?" The man with glowing eyes smiled, saying that it tickles, while the archer thought, "Who is this?" The guy was surrounded by bright flashes of monster attacks, and the archer thought, he was able to turn into a monster. Where does a person get so much strength from? Standing behind the hero in a cloak, the man thought that the last problem is this monster. The skeletons in armor lined up in a row. The player thought, why does his zombie have equipment? The system reported that it was a knight in armor synergy, equipping 30 or more minions that formed a shield equivalent to 30% defense. The frightened Myung-soo imagined the knight, and thought that this was the synergy effect of the Crusader Guild. How did he get such a high-level synergy? Sungwoo turned around, looking at him. With a slight smile, he clarified, he also needed armor, and heard that no, they were archers. He turned around and saw a man scream in fear that he was surrounded by bones. The warriors held their weapons in surprise and discussed how light and strong they were. the system reported the list of synergy knights in armor again. The man in the helmet was extremely delighted, thinking that this was a real game. They were protected by synergy. He happily folded his hands, looking at the Necromancer, and thought that this way they definitely did not need to do anything. A light was coming from the building ahead. Words were heard that there was Yodo station ahead. If you pass it, there will be a park and the boss room. The foot was immersed in water. The hero said that you need to be careful. There is water around, the level of which is rising. Myungsa, standing behind in a helmet, said that there will probably be more lizards further. Visibility is very poor. It is better to wait for the rest. Sungwoo put his hand and called Hanho and Jisoo, move away, while the archer thought that even for a necromancer this is too much. White beasts threw monsters back. Green creatures lay in the water. As it turned out, a bright flash of a corpse explosion. The warriors opened their mouths in shock, seeing that 3,800 gold was received for killing a lizard man. The shocked man held his mask, seeing several similar notifications. Blood splashed near the paw. Sungwoo stood surrounded by smoke and said that that's it. The hero thought that they definitely needed a game patch. There was a helicopter flying in the sky. Hanho pointed and asked if this helicopter wasn't going to film them. The archer thought it was supposed to film the leader's skills. The cameraman held the camera and shouted in admiration. He opened his mouth wide, shouting that they even managed to film the famous corpse explosion. Apparently this was what the prosecutor was talking about when he said that filming would help raise the spirits of the survivors. The man in the cap stood next to Manhwa and thought that he was allowed to film other teams besides the Crusader Guild for a while, so he couldn't miss such a shot. There were many comments on the screen discussing the Necromancer's strength. A shout was heard that the audience also had a strong response. This is great. The man with glasses held the phone, shouting that the Crusader Guild was calling. He brought the phone to his ear and grimaced when he heard the shout. What is he doing? Isn't he going to turn the helicopter around? Manhwa angrily shouted into the phone when she heard that they were filming others, and shouted that he didn't understand that it was serious. It was only to control them. The eyes behind the glasses looked furious. The woman ordered to go back now if he still cared about his life. Looking at the helicopter, Sungwoo asked if he was flying away, filming others. The comrade said that something was probably going on there. The foot stepped in the water. Sungwoo stood surrounded by his zombies. A notification appeared that they had entered the boss's room. Jisoo turned around and said that Yodo Park now looked just like a jungle. Creatures flew out of the trees with a noise. The water swayed. The guy exclaimed that it was an earthquake, and the hero told them to hold on. The girl, with her eyes wide open in shock, asked her comrade to look. A huge beam of light was rising from behind the trees. The system reported that a raid boss monster, a lizard warrior, had appeared. Lizard warriors were blessed by gladiators. They were given a 90% damage reduction for several direct attacks. The warrior was looking for an opponent to compete with. If the player won the one-on-one match, a special title would be awarded. Hanho pointed his finger and said that it seemed like they were going there. The helicopter surrounded the shining beam. Looking in surprise, the guy asked that this was the Crusader team. Did they come here right after they entered the boss room? Sungwoo looked there carefully, thinking that they probably wanted to take all the rewards. That's what the helicopters were for. Shining eyes were visible in the darkness. The hero thought that they went straight to the boss. The leader was too ambitious. Yoo-hoon was sitting in the helicopter. The guy thought that of course the contract did not specify that they should only move on the ground, but it was hard to trust such a person. Shocked Hanho turned and asked what they would do. Comrade said there was only one way out. Sungwoo smiled encouragingly, saying that they would not fly, which meant they would just move forward. Fist hit the monsters. The system reported that 3,800 gold had been received. White zombies held the lizard man. A shining flash appeared near the hero's body. His comrade asked what was shining there? Sungwoo held a shining card in his hand, realizing that it was an experience coupon. The system said that it was an S-class experience coupon. When used, he could get a large amount of experience. When he collected enough to level up with the card, it would glow green. The light of the coupon was reflected in the guy's eye, who thought that this was the item of that hidden gold dungeon. It was shining, which meant the guy was surrounded by a green glow. He thought that he was level 15. If he could get the Reaper's Scythe, he would reach the first awakening. The card was shining brightly. The system said that he had enough experience to get a new level. Did he want to use the coupon? And the hero agreed. His comrades anxiously reached for him. The guy thought about them. A bright green flash. Sungwoo looked up in shock. He seemed to be floating in a green fog, thinking it was a prophecy. But it felt different. His body seemed to be floating in space. A bright flash appeared ahead. He thought it was color. The glow formed into a figure. The guy thought that something was emerging from it and moving towards him. A face was visible from the glow. The system message said that the ruler of death was finally here. Energy tousled the hair of the surprised guy, who saw the task to find the Reaper. The system said that as a reward he would receive a primary awakening, an exclusive skill, because he witnessed the coming death. It is an irresistible force that cannot be stopped now. If he does not develop the appropriate power, he will follow the power of the Lich and become his servant. The Reaper's Scythe is at death. and his choice affects his fate. In front of the hero was a system window. Sungwoo looked at the figure in front of him in surprise, thinking that it was an information window, which meant that it was the being behind the entire system. A face was visible in the glow. The hero thought that it seemed like it was trying to tell him something, but he was too stupid to understand. Looking forward, the guy thought that maybe that was why it was talking to him through the system window. Looking at the figure above, Sungwoo thought that it was strange. It looked scary, but he did not feel fear. The silhouette was glowing green. The guy thought that it was unlikely to harm him, as if it knew who he really was. The guy was surprised when he heard himself being called. The shining figure asked him to be careful with death using the system window. Sungwoo extended his hand, asking what this meant. Surrounded by the glow, he reached forward. Then he woke up surrounded by his comrades who were calling him. Shocked, Hanho exclaimed that he just disappeared for 10 seconds. Is everything okay? The brunette put his hands out, saying that his body really moved there, so that creature is real. He looked down tensely and wondered what it means to be careful with death. Is it possible that it is very close? A powerful explosion was heard behind the trees. The heroes looked there. A question was heard, an explosion and smoke. Did the helicopter fall? Sungwoo pulled up his hood, thinking that there was no time to doubt. He would not solve the problem so quickly, which means he would do what he can, catch the local boss. The comrades looked at the guy who was pointing at them, saying that they were heading to where the boss was now. Turning around, the guy in the cloak told Manga that if they did not follow them, let him join forces with others. The protagonist's team resolutely rushed forward. In front of them was a bright flame of an explosion. The man gritted his teeth, asking what happened. Behind them, a fire was visible. He thought about the helicopter that someone attacked, but how? It was in the sky. A spear was sticking out of the helicopter window. Yoo-hoon was carrying a victim and told everyone to gather. A guild member rushed to him, and the man said that he was able to use his faith territory skill. The guy clenched his fist happily, thinking that it was clear why they survived, and said that he was the best. The blonde looked down, saying that only one person, the pilot, died on the spot. He did not have time to save him. Green creatures were holding weapons. Words were heard asking not to hold back their rage on these monsters. The metal body of the helicopter. The film crew, the guy said that they already have 17,555 viewers. Are they really here for the Necromancer? The girl said that he is interesting to absolutely everyone. Opening her mouth in admiration, Manhwa said that he is the hope of their nation. The warriors fought the monsters. The guy with sunglasses looked at the leader, saying that they could use the helicopter to kill them. The blinding light of the crossed spear swept away the monsters. The girl with glasses smiled, asking if everyone saw it. Prosecutor. The blonde man in the cloak ordered to prepare for the second raid and the appearance of the boss. A flash appeared behind the trees. The girl looked down in surprise. The huge monster raised his hand with a sword back. The system reported that the leader of the lizard men appeared. Yoo-hoon extended his hand forward and ordered to shoot. They must attack first. The arrows flew off the monster's body. The system reported that the leader of the lizard men received the blessing of the gladiators. The damage of most attacks is reduced by 90%. Looking at this, the blonde shouted the order to stop shooting and thought that he knew that they could not do much damage. There was smoke around the red lizard. He continued to think that it was not so little, and in addition it had the ability to recover. Their attacks were useless. Paws hit the ground. Swiftly attacked several warriors at once. Blood splashed on the shield. The monster swung its sword. Suddenly, bright rays crossed its body. The leader of the lizard men dodged the attack. The man in the red cloak told everyone to step back while he dealt with him. The rest of the crusaders should clear the entire area around. Standing in front of the monster, Yoo-hoon said that he would have to fight only with him. The monster with yellow eyes roared. He jumped up sharply, letting out a scream. The blonde pulled his hand back, thinking that their strength was about equal. Bright traces remained from the attacks. The man thought that he was doing great at ranged attacks thanks to the huge sword. The guy's feet were in the water. He thought that this meant that he was superior to him in speed. The boss jumped again. The blonde man had a confident expression on his face, thinking that victory was his. He would defeat him in a one-on-one battle. The sword's movements left traces. The girl with glasses exclaimed in admiration. Only one person could fight a monster of this level. Everyone is watching right now. The leaders of the other guilds appeared behind. The blonde man saw the movement and thought that they were skeletons. Had the Necromancer arrived yet? He sent a yellow flash forward, using the crossed spear. Looking at the dust that rose, Yoo-hoon thought that it was somehow strange. The monster opened its mouth. The man thought, why, despite its strength, it did not stop smiling? With a serious look, the man said that he wanted to remove that grin from its face even more. The lizard threw its head back, and then sent a fire beam forward. Yoo-hoon waved his hand, stopping his comrades behind. He looked at his trembling palm and thought that his defense and shield had disappeared, and heard words that he would die if he came closer. The guy pointed his finger, saying that this was the boss monster. A huge creature appeared in front of the man in the cloak. Fire burst from its mouth. The system reported that the true boss monster of the raid, the Wandering Drake, had appeared. Jets of fire flew forward. A notification said that phase number 2 was starting. The fire monster stretched its paw towards the man. Yohun looked at its back in shock, then up and asked, "Is this a drake? Did it hide its true form?" A powerful beam slammed into his sword. Gritting his teeth with zeal, the man thought that his defense was about to break, and then himself, he was too strong for him. The huge fire lizard turned around, and the man realized that it was attacking with its tail. The boss was holding the sword with its tail. The monster attacked Yohun. The comrades watched this with alarm. There was a wound on the leader's chest. The man in the helicopter exclaimed in shock that this could not be. Drake approached the blonde. Drops dripped down, words were heard that it was all over. It was Manhwa crying, saying that they had lost the raid and asking for forgiveness from the guys. Another lizard was flying behind the roaring monster. Its body disappeared in a huge flash of explosion. Bone monsters approached the boss. Drake opened his mouth. Many monsters raised by the Necromancer surrounded him. A white creature attacked from behind. The boss roared, trying to throw them off. Sungwoo landed on top of him. The girl behind the cameraman exclaimed in shock that it was the Necromancer. The man said that here he was. The viewers looked at the phone in delight, saying that Sungwoo had appeared. Minsik, with the phone in his hand, exclaimed that the captain was like the main character who appeared at the most terrible moment. The girl with glasses opened her mouth, thinking that it was good that he was here, and shouted that they did not care what would happen to the reward. A huge red monster. A request was heard from the helicopter to end the fight and save everyone. The blade pierced the boss's head. The monster fell next to the guy. Sungwoo looked ahead tensely. The guy clenched his fists, saying that they would stun him and finish him off with a sword. The magician added that with a necromancer on the team, victory was possible. The man turned to Manhwa and shouted that there were also lizard men on the other side. The girl looked down tensely, thinking that they only knew about the one-on-one battle with the boss, but no one said that there would be other monsters. The helicopter flew over the trees. She thought that she should have abandoned the quest, and shouted that everyone should protect the necromancer. The warriors blocked the passage of the lizards with shields. The guy with the blades treacherously said that they had no idea who they were attacking. The bone beast hit the monster with a hammer. Minhyam, seeing this, joyfully exclaimed that the drake had fallen. They had defeated the boss. Sungwoo tensely looked ahead, thinking that they had won. This was impossible. Smoke rose from the drake's body. A question was heard, "Is he moving?" The friends turned to the necromancer in shock. The guy asked what was happening, and the girl added that he had stopped breathing. Thin vines were spreading from the monster's head. He thought that something was changing. This was its third phase. A wooden growth appeared on the monster's face. The system reported that a hidden raid boss monster had appeared, a young warrior who had absorbed the seeds. Looking up in amazement, Sungwoo thought that the system window was constantly making some changes, as if laughing at them. The warriors with shields shouted that the lizard men had strange eyes, but they should hold on to them. The lizard men were approaching. A cry was heard that they were like zombies. They needed to kill each one. Were they berserkers? Flashes appeared near the heroes. Sungwoo thought that he could rely on Jisa and Hanho. They would be able to stop the berserkers. He stood in front of the huge monster, and thought that this was a problem on him. A fireball appeared in its open mouth. An order was heard to dodge the fiery breath. The monster spat out a huge stream of fire. A cry for help was heard. The bodies were hidden in the flames. The guy thought about the fact that there were lower monsters and lizards here. How should he fight them all at once? There was a sharp spike on the monster's head. A huge corpse explosion appeared. The surviving boss continued to roar, and Sungwoo thought that it was pointless. The skeletons covered the necromancer from a new volley of flames. Sungwoo glanced to the side, seeing a notification that the dead under his influence were returning to the endless prison, and thought that his word bearers turned to dust in a second. He needed to figure something out quickly. He raised his palm, thinking that he would distract their attention. The system reported that the dead were moving under his control. Jisa looked at the leader, who ordered them to leave. The monster broke the skeleton with its paw. The hero said that they could not fight the boss and other lizard men at the same time. First they needed to retreat and deal with the lizards. Sungwoo turned around, looking at the cloaked men, hearing the question of what about the others, and replied that they should split up. Anyway, monsters attack large groups first. The street smelled of shadow. He said that they were all in danger, so let them think about themselves first. Hanho looked at the hooded guy and agreed, hearing the order to leave. The heroes rushed in different directions. The cloaked guy walked on the water and noticed something. Hanho looked at the blonde in shock, recognizing Young-hoon. Coming closer, he asked why he was here. They can't just sit, they need to leave. A roaring monster appeared behind. Tears appeared in Hanho's eyes. He called out to the elder, thinking that he should take care of himself first. The red mouth was approaching the guy, when suddenly a small skeleton attacked the monster. The attack left a mark. The skeleton swung his sword. Hanho looked at him in delight, saying that if he is here. Sungwoo attacked the enemy with a spear, saying that he asked him to think of himself first. He stabbed the monster in the eye. The tip of the tail held a blade. The swift attack cut off the protagonist's hand. The silhouette dissipated. The hand grabbed the surprised Hanho by the cloak. He turned around in surprise, asking Sunwoo what it was, not him, and heard that it was a clone. The guy clenched his fists, using the Shadow King's ring, saying that he distracted attention, but did not cause damage. The hero quickly moved forward and thought that he could try to hit himself, but the clone only received half the damage. The boss monster roared furiously, and then opened its mouth and caught up with the heroes. Sunwoo turned around in shock, thinking that he had gone mad and chosen them as his target. A fiery volley appeared next to the monster. A silhouette appeared against the flames. The guy turned to the landed Jisa and reminded him that he asked them to split up and run away. The girl looked forward with a determined look and said that she would fight them. They were always three. A touched Hanho covered his mouth with his hand, and Sunwoo said that he wanted to thank her, but there was little time. Zombies appeared next to him, and the guy suggested doing it after killing the boss. Swift attacks smashed the bone warriors. A bright flash of an explosion appeared. The skeletons attacked the monster, and Sunwoo thinks that initially they only needed to catch the boss, but now he does not even see a way out of the situation. His explosion does not cause much damage. A powerful attack smashed the skeletons, and the hero thought that he did not know why he did not eat his skeletons, which means that it will not be possible to blow him up from the inside. Jisa frowned with tension. While the hero thought that he could not create new skeletons either, they disintegrate faster than his comrades create them. A new fireball appeared in his mouth, and Sunwoo was surprised to think that he was inhaling. He glanced back darkly, thinking that Jisa and Hanho were behind. Flames flew out of the monster's mouth. The guy shouted to create a weapon. Hanho clenched his fist. His comrades responded to Sunwoo. He gritted his teeth with zeal. Flames rose up. The guy fell to his knees, thinking that he barely endured this horror. The skeletal armor disappeared. The boss grinned in front of him, while the guy thought about his physical form. He continued to hold the blade with his tail. Hanho appeared in front of the hero, taking the blow on himself, saying that he would protect him. The guy's gaze became surprised when he saw a notification that his holy shield was disabled. The blade was quickly approaching him. However, Orn saved him. The skeleton moved his sword. With a swift attack, he cut off the tip of the tail. The monster roared, opening its mouth. The skeleton threw the guy back. The hat hit his face. Stretching out his hand, Hanho tried to stop him. The clawed paw was approaching the skeleton. The hero saw the attack. Tears appeared in his eyes. The system reported that the dead under his control returned to the endless darkness. With tears in his eyes, Hanho took out his blades and told his comrades to run away. The girl tried to calm him down. A huge werewolf bear simply grabbed both of them. Sunwoo put his palm on the head of his crying friend and asked him to live. The bear dragged his friends away, and they screamed, asking what he was doing. The stone on Sunwoo's chest was shining. He thought that after Orn's death, he came to his senses a little. A severed tail lay in the water. The guy mentally thanked him for his service, thinking that he could always be relied on. Bones were floating nearby. The hero thought that his sacrifice would not be in vain. He would try to buy time. The monster's attacks crashed into the shield. He powerfully attacked with his paw. The man watching this screamed in fear, and Manhwa said no, it was not certain yet. The girl with glasses looked down, screaming that he would fight to the end. There was no need to lose hope. The tense Sunwoo held the shield. A new attack removed the bones. The monster attacked with a crippled tail. Manhwa was scared when she saw this, and exclaimed about his legs. The man said that he was definitely finished. The monster was preparing to spit fire again. Sunwoo lay with one eye open, and thought that it looked like that was it. He tried so hard to avoid death, but it seemed that he would die the death of his parents. He remembered the images of his friends. A drop of blood flowed from his mouth. The guy thought that at least the others survived. A huge stream of flame appeared. It engulfed the hero's body. The werbear carried his screaming friends away from the flames. Sunwoo seemed to be floating in zero gravity and thought that he had died after all. He looked up. Surrounded by a green glow, the boy thought that he was very lucky to have come this far, to have chosen a good class and weapon. He remembered Hanho and Jisa and thought that his friends too. Looking up, the boy continued to think that the tigers would also disappear after his death. They would not be able to survive. A glow appeared nearby, from which he heard someone calling him. A figure in a black cloak was holding a staff. This was the Reaper of Death. Now he could finally see him. Sunwoo looked at him and asked if he came to take him to heaven or hell. It didn't matter to him, as long as it was faster. He stood in front of him and said that he would not resist. It was better to finish today as soon as possible. The Reaper of Death grinned into his palm and replied that he was not even 30 yet. What was he going to finish? The boy looked at the figure in amazement, hearing that he did not come for this. The man winked, saying that they could finally talk, and the hero recognized his father. The protagonist hangs in the air in front of his father, asking if it was really him, or if the system was just joking. The man asks with a smile, "Does it really matter now?" Sungwoo looks away and says that he is already dead anyway, and if you think about it, this ending suits him perfectly. The warrior blazes with a bright flame. He realizes that he was afraid of death because the unknown scares him the most. People are falling down. The protagonist is thinking that everything that does not symbolize life is terrifying, and if you know that death is not the end, then it becomes less scary. The father looks at him with a serious face. While he is thinking about the fact that they will be able to face sins, the guy asks if he hates him. The protagonist, standing opposite, explains that when a fire started in the house and he left them and ran away alone. The guy excitedly says that he ran away because he was afraid of death, and it is surprising that he was able to meet him. Memories of the past emerge. He says that he had to go through a lot, and he tried and studied to become stronger. Frightened friends stand near the soldiers. The protagonist says that at first he did not want to take on too much responsibility. Fierce monsters are watching. He says that when he considered that he had grown up to this. The guy standing opposite says that in the end he is still glad to meet them. The man in the black cloak lowers his gaze. He begins to laugh loudly and asks if the guy really worried about this for so many years. The man tells his son that he thought he was a grown man, but he is still a child, citing that he ran away because he was afraid that his dad would scold him. The protagonist wonders if this is really his father. He hangs in the air in front of him and asks how old he was then, and if he really thinks that he could help being so small. He smiles and says that his son did not run away, but only fulfilled his request. The house is engulfed in flames. The dad asks him to remember because they were together then. The boy stands next to his father in fear. The protagonist realizes that everything happened then suddenly, and the fire engulfed their house in the middle of the night. They stand in the middle of the burning corridor. The man screams that his mother is still in the room. He grabbed his head and told him to run and not think about coming back. The man with a smile promised that he would definitely save his mother and come for him. The shocked protagonist looks in front of himself. The father smiles and says that he and his mother just wanted their dear son to survive. Discouraged, Sungwoo looks ahead, realizing that he completely forgot about this and what kind of people his parents were. The electrical panel is hanging on the wall. The father explains that the fire started because of the wiring and that their house was much older on the inside than it looked on the outside. A man in a black cloak stands opposite him and says that his son has always been a responsible person, but it is not his fault that he is the only one to survive from his family, and his father acted as the head of the family should have acted. The protagonist frowns and says that he could not save his mother and did not cope as well as he did. He asks again. He points to the protagonist and denies this, noting that the guy survived. Hanho and Jisoo watch them. The father says that he himself did not fail either. The protagonist with a serious look says that apparently they both coped. Clenching his fist, he stands opposite his father. The man standing opposite asks if he wants to fight or go back. He replies that he will still be useful. The man in the cloak points his finger. He points to the green glow and says that this is his way back. The protagonist sadly turns around, looking at his parent. The protagonist says with a smile that he was glad to see him after so many years. He reciprocates and asks to leave already because there are many people waiting for him. The father, holding his head, says that he almost forgot something. The guy picks up a wooden object. The dad says that it is his. Green light illuminates the darkness. The system window says that he has completed an exclusive quest and receives a reward. A huge dragon roars throughout the area. The sword drags along the ground. Jisoo is standing next to Hanho, who is crying and saying that this can't be and he could not die. Wounded Yoonhoon says that now they are definitely finished, since even Sungwoo. They look at him with malice. The prosecutor understands that their faces are filled with hatred and this is expected. He holds his shoulder and realizes that this is his punishment for self-confidence. He remembers his comrade and realizes that Hanho tried to save him and apparently his passive skill helped in this. The system window says about the aura of a war hero. The three friends look on calmly. He understands that they were supposed to catch the boss in this raid, but lost the strongest. The prosecutor clenches his fists, realizing that he was too arrogant and could not quickly adapt to sudden changes. Frowning, he understands that he needs to correct the mistake because the world is on the verge of destruction and he cannot just stop. Minhyum runs to the leader and shouts that the commander has come to his senses. The prosecutor turns around angrily, realizing that it was Hanho who saved him, not him. A huge monster roars. The guy shouts that they need to retreat. He agrees. The prosecutor, holding his wound, mentally apologizes to the protagonist, promising to protect his friends. They walk along the path. A purple glow is visible behind them. They look at the sky in surprise and shout that it is getting darker. Yoonhoon looks at this and noticing a dark aura, suggests something. The friends are shocked to see a red window with information that a standard program is activated in a certain area. A huge monster roars while a helicopter flies over it. Kim is standing next to the girl and they are shocked to hear that a green light has appeared. A character in a cloak is walking nearby. They realize that it is a necromancer. A warrior in golden armor is burning with green fire. They are shocked to hear that it is not a necromancer, but a lich, and whether he really became a monster. The character, blazing, realizes that he does not feel anything, wondering if he is even alive. The guy clenches his fiery fist, asking if this can be considered a simple resurrection. The system window says that due to the attribute of the Necromancer class, he was resurrected and the waiting time for full activation is 1 month. The notification says that he has reached the state of primary awakening and can summon the great creature Death with a scythe, as well as subjugate monsters, and he is the 9th person to receive this. The warrior stands with a bone scythe after its summoning. The system writes about the summoning of the Reaper, which is available for 1 hour and can be put into the state of a lich. The guy in the helmet with a grin notes that it sounds cool. A huge monster growls in front of him. The sinister Necromancer asks if it was really fun to play with them until now. He points his finger and declares that now he will have fun with it. He releases a stream of green energy after shouting about the second phase. The system writes that now the dead move on his command. The heroes run through puddles. Hanho moves next to his friend and says that the skill worked. She notes that it turns out that the main character is alive. The prosecutor next to the assistant thinks if the Necromancer really survived and how he managed after what happened. Friends see a warrior in front of them and ask if he is okay. The Necromancer turns around with a terrifying look. The friend shouts that he has become a monster. Jisoo points his finger and objects, saying that he is not a monster, but simply completed the awakening quest. A giant mutant runs at the protagonist. The skeletons explode. They blaze with green fire. The system says that fallen comrades are being restored. Surprised spectators shout that they are being restored, asking if everyone can see that the henchmen are resurrected. The monster raises its mouth to the sky, starting to roar. Fire bursts out of its mouth. Everything around begins to blaze. The protagonist talks about creating a weapon. The prosecutor stands with the others, shouting that they can handle him because the dragon's flame is directed towards them. The skeleton moves forward. The protagonist's assistant fights deftly. Hanho hugs him, shouting that he should never leave them again, and they will be together until the end. The other shouts that he believed in him. The monster opposite the Necromancer roars. He wonders why he does not attack and whether he has run out of energy. He holds a bone scythe in front of him and states that his body has apparently reached its limit. The undead attacks the enemy. The guy says that he spends too much energy to maintain his power. Green flames engulf the mutant, and he roars in pain. The skeletons pierce him with their weapons. The protagonist releases the chains, declaring the creation of a weapon. He clenches his fists, ordering them to rip off his skin. The bloody monster screams loudly in pain. A helicopter flies above them. They declare that his skin was ripped off and that they cannot look further if they are too sensitive. The dragon looks at the enemy with a battered look. The Necromancer, blazing with green fire, orders the right to destroy him. The skeleton with a sword rushes to attack. He strikes the strongest blow with his blade. The sword is stuck in his body. The system says that the remaining time to prove qualification is 4,335 days. The undead are standing next to the defeated enemy. The notifications say that 1,115,000 gold was received for completing the raid against the boss, and the group quest was completed, and the title of Dragon Hunter was received. Strength and resistance to fire were increased. Joyful friends with phones in their hands shout that everything is over and they knew that he could handle it. Enthusiastic Minsik asks what just happened. The protagonist's eyes are glowing. He realizes that he was able to defeat the boss. He raises his hand and orders to approach him. A huge dragon skeleton begins to burn. The system window says that the undead obey him. The prosecutor and his assistant see this in shock. He asks how this is possible and how he controls him, because now the difference between them is too great. Friends see him and exclaim that they knew he was alive. He says that he died once. The girl asks if he can return to his normal form. The undead examines the dragon. The system window says about heroic level skin, a material for crafting. The skeleton assistant hands him a purple crystal. He replies that he can use it for protection. The system window says that this is a legendary level dragon heart, a material for crafting. The seed of the world tree sparkles. It is written that it is a mythical level of unknown classification. The protagonist looks at it in surprise and thinks that it is connected with the bad ending of the prophecy, and the fallen creatures will look for it. A boy with a microphone loudly asks for one comment. The protagonist turns around and declares that you can't trust those who promise to protect. He thinks about vampires, soldiers, the prosecutor, and realizes that he has seen enough of the fake saviors who use ordinary people for their own purposes, and these strange groups are full of dubious characters. He clenches his fist and says that if they do not have the strength to enter the fire, they will not have the strength to come out of it, and they need to become stronger. The protagonist stands with them, and they hear a sound. A huge explosion is visible from behind the mountain. They shout that there is a station there. The girl in glasses runs forward shouting, "Captain." She points to the side and says that the station is under attack. He asks who could have done this. The protagonist turns around to look at them, wondering if the Quan Bok Guild really attacked at such a time. The helicopter takes off. He shouts that they need to leave now and the Crusader team must get into the helicopter. Dark smoke is visible in the city. The protagonist looks at it and realizes that this is a secret sign of the abyss. while he wonders if this is a group that has a death bomb. The helicopters fly away quickly. The prosecutor sits down and begs Sungwoo for help. He says with his eyes closed that there are too many ordinary people at that station, and he is too weak in his current state to protect them. The guy looks at him and says that he would like to talk to him first, while realizing that he does not know who is behind the attack. Yevon makes a face, apologizing when he says that now is not the time. The helicopters fly forward, shouting that they will arrive at the place very soon and they need to be ready and try to go around the dark smoke. The fighters drag the wounded. A fighter shouts to a girl that there are prisoners there, and they are running away. She asks again in shock. The man frowns when he hears the question whether they have come to their senses. He replies that they have come and even exchanged gestures with each other. The protagonist in a cloak goes to them, realizing that the Kwanbok Guild is aware, and this is a meeting of sellers among prisoners and crazy scientists. Dark smoke spreads along the ground near the protagonist. He feels it with his hands and understands that the color has become paler, and apparently they are trying to take more distant territories. His hand is burning. He understands that the Crusader Guild is unlikely to help. He declares that he will try to protect everyone outside. Hanho stands next to his friend and asks if this is really it. She adds about the union of half-humans and half-monsters. The protagonist introduces the characters in masks and says that as they were warned, they will become a serious problem. A pyramid-shaped building stands on the street. He realizes that since they attacked the station, the village will be next. They attacked while the defenders were not there. Huge claws are visible. He understands that they will catch them and see for themselves. A huge dragon roars behind the protagonist. He declares that it is time for his debut. Bright moon shines on the black smoke in the middle of the city. It is said that there is a lot of noise around. The monster in the mask stands opposite another and asks if there are people there, and otherwise it would be too easy. The other replies that everyone is busy with the raid now. The werewolf in the mask says that they did not expect them to attack at such a time. The boar stands opposite and says that they would definitely not get along with them. The interlocutor says that they are not at all adapted to the new world. The mutant with a serious face asks how long this will continue. The wolf in the mask clarifies what difference it makes to him because wizards will do this anyway, and not everyone can be lucky enough to eat the brain of a magical creature. The boar looks at him and says that he ate an archer but for some reason did not learn to shoot a bow. The other laughingly declares that they are in any case better than these scientists. The mutant turns to them and asks if they asked to collect the corpses. He replies that yes, because they want to create some kind of elixir. They stand near the silhouette of the dragon. He clarifies whether they will share with them. The huge mutant closes his mouth. The system says that he received gold for killing the werewolf. The protagonist gets off his giant pet. Standing in black armor, he says that there were few people on the way and apparently they are all at the station. He looks at the dragon and says that they need to go back. The protagonist examines the corpses and thinks about the ritual and that he does not understand why, but apparently they need dead people. The protagonist looks away and understands that he needs to catch each of the scum involved. A huge monster walks in the middle of the streets, black smoke around. A bull in a mask looks fiercely ahead. They collect corpses, asking how many people are there, and he counted only 200. A mutant in a white suit writes something down, and says that they need to collect as many as possible, and need to search on other floors. Another closes a black bag and asks if they will become materials for research. The interlocutor answers how he knows what they have in mind. A huge bull in a mask says that he just heard that they were gathering to earn experience. The mouse clarifies if it was really possible. They walk around the room. The bull says that if they could become monsters, then isn't it clear that now everything is possible? The other replies that he initially felt like a rat, so such a life is quite good. The shocked bull sees a red notification that a grand suppression and summoning of the dead is used in the selected territory. The undead grabs the rat, while the bull tries to understand what it is. The skeletons knock him to the floor. The other monster tries to understand what is happening. A silhouette of a ferocious undead appears above him, reaching out to him. The skeleton strikes him hard. He tries to close, screaming what they are doing. He sees skeletons with axes in front of him. His hooves catch fire. He scatters them with a blow of an iron horn. He continues to beat them. The system window says that the dead are moving on command. The bull in a mask asks where they are, calling the Necromancer to come out to him. The blade flies towards him. They stick into his back and he roars with rage. His eyes fill with rage. He calls him a cunning fool. The protagonist swings, asking if he is ashamed to waste gas so thoughtlessly. He stabs the monster with a sword. The notification says that he received 30,000 gold for killing a level 2 werewolf bull. The protagonist looks back, thinking that they gave 10 times more for him, and apparently there is a very big difference between their levels. A bull's skeleton flashes in front of him. He declares that now he has a strong assistant. The system says that the dead become his minions. He sees a man below and realizes that he is still alive but will soon die of pain. Zombies and undead rush forward. The protagonist orders them to immediately carry everyone outside and search other floors. Black smoke envelopes the street. The protagonist stands next to the minions. They hear a sound. A bright sign appears in the sky. A red notification says that summoning magic is being used in the selected area. He looks up in shock and realizes that this is part of the ritual, wondering what they want to do. He runs forward, realizing that he does not have time to guess. They run past black smoke. The protagonist looks ahead in shock. A werewolf is sitting in the middle of a yellow sign on the ground. The guy thinks about what it is. Smoke bursts out of the pit. He realizes that this is its source, and it is unlikely that he is the only one. Surprised wolves in masks ask if this is really a necromancer, and why the smoke does not affect him. He pokes his claw in rage and screams for them to stop him, because scientists will be happy if they get a corpse. The protagonist frowns and realizes that they are using summoning magic. The warrior stands in front of the werewolves and declares that he does not have time to fight them. Black smoke spreads across the sky. He says that fortunately it is night now. The protagonist turns into a reaper of death with a scythe. The notification says that the use time is 1 hour. He gains the power of the lich, and the number of minions is increased by 50, as well as all the characteristics. The main character with a terrifying look says that he has a whole hour, but 5 minutes will be enough to destroy them. The skeletons rush to attack. They shout that they need to kill the monsters. The werewolf, swinging, shouts that they just need to smash their skulls and they must win. New corpses glow with green fire. The system says that the fallen warriors have been resurrected. The main character with a scythe stands next to the assistant and declares that he can restore them infinitely. But even without this, they are quite easy to defeat. The werewolves fearfully call for help. The wolf in the mask declares that their scientists will be very happy. He forms a bright pentagram on the ground, shouting that it is too late for the necromancer. He radiates energy. A red notification says that summoning magic is being used in the selected territory. The werewolf spreads his paws and declares that they knew they were nearby, but still went on a raid and only wasted their time there. He exclaims with a mad look that now the whole world is theirs. A large skeleton bites the wolf. He screams in pain. He throws him to the side. A strong explosion occurs. The protagonist flies into the attack. The monsters shout that they need to run urgently. The wolf lies on the ground and coughs. The protagonist and his assistant stand in front of him and ask what they are summoning there. The wolf in the mask coughs and says that the end has come for people. The building begins to explode. The werewolf says that they just need to look at the great monster that they cannot defeat. A red notification says that a raid boss appears. The fighter holds an empty bottle in his hand. The prosecutor holds his wound and realizes that he drank the elixir of strength, but his condition has not yet returned to normal and he was a hair's breadth from death. He imagines the protagonist on fire and realizes that Sungwoo actually died. Closing his eyes, he reflects that he tried to make the country a safe place, but in the end he could not. Hanho next to his friend points his finger and shouts that the protagonist's minions are there, and they are helping people. The necromancer saves everyone again. Yohoon looks at the enthusiastic soldiers and thinks that he was wrong, and he will not be able to gather a decent group. He presses his lips together and understands that if he tries to hold on and control everything himself, this is what happens when you try to jump above your head. The guy stands next to Jisa and asks about summoning magic. She notices that the haze is starting to disappear. The red window says that summoning is used in the selected territory. The heroes run towards the smoke. They see the protagonist, shouting that the station is collapsing. A huge hand breaks out of the building. A large ogre warrior breaks out. He is the raid boss. The wolf in the mask laughs and asks if they really expect to defeat him, because the protagonist will definitely not be able to defeat him with his minions. The protagonist, blazing with fire, looks at him. He asks what he needs. The protagonist with a grin says that he apparently did not see beyond his magic circle and should have watched the broadcast more carefully. A huge dragon appears opposite the ogre. Sungwoo explains that they also have a monster. The skeleton delivers a powerful blow directly to the boss's head. Blood flies in all directions. He clearly did not expect this. The enthusiastic fighters look at this and exclaim. The shocked werewolf asks what this is. The protagonist turns around and says that this is their monster. Hanho happily declares that this will be the end of it. His girlfriend suggests that now there will be a battle of monsters. The prosecutor frowns and realizes that he needs to become stronger. He sees the protagonist with a scythe and understands that he must stop relying on others for the sake of the Crusader team. A fierce orc fights a dragon skeleton. The undead rushes to attack after the master's order. They fly apart after the blow. The huge monster claps his hands. The system says that the subordinate has disappeared. The terrifying protagonist thinks that he could restore them before, but there is not even a trace left of him, and apparently this is the power of a true boss. The orc runs to attack. The protagonist thinks that it is a pity that he cannot use the dragon's breath, but since he obeys it, the undead punches the monster in the face. He grabs it by the hair. It growls with anger. The dragon kicks it. The protagonist is sure that he can definitely defeat it. The surprised skeleton looks at his enemy. He fiercely begins to strangle him. The assistant stands nearby and begins to cast a spell. He jumps up and chops the sword right at the orc's head. He falls to the ground. Stones fly apart. The dragon holds his face. Fierce skeletons begin to crawl on him. A huge skeleton next to another undead is burning with green fire. The system says that 705,000 gold was received for hunting the raid boss, and the level has been increased to 16. Several cards for moving to a new level are presented. The protagonist chooses the death answer. The notification says that this is an advanced rating with a consumption of 100 mana, summons and controls 15 zombies without a master in the abyss. The ability is upgraded from basic to advanced. The protagonist stands next to them and states that the zombies have become stronger, but the best reward is yet to come. The large orc begins to burn. The system says that the dead answer his call. He clenches his fists. The system says about the item of the blessing of the god of thunder of the heroic class with the effect of consuming mana to create a powerful force. Sung Woo thinks that he can give all the mana and immediately kill them. Two huge monsters stand next to each other. The protagonist asks whether they got closer during the fight or after death. The wolf asks again in shock. The werewolf is discouraged, shouting that this is nonsense, and what the necromancer is doing. The protagonist with a terrifying grin says that making friends with evil spirits is his specialty. He asks not to talk nonsense. The protagonist hits him, and he screams. He holds a scythe in him. Assuming that it is time to finish, he begs to let go. Blood flows from his eyes and he coughs. It is said that the guy received 30,000 gold for killing a werewolf of the second level. Hanho stands near Jisa and says that he died quickly. The girlfriend says that she imagines how hard he tried to avoid interrogation. The prosecutor looks at him and says that they could learn something important from him. The necromancer raises him from the dead. They look at each other. The system window says that he can check the fragments of the undead memory. A bright glow occurs. The protagonist hangs in the air and realizes that he succeeded. He hangs over the train and realizes that he does not know if it is possible to move independently, while he will follow how the system leads, and apparently this is a quest feature, like with the murder of the leader of the Bloodsuckers. Monsters with things are walking along the corridor. The protagonist hangs over them. One of them asks to turn off the phone because they will soon be there. The wolf walks down the hallway and says that now is the most interesting thing because the Crusader team was besieged. Sung-woo understands that this is why they did not watch the broadcast to the end. The werewolf with a grin talks about Mr. Handsome Wolf. The other says that he asked not to call him that. The werewolf in glasses says that in any case, he heard that they attacked the station not only to destroy the Liberator Guild. The other werewolf says that he knows nothing about it. The interlocutor takes off his glasses, saying that even he heard about it. He squeezes his paw and claims that the captain said that the Liberator Guild must lose and now is the best time for this, so they need to follow the plan. The protagonist hangs in the air, hearing that the werewolf says that the group wants to conduct their experiments there. The protagonist is shocked to realize that this is the second bad ending on the Korean server. The wolf tells the other that he has been sitting in the community too much lately. The latter says that did their leader himself say that? He continues to explain with a grin that everyone goes crazy after joining the scientists, and he is having fun of course, but he thinks that there is something else behind it. The blue-eyed werewolf yells at him to shut up already. The friends stand near the necromancer and ask if he learned anything. He says yes. He clenches his bone fist and realizes that they attack Yondiampo to take all of Yodo for themselves. The three friends stand near the image of the villain in the mask. He realizes that he is probably involved in this, and needs to find out what his plan is regarding Shindarim. The station is in the middle of the city. It is said that this is Shindarim, a transfer point from the first line to the second. Crowds of people walk through the building. It is explained that this is why many people used it every day. A man in a robe stands in front of a glowing vessel, saying that this is a great place to collect materials for research. He laughingly declares that there are a lot of them left because of the proximity to the city, and it is simply a paradise for a researcher. A rat in a mask stands near a vessel and asks the chief if more refrigerators are needed because the smell is starting to leak into the nearby sewers. A man stands below and says that they will get used to it, and in a new world it is better to adapt to everything new as quickly as possible. The ward stands on the stairs and declares that he has a keen sense of smell. He asks the beast to shut up. He frowns and says that it is scary to even imagine what he smells like, asking if he does not want to become human again. He clenches his paws and shouts that of course he does, because it was not by his own will that he turned into a rat, and he only hoped to help him. The scientist leaves, stating that the head office announced that they had started research, and that he should also join. A frightened rat in a mask asks about him becoming part of the experiment. He smirks and replies that he will, because usually rats are used for them. The ward stands next to him and asks if he is joking. He laughs and says that he is joking and there is no need to be afraid. A mouse stands next to ferocious monsters. The scientist asks how long one can live in the shadows of others, especially if we are talking about the shadows of rats. He holds a pill in his hand, stating that even if the experiment succeeds, he will be the last to reach it. But a rat's life is not that long. The animal in the mask declares that he is right. The dog in the cap screams that they are under attack. He looks at the leader and explains that dinosaurs are destroying their building. The man in glasses asks if they made elixirs without his knowledge or if there is a new werewolf among them. He stands near the animals and says that in any case, this is serious and he needs to be taken there. The animals run forward. The system window says about the synergy list: a doping warrior of the second level with increased defense, immunity to fear. The dog turns to the man and says that he just learned that the raid failed. He asks again in shock. They stand behind the angry dogs. He explains that perhaps this is somehow connected. The fighters shout that it is huge and they need to run. A silhouette of a skeleton is visible in the window. The frightened man asks if this is really a real dinosaur. The armed heroes, together with the monster, go on the attack. The scientist, with his mouth open, realizes that this is the dragon. He shouts that they need to run because they cannot win. He runs away, shouting to his assistant that he needs to stop them while he collects things. They quickly climb the stairs. The rat sees a green glow in front of him. The leader nearby asks why he stood up. He says that he smelled an unfamiliar smell. The furniture flies apart. The leader shouts that they need to hurry because they need to collect a lot of things. The scientist collects them and says that this is also necessary. The rat understands that he smells that strange smell again. He knocks the man down, shouting that it is dangerous there. They see the protagonist in a cloak in front of them. He asks who he is and what he needs. The protagonist with the crossbow says that the delivery was at the wrong address and he came to return it to them. The frightened scientist asks what to return. He answers that it is a monster that he allegedly cannot defeat. A giant skeleton is visible behind the protagonist. The undead orc is fiercely walking forward. The man sees it in shock. The protagonist asks if he really only realized it now. The monster is holding the skeleton in his arms. The guy says that they should not have sent him after all. The guy looks around and understands that, apparently, there is a research laboratory here. Skulls and bones are lying on the ground. He realizes that there are not only human corpses here, and he imagined that this is possible when he read the explanation on the transformation ampoules. Broken body parts are lying on the ground. He understands that they are crazy because for them life is just toys. Friends are fighting. Sun Woo understands that it is good that Jisoo and Hanho do not see this. A frightened scientist asks why he is here. He replies that he is probably ashamed that they found out about his terrible deeds. The scientist makes a face and asks again. Bodies are floating in a research vessel. He asks how the protagonist dares to call humanity's attempts to curb the world around him terrible, but the monster does not understand. He screams in rage that this is the first step to endless life for all people. Having received arrows in the leg, he screams in pain. The guy opposite is interested in why his head works well, but for some reason all sorts of nasty things fly out of his mouth. A rat stands near the head who screams that this is rude. He presses the button expressing gratitude for the work, and now the rat will be able to become more useful. Suddenly, it begins to increase in size, screaming why this is happening to him. The main character splits into two. The system says about the Ring of the King of Shadows of the legendary class with the effect of increasing agility, endurance. A huge rat closes itself from shots. It strikes the main character. He frowns and notices that it was a strong attack. A rat with huge fangs looks at him. A large orc skeleton tramples with its mighty foot. The main character with a serious face claims that he is not afraid of him at all. The system says that he received 13,000 gold for killing her. A scientist with a remote control in his hand shouts that he has become the leader of a large project, and is not going to die just like that. MC strikes him. He calmly declares that the knee will be next if he himself does not want to become material for an experiment. Foam comes out of the man's mouth. The guy looks at him and asks if he swallowed poison. He says yes. Lying in front of him, he explains that he set this monster on fire so that he could swallow the poison, and his colleagues would be happy to receive it as material for the experiment. The protagonist, standing in front of the dying man, declares that he will not have to dirty his hands. He waves his flaming hand, saying that he will never know that he can read his memories, making him his henchman. The surprised guy sees a window stating that he will not be able to make a living creature a subordinate. He kicks the man on the ground. He can barely restrain himself. The protagonist calls it an idiotic pretense. He points a blade at him, declaring that it is time to end this circus. The man begs him not to kill, assuring that he will cooperate with him. He pierces the man's body. The skeleton of a scientist appears in front of him. The system says that he can view fragments of his henchman's memory. A bright glow is visible in the darkness. The frightened man sits on a chair and asks that he can really become the head of the experiment. The mustachioed interlocutor opposite says that he will become a real professor, as he wanted, and will manage an entire department. The protagonist watches, realizing that this is who is behind everything. A man in a suit sits opposite and declares that when he gets there, he will need to create more gas. The protagonist assumes that this is the head of the suppliers. A scientist sits opposite the boss and asks if they want to release as much gas as possible. He asks if he can handle it alone. The protagonist stands behind the scientist who shouts that he can handle it because this is his specialty, and he developed it. He smiles and looks at the leader and declares that he has little experience in creating other items, but he can be relied on when it comes to gas. The man, throwing up his hands, asks what the plan is and whether he needs to make more to blow up the entire city. He replies that only enough is needed to catch the annoying midges. The mustachioed man claims that they will leave the rest to the wizards. they will send raid bosses to the city through a teleport. The surprised hero hears with him about at least 3. The protagonist is amazed that they have 3 raid bosses. The scientist makes a face and asks if he is really ready to trust them in such a matter. The leader raises his finger, stating that he has to, because the plan cannot be carried out without them. He sits near the monsters, talking about the 4 beasts. They are stronger than the players who occupy the first 3 positions in the rating, and they need their strength. The protagonist with a serious look understands that he is talking about the 4 converted beasts. He thinks, how can they be stronger than the top players? The warriors are shown near the mutants. He understands that the converted did not choose the cards, but were engaged in eating people and building up strength, and experience tells him that they cannot be more powerful. The surprised protagonist thinks that experience also tells him. The amazed guy realizes that converted people develop differently. Werewolves stand near the system windows. The protagonist realizes that they also have their own tasks. People stand near the vessels with experimental subjects. MC releases energy. He understands that thanks to them they can become stronger as it was with him. The scientist sitting opposite the ruler declares that he would like to make elixirs of power out of them. Frowning, he says that their main goal is not to get rid of all the players, but to destroy their base so that they have nowhere to return. The enthusiastic interlocutor shouts that he knows about the new race, and that is why he works so hard and already wants to put the plan into reality. The protagonist follows the conversation and understands that he needs to remember about the new race because perhaps it is somehow connected with an additional quest. A werewolf in a hat enters the room and says that they started a conversation without him. The protagonist sees him and recognizes him, and it turns out that he is some kind of important person. The protagonist stands next to them and declares that this is one of the 4 beasts, the 3rd great magician. The werewolf hangs over the mustachioed man and denies that he is a great magician. He holds a cane and explains that they thought so because of the staff, but it is the same as the scientists, and he asks how he knows it. The wolf looks at them and says that, to be honest. He deals an energy blow to the bespectacled man and states that he can do this. He fearfully holds himself, asking what he did. He replies that it is insurance. The white wolf with blue eyes explains that it will be safer because it will protect him, and they will even be able to communicate. He is on fire. The protagonist feels shaking and sees a red notification that the psychometrist state is violated. The wolf stands in front of him and calls the necromancer by name. The protagonist frowns when he hears that he interrupted the plans in the cities too quickly. The guy realizes that this is his skill. The villain looks at him and asks if it is true that he can now see the memories of a dead man. The protagonist stands in front of the werewolf and states that Shinram is empty, and that means his real body is somewhere else. The huge werewolf sparkles with his blue eyes. He says with a menacing look that the necromancer should not be interfered with, and it is better to leave the city because it will be a long battle, but the victory will be for the monsters. The wolf standing opposite says that the guy can be happy with his rating, but for them he is nobody. The guy looking at the opponent asks who they are. The wolf with long fangs asks to remember the name of the Evolution Society. He throws the protagonist back, declaring that it will go down in history. The guy can barely hold on and shouts that the villain can use psychometry, realizing that this is a serious skill. He imagines a mysterious man and realizes that they are going to summon 3 bosses, and perhaps their plan will change after the fall of the first, but you shouldn't count on it. The skeleton assistant pulls him a paper. He asks what he found. He is surprised to see a large map of the capital. Various stations are marked on it. The protagonist understands everything. The protagonist carefully studies it, realizing that in any case, all roads lead to UNDEAD, and apparently the bosses will appear in these 3 areas. He stands next to the henchman and realizes that they were able to destroy one of them, and the next to appear should be the orc. The mutant sits in the experimental barrel. He understands that the members of the Evolution Society are now there. The fighters are clearing the rubble. The protagonist stands next to his friends and sees people greeting them. The girl comes to meet him and says that they quickly returned, clarifying what the results are. The guy looks at her and says that they checked the community and found information about Buchin and Anyang, and they need to focus on the bosses for now. The prosecutor is sitting with papers. The protagonist says that he would like to talk to him. Sungwoo sees him and says that he is probably busy. Yohoon smirks and says that the situation is special and a lot needs to be settled, wondering if the protagonist has learned anything. The protagonist stands in front of him and claims that an attack on the city is planned. He clarifies who the instigator is. Mysterious villains are shown near them. MC talks about the Evolution Society and that in fact their goal is not the Liberation Guild. The prosecutor sternly states that he has never heard of them, asking why they are attacking. The guy quietly speaks of Yodo. Yohoon jumps up from his chair and furiously asks if they have already taken him. The guy puts out his palm and replies that there is no news yet, and that this is just an assumption. He slams his hands on the table and shouts that if the city falls, they will face a second bad ending. He painfully asks if he can count on the protagonist, who notes that this is sudden. The protagonist with a scythe is burning with fire. The prosecutor asks him to look after the city, because only he can protect them. The prosecutor in a red cloak states that he will give him $1 million or even more, just let him protect. The protagonist smirks and wonders why he is so obviously trying to use him, but he is still not his enemy. He raises his hand, asking if they will make an agreement. He thinks that it would be nice to enlist such support to defeat the evolutionary society. Hanho stands near the fighters and turns around. He and his assistant run to the protagonist and ask if he has finished yet. The guy looks around and says that the people are very friendly. He asks if he has managed to meet anyone. Jisoo talks to the girl. He notes that it is cool to go from enemies to friends and she is quite popular. He says with a displeased face that they tell her that the red suit suits her, and her hair flutters beautifully in the wind when she swings her sword. The guy takes his phone out of his pocket saying that a message has arrived from the community. He shows the screen shouting that the rating has changed and the prosecutor has been removed from his position, and now the doctor with level 15 is in third place. The amazed protagonist notices that this is a suspicious nickname. A mustachioed man is shown near the city. He wonders if this is the man from the Evolution Society. The man stands near the flaming monsters. It is said that at level 15 the initial awakening is possible. The protagonist faces the villain and realizes that he doesn't know if it's for all players or just those with 5 stars in their skill development, but the doctor has definitely reached it. The protagonist wonders if he doesn't get stronger before leveling up. Hanho shouts that his friend has finally gotten out. The guy covers his mouth and says that she enjoyed chatting with members of another guild. She replies that it's nothing special. The friend furiously asks what he suspects her of. He imagines a crying girl screaming that she cried so much when she thought he was dead. She furiously asks him not to talk nonsense. He sees a blade in front of him and guiltily declares that he shouldn't have opened his mouth. Manhwa falls to the ground. The guys around him ask what happened. The guy gives him a potion. He declares that he just wanted to check what was in those strange bottles. There are items in the cart. The question sounds what he brought from Shinrim. The system says about improved breathing of the abyss, and if life is unfair then you can just put the can in the enemy's locker and keep it open. The protagonist hugs the cart saying that these are his gifts, and they do not need to touch anything. The assistant shouts that no one needs them and let him take them for himself. He points to himself with a smile and says that he is the deputy head of the Liberation Guild and will be their informant. He thinks about how important Sungwoo is to them at such a time. His friends understand that he has been demoted. A building is visible. He says that their people are collecting the necessary information and they need to go there. The protagonist looks at his friend and asks if Jisoo was really upset about his death. He whispers in his ear that she started crying and then he made fun of her. He in turn asks if Hanho was definitely not crying. He assures with a grin that he only cried when the skeleton assistant died and next time it is worth making a spare. He squeezes the skeleton. The protagonist understands that in a dangerous situation, his friend would most likely save him. The warrior taps his finger on the table. The prosecutor introduces the protagonist and understands that he was his employee under contract but will only work for $1 million gold, and this is disappointment. Helicopters fly near the monster. He reflects that during the attack on the raid boss, they immediately went to beat him, leaving the rest of the pawns behind. People point their fingers at Younghoon. He thinks that because of this, his reputation may suffer and he will not be able to defeat Sungwoo. He makes a face and understands that now not only he has a fan club, but also the right one, his closest henchman. The prosecutor sees a system window in front of him with information about a special quest in which you need to raise 30 crusaders to level 10 and above. The reward will be the first awakening and an exclusive skill. Younghoon stands in front of the warriors with a sword. He understands that this is a special quest for the crusader team, and it is for awakening those who already have 4 or 5 stars. Frowning, he thinks that he needs to complete it faster than the rest and only then will he be able to defeat the other players with 5 stars. He sits at the table with papers, realizing that there are as many as 30 people. 14 died in the battle and only 16 remain, and how to pump them all up to level 10. He imagines the protagonist and understands that this is probably difficult, but not for Sungwoo. Squeezing the hilt of the sword, he wonders what to do. He realizes enraged that he must try hard. The warriors stand in front of him. The girl screams that the captain called them. He looks at the girl and says that they are starting the hunt tomorrow, and they need to bring as many people as possible. The girl with her hand on her chest says that they are trying to restore the station, and if they go hunting. The intimidating prosecutor says that they must be faster or they will be bypassed, and this is bad for everyone. The protagonist stands surrounded by enemies. He explains that the greatest enemy, the Evolution Society, will fall before him. He enthusiastically raises his hand and shouts that they are the largest guild on the peninsula, and they must win. The protagonist stands near the other fighters. Manhwa waves his hand and says that they found the necessary information. Another guy asks what they need in the station area, because there is something there. The protagonist stands opposite and clarifies whether they saw the boss there. He answers that yes and he is for a new raid. The guy in the hat scratches his head and says that he was only seen on the second stream and there is very little information and he thinks that someone deleted it on purpose. MC looks at him and asks what the black smoke and zombies did. He is surprised and asks how he found out. The guy looks around. Hanho is sitting near the phones and declares that he is their master. The comrade notes that he did not think that in their time someone else depended on them, and even in the past this did not happen. The friend with a serious look assures that the village is clean, and he warned that no one should leave the safe zone. The protagonist looks away and realizes that since the village is safe, the areas are also free of bosses. Then only the Byangji station remains. Fierce monsters are walking along the street. He realizes that he saw a post in the community, and it asks not to approach the station because of the poison gas and zombies. Mysterious villains are standing surrounded by an army. The protagonist thinks that this is probably the breath of the abyss again, and most likely the Society of Evolution had a hand in this. The protagonist looks at Manhwa and says that he has a request. He says with a grin that a helicopter is needed. Purple smoke spreads across the city. Guys with backpacks are running along an alley. They are frightened and screaming that they need to run faster. They see monsters behind them, declaring that there are a lot of them, and they cannot be stopped. They run past their comrades, screaming that a group of seekers is here and they need to deal with the zombies. They shoot and throw stones, declaring that they are definitely finished if they do not stop them. Frightening monsters attack, they are shot at. A girl stands behind the barricades and screams that they need to run here quickly. Red-eyed zombies are running after them. Frightened guys are crying, standing with shields. The fighters with weapons look around and shout that they need to be stopped, or they will get inside and everyone needs to be killed. The zombies are schematically moving towards the crossroads. The fighter says that they need to split up and run in different directions and kill everyone and enter the shelter from behind. The girl catches the backpack, hearing that it is food and that they need to take care of their families. Men with daggers stand in front of a horde of the dead and shout that they are finished. Someone deftly moves over the crowds of zombies. The monsters raise their heads. There is a strong explosion. The surprised fighter with a knife asks who it is. The undead are standing near them. They shout that it is a monster. The main character stands on his henchman and shouts to Jisoo to be careful because he is using a skill. The system window says about the blessing of the god of thunder, a heroic level bracelet that spends all the mana to create a powerful lightning. A powerful explosion occurs. Jisoo with a sword flies near the burning dead. She lands deftly. The undead crushes the zombies with its feet. The surprised viewers in the windows wonder who it is and whether it is a skeleton. They enthusiastically shout that it is the guy from the broadcast, the one who caught 2 raid bosses. The main character furiously sits on the undead. They loudly declare that it is a necromancer. A helicopter was flying in the sky. People were standing silently with a poster that said, "Welcome back Sungwoo, their necromancer, their hope for a brighter future." The young man smiled and shouted, their heroes had returned. They were worried about them. Yes, he and Sungwoo had already sorted out all the problems. The twins narrowed their eyes and asked, he had flown in alone, where were his friends? The guy closed his eyes and answered, they were afraid for the safety of the village, so they went to kill the monster. When the others thought, it means they just threw him out, they definitely threw him out, yeah. The brunette joined his fingers and said, yes, and you need to add some gold to maintain the safe zone. When the man muttered, he is so greedy for money, and the woman added, their son kills goblins and kobolds, making a good living from it. Hanho opened his briefcase and said, they consider him a non-entity, but Sungwoo believes in him. He got the monster out of him when someone screamed. It was his right hand Sungwoo, the right one. He was sent to help him with the task. The man clenched his fist and screamed, phew, the right one can definitely be trusted, and the kid added, yeah, it will be easier with him. The hero lit up when the man screamed, the right one disappears. Everyone started fussing when the young man screamed, catch him so he doesn't run away, and the brunette added, stop him at any cost. It was dark outside. Someone was knocking on the door. The students peeped through the crack and screamed, wow, it's a necromancer, it's really him, their real hero, a necromancer. Looking at the door, the lady sat down. There were a lot of children there. She imagined what would have happened if they hadn't come. The brown-eyed girl looked away when they told her that she had blood. A mark remained on her cheek. She began to wipe herself and said she had already gotten used to the smell of blood, and the young man thought she had changed a lot. Recalling some moments, he continued the thought, despite the time spent together, he still knows little about her, only basic information. The brunette looked at the girl and asked if she was from Jeju, yes, to which she answered, right. The green-eyed man narrowed his eyes and asked if she planned to go back there. The heroine lowered her head and answered who knows, and whether she can, and if she goes, then what will change. She clenched her teeth and added, her family probably lives happily on their own. The lady tensed up and said they are terrible people, that's why she left home, and the protagonist thought what kind of family should be like for them to be spoken of like that. People were standing on the stones when the lady added, and as soon as she got the freedom she wanted, the world turned into this. The young man drank tea and thought that since she had such problems with her family, then he could be sure that she would stay. Suddenly, someone opened the door from behind. The couple entered the room and the man apologized for making them wait for so long. He is on Minsik. The protagonist shook his hand and thought he is the local chief, but said out loud, he is Sungwoo, to which he replied that he knows, he is a necromancer. After which the blonde looked at Jisa and said that she is a red witch, to which she replied that. The guys were peeking at the door when the protagonist apologized and said that such a nickname was invented by children. Then he scratched the back of his head and added, they took her for a witch because of her clothes and fighting style. Let him apologize if I offended you. The brunette smiled, clenched her fist and said, no, what is he? I just wonder who exactly thought of this. And he replied, yes, he really likes this nickname. When someone thought, let them run now, it's dangerous. The children watched the video when Minsik said that they looked really cool in that video. For their children they are heroes, including a dangerous dagger. The two looked at the hero and asked, dangerous dagger, to which he replied, it's a nickname for another guy from their group, and the guy thought that they would definitely not grow together after this. The couple fell silent when the man added what he wanted to say. He narrowed his eyes and said thank you for saving them, but they need to leave their area. The two opened their eyes in surprise. The blonde opened his mouth and said for the last 4 days, zombies have been appearing here endlessly. They can't hold out much longer. The heroine opened her mouth wide and asked why they didn't ask for help to get out. The man gritted his teeth and muttered, because of the damn quest, and the young man thought, so this time too. After which the man added that this is a territorial quest, all the locals got it. Then he narrated, they have to fight zombies when leaving the building, but there are more and more of them. He recalled the scary footage and said that half of their population are old people and children, they can't abandon them, so there is no point in asking for help, it's too much. The couple looked at him silently. The protagonist frowned and thought, that's the problem with working in a group, if you get a quest like this, everyone will either survive or die. The guy continued his thought, usually the strong die for the sake of the future generation, but if the strong die here, the weak will definitely not survive. The couple stood opposite each other, when the young man thought, this quest is a death sentence for them, and the man said, he. The moon was burning in the sky, when he added, to be honest, it's better for them to leave as quickly as possible, so as not to give them false hope. The green-eyed man narrowed his eyes. The wife cried into her husband's shoulder, when the protagonist thought, what an obvious lie, they want to be saved, but they can't ask for it. The brunette looked at them and answered, no, they came to completely clear this station. The blonde shook his hand and said, thank you very much, now their families have hope. Then he smiled and added, it's already late at night, they need to rest, but here's the room. The girl got angry when they were asked if they would mind sharing one between the two. The heroes opened their mouths wide and shouted loudly, better not, they do not have another one. People were standing at the door when someone wished them good preparation. The boy became embarrassed and asked if they could come in. The brown-eyed girl looked at him and told him to come in. The children ran up to the couple and started shouting, wow, this is a necromancer and a witch, she is so cool. The boy raised his hand up and asked if he was showing them skeletons, and the protagonist answered, skeletons. Then he raised his hand and thought, there is only one skeleton that can be shown to the children, and told the one on the right to come here. Suddenly, the one on the right appeared in front of them. The children jumped for joy and shouted, wow, a skeleton, the one on the right is cute. They started grabbing him when the young man thought that they would take him apart bone by bone, and wished the one on the right good luck. It was dark outside. The boy was lying on the bed. Remembering the children, he thought, they were very happy. Surprisingly, there are still places like this in the world. A status window appeared above his head, where it was written about a territorial task called the city where death came, and he thought, oh, a window with a quest. The protagonist jumped up from his bed when a warning appeared that changes were being made to the selected territory for players above level 15, and he shouted, level 15, so this is for him. The heroes walked forward. A girl ran into the room and shouted to Sungwoo that something was wrong in the city, to which he replied, she feels something. The brunette closed her eyes and thought, according to her feelings. Everything around was glowing, when she added, near the building and a little further there are vibrations, similar to the steps of a crowd. The window said that zombies can track players inside and outside buildings. The protagonist stopped on the stairs and shouted to the guys upstairs, faster, when the children began to cry and scream, Mom, and she answered, quieter, quickly to the roof. The heroes were walking with shields when the man called Jisa and Sungwoo and said that zombies usually don't attack in buildings. The young man gritted his teeth and replied that the difficulty had increased because of a strong player. He used his power and added that he would have to show them his strength, they would survive together, and prove that it was nothing to them. The zombies were approaching the building. Minsik extended his hand and shouted to take everyone who wasn't fighting to the roof. Zombies could summon ghouls with them. The green-eyed man squinted and thought, ghouls are usually considered a type of undead, but in a fantasy world, they have a higher intelligence than zombies. The man held the sword when his son said, Dad, and the protagonist thought, although this game doesn't look like a fantasy world at all. The blonde looked at the children and asked what they were doing here. They knew that they needed to go to the roof. The boy cried and asked, everything is bad, zombies are attacking, they too, like Hyunjin, to which he replied, everything is fine. The hero sat down and added, Dad will protect them, and their favorite necromancer will be with them. The boys opened their mouths and shouted for Dad and Uncle Necromancer to take care of themselves. Good luck to them. Dad raised his hand and smiled. The bearded man looked to the side and shouted to Minseek that they were already nearby. The man was blocking the passage. When someone asked, all the windows were closed, let them try to block all the passages. The zombies were walking and growling loudly. The yellow-eyed man frowned and said, it seems there are at least 200 individuals. And the main character thought, this is not good, in a small space he will not be able to summon large skeletons. Then he looked at the man and said that he needs to go outside, to which he replied that. The young man began to say that there is no point in fighting in the building. If the battle drags on, the others will be in danger. It is better to go out and lead them away. The blonde put on his helmet and replied, he knows that in this game you can't survive if you don't play, so he will trust him. The zombies attacked when Sungwoo thought, it's a pity that the corpse explosion doesn't work on zombies. Everything around him lit up when he continued his thought. They don't die because they're already dead. He used the great shield and added, I'll have to show them real death. The opponents were approaching. One zombie extended his hand when the status window said that low-level creatures get a 30% reduction in their characteristics due to their acquaintance with real death. The monster began to attack them. He threw them around when the guy thought, if the zombie hurts, he will be infected immediately. Minseek said that he had to kill such people. There were more skeletons when he added, but skeletons can't be infected with anything, let them press on. The hero gritted his teeth and shouted, this is what real courage is. After which he put out his sword and shouted, the wind fell. The protagonist looked at the man and thought that he was fighting like a leader. If he has a knight class, then he probably already has 3-4 stars. The young man watched the battle and shouted to use the skeletons as a shield and advance further. The zombies looked scary. Sungwoo stretched out his hand and said, it's strange to say that. Then he frowned and added, but I want to check if there is death after death. Suddenly, a corpse explosion happened. The guy was surrounded by skeletons when he said, wow, what an effect, you can destroy the entrance to the building like that. The brunette looked out the window and thought, you need to be careful with the corpse explosion. Imagine what will happen if it destroys this building and scares everyone. Looking ahead, someone shouted, the zombies are attacking again, damn, why are there so many of them? Standing behind Sungwoo, Minseek called him, and he replied, they need to use more space outside. His eyes lit up when he added, then you can attack much more strongly. The window said that a grand plan is used in the selected territory. The hero opened his mouth wide and shouted, the same, and the lady added, Drake. 4 notifications came for receiving 300 gold for killing low-class monsters. The guy looked at the skeleton and shouted, unbelievable, how can you kill so many at once? The protagonist turned his head and said to get everyone off the roof, and the man replied that he was preparing the buses in the basement parking lot. The protagonist stopped when the status window said that their minions were returning to eternal death. The monster was throwing zombies around. Looking at this, the young man thought, he has no doubts in his strength, but there are really too many of them. He needs to try the answer of death and the call of the Dark Reaper. There was a man behind him. When he continued his thought, it is unclear how this will end, and then called Jisoo. The girl frowned and replied, she is ready. She was wearing a fashionable purification mask. In front of her was a crowd of zombies. The heroine began to swing her sword. The brunette looked at what was happening and thought, quickly and clearly, she is stronger than everyone he met. The buses rushed forward. They stopped at the parking lot when someone shouted, everything is ready. They managed to stop the first zombie attack. We need to get all the people out now. Entering the bus, the girl shouted for everyone to fasten their seatbelts and be quiet, and the driver asked if zombies would definitely not follow them. The brown-eyed girl looked at him and answered, everything will be fine, the main thing is to get out. The main character stopped when the status window said that the ghouls are going to the smell of fresh meat, and the man asked, ghouls? People were sitting in the bus when someone shouted, damn, they are worse than zombies, we need to stop them, they will definitely attack the weak and children. The blonde squinted and said that one of them broke the window of their car and took their youngest son, so quickly that they did not have time to do anything. Tears flowed from his eyes when he added, if this time too. Sungwoo looked at him and answered, he will do everything so that this does not happen again, and he thought, it is a pity that he can only reassure him like this. Minseek wiped his tears and said, thank you, he will try to, and will do everything to protect his family. The skeleton stood on defense. The man looked to the side and thought, moving slowly to lure the monsters, this is the best solution in the current situation. Everything around was burning. When he continued his thought, in order to win this damn game, you need to lure all the zombies. This is the only way to finish the quest without casualties. The brunette frowned and asked why so quietly, and the woman answered, shoo, you can't make noise. The hero looked around and said, they were here before, and only yesterday at lunchtime this place seemed safe. Jisoo stood near Sungwoo and told him that there was someone nearby. The man frowned and shouted, it's them, and the second added, ghouls. The brunette turned around and told them to be quiet. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and shouted, damn, let everyone get ready to attack. The heroine pointed her finger forward and shouted, from the left. A zombie jumped on the man. Seeing the monster, the child shouted, "No." The girl began to attack. Looking at her, the protagonist thought, she is faster than he expected, she has excellent reflexes. The ghouls were already close. When someone shouted, "They are coming," the ghouls are attacking. The young man opened his eyes wide and said, "Oh, along with the zombies, there are so many of them." The hero frowned and called Sungwoo. The man looked at him and asked, "Will the skeletons not lose consciousness?" Peeking out from under his helmet, the man asked, "Does not understand, can a person retain consciousness, becoming a skeleton?" The protagonist looked at him and thought, "What questions?" and answered, "As far as he knows, no." Then Minsik narrowed his eyes and told Sungwoo that he had a favor to ask if he died. Suddenly, the zombies began to approach. When someone shouted, "They are attacking, let them protect the children." The ghouls flew above and struck. The protagonist gritted his teeth and thought, so fast, and not just fast. The beams pierced their bodies when he added, "Their movements are impossible to predict." Sitting in the car, the girl screamed, the ghoul on the bus, and he continued the thought, "They are not stomping and behind." The skeleton grabbed one opponent when someone shouted to stop them. The zombie grabbed the monster with his hands. He tore it apart when the status window said that his subordinate went to eternal death. The ghoul smiled widely. The man covered himself with a shield and shouted, "Monster." The zombie appeared behind the guy when the hero shouted, from behind. The man put out his sword and parried the blow. The wounded ghouls flew apart. Yellow-Eyed looked away and said, "Great." But they began to recover when the young man shouted that since when can ghouls regenerate so quickly? The hero looked at the man and said, "Well done, now he will deal with them." The protagonist summoned the Death Knight, the Dark Reaper. He received the power of the Lich. Looking at what was happening, Sungwoo thought, wanted to leave it for the last resort, but it came too quickly. The window said that the dead become their minions. When the young man shouted, he will make all the ghouls his minions. Notifications about receiving rewards for killing ghouls came one after another. The guy hid behind the shield and shouted, "A wall of courage." He began to swing his sword. When he thought, what precise blows, he hits right in the weakest spots. The hero continued the thought, of course, the video lack of experience. But even with such skills he could compete with Young-hoon. The man opened his mouth wide and shouted this time. He remembered his children and added that he would not let them take them. The ghoul grabbed someone by the collar when he screamed, and the man shouted to act in concert with the skeletons, and the protagonist thought, of course, with time they can win. The hero stood and thought, but such a long fight reduces the number of survivors. Only he, Jisa and Minsik give a proper fight. The monsters fought when he added, Drake and the summoned ogres fight against the zombies, but they will not be able to fight the ghouls. The man also fought when he added, for now they fight on equal terms, only because people are fighting for life. Everything around was burning, when the protagonist thought, the first awakening is not enough, they must become stronger. One of the opponents had his arm torn off. He broke into the bus where the girl was hiding. The opponent swung when she shouted to her dear that there were ghouls here. The man jumped up and shouted that they dare not touch the children, when suddenly he was pierced by the hand of a zombie. The brunette looked at him with tears in her eyes, and the child screamed, "Daddy." Looking at the bus, the protagonist shouted, "No, the temple wall," when suddenly the window showed that he cannot use this ability. The man opened his mouth wide and screamed. Minsik stuck his sword into the enemy's throat and shouted for them not to touch them. The two fell over the fence when the woman shouted, "Darling," and the kid added, "Dad, no, Dad." Looking at this, the protagonist noticed that he rushed to fight the ghoul with his bare hands, and the child shouted to the necromancer uncle to save his dad. Someone ran up the stairs. The man was coughing up blood when the young man went down. The hero's eyes lit up. He shook his head and said that he needed an elixir, but he thought, it's too late. The blonde grimaced and replied, he knows that it won't help him. Thinking about his family, he added, he had to protect his family. Sungwoo did not give an answer, but he asks. Then he extended his hand and said, let him protect them instead of him, use his body as he wants. After which he lowered his head. Thanks to meeting all the conditions, he opened an additional quest called the Will of the Night. The brunette gritted his teeth and thought, this is a quest, like the one with the professor, damn system. Blood flowed from the hero's mouth. Looking at him, the protagonist thought that he would fulfill his request. He does not know what to say to his family, but this is necessary for the survival of all of them. Suddenly a green portal appeared. In it was a blonde. Hovering in the air, he thought he died, this is the other world. In front of him stood a skeleton and said not yet, when he thought a reaper. The yellow-eyed looked at his hand and said, but he definitely died, and will not be able to see his family anymore. Remembering his relatives, he said, he so wanted to become a good father and husband, but when the world was destroyed, his dream was destroyed with him. Then he spread his arms and shouted, his body, to which the reaper replied that the necromancer would make him undead. Looking at him, Minsik asked Sungwoo, to which he replied that he should leave his family in the world of the living. He stretched out his hand and added, and let him return to the embrace of death, forgetting about them, no need to be afraid and worry. The man hung in the air and thought, yes, the protagonist will protect his family, he must forget. Then he began to cry. Tears flowed down his cheeks as he asked not to take away his memories of his family, he must protect them. The Reaper released his power and replied, how stupid, he is stronger than him and can definitely fulfill his dream, why does he not give up hope? The blonde clenched his teeth and muttered, he knows, but protecting the family is a father's duty. The interlocutor's hand touched him, and the Reaper said, really, well, let's see if he can handle it this time. The man's body began to dissolve in a bright flash. The hero's silhouette was visible in the eye. The window said that a contract was made with the Death Knight, when the boy thought, the Death Knight. The skeleton smiled and said they listened to his request. When the man asked, can he talk? The protagonist looked ahead and thought, it's amazing that he has consciousness, he is the most unique undead. There was a glare on the stairs, when he added that he had a lot of questions, but there were still too many ghouls. The two made a dash when the guy said to deal with them, and he thought, it's time for the knight to prove himself. The brown-eyed girl looked away. The mutants rushed into battle. Their heads were cut off. The brunette turned his head and told the Red Witch to help them, they need to break through to the boss. The girl turned her head and thought that she got carried away, and shouted, let's go. She squeezed the sword harder and said, vile ghouls. The hero raised his head up and was surprised by the Red Witch, and then ordered the skeletons to stop the ghouls and protect the bus. The girl covered the child with her body and asked them to save her. The monster was cut in two. The green-eyed one held a weapon in her hand. The brown-eyed one covered her mouth with her hand and was surprised by the skeleton. He looked around. The monster growled. The skeleton raised his sword and said amazingly, after death he feels the hearts of the undead. The Death Knight is one of the strongest types of undead. They are afraid of him and envy him. Even the undead are not subject to these feelings. The mutant opened his mouth. The red-eyed one raised his hand. The hero squeezed the sword. And then he rushed to attack and twice received 9,000 gold for killing the ghoul. He grinned and said, damn creatures. The brunette frowned and asked where the skeleton came from. He imagined how hard it was for the others to fight him. The ghouls ran away. But the green-eyed one raised his hand. And the opponents were bound by nets. The green-haired one hit the tree with his hand and they flew apart in different directions. The second one looked at this and said, it's good that he trusted the dragon slayer. Mineral raised his hand and said that it was somehow scary to fight without a shield, he would need to find one. A short summary of the contractor's skills appeared. The heroine approached the protagonist, and said that she thought they were done with the ghouls. She looked at the Death Knight in surprise and asked who it was. The protagonist replied that he would explain later. If necessary, they could rest, but it was better to go to Palm Station as soon as possible. It was time to attack. People were helping the wounded. The man looked out the window. Clouds were floating in the sky. There was a lot of smoke between the houses. The guy looked away and said that it had been a long walk, but here they were, this quest would end here. The dark-haired man lowered his head and asked Minseek if he was going to tell his family. People were sitting on the bus. The skeleton turned away and replied that for now he was ready for her. Suddenly something else would happen. Clenching his fists, he added that when they were completely safe, he would tell them. He was sure they would hold out until then. The protagonist looked at him and thought, well, yes, even though he was conscious, he was still a skeleton. Although his wife would most likely soon guess, the girl came out of the smoke. The protagonist picked her up and asked if she was okay. The heroine sat down on the ground and said that it was no better with a mask if she got close to the smoke. It was no use. Someone noted that this smoke was not balanced at all. The heroes ran. Someone said that there was no balance in the game. However, this could be used to their advantage. They ran towards the high-rise buildings. There was no light in the room. The protagonist looked around and thought that it was quieter here than he thought. There were no guards, or they just did not need guards. Turning his head, he thought that perhaps they had bet on this smoke, while they were going to release the boss. There was a mutant in a huge flask. The protagonist frowned and thought that the ghouls and zombies were definitely not the bosses of this quest. It was unlikely that they would manage to kill him by accident. Well, they would find out later. Smoke spread across the floor. The skeleton turned his head and asked Sungwoo if he thought they were moving too slowly. They needed to finish the quest quickly. The young man asked if he was worried about his family and added that Jisoo was protecting everyone upstairs, and they had already dealt with the zombies and ghouls. The girl stood with her eyes closed. The young man raised his head and thought that at night he would be able to summon Lich again. The Evolution Society was betting heavily on its boss, and if they met him, they would not be able to avoid losses. He imagined the boss and his subjects. The heroes were going down the stairs. Approaching the screens, Minseek asked what it was. Taking the paper in his hands, he said that he seemed to have seen something similar in a zombie movie, and then asked if it was from the government. These people worked for him. The dark-haired man came closer and thought, so the Evolution Society is connected with the government. He thought they were just a group that moved to South Korea. But maybe it was created here. Whatever, they can't be trusted. An emphasis began to unzip. They broke into the room. They met with the raid boss, the Ghoul King. The body was hanging in the air. Looking at it, the young man asked what was wrong with it. Zombies began to fall out of the cracks of the abyss, the guy said, so that's where the zombies come from. They watched them through the glass. The skeleton frowned and wondered who could have created this place. A man appeared from behind and said that he was waiting for a necromancer. The woman pressed the tablet to herself and said that they sprayed so much smoke, just so that her material for the experiment would come to her. The blonde entered the door and proposed, before getting down to business, decided to offer a deal. He frowned and said that Sung Woo is directly connected with death, and he studies everything connected with it. The protagonist asked again, studies death, and how so? The man narrowed his eyes and replied that he does it through the energy of the abyss, the power that is connected with all living things. This is just a new branch in human evolution, a test that they must pass. Saying this, he clenched his fist. Introducing the man, he added that they believe that this can be done by abandoning the human shell. The protagonist looked at him and thought, Yoido, a new race, movement, everything is connected, and the man continued that they can use the system for this. The woman raised the tablet and said that the Ghoul King can help with this, considering that the Necromancer himself came to them. We can consider that this is fate. The hero frowned and said that the game seems free, but it manipulates them. They are here for a reason. The protagonist came to him for an answer, for a happy ending to this game. The two groups stood opposite each other. The protagonist frowned and wondered if there was a happy ending to the games. They could have found out through their divination stone. The blonde frowned and said that he was offering a deal. Sung Woo would join them. It would be better for him. The young man looked at him and asked if he wanted to join them for a greater cause. He smirked and asked if he wanted to be a pawn for the glory of creating a better society. They were just a bunch of scumbags who used people as they wanted. He introduced the four bosses and said that he had never seen a villain who hid behind great goals. He didn't care about their beliefs. He wasn't going to advance at the cost of innocent lives. The hero exhaled and said that if this world were normal, he would try to convince him by giving him a lecture, but it couldn't be done. The young man closed his eyes and said that he was already in graduate school. He had enough lectures. The opponents slapped their foreheads and asked what this had to do with it. The blonde frowned and said that there was no point in talking further. The guy picked up the cloth and told the professor that he was ready to free the Ghoul King at any moment. The dark-haired man squeezed the sword and shouted for him to stop him right now. He only raised his hand and activated the perfect formation. Everyone was jerked to the side. Due to the magnitude of the bound power, the characteristics of Sung Woo's henchmen decreased by 60%. The brown-eyed man clenched his teeth and thought that this power was similar to Hanho's. He was a priest. He raised his weapon and shouted that the power of the undead did not work against the sacred attribute, and ordered to kill him right now, and thought to himself, it is unlikely that he is similar to Hanho in defense. The spears were directed towards the blonde man. The woman raised her hand and said, what an interesting weapon, it is better to give it to her. The protagonist covered himself with a shield and shouted, weapon creation. He thought to himself, telekinesis, does she really have supernatural powers? Discounts raised his sword and growled. The young man raised his hand and used a holy splash. Minseek fell, hitting his head on the door. The young man smiled and said, the healthier the body, the healthier the spirit. The heroine told him to stop because he is not an idol and for Seongguk to be careful, because there are materials for her research in that room. The doors to the room were open. The skeleton frowned and thought, materials for research, wow. Bodies were floating in the bubble. There he noticed a small sneaker. The blonde raised his hands and shouted that they should attack further and form a formation. They need to remove the undead and then the necromancer will be alone. A chain wrapped around the brunette's neck, and then tightened, lifting him into the air. There were splashes of blood everywhere. The characteristics of all the undead were increased by 10%. The man stepped in a pool of blood. The skeleton leaned forward and said that he would never forgive him. They should not remain alive. The guy smiled and said that no matter what, he was still undead. His sacred magic would destroy them. Minseek fell under the force. The protagonist rushed to him, creating a weapon. An explosion occurred. Thanks to the team play, the synergy effect was activated. The guys recoiled back. Because the spell did not work, the blonde said that now they would change the formation and try again. The green-eyed man raised his head and said that he still felt the damage, but at least it was not so big. That was enough for him. His face swam. Seongguk had tears in his eyes, and he said, damn bags of bones. The Death Knight straightened up. He uses the life force side of the level. The skeletons are building near the protagonist. One of the opponents began to call for security. The skeletons pounced on the people. The woman stepped back and said that it was impossible. Could he really defeat them? Minseek frowned and said, so she was controlling them. The heroine struck with force and shouted for him to disappear. The skeleton remembered the floating people and said that she used Hyunjin just for an experiment. The lady opened her mouth and screamed for the monster to move away and not dare to approach her. Blood flew out of her mouth and the skeleton said that she herself was a monster. Looking at the professor's body, he received 12,000 gold for killing the player. The hero clapped his hands and said that this was very cool. The man raised his hand and said that he did not want to interfere, but it was difficult for him to participate in battles due to his lack of skills. Then he threw an item at the man. The protagonist frowned and thought that it was an item to attack. Could he also create items? The man looked at the flames. The heroes were grabbed by branches. But something cut them off. The skeleton rushed to attack. The protagonist thought that he did not understand what he was planning. He needed to get rid of him quickly, and then receive the power of the Lich. The hero grinned and said, "Wow, how far he went, he might have to retreat." A flashbang grenade fell at the skeleton's feet. The man turned away and thought that it had blinded them for a while, and he would try to get away from here as quickly as possible. He stopped in bewilderment. Blood came out of his mouth. The green-eyed man grinned and said that everything was as he thought. He could not see even through smoke with his eye. Coughing, the blonde fell to his knees. Spitting out blood, he said that Sungwoo had chosen a good card. There was no better class if he wanted to survive alone. Grinning, he said that he was planning to protect the others too. They had already summoned zombies and ghouls outside. Lich looked at him and said that he was a bastard. How could he do this as a human? And in response he heard that the system of the canvas was in the ordinary world. Was it not a human who created the first weapon, and then it was necessary to believe? The mutant swore at the human. The man leaned over and said that he wanted to test his weapon. He wanted to test the Ghoul King. It was a pity that everything would end like this, and he would not be able to see it. The young man thought that the Ghoul King was recovering. The blonde grinned and said that true strength is not only in a long life, he just wants to see who he will fight when everyone dies. Lich frowned and ordered Minseek to finish him off. He said that he was waiting for these words. The hero spat out blood and said that they would meet again. The body caught fire, and they received 13,000 gold for killing the player clone 002. The skeleton asked if this was really his corpse. The green-eyed man looked at his phone and asked if he was not Dr. 000 in the community. Ranking 5th, he thought that one spot had become vacant. Now there was no Dr. 002 and there were 5 doctors in the entire ranking and they were all one person. 5 people stood next to each other. Lich looked at the flames and thought, that's how they were able to increase their organization so quickly. When you use clones, it's easy to be everywhere at any time. Minseek turned his head and told Sungwoo that they didn't have time to think. The Ghoul King was attacking. The monster extended his hand. The girl was clutching a sword. He sighed in relief. The brunette looked down and asked, "Is this the end?" The heroine closed her eyes and answered, "No, they're still coming." The guy turned his head and said, "Damn, where are they coming from? They had to kill so many just to get here, scum." The red-eyed men were approaching them. Someone shouted that they were coming. The brown-eyed girl frowned and thought that she couldn't let even one of them die. Sungwoo trusted her, so she had to handle it. He was fighting the boss, so she had to cover his back. She wouldn't stop and would continue to move forward to confidently stand up to him. She was breathing heavily. And then she rushed at the opponents. The skeletons attacked the zombies. The guy straightened up and said that without the Necromancer, the skeletons were getting smaller. Looking at the creature, someone shouted that they were recovering. The girl frowned and thought that the main character had used Lich Fire. She had to take advantage of it and hit with all her might. She began to assign treasures to the opponents. The young man raised his head and exclaimed that the Red Witch was the Necromancer's girlfriend. The heroine shouted, "I yell that this is the best couple on the Korean peninsula." The lady frowned and thought, What are they talking about? The brunette shrank and asked what kind of fire it was. The young man asked if it was her power. Did she really want to defeat everyone herself? The fire stood like a wall. Someone raised their head and shouted that the ghouls were surrounding the bus. They couldn't leave the children in trouble. Jisoo smeared her swords and said that 3-on-1 was unfair. The monster swung and cut the bus. He began to break the wall of the bus. But a chain was thrown around his neck, and the mutant was dragged away. The chain dangled in the air. Minseek approached the bus and began to ask if people were injured. The children began to cry, saying that it was Daddy's voice. The skeleton looked at them dumbfounded. The kids came out to him. Looking at him, the boy asked if Daddy had changed his form to a skeleton suit. He stroked his son's hair and said that the Necromancer's uncle had helped him. The children raised their hands and started shouting that it was cool, because he had become a skeleton of truth and punishment. And they also wanted to change, but they were told that only those who had grown up could change. The girl noticed the protagonist, who said that he knew that if he trusted her, she would definitely cope. She had tried so hard. The heroine looked at him and replied that it was harder for him than for her, because he had beaten the king in just 2 minutes. The protagonist hesitated and said that she knew nothing, and thought to himself that they were ready to attack, because they knew that they had to catch the boss. The mutant growled. All the heroes rushed to attack. The monster opened its mouth and spat blood at the children, after which it fell. Someone noted that it seemed that he was about to die. Apparently, they did not have time to pump it up much. The Death Knight raised his sword and said that it meant that he could only finish him off. The protagonist noted that people are terrible creatures. Troy stood silently. The young man opened his eyes and said that it was a continuous battle. The guys raised their heads and saw that the main broadcast of the second chapter had ended early. They began to ask what this meant, why the hell it ended early. The blonde bowed his head. An urgent update appeared. The guy raised his head, and when he saw the ranking of victories over the raid monsters, he said that he didn't like it. The boss didn't seem like a big problem anymore. The young man sat up and asked if the rankers had fallen asleep or what. The second said that they were definitely not human. The girl looked at the important announcement and asked if the boss commanders also had troops. The skeleton answered, so that's why the previous mission ended so quickly. The young man raised his hand and said that they needed to move forward, and thought to himself that it meant that the end really does exist. Maybe there are different variations from a happy to a bad ending, and this event is just a path to one of them. The changes are dangerous, but the reward is much greater. This is a great chance for a necromancer, and he should grab onto it. His cloak dragged along the ground. A bright flash appeared in the sky. The dark-haired man grinned and said that the quest was completed and suggested moving on. There were trees near the building. The goblins looked on with their mouths open. Screams were coming from under the pile of creatures. Good grades, good behavior, fuck, he should survive. He punched and screamed, damn Korea. The goblins ran towards him, laughing. The brunette clenched his fist and asked why he had to run from goblins too. The man raised his fist and screamed for him to come back faster. The people ran to the barrier and passed through it. And the creatures crashed into a strong shield. The guy helped the second one up and said that he could handle 100 or 1,000 goblins. The second one said that he had to go back so that they wouldn't worry again. The hero grimaced and said that he almost choked on their stench. The goblins continued to damage the shield. The young man raised his hand and said that they needed to prepare for battle. He ordered to take swords and shields, and the mages and archers should stay behind. He frowned and thought that they would no longer rely on Sungwoo and would fight the monsters themselves. Looking at the creatures behind the shield, he thought, for once it does not crack too quickly. The young man opened his mouth and thanked his father for raising him. The man wiped his nose and said, "You are welcome. Even if they die today, it will be a dignified death." The guy turned his head and asked again, he was actually going to continue living. Did he really think that the poor goblins could kill him? The brunette shouted that he had ruined the moment again. The son replied that his father would also live and should finally call his strong son. The goblins broke through the shield. The guy rushed at them, shouting that he would become a hero today, and activated the Holy Shield skill for 10 seconds. The goblins were covered in blood. The guy struck with his fist. He gritted his teeth and wondered if he was doing well. He could take on all the goblins with his bare hands. He was the best player in Korea. He punched and shouted, "Come on, attack." He was only getting stronger. The creature rushed towards him screaming, and he shouted that he was being attacked from behind again. The hero exhaled and said that he was confused the first time. That's how it worked for them. But this time they were all finished. He started spinning, throwing punches and shouting for them to come here. The dark-haired man opened his mouth and exclaimed that he had such a cool son. The man replied that he did. But he opened his mouth and shouted, "What a freak, how can he call him his son when he's like this?" Looking at his enraged son, he shouted, "Look at this, he has 3 heads, is he a 3-headed demon or something?" The yellow-eyed ones flew in different directions, and the guy screamed that he hated goblins. A good goblin is a dead goblin. He clenched his fist and screamed, "Right. Only one like him," and then asked when he managed to come. The skeletons stood on the ground. The guys merged into dust next to them. The brunette opened his mouth and waved to Sungwoo and Jisoo, and asked who was with them. He should be in his place. The shield stood in a row. The guys stood around the table. The young man lowered his head and said that the new stream had just started, but there was already complete chaos. Many groups of survivors across the country had suffered greater losses. Putting his hand on the screen, he added that it was now clear that simply staying in the safe zone would not work. The weakening of the strong, the movement of bases and the change of rules were now natural. The young man looked at his phone and said that even now Yangdempo has to fend off attacks from thousands of orcs. It seems like there is a temporary lull. They are all trying to find Sungwoo. He turned his head and said, "Well, yes, they should help too. Of course they have a deal. But in this situation they are on the same side." Imagining the creature, he thought, if the Evolution Society started to act at this time, it would be much worse for them. But it will be difficult for them because they cannot side with the monsters. The door opened, and the man called the protagonist, saying that they have found a goblin stronghold. The building stood between the trees. It is Paldal Mountain. Judging by the movements, their base is there. Kim looked away and said, "It is good that there are only goblins around the village. It would be difficult if they were red orcs like in other areas or Yangdempo." After introducing the creatures, he added that it was impossible to count them all, but according to preliminary estimates, out of more than 3,000, mages on wild boars were also spotted among them. The guy looked at him and said that goblins were the weakest monsters, but there were far fewer of them, and there was also a division by status at the bottom. For example, centurions and captains. The man said that this meant they should not rush, but carefully move towards victory. The protagonist lowered his head and said that they did not need to win the battle. He put his hand on the map and said that it was important to get as much gold and experience as possible. The brown-eyed man looked at him and said that he had a completely different view of the situation, which meant he was going to kill them all. The young man pointed at them and said that it was not him, but them. The two exchanged glances when they were told that this was a great chance for them and the people from the village to gain combat experience. The building was visible above the trees. Yellow eyes glowed in the darkness. 2 guards stood at the entrance. A silhouette appeared behind them, asking, so all the command had gathered in the abandoned factory. Cutting off the goblin's head, he said that they were lying or giving him work, and he was still thinking about how to kill one of them. Even small squads are terrifying under the command of a higher goblin. The creatures sat in a circle. The protagonist opened his mouth and asked how to command those who do not even have a head, and then the basement of a giant ogre. The creature opened its mouth when it saw eyes in the window. The skeleton swung its fist. And then it brought down a blow on the building and began to receive 2,500 gold for each kill of a goalie per centurion. Fragments of the building flew past the silhouette. The ogre stretched out his hand and screamed. The green-eyed one lowered his sword and said that he had not seen the goblin lord for a long time, and then asked if he could get rid of him. The second one opened his mouth and answered that it was necessary to do this as soon as possible, and then called a close reaper. The goblin lord was beheaded, and 105,000 gold pieces were received for his murder. Creatures were crawling on the rubble, and the protagonist said that it was time to finish them off. The goblin army was in the bushes, screaming. The young man squeezed his fist and said that they were coming, and that it was necessary to prepare to repel the attack, but he asked why there were so many of them. The young man opened his mouth and shouted that the opponents were simple soldiers without a commander, and that they needed to be methodically destroyed one by one. One creature was hit by 2 arrows, and it fell. The blonde smiled and said that it was much easier to kill them and that they would be able to defeat everyone. The goblins screamed in fear. The defeated soldier was used because of the death of the commander. Who is he because of the destruction of a group of commanders and complete despair because most of them had no will to fight. The creatures were killed one by one, receiving gold pieces for them. Kim smiled and said that hunting turned out to be so easy. The second said that it was all thanks to Songwoo's help. The protagonist stood on the roof and thought that the average level of the villagers was about level 4. The level gap between everyone was gradually increasing. Imagining a child, he thought that there were weaker ones in all groups, but they depended on the others and could soon become a hindrance. Imagining a cook, he thought that of course cooks and farmers have their own work, but the difficulty is increasing more and more, so this can't go on. He imagined how he was sick holding a goblin by the head, and thought that he was worried when sending Hanho to the village first. People were standing in front of the screens. The protagonist thought that they could solve this problem. Even weaklings can become strong. He bit his lip and thought that the system was terrible, but it was still a system. The girl pointed in the direction and told the grandfather not to worry and aim carefully. The guy encouraged the second one, saying that he could do it. He clearly had talent. The brunette cried when his level increased to 2 and said that he had also received a new level. The bodies were lying on top of each other. The first battle with military monsters on the Korean server was successful. Shouts were heard everywhere that they had won. The guys looked at their screens and rejoiced at the money they had earned for their contribution to the battle. The protagonist leaned on the roof and said that of course he still liked to move forward alone, but together it wasn't so bad. The lich suit fell off him and he smiled. The sky was cramped. The youth opened his mouth and asked, level 8. The protagonist nodded and said yes, now they needed level 8. He turned his head and said that they were able to kill the local lord and the other commanders, so the hunt would not be difficult. They should try to reach level 8 on average before he returned. The green-eyed man frowned and added that he expressed himself harshly, but directly. He could not take responsibility for the weak. They cannot live in the village, turning a blind eye to what was happening around them. They should try to be able to protect themselves at least. The youth lowered his head and said that he would remember this. Sungwoo remembered his past and said that he knew what it was like to be weak, and what it was like to completely rely on others. Hanho opened his mouth and shouted that the helicopter was here. They were already being called, so they needed to hurry. The dark-haired man exhaled and said that they had to protect each other for a certain time, but in the end they began to help the revival guild. The blonde gritted his teeth. The buses were driving along the road. The blonde frowned and asked how the situation was with that battle boss. The brunette put his fingers on his head and said, just a minute, it will be visible on the northern border very soon. A magic drone was flying over the city. Trolls were walking along the street. Someone shouted that there were about 200 and they would soon move here. A stone flew in debt. The young man grabbed his eye and said that the drone was hit by a throwing weapon. The girl called the commander. Looking at the bridge, she shouted that it needed to be blocked. 1,000 orcs were coming from the Gimpo's side. They would not be able to fight on both sides. The guy bowed his head and said, maybe then first catch the trolls, and then deal with the orcs. The brunette opened her mouth and screamed, trolls are not weak opponents, their strength is in regeneration. If they waste time, a real war will begin, and then their losses will be huge. The hero closed his eyes and thought that he knew, but he could not refuse such an experience. Imagining the army, He thought that this is an exclusive quest for Crusaders of the 10th level, and above it is an excellent chance. Of course, some members of their guild died because of hasty decisions, but to compare with him, he cannot be cautious. The blonde knelt down. The lady turned her head and said that even now the Yangdempo troops are gathering all their forces, leaving only a small number of people for defense. A guy rushed into the bus and said that he was told that a helicopter with a necromancer will be there soon. Manhwa clenched her fists and said, okay, they can stop the trolls together and deal with the orcs later. The young man scratched his head and said that the necromancer said that they should go to the orcs. The girl screamed, what nonsense, does he even know what is happening here? The young man looked out the window and said that he just wants to collect bones here, and then go further. The lady asked again, collect bones. A helicopter flew over the bus. The blonde raised his head and asked if this was the necromancer's helicopter. The skeletons began to fall down. The great emergence of spirits was activated in this area, and the death response was also activated. The brunette raised his finger and screamed that these were more huge monsters. The hero looked at the battle and thought that these were giant trolls, and those looked like children. They received 8,000 coins for killing each troll knight. The skeleton straightened up to his full height. The dead became their minions. The three watched these, and the young man said that he was already strong. But now especially, the blonde thought, collect bones, even received the first awakening. Will he be able to bypass him? Frowning, he thought that after the end of the war, the difference between them will increase so much that he will never be able to catch up with him, because in the hands of the necromancer itself death. He imagined the protagonist and the skeletons. The sunset was reflected in the windows. The heroine, looking through binoculars, asked, Necromancer, the Renaissance Guild asked him for help. The second answered that it seemed that until last night they would have been in Suam. Looking at the screen, he added that they are not a small guild. Is this normal for a team of crusaders? Because of their message in the community, both sides are in complete chaos. The skeletons walked along the street. Thanks to teamwork, the synergy effect worked. An enemy army was heading towards them. The battle monster troll chieftain was walking straight at them. He swung his weapon. The girl opened her mouth and screamed that this was the boss. It would definitely be difficult with him. Looking at how he was smashing everything, she said that bean leaves appeared from the blows of his axes, which meant that the axe was enchanted. The bald man closed his eyes and said yes, it would be difficult. The lady said that she wondered if the necromancer could stop him. The monster's arm was cut off, after which he got hit on the head. Skeletons surrounded him. Blows rained down on him one after another, and the girl said that he literally became a punching bag. The protagonist folded his arms across his chest and said that attacking without understanding the difference in strength was a direct path to defeat. Minsik struck again and said that this was the end. The dead man had become their henchman. The protagonist grinned and said, how easy, the revival guild is waiting, so I should go. There was a sunset in the sky. The young man came a little closer and said that he thought he had made it in time. The second one thanked him. He turned away and thought that he wanted to become stronger while using the necromancer, but he himself managed to level up. Looking at the place, he said that a detachment of orcs was coming from the west. They were unlikely to go by sea. The only way was the bridge. He thought to himself that he could not lose to him again. The young man came closer and said, they tried to block the roads using different objects. He frowned and thought that the entire Korean server was watching and evaluating him. He could not lose face. He needed to prove that he was worthy of being the commander of this battle. The sunset was reflected in the windows. The young man told the deputy that more and more applications continued to come in after the news that a necromancer would join the raid. Looking at the screen, they read a post that no matter how you look at it, the future belongs to the necromancer. And the second one, in support of the necromancer. The girl looked away and thought that it was becoming increasingly difficult to contain the community, since many medium and small guilds supported and exchanged information about the necromancer. The hero raised his hand and said that as far as he knew, a group of survivors from Ilsen would also join. They had about 200 people who had managed to hide. They had also been contacted from Namyangju. They had 5 buses. They were already on the way, and then asked what they would do. The brunette lowered her head and said that of course they would agree, and to herself she thought that they would agree and convert them to their side. Imagining an army of monsters, she thought that the number of Gimpo red orcs was difficult to even count. The survivors reported that they had moved east and were already approaching them. Walking along the tiles, she thought that she needed to convince the leadership of each group to be on their side. The lady walked through the door. The hero looked at those present and said that they were starting the main meeting, and then asked Manhwa to report the situation. The brunette took the tablet in her hands and said that the Rebirth Guild had blocked most of the bridges and was using tracking devices on each of them. They were specifically tracking the enemy's movement with drones so as not to repeat the mistakes of the past. The men listened to her attentively. The guy fidgeted in his chair and thought, it was somehow uncomfortable with so many looks. The girl frowned and thought that the necromancer was really helping them, but she didn't like this situation. He was working individually, but all the other commanders were looking at him closely. How to destroy this? The guy burst through the door and apologized, calling the commander. He raised his hand and said that one survivor had arrived from the west. The blonde looked at him and asked again, had arrived. The people began to talk among themselves, and the young man said yes, on something unusual. The protagonist frowned and thought, and this is at a time when even the Rebirth Guild uses fewer helicopters because of the wyverns, what is so unusual there? The young man turned his head and said, let's get acquainted. Everyone is interested, they will listen to what the survivor has to say. There were sunset rays in the sky, screams were heard, be careful, do not come closer, he can kill with his beak. The protagonist opened his mouth in surprise and thought, that unusual thing is a griffin. The creature raised its paw. The girl stood awkwardly nearby saying that everything is fine, it does not bite if you do not attack it. A group of people approached him. The guy said that this is the same surviving girl. She folded her hands and began to beg for help. The dark-haired frowned and thought, so there is another group of survivors, which was surrounded by red orcs. He was taken aback when he heard the lady say that a few hours ago, a huge number of players from China appeared in Manhwa, they needed their help. People were standing near the entrance. The young man imagined a map in his head and half-al, Jiadongdo Island, it is a small island connected to Ganghwado. The dark-haired girl raised her head and said that they moved the players from Ganghwado to Jiadongdo. It is a small island, if they can protect it from monsters then it will be a safe place for people. She looked away and added that she knew that she had a fairly large force on the island, comparable to a guild, but tried to live quietly. The green-eyed man frowned and thought that it was all because of the monsters attacking the continent. Of course they were scared because of the proximity to Seoul. Looking at the girl, he thought that helping each other was not so bad, unless an unexpected enemy appeared. The girl looked confused and said that a few hours ago, invaders landed on Jiadongdo, there were a lot of them. The ships were sailing on the sea. Recalling the people on the road, she said that they were able to delay them, but they failed to win. The Geddon road through which they planned to retreat was also blocked. The blonde looked at her, and asked how many invaders there were. The lady looked away and answered, about 1,000, but she thought that most of them remained at sea on boats. The men began to shout in turn that China's population is very large, that's why they have so many players. The second added, isn't it a big problem for them, what if they want to attack? Manhwa opened her mouth and said that she didn't think so, and then asked if they remembered the groups that attacked other players. It's unlikely that there would be so many of them. The protagonist raised a finger and said that they were still dangerous, they can kill the weakest for gold. The redhead opened her mouth and shouted that then something needs to be done. The brown-eyed girl frowned and said true, but the red orcs are already making things difficult for them, it's not clear yet whether they are really invaders or just thieves. The man frowned and asked if they would cross the Han River and attack them, how would they be able to fight both the orcs and the invaders? The blonde frowned and said that they would stop at the orcs for now. He opened his mouth and added that they would already be infiltrating Gimpo and Gangseo, and the invaders would only arrive after some time, they just needed to keep an eye on them, they couldn't go to Ganghwado now. Hearing this, the girl became scared. And then she fell to her knees. The protagonist raised his hand and asked if he could suggest another option. He slammed his fist against his hand and said that they could send one squad to attack the invaders and the other the red orcs. The blue-haired girl looked at him and asked if they should attack all at once. The man said that it was a good idea but they didn't have enough people. He turned his head and said that if they went to the island by helicopter, they wouldn't be able to attack without being noticed. Imagining him as Lich, he asked if the Necromancer was going to act alone. The blonde turned his head and asked if he really thought he could. The protagonist raised his hand and said that he could fight a lot of people with his skills. He thought to himself that he would use the death curse, abyssal breath, and corpse explosion on them. Looking away, he thought that they needed more information about the players from China. If they crossed the line, it would be hard to stop them. Thinking about the goblins, he thought that in order to destroy the orcs, it would be enough to kill the leader like he did last time. The Lord was controlling them from afar anyway, so he would need to go to Ganghwado. He extended his hand to the girl and said that if he flew on the griffin, he could defeat them himself. She believed him, of course. The young man looked at them silently, and then said, okay, then let's do it. The lady sat on the griffin. Hanho opened his mouth and exclaimed, so he was throwing them again, so at least let him not take the right one. Jisoo wished her a good flight. The dark-haired man looked at them and said that the griffin would not withstand more than 3, so there was no choice. The next time they would meet during the fight. He frowned and said that he knew that Jisoo would succeed, and Hanho should not rely too much on his defense. The dark-haired woman adjusted her glasses and said that if he was ready, they could go. The boy replied that he was ready. The animal rose into the air, when Hain shouted gusty forward. They rose above the city. The lady turned around and said that she should have said right away that they would have to wait on the beach until it got completely dark, because terrible monsters had arrived with the invaders. The creatures were sitting on wires and houses. They were examining the entire island. A mountain was visible in the fog. The boats were tied to the pier. The man lit a lantern and said, it worked, there is light. The second raised his hand and asked if he had used a battery. The light was so weak, because the lantern was old. The hero picked up the battery and said, "The HUD has a pleasant atmosphere." The interlocutor said that if it weren't for the prisoners, everything would have gone better. The brown-eyed man frowned and said, "The others are probably having fun now, and why are they sitting here?" The man smiled and said that there were a lot of prisoners down there too. When they found themselves on mainland Korea they would have a chance, because there were women and gold there. The hero exhaled and said that if it weren't for the centipede monster they caught, they would have definitely died back on Hangzhou. The second one said that they should watch the sky so that they wouldn't be seen without the scary birds. The leader likes to inspect everything and watch them. The light illuminated the containers. The dark-haired one smiled and said that he was actually glad that they left the continent. He was tired of fighting the strong. It was better to earn gold here by killing weaklings. The interlocutor raised his finger and said quietly. Looking into the narrow passage, he said that there was something there. He was asked what it was about. Getting up from his seat, he said that he was a human hunter by class. Frowning, he said that his feelings told him that there was something there. A silhouette appeared from behind. The hero turned around when his hand was cut. At that moment, a chain appeared on his neck. He fell to the ground. Minsik lowered his head and said that there were others here, so you need to be quiet. The brown-eyed man's eyes were closing, but the guy told him that for now they would leave him alive, and once they cleared the area, they would figure it out. The man began to blink, asking what the hell was going on. A griffin appeared in front of him and screamed. The young man screamed in fear that it was a monster. The girl stroked the animal and told him to be quiet, because everything was fine, and the man could be eaten later. The protagonist leaned over and said that fortunately, thanks to the system, they could understand each other, and he was telling in advance that he could look at the memories of the dead. He poked the enemy in the forehead and told him to choose whether he would tell everything honestly himself, or he would kill him and look for himself. The ships were in the fog. The hero broke a vase and asked what the hell. He opened his mouth and screamed that 90 people had disappeared in just a few hours. He raised his hand and ordered them to check right now if any of the prisoners had disappeared, send a ship and see if another ship had arrived. The people ran. The man gritted his teeth and thought that he didn't know who it was, but did he really think he could hide from him on this small island? He raised his hand and ordered them to find him. He raised his head and shouted, "Find him," and brought him to him. The hero was sitting on the floor. A bird was flying in the sky. It was flying over the building. The man crouched and said he didn't know who he was, but he thought he could hide from it on this small island. The mustachioed man climbed out from above and told the chief that they had found the missing, to which he replied, "How, faster than him." The people were lying unconscious. When he added, "They were all dead, they found them on the ship." The brown-eyed man got angry and asked, did he hide his people on his own ship, the psycho? Then he began to think, he could have dumped the corpses into the sea. This was a challenge for him. He didn't understand at all what he was planning. The three of them took off when he added, "Her only on this ship, but corpses were found on the others too." The man pointed at the ship and shouted, "Used to appear on the one at the end." Suddenly there was a powerful explosion. Rocks were flying at people when the man asked what was happening. The narrow-eyed man looked to the side and said, "The ships started exploding," to which he replied that he himself saw why they were exploding. There were screams in the street, "We need to run." The blonde looked ahead and asked what was here, to which he was told, it was gas. Gas was coming out of some strange vessel. Smoke was coming out of the windows and someone shouted, "Black gas." The three squinted when someone shouted, "This is the breath of the abyss that black magicians use. If you inhale it, they will all end," and the second replied, "We need to run, there may be other bombs here." Cars were racing along the road. Sitting in the car, someone was thinking, birds are sending signals from all parts of the island, which means their enemies are everywhere. Two frowned when he continued the thought, this is a large-scale attack, someone is going to kill them all. A bridge was visible ahead, when the hero thought, we need to get to the bridge faster, it is their only way out of here. Yuseishi grabbed his head and shouted, "Damn Koreans, they are using biological and chemical weapons on them," and he thought, if they are isolated on the island, they will not be able to wait for reinforcements, and will die. Many people stood silently when he added, "We need to escape from here and wait for reinforcements to arrive, with the admiral." Screams were heard from the car, "The bridge, let it go as fast as possible, we need to get to the mainland." The car went faster. Suddenly, something exploded in front. Then a skeleton appeared. The man pointed his finger at it, and shouted loudly, "What is this, and what else can happen on this piece of land?" The protagonist rose in the form of a monster and said, "Defeated players from the second Chinese server, it seems there are only 3 of them in China." He looked down at the cars and said, he thinks their goal is the mainland, given the memories, they want to wait here for a large group. Moments from the past popped up in the guy's head, when he thought, they are the first group that is going to get to the mainland and help the remaining team arrive. The fat man got out of the car and told everyone to go outside right now and get ready for battle. The hero's eyes glowed when he replied that they are unlikely to succeed, because he will kill them all. The smoke obscured everything when the status window said that the Great Spirit was activated in the selected territory, and the death response was also activated. The brunette covered his mouth with his hand and asked what it was, and the others screamed, "My whole body hurts, it's a curse, let them be careful and prepare to fight." There were more monsters when someone screamed, "Ah, skeletons." Two opened their mouths wide when one of them screamed that they were running at them, and the second answered, "There too." The leader bared his teeth when everyone screamed, "We need to defend ourselves, what kind of huge monsters are these?" And he said, "Damn." After which he frowned and said, "We need to run now, it's better to return to the island than to die on the bridge." A crowd of skeletons ran at them when someone screamed, "It's too late, there is no turning back." The hero used his power and screamed, "Idiots, is he really the only one who can do something in this situation?" Suddenly the monsters began to attack. The man fought back and screamed, the monsters were destroying the zombies, to which the man replied, "Great." The protagonist looked around and asked, "Are these the birds Hyan was talking about?" After which the sword cut off the bird's head. The skeletons were fighting them. Sungwoo held a staff in his hand and said, "Well, they're not that strong, they're on the level of weak zombies." The dead animals were lying on the ground. The man gritted his teeth and muttered, "No, damn, how can you treat his birds like that?" The status window said that under his influence, the dead become his minions. The brunette opened his mouth wide and screamed, "Oh, they've resurrected," to which the second one replied, "What should we do?" The mustachioed one made a dash and screamed, "Let them go, we need to get out," and he himself thought he would run away and immediately contact the mainland. He grabbed the bird and flew up. Opening his mouth wide, he screamed, "We need to get out of here." The bird flew high when he added, "Run anywhere." Suddenly the bird's head was cut off, and the hero flew down. Then he fell and screamed. Blood poured out of his mouth when he thought, "Damn, his back, he can't move." A girl flew past the necromancer and shouted that all the people of the village were safe, they would return the weapons and also fight. The young man jumped and answered, "Great," and he thought to himself, "What the?" When the lady said, "All thanks to him, thank you very much." The guy looked at the body and thought what was wrong with these Koreans, and said, he does not think he can answer his questions in such a state. He raised his weapon and asked how his admiral, Gong, was, maybe he would appear in his memories. Suddenly he killed the enemy and increased his level. The window said that he could check the fragments of the dead's memory. A bright flash lit up. The hero hung in the air and thought, a huge ship. Flying from above, he continued his thought, they even have their own uniform. A man stood in front of the people and asked where they should go, and the protagonist thought, this is the admiral. The green-eyed man tensed up and continued his thought, he does not look like crazy scientists or vampires. Then he began to narrate that the second server was handed over to the elementalist. On the first server, the self-proclaimed emperor is gaining strength day by day and calls for the unification of forces. The young man gave up his fist and added, the third server almost submitted to him, then what should they do? The long-haired man frowned and answered, they can ask for help from other countries, and someone answered, an idiot. The admiral put out his hand and said, why are they running away across the ocean now? They have no strength, no power. The brown-eyed man turned his head and added, and if it is not enough, it must be taken away. Then he smiled and said, take the entire continent, like real demons, and thought, of course, a normal person would not attack a foreign country. The brunette smiled and said if he didn't mind, they would start with the islands first. Once they had them, they would take over the sea territory, and then they would take over the peninsula itself. The long-haired man grabbed him by the shoulders and replied, good idea, he had thought about it too, thank you. The man looked at the old man and told him to deal with the islands around China now. While the strong ones were busy with the monsters, they would take control of the sea. After which he lowered his head when the hero added that the general would lead a small detachment and set up an outpost on the peninsula. As he left, the admiral told him to try to deal with the local resistance before he arrived, to which he replied, yes. The young man looked at the status window and told him to use as much pirate synergy as possible. They were much stronger, so let them collect more gold and spread the word. The status window had a list of synergies written when the protagonist opened his eyes wide and thought, so that's why they kill everyone. The man stood in the crowd and said, look at the last quest they got, what kind of nobility can we talk about in such chaos? The brown-eyed man narrowed his eyes and added, what stupidity. Suddenly he turned around and shouted, they are going to follow the path of demons, not nobility. Let them rob everyone without a twinge of conscience. A bright flash lit up. The protagonist looked down and said, he cannot believe a person who talks about empty, but supposedly noble things, to which he was asked, is it really different in all other countries? The young man took out his phone when it was written that the study of the ability continues. Then information about the ability of the answer of death came. The green-eyed man grinned and said, it would be nice, of course, to become stronger, but he does not want to cooperate with other people. A girl came up from behind, called the Necromancer, and asked what he will do next. The guy raised his hand and answered, he will finish here, and start a real war in Gimpo. The monster bared his teeth. The people stood on the cliff and looked at the crowd of zombies. Hanho gritted his teeth and said, God, there are so many of them, and the lady replied, and they are stronger than ordinary orcs. The brunette frowned and said, "This is only one of the enemy's vanguard." The giant walked forward and growled. The heroes hid behind the rocks and screamed, "Troll slaves!" The orcs were so mad that they decided to use the same monsters as slaves. The heroes flew to the sides. The monster raised his axe up. Suddenly, swords flew into the ladles, piercing their bodies. There was a powerful explosion when the guy screamed, "Attack, attack!" He swung and added, "Kill all the vile orcs." Then he swung his sword and shouted, "Fire wave, let them burn, continue to burn." Notifications came about receiving gold for killing red orc warriors. The blue-haired man smiled widely and shouted, he hadn't felt so cool for a long time. Who else could do it like him? The long-haired man swung his sword at him and shouted not to get distracted, to which he responded, scared. The hero opened his mouth wide and shouted for all the melee fighters to step forward and protect the mages. Looking at the opponents, he thought, "Damn orcs, there are many of them." They fought. When he continued the thought, "They know no fear," and enjoyed the battle. Then he became a fist and added, "But he." Having hit the enemy, the man shouted, "Exactly the same." People covered themselves with shields when they were shouted to hold the line. "They need to stand, let them push them." The jock turned around and shouted for the priests to create a protective barrier on their shields, to which he answered, "Yes, sir." The brown-eyed man pointed his finger forward and told the second to look there, the same. There were 3 standing in front of them, when he added, "Orc shamans." The monsters stretched out their paws. The young man turned his head and shouted to stop them and used magic on the shields. There was a powerful explosion and everyone screamed loudly. Blood flowed from the hero's mouth when he told everyone to gather, and someone said that they were moving inward. The opponents rushed forward on animals. The boy opened his mouth wide and asked, "Cavalry, so they definitely won't stop them," and the man answered, "We'll have to hold out." The people were moving forward when someone shouted to clear the way, everyone to step back. The blonde smiled and said, "These are the Crusaders." The monsters flew apart when he added, "They will defeat the orcs with their breakthrough formation." The enemy watched what was happening. The guy stretched out his hand and shouted to hold back the shamans. Arrows pierced the heads of the monsters. The brunette smiled widely and said, "This is what they expected from the Crusader team," and the second added, "This is how you need to fight." The man turned around and offered to help them, "Enough of this slacking off," to which the young man replied, "Don't save mana for the priests, let them all get a buff." While fighting, the blonde thought, "It's almost time, there's not much left." He frowned and continued to think that he could finish the exclusive quest. Suddenly, he swung his sword and shouted, "Cross spear," and thought, having completed it, he would take another step, getting closer to the Necromancer. The red-haired man helped him, when he added, "Today is the day of his awakening." The knight looked at his hand and told the commander that he was level 10. The guy's eyes lit up when he thought, finally it worked. There was a powerful explosion when the status window said that he had completed the exclusive quest, and someone shouted, "Light." The girl squinted and shouted that something was descending from the sky. A fiery silhouette appeared in the air. The man clutched the spear in his hand and shouted for everyone to attack. The stranger stretched out his hand when it was written that a holy war area was declared in this territory. The brown-eyed man was surprised and said, "Wow," when the young man called the prosecutor Young Dumpo and said, "This is his light." The hero opened his mouth and thought, "They survived." His self-esteem finally rose from the bottom. After which he began to reflect. He gave up personal power and chose group power, since their destroyed world needs a person who can lead everyone. The guy thought that this is the beginning of changes. People will have to get used to it after some time. His spear was blazing with flames when he added, "And he will introduce it to them, in the end. Only one of the guild will remain." The hero ran to the lady and shouted, "Mrs. Li Wei, news has arrived about the band of marauders they defeated." He opened his mouth wide and added, "Those bastards were not satisfied with the chaos in the Chinese north, now they have switched to Korean." The blonde frowned and replied, "That's how monsters in human form are. She didn't want to let this trash into other countries." The guy looked ahead and said, "It's not her fault, she was saving them from monsters, that's why they let them go." Coming closer, he added, "Besides, according to informants, the Koreans managed to stop them," and she asked, "Is it true?" The heroine smiled and said, "That's how talented Korea is, it'll be interesting to see who exactly dealt with them." The status window said that he received 3,000 gold for killing an orc rider. The hero approached the orc and shouted. There were corpses in front of him, when he added, "Finally, that's it." The young man opened his mouth wide and shouted to the commander that this was a victory, excluding a few who entered the city. They dealt with everyone. The leader turned his head and asked what about the losses on their side. The brown-eyed man paused and replied, 3 crusaders died, and about 100 players, but this is much less than expected. The blonde raised his head and said that they should reduce the number of casualties, because death is the end for a person. Remembering the past, he thought, they can't constantly replenish the ranks from the army like Sungwoo, even if it is a player they invested their time and effort in. His death will be a loss of all this. The guy pointed back and said, first they need to rest, if they run into orcs in this state. Suddenly everyone fell silent. Looking forward, one of them said this, and the second added, Fight again, there are too many of them. The monster was sitting on the animal. The boy opened his mouth wide and screamed. The last one was already large scale, and the skeleton added, he thinks this is part of the main forces. The man frowned and told the commander that it was too risky, to which the blue-haired man replied, even if the Crusaders take the hit, they still can't handle them. The blonde put his hand out and shouted, we need to leave the main road and start fighting in the alleys. This is the only chance. The spear burned brightly when someone asked if they thought they would follow them to the end. The yellow-eyed man narrowed his eyes and asked if they would go to the station where more people had gathered. The girl frowned and replied, monsters will always be where there are large crowds of people. Without turning around, the commander said, then he will not be able to leave this place. The enemies rushed forward. The bearded man bared his teeth and shouted, shit, they are attacking, and the brunette turned and asked if they should retreat. They will not be able to stop them. The brunette turned around and told everyone to calm down. They can still resist the monsters, and the guy answered, Jisoo is there. A wounded orc flew up when the second roared. Suddenly, a powerful explosion occurred. The man looked up and asked what it was, giant birds. The monsters raised their heads. The explosions happened one after another. People looked forward and asked if it was a necromancer, and the young man shouted, to Jisoo's sister, that Sungwoo is back. The protagonist appeared in the distance. The commander looked at him and said, aerial bombardment. Before he appeared it was a battle of cold weapons. Drones were flying in the sky. On the news, reporters said, let them just look, a skeleton knight riding a drake conquers the battlefield. The image was transmitted by a magic projector. When they added, he is known for his recent cooperation with a necromancer, could it be a player? The man looked at the heroine and asked, is he using personal skills, and his movements are incredible, is not too bold an assumption. The hero looked at the fighters and said, before this, his favorite skeleton was a small goblin, but now this can change. The man looked at his phone and thought, great, the number of views is growing. He read the chat and thought how much gold he will earn from views. An explosion occurred near the door when the guy was standing with an arrow and asked who is here, let him not come closer, he will shoot. The blonde put out her hand and ordered to lower the weapon, they are from the Liberation Guild. Looking at them, the hero asked, the Liberation Guild, and the lady replied, stop the broadcast now, otherwise they will do it themselves. The brunette put his finger forward and shouted, what the hell, this is a ban on free speech, players have the right to know the truth. The girl gritted her teeth and asked, doesn't he remember that such a broadcast had already been used for evil during the terror in Yaido? The strength and location of their alliance is classified information, so let him turn it off immediately. The man raised his hands and replied, okay, he understands, so let them go, he will stop the broadcast. From behind, someone called the deputy commander, to which she replied, she knows, it's too late. Biting her lip, the lady thought, the others will also start the broadcast, everyone knows that it is the necromancer who will lead them to victory. Scrolling through her thoughts, she added, including enemies. There was a fire burning in the bucket. The skeleton was warming itself in the box. The boy opened his mouth wide and shouted, the beasts and those mad scientists have united in the south. The orc army is raging in the west, and the pirates are preparing to attack from the sea. Then he grabbed his head and added, this peninsula is a complete nightmare, he made a mistake in choosing the difficulty level at birth. And the boy smiled and answered him, indeed, they do not have a minute to rest. The girl looked at them and said they are one of the strongest on the Korean server. But what place do they occupy in the world? To which she was answered, if you look at the world scale, they are still babies. The brown-eyed girl frowned and said then they should hunt as much as possible. The boy nodded his head and answered, right. The green-eyed man grinned and added, the path they chose has not changed since they left the university. They will fight and become stronger. The beam was shining on the ground when he added, but the Korean server is not large, and the reserves of gold and experience on it are limited, and suggested to perceive this war as a hunt for gold and experience. The brunette rubbed her hand and said that in tomorrow's battle they must kill more than everyone else, and the protagonist thought, yes, a battle with other servers is unavoidable. Then he continued the thought, after this war they will have to fight against each other. They discussed this quite a lot with Young-hoon, but the actions of the players cannot be predicted. In his thoughts was that after defeating the monsters, if the movement between servers is established, they will not avoid another war. The protagonist looked at the status window and thought what they will face after the players. This will be the end of the game. A glare flew in the sky above the building. The blonde opened his eyes wide and asked if they heard the noise, to which he was told that they did not hear anything. A tree began to grow from the floor when he shouted that he was sure, and the man asked, roots. The sprouts were getting bigger. The brunette opened the door and called Sungwoo, to which he replied, what is it? A monster appeared behind the heroine, when the young man shouted, Jisoo, from behind. The two dodged the blow, when the enemy growled loudly. The hero frowned and shouted, what is that noise? The orcs are here. Looking at the monsters, he asked how they got here. The guy pointed his finger forward and shouted there, the orcs are coming from there. The orcs began to crawl out of the roots. The protagonist gritted his teeth and thought, they are using portals. The monster runs at the heroes. The protagonist thinks that he just recalled his subordinates, and who would have guessed that they would suddenly attack. The guy in the cloak fearfully asks the tanks to take their positions. The other asks him to wait because his equipment. The red mutants run to attack. The man shouts that they are targeting the master. The explosion throws them back. The system window says that the temple's domain is activated in the area and all comrades are automatically healed. The fighter in the helmet looks with burning eyes. The monster wipes its face and growls. The enemy stands in front of him and says that he thought that they would die from one attack, but this was to be expected from the prosecutor. The fighter inhales air. He screams in rage that he is on fire and the strength is still coming. He hits the monsters. The fighters fight. They shout with a grin that the pigs should taste their strength, and it turns out that the partner can do more than just suck up. A pillar of fire burns the monsters opposite. The hero confidently declares that the portal is eliminated. The other one also exclaims. The long-haired fighter smiles and realizes that he was injured in the last battle but is now full of strength, and the synergy heals and increases abilities, and it feels like he has raised 2 levels at once. There is a bright flash. He reflects on the fact that the buff affects all comrades in a certain radius, and this is an unreal skill. He attacks the monsters using a cross spear. Minhyam shouts loudly that 2 portals have been destroyed and the rest need to be destroyed. He looks ahead in surprise and asks where all the portals are. The protagonist and his friends are standing near the undead. There are particles on the ground. The question sounds whether it is really over. The Crusaders discuss that the Necromancer destroyed them all while they were only dealing with 3. The prosecutor, blazing with a bright flame, understands that he woke up later, but at the initial stages they were on par, and now the difference is so great. Jisoo, standing next to his friend, asks him to look at this. The black stone emits smoke. She assumes that it was he who launched the portals. Minhyam, lost in thought, declares that this looks like an artifact of black magic and the orcs begin to play dirty. He holds it in his hands and says that he was right, because the system window says that it contains dark energy, and with prolonged contact, negative influence accumulates. Sungwoo, standing next to his friend, looks at the notification with information that the Orc Lord is using a large-scale dark magic spell, and if it is not stopped within a certain time, then all the orcs will be strengthened to the demon level. The guys look at the windows. Hanho thinks that the system is playing with them again. The big monster is smoking. He talks about the dark magic of the orcs, like that monster at the university. The protagonist with an ominous smile says that they can have fun. The guy with the mask on his eyes is surprised to see an emergency message from Manhwa. He opens his mouth in surprise and asks if they really decided to go that way. The assistant turns to the leader and shouts that they should leave. He in turn clarifies what is going on. The ferocious monster watches. The guy shouts that the wyverns are flying towards them. Flying mutants fill the sky. The fighters covered themselves with sheets and sat in the corner. The guy stands with a scared girl and says that they appeared at the most inopportune time. She asks him to be quiet because what will they do if they are heard? Manhwa turns to the ruler and says that even though they have moved away from the goal, they should wait a little longer. The city is reflected in the eyes of the wyvern. She says that there are too many of them and there is a chance that they can notice them and return. Yoo-hoon with a serious face says that time is running out and nothing can be done about it. They can only wait. Hanho sits next to his friend and asks if it will be good if they kill the wyvern, but until they learn to fly, it will be too much. The girl wrapped in cloth says that it is one thing if there are 2 or 3 of them, but dozens, and besides, it is almost impossible. The ferocious monster raises its head. The alpha male wyvern and his subordinates have captured the sky over the Korean server. Sungwoo with a serious look thinks that because of their presence, their plans can be destroyed. The bright sun shines on the city. The girl in glasses tells the commander that they can move out and given their speed, they should be on the other side of the river. The prosecutor frowns and understands her. The cars drive along the road. The leader orders to warn the other groups that they are moving out. Hanho sits on the phone behind his friend and says that the community is writing that the plains where the orcs appeared have begun to turn into a desert. He replies that this is similar to the situation with the area that has become a swamp. A group of cars drives through the desert. He explains that before this was an area with a lot of greenery. He asks how it could become like this in just one night. Manhwa, looking at the protagonist, notices that the informants said that they are going to the airport. He assumes that they are preparing to meet them. The prosecutor, sitting nearby, exclaims that in this battle the forces are equal and they must defeat the enemies. The guy turns around and asks to be careful because they do not know if they are using tricks. Yoo-hoon frowns and says that he knows and time is not on their side and they have no choice but to finish as soon as possible. An army of monsters is marching across the square. The fighters are standing in the desert. The guy says that the main troops have arrived. They look forward in fear. The question sounds if there are more of them than they expected and there is still a chance to escape. The protagonist turns around and realizes that no one will be indifferent to such an army, but they cannot run now. With a determined look, he understands that if they do this, the dark spell will be activated and they will not be able to cope with the strengthened orcs. The prosecutor looks at the protagonist and suggests starting a bombardment with bodies. The bodies fly forward. He replies that while they are standing in a crowd, this can be done, but even stupid monsters should still remember this attack. The protagonist's eyes are burning. He is going to see what will happen next. A powerful explosion occurs. Sungwoo sees a dome in front of him. He understands that this is a protective membrane. The monster in the cloak glows purple. The guy realizes that it is probably the dark magic of the orcs. They go with the prosecutor. MC says that they are not getting closer even after blocking the attack. He notes that they need time to activate the dark magic. A crowd of mutants goes to meet them. Yoo-hoon suggests that they themselves should go there. The guy replies that he does not think this is a good idea but understands everything. Manhwa worriedly asks if there is a way to minimize losses, because even if they win, it will be a big problem. She imagines the enemies, thinking that all their enemies will start to act upon sensing weakness, and this is too risky. The protagonist asks the prosecutor if he is afraid of enemies from other countries. He replies that he would be lying if he said no. The Necromancer, raising his hand, says that after this battle, there is no need to worry about other countries and just need to focus on managing the alliance. The prosecutor, surprised, asks what he means. The Necromancer, turning to the others, says that the time has come and in the future they need to strengthen the groups. The warriors are driving cars. He says that because of the new monsters, the survivors have started to form teams on their own and they need to be united and guided. He seriously states that they are weak and will die because of the system if they do not help them. The question is whether he can handle it. The prosecutor clenches his fist and states that a large community that people can rely on in merciless times is all he wants. With a determined look, he realizes that he does not know why he is being offered this. He states that he will do his best. The warships sail forward. The pirates are targeting the Korean peninsula. The guy imagines the old man and thinks that based on what he saw in the captain's memories, these guys are not world conquerors, but ordinary losers. A group of people remained on the island. He thinks about the third-rate marauders who were kicked out of their own country, and if they act now, they can destroy them before they gain strength. The Necromancer and his comrades stand in front of an army of monsters, realizing that one day the moment will come when they will face a great enemy. The workers load the boxes. He thinks that the larger the scale, the longer the battle lasts, and that is why they need a clear organization of forces to quickly replenish combat power and supplies. The protagonist introduces his people, realizing that one small town in Suwon is not enough for them and a group that will bring more capital is needed. The prosecutor thinks about the people, realizing that he has long thought about a state-level guild. He seriously thinks about the fact that Sungwoo offers his help and this is no longer just courage, but absolute trust. He introduces the fighters, realizing that all the experience and materials in the world will not be enough to surpass him, and thanks to him he will be able to achieve the power he dreamed of, even if they are employees. He confronts him with a grin, realizing that he is using him for his own purposes. Jisoo stands with a friend and she says that she is glad that they agreed. He notes that it was the evil laughter of their inner rottenness. A horde of monsters goes forward. He suggests discussing the details later, and now deal with the enemy. Standing next to him, the protagonist declares the tactics of minimizing losses. The method is slightly different, but there is one idea. He imitates a machine gun, saying that they will simply shoot them. The army stands still. Minhyum, standing next to the girl, feels that there will soon be a slaughterhouse. She notes that they are the only ones standing in the face of a whole horde. Jisoo calmly says that they will have to work as butchers. Hanho looks at her with a displeased face and declares that there are too many pigs to slaughter. A huge red monster runs towards her. The prosecutor waves his arms, shouting that they need to line up. Tanks go to the front. Mages will be in the center, and they need to be ready for encirclement. A frightened warrior cries and says that they are doomed. Another calms him down because it is too late to retreat. A statement sounds that in this battle, everyone is ready to die. Young-un smiles. He imagines past battles and says that they have won countless battles from the very beginning of the game to this moment. The angry warriors hear that this battle is just a continuation of past victories. Looking at the system window, he declares that from now on they will only win. Smiling, he declares that they will become more and more difficult, and more problems each time. With a determined look, he clarifies whether it is true that they are going to give up right now. The warriors clench their fists. They raise their weapons in delight, and shout that they will never give up, because they need to finish off the boss and meet the admin. Jisoo stands next to his friend, and says that they have come so far and have seen many deaths. He shouts that they cannot give up. The warrior blazing with fire declares that victory will be theirs. The system window says that the temple's domain has been activated in the area and all comrades are automatically healed. The horde of monsters sees a bright flash. Raising their staffs, they release fire, shouting about a magic block. The monsters scream in the flames of explosions. The monsters are moving furiously further. The fighters are shouting that their numbers are not decreasing and that they need to continue the offensive because if they lose, then all of Korea will come to an end. The army of soldiers is covering themselves with shields under the onslaught of the enemy. The crusader is shouting to everyone that the enemies are advancing from the side and that they need to watch them and then attack with spears. Among the mutants there are monsters in cloaks. They are shouting that shamans have appeared and that they need to get ready. The monsters riding on rhinos are jumping forward, the leader is shouting about crossfire, and that they need to break them and destroy the formation. Everything is burning with fire, he understands that they were close, they will not be able to withstand, and even though they are barely standing on their feet, they are still fighting back, and this battle is very important for the future of the country. The mutants accelerate the cart, a cry is heard that the air forces are advancing, and they did not hesitate to get all their trump cards. The furious monster raised his paw and growls. The magician closes himself with a light barrier, while arrows try to pierce him. The prosecutor in the helmet loudly orders to hold on, to push the troops in their direction as much as possible. Behind the army on the throne sits the Lord of the Orcs. He declares that it is necessary to lead away the soldiers who surround him. The bright sun shines on the square. Something flies from above. The protagonist and his comrade fly on an eagle. He says that it is time to implement the plan. He clarifies that he can reduce the altitude. The surprised girl hears that it is so perfect. The Necromancer, blazing with green fire, flies down. The surprised mutants raise their heads. Turning into a lich, he wonders if they noticed, but it is too late. He calls a skeletal ogre. He clenches his bone fist. The system speaks of a thunderous blessing of the heroic level, a bracelet that forms a powerful shock wave and consumes all the mana. The magicians in cloaks growl, making waves. The dome breaks after the explosion. The notification says that he received 1800 gold for killing a dark orc mage. Lich with a burning head looks forward. The messages say that he gets gold for killing red orcs. The prosecutor stands in the middle of the smoke, realizing that this is a sniper plan aimed at the Lord. The highlight was the use of nuclei in the attack, not bullets. The ferocious monster roars. The system says that the monster general has appeared. The necromancer standing opposite asks if he offended him, because he looks angry. The frightened mutants run away to the sides. Minhyam smilingly shouts that they are returning to protect their lord and they need to hit them in the rear. A purple haze forms around the necromancer. A red notification says that a giant spiritual regeneration has appeared in the area, as well as the answer of death. A skeleton assistant with a sword stands near the undead. The notification says about personnel synergy with the effect of increasing the power of attack, defense. The skeleton monsters stand still. The system says about a level 5 giant with a condition of more than 50 pieces, and the effect of reducing damage from enemies. The zombies go forward. The notification says about a level 5 bronze king with a condition of more than 50 gloves and the effect of increasing the power of armor protection, forming a protective layer. A purple flash occurs around the monsters. One of them looks at it in shock. Hanho smiles and shouts that they are pathetic pigs because this is the breath of death, a killer disinfectant. Lich holds a scythe, declaring that it is beautiful and cozy. The general monster growls ferociously. MC apologizes for the intrusion. With an ominous look, he says that he wants to have a one-on-one dialogue. Swinging his scythe, he apologizes, saying that this is his mistake. A crowd of undead runs at the monster. The guy notes that he is not alone. The risen dead are fighting the orc. He growls furiously in pain. The undead looks and thinks about how they easily destroy everything around them. The necromancer watches him and thinks about how he is somehow different from the other boss monsters. MC cuts his flesh, realizing that he will not be able to resist the right and Minseek at the same time. The monster sees a skeleton in front of him. A purple chain twists around his neck. It tears off his head. Lich delivers the decisive blow. The system window says that he received 900,000 gold for killing the monster general of the Red Orc Lord, and the waiting time has decreased to 3,783 days. The skeleton assistant stands nearby. He replies that he did not want to steal his victory. The undead, blazing with green fire, crushes the enemies. The crusaders rush into battle. The prosecutor shouts that they are losing strength, and this is a side effect of killing their lord. Jisoo decisively shouts that they need to go on the attack. A strong explosion occurs near the monsters. Minhyam kicks the mutant, shouting that it is his now. He is riding a motorcycle and says that they need to reload quickly. Yoo-hoon in the helmet understands that this is a victory, and at this rate they can defeat them. The guy in the mask over his eyes looks at his phone and thinks that this is an urgent call. He is riding a motorcycle with a crossbow and asks the commander what this means. He excitedly shouts about the tracking group that said that the wyverns are heading towards them. The prosecutor in shock asks again, specifying how close they are. The monsters are flying in the sky. He replies that they are about 3 kilometers away and they will be there any minute. The shocked leader understands that they deceived them because it cannot be a coincidence. The wyvern is standing on the building. He thinks that they were tracking and waiting for them to leave the city and find themselves in a vacant lot. Everything was planned in advance. The ruler shouts to his subjects that they are retreating to the airport. Standing with a sword and shield, the crusader asks what he is talking about. The other is also surprised by the sudden retreat. Jisoo is surprised to see a system window with information that the boss monster Alpha Male Wyvern has appeared. A huge monster flies to attack. They shout that it is too late because they are attacking. Fierce mutants smash everything around. They tear apart people who are screaming for help. Lich looks at this and thinks why now, because of course it was necessary to appear at such a moment. He lifts the orcs into the air, shouting that it is necessary to show that you can't just fly here and eat everyone in a row. The wyvern with blood on its mouth turns around. MC standing next to the prosecutor asks them to launch the catapult right now. He gives the corresponding order to the soldiers. The enemy is reflected in the mutant's eye. The guy offers them to taste the dinner that is right in front of them. The wyvern bites the opponent. A strong explosion occurs in its mouth. The mutant falls from the sky. The prosecutor shouts that one is shot and they need to continue attacking. The giant undead attacks after being ordered to finish him off. The skeletal dragon bites the mutant's neck. The protagonist watches the battle. The system window says that he received 754,000 coins for killing the wyvern. Jisoo shouts, smiling, that they did it. The knight declares that the necromancer defeated the wyvern. The protagonist realizes with a terrifying look that this was a monster that could not be defeated, and here it is in his hands. He stands astride the skeletal wyvern. A notification says that the undead has been summoned under his command. He turns to the minion shouting that Mincy can join in too. The flying creature takes off from the ground. A huge flaming mutant flies above the enemies. Sitting on it, the guy realizes that they have finally conquered the skies, and compared to the griffin, its size provides stability. A minion sitting behind the leader asks what they are hunting wyverns for this time. He calmly states that they should also be in the role of prey. A huge flying monster sees its brothers. It flies over fields and forests. The mutant begins to dive down. The protagonist pursues it, realizing that it has separated from the group. He flies after it, saying that they have no sense of self-preservation despite the death of one of its kind. Purple limitless chains fly forward. The boss shouts to Mincy to aim for the wings. He entangles the monster with chains. MC watches and hears that the assistant wants to finish him off. He replies that there are two of them. A huge paw aims at the protagonist's back. He abruptly slips away from it, realizing that there is another flying monster. The flaming undead flies away from the wyvern. Lich, gritting his teeth, understands that the crossbow is useless, and they will not be able to finish him off with such attacks. The system window says that he received 850,000 gold for the kill. The minion falls down, shouting about it to Sungwoo. The falling monster turns into an undead after being summoned. The wyvern screams loudly. The guy understands that she is stubborn because she still does not give up. The skeleton assistant sees the boss and hears the order to go on the attack. He looks at him in surprise. The wyvern opens its mouth, trying to eat him. The assistant turns over in the air, avoiding his fangs. The protagonist exclaims that he grabbed the spine. The small skeleton cuts the entire body of the monster. The wyvern bleeds out, while the small warrior continues to cut him. Blood pours out of his mouth. The system says that he received 850,000 gold for killing the wyvern. Lich clenches his burning fist, seeing a notification that the undead were summoned under his command. The wyvern sees flaming skeletons that frow the sky. The boss monster watches them fiercely. A group of wyverns fly high in the sky. The protagonist watches them and understands that they should attack only those who separated from the general group. It is easier to kill them one by one because attacking an entire group is suicide. The boss roars fiercely, flying above him. The other wyverns raise their heads and answer him. The undead fly among them. The people below see that they form a round dance in the sky. A huge winged monster glares at them. Minseek, standing next to the boss, notices that the situation is heating up. He agrees. The monsters fly with a mad look. He understands that there are more than 30 of them, and it is simply impossible to break away from them. Holding a jar of breath of the abyss, he realizes that since they cannot escape, they must be exterminated. The boss and a group of monsters go on the attack. A bright beam pierces the sky. MC screams about spraying. He pours purple smoke into the air. Many wyverns sense it. They start coughing in pain, foam bursting out of their mouths. The warrior, seeing them, shouts that they are retreating, but this is not enough to fight back, and for now, animal instincts will not let them get closer. Lich and his minions watch. Minseek notes that they act as if they are disgusted by them. He replies that they are like food stuck between his teeth. The wyvern in the purple smoke roars loudly. The protagonist holds a can of death breath, saying that they really are going to stay until the end, because he still has many of them, while realizing that they have run out. The monster's mad gaze rushes forward. The wyvern boss screams loudly. Dozens of flying monsters fly across the sky. MC with a grin says that everything is ready and they can return. The undead stand still. A surprised guy stands next to another and asks what kind of combo this is. The other notes that all the existing creatures are gathered in one place. The prosecutor stands next to the undead and realizes that it was not arrogance when he said that he would take care of the pirates, and now he can rely on Sung-woo and entrust external affairs. The enthusiastic fighters raise their hands. The system says that they have successfully completed the event on the Korean peninsula. The notification says about the player's rating. Hanho says that even though the protagonist is the best participant in the event, he is still not the first in the top. Jisoo suggests that it would be more shocking if they fell in the rating. MC stands next to his friends, saying that the rating is also important, but you need to focus on skills and experience. He thinks that the power increase card he chose will come in handy for fighting other players in the future. He remembers the past and realizes that there is too much information about his work, and from now on he wants to become the #1 target for everyone and needs to maintain his skills at their best. He holds a heroic rank black pearl ring with a curse damage increase effect. The boy states that he got it while hunting. He puts it on his finger, realizing that it will come in handy since he has a death curse and death's answer. He thinks about the golden sphere and wonders if something better would have dropped if he had completed the dark magic spell, although he is not sure if he would have received something like the bloodstone in the university gym. People cry over corpses. The protagonist realizes that they could not wait for that spell to finish, and the best thing to do was to stop before things got worse. The buildings are standing in the middle of the night. It is said that there are only 492 participants, and these are the ones who remained alive. A girl stands next to another and explains that this is not even a third of the original number. The boy states that half of their group died and the Sangdanga team is destroyed. The prosecutor stands next to him and notes that the survivors have become stronger. The warrior watches silently. Yohun frowns and says that this will happen in the future, so they should create a bigger and stronger organization based on the battle. The protagonist and his friends stand in the crowd. The prosecutor realizes that the one who survived has become stronger, although it is cruel. The friends fought. The guy realizes that Jisoo got level 15 and Hanho, although slow, is at level 12. MC excitedly realizes that according to the rating, they occupy 7th and 27th places, and the only thing that confuses him. The guy with the microphone loudly asks that only cards with 4 or 5 stars are worthy of awakening, and they are just trash, and he has a 1 star only because he is a loser, and what is the point of changing anything then? The protagonist looks at him and asks that he had 2 chances, and he chose the weakest card both times. He shouts for Sungwoo to shut up. The crusader runs into the room and calls the commander. The knight in the helmet says that they found a store at the airport, but there is one but. Standing in front of the prosecutor, he states that a window appears that prohibits anyone from approaching it. The protagonist smiles and notes that it sounds tempting. He realizes that the more unusual the store, the more interesting the goods in it. The warriors exchange smiling glances. They are signed like bags of money. One of them states that they should try, and he is already bogged down, and since he has saved a lot, why not spend it? The prosecutor in a cloak states that several leaders will go and check him out. The warriors stand in front of a purple barrier. Yoo-hoon sees a lock icon and says that this is indeed something strange. Sungwoo notes that it is both a store and a system sign. The guy and the girl raise their hands. He wonders why it is generally forbidden to approach. She replies that they will only find out when they enter, but only VIPs like her. They touch the barrier, shouting that they really cannot enter. The system says that a coupon for a closed store is required to enter. The protagonist, seeing this, thinks about the coupon. He has a ring on his hand, and a notification asks if he wants to use a coupon. He remembers the window that he has achieved primary awakening and can use the power of the Reaper. The guy realizes that he received it as a reward for awakening. Seeing the prosecutor, he thinks that there was a limit of 50 people and he does not think that he did not receive it. People look at him nervously, asking why everything is always as he wants, and if he is really a VIP too. Sungwoo in a cloak is walking down the street. He sees a large screen and a chair in front of him. He sits down and says that this is definitely different from ordinary stores. He seriously sees a window that says that 5 elements will be presented in order, and he needs to inform if he wants to buy something. The guy asks if they really give 10 seconds to do this. A bright screen lights up. The system says that it offers the first item. Blueprints of a warrior are visible. The notification says about the parchment of the creation of a special rank golem worth 1 million gold. He shouts in rage about the creation of a golem. 10 seconds left. He points at the screen, shouting that he still has about 10 million, and this is only a tenth of the amount. The notification says that the second item is being presented, namely a set of 3 special rank shells worth 2 million gold. He presents multicolored potions and says that he could have received this reward on a secret quest, and did not know that it was so expensive, noting that he would miss it because his skill protects against all diseases. The protagonist thinks about the third item, namely increasing the rank of any skill worth 3 million. He notes that this is not bad, but if he buys it, he will not be able to buy the next 2. The fourth item appears in the form of a legendary level Shadow King bracelet with the effect of increasing physical strength, endurance, agility, priced at 4 million. It glows with green fire and states that he did not think he would find it here. A large variety of buffs and good interaction with other items. He must buy it to complete the task. The protagonist nervously understands that now there will be the last item for sale. The bright screen in front of him indicates the presentation of the 5th item. Sungwoo smilingly asks what they even sell there. In front of him shines a special level resurrection scroll, which in case of death resurrects in the right place, priced at 5 million. The protagonist looks at the light in front of him, while talking about resurrection. The Necromancer stands in front of the monster. He understands that this is his specialty, and it is thanks to this that he was able to achieve awakening by killing the boss. He covers his face with his palm, realizing that the recharge lasts 31 days and this will not be direct cheating. With a serious look, MC understands that the skill has many disadvantages, such as the duration of the recharge. Death stands in front of a bloody corpse. He thinks that if he has already used the skill and is waiting for recharge, then if he dies a second time, it will be the end. A huge elephant swings at him. He thinks about the lack of control, because if he dies during the fight, the situation will be very bad. The hero stands next to the choice. He wonders if he will be resurrected in the same place if he dies, and if a strong boss kills him, he will be resurrected there, and this will not prolong the torment. He understands that in addition, he can only resurrect himself. The hero stands in front of the corpse, realizing that there will be no second chance for his friends. Hanho stands next to Jisoo. He understands that these two are the only ones he can completely trust. The scroll hovers in the air. The protagonist realizes that in order to survive, they must become stronger, which means they need to face dangers, and the resurrection scroll will be an excellent safety cushion. He furiously pokes at the screen when he sees that there is 1 second left. He declares that he is buying. He stands in the middle of a glowing sign, a notice that the goods are out of stock and he will leave the store in 10 seconds. An enthusiastic audience watches the prosecutor on stage. Warriors watch. Others fight fiercely. They ride a motorcycle with a grin, holding tied-up goblins. A guy sits in front of his friends. Jisoo notes that they can finally rest. Hanho says that people should not only do hunting. Sungwoo looks at his phone and says that while they are resting, they must not forget about collecting information. A friend notes that the next battles will be no less large-scale. A fighter riding an eagle shouts to the Necromancer that the pirates have finally shown up. She exhales and says that the rest is over. Yohoon stands with a piece of paper and says that he heard news that pirates are in the Eastern Sea, clarifying what the plan of action is. The protagonist with a grin replies that it would be nice to destroy them before they reach the coast. Hanho smilingly declares that these guys will not go straight to the forehead if they have the makings of a brain, and they have already defeated them once. The girl with a serious face asks that if the enemies find out about MC, then nothing prevents them from changing tactics. Correspondents report on the news while the villain strangles the girl. It is said that since the pirates are going to capture Korea, they probably collected information, and not only through broadcasts, but also with the help of prisoners. The main character, turning away, answers the word yes to the question that he collected information about them. He understands that since he reads the memories of the dead, can this be called a more cruel method than torture? 3 heroes stand with their backs to each other. The guy declares that these guys are a group of marauders who were driven out of China, and they call themselves generals of heaven, earth, people. A friend raising a finger exclaims about the uprising of the yellow bands, noting that he saw it in the games. He thoughtfully says that they could have different names and why yellow bands. A man with his hands tied kneels. He says that their leader brainwashed low-level players, and they praised him as fanatics. Jisoo seriously states that the yellow bands only used blind fanaticism to capture the country. Perhaps that's why they call themselves that. Sungwoo presents a vessel, realizing that judging by their memories, they forced each time new people to drink centipede liquor, and this could be a poison for brainwashing. The prosecutor calmly says that even if they can't capture everyone, they must get rid of the commanders, and in case of their failure, they will gather their forces again. A tall building stands in the city. The protagonist suggests moving there first. The girlfriend notes that this time together. The undead stands in place. The guy yawns and says that he would prefer a safe helicopter. The girl on the eagle replies that with them, in fact, it is also safe. Jisoo sits on the undead and says that it will be fun. The friend replies that it is because she is an athlete. Looking at the Necromancer, the prosecutor says that he leaves this job to him. The protagonist calmly replies that they know nothing about the plans of the Evolution Society, and he must take care of it. Yohoon with an angry face says that he also owes them something, and so he will be ready. An island is visible in the middle of the sea. The heroes are standing there. The guy asks if they are sure that they saw a pirate ship. The frightened man loudly replies that he saw it with his own eyes and it was definitely him. The girl standing opposite asks if Dad is sure. He screams that his uncle, who was the leader of the travelers, was eaten by a nasty bird. The man with a bandage on his head smiles. MC thinks about the fact that the new leader of Jaedong, Muyan, and they say that he has accumulated so much resentment against pirates that he gave up hunting monsters and became a member of the Coast Guard. A drone flies above the ship. The man claims that it was about 12 hours ago, and they appeared from this side and sailed past the island once, and then disappeared behind the coast. The heroes are standing near the undead. He replies that he is sure that they still want to occupy the island. The girl turns around and says that they can't ignore the possibility of capturing them in another territory, and that it is something like an attack from the southern side of the island. Hanho asks in surprise that in their situation, wouldn't it be better because, except for the center, the problem with the monster generals has not been solved anywhere. A diagram of the pirates' attack on the continent is shown. He explains that all the people have been evacuated and only monsters remain in these territories, which will be cleared out. MC says with a serious look that this zone will be under attack. The character stands in front of the army. He says that they cannot capture other servers with the same confidence. He smirks. The protagonist talks about the head of the pirates who plans to conquer the center of the server and quickly increase his forces. Sungwoo turns to the leader and asks if everyone really plans to stay on the island even if the pirates attack again. He clenches his fists and replies that of course, because they lost to them once, and it will not happen again, they will pay back double. They are standing near the skeleton wyvern. The necromancer suggests leaving this place and getting ready to meet the pirates. He realizes that their next mooring place is the coast or the islands. With a serious face, the guy thinks that a much larger fleet will come for the research group that he destroyed, and they must be ready for this. The girl is standing with a friend and asks if they happen to know where the store or forge is because they must be ready for battle. They shout that a lot of gold has accumulated. Nguyen is standing near the running guy and says that there must be a forge in the city. The guy fearfully declares that the pirates have already united and crossed the island and are preparing to attack. The discouraged men ask if it is true already, because it is so fast, and what will they do? The guy thinks about the fact that this was not reconnaissance, but reinforcements, and apparently they are in a hurry. He realizes with a grin that they either did not find enough information about the protagonist, or do not take him seriously. He suggests acting quickly. Fog spreads across the island. A ship with bright lights is sailing. A guy with glasses smilingly says that he thanks for waiting. He introduces the warrior with a grin, and says that this is the fleet of the Earth General, following the General of the Sky. The ship is furrowing the sea. He says that today they are again in the middle of the ocean, but do not relax because terrible monsters are hiding in the depths. A building is shown. He shouts that where they are heading through the terrifying waters, where they will join the capture of the Korean peninsula. In the chat, everyone is discussing them. He understands that, as expected, the comments were written by fugitives and cowards, and he expected such a reaction because they were driven out of the second server. The guy with glasses into the microphone declares that the Zishuan people will also be in Korea. He realizes that they will find out who the true winner is after the capture and return to China. He introduces 3 friends, saying that there is a terrifying villain named Necromancer. Some time ago the reconnaissance group fell at his hands. He smiles and declares that they do not lose twice. The ships rush forward. The leader shouts that now they see before them a great fleet to which Korea will submit. The short man in the hat made a face. He realizes that the reconnaissance group of the general of the people was destroyed by the protagonist. He smiles and understands that reconnaissance is reconnaissance, and they will not retreat just because some small detachment was destroyed. He enthusiastically holds the microphone and the phone. A scream is heard where the vile elementalist Li Wei is looking, and there is no need to be arrogant because of the capture of the second server. He delightedly shouts that they will enslave Korea and move on, and if they are not afraid then let them grab the first server and go to them, because they will meet them in China. The ships sail forward. He shouts that he will film himself killing the Necromancer and let the world know about it, and word will spread about them. Everyone will know that the Red Revolutionary Army is alive. Frowning, he thinks that this is what they planned, but still, what is this? The ships are sinking in flames. He shouts without understanding what it is. Cries for salvation are heard. The undead are flying from above. The villain realizes that corpses are falling from the sky and exploding. He wonders what they intercepted them after killing the birds of the general of the people. A huge dragon flies in the air. The necromancer is sitting on top of it. The villain notices this. A bright flash occurs. A fighter with a rifle shoots. The system window says that it is Zishuan, an ice wizard sniper. Bright beams shoot at the ship. People in the water shout that this is what was expected from the general of the earth, and they will be able to fight back. A green glow covers everything around. They do not believe that the enemies are resurrecting. Zishuan raises his hand and orders the mages to create a shield and leave. A dome has formed around the sinking ships. It is said that a giant shield has appeared in the region. Lich with glowing eyes only smiles. A group of flying monsters flies in the sky. The amazed fighters look at them. One of them shouts that they are returning. The leader stands next to the presenter and says that they suffered huge losses too quickly. He turns to the general of the earth. He stands in front of the burning waters, asking if it is true that this is a necromancer. He notes that he has exploding corpses, and after killing the general the people he received his birds. He thought he learned enough from the Korean prisoners. With a stern look, he says that it is good that they sent reconnaissance ahead, because you can't do without intuition. The interlocutor in glasses notes that they have lost 8 ships and too many people. He turns to Kwan. He with a serious face says that they can just recruit people again. The surprised fighters around them hear their conversation about this. The leader looks around and says that to spread such information just because they did not stop the broadcast in time, in order to return the continent to the General of Heaven, you need to have an excellent reputation. He looks at his smartphone with a grin and says that Li Wei has already left a vile comment under the broadcast. They have disgraced the general. The host, smiling, says that then they should film how they will destroy them twice as fast, and they need to show that today they were just lucky. Raising his hand, Zishuan replies that Kwan is right, because they will cut off the necromancer's head and show it to the whole world. The gray-haired fighter calmly responds to being addressed as Yui. General Zishuan scratches his beard and orders to prepare the game. They will invade, launch it, and kill the protagonist. He asks with a serious look if they can go to the island. He replies that for them it is easy peasy. The ship sails forward. He states that even if they are watched from the sky, the enemy will never see under the water. Small boats are parked in front of the people. The protagonist, riding a wyvern, rushes down. The audience shouts that it was amazing. MC looks at his friends and realizes that now is not the time to celebrate a small victory, because the pirates are a much larger organization than he thought. Sungwoo seriously reflects that even the general of the People's Reconnaissance Group was at least 1,000 strong, and now there are about 3. Everything around is burning. He understands that if this is not their main force, then how huge the organization is, and even though China has lost people since the start of the game, there are still more of them. Muyin shouts to his assistant that they have finished preparing for departure, and while they were busy attacking the pirates, he shouts that they can leave. The ships sail forward. He says that then they move out and begin to prepare to meet the pirates. A large undead creature flies over the settlement. The protagonist sits on a mutant, realizing that the group of survivors is only 258 people and about 100 capable of fighting. Cars and people are visible. The protagonist realizes that this is because many were captured or killed during the first attack and he did not need strong support, but the number of enemies is tense. Muyin, surprised, clarifies that they should only observe. The guy calmly says that yes, because the enemies can attack at any moment. He realizes that he can cope all alone, but more people are needed for observation. The man with a bandage on his head answers that the coast is more extensive than he thought. The other says that if they cannot fight, they will watch the children. A large ship sails to the shore with people. Sungwoo says that it will not be possible to completely block them, and they must know when the enemy passes. He answers that he understands, and now they move to the shore. The guy furiously shouts that he will also fight. Hanho notes that they are too small. They assure that they are already 3 levels and killed goblins. The frightened girl explains that they are family members of those killed by pirates, and there are even children who saw their own parents die, and that is why they are so eager to fight. Jisoo sadly states that they understand their feelings, but if the time comes when children have to kill, they will lose everything. The protagonist in the cloak asks where the forge is. They tell him that they know. The guy in the middle of the green glow asks to take him there because they have collected a lot of materials and need to finish preparing. A group of fighters comes out of the water onto the shore. They tiredly take off their masks. Hyui turns around and clarifies if everything is in place, noting that they are going into the forest and need to stay closer to the cloak of concealment. The fighters move in the middle of the forest. They run forward. The fighter runs forward and says that they have arrived and they need to stop there. The guy behind him asks if they are really using this, and if this is too much. The man holds a yellow flag, saying that on other islands items of twice the rank were used and there were more enemies. But they were destroyed after losing the game. The system says it's a special rank game. Frowning, he says that they must take advantage of the chance, because this is the best strategy for a small group like them, against a larger enemy. They cannot let General Zishuan down. He bangs it on the table and shouts that the game is starting. The territory of the Korean server is scanned. The surprised fighters look ahead. The notification says that the mini-game has been activated. The game area is set in a random place, and when the territory is completely conquered, a special buff is activated. The surprised friends ask what this is and if it's a mini-game. She turns around in fear and screams for her dad, while information sounds that pirates have appeared on the southern coast. She holds the radio and hears that it is the fleet, and they have appeared again and are quickly approaching the coast. Frowning, the protagonist realizes that it appeared at the same time as the game, and the problem may be in the system, or the pirates. He turns to her and hears that there are fishing boats on the west coast. He says that there is no chance for reinforcements, realizing that everything is going too smoothly and this was definitely set up by villains. The girls are amazed to see a system window that there is a game area nearby. Jisa asks about the game in the game, calling it nonsense. The protagonist frowns and says that he does not know what is happening, but the goal of the game is to conquer 3 areas. Those guys want to win by numbers. He realizes that things are bad and he did not foresee such a development of events. Jisa looks at MC and asks what to do. He asks to wait because he is not the kind of person who constantly plays games. The character laughs and asks what the fuss is about. Hanho smiles, stating that they have a game master on their team. The guy happily runs. The protagonist thinks about the meme with a dagger. Both cards and a thief and a priest chose 1 star, and by all accounts these were the 2 most useless professions that could be chosen. The protagonist looks at him and asks why he calls himself a gamer after that. He yells in rage. How can he call him a loser when he didn't even sit in a gaming cafe all night because he didn't have any friends? The protagonist turns away and says that he couldn't go there because he was too busy making money. Jisa points out that this is too much. Hanho coughs loudly and says that at first he was a little surprised because he had never played a game like this before, but he is a pro at games like this. Sungwoo raises his hand and realizes that his gaming skill is much better than his college performance. He asks to explain what it takes to win. A bright sky is visible. A fierce undead necromancer flies over the forest. A girl riding a monster shouts about a flag. MC thinks that this is Zone B, the central territory of the game area. He introduces his friend, realizing that compared to pirates, they have greater mobility due to wyverns and first they need to capture the nearest territories. The girl runs to the flag. He realizes that there may be monsters there. She replies that they are not visible. Chains appear around the protagonist. The system windows announce the beginning of the occupation. 100 seconds left, and he cannot attack at the moment. He thinks about his friend and realizes that if there are no monsters there, then he needs to prepare for some kind of trap or puzzle. He says that apparently restrictions are imposed on the person who takes the flag. Jisoo goes forward, stating that in the future it is worth listening to Hanho's predictions. She frowns and tells her friend that something is approaching. The enthusiastic fighters shout. The protagonist realizes that since there are more pirates, they will try to occupy the entire area at the same time. They shout about the unusual practical ability of teleportation. The enemies see her. They say that there are only 2 of them and there are 71 seconds. She decisively declares that 1 minute will be enough. The protagonist realizes that if they attack, she will be able to get rid of them. She chops the enemies. The system says about receiving 10,000 gold for killing the player. She runs forward with blades. The opponents shout that there is no need to try to wound her. It is better to kill her right away. The heroine deftly cuts the men attacking her. One of them speaks fearfully about the monster. The other shouts that this will not work, and they need to focus on killing the guy at the occupation point. She holds the blade in rage. The fighter asks to hold on. They see a necromancer in front of them, declaring that they will finish him off for now. The girl with red eyes activates surveillance when, after analyzing the enemy's movements, the next location can be predicted. She attacks with 2 swords at once. Blood flies in all directions. They wonder where she came from. The man screams in fear that they need to surround her and finish her off with blows from all sides. Blades fly towards her, clearly wishing her death. The general stands near his army. He is informed that the preparations are complete. The man with a stern look declares that this is great. They will capture Zone A from there. The warriors stand in formation. The guy thinks that the basis of tactics is an army superior in strength and numbers. The leader calmly thinks that in this world he became a gunner, and likes the role of the king of the earth more. Children play a game. He thinks that since childhood his dream was to become a Go player, and he wanted to be the one who would lead the country to victory by waging small battles. The man stands alone. He realizes that the path of a professional is long and thorny. He sadly realizes that he is already 60. He reflects on the fact that for a person who has lost the best years, the system has become a second chance. He stands in a headdress, realizing that the general of the sky has no time for such trifles and he controls everything with his brain. Grinning, Zishuan says that those, alas, people from a small country, survived for so long until this moment, but in the end they met him. He seriously sees a notification that Zone B has been captured by enemies, a buff sheet for a minigame with an increase in defense power and endurance indicators. Surprised, Quan asks if it is true already. He answers that they are fast, and he assumed that they would capture one of the zones. Scratching his beard, he declares that the luck of the Korean army will end there. The system says that Zone A has been captured by enemies with a buff sheet for a minigame with an increase in defense, endurance, attack power. He shouts in shock that they have lost 2 zones, asking what is going on. Quan apologizes, stating that they do not know what is happening on the ground. Gritting his teeth, the general thinks that they know the rules of the game, and this cannot be because this item was obtained after a special mission. The assistant loudly declares that there is no time to think. He replies that they still have priority in numbers. Shown a diagram, he shouts that they need to send another group to capture a neighboring point, while they attack Zone A. Fighters with swords bravely run to the attack. Quan, grimacing, shouts that they need to stop. They see a mountain of monster corpses, asking if they were piled there on purpose. He is frightened when he remembers the explosion of corpses. The general throws up his hands and declares that he does not think the Necromancer would be so reckless. Because there is no point in taking risks, they will go around them. The fighter sees another mountain of corpses, declaring that they are everywhere. The man insults them in rage. He angrily yells that he cannot be defeated like this. They will move forward, burning the corpses in their path. A huge explosion occurs. Flashes occur around. The girl asks what they should do since they are getting there by destroying corpses. He replies that he assumed this. Hanho smiles and says that these bodies are just a protective barrier of the main observation tower, and they will know the enemy's location even without drones. General Zishuan is furious. Holding a cannon, he says that even if this is an obvious trick, they will still have to get rid of the corpses if they do not want them to explode. The children examine the corpses. He says that they will use them, and if nothing works, they will simply retreat. The girl near Hanho asks that if they surrender the point, they will not be able to win the game. He replies that she really does not know anything. He puts out his hand and shouts that the game is not just about winning, it is only to anger the enemy. He points to the explosion and claims that they are superior in numbers in any case, and even if they lose the point, they need to focus on maintaining the balance of power. He smiles and says that the rest will depend on Sungwoo, who has more power. Quan holds a sword and shouts that they are almost there. Point A is already visible. There is a fighter near the flag. They shout that it is the Necromancer's comrade, namely the meme with the dagger. He laughs with a crazy look, declaring that the pathetic pirates have worked hard on the way to him. The surprised scoundrels hear that they made their way, fearing explosions, although even the protagonist is not there and whether they have someone with brains. Hanho smiles sheepishly, realizing that it is risky, but they will be at an advantage if they shake the enemy's mind in this way, and playing with the enemy's psyche is the best part of the game. He sees the general, who shouts that the damned dwarf hopes to compete with him. The guy angrily declares that they will see what he can do against the dwarf because he is afraid of corpses, and is angry because he is a loser. He points his finger in rage and states that he is resorting to personal insults, and he heard that they are a polite country, but apparently they lied to him. Hanho and his assistant run away from the energy beam after the order to attack them. He holds the flag. The system says that point A is captured by an ally. He shouts that they missed the dwarf but captured the point. Zishuan, clutching the radio, asks Huai what is happening with point C, noting that they have been there for too long. He calmly says into the radio that they arrived there, but there is a necromancer, and they will contact as soon as they defeat the enemy. He says that the destruction of vampires, getting rid of the mutated dragon, stopping the zombie infection. He sees the protagonist in front of him and states that the hero of a small country, and it seems that they were not expecting them, judging by the fact that he cannot move, capturing the point. The necromancer holds the flag, sitting near the undead. The skeletons are burning with green fire. He realizes that they are his subordinates. Huai and the others run to attack. His partner shouts that if they met him face to face, they would suffer heavy losses. He replies that the point is not captured that long, and they need to kill him as soon as possible. He holds the yellow flag, realizing that if he had captured points before, he should know that he is helpless at these moments. But he still stands at the capture, not defending himself in any way. Huai smiles, noticing that they arrived in time. The system says that point C is not occupied. He wonders why it sends this. The protagonist smiles ominously. The frightened warrior shouts that this is actually a trap and they need to retreat. The undead are furious and hit the enemies. The flag glows brightly. Sungwoo says that he doubted Hanho's strategy and used the flag as bait. He thinks about his friend, realizing that the main thing is to play on their minds. He declares that he would not want to become his enemy. Huai asks in shock about when he is. It is said that now they can leave the ambush and begin the offensive, hide and watch the enemy's reaction. The protagonist stretches out his hand and declares the death of the enemy. Huai touches the pentagram, shouting that they have no choice and need to summon sea beasts. Huge mouths burst out of the portals. The undead are swept away by the water. Waves appear around. Giant fish swim around. The guy with purple hair declares that the necromancer did not expect to be hit by water among the mountains. They stand in the water. The villain declares that all the monsters that they summoned were killed, but they need to destroy all the corpses and if they are lucky, kill the necromancer. They go forward, saying that he will not have the swimsuit synergy like them. The system says about the second-level sea guys with the effect of endurance underwater. He anxiously shouts to find him, the protagonist first. If he is alive, then let them kill him. They see a wyvern above them. The protagonist declares that he is there and they should not look for him. They shout that he did not have time for such a maneuver. Sungwoo clenches his fist, smiles and understands that he was saved because he used the skills simultaneously with teleportation and needs to find better things. The system says about the bracelet of the King of Shadows with the effect of increasing strength, endurance, agility. Huai excitedly shouts that it looks like he barely escaped, but all his skeletons were destroyed and a necromancer without undead is an empty space. The dragon flies in the sky. The enemy declares that, moreover, the terrain is now theirs and even if it is land without water, they are able to move. The protagonist smiles, swings his weapon and says that they are not the only ones capable of movement. There is something else, things that allow you to move freely both on land and in water. A notification says that bone armor has been created. The fighters stand next to the fish. They burn with green flames. The system says that the dead obey his vol. He declares that the sea monsters become skeletons. Riding on the undead, he realizes that he does not know how they tamed them, but they are much stronger than summoned animals, and even though there is little water, skeletons do not need it anyway. Huai raises his weapon and screams about the evil creature, asking why he does not go out to fight on his own. He realizes that killing the enemy and making him an ally is the true nature of a necromancer. A drone flies above him. He notices that it is the scout Quan. The fighter attacks in rage, asking if the general of the land Zishuan sees them and let him help urgently. He is shocked to hear that after being expelled from the continent, his team was good. The leader stands with a radio and declares that he must recreate the team, but their death will not be in vain, because it will help to understand the strength of the protagonist. He puts the radio down, hearing screams from his subordinate. He scratches his beard and realizes that thanks to this he learned more about the necromancer, and sacrificing his subordinates is bad, but he received useful information, and the end justifies the means. A flag is installed on the diagram. He understands that the teams can always be dialed again. Point C, where the protagonist is, will be occupied for some time. The general of the earth stands in front of the army, realizing that by providing proper defense at point A, go through point B and they will capture C. Some of them are already capturing point B. He imagines the guy in a rage and understands that while the Necromancer is at point C, he does not need to be afraid of exploding corpses, and he uses this opportunity to finally catch the gnome who escaped. The radio lies on the table. A scream is heard that the team to capture point B has arrived. The man screams in horror about monsters. The heroes fight, shouting about these two. The warrior looms over the enemy, hearing that the capture of point B has failed, and they are completely routed. The laptop flies off the table. The general lowers his head and asks how this is possible. There is no way that his strategy could fail. Quan stands next to him and asks what they should do. He replies that they need to think and tell everyone to gather there, and they will come up with a new strategy. Blood flows from the blade. Jisoo stands next to his comrade and declares that they have eliminated all the pirates in this area. The enthusiastic girl shouts that this is amazing, because they got rid of them without losses. She happily looks at Hanho and notes that he is also useful. He declares that a man like him is always useful. He looks at her and says that thinking about it now, he always helped everyone with his abilities. She asks if he has some kind of split personality. He looks back at Jisoo, who asks what's next and whether they should continue to destroy enemies along the way. He sharply declares that it's time to end this. On the game discussion screen, the guy claims that in games like this, it's important to act quickly, and if the game goes against them, they'll start blaming each other and destroy the system from the inside. The guy looks at his girlfriend and says that they're not playing the game right. A chest and scrolls are shown. It's said that it's unknown if the enemy has any special items that can change the course of the battle. There's too much uncertainty. He flexes his fists, saying that they should finish this quickly. Hanho looks at the radio and asks if the protagonist can hear it. His voice comes over the radio. He says that he can hear everything. The protagonist rushes into an attack in a rage. His friend asks to defeat them with brute force. The drone flies near the undead. Quan shouts furiously to the general of the earth that the guy is flying in his direction. The enraged man yells that this can't be, and even though they've lost part of the army, there are still more of them. An excited man shouts that it is not only the Necromancer, the players from the peninsula are moving from point B. Frowning, the Lord realizes that he does not understand them at all. They left points B and C and sent all their forces here. He wonders if he will be able to capture these points even with small squads. The participants are standing with flags. He thinks that they expect to win if they go for broke, and he remains second in rank despite such actions. The workers are dragging tables. He understands that, as he thought, the players from the Korean server are weak and they were just unlucky until that moment. Drones are flying over the forest. The guy realizes that this section of the forest is almost in the center of the territory, and he can see everything. The general looks at the screen and hears that he needs to be careful and use magic. He asks that he did not think that all his skeletons were destroyed. The warrior, blazing with fire, looks forward. They shout that it is a skeleton. He says that it seems they know too little about the Necromancer, and this is not a hindrance. He furiously imagines the flag and thinks that if the summoner moves away from the summoned, the control over him weakens or disappears altogether, and judging by the fact that the idiot really threw point C. The fighters run to attack. The Lord does not know how many teleportation scrolls are left. They shout that they need to find a flank, and after capturing it, they will begin an attack on the enemy. They fearfully wonder where the shadow came from. In front of them is a huge yellow robot. They ask what kind of cheat codes are in a fantasy game. The yellow robot-like creature looked down. It is the legendary hero Necrogan. The frightened man clutched his sword, saying that they were not warned that the legendary hero is their enemy. So are they the villains here? Another pointed a finger, resolutely shouting for them to calm down. This is not the golden hero. Necrogan looked down. The man thought that from afar it looked similar, but it is just a golem, and said that it is a fake. The warriors with swords rushed at the hero, shouting that they would destroy the fake. Bright beams crashed into the creature's body. The man thought that the golem could only move on command, even if it was far away. With a determined smile, he shouted that he was made of fragile clay. It would be easy to break. It would not take much time. The pieces of clay picked up the man who was screaming and asking for help, realizing that he was recovering, and thinking that his regeneration was at the highest level. Necrogan squeezed the man with a huge fist. Shouts were heard that the legendary hero took a hostage. Towering above the others, Necrogan said that he misunderstood. With his unlimited capabilities, there is no point in taking hostages. Eyes glowing green, he continued that he received an order to guard point C. Now all enemies will be destroyed. People shouted that he is a programmed death machine. We must fight. A bright beam flew from the golem's body. Words were heard that regeneration is not unlimited. The man thought that its only drawback is mana consumption. Surrounded by a green glow, the warriors walked forward. They said this to people. Purple whirlwind spread from the figure in the dark cloak. The hero thought, will there be a day when he runs out of mana on the battlefield? The system window said about the use of the Chaos Crystal, which assigns the wearer the attribute of Chaos, an increase in mana plus 500, mana recovery plus 250% when attacking, takes away mana and life energy. On the monitor there was a figure of a guy in a cloak. The man asked, what the hell? Zixuan tensely clenched his teeth, mentally asking that the Necromancer was always so strong. He did not have such abilities before. his strength does not match the data they collected. The man's gaze was frightened. He thought that if everyone they had collected information from was not lying, then they had increased their strength in such a short time. But how? He imagined the man on the throne and thought that he had bragged about their work to the General of Heaven. But everything was not going according to the script. The huge monster opened its mouth, scattering people. Shouts were heard that the front had been thrown back. It was necessary to free up space at the feet so that the magicians could attack. The paw of the monster was enclosed in a huge ice floe. In the blue glow, a warrior with a sword and a small skeleton appeared, the words, "At that time to attack." Bright traces remained from the movements of the swords. The enemy said that this was a skeleton knight. "We need to call tanks. Why is he so strong?" Zishuan punched and shouted that they should focus all their attacks on the Necromancer. All the monsters would disappear if they defeated him. The system reported the descendants of the Innocence synergy of the 3rd level, which was the armor synergy, and gave a bonus to all stats. The man along with the others ran forward and thought that there was a special reason why they were wearing traditional clothes. Perhaps they could defeat the Necromancer with the synergy bonuses. They saw a figure nearby, shouting that it was him alone. Without his subordinates, he thinks he is safe because he is in the rear? Blades were extended forward. Words were heard that he was just a weak summoner. They were superior in numbers and physical strength, and were about to cut him down. Sung-woo swung his sword sharply, cutting through the bodies of the opponents. Blood dripped onto the others. The hero asked again, "A weak summoner? He thinks they are comparing him to his subordinates?" The guy was engulfed in green flames. He said that he was on a completely different level, especially in the state of the Lich. The system reported a Lion Zone when enhanced by the power of the Lich. The maximum number of subordinates increases, and all abilities are strengthened. The nearest destroyed undead can be resurrected and regenerated infinitely up to the maximum number of subordinates. Bright rays of attacks cut through the space. The guy thought that he was not a master in handling a scythe, but it did not matter. With such a difference in characteristics, he did not need to have special skills. A trembling man sat in front of the screen. He jumped up from his chair, asking Quan if this was broadcasting right now. The guy replied that the broadcast had been going on since early morning, and the leader shouted, "What is he doing? Does he want to show everyone the defeat of their army?" A quadcopter was flying in the sky. An order was heard to switch the channel and show them Point B. The general glanced sideways at the guy and advised to show only what would raise the morale of their army. He thought that he had received information that Point C was guarded by a strong golem. He imagined the man and thought that they had the strongest swordsman of their fleet, who came here on purpose, although he was not as active as the trainer of sea creatures. But when it comes to internecine wars, he has no equal. In the clearing among the trees stood a girl. Words were heard that this was a video from Point B. There was a woman there. Quan shouted into the microphone that the army that retreated to protect the point. There was a lone woman there. It seemed that the Koreans completely abandoned their rear and went to attack the main base. The guy with the microphone introduced the man, saying that he was so strong that he was nicknamed the Black Master. But women did not like him at all. He thought that this was it. In this situation, you only need to show victory scenes. A copter with a camera was flying in the sky. The hero thought that about 100,000 players were watching the broadcast. You only need to show such scenes, should he fly closer. The device flew behind Jissa. A bloodied warrior was lying on the ground. The girl looked away sharply. A swift attack cut the device in half. Quan, who was holding the microphone, exclaimed that the drone was destroyed, and the leader ordered to stop the broadcast. Their fighters' morale would drop if they saw this. The warriors with shields held back the attack. One of them shouted that the buffs from capturing Point B would be credited soon. The second added that they should wait. They would soon capture Point C. The man looked at the phone in shock, shouting that Black Wolf had fallen. The other was confused that he was using the phone during the battle. Words were heard from the radio in the hands of the pink-haired man that this could not be. They wanted to say that there was someone stronger than Black Wolf. That if they were playing a losing game, he told the general that the soldiers were in disarray. The opponents rushed forward, shouting about the Necromancer. Ice flows and blue beams flew forward. An order was heard to show themselves. Zishuan held a weapon in his hand and said that he was the general of the earth. He would destroy him. Let him appear before him. A figure of a guy with a scythe appeared behind the ice flows. The man took aim and said that he had found him. A bright flash of a gunshot appeared along with a wish for death. A blinding beam engulfed Sungwoo's body. The attack was blocked by an ice shield. The Lich guy thought that he couldn't absorb the damage completely. His body was frozen. Even after blocking, his body was still damaged. The man's cloak fluttered. A scream was heard. How many more attacks could he withstand? He would turn him into an ice statue. Hanho appeared from behind the bushes and asked why the elder was wasting his time on losers. They should show him how things are done. Zishuan became furious, remembering the guy, and shouted that it was all because of him. His original strategy was ruined. Shots flew at the guy, who cheerfully said that these were very predictable attacks. The image of the guy with the scythe dissipated. Sungwoo appeared behind the frightened man and said that he should not take his eyes off his opponent. He quickly attacked, leaving a bright mark. The man fell, and the Lich said that it would hurt. but he should smile. A drone with a camera was flying in the sky, and Sung-woo said that he was being filmed. The general thought in fear, didn't he say to stop broadcasting? Kwon held the radio and replied that he had no choice, it was all for the sake of the Earth General. The guy with the side stood over the defeated enemy, and said that his plan had failed. He said that even their army would continue to fight. The one sitting on the throne said that it was sad that they had let them down, but they were satisfied with the way things were going. The long-haired man said with an indifferent look that they had received a lot of data on his skills and comrades. Everything was not so bad, now they had an advantage. A smile appeared on his lips. He reminded that he said that he could move the pawns as he wanted. He was surprised to hear the words about the cut from the radio. Blood was spreading from the hand with the radio. Sung-woo apologized for interrupting them, but he had to end the game. The hero in the form of a lich said that he looked like a tasty morsel to them. Let them come and he would deal with them. The warriors rushed to the attack, shouting that they should not surrender. They were a revolutionary party. They still outnumbered them. Blades crossed, and the man ordered to ignore the skeletons, which the tanks were already dealing with. First they should get rid of those who got too close. He kicked the enemy in the head and said that he was so young, it was great. The man brought the blade to the crying enemy, and said that in this game he gets a pretty good reward even for a weak player. The man froze with a sly smile, seeing a notification that Team Korea captured Point A. The buff is awarded to the winning team. The system window contained a list of buffs in the minigame: increased defense, stamina, attack power, physical strength, increased movement speed, increased agility, increased ability bonuses and health recovery. The man with the blade froze in surprise when he saw this. The guy grabbed his wrist and asked. He called him a weakling. Like a huge giant, he dragged him by the hand, and the man asked for a truce. The opponents grabbed the members of the Revolutionary Party. A cry was heard that all the checkpoints were captured by the enemy. They were losing. A shining bone hand reached for the flag and asked that these were the victory buffs. Sung-woo in the guise of a lich said that such numbers can hardly be called part of some minigame, and it was funny that a group of people who were driven out of the country decided to subjugate other islands. Weren't they too arrogant? A notification appeared that the minigame would end in 8 hours. With a sly smile, the guy said that this was enough time to get rid of all the insects. The sky was painted with the colors of the sunset. The bodies of defeated enemies lay among the trees and bushes. The man with the bandage on his head exhaled. The man held the microphone and said in a frightened voice that this was the end. The guy looked at him and heard that everyone except for some deserters had been eliminated. They had lost. There were messages from the online chat on the screen. The man thought that everyone who watched this broadcast would think twice. Looking at the phone, the hero asked who the emperor was. Introducing a group of people lined up in front of the palace. The man replied that he was a loser from the first server who settled in Beijing. He called himself the emperor. Sung-woo looked at the other man and asked why they said that he looked like him, and heard that it seemed that the emperor could also control multiple summons. The guy introduced the heroes, thinking that most of the 5-star jobs were set to create an organization. The vampire lord controlled people through injection, and the crusader through perception, and even the heavenly general, although he does not know his ability, created an organization based on brainwashing and his strength. He imagined the skeleton warriors and thought that he controlled monsters, not people, and the dead to be precise, and they said that they were similar to the emperor. The guy asked him, crying, what his profession was. The man hesitated. Sung-woo touched his face, thinking that the strongest in the China server would not let his information leak so easily, that everyone already knew about him. Han-ho smiled happily and said that he had received items and new things. He called himself the general of the land, and of course he had many items. In front of him were guns. The system said that it was a heroic ranked dwarf gun that could shoot with mana. The first one looked at the guy with admiration, and he said that since he had 2 of them, of course he would give one to him. The second one threw Sung-woo and asked him to take care of him. Sitting next to the body of the defeated opponent, Han-ho said that the rest is all his. Even if there are little things, there will be something useful. A friend noted that he is a natural thief. Thanks to his ability, the man's body was surrounded by a green glow, and Sung-woo said that he is the same. The system reported that the dead obeyed his will. He could read fragments of the dead's memories. A blue flash appeared. A huge ship was floating in the water. Sung-woo watched the men sitting at the table and thought that this was a meeting room inside the ship. They found an angel statue in the south. Hyoi looked at him indifferently and asked again. They finally found out what, so besides the devil statue on the first server. Kwon shouted with admiration that they got a hint of a superior race. What about the effect? What functions does the statue have? Sung-woo imagined the images of angels and demons and thought he forgot. It was mentioned once that they would appear. Zishuan closed his eyes, saying that only the General of Heaven can contact the statue. According to the General it was a quest, but he did not go into details. Kwon shouted indignantly that he didn't care about the others, but he didn't share it with him, the General of the Earth. Sung-woo also thought angrily that he was also interested, and that's it? The man lowered his head and told him what he said. It was hard to explain right away, but he would tell him everything. It's just that in order to capture Seoul, they needed to focus on their mission. There was an unfolded paper with circles on the table. He said that they would move on to the main topic after capturing the island. Through the minigame, Team Trunk would use this scroll in Seoul. The men were struck by this news like lightning. Quan imagined the face of a monster and thought it was the Beast's Gate. Surrounded by flames, Zixuan confirmed, saying that if they used this scroll, the Beast's Gate would open for 24 hours, and all the monsters would come out. The buildings were half destroyed, and it was said that they would disappear in 24 hours. But that would be enough time to destroy their entire system. If they were lucky, they would be able to seize power without any losses on their part. Looking at the seal sheet, he said that although it was an item that opened a dungeon, due to its high rank and level, it was used as an excellent strategic weapon. The man sitting opposite him asked if they were using it with the minigame for nothing, and was told that it didn't matter. Zixuan's eyes lit up with a red light, and he said that if they captured Korea, they would get back everything they had lost. Of course the general would agree with that. A bright blue flash. Sungwoo touched his face, wondering why this particular memory surfaced. Usually memory fragments didn't give him important information to solve problems, but he didn't understand anything here. Looking at the metal container, he thought that he needed to find this scroll. It should be there, right? The man sitting on the griffin shouted to the Necromancer that the reconnaissance was over. The girl jumped down and said that the pirates were preparing to leave for China, and there were a few soldiers left on the ship. Imagining a huge ship, the guy thought that it would be difficult for the ships to leave the minigame area until it was over. Heian raised a finger and said that many mages remained on board. Did they want to wait out the remaining hours near the coast? Imagining the ship and his warriors, Sungwoo thought of a large protective barrier. Since it was in the middle of the water, it would be difficult to penetrate using skeletons. The ship, he said about the water. A confident smile appeared on the guy's lips when he said that if he thought about it, he had something useful. There were several smaller ones floating around the large ship. The man frowned, saying that it was too quiet. The second shouted not to relax until the game was over. The enemies would attack them. There was a blue flame in the man's palms, and words were heard that since they had survived the previous attack, they would survive this one too. They would break out of this hellish Korean peninsula. A glow appeared in the sky ahead. A man, they were coming. A dragon was flying next to Heian. The people quickly ran, shouting to create a barrier and not to forget to drink a mana potion. Frowning, the man shouted that whether it was an explosion of corpses or not, they could not do anything. They were in the middle of the sea. Heian said in surprise, the Lich, that as they thought, they were trying to hold back their attacks and stall for time. Destroying the barrier would take a lot of mana. Sungwoo looked with shining eyes and said that infiltration from the air was impossible. What about an underwater invasion? Shining figures appeared under the water, and the man noticed them. A fish tail appeared from the water. Shining monsters jumped out of the water. A cry was heard that these were Necromancer's conscripts. They attacked the people who were screaming, trying to stop the panic that these were mid-level monsters. A splash appeared behind the warrior, asking something. Are they sure they can handle them? Sungwoo in the form of a lich smiled, saying that it turns out that the sea is a whole treasure trove. He did not know that so many monsters live here. A huge monster appeared from the water, and someone shouted that it was a snake. A stream flew out of the monster's mouth. The hero thought that it was a sea serpent, an underwater monster almost 10 meters long. The snake's body lay in the water. The hero thought that just hunting it took an hour. During the battle he used all his subordinates and barely defeated it. People looked at the shimmering barrier, shouting that they needed to quickly deal with the skeletons and help the magicians. A figure was visible behind the warriors. Words were heard that they were in vain underestimating them, just a couple of skeletons. The girl held a blade behind her back. A scream was heard that it was a red devil. Jisoo rushed to attack, and the man screamed that she was a demon in a woman's body. They were all finished, they had to run. Heian was surprised, saying that the game was almost over, and Sungwoo said that they would go down. There were boats, sailing near the large ship. The heroes were standing near the boxes. Sungwoo held a bottle in his hand and said that there were a lot of good things here. The girl added that since they made a base out of this ship, there was a big pile of essential items. Hanho held a large object and asked to look at it. The system said that it was a large charger with the effect of supplying electricity, or charging a battery. The guy held it with a smile, saying that they found it in the engine room. It seems that it was used to power the entire ship. There are several more of them. He said that they seemed to be preparing for an energy war. The buildings were at the stairs. Words were heard that of course, this is a great thing. But he thinks they hid the most valuable thing. We need to check the captain's cabin. The heroes crowded around a small safe. The guy bent the door. Sungwoo held a scroll in his hand and said that he found this item that he saw in the memories of the general of the earth. The system reported that this is the door of hell, a magic scroll, the effect of which is to open the doors to hell for 24 hours. This item builds a passage between their world and hell. During use you can get special items. But you need to remember that from the door he is going to enter, and something can also come out. The recommended level is 35. Sungwoo held a shining scroll and said that now he understands why they decided to use it. With a sly smile, he imagined a large chest and thought that using it for its intended purpose was the right decision. In this dungeon you can get excellent rewards. The comrade noticed that he was thinking about something dangerous again. The boy hid the scroll in his cloak, thinking that they couldn't handle it now, he would leave it for later. His friend asked what this was. There was a gray item in her hand. The system reported that this was a contractor's wallet. Part of the gold earned by the player under the contract is automatically deposited here. He can register the contract by placing the palms of his target on the item. The owner of the item can set the collection rate, which will automatically collect and deposit part of the gold here. The current gold is 134555048, contracts of 56 players. Sungwoo held the wallet in his hand, thinking that the items here are perfect for collecting funds. He looked like a rich man in sunglasses, thinking that they can rent it out or even sell it. A system window appeared, saying that the land grab minigame ends with Team A winning. The winners receive their rewards. Hanho looked at him happily and said that the game is finally over. It's just unbelievable. The system reported that they received 1.5 million gold for winning the minigame. Level increased to 19. A blue card with a random skill appeared. The hero thought that he expected it during the battle with the pirates, but his characteristics increased. He finally received a random skill as a level reward. Information appeared that he received the skill of creating a poisonous cloud. The description said that this is a basic active skill costing 30 mana, creates a cloud that produces poisonous rain, and consumes 30 mana for 10 minutes. The hero said that he finally received a skill for a black mage. Sungwoo clenched his fist, thinking that this skill is for a large area, but it will not harm allies since they had such values. It would be better to call themselves treasure hunters, not pirates. There were cars on the road near the stairs. A room with light walls. The guy held the phone, saying that it was time to read the comments on the forum. The most powerful bandits, the news of the day. The friends sat opposite each other. Hanho said that they were very excited. Should he not read? Running his fingers through his hair, he said that the first news was that the Capital District Alliance was formed. He introduced the footage of the hero's communication and said that most of the forces that came out were gathering in Yangdongpo after the news of the District Alliance was spread. Since the news came from the Liberation Guild, it is expected that the alliance will actively expand. Sungwoo crossed his arms, thinking that all the players who survived until today must be quite strong. Now the question is how to unite and direct them all. Hanho looked down, reading the second news of the day, Giants' secret letter. It seems that the average level of the population of Suwon is 8. He introduced the brunette and said that he boasts about reaching level 11. The hardest worker is only level 14. Isn't he too fast? The friends glared at him. Sungwoo asked if he had been working hard. The comrade awkwardly replied that it was a recent strategy. Who came up with it? He was good at more than just talking. He introduced himself with a rose in his mouth and said that he was almost an idol for 1- and 2-star people, and an idol for minor characters. He further gained the stealth skill. He extended his hand to his friend, saying that they would discuss it later anyway. The next news was that the Necromancer had finally reached level 19. He imagined the cloaked guys with their backs to each other, saying that he was now on par with the first player in the rankings. The laughing guy's words seemed to hit the hero when he heard that unfortunately, Gangseek had leveled up to 20 an hour ago. Pouting, Hanho told the elder that he thought he needed to work harder. Number 1 for only a day. He was working so hard, supporting him, but looking at his results he felt sad. The girl tried to calm Sungwoo down. Jisoo looked away and said that she was really curious. Sungwoo was always hunting for his skeletons and many people had seen him. She imagined the guy in the cloak next to the monsters and asked how Gangseek could still be number 1 when no one had seen him. What was he doing to level up so quickly? Looking down, the brunette thought that he was just hunting and unfortunately his rank was higher because he worked harder than them. It sounded quiet, but what if he was pulling all the strong monsters to him so they were left with only the weak ones? Hanho shockingly told the girl that he had never seen that sword on her waist before. Jisoo took out the weapon and said that she had received it recently. The system reported that it was a heroic rank true silver sword that could destroy magic. It was made of a rare magical metal, true silver, very light and durable, reacting to mana. It produces a unique wave with which it can cut magic. Holding the gun, the girl heard a friend ask if she had 3, maybe she could share one with Orn, and replied that he was a bandit, not a comrade. People were standing outside the building. The man turned around, asking if he heard anything, and the other said it was a helicopter. A helicopter did land on the ground. The guy came out, spreading his arms, and told Sungwoo that he had heard news that he had dealt with the pirates. He was incredible. Shaking his hand, the brunette thanked him and said that he had other reasons for coming here so early in the morning, to which he heard that this had happened. He introduced a bald man in a cloak and said that rank 1 Gangseek had shown up. Standing in front of him, Sungwoo asked if he meant that he had come to Yangdongpo, and thought that rank 1 had appeared at the very moment the alliance was formed. The guy with the black glasses said that this man appeared out of nowhere. The image of the hero was reflected in the dark glass when Manhwa said that he demanded to meet the Necromancer, that is, him. Touching his chest, the hero asked again and heard that yes, he said that it was very important and could change the fate of Korea. Introducing the man who crossed his arms, he continued that he was of course number 1. It was too impolite, said that he would not say anything until they brought the Necromancer. Sung-woo put out his palms, asked to tell him to wait. The warrior stood next to Heian, and the hero said that he had a lot of forging and repairing to do, so he went to the forge first. Min-hyum chuckled and asked if the situation wasn't too stalemate. This was the demand of the number 1 player. The green-eyed man looked at him and said that they should not do everything he said just because he was first in the ranking. This was the beginning of their relationship, and they should show their position. The brown-haired man thoughtfully touched his chin and said that it was true, repeated the request to tell him to wait. Min-hyum trembled with fear, imagining the rivals, and thought that this was a tense battle between the first and second number in the rankings. He was like a shrimp that would be eaten by these 2 whales. A yellow light could be seen from the windows of the building. The guild members were standing behind the girl. The guy in the red cloak shouted to the deputy that they received a call from the adjutant. The girl asked what he said. Awkwardly looking away, the guy replied that he said the Necromancer asked them to wait because he had urgent matters. Manhwa grabbed her head, imagining Min-hyum with a book, and said that she couldn't stand to see him idle, so she sent him on an errand, and he couldn't even handle that. The comrade said that he was still a good person. The girl turned around in surprise, hearing him think they had no choice but to wait, and called the swordsman. The man bit his lip, thinking about Gangsik's number 1 rank. He had always been above him, even before Sung-woo surpassed him. The man clenched his fist, thinking that he was someone he wanted to meet at least once. The system reported that an unknown energy began to spread in the area. Dark waves emanated from the man. He thought that he did not expect such a situation. His cloak fluttered in the air. A helicopter was flying above the city. The man with the backpack looked up and said that when he joined the alliance, he hoped to see him. Would this finally happen? People were standing at the helipad. Words were heard that this was the leader who could solve all possible problems on the Korean server. The man in the cloak stepped onto the ground. Sung-woo with a crossbow walked in front of his comrades. People looked at him, discussing that when meeting him in person, he could directly feel the difference in levels. Was he the second in the ranking? Anseok crossed his arms and asked if he thought he looked different from the last time they met. Ka-hoon replied that he was simply dressed in high-class clothes. In the guy's hand was a crossbow. The system reported that it was a multi-shot purulent flame crossbow that increased agility and damage, loaded with a cylinder connected to the armory under the space. When mana allows, you can use a fire arrow for a minute. The guy was wearing a black suit with a cloak. The system reported that it was the Prince of Shadow's robe, Dragon Scales, which reduced magic damage and increased fire immunity and basic defense, and also allowed him to hide in the shadows. There were many eyes in front of the hero. He thought that they were burning him with their gazes. He imagined the various artifacts and thought that the Shadow Prince's robe was reinforced with Drake scales, the crossbow was reinforced with the dragon heart he found, and on top of that, he reinforced it all with the S-grade buff stone he got from the gold dungeon. Looking ahead, Sung-woo thought that on top of all this, he would meet a top 1 player. In the system window, there was Sung-woo's player profile, his stats. Cars were driving along the road. Han-ho looked away, saying that everything had changed so much. Jisoo added that it wasn't that much, but there were a lot more players. Min-hyum smiled and said that in just a few days, 6,000 people had joined them. Some had formed groups. He singled out some people in the crowd and said that most of them were just representatives of the group, so the number of allies would gradually increase. Sung-woo's face was reflected in the glass. He thought that there were a lot of people here. Young-hoon must be having a hard time, but once they formed a base, such a population would be beneficial to them. The finger pointed forward. The man asked if he could see ahead. There were people in uniform standing near the tent camp. The guy with sunglasses said with displeasure that they are called the Reform Alliance. These people are a real pain in the ass. The man in uniform was holding a walkie-talkie. The guy asked if they were all soldiers, and heard that not all of them. Introducing the silhouettes of people, he said that these are players from Uijeongbu and Namyangju, and since some of them are still soldiers, from the outside it seems that they are uniting the military forces of northern Gyeonggi. Wincing, Min-hyum continued that this is a large enough alliance, so they did not want to obey, and now they are trying to compete with them in politics, and instead of joining the alliance, they are hindering their development. Sung-woo was surprised and asked if there were already people who are negative, to which he heard that someone talks about this in the novels he read. When this happens, the world is in chaos. What should they do? In front of them was a glass building. Words were heard that they had arrived at the new guild Gyeongdumpo. The guy with glasses heard a request to meet the top 1 player. The guards tried to stop the crowd of people, one of whom shouted that it was a small thing. Why were they stopping them? The top 1 was the president or something, and their commander was the prime minister. People crowded, shouting that they wanted to meet him. Let them go. Coming closer, Min-hyum asked what was going on here, and heard that he was on time. He could not stop 2 players from meeting. The dark-haired man confidently stated that they were demanding a vote and a change in the alliance policy. Or did they want to rule a dictatorship? The brown-haired man with dark glasses asked again why they were forbidden to meet him. Gangsik himself said that he did not want to see anyone. The man shouted at him not to be stupid. With an expression of rage on his face, he asked, does he think he does not know that he wants to get not only a necromancer, but also a top 1 player? They sent him to deal with pirates so that they could meet with number 1 themselves. Sungwoo came closer and asked who was trying to get who. The people behind looked at each other, asking what happened when he came. The second one said that he didn't think the necromancer would be here. Looking forward, Sungwoo said that he joined of his own free will. No one forced him. Hanho thought that it was more likely that he was using the guild for his own purposes. The man smiled and asked if he was under some delusion. With a sly look, he continued that he thought that he was acting of his own free will. He was still so young. Let him just think about it. Maybe they were just playing with him. The necromancer lowered his gaze. Stepping closer, he asked to let him give him advice. His eyes glowed darkly green. He advised him to think with his head before speaking. He was very wrong if he thought that after such words he would be let go so easily. The men looked scared. The brunette turned away and shouted that they would not give up so easily, not to ignore his words. Sungwoo looked at the guy who said it was them and asked, from the Reform Alliance? The guy with glasses introduced the man in the suit and said that yes, they were probably sent here by the chairman of the alliance. Although they have not yet determined his identity, he is constantly trying to force them to act, and they still do not know anything about him. Standing at the door, Sungwoo asked to be careful when creating an alliance. The brown-haired man agreed, saying that someone from the evolutionary society could infiltrate through them. The guy looked ahead in a little surprise. In front of him was a trembling Young-hoon, who said that he was waiting for him. The hero looked at the man who covered his face, who said that the matter turned out to be a little more than planned, and thought that it seemed that it was not in vain that they decided to choose him as the main one. Young-hoon turned around, saying that he had many questions regarding the Chinese server, but first he needed to meet someone, and Sungwoo thought that it was the top 1 Gangseek. The blonde man looked ahead with a frown and said that he was here to determine the fate of the Korean peninsula. No one knew his identity. A bright glow was visible ahead. A question was heard, is he even human? And the answer was that he was something completely different. Walking in front, the leader said that he had not said a word all this time, so they hoped that he would be able to talk to him. Their fate could be determined by this conversation. He took a step forward. Sungwoo walked behind. His eyes widened when he saw that an unknown energy had appeared in the area. He looked at the system window, and Young-hoon said that he had no idea what it was. A powerful force made the guy duck to the ground. The system reported that the skill level was reduced due to an unknown energy. All skill levels were reduced by 1 due to an unknown energy. The blonde man standing with his back to him stomped, saying that the longer he was exposed to this energy, the worse it was. Meanwhile, the debuff was already -2. The man opened the door, saying that it was here. There was a bright light behind the table. A small creature was happily eating a cake, saying that it was very sweet and delicious, and Sungwoo thought that it was a fairy. She noticed the people who entered and said that guests had arrived. Young-hoon asked where Gangseek was. The fairy flew from side to side, leaving a trail, and shouted that he was here. A light was visible from the slightly open door. The system reported that all skill levels were reduced by 4. The fairy was hovering next to the guy who looked indifferent, and the hero thought, is this Gangseek? The system reported a debuff again. Sungwoo gritted his teeth. Does he think something is wrong? The glow, is this an institution or is this an effect of the system? A bright light spread around the guy. It was so bright that it made the guy close his eyes. The system reported that he met a deity. His skill level allows him to meet a deity. The necromancer closed his eyes from the energy of the debuff. Opening his mouth, the boy said that here he is. Standing tall, he extended his hand and said that the necromancer had finally seen his essence. Gritting his teeth, the boy looked up, thinking that he never expected that the top 1 would be a demigod based on the system's job classification. He remembered the glowing cards and thought that it should be a 6-star card. The man's eyes were shining. The hero thought that he was a demigod. Staring at him intently, Sungwoo wondered what the system meant by a demigod. Was he a demigod by birth or by his class, or was it something completely different? There was a man in a red cloak outside the door, and the boy thought that Young-hoon was waiting outside, and the plan was for him to talk to him alone. With a trembling hand, the hero grabbed his chest, thinking that being around him was much harder than he thought. He could hardly bear his presence anymore. Gangseek opened the fridge and asked him if he wanted cola or Sprite. It wasn't his house, but as long as he paid the rent he would take care of it. A fairy was flying next to the guy and asked for Sprite while the guy asked for water. Gangseek handed over the can and asked not to drink too much. Ding tipped the can over herself, hearing him say that she wouldn't be able to fly if she drank as much as last time. You replied that it was too late. Gangseek looked at the hero and said that he wanted to meet him, calling him the rising star of Korea. The guy had various rings on his fingers, and Sungwoo thought that he needed to know more about Gangseek's essence. For a start, his bracelet and rings looked high-ranking. The necromancer in the black cloak thought that even if he wasn't armed, you could still tell how high-quality his equipment was, but he wasn't simple either. Gangseek looked at him and thanked him for coming to the meeting even though he was so busy. He was amazed watching him fight in Yudo. Butterfly was also watching. The fairy indignantly shouted that this name was disgusting, he chose the worst, but the massacre was really cool. The fairy pouted and asked the necromancer to ride a drake later, but he said that she can fly, and asked if it was some kind of object? Butterfly was furious that he called her an object, but Gangseek confirmed it. He introduced the Tamagotchi and said that the level of happiness increases if you feed it cakes and Sprite. Looking down, the brown-haired man said that it is great for saving depression. The indignant fairy hit the guy on the head, screaming, "How dare he call her an object? He can't do this to her. Without her he will be all alone." The brown-haired man noted that that's why he said that she is great at saving from depression. Looking ahead, Sungwoo said that he heard, something is approaching that can destroy the fate of their island. Gangseek did not pay attention to the offended fairy and said that he got straight to the point. He believes someone from this type of people. For starters, he will tell about his equipment. Moving his palm, he continued that during the hunt he accidentally saw a prophecy through a crystal. It was called Bad Ending Number 15. The hero imagined a white stone and thought that the crystal of prophecies. The interlocutor noted that judging by the reaction, he saw it too. Imagining a figure of darkness and a dark tree, the hero thought that it was a bad ending, where the Lich One and the World Tree was destroyed. The guy looked at him calmly, saying that it was funny. Among the prophecies there are those that begin from the moment you learn about them. Only the fact of discovering the crystal of prophecy starts the process of embodiment and leading into reality. The shadow hid the face of the guy who said what was there. He imagined monsters coming out of the flames and said that the gates of hell had opened. The recommended level was 27. Sungwoo's eyes widened in shock, and the guy repeated that it seemed like 27 was there. It was no problem for him, but it was deadly for other players. A crystal appeared above his palm, and the hero said that it would be much faster to just show him. Sungwoo reached for the stone. The system reported that he had come into contact with the crystal of prophecy. Bad ending of the Korean server 15. Blue spark. The guy floated in space, realizing that it was darkness. A glow appeared behind him. Sungwoo thought that it felt like the whole world was covered in darkness. A voice was heard saying that the door was opening. Sharp spikes appeared everywhere. Gangseek approached the crystal, and the fairy said that this was the crystal of prophecy. He reached his palm towards the stone. A voice announced the door of hell. A bright beam shot up. A flash appeared above. The system reported that the door of hell first floor was opening, and the guy thought, is this a rift? A red portal was floating in the sky. Darkness swirled inside it. And then a gate opened, leading to the flames. Sungwoo watched the gate, and because two doors opened in two different places, a flaming monster came out of one. Hellhounds appeared next to the huge figure. The entire city was engulfed in flames. The system reported that this is the future that will happen if he does not stop the moving hell armor from hell. Over time it absorbs the essence of the earth and releases stronger flames. Blue flash. Gangseek, who was sitting next to him, asked, is he finished? And heard that yes. Raising his hand, he said that he thinks this game is trying to destroy their world. He imagined the monsters and how he stood on their bodies and said that he could defeat any monster in his path. But the moving hell armor opened two doors that needed to be dealt with in a limited time. Looking ahead, the demigod said that if they failed, they would regenerate. That's why he was here. The image of the guy was reflected in the green eye of the hero, who thinks that Gangseek is acting alone. He thinks he is the only player besides him who can deal with this. The monsters were approaching the guild members. The hero said that the two will go north. They will become stronger, and will be here in a couple of weeks. Looking ahead, Gangseek replied that he should count on the fact that he is the only player who can stop them. He will help, despite the fact that he can just leave the city. Sungwoo looked at the palm with rings, heard the offer to deal with them before they become stronger, and split the reward in half. The guy frowned, thinking that he would help them. He thought that none of this was his business. Looking at the brown-haired man who extended his hand, the hero thought that it might not be his fault that the prophecy had started as soon as he touched the stone, but his invitation to help sounded more like a favor. Looking at him, Sungwoo thought that it looked like he was looking for a team to help him hunt, and asked what the reward was. There was a question mark above the white box. The answer was heard that it was a legendary item. He was sure that there would be something unexpected. The one sitting opposite Sungwoo asked if there would only be one item. The interlocutor confirmed, saying that one of them would collect it. With a confident look, he asked why they didn't play a game if he was confident in himself. The brunette exhaled, thinking that they had just met. Shaking his hand, he thought that he was already enjoying this damn thing, and said out loud that they would try. The sun's light was reflected in the glass building. Yoo-hoon stood in front of the hero and repeated, the gates of hell and the moving hell armor. Looking away with displeasure, he continued that everything was happening one after another. It was more like a joke. Manhwa stood behind him with a tablet, and said that it was true. This was the report they received from the reconnaissance team. It said that fire-type monsters were walking around the cities. On the screen was a photo of the monsters, an armor-type boss monster, and dozens of hell dogs were walking around the area. The city was blazing. The girl said that the main problem was that all the places they had passed were just a pile of ash. Reconstruction was simply impossible. The blonde frowned and asked, did she mean that something like that was bumping into them? They might not be the final destination, but they were definitely in their way. Sungwoo looked to the side, imagining his comrades, and thought that since they couldn't predict their movements, Suwon would also be in danger. The fairy hovered above Gangsik's palm, and he heard the words that they had just dealt with the pirates, and now this, so he decided to cooperate with him, but he probably had no choice. Sungwoo looked at the man and said that he was heading out right now. The longer they waited, the stronger they would become. Frowning, Jung-hoon resolutely said that he would help evacuate the people, and thought that it was disappointing that he could only help from the rear. Turning away from his departing comrades, he thought that all he could do was grow in their shadow before overthrowing them. Everything could change if they united in an alliance. He imagined the boys surrounded by a glow, and thought that along with the dubious Gangsik, they needed Sungwoo's support. The heroes followed the tracks of the ruins of the city. The man stopped. Gangsik in front asked if he was really going to take his companions with him. Let him give him some advice. His companions. The guy turned around and continued, they could die at any moment. Hanho behind him asked in fear, is it that dangerous? They were just about to eat pork ribs. Jisoo turned around and said that she had heard enough. Of course the possibility of them dying was high. Recalling the images of the battle, she continued that in order to become stronger, this is the only way to give them a better chance of surviving in the future. Looking at them, Gangsik said that they could then teleport to Ozan. Butterfly would create a teleportation point. The fairy happily flew towards the guy who greeted her. But then her expression became dissatisfied. She slapped Hanho on the cheek, shouting at him to disappear. Why does he smell like a loser? Then she quickly flew up when she heard it was time to go. A round teleport seal appeared around the heroes, and words were heard that they were leaving. Let them get ready. The system reported that they would be teleported to the designated point checkpoint 3. A bright glow rose up. The same glow appeared near the railroad tracks. Hanho opened one eye. Sungwoo looked ahead and asked if they were there. His comrade was surprised that they had already arrived. The guys looked at the fairy. The necromancer said what a convenient item, and the demigod confirmed that when she gets drunk, she becomes happy and very useful. Butterfly indignantly waved her hands, shouting that she actually hears them. A city was visible ahead. Words were heard that they could go to Pyeonteak, and they would teleport to Anson and sort things out there. Sungwoo looked at the outstretched object. There was a round sensor on the guy's neck. Gangsik said that this was another ability of Butterfly. They could communicate with each other if he put it on. The fairy hovered nearby, telling him not to film. If he did, she would disappear. The system reported that he had connected to the fairy communication. The figure of the demigod disappeared in a bright glow. He wished him luck, and the fairy said that they would see each other later. Hanho, who was standing behind him, said that number 1 was on a completely different level than his disgusting butterfly. He hugged the skeleton warrior, saying that if he were to ask, he would choose to go with his Orn. He was the best. The comrades noticed that it was not his. Darkness fell on the ruined city. Sungwoo was sitting on the body of the bone dragon. A comrade was behind him. Words were heard that it was Butterfly. He could hear her. The heroes replied that the connection was normal. What useful magic, and heard that it was all thanks to her. Jisoo pointed with her hand and said that there was something behind the large building on the left. The residents were running away from the hell dogs. The heroes on the bone dragons looked down. The girls screamed that they were attacked by hell dogs. The fairy's words were heard that she forgot to say something. Hanho turned around in shock, shouting what's up. Words were heard that the armored boss just summoned a fire giant. It can shoot fire. Let them be careful during the flight. A bright flash appeared above the building. A huge fire monster landed on the roof. The brown-haired man looked at the fire giant in shock. In his hand was a boulder. The monster threw a burning stone. Sungwoo looked at it in fear, thinking that it was too close, he couldn't dodge, and shouted to his friends to be careful. An explosion engulfed the dragon's body. The guys flew down. Sungwoo screamed that they were falling, and Hanho added that this is why he hates flying. Both landed on the dragon Jisoo. She held her comrades back, and Hanho shouted that she was just super. The ground was approaching, and the girls shouted that they couldn't turn and would crash into each other. The impact energy was spreading everywhere. Jisoo looked at her comrade with concern, asking if everything was okay. The fire dogs quickly ran forward. The heroine took out her sword, saying that they were advancing. The attacks cut the monsters' bodies. Fire burst out of the dogs' mouths. The beams slammed right into the beast's forehead. The system reported that 10550 gold had been received for killing the hellhound. There was a figure in black armor next to Sungwoo, and the boy recognized Minsik. Looking at the flock of burning animals, his comrade said that this was a complete mess. We need to prepare. On jumped up behind the girl. The movement of the blades left beams. Minsik extended his palm forward, thinking that the elder and Jisoo had become much stronger. He should also become stronger. Purple chains grabbed the dogs. Bright beams cut their bodies. Sungwoo looked at his comrade, shouting that they should retreat as quickly as possible. That giant will be here soon. He quickly ran with a crossbow in his hands, thinking that he could not waste the revival skill here, and the guys also needed to be protected. Gritting his teeth, the hero thought that if the fire giant noticed them, he would have to sacrifice his skeletons. Although he didn't want to, it was better than wasting his revival skill. He saw a passage nearby and shouted that they were going to that alley on the left. Jisoo turned to the companions and shouted for them to not stop. The monster was standing on the hot stones. A face was visible among the swirls of flame, and the hero realized that it was a fire giant. The monster towered over the buildings and he thought that it could easily destroy the wyverns, but how could he stop it? Now it was better to find a place to hide. Sungwoo's palm glowed green as he summoned a skeleton troll. Gritting his teeth, he sullenly said that it would be difficult to find the same, but there was no other way. Fire burst out of the dog's mouth. Flashes of explosions engulfed the skeleton's body. 2 more appeared next to the necromancer when he summoned 2 skeleton trolls. Suddenly, he saw another volley of fire. The fire monster extended his fist. Hanho had a bandage on his head. He asked where they were. Can he faint again? Sungwoo imagined a huge monster named Moving Hell Armor, thinking that he planned to save as much strength as possible until he met him. Flames burst out of the enemy's mouth. The hero looked at it, saying that it looks like he will have to work hard here. A scream came from the burning house, and he realized that there was someone in the building. And in the distance, the hero noticed a bus, thinking that these were the survivors they saw earlier, and that they needed to hide in the building as soon as possible and not come out. Fire was visible from the window and screams were heard asking the children to move away. He looked at Minsik, who was apologizing and saying that he had to help others. Fire was reflected in Sungwoo's eyes. He seemed to see his previous home, thinking that everything reminded him of the day his parents died, and that he couldn't help back then because he didn't have the courage to jump into the fire. Now the hero opened his mouth wide, deciding that it would be different, and said that he would deal with this giant. His body was surrounded by a bright light when he used the Reaper skill and said that everyone could help him with this. Jisoo looked at the bright fire, saying that he needed level 27 to kill it, and asked if he was sure he could handle it. Taking the scythe in his hands, he answered that he should. His comrades remained behind him as he thought about leaving the hellhounds to them and together they should deal with them. The monster was surrounded by bright flames. He was thinking about how to deal with this giant, because simple attacks would not help here. Fire rose from his head. Sungwoo noted that his entire body was made of it and normal cells melted next to it, so given his structure, his head was a weak point. A magic circle appeared next to his hand, and he decided to try out his new skills by using poison clouds. Dark clouds appeared in the sky. The monster raised its head when the hero thought about whether the poison would work on him, although he decided that the fact that there was rain was important now. The raindrops extinguished his fire. But the monster grabbed a piece of the wall. He threw it forward. There were many minions in front of him. He used armor creation and undead summoning. A powerful explosion sounded. Jisoo fell to the ground, asking if everyone was okay. Minsik noted that this was too much. A crack appeared on the monster's head. Sungwoo looked at it carefully, and noted that he needed to hit it straight in the head. A fiery hand reached out to him. An explosion sounded from the impact on the ground. A system message about the title of Amateur Dragon Hunter appeared. The hero covered himself with his hands, thinking that he would not die from fire, because he had 60% resistance to it. Another message appeared with a description of the item of the Prince of Shadows clothing. The monster again extended his hand towards the guy. Minsik appeared behind him. He delivered a powerful blow. He managed to grab the enemy's neck. The guy thought that this was his only chance. A gun appeared in his hand. The system reported that this was a nerve gun. Sungwoo fired from it. A skeleton jumped out from behind his back. Together they fired more shots. The monster's head flew into pieces. The hero ran towards it, thinking that this was all, and told the skeleton ogre to hold out a little longer. He grabbed its core. Sungwoo then tore it out. The system notified him of receiving 280,000 gold for killing the fire giant. Hanho was hanging on Minsik's shoulder, not believing that he was awake. Minsik asked him how much longer he would be like this. The man was looking out the window, saying that they were saved. The hero was standing by the body of the defeated monster. Minsik admitted that he was truly incredible. The guy returned to his previous appearance, and remembered what he had completely forgotten. Then he imagined Butterfly and her words that in order to defeat the fire giant, he needed to destroy the core in its head, and although this was enough, he needed to be careful. She folded her arms in displeasure when she heard the answer that he knew about it. Now the skeletal ogre was holding this core in his hand, saying that he had just destroyed its head. Sungwoo glanced to the side, hearing that everything was bad and someone was faster than his comrades. Frowning, he realized that this was Kangseok's challenge, and it seemed that he could do it. The core in his hand was glowing brightly. The system reported that it was the essence of fire. The boy looked at the mark on his hand, saying that it should be a good material for his research, but there was a problem. The system notified that with this curse all the monsters of hell would chase him. People ran out to them, when he decided that in any case, he did not plan to run from them. Since the monsters would run after him, he should take advantage of this. He winked, also thinking that he would give them a fight in the area where he had an advantage, and told everyone that it was time for traps. A bright moon was visible in the sky. Several holes were dug in the schoolyard. He said that the fire here had nothing to catch on to. The open space would also allow them to freely fight enemies. One of the people held fire extinguishers in his hands, saying that they brought everything they found, and dozens of throwing extinguishers and transport ones. He looked at his comrades with a smile, saying that they were extremely grateful for saving them, and upon hearing about the alliance, they immediately headed towards it, but they did not expect the gates of hell to open. Sungwoo, looking at him, said that they had a better chance of survival if they dealt with the enemies here instead of retreating north, and his comrade told them to bring the fire extinguishers to him. Another guy wiped his forehead when the interlocutor said that they buried corpses all over the site, to which the hero replied that they would destroy them at once. A bright flash appeared near Hanho when he said that if they set all the traps, it was time to hide. Everyone looked at the sky, surprised by the lightning in the clear sky. The guy looked at the others, asking if everyone saw it. A clap of thunder was heard in the distance. Lightning struck the city. Sungwoo covered his face with his hand. He gritted his teeth, realizing that this was near where the hell armor was, which the other guy had to deal with, and he didn't understand what was going on. Jisa pointed to the flames in the distance, saying that they were coming. The hero moved his hand to the side, ordering everyone to enter the building. Hanho looked around in horror, shouting that it was hot. The flames stopped closer. Sungwoo thought about how this was an incredible heat wave. The atmosphere was completely different from the battle with the fire giant. Fire appeared under his feet, when he realized that the only thing left to do was to become bait, because he had the strongest resistance to fire. Hell armor appeared in front of him, when he thought that the preparations were complete. Several monsters were standing among the fire. They saw the hero and his minions. He thought about how to lure as many of them as possible. The dogs looked around. He was surprised that they could sense something. Sungwoo took the crossbow in his hands, deciding that he should get rid of them then. The arrows hit the monsters. The dogs rushed forward. The guy looked at them with a smile, noting that they acted in a coordinated manner, and that he was pleased to see them and impatient. It seemed like fiery wings appeared behind him, and he said to go forward. An explosion sounded from under the ground. Sungwoo watched the fire below him. The system notified him of receiving gold for killing the hellhounds. He looked at it with satisfaction, thinking that he got rid of all the little things. The hero flew over the schoolyard, deciding that now he could focus on the main enemy. The moving hell armor was engulfed in flames. Its fire was shining brightly. A magic circle appeared in front of the hero when he started the second part of the plan and summoned golems. The bodies of dogs rose into the air. They merged together. So 2 golems appeared in front of him. Bears appeared behind the skeletons when using the summon undead and create armor, and the system showed a list of synergies. Sungwoo smiled, thinking that he even prepared a special synergy for his armor. Several fire extinguishers flew out behind him when using bird monsters. The birds dropped them on the enemy. The enemy's fire became smaller. Smoke enveloped the boss. The hero thought that the fire extinguishers were well scattered and the reduction of oxygen reduces the power of the fire. Fireballs rose into the sky. These balls hit the birds. Sungwoo opened his mouth wide, realizing that his skills and power were still dangerous, and told Hanho to act. The guy rushed forward, calling the entire fire brigade to follow him. Opening the water tap, he told the others to start a flood. A lot of steam rose from the monster. Jisoo noticed that all the water had evaporated and not a drop had fallen to the ground, but her comrade replied that they should continue anyway. He gritted his teeth, suggesting that they consider it a sauna and pour in as much as possible. Landing on the ground, Sungwoo said that it was his turn now, turning to his minions. Mincy came forward with the skeleton, asking if it should be destroyed, and the guy replied that it should be destroyed to the very foundation. They rushed towards the enemy on horseback. The system reported that the dead were subject to its will. The enemy was enveloped in steam. He raised his hand. The system reported that a weak soul was activated in the area. The glow from his helmet became brighter. The monster directed a stream of fire at the minions. Riding a dragon into the sky, Sungwoo said that the flames were still strong, ordering the undead team with fire extinguishers to put them out. The skeletons threw fire extinguishers. The powder enveloped the enemy, creating a curtain. The hero thought that even if everything was created by magic, fire is fire, and by cutting off the oxygen, they would extinguish the flames. Hanho poured water on them, saying that these are the laws of physics. Dark clouds appeared in the sky. Poisonous rain covered the boss. Covered in bone armor, the hero thought that the temperature had dropped significantly, and now they have a chance. The undead rushed into battle. The minions struck. The monster's fire became brighter. A fiery whirlwind appeared around it. Sungwoo looked surprised, because it took him only one blow to break through the bone armor and shield, and with such power, the enemy is too dangerous. His dragon struck when he decided to immobilize it. But the infernal armor struck back. His comrades opened their mouths in fear when they saw this. The hero himself was on the enemy's back. he struck, saying that his shoulder was open. Mincy tied the monster when the boy ordered to do so. The skeleton troll struck at the vulnerable spot, but a flame flared up in the enemy's hand. His strike caused an explosion. The system notified that the hero could not summon his undead again because it was killed. The skeleton ogre struck the monster. The hero decided that its fire was too strong. Hanho turned around in shock when he heard that the water had run out, and asked about the fact that no one could use water magic. The monster was tied with chains. Sungwoo realized that he could not let it free itself. If they stopped, the fire would begin to gain strength. The dragon grabbed the chains. The enemy fell to the ground. The hero ordered to immobilize it. 2 golems pounced on the enemy. Despite this, the boy said that he had used up all his mana on this attack, so they should hold out as long as they could. A powerful explosion sounded. The comrades crouched down. The flames rose to the sky. The system notified that they had received 4,500,000 gold for killing the moving hell armor, leveling up, and receiving the title of Enemy of Hell. Looking at this, Sungwoo wanted to say that it was over, but he noticed something. Frowning, he was sure that the quest should have ended if they killed the monster in 2 hours, and asked Butterfly if they were done. The boy lowered his head, hearing that it was close, and they had worked hard for the 118 seconds difference. Imagining Kangseok next to the reward box, he decided that he had received a legendary item, and although he did not know what skills or abilities he had, this was to be expected from a top 1 player. A bright light appeared in his chest as he thought that it was good that the quest had ended. That was how the silhouette of the seed appeared. He imagined the tree as the system reported that he met the necessary conditions and had access to the seeds of the world tree and, as a guardian, could grow it. A new window appeared, information about the skill of the guardian who knows death. Sungwoo lowered his head, thinking that he had seen one of the bad endings related to the world tree, but it was for protection, not for destruction. Frowning, he decided that this chance was given to him for nothing and only him. Imagining Kangseok behind him, he thought that maybe this chance was not given to him either. Taking a deep breath, the hero decided that he needed to calm down. After all, this was not something he could do anytime soon, so there was no reason to rush. Looking at the servants in front of him, he said that now was the time for a change, and even if he did not get the legendary item, that was also good. The armor was surrounded by fire. The system showed the item information, saying that it was hell armor, and that the size would be adjusted automatically when equipped. A bright light appeared on his hand. Sungwoo noticed that his level had risen to 20, and decided to increase the corpse explosion. He aimed the skill at the corpse next to him. The system notified that the skill level had increased, and also showed the corpse explosion information. An explosion sounded next to him. The guy clenched his fist, saying that although it was a simple skill, it gave him an advantage, and his skeletons could become even stronger. Frowning, he thought about what he wanted to say. He got a lot of things today. Only Minseek and a small skeleton were standing next to him, since most of the others were destroyed, so it was stupid to expect any of them to resurrect. The servant was reflected in a puddle as he thought that it was good that the rare skeletons survived. In total, he lost about a third. The hero turned around, hearing that they were in trouble. A group of people approached nearby, and upon noticing them, the guy doubted that they were refugees. The man in the cloak opened his mouth wide, saying that they were a group of observers from the Union. Sungwoo imagined the people in cloaks, wondering about how they were hiding all over the area and collecting information. Coming closer, he asked what brought them here, and heard that they needed to evacuate from here immediately. The man introduced a group of monsters, saying that according to their data, they were heading here and, apparently, this was done by an evolutionary society. The hero looked shocked, thinking that this society was waiting for the right moment. Imagining the beasts at the screens, he realized that he had distanced himself from the Union and had just finished an exhausting battle, when they decided that this was their chance. Frowning, the man added that he had already warned the commanders and they would be here soon, and he must be careful, because there were too many of them. A bright trace appeared above their heads. An explosion sounded in the building. The man next to him frowned and shouted that there were groups 3 and 4 in this building, adding that it was on fire. Seeing the flames, someone said that this was an evolutionary society, and they were already here. His comrades were ahead. He told Jisa that they needed to go into the building. The girl replied that there were many of them there. Frowning, the hero noted that there were definitely more than 300 people, adding that they had similar information. They went inside. Sungwoo thought that the number was not so important, but the question was who filled these numbers. Imagining a crowd of monsters, he understood that if these were beastmen, then everyone here would die. A shaft of fire hit the building. The people were scared, not understanding why they were being attacked. The hero looked around, thinking that they were being attacked to warn them. He raised his head, realizing that they were not attacking people, as if hinting that they should not try to fly away. Remembering the powerful explosion, he thought that this power was comparable to a fire giant, and it was unknown how often and with what power they could use this attack. But in this situation, he could not use the wyvern. Someone looked out the window when he thought that the enemy must have carefully prepared after analyzing his power. Seeing the man being hit, he said that there were snipers, they should move away from the windows. Closing his eyes, the hero told everyone that they were approaching. Masked beastmen appeared on the street. They rushed towards the building when the order was given that Group 1 should move forward, and Group 2 should find the Necromancer and kill him. The monster climbed out of the window. The man stood next to the woman and child, not understanding who they were, and heard that they needed to protect them, preparing for battle. The hero changed his appearance. The boy asked about what they should do. Seeing the narrow corridor, he understood that he couldn't summon someone big inside the building, and besides, there was no way to get up or go outside. Summoning several minions, he responded by telling them to protect their families. Hiding in the classrooms, he would not allow the enemies to approach them. Gritting his teeth, he understood that they were hunting him, and they also limited his capabilities and mobility. Several cars approached the building. Many monsters came out of them. Their eyes were shining brightly. The hero first thought that they were people, but realized that this was not the case. A little nervous, the guy noticed something strange and realized that these must be the results of the experiments of the evolutionary society. Running past his comrades, he told them to protect the people and leave the enemies to him. As he lowered his scythe, the system reported that there were 14 minutes left until the end of the Grim Reaper. Minseek and the skeleton were standing behind him. He realized that all his skills were on cooldown, and he wondered if he should be glad that Lich was not over yet. Then, imagining a helicopter, he thought that he could only wait for the Crusader team. A monster appeared from around the corner and saw the Necromancer. The hero shot at it. The barrier protected the monsters. Gritting his teeth, Sung-woo was surprised that they could use magic. They had respirators on their faces. He realized that they were really prepared to kill him. Behind Minseek, the monsters saw the Necromancer and were about to grab him. Rushing past the guy, the assistant said that he would cover his back. The werewolf extended his hand towards him, saying that the man was alone now. The guy paid attention to this. The swing left a bright light. He held the scythe with both hands. The system notified him of receiving 25,000 gold for killing a stage 2 werewolf. Looking ahead, he thought that even without skeletons, a simple beast man would not be able to cope with him, and while he was in this state, all his characteristics were increased by 10. His minions fought the monsters. He understood that the problem was on the first floor. The bones of the skeletons fell to the floor. He understood that as long as they died and revived, they would be able to defeat them. The system notified about the resummoning. The shooters hid behind the cars. They could not go outside because of the snipers. When they hit the wall of the house, an explosion sounded. The shooters were removed by the shooting distance, so even large skeletons could not be summoned. Jisoo swung the ball behind her back, shouting that the enemies were advancing. The hero thought that the beastmen were gathering on the building. One of the skeletons looked down. Sung-woo decided that if everything continued like this, they would not hold out. The servant handed him a scroll. The hero decided to use these items to survive, even if it was risky. On the scroll was an image of the doors to the underworld. The hand was holding a creature. He was a half-human beast. Sung-woo remembered the faces of people, thinking that they were given to him as a reward for defeating the enemy. But these are very dangerous items. The hero took the ampoule in his hand. The system showed information about him. He thought that he would never want to use this item, because it is unknown whether there will be a side effect. A new system window appeared with information about the door to the underworld. The guy looked ahead, realizing that if he used it incorrectly, everyone here would die. The servant stood in front of him as he thought about the fact that the pirates wanted to use these items in their strategies as weapons to destroy a certain area. He wanted to save them, but he will have to use them now. Imagining himself as a monster, Sung-woo thought that he would use the ampoule to disguise himself as a werewolf and open the door to the underworld behind them. Afterwards, he flew away riding a dragon, thinking that instead of thinking about how to catch them, it would be better to take care of his own survival. Now he turned to Minseek, saying that he would act on this plan, and asked him to keep an eye on this place, to which he agreed. The guy climbed the stairs. The skeletons were holding back the monsters, which he called experiments. He and his assistant opened fire on them. The system notified him of receiving gold for killing them. There were traces of the shots in the enemy's body. The guy was surprised that he only received 100 gold, because they were stronger than goblins. A loud corpse explosion sounded. Sung-woo stood in the smoke, deciding that now was the time, while the snipers could not see anything for him. He rushed forward. The system warned about the blades falling on a certain territory. The commander of the monsters raised his paw, saying that it was gas, and the enemy was using his ability, so you can't take off your masks. The guy took the ampoule in his hand, deciding it was time to use it. The captain struck the skeleton. It flew back. The ampoule pierced the hero. Sung-woo silently looked at his assistant. He lowered his head, surprised that it worked even while he was in the form of a lich. His body began to change, and he compared the feeling to being broken and his face cut off. His eyes glowed brightly. The system notified that he had fulfilled the special conditions of Death Manager plus Werewolf. The gas was sucked in by a black hole. The monsters looked at what was happening, not understanding what was happening. Rays of light were visible through the darkness. Sung Woo appeared in front of them with a staff in his hand. There were messages that he temporarily gained the power of the god of death Anubis, entering his state, sharply increasing his characteristics. Now he can use new abilities. The rest of the warriors, shocked, looked at him. They felt a special influence on themselves. The system reported that due to an unknown energy, their body weakened. The monsters looked at each other, trying to find an explanation for this. The bull opened his mouth wide, demanding to shoot him, calling it a shadow projection of the necromancer. The snipers stretched their paws, but did not find him. The hero passed by them. With one swing, he chopped off their heads. The bodies of the defeated enemies fell to the ground. The guy noted that this was different from his previous height. Sung Woo clenched his fist, thinking that the thing is that he focused on pumping skills and minions, and the forms of the Lich and Anubis increased the characteristics, as if human skin was removed from him. The souls of the enemies were drawn into his hand. A bright aura surrounded the hero. The system reported that he had strengthened his dead with the souls he had taken. Many skeletons appeared in front of him. The hero was convinced that he was undoubtedly the god of death. The commander of the monsters pointed at him, telling them not to be afraid and to catch him. The snipers fired their crossbows. The arrows stuck in the ground. They said that he had disappeared again. Sung Woo was behind them. His swing cut off their heads. The hero received 21,000 gold and took their souls. The enemies noticed him on the roof, telling them to shoot before he left. But the arrows stuck in the void again. The hero jumped down, cutting his enemies and taking their souls. Having presented a diagram on the map, the commander told them to surround them quickly. A silver arrow appeared in his hand. He ordered them to get ready, because they would see him soon. The werewolf pulled the bowstring. The arrow left a bright trail behind it, and a message appeared that the minion had returned to eternal death due to the blessed power. The monster took out another arrow, saying that it worked well. This way they could kill the necromancer. Sung Woo ran forward, saying that they had prepared a new weapon, so he would use his. A bright light came out of the weapon. The system reported that it had been reduced by demonic barrage. A dark hole appeared from the swing. A new window showed the description of the demonic barrage. The werewolf was cut in half as he asked for help. Another monster put his hands in front of him, but a message appeared saying that he could not stand against this level. The werewolf watched in fear. The hero raised his hand, noting that this was like an infinite death ability. A huge explosion sounded when he noticed that they were on a building. The extracted souls were rushing towards him. Several minions appeared next to him. A notification appeared saying that his weapon had been upgraded. The minions rushed into battle. The system reported that he had strengthened his dead with the souls he had taken, saying that they would now be able to escape. The commander of the monsters hid behind a shield, demanding that they move away from the necromancer. The other monsters held back the dead. He and Sung Woo stood opposite each other. The enemy noted that his style had changed. The enemy sighed, asking if they were of the same race. The hero asked, how could a wolf and a bull be of the same race? The commander's eyes shone brightly. He replied that they did not make a division on such a primitive principle, and in the same way, along with the lost era, the concept of people would disappear. The hero looked at him intently, saying that he was already familiar with this pedantic opinion, and asked if he was one of the 4 beastmen. Everyone behind the shield, the bull was surprised that he knew about them, but the guy said that he had for a long time. He moved his weapon behind his back. A message appeared that the weapon was enhanced by demonic fire. The guy added that he was glad to meet him, but hoped that they would not see each other again. His swing created a huge dark hole. The bull released the chains, saying that the guy underestimated him too much, calling himself the Red Leader. The enemy managed to tear the weapon from his hand. The system reported that it was briefly sealed by the fighter's shackles. The monster pounced on him, saying that his attack wouldn't work. The bull rushed towards the hero. The system showed the remaining time in the form of a reaper and a werewolf. Next to him was an icon of a sealed weapon, but he was glad that the transformation was not cancelled. The enemy swung, saying that it was time to discuss everything with fists. The blow passed near Sung Woo, and he decided that their problem was that the fight could not drag out. The bull's swings left bright marks, and he noticed that the hero was in a hurry, noting that he had put him in a difficult position. Frowning, the guy noticed that the enemy could read emotions from the animal's face, and called it funny. The bull continued to deal many blows, telling him that he worked as a veterinarian when he was a human, and reading the minds of animals is his basic skill. The hero struck back, saying that there was no such thing as a veterinarian, thinking that if he had skeletons, he would have overwhelmed him with numbers. The other monsters continued to hold off his minions, and he realized that they had planned this. The enemy blocked his attack with his shield, when he said that he might think that a one-on-one fight would be the best way to catch him. The monster looked behind him, saying that doing mean things was his style. He threw the shield to the ground, adding that he was not one to fight with weapons. The hero thought about what he knew about it. Sung Woo blocked the attacks, hearing that a bull does not need a shield if the opponent does not have a weapon, and noted that the fight was between a magician and a fighter, calling him a coward. The monster raised its hooves, noting that the guy was cunning, so it was no wonder he talked so much. he managed to land a blow. Dodging the hoof, Sungwoo thought about it being a maneuver. The enemy struck again with a powerful blow. He grabbed the hero. Lifting him off the ground, the bull called him a great necromancer and a hero of the Korean North, and said that without minions and weapons, he was nothing. Pulling his hand back to strike, the monster said that the guy couldn't handle the beastman, and that humans were nothing these days. Sungwoo stopped the blow. Blood was streaming down his face, but he replied that his stats were much higher. Holding the bull back with one hand, he thought that he now had 52 strength points, and having taken the form of a beast, he had pumped up even more, so there was no reason to be afraid because of his height. The enemy screamed when the guy twisted his arm, and then he struck many times, thinking that even without a weapon, he was stronger. The monster screamed in pain. He fell to the ground. Raising his head, the bull said that they were not finished yet, although he did not plan to use something. In his hand was an ampule. After stabbing himself, the monster felt his strength grow. A bright aura surrounded him. The bull said that a real fight would begin now. He would show his power. Sungwoo gritted his teeth, answering that he would get an excellent skeleton. The system notified that the weapon sealing time was over. The building was engulfed in flames. The monster fell to the floor. People looked at Jisoo, surprised that she managed in a couple of minutes. 2 bright eyes were visible among the bodies. The monster reached out his hand to the man. Hanho hit him, outraged at how he dared. The guy pointed his dagger at him. The system notified about receiving 100 gold for killing him. Looking away, the girl said that they did not deal with everyone inside. The comrade noted that what happened will be described on the next page of the Legend of the Great Warrior. Jisoo looked out the window, wondering how the hero was doing. Hanho was upset that she did not listen to him. Seeing the pillar of fire, she was surprised by such a fight. The guy noted that the building was destroyed. Stones broke from blows. Clouds of dust were visible near the ground. The bull was surrounded by lightning, not understanding how long the hero was going to run away, because he had his weapon again, and asked where his power that he had just shown. Raising his paw, the monster added that he was now at the 4th stage of beast evolution, and this was similar to awakening in the case of his opponent. The bull rushed at Sungwoo, calling himself the best of the beastmen. A bright trace remained from his movements. The hero thought that it did not matter what he called himself. A bright light surrounded his scythe. The system reported that it was improved by demonic shelling. The hero understood that he had little time left. A dark hole appeared in front of the bull. The beast was surprised when a message appeared that he was poisoned. He rushed forward. Standing in front of the guy, the monster called him a coward, asked what kind of trick this was. Sungwoo raised his hand, saying that he should have been suspicious of the sudden rain, and used Twilight Raid. The spirits flew past the enemy. The system showed information about the ability, noting that it deals incredible magic damage to the target. A whirlwind surrounded the bull. It, opening its mouth wide, screamed. The guy stretched out his hand towards it. The beast was tied up. A message appeared that it was held by the ghost hand. The other beasts looked at each other absent-mindedly. It freed its mouth and ordered a bombardment so that everything around it exploded. Sungwoo stood next to it, hearing that necromancers cannot be left alive, and replied that it should have been done earlier, but now it was too late. A red portal appeared in front of him. Something resembling a hand appeared from the portal. The bonds holding the bull were torn. Frowning, the hero did not understand why now. He looked into the portal, thinking that they wanted to escape, and heard someone say that they needed to leave. The bull looked at the werewolf, who said that they had to leave right now. A bright flash appeared in the distance. The animals were surprised by the appearance of lightning. These lightnings flew over Sungwoo. They were shaped like 2 hands. The system reported that due to an unknown energy, his body was functioning weaker. Then a bright silhouette appeared, saying that he would have to wait for him longer. So Kang Seok appeared among the lightnings and said that the hero was indeed the strongest star of the Korean North. He descended to the ground. Butterfly folded her hands in displeasure, saying that weaklings seriously believe that they will achieve something if they unite, although in fact they are just hindering them from a distance. The man moved his hand to the side. The beast looked at him in surprise, saying that this is the blue chapter. Silhouettes were visible on the roofs of the houses. The werewolf raised his hand, saying to use the weapon of the god of thunder. They will definitely kill all the enemies, and even if they have to sacrifice the archers. The shells flew out of the cannons. They rushed towards Kang Seok with the upper beam. The guy moved his hand to the side. The stone in front of him protected him. The beast said that it was impossible. Kang Seok split the stone into pieces, telling them that they had chosen the wrong weapon. Explosions sounded on the roofs. Turning around, he noted that it was worth catching the running prey. Lightning flew out of his staff. The blue shield covered the beast while using a psychological barrier. The bull opened his mouth wide, asking what kind of monster it was. The werewolf replied that he was the first in the top. The beast stood between him and the necromancer. A portal appeared in front of the werewolf, saying that they had lost big today. Entering it, he told another monster that they would come back another time. But Kang Seok directed lightning in their direction, saying that he did not allow them to escape. Lightning struck the bull. The portal was closing. The boy stood over the fallen enemy, saying that he hadn't let a prey go for a long time. The street was engulfed in flames. Sungwoo turned human when the beast form was cancelled, and said that it was more painful than he thought, and that his body was very heavy. Wiping sweat from his face, Sungwoo thought that the punishment for temporarily being a demigod was too great. Kang Seok glanced at him, clarifying that the transformation into a werewolf was a form of a demigod, and called him secretive. He frowned, thinking that he was a demigod, but unlike him, his power was not temporary, and thanked him for his help, asking how he ended up here. Then the interlocutor remembered the crowd of monsters in front of him, saying that he came to greet him, but instead ran into them. Kang Seok looked at him intently. Afterwards, he pointed his finger, noting that the reputation was justified, and hoped that they would continue to work together. The guy clenched his fist, saying that he had managed it only 2 minutes later, and they had fought equally. The hero looked at him silently when he asked if he agreed that it was good to have an experienced friend who would support him. Introducing a fire monster, Sungwoo clarified that this was why they communicated through the system, as was the case this time, and the interlocutor replied that it was so. Looking at his hand, the hero wanted to know what a demigod was, to which he received the answer that he had just been one himself. Kang Seok smiled slightly. Introducing various deities, he added that it was not a class, but a power that you gain by fulfilling certain conditions. Releasing lightning from his finger, he said that he also received it in this way, and that although the hero got it temporarily, he still does not know how to get it completely. Sungwoo looked at the lightning in his hand, hearing that he would have to figure it out on his own. The other man was surrounded by a pillar of light as he said that he had to go, but they would see each other again. The boy rubbed his hand, thinking about Kang Seok coming to his aid. Frowning, he wondered if this was perhaps to check if he had obtained his demigod form. Several helicopters flew in the sky. Minhyam opened his mouth wide, saying that they were very late, and apologized for not helping. Smiling, Sungwoo replied that the survivors were very helpful in informing them in advance, and the helicopter would come in handy, since he was very tired and could not return on his own. Putting his hand on his head, the other man regretted having to say such a thing right after he dealt with a huge problem, but they had news. The hero was reflected in his glasses when he said that they found a stone statue of an angel. The helicopters took off again. The light reflected off the tall building. Hanho shielded his eyes from the sun, saying that the Evolution Society left behind many valuable things. They saw a huge cannon. The system reported that it was the weapon of the Thunder God. Jisoo noted that it required a lot of mana, but they received a siege weapon in addition to the ballast. Manhwa turned to them, saying that there were others and that they left a whole truckload of weapons, so there was enough for a whole military camp. Sungwoo approached her, asking her to send the 3 Thunder God weapons to Suwon and distribute the spoils as needed. An image of shackles appeared on the screen. The system reported that it was an accessory, the effect of which sealed all the opponent's weapons for a short period of time. He thought that the most important item belonged to the red chapter. Then a shield appeared. The information about the item suggested that it deprived the power of 3 magic attacks. The hero looked at the ampoules, thinking that now he had 3 of them, and therefore he could turn into Anubis 3 times. The werewolf carried a box. The guy thought that he looked like the final version of the skeleton of a human beast. The hero looked at the interlocutor, hearing that the statue was found in the Namsan area. She imagined people carrying her, telling her that it was an object, so they were able to move it only after a day after they found it. Manhwa looked at her watch when she was asked how much time was left, and replied that it was 5 days, and that they were monitoring the information and preparing to move it. Hanho hugged the skeleton when Jisoo noted that they had worked hard and could rest. He asked if there was an air conditioner anywhere because he was planning on sleeping all day. The sun's rays reflected on the windows of the house. Sungwoo settled in the room with the others. His comrade noted that Suwon had become so strong that it could be called a real settlement, and all the members were above level 8. He looked at the phone screen, telling that there was a party going on, but they were the only ones who couldn't join, and the hero thought about how all the players were busy with production, such as the blacksmith, tanner, chef, and others were now above level 8. He imagined people doing various things, and thought that in addition to being strong, you need to consider the synergy of different classes, and then the settlement will have a chance to become a city. Then he imagined a man with a bandage on his head, saying that it was very unusual that pirates sailed to Ganghwa Island and appeared there most often. Remembering one of the pirates, he thought that by capturing them, they can see what the community of the second Chinese server is like, and that they will not give up on the idea of capturing Korea, so you need to constantly guess their moves. Sungwoo got up from the sofa. He was asked if the pirates would sail again. He answered that they would, but not soon. Frowning, Jisoo added that all the experienced pirates were destroyed, and the rest will take into account the disadvantages of the expedition squad, reconsider their forces and increase them. The hero raised his head, saying that they should finish the unification and become stronger, and also prepare for the big fight. He was surprised to see the message that Chapter 2-1 had ended. A window with the top kills appeared in front of him, and he said that the warlord's monsters had been destroyed, meaning that they weren't the only ones working hard. Hanho looked at the screen happily, asking if this was how the chapter would end, but Sungwoo replied that this was the beginning of a new one. Light reflected in his eyes as he looked at the tutorial for starting chapter 3. His comrade lowered his head tiredly, saying that everyone would choose the angels since no one would consider themselves demons. Sungwoo pointed out the system warning, clarifying that this was a competition between groups. Imagining the division between angels and demons, he noted that it was stupid to judge what was good, since they were the same and were just playing with them. Imagining the angels and demons drawn, the hero thought of them as beings that represented good and evil. Sungwoo closed his eyes and clarified that the angels and demons from the mission were the ones they knew, and noted that he doubted that he would publish his class. Frowning, Hanho suggested that they could be aliens, because judging by the circumstances, it was possible that they were playing with them. Introducing the aliens, the guy said that they could laugh and bet on who was cooler. Jisoo replied that he would be losing his phone for a week. The guy tried to return it when the hero thought that the truth was still unknown, but as the game progressed, it would be revealed, and now he had no choice but to wait for the arrival of the stone angel statue. There were no lights on in the windows of the houses. Manhwa stood with a tablet in her hands, telling the others that the statue would arrive soon, so they needed to keep the drones on alert and the snipers in their places. Minhyam walked through the crowd, explaining that the main plot had begun, so the main groups were trying to claim the statue. He smiled, doubting that they would be attacked, but said that it wouldn't hurt to be vigilant. Stopping at the entrance, he said that for security reasons, only a few alliance members had received information about the statue, and since there was no one left on the front lines, he asked Hanho and Jisoo to wait here, thinking that Yoo-hoon trusted him very much. A helicopter with a container appeared in the sky. The container was placed on a trailer. Yoo-hoon walked towards Sungwoo, saying that he heard how much trouble he had gone through. The people opened the container when he said that he wanted to talk to him about it, but first he asked to check the statue. The statue was holding a sword and a crown in its hands. The system notified that he had stumbled upon the trace of the ultimate race. The light fell on their faces. The hero noted that she really looked like an angel. The interlocutor added that she was like an angel with a sword and a crown on her head. The statue was reflected in his eyes as the guy thought that the sword and crown must mean something, but it was not immediately clear. Seeing the statue in front of him, he noticed a message that he needed to touch it. Sungwoo touched it. A message about the contract appeared, as well as its description. Yoo-hoon looked up, saying that this was probably needed to separate the players and make them fight each other. The hero replied that no one would doubt it since the buff was immediately given. The prosecutor reached out his hand to her. The system asked if he wanted to choose an angel's party, warning that after a certain time he would not be able to refuse the choice, and he thought that he would have to make it. Frowning, he also thought about whether it was right to join an angel. Imagining the army of both sides, he thought that it was easier because they found the angel statue first, but wouldn't people suffer from joining a group without knowing whether it was good or evil? He looked at the hero, thinking that he had already agreed to choose the same group as him. Sungwoo became nervous when he saw a message that he couldn't choose the angel's group because he owned an impure item, so he needed to destroy the chaos crystal by removing its attribute. The guy touched the crystal on his chest. The system showed information about it. He was surprised by such a request and that it needed to be done because of the angel's unclear group. Seeing her bright eyes, he also noted that he didn't feel any good coming from her. The angel and the demon seemed to be in opposition. A message about a secret mission called Third Choice appeared above his head, the purpose of which was to destroy the statue of the absolute race. The hero agreed when a message appeared asking if he accepted it. Sungwoo stretched out his hand as a message appeared saying that he had angered the absolute race, so the system had partially issued a wanted order to all players. Yoo-hoon lowered his head, asking what he had done. The prosecutor gritted his teeth, telling him that the status window was telling him to kill him now. The guy turned to the other guy, realizing that he had already chosen the angel's group, and replied that the situation had become complicated. His eyes began to glow brightly, saying that he should have told him earlier, because the hero knew that he could not ignore the system message. Sungwoo took the weapon in his hand, saying that he would make things easier then. His swing left a bright light. The angel statue split into two, and a message appeared saying that one of the three had been destroyed. Seeing the statue fall apart, Yoo-hoon asked what the hero had done, and he replied that it was the third choice. The prosecutor looked at him, hearing that there was always a third option in the game. While putting away his weapons, Sungwoo added that the ending where they are controlled by an unknown being cannot be true for them. He was already leaving, saying that he himself would not be happy with such a prospect. Yoo-hoon, gritting his teeth, wondered if he realized what he was doing, and the system reported that a group of angels had been tasked with taking his life, and all angel players were required to hunt them from now on. The guy noticed a light after the destruction of the statue. He picked up a bright object in his hand. The system reported that it was a fragment of an angel's wing, and it allowed him to teleport to the statue from a certain distance once. So, imagining the battlefield, he thought that this was an item for losers to escape, decided that in the end, all the statues would be destroyed like this. Sung-woo sighed, remembering that there was another one somewhere nearby. Imagining a person near the defeated people, he realized that the pirate captain had found it. So, imagining himself in front of them, he decided that he did not have to wait for them to appear themselves, and he would get rid of them all at once. In the distance, empty houses were visible. The hero lowered his head in confusion, turning to Hanho. Hanho averted his eyes, calling him that guy from his senior year who made powerful enemies without discussing anything with them beforehand, and it seemed like it was finally time to cut ties with him. Hanho pointed to the information about the quest from the north, asking if he could see it. The comrade opened his mouth wide, shouting that he couldn't see it, and that was why he did it, and if it weren't for his bit of self-awareness, he would have coveted the reward too. Sung-woo looked at Jisa in confusion, who replied that they would wait to make a decision. Jisa looked at him, telling him that the next time he made an important decision, he should listen to their opinions, replying that she would do so unless it was an emergency. Footsteps could be heard. The rest of the guild members were standing behind Young-hoon as he turned to the hero. The prosecutor frowned and said that they were the ones who found the angel statue, and it would be hard for him to accept its destruction if he didn't explain the reason. Sung-woo came closer, saying that his intuition told him so he couldn't justify himself, thinking that if he told him about the task he received, he would hardly understand. Looking sternly at the other man, the blonde said that he trusted his intuition, but in this situation, trust alone was not enough. The people behind him were wondering about the secret reward. The man frowned, noting that it was like they were raised 6 or 7 levels, and every offer was unbelievable, even with the reward money. He and his comrades felt many stares on them. Young-hoon looked angry, saying that he was in charge of the alliance. If they made an enemy of someone they couldn't handle, it would mean the end of their alliance. The hero lowered his head, answering that he understood, thinking that it was like a sudden blow to the interlocutor, because they had a conditional agreement to act together, and then this happened. Hanho hid behind him when he said that they could even start a fight with him right here. The people looked at them silently. The warrior grabbed his sword. His comrade, peeking out from behind his back, asked him to say at least something. The skeletons were watching what was happening, when Sung-woo wondered if he could win a fight with the commander of the Crusaders who completed the first awakening. Young-hoon raised his hand, answering that for now, the guild will choose the path of neutrality. Looking relieved, the guy thanked him for the trust, thinking that even though he was at fault, the leader turned a blind eye to it. As he left, the leader added that he would later decide whether to join the angel or him, so he should hurry up with an explanation so that they would still choose him. The light reflected from the windows of the houses. Jaeon-soo looked around, telling people to patrol the village and take the items sent by the guild. He turned around when the man asked if they would be coming soon, and said that they were already somewhere nearby. Helicopters and skeletons appeared in the sky. They landed on the ground. The guy smiled happily, saying that it might be obvious, but he would still say that no one from their village chose the angels group. Sung-woo shook his hand, thinking that they did this even now, when there was a huge bounty on his head, so this was the safest place in the world. They stood on the helipad when his comrade said that they had increased security just in case, to avoid surprises, and was also surprised that the Alliance gave them a helicopter. His skeletons tied up the pilots when he said that it was a trophy. Recalling the air battle, he said that on the way here, they were attacked by the Reconstruction Alliance. Sung-woo frowned slightly, noting that the Alliance was a union of several guilds, and even if Young-hoon chose the third option, it was only one of them's decision. Remembering how Min-hyum put his hand on his head, he thought about how they were receiving a penalty for their choice, and not many would agree to suffer a loss while giving up the benefit. Kim took out his phone, saying that the community was also in disarray, and there were a lot of attention seekers shouting that they would kill the hero. Seeing how the person called the route broken, he said that they even started broadcasts to attract attention. Jaeon-soo added that they praised him as a hero, and now they do whatever they want. Frowning, Sung-woo replied that there was no need to worry about them, thinking that this was expected, but he was still worried. He began to study the bright light when he said that everyone would immediately become silent when the situation changed. A bright seed appeared in front of him. Kim pointed at it and said that he had no idea, but it looked like a great item. The hero held the seed in his hand. A new message appeared saying that he had fulfilled certain conditions and was given the opportunity to become the founder of a new group. The message was reflected in his eyes as he thought about the world tree being a divine tree. Imagining the ominous faces, he thought about how he had previously been hesitant about where to plant it, but given the circumstances, the only option was the village. Imagining how the monsters would rush towards it, he knew that he had to protect it until it grew, otherwise disaster would happen, but it was unclear how big it would be and whether it would be possible to hide it. There were several cars parked outside when he decided that he needed a secure place where he could completely trust the people, so the square in front of Suwon should be suitable. The soldiers were helping to operate the excavator. Sung-woo was standing in that hole. Hanho raised his hand to his face, shouting for them to leave a little empty space, and it would serve as a helipad. The hero turned to him, saying that there was still not enough space. Then the comrade pointed to himself, saying that since he took on the task, he would not stop until he got the process going here. The guy looked up when Jaeonsa suggested setting up a watchtower near the tree. He pointed to the cannons, saying that the guild had sent them too. Kim turned to him, suggesting that he put one of them on top of the temple and camouflage it, to which he agreed. The sounds of motorcycles could be heard nearby. The man opened his mouth wide, telling the captain that there were no monsters nearby. Bright eyes could be seen from the darkness. He added that kobolds were still walking underground and in the building, but monsters like dire wolves had disappeared. Imagining the bikers clearing the rubble, the guy thought about how they collected the abandoned motorcycles and even repaired the road, and were also guarding the store nearby. The man held a bag of money. The system reported that it was the contractor's wallet. This is how they were going to build the infrastructure. Hanho watched as people shook hands, thinking that the residents signed the contract of their own free will and all the work had already been paid for. Jisoo carried a huge stone, saying that life here is getting better. The hero noted that they cannot enjoy it because of the eternal challenges. Part of the land was fenced off. Sungwoo took a seed in his hand. People looked at it, noting that it even emanated a peculiar energy. The seed sank into the ground. The system reported that the world tree was planted and that a magical creature began to take root in this land. A beam of light was visible from the entire city. Information about a hidden task appeared. The hero smiled, seeing that this task was given to all members of the group, noted that it could not be simpler. Jaeonsa looked around, hearing that people were surviving, that now they would be attacked. There was a loud sound. A crowd of monsters was approaching them. Frowning, he heard them attacking and said that the monsters were on the right. The monsters were coming out of the sewers. They were ogres and maddened kobolds. Opening his mouth wide, he commanded everyone to go to battle. The people behind him covered themselves with shields as he ordered the riflemen to take up position on the observation tower and the tanks to move forward. The towers moved forward. Hanho looked at them in surprise, asking what it was. Kim replied that it was a machine shaft. Raising a finger, he said that if they were connected, then they could protect a large area. The riflemen climbed the tower along with the spearmen and mages. The guy looked at them in delight, hearing that such a moving shaft could become a turret, and wondered who came up with this idea. Kim clenched his fist and replied that they had many talented people in the village and had prepared something after the attack. Sungwoo watched from above, saying that every class was involved. The girl noted that it was reasonable. Fireballs fell on the heads of a flock of goblins. A command was heard to destroy them with spells in the area. An arrow hit a monster. The hero summoned his skeletons. People watched a powerful explosion. The man with binoculars asked the others if they saw it, saying that the Necromancer was there. Introducing Sungwoo and Yohun, he noted that he was right to come to the place where the boy first met the prosecutor. Looking through the binoculars again, he said that monsters suddenly appeared, a fight began, and wondered what was happening there. On the street, a man led the fight between people and monsters, noting that it was amazing that the hero went against the absolute race. But now there was a big reward for his head. With his mouth wide open, he added that they chose to stay away, and the self-proclaimed gold hunters were searching for him all over the north. Watching the big explosion, the man made an announcement that the Necromancer was in Suwon. He smiled widely, calling himself a master of surveillance, and they left the hunt for the Necromancer to the assassins. Sungwoo was standing on the roof. His eyes were shining brightly. They realized that they were noticed. The servant rushed in. Later, he tied them up and brought them. Gritting his teeth, Hanho told the guy that things were bad. There were 5 broadcasts about him, and there was also a person who officially declared that he would kill him. The phone screen showed the man and his subordinates. He was addressing the Necromancer and his fans. Pointing his finger, the man said that he was Terra Kim, level 16, ranked 10th in the Saiyan region, and he would destroy everyone with a nuclear bomb. A film crew stood in front of him. A ball appeared in the terrorist's hands, and he asked the hero if he liked bombs. The man threw it behind his back as he noted that the Necromancer liked to blow up corpses. A powerful explosion sounded. Shards flew in all directions. Terra Kim, frowning, called himself the best specialist in explosions. Presenting a small ball, he said that it was the weakest skill among all that he had. The cameras were pointed at him. The man said that he could create some bombs every 24 hours, and thought about where he could go with them. Terra Kim pointed at the camera again, saying that even Suwon would not be able to survive his attack. He moved his hand to the side, saying that everyone who followed the hero would simply die from his bombs. Thick smoke flew through the streets of the city as he said that he would destroy the entire area where the Necromancer was located, and the reward would be his. Sungwoo looked at the phone screen. Hanho assumed that it could be a provocation, that he was trying to hurt as many people as possible and therefore bluffing, otherwise he would have just dropped the bomb. Jisoo also looked at the phone screen and asked the others how they would stop the bomb if he wasn't bluffing. Seeing the planted seed, the hero answered that their base could no longer be moved. He gritted his teeth, thinking that Terra Kim was not only targeting him, he wanted experience and rewards, which meant he was going to destroy the entire village and its inhabitants. The hero stood in front of the planted seed. Turning around, the guy heard from Jiangsu that they were not in danger right now, and although several monsters had appeared, it was even a plus for them. Sungwoo looked at him with empathy, answering that they should still be on guard, because now not only monsters were targeting them. Introducing the terrorist, he noted that usually all provocations in society are just a bluff, but for some, on the contrary, it is a chance. A sprout appeared from the ground. The system reported that the world tree is growing. The hero thought that such a chance was a problem for them. His comrade sat down by the sprout. Sungwoo understood that 11% was not much. His comrade asked what would happen after the creation of the third team. A small plant was reflected in his eyes. He answered that he himself did not know, so it remains only to believe that they made the right choice, which will lead to a good end. So, imagining himself surrounded by crystals, he thought that even in this game there is an end, and he did not see demons or angels in the crystals of predictions, but he does not think that they will lead to something good. Everyone looked at him, hearing the question that they themselves would be better off coming to their ideal end. So, imagining the angel stretching out his hand, he thought about how either they nor the demons were friends with humans, and even from the quest window, it was clear that they considered them inferior beings. The others lowered their heads as he thought about how even if there was no third choice, he still didn't want to follow them. Jiangsu gritted his teeth, asking if they would then understand who made this game. Imagining a person in front of many monitors, he answered that he really wondered who made it so that people were killed without warning. The guard stood on the tower. A powerful explosion threw him back. Frowning, Jiangsu demanded that the drones be launched and the hero be called. Several people appeared among the fire. Terror Kim threw the bomb with his hand, noting that everyone probably thought that he would only appear in 24 hours. Seeing Sungwoo approaching him, he said that he had prepared everything in advance, and it was too late to run. A fireball appeared above his head. The enemy decided to start right from the climax without any preamble, offering to watch the sad end of the Necromancer. A bright light shone when the system reported that a crimson storm was passing through the entire territory. He also said that he could destroy an entire house with his skill. People took cover behind shields. A skeleton jumped out from behind the hero. A bright light rushed towards him. Terror Kim gritted his teeth. When the skeleton landed on the ground, the man did not understand why the bomb did not explode. The skeleton had a shield in his hands. The system reported that it cancels 3 magic attacks. Sungwoo clarified that these bombs are his skill, not an item. Taking his hand behind his back, the terrorist did not understand how this was possible. A bright trace passed along the enemy's hand. Smoke came out of the hero's gun. Sungwoo looked behind him. People were trembling with fear. The cameraman held the camera in his hands when he addressed him. A bright aura surrounded him, and he said that he wanted to make a statement, so he should film it. The hero's eyes began to glow brightly, and he promised 3 things to the players of the Korean North. Terror Kim hid another bomb behind his back. Then the guy said that he would kill everyone who predicted his death and personally came to kill him. Several shots hit the terrorist. He fell to the ground. He said that he was hitting everyone who made oaths to demons and angels. Sungwoo also opened fire on Terror Kim's allies. A green glow surrounded their bodies as he said that they should know that death is the end. Now they stood up, as did his minions, and he said that if people joined his third team, everything would change. Sungwoo saw the cameraman trembling in fear, thinking that he did not know how to lead so many people, but that was why he needed to show them his strength. Clenching his fist, the hero decided that the hyenas should not even think about harming his people anymore. There was no light in the windows of the houses. People fell to their knees during the broadcast, apologizing to the Necromancer and asking for forgiveness. A man cried, saying that they completely forgot themselves at that moment, and asking for forgiveness, noted that if any of the Necromancer's comrades saw this, then let them pass it on. Someone looked at the phone screen, hearing that they wanted to join the third team, and called it funny. Manhwa looked at Manhwa, saying that they were trying to grab their last chance. The girl noted that the hero's performance was strong. Both looked at the phone screen, seeing a message saying that this situation seemed funny. She assumed that it was a warning from the Necromancer to everyone. There were 12 replies under the message. The comrade noticed that all the accused had already disappeared. Yohun folded his arms, hearing that it was a difficult time for all the groups that went against Sungwoo, and thought that he was also ashamed now. He remembered the statue, thinking about how he had to split up with him after choosing the angel faction. He didn't want to, but that's how it happened. His comrades were very surprised to hear that they needed to take the members of the reconnaissance group and find a new statue. Manhwa looked confused, clarifying that the leader decided to go against the Necromancer, because he said that he would kill all the minions of the other factions. Yohun frowned, saying that he didn't want to become his enemy, but they couldn't be his allies either. He clenched his hands, hoping that he could come to an agreement with him, thinking that he needed to be careful and not rush into making decisions. Yohun gritted his teeth, knowing that in order to protect the others, he himself first needed to become stronger. But he raised his head in surprise when he heard that information had come in that the statue had been found in Gimpo, and demanded that security be strengthened, and that transportation be arranged. The light from the screen reflected on Manhwa's glasses as she added that this statue was a little different. The man imagined a statue with 4 wings when he heard this, and thought that perhaps they had ranks too. Several projectiles were fired at the crowd of monsters. Jisoo cut the monster with her blade. The summoned bull walked among the others. Seeing the troll in front of him, Jaeonsu said that 3 of them were attacking from the right, and so the tanks should hold them off. The bikers knocked the monster down. The command was given to the detonators that they should focus on the fallen. Sungwoo watched the events as the system reported that the World Tree seed had grown by 99%, and thought that even while defending, they were gaining a lot of experience. His comrades were drinking elixirs. He understood that they needed to become stronger in order to protect the World Tree. One of them noted that at this rate, the average level in the village would reach 9, another added that some were already at 15. With a slight smile, the hero looked at the others, saying that they were all doing well and he could clearly see how hard they were working, thinking that the World Tree was almost finished growing. The guy turned to him. A message appeared saying that it had reached stage 1 growth. Touching it, he said there that the tree may seem ordinary to others. Seeing the bright lines on it, Sungwoo clearly felt that it was emitting special energy. An apple appeared with a message that it had grown its first fruit. The hero bit into it, seeing that the fruit contained mystical power, and that eating it would grant special abilities. A bright light surrounded him. A message appeared stating that he had become connected to the World Tree, as well as information about the ability of this connection. Looking at it, Sungwoo said that he would need to seriously work on the growth of the World Tree, since the improvements were so good. Imagining the pirates, he thought that he was afraid to attack them because it would be difficult to escape from them, but once the tree became stable, this problem would disappear. Kim and Jaeonsu looked at him when a message appeared stating that the quest for the wonderful tree 2 was starting, and seeing that it had become even more difficult, he asked a question about whether this is not the end. One of the guys looked at the tablet screen, saying that the second drone noticed something from the northern part of the sky. Several wyverns were heading their way. Jaeonsu himself looked at the screen, telling the hero that there were too many of them, asked how they could be stopped. He replied that it was impossible before. Sungwoo smiled, adding that everything was different now. The monsters were visible above the city. They were flying and making loud sounds. Seeing them above their heads, the people shouted that they were here. Hanho covered his eyes with his hand, not understanding why they were flying in circles. One of the wyverns was staring at them. The hero noted that it was as if checking them out. The rest were circling around him. Sungwoo thought that he himself rarely interfered in battles, but only looked after and controlled the others. He remembered the battle with them earlier, noting that if the enemy was too difficult, their leader would order them to simply fly away. The cloak hid Sungwoo's face. He thought that this time they needed to kill everyone, because they would become fertilizer for the tree. The leader of the monsters spread his wings and shouted. Raising his spear, Jaeonsu told everyone that they were attacking. The monster opened its mouth wide. A bright flash appeared as the lightning god's blast was used. The beam hit several monsters. They fell to the ground. An ogre skeleton appeared next to the wyverns. He struck the enemies with lightning. A message appeared about receiving gold for killing them. Taking the form of Anubis, the guy told the leader that it was time to go down to the ground. His eyes glowed brightly. Sungwoo thought that he had collected many souls while waiting. The wyverns saw a flash on the roof of the temple. The people were pointing a cannon at them, and the guy realized that they wanted to destroy the weapon that could attack them in the sky. Something struck the monster. The necrobot raised his hand above his head, striking. He took the cannon in his hands, saying that he could recharge the mana with the help of people. The volley hit several monsters. One of the monsters looked away. They attacked the protective barrier. Sungwoo was surprised that they were no longer worried about the explosion of the god of lightning. The man raised his hands above his head, saying that they wanted to quickly destroy the World Tree. The hero stood surrounded by skeletons, when a message appeared that a great spirit was acting in the area. A dark cloud appeared in front of the enemies. The guy decided that this would block their view and protect the tree. Fireballs flew out of the cloud. Sungwoo's side was surrounded by a bright aura when he decided that he needed to hit at once, using as many souls as possible. A bright light appeared in front of him, and realizing what happened, he said for everyone to disappear. The wyverns saw a dark hole. People watched as the skill sucked in monsters. The system reported receiving gold for killing them. Watching the air battle, the guy heard that they could win, but he himself was wondering where Alpha was now. The monster's neck noticeably grew. Jisoo said that he was going to shoot something. Green liquid burst out of his mouth. The skeletons were splashed with it. And the hero saw how the skeletons dissolved in acid. He called several birds, deciding that it was time to change him anyway. His comrades continued to fight in the sky. The rest avoided the acid, saying that this battle was not for humans. Alpha's eyes were shining brightly. The girl looked down, telling the guy that he was going to run away. Sungwoo rushed after him, answering that they could miss him this way. He put his hand forward, using Twilight Raid. Alpha was tied up. Jisoo flew next to him. Their flaps left bright traces. The wyvern fell to the ground. A cloud of dust rose from the fall. Sungwoo was reflected in the monster's eyes, saying that for the first time someone was looking down on him. He raised his weapon behind his back, adding that the sky now belongs to them. The fighter sees a ferocious monster in front of him, roaring loudly. He makes a powerful bite. The warrior strikes, realizing that even after his limiting skill, the enemy is still holding on. Jisoo walks behind the protagonist and demands to step back. He asks again. Her eyes sparkle brightly. A huge dragon opens its mouth. It has powerful muscles. The girl delivers a series of strong blows with her sword. The monster falls to the ground. The heroine says with a serious look that now he will not move. The protagonist, in the guise of a beast, thanks her. The necromancer turns to the henchman, who says that he is most likely in the way. Mincy chops with his sword. The system window says that 4335500 gold was received for killing the territory boss, and a special reward was issued for killing the leader monster. The notification says that he has received the title of Sky Conqueror, and his agility, stamina, defense, and wind resistance have also been increased. The henchman looks up at his weapon. The system says that there are 2,733 days left until he can prove his worth. He says that 700 days have passed, and if he catches 4 more, he will be able to prove his worth. The protagonist, in the guise of a beast, understands that this is not all. He also activated the B-class experience card obtained when storing the Hell Armor. The system window explains that he has enough experience to level up. There is a choice whether to use the coupon. He holds a flaming card in his hands. It says that the level has been increased to 21. Sungwoo wonders if the reward is really a 3-fold increase in followers. He can restore them infinitely, but the reward seems too small. The happy girl sees monsters in the sky and says that everything is settled above 2 because they held them back. A ray of light pierces the sky. A blue glow appears in the city. The notification says that the world tree has reached the 2nd stage of growth, and since they are connected to it, the characteristics are increased. The surprised guys look up and wonder if it is true that it is so immediately, and maybe soon it will pierce the clouds. Hanho looks at the leaf and says that its color is too faded. The protagonist stands in front of the tree. The system says that it is under its influence and forms a worldview. A dome is formed near the branches. The message says that it has received a new ability and can now act as a strong shield and at the same time restrain people. The surprised man looks up and says that it looks more like a demonic tree that absorbs souls. The guy turns around with a smirk, asking if Dad is really worried because he bragged about the village's defense system and now the tree also protects them. He begins to lightly hit him. He shouts that this is domestic violence, and he has no armor. Jisoo notes that the more protection, the better. MC grins and thinks that if the terrorist Kim threw a bomb at them, the tree would disappear. But now he won't be able to get to them anyway. The beast is glowing with green fire. The guy thinks about the soul holder, because it can be considered an auxiliary skill that will help to use Anubis's abilities most effectively. Souls fly out of it. He realizes that this will happen if he stops using it. He needs an easier process of absorbing souls, especially against large opponents. The tree is shown with a guy in the diagram. He realizes that it would be great if he and the tree could exchange souls. He stands in front of the giant trunk, saying that it is different from what he imagined and is growing very strong. A bright glow pierces the city. Monsters surround the protagonist. The system says that the angel faction has increased the bounty on him to 70 million, and the demon faction to 25 million. Beams hit the planet. The notification says that due to the increase in influence, his tasks will change from the server level to the world level, and now players from all over the world want to kill him. Hanho is shocked and asks what this is, hinting that the protagonist is now a resident of the world. The excited guy introduces the other warriors, realizing that he cannot solve everything on the Korean server and will be forcibly transferred to the world. A friend stands behind him and shouts that the pirates are now activated. Jisoo seriously claims that they already hate them, and the reward will only reinforce this feeling. He holds up a smartphone and states that Hyan wrote that the pirates only talk about him, writing that they will become punishers of the Necromancer. The warriors are shown near the statue. He says that they figured out how to attack him and gathered 3,000 players on the side of the angel faction. The banners are raised near the fire. It is explained that their goal is to punish the Necromancer and capture the Korean peninsula. Hanho looks at his smartphone and says that this is a herd instinct, but many in the community wish him death. The girl notes that there are such people in every country. The protagonist turns around and says that they will see what they will do next. The moon glows in the night sky. A bright glow illuminates the city. A friend shouts in rage that they say that after their death, there will be minimal losses on their side, and they are even going to organize a parade. The girl wipes her sword, hearing that they will also conduct an online broadcast. He asks what kind of priorities in an almost destroyed world. She calmly asks if they are the only ones like that, because the top rankers of other servers are also interested. The protagonist sits at the table and says that he understands their interests, specifying who will attack the absolute camp. He realizes with a serious face that they need him himself, which means their goal is the Korean server as a whole. He clenches his fist, wondering if there shouldn't be an advantage in being of interest to both angels and demons. His friends look up in surprise. The system says that the World Tree has noticed him, and he has received a new quest. The quest says a counterattack operation like a raid and propaganda, with the goal of broadcasting a scene that causes great damage to other camps. The reward will be camp skills, items. The condition is to make a preemptive attack before the other faction attacks. The guy wonders in surprise that the system wants to make the game more difficult. He holds a bright item. The notification says a fragment of a legendary angel's wing, with the effect of moving to a stone statue within a certain range. The mountains are depicted in the middle of the night. He says that apparently they will have to contact the pirates. The fighters are standing in the city. The system says the shadow of a sacred tree with a shield and allowed visitors. The protagonist looks at the girl and asks about the barrier being valid within 2 kilometers. She replies that it is and all players can move freely there. The protagonist stands in front of the man and asks what they use the storage for the needs of the village. He agrees. He looks into his wallet and says that 10% of the earnings are always replenished in the village and they have enough batteries and water purifiers. So he is looking forward to the appearance of drones in the stores. Kim thinks about the robot and talks about the parts. They will be able to make blueprints and siege weapons. The Necromancer raises his hand and says that this is great, and he can freely spend money on the necessary parts. Hanho looks at his phone and tells his comrade that he received a message. Drones fly to the square. He explains that tomorrow at 3 o'clock the pirates will begin a parade near their base at the memorial. Animals are standing in line. He says that they will also be joined by animals that were expelled in disgrace. Jisa asks with a grin that they decided to even call animals for help, calling it real stupidity. Wyverns fly above them. MC says that they will have to sneak in there in secret and take a good look at everything. The orange building is in the city. The hero taps his finger on the table. A statue of a woman with a sword is shown. The notification says about the destruction of the devil camp in the metropolis. The reward will be the skills of the camp. Minhyum stands next to the girl and says that these 4-winged statues want to send them into battle. She replies that it will be difficult for them to refuse this fight, although the rewards are few. The prosecutor sits at the table and asks about the northern statue. They answer that it is controlled by the Alliance. Yoo-hoon thinks about the villains, realizing that they blamed them for the failure of the raid on Sungwoo, and it will be difficult to bypass the fight if they are on the side of the demon faction. A man flies into the room and shouts to the commander that the post was attacked. An assassin in a cloak stands near the Crusaders. The warrior explains that this was noticed by the nearest observation group and reported that players attacked, not monsters. The prosecutor frowns and thinks about this. Helicopters and armored personnel carriers move forward. The system says about a military mission with a battle for the metropolis and stations. A man with wine stands near a chessboard. The hero understands that the war has already begun. Mountains of corpses lie on the ground. An old man shouts at a rally. A man looks at his smartphone. It is said that no one wanted the war, but everyone was interested in it. A warrior with a sword stands on a mountain of the dead, wondering who, how, and why will fight and how cruel the war will be. The hero smiles. It is said that everyone is interested in this, and on the Korean server he is in the center of interest. She dances, asking if the camera was ready, declaring that this will remain in history and he should turn out well. He thinks with a grin about expensive things, realizing that he has been an opinion leader since birth and for some time now he has even been nicknamed Kanyun. Closing his eyes, he thinks that at such a time popularity is his main goal. He asks how many viewers there will be today, 5 or 10,000. The man shouts into a megaphone that there is a minute left to start the stream. They are standing on the roof of the building. He understands that during the war it is very dangerous to report because it can reveal the enemy's positions, military strength and tactical plans. He remembers the prosecutor and realizes that Young-hoon personally asked him to do this. People are looking at the drone. He thinks about how in other areas streamers are already broadcasting for free, but their stream is being conducted on behalf of a huge faction. Kang-yoon smiles and wonders if he can't convince many people to take part in the war. He can do it for sure. He enthusiastically declares that now the Necromancer himself is much more important, and he hopes that everyone watching will understand this. The man frowns and watches. Squinting his eyes, he realizes that the war between the absolute races is much more important than the protagonist. Anubis is standing with the staff. In the comments they ask if it is true that he has acquired a different form. The film crew points the cameras at the host, shouting that there are 3 seconds left. He understands that people will lose interest in him if everything continues like this. He bites his nails, thinking about the third faction. They will see how far it goes. He enthusiastically greets his city after the words began. He smiles, looks around the men and asks if the subscribers from the demon faction saw the scene with Hellfire. The man comes forward offering to watch. The host asks if something is wrong with the broadcast. He shows the screen and says in fear that they have 19 viewers. He screams, "How is this possible?" The man looks at the phone and says that it is because of the Necromancer's broadcast, and apparently the viewers went to him. Kang-yoon screams in madness that he is to blame for everything, because how can you pay attention to him during a war? He takes the worker by the clothes. He assures that he is moving right now. He is surprised to hear that somewhere near the sea, the host notes that it is far from land. The protagonist flies astride a skeletal dragon. He is determined. The host shouts in shock about pirates, asking if the guy is really going to their base. The ships are in the port. Drones fly over the army. The character stands in front of a large statue with an angel on it. He silently looks forward. The subject behind him declares to the heavenly general that the time has come, who says that they need to go quickly. He walks forward. Crowds of people stand in the square. The host in front of the general shouts to everyone to meet him and his followers. They will hold a parade of the Red Army of the Revolution right there. A man with long hair sits on a chair, hearing that by joining forces, he understands that they have gone too far. He imagines a port, realizing that after the defeat on the Chinese island, they were kicked out into the open sea, but now all the islands belong to them. Surprised people look at their smartphones. The ruler thinks that many servers have sent their representatives here, and that means the entire continent has turned its gaze to them. With a mad grin, he declares that he will show them how mercilessly he will kill the rest of the players. Kanyun with a microphone shouts that now they will give the floor to the leader. He silently stands nearby. He says into the microphone that when the disaster began, he saw an ocean of blood, and that is why all the forces of the continent gathered today. People film him on their phones, hearing that he understands that many are wary of him, but there is no need to worry because he is not going to return yet. Ships sail on the sea. He explains that tomorrow they will go to Korea and when they completely occupy it. An earthquake is felt in the square. He declares that he will become the real master of the continent. Discouraged people wonder what this vibration is and whether it is an explosion. A crack appears in the wall behind the general. Anubis riding a dragon flies forward. People point their fingers at the sky in shock, asking who it is and if it is a wyvern. The protagonist is holding a weapon. Green phantom birds fly above the animals. They scream who it is. Dozens of skeletons fly in the sky. People scream in horror that it is a necromancer from Korea. The heavenly general calmly asks why he is here. He holds the head of an angel statue in his hand. A strong fire rages around. He breaks it. The system window says the third choice, to destroy the stone statue of the absolute race. The enemy smirks and notes that he destroyed it while in the middle of enemies. He is a brave guy. The fighters on the wall see flying undead. The warrior asks if these are really all summoned beasts. They are not what he imagined them to be, and aren't they just moving skeletons? He turns to his comrades and shouts to the mages and warriors that they need to attack because they must protect the ruler. The protagonist sits on his pet and sees a raging fire. He sees a warrior below and realizes that this is a heavenly general. Jisoo flies behind the protagonist and shouts that there are snipers on the roofs and walls and they have begun to summon forces. The guy in the guise of a beast declares that they are ready to attack from the outside, but not with a piece of an angel's wing. He realizes that over time everything will become more complicated. The attack scheme is shown. He understands that not all of them are his enemies, but there are already too many enemies. The necromancer flies next to his friend and tells her that they are starting the second part of the plan. He thinks about the snipers, realizing that he needs to deal with them first. The flying wyverns attack after the order. They sweep away the enemies, who scream in horror. He watches this in the sky. The system window says about the list of air superiority synergies with the effect of increasing the speed of flight and descent. The general looks at the sky and says that this is the necromancer. Smiling, he stands with his army and claims that it will be fun. Anubis on a dragon attacks the enemy. It is said that he received gold for killing players. Hanho enthusiastically shouts that this was a great hit, and therefore he is its leader. The ruler below stands surrounded by his retinue. He realizes that he is simply inactive, wondering what he was numb with fear, realizing how strong he is. The necromancer sees him and shouts that they got rid of the air defense, magicians and shooters, and only the head of the pirates remains. The heavenly general sees them and realizes that it infuriates him even just to watch. The magicians around him raise their hands, hearing the order to lower the protagonist down. The discouraged warrior feels the magic of gravity. The dragon rushes down. Sungwoo wonders where an ordinary player gets such strong magic from. Blood pours out of the mouths of the warriors who cast spells. It flows from the ears. The magician shouts that this is for the sake of the heavenly general. The protagonist jumps off the dragon, seeing a red notification that a fanatical flow has been activated in the selected territory. The warriors run to attack, shouting that the necromancer has fallen, and they need to kill him for the sake of the ruler. He imagines a vampire and realizes that apparently this technique affects their consciousness, and the same happened with bloodsuckers. The skeleton flies to attack after the order. The system says about strengthening the undead, namely attack power, defense, immunity as magic and movement speed. The assistant skillfully chops enemies with his sword. The protagonist, seeing him, understands that he did not expect that they have gravity magic. But even so, the attack on the base is too easy, and this is strange. The general just stands. The guy thinks why he is inactive. The soldiers run to the necromancer. He wonders if he just believes that his technique will work, and of course he would have a whole army. But doesn't he know that he himself has endless undead? He takes his golden staff, realizing that he will try to finish him off as soon as possible. The notification says that the weapon is enhanced by demonic detonation. He creates a black portal with a cry of disappearance. Sounds are heard in the corridor. Jisoo runs forward with the sword. She thinks about the protagonist and understands that the pirates are definitely holding prisoners on the occupied island, and he will focus all their attention on the base. And she will free the people for now. The girl imagines a map and understands that she feels many people. She stands in the middle of the destroyed corridor. The heroine goes forward, realizing that she guessed. The man opposite asks that it seems that it is not a pirate coming to them. She wonders if no one is looking after them. Suddenly, a huge monster appears behind her. She jumps forward. The girl sees a giant centipede in front of her. Frowning, the heroine understands that, as Sung-woo said, it is poison that the boss uses to poison his subordinates. She strikes with her sword, wondering if the prisoners are really going to be fed. Jisoo skillfully chops with his sword, shouting that in any case, it will all end now. She cuts the cage of the frightened prisoners. They came out to her in shock and shout that they need to run. She replies that she destroyed the huge centipedes. The prisoners loudly shout that they are not the huge centipedes. Anubis looks up. The general grins and says that if he were a little stronger, he could have left at least a mark on him. Standing opposite, he says that alas, the protagonist thinks that the enemy stopped the explosion of the soul. He imagines how he chops enemies, thinking about a physical barrier, because he simply would not have withstood this attack, but his body could. The protagonist with the undead states that he is too relaxed after losing his subordinates, and whether this is a bluff, he asks again. There are corpses on the ground. The ruler clarifies that he means those who are lying around. He asks with a grin what subordinates he is talking about, because they are just expendable material. The guy in the guise of a beast says that it is a pity that he used them. The system says that the weapon is enhanced by demonic detonation. A black portal is formed near the ruler. Sung-woo asks how he is going to defend himself from the blow. A rift occurs in the ground. He says that as long as his subordinates. A large monster crawls out. He shouts that let them be the same as him. Centipedes surround him. He states that his first class is an archbishop, and the second is a monster summoner, and all of them are his subordinates. The protagonist, seeing them in front of him, wonders why he used people then. The general calmly replies that they are great at killing and destroying, but it is problematic to control their power, and without control they simply eat each other. He holds a potion in his hands, asking if it is unnatural to use such power in a destroyed world, noting that good items can be made with their help. Opponents with swords run behind the protagonist, shouting that the heavenly general is in danger. The protagonist looks back and realizes that the pirates outside have already reached them. They are yelling to stop him and not let him approach the ruler. He jumps on the centipede and says that these are pleasant words from those who are ready to go to the end. The protagonist sees him and thinks that he is running away and why he does not fight at all with such power. Furious warriors run to attack, shouting to stop the necromancer and that he will not be able to leave. The guy understands that he does not like this and needs to catch him right now. The necromancer decisively orders the puppets to disappear. A fire forms around them after he screams about the corpse explosion. The undead rushes forward. Sung-woo asks where he went. The heavenly general stands surrounded by 2 centipedes. He thanks the necromancer in a calm voice. He holds a burning scroll and states that he can now use it. The system says about the gate to the demon cave of the legendary level with the effect of opening the gates of hell for 1 day. The notification says that he can increase the level of the gate by sacrificing the corpses and blood of allies. He says with an ominous grin that he was in vain holding back all this time, and it is unpleasant that all the people died because of him. Anubis stands in front of the fire, shouting that when everything happened, a huge fiery portal appeared. A red notification says that the gate to the demon cave has opened in the selected area. Hanho with a phone shouts what is this because a barrier is imposed on the entire island and they can't even escape anywhere. A guy in the guise of a monster reflects on the fact that even the skills of the world tree are now blocked. A huge red monster asks the protagonist whether to call him a necromancer or Anubis. The system says about the battle beast of the first awakening. Gritting his teeth, the monster says that before the destruction of the world and after, only the strongest survive. The protagonist sends the undead to attack. Red notifications say that the Great Rebellion, Poison Cloud and Death's Response have been activated in the selected territory. A 5-star battle beast card is visible. Anubis card is shown. He talks about the half-god of death and that they will see who is best suited to the destroyed world. The army of the undead stands in front of the fiery monsters from hell. This concludes the first season. A small house stands in the middle of the forest. The events take place a year before the destruction. A long-haired guy sadly looks ahead. In front of him sits a cute dog. He kicks it with his foot, declaring that it is his food. He imagines the director of the construction site, realizing that every day he treats him like a dog, pays him little and feeds him disgustingly. The dog growls at him. He shouts why it growls when he eats. In front of him is a group of ferocious dogs. The guy notices that he called his friends. He pours food out of the bag. They eat it. The guy notes that it took him because he stole it anyway. The hero sadly realizes that he comes from the very bottom, He was raised by the streets, and it is obvious that if nothing changes, in the future he will face even more toxic people, and he himself will become a bandit, and therefore, in order to live like a normal person, he had to get a job. A statue of Buddha stands nearby. He frowns at it. Holding the food, he declares that good deeds will be rewarded in the future in the same amount, and this is the mercy that he showed the guys. He realizes that he wants to live like a person, and even if they are just animals, they will repay the kindness. The builder carries a beam. The boss hits him on the helmet. The long-haired guy sits on the porch near the dogs. He works hard, realizing that it is difficult as hell and is a normal life really a luxury. He takes the bag with a tired look, realizing that the pay for hard work is ridiculous and colleagues do not care about each other. In fact, it is enough to make one mistake for everyone to pounce and eat. He remembers good people, wondering if they should not help each other in difficult times, and why no one really lends a helping hand. The boss yells at him in rage, asking if he is going to work, or if he wants to be left without a salary. Suddenly he sees a window in front of him asking which class is best for survival in a destroyed world. He looks at it in shock. The guy nearby does not understand what is happening. He thinks it is a solar eclipse because the light has disappeared somewhere. The worker sees many cards and classes in front of him. He thinks about what to choose. He is shocked to see a window where it says that 10 seconds are left. He understands that there is no time to think. He decisively realizes that he will choose the one with the most stars. People around shout that it is light again, not understanding what happened. A man with blood flying from his mouth begs for help. The goblin on his back stabs him with a dagger and laughs. The men run away in horror. The guy turns to the boss who begs for help. He holds out his hand to him and tells him to take it. Suddenly, he drops him to the ground. The man with a grin shouts that he is an idiot and let him be bait to buy time. A goblin rushes at him with a knife. He wonders if this is a response to an outstretched helping hand. A fighter nearby cuts through goblins. He holds a sword and shouts to everyone that they should not be afraid because he took the warrior card and they can stand in front of him. The chief frowns and shouts that it is enough to count crows and it is better to stand at the forefront. A long-haired guy pierces his neck, asking if he really is going to use him as cannon fodder. He holds a blade, saying that he is good. He realizes that normal human life does not exist. Goblins kill people. The guy understands that if you are weak, you will die. If you do good to someone, they will take advantage, and this world has always been a battlefield where they killed and died. He stands in front of his house realizing that he understood what to do next. You can only survive by absorbing the weak and becoming stronger. He goes inside and sees evil dogs that are tormenting goblins. The guy goes to them and asks if they really caught them. They growl at him. He says that he has been feeding them for a year. Radiating red energy, he screams in rage that they are still animals. The window states the beginning of fanaticism of the base level, in which he suppresses the spirit of the enemy with a thirst for blood. The frightened dogs whine. He calmly declares that they now know who is the boss. The monster behind him growls. He understands that the world is a battlefield where the strongest survive. The orcs approach the house. The guy realizes that he will see how long he can last on it, and when he turns it upside down. Anubis looks forward. In front of him is a huge red monster, who declares that the Necromancer is truly amazing. He stands near the gates of hell and claims that he did not expect him to block the gates in such a way. The tentacle monster glows green. The skeleton picks it up. The gates are burning. He realizes that he used skeletons as a bottle cap. They are not easy to destroy because they are strengthened by souls and endless resurrection. The protagonist in the form of a beast realizes that time is on his side, and the time remaining until the first awakening, on the other side, will be more. He imagines the enemies, realizing that the first awakening will evolve into the form of a legion. He runs towards the monster, realizing that they adhere to the same strategy. He will cut off his head before the time runs out. He swings his staff, thinking that the demigod's characteristics will increase after awakening, and according to the calculation, he will surpass him in physical indicators. The red giant sees his blow. He deftly dodges the attack. The protagonist screams after the opponent's counterattack. He flies to the side. Blood flows from his mouth. He hears the question that he really expected to defeat him one-on-one. The enemy, blazing with fire, asks about all the gold and items stolen from the continent and the island. Does he really think that he gave them to the people he sacrificed? The ferocious giant stands in front of him and asks how much, in his opinion, he spent on creating this body. Anubis sits on the ground and coughs, wondering if his stats are really higher than the protagonist's. The opponent looks at him and says that it's strange. He remembers the blow and says that he heard the sound of broken ribs, but he is still able to move. A purple crystal shines in his chest. He understands that if he did not have this item that restores stamina and mana, he would have been taken out in one blow. The monster thinks about whether he is really restored by the item, or still by the ability of a demigod. A bright beam of energy is formed. He says that it does not matter anymore. The system says that the hand of war was used. He attacks the surprised Sunwoo. He swings his fist with spikes and says that he will just continue to strike until he dies. The guy realizes that he is strong. He tries to dodge him, realizing that he made some calculations and came up with a plan to defeat him, but he exceeded his expectations and running is useless because of the closure of the area. Blood flows from Anubis's mouth. He thinks that the situation is critical and he has never been driven into a corner like this, and he will die if he does not find a way to get out of the crisis and turn the situation around. The monster is furious and screams for him to just die already. The protagonist summons a skeleton assistant in front of him. Frightened friends stand surrounded by monsters. The guy realizes that when the game just started, despite choosing a 5-star Necromancer class, he faced many difficulties. He remembers the past and realizes that, unlike other classes, he had to fight monsters without weapons and even managed to survive after meeting monsters that were superior in physical characteristics. An orange sky is shown. The hero understands that the first reason he was able to survive. MC deftly repels the opponent's blows, realizing that he survived thanks to his skills. He fights a mutant, realizing that he is able to repel an opponent's attack with a high probability, and any, unless it is inflicted by an excessively huge monster or if it is not long range. The assistant hits the Heavenly General, who shouts that it is unworthy because he wants to survive using the skeleton. He sends him to attack, shouting that this small is the strongest weapon that always exceeds all expectations. The red mutant angrily declares that he should be destroyed first. The system says that it was not possible to reflect the blow. Anubis sees a monster in front of him who shouts that he saw all the tricks and it's all over. The undead blocks a powerful blow. He realizes that the second reason he survived is team play. Minseat fights bravely. The guy understands that if he and the right attacker, then this is a tank. The monster gets angry. The guy realizes that it is enough to distribute roles and focus on their positions. They chop him with weapons. MC understands that this is necessary in order to defeat a stronger opponent. The mutant sits on the ground and says that there were 2 of them, and that means his true power lies in the summoning. Behind him is the gate to hell. He asks if he can close the gate if he summons everyone one by one. The protagonist looks at him and says that these are strengthened by the power of souls, and as long as they can fight, nothing else matters. The fierce hellish horses run forward. The guy notices that they have broken through. The Red General is furious and says that the more monsters the demonic creatures kill, the stronger they become. They eat enemies. He continues to explain that even if they are on the same side. Undead and demons fight. He says that big monsters can't do anything, since they are held back by those he summoned, but the little ones had enough time to devour each other and become stronger. The Red Giant stands with hellish pets, saying that he doesn't have enough people, because one is not a warrior in the field. The protagonist says that the third reason he managed to survive until this moment is strategy and tactics. The Heavenly General growls with glaring eyes. The warriors run forward. He shouts that they need to deal with the monsters that managed to break through. They must block the gate instead of the Heavenly General. He turns around and asks about the slaves. The guy understands that in fact it was an operation to combat pirates, but this outcome is also not bad. Surprised people shout that they need to be stopped at least for his sake. The system says about a hidden task with the goal of holding out for 24 hours and the reward will be an experience card. He thinks that the hidden quest appeared after the gate was opened. Anubis is blazing with fire and says that it is better for him that they are rushing into battle with such enthusiasm because he received a personal quest in which you need to destroy the boss monster, and the reward will be the official status of a god, 1 ticket to change the class. Jisoo looks at the Necromancer and shouts that she is with them. He in turn understands that this is a real opportunity to become a full-fledged god, and not a demigod. The Red Giant standing opposite declares that the current situation is his doing. He flashes lightning and says that he did not want to say that physical strength is the only thing, but it feels like he was fooled. The Necromancer stands opposite and asks if he is afraid. He denies. He clenches his giant fist, declaring that nothing can be changed. He is blazing with fire and shouts about strength, intelligence, power. Be that as it may, the strongest survives. The opponents look at each other. The demon declares that either he or the protagonist will remain. He strikes the henchman who is hiding behind the shield. He kicks. The guy understands that it is not enough yet. A fierce battle occurs. MC realizes that the situation on the battlefield is leveling out, but time is not on their side. Holding his staff, he thinks that one blow will not be enough and is needed to turn the tide. The demon smirks and says that as he thought, he will fall first. He releases energy shouting about the storm skill from the blades. Anubis bleeds and screams, realizing that the enemy was hiding such a skill for the last time. The giant hits him with his fists, shouting that powerful skills require a lot of mana and another in his place would not use it. He shoots a column of fire at the protagonist, claiming that he has no other choice since he has to deal with his endless summoning. Jisoo runs to attack the giant mutant. He continues to attack. The guy understands that he is being pushed back and this is the limit. The protagonist takes serious damage, thinking that he will simply lose even after doing everything possible. Hanho flies on a wyvern shouting that he told him that he does not like flying but was forced to anyway. A strong explosion occurs. Friends shout his name. He sits in the middle of clouds of smoke and dust. He calmly declares that he is cool and everything is fine. Surprised fighters ask where the daggers in the sky are from. Another demands not to be distracted but rather to help. The guy smilingly asks if this is not a waste of manpower, since they saved it for him only for filming. He agrees. He shouts in delight that it was an attack in the fall, and in this situation he could be the grandfather of the pirate king, and not just the king. A friend stands near the boss and asks him to make the final blow. He demands to calm down. The red giant holds on to his wounds. MC declares that victory is theirs because he is not able to fight if he does not have potions or a restorative skill. He laughs and says that his body looks like a piece, and since he has nothing to patch himself up with, should we consider that he is cornered? Anubis with a scythe comes forward. He asks if the guy has already been treated, assuming that he is a fraud and that is where the power of a god lies. The protagonist with an unperturbed look asks why he is asking about this. He answers that having the archbishop class he has a special quest. With a terrifying grin, the red mutant says that he thought and he will be able to survive something like this. The notification says about the task of the descent of the god of war with the goal of killing 100,000 people during the war, and the reward will be receiving the divinity of Azura. There are only a couple of people left. Monsters bloodthirstily kill warriors. The system says that the conditions are met and the quest is completed. A huge enemy with 4 arms says that isn't this the perfect moment, because the war is not over yet. The protagonist in the guise of a demigod thinks about divinity. Realizing that he was also on a quest, he shouts to the guys to get ready to strike. A bright glow pierces the huge monster. He asks with a shabby look what it was. Anubis blazes with a grin. He thinks about lightning. The man stands on a cliff opposite the sea. The guy with the pet looks ahead and he asks that the distance is too great, and it seems that the discharge was not as powerful as he expected. He loudly asks that he does not think that he is simply wasting the power of the item. The system says about the Eye of Horus of the legendary level with the effect of observation at a distance that depends on the amount of mana and in the case of a long-range strike hits the target. The blonde with a serious look says that he is a player with divinity and it would be better to treat her as a necromancer, that is, as a partner. The guy waves his hand and replies that although he is calculating, he has a kind soul and therefore he can borrow his power by persuading, making deals and threatening. He calmly asks if the animals understand his words. He waves his palm, creating a bright lightning. A cloud of strong discharges appears near him. It rushes across the sea to the port. He realizes that this is why he must destroy it. The red giant feels a powerful discharge on himself. Gangseek stands on the cliff. Holding a black liquid in his hand, he thinks. The fairy asks with a smile what happened and whether they succeeded. He clenches his fist and states that a large amount of mana was invested in the attack, but apparently he only did the necromancer a favor. Everything around the undead is burning. The charred monster lies unconscious. Jisoo stands next to his friend and asks if he is still alive after such a blow. He replies that it is because he has 1 health point left. The blackened heavenly general screams in pain and asks if he is really defeated. The protagonist's legs are burning. He asks that he thinks that the outcome is unfair and did not think that he will lose due to someone else's interference. He smiles and says that he simply did not have enough strength. Lying on the ground, he explains that since the beginning of the game, he has never shown mercy to people. He sees MC in front of him and declares that he will not ask for mercy and that he can kill him. Anubis chops with his scythe. Hearing that he won, the system window says that 340,000 gold was received for killing the leader of the angel faction, and they increased the reward for his heads to 75 million. Blood flows from the scythe. He asks what he held a leadership position in the angel faction. The protagonist looks at the sky and says that they call themselves the absolute species, but all they can do after killing the ruler is increase the reward. Hanho holds the key and declares that he has an item. The system says that it is from the Devil's Gate with the effect of increasing mana, allows you to avoid attacks from demonic creatures. The protagonist introduces the monsters and realizes that he hasn't really used it much except for increasing his mana and still kept it with him. He'll have to get rid of it once he completes the quest. A bright blue beam pierces the city. The fighters run across the rooftops. They stand on a building. The man says that they've reached Suwon Fortress and will hit the road after a break. The fighter asks the leader with a serious look if it's true that their group will receive 3.5 million gold for the assignment. The leader calmly replies that he doesn't know because their goal is the Necromancer's headquarters. They'll get a decent amount. The fighters rest. The leader explains that despite the big fee, they'll have to do a lot of work, and there aren't many smart guys. The participant in glasses asks what the problem is, because they just need to destroy a small village before the protagonist returns and no one will know what they're going to do. The man holds up an object saying that the customer, the Evolution Society, even provided some great stuff. The notification says that it's a mana reverse flow device that can destroy a skill. The sun is shining in the city. The leader says that they are moving out and if the base falls, the Necromancer will not be able to do as he wants. The undead are fighting monsters. The gates of hell are burning nearby. Anubis is standing with friends who are taking pictures and asking to make his face more serious, and now a couple of shots with his sister are needed. Hanho, raising his finger, explains that the video recording was interrupted at the moment when the boss was fighting the Heavenly General and they can edit the photo and make it look like they had won from the start. The protagonist, looking back, declares that this is true. He shouts that it is all because of the quests he is completing. The system states about the faction's task, which requires broadcasting footage that will cause more damage to other factions. The monsters are lying opposite the undead. The system says that the first wave of the Devil's Gate is over and the next one will start in 20 seconds. The girl stands next to the boss and says that the demons that the general controlled were only the first wave, and who will appear next. The skeleton raises his sword. MC declares that if they are ready, they will be able to stop any wave, whatever it may be. The message says about the formation of a company with the commander's attribute and the effect of increasing attack power, defense, additional damage. The undead are burning with fire. The system says about the second-level defensive echelon with the effect of increasing shield defense, shield attack power, and the probability of knockback. Huge minions are standing nearby. The system says about the 5th-level giants with the effect of reducing damage received from small and medium-sized opponents. The message says about the Iron Knights of the 7th level with the effect of increasing armor protection. Anubis is green. The notification says about the strengthening of the undead with souls, namely attack power, defense, immunity to magic, movement speed and resistance to abnormal statuses. The main character in the form of a beast says that there is almost no time left, and it is necessary to leave. The message says that the maintenance time of the Grim Reaper is 14 minutes, and 15 minutes for the werewolf. Monsters stretch their paws out of the portal. The system says that the second wave of the Devil's Gate has begun. They shout that something is approaching. Fierce monsters of hell run to attack. The system says that they are intimidated by creatures from the outer dimension. People are holding their heads and trying to figure out what it is. It says that all stats have been reduced by 20%. The protagonist with the key looks ahead and realizes that the Heavenly General kept the item on him because of the creatures from the outer dimension. A horde of mutants is approaching him. He calmly looks at them. The window says that with his divinity he reduced the stats of low-level monsters by 30%. Anubis looks ahead and states that the demigod status works perfectly. Giant worms see the undead. The protagonist strikes with a scythe, shouting that he will be able to eliminate them without any problems. The notification says that he received 500,000 for killing creatures from the outer dimension. Shocked spectators shout that he defeated such a monster in one blow. MC in the form of a demigod says that new bones have appeared. The window says that he cannot make an outer dimension creature out of one. The gates to hell are burning. He understands that if you think about it, the outer dimension is behind the gates. They rush to attack. The guy realizes that he can't know for sure, but that place is clearly not friendly, and so it's time to finish. The sun is shining in the port city. Muyan and his friends look at the screen. They shout that this is what was expected from a necromancer because he is a person who never loses. They happily see the girl and declare that they will make her the head of the village for bringing the protagonist. The girl enthusiastically realizes that the bet on the necromancer was justified, and even though the others doubted, she believed until the end and the third faction will be able to hold out. The prosecutor and the others are watching TV. Manhwa tells the ruler that they are watching the broadcast to find out what he is capable of in case they become enemies. But he kills the monsters too easily. He replies that Sungwoo has become stronger since their last meeting. Minhyam, smiling, declares that the conflict must be resolved peacefully because they must become the best version of humanity. The girl in glasses looks at him and asks if he knows that they are at war. The huge monster roars. He throws people aside. The question sounds as to how the necromancer manages to defeat him. Jisoo shouts to his charges that they need to retreat. She strikes with swords. The system window says that she has increased her level to 17. Hanho films the battle on camera. The undead beat demons from hell. The system says that they have defeated the second wave and the next one will begin in 20 seconds. The wounded fighters shout that they need to regroup and need restorative potions. There are few of them left, and they cannot lose their vigilance. The girl looks at the head and asks how much time they have. Anubis calmly replies that they need to finish them off in 8 minutes. The window says that the maintenance time of the Grim Reaper is 8 minutes, like the werewolf. A tough battle is underway. The protagonist realizes that it is time for the gatekeeper of the demonic gate to appear, and they must reduce the siege and begin the offensive as soon as he appears. The gate begins to burn. The message says that the last wave has begun. A fire forms near them. People shout that they have a bad feeling because some particles are gathering around. The main character grins. A fiery whirlwind sweeps away everything around. They shout that they need to be careful. MC watches and understands that the summoned creatures are strengthened in various ways. The giant steps with his foot. The window says that a boss monster has appeared, the gatekeeper of demons. A huge monster comes out. Everything is burning around. There are many corpses. Instead of a face, he has a fiery crack. It is said that they are intimidated by creatures from an external dimension. The fighters grab their necks and say that they cannot breathe. The guy with a serious look realizes that this is a dangerous situation. He imagines the enemies, realizing that no matter how strong the enemy was, during the fight he could always find his weak spot, so he defeated bosses who were difficult to deal with, and this one will not be an exception. He sees a giant in front of him, realizing that there is no time at all. Clenching his fist, he raises it before the attack. He directs a bright beam of light towards the mutant. He forms a shield around himself and fights back. The undead are watching them. They rush at the enemy, but he holds them back. His face is burning brightly. A whirlwind of fire forms around him. The fighters are shocked and ask what just happened. Hanho looks at his smartphone in dismay and shouts that he has a god-level shield and is also capable of such attacks, and it looks like they are doomed. The chat is discussing that he destroyed the army in the blink of an eye, and is this really the end for them? The dark mutant looks forward. MC with a side stands opposite. People shout that they need to run. His legs glow green. Jisoo screams in fear at Sungwoo. Another asks why he is going to the monster. He raises his huge leg. The leader is shouted that he needs to be careful. He sees a pole rushing in front of him. The giant passes by him. Everyone is shocked by this. The main character has a key to the Devil's Gate hanging around his neck. Anubis thinks seriously about the power of the system. He rushes at his back, realizing that despite the presence of the item, he will notice it at the moment of attack, and in this case. The protagonist moves forward, realizing that it will not take him much time. The monster suddenly turns to him. He deals a powerful blow with a scythe, thinking that he will finish him off the first time. The mutant falls to the ground screaming loudly. Sungwoo's hand shines. He asks if he is still alive. The system says that the Twilight Assault is beginning. Several giant skeletons go forward. The protagonist in the form of a beast says that we need to act now, and everyone goes on the attack. The skeleton assistant begins to spin. Other undead grabs the monster with their hands. MC jumps up swinging his weapon. He cuts the enemy. The system says that 78 million was received for killing the boss monster, and he increased his level to 22. There are 1932 days left until the qualification. The demigod looks at the window that he received the title of Demon Hunter and increased strength, agility and immunity. He shouts that it's over and even managed to raise the level. He holds a card. The message says that the ghost summoning is confirmed. The guy notes that this is a new skill. Information about the skill is shown, which at the basic level, allows you to summon 2 ghosts that do not receive damage from attacks, can overcome obstacles, impose curses. The protagonist notes that this will increase his combat power. Blazing green light, he says that only. The gates of hell are burning in front of him. He declares that you need to recklessly enter and Anubis will soon be released. He holds a scythe and sees a message that he can save the dungeon raid level and the scroll of the Devil's Gate. He exclaims with a serious look that he will save it, because at the same time the reward will increase. A portal is burning near him. The window says that the information about the item has been changed. Now there's the second floor of a special level, the category of a magic scroll, with the effect of opening the gate for 36 hours. The excited people shout that they have finally won and glory to the Necromancer. The demigod, through the pain, declares that his strength is leaving him. The notification notes that all characteristics are reduced for 24 hours. The guy sweating says that this is definitely the end. The message says that he successfully completed a special task and can choose a reward. He understands with a serious face that there is no need to change classes and that Hanho would need something similar. The pumped-up friend poses. The protagonist says that he does not need it because his potential can be the greatest among all. A demigod card is shown. It says that he can choose the official status of a god. A card with a man appears. The window says about Thanatos. A bearded man is shown on a golden card. The message says about Yama. The guy looks at this and says that several gods associated with death were presented, but he could only choose 3 and he is curious about the abilities of the others. But alas, nothing can be done. The silhouette of Anubis appears behind the protagonist. The window says that he receives the official status of the god of death. In another message, information about a demigod level skill when you can use divine power for 1 hour per day. MC frowns and says that fortunately he doesn't need the transformation ampoule, but the time to maintain the form is still an hour. Judging by the correspondence, the first stage, there is an opportunity for further development. The joyful warrior turns to the master necromancer, saying that he is their savior and if he needs help, he can contact him at any time. He stands in front of him and says that he heard that he wants to organize a third faction and if the protagonist does not mind, then they would like to join. The protagonist, raising his hand, declares that this issue has not yet been decided, clarifying why they decided to give preference to the third faction. The men exchange glances. The interlocutor explains in surprise that it is because of security, because they have already suffered from pirates. The guy in the cloak declares that if they want to rely on someone for survival, then it is worth considering the absolute race. Turning around, he says that he will not help with this. The man shouts after him what the goal of the third faction is, and what else can be achieved in the world except security. The protagonist, looking forward, thinks about the goal. He imagines the statue and realizes that the decision was random, and the reason why he broke the angel is because of a certain belief. Sungwoo calmly speaks about the solution, realizing that the only way to achieve his goals is to get rid of the absolute race. He calmly declares that he will find a solution to this ridiculous phenomenon. He leaves with the undead and friends, saying that he is not going to mindlessly accept people, but will only gather those who pursue the same goal as him and bring the game to the end. The people look at him silently. He clenches his fists and says that in this case, they are not suitable. The guy goes with Jisa and the skeleton asking if the broadcast has ended. The system window says that he has successfully completed the faction's task and received a reward. Hanho runs to them, shouting that an emergency message has arrived from the village. He shouts in surprise that while they were gone, someone attacked her. The guy puts out a flaming hand and says that they need to return urgently. Hanho calmly looks at the phone and explains that it seems the enemy was captured and did not have time to cause damage. Pixel friends are standing in front of the monster. He understands that the world has turned into a game. Monsters throw dice. The main character thinks whose joke it was, God or the devil, and maybe a conspiracy of a great power or just a dream. A soldier with a gun is sitting by the wall. The guy thinks that now the answers to these questions do not matter to anyone, and it is not important who gives out quests. Behind the warriors everything explodes. They talk about how to complete them and live here and now because due to the risk of dying there is no time for doubts. A man sits near the explosion with a phone and asks what he wants to solve this phenomenon, noting that they have a rebel and a revolutionary. The message says that the man supports the Necromancer, and watching the battles with the pirates he realized that they should not go through something like this, and what are the true intentions of angels and demons. The warrior grins as he looks at the screen and asks if it's because he's acting extravagantly, and the public's reaction is pretty good, writing that they support him. He turns around to see explosions, and the chat says that the team is amazing but boring to watch. He gets up from hiding, saying that he doesn't know if the path he's chosen is right, that he believes the prosecutor, and can't trust either angels or demons. People are standing near the ships in the port. The girl clenches her fist and shouts that they're also heading out to hunt, and that if things continue like this, they'll be left far behind. Muyan stands in front of her and says that she understands everything but that she should calm down. He throws up his hands and explains that they shouldn't jump to conclusions, that they should protect each other so that no one dies or gets hurt. The guy laughs, saying that his sister is not that reckless, and that they'd decided on a plan a long time ago. The girl yells at her father that the time has come and that the energy spent on restoring their livelihood and watching the pirates should be redirected to development. The people around watch, declaring that they can't remain weaklings who rely on one person every time, and he has already helped them twice, and they must repay him. The surprised girl realizes that they must become the proud pillar of the third faction. A corridor is visible. Hanho holding daggers enthusiastically shouts that he finally got one. The window says about a ghost blade of heroic level. He pokes them in the air and shouts that he had to suffer without an exclusive weapon. He looks at them lovingly, saying that a fist cannot compare with a weapon, and although in the case of the protagonist it would work. They stand in front of a pile of gold, chests and jewelry. Sungwoo declares that they managed to collect a lot of loot and would like to take it all, but they need to leave resources to restore the situation of the residents. He holds a wallet and understands that he cannot refuse this. The system says about a special level of storage with an effect in which part of the gold earned by players under the contract is automatically deposited. Jisoo smilingly declares that thanks to this quest and the experience coupon she was able to enter the top 5. The corresponding rating is shown in the window. A joyful friend shouts that in their third faction there are people who took 2nd and 5th places, and this can greatly help in promoting advertising. They are standing in front of the portal to the village. The protagonist offers to return. The message says that the returning portal leading to the world tree is opening. The weapon is shown. The fighters are carrying it on a cart. Kim looks at it and asks what it is. The character notes that they robbed the pirates. They examine the weapons. The heroine asks about the crossbow. The man notes that the shields are of a higher level than those they use and he wanted to strengthen the tanks. Looking at the weapons, the man in the helmet says that if this continues, the guards will become stronger than the crusaders. The other replies that from the point of view of the growth rate, this is impossible. The protagonist with a serious look says that he heard that intruders got to them, specifying how they managed to grab them. The guy excitedly begins to explain. A group of fighters are walking down the road. A man in a helmet asks about the world tree being surrounded by a barrier, and whether there is a need to go on patrol. Another one notes that one cannot blindly rely on it. A character in glasses points at him and says that in games and novels there are always abilities or objects that can resist it, like now for example. The guards hide in horror. The villains make a hole in the barrier. The man says that they are trying to break through it. The warrior replies that they look stronger than them. He pokes at his smartphone and shouts that they will watch, and if they cannot solve the problem themselves, they will report it. The man in glasses looks at his charge and asks how much longer. He replies that they are almost done. The drill goes through the barrier. They open a gap and enter, shouting that they need to hurry and, as ordered, deal with all the residents. The bandits run through the streets. Suddenly, they notice an electric fence in front of them. Crossbows are aimed at them from the roof. The leader jumps on the wall shouting that it is a trap and that they need to jump over the fence along the buildings. An explosion occurs in front of him, while he explains that they need to beware of crossbowmen. They burn him. He shouts that this is too much. Jaeonsa smilingly explains that half of them died from one blow, but the rest were surrounded and therefore there was nothing left to do but surrender. Sungwoo stands opposite, and smiling says that they were well prepared. he replies that the soldiers who did not stand guard cannot be forgiven. Bandaged people lie on the floor. Kim explains that they divided the prisoners into two and placed them in the gallery warehouses and are currently patching them up. The protagonist points his finger saying that it is time to look at the faction rewards. The window says about a basic level skill with the effect of opening an inventory where you can store and share items in a subspace. If you have permission, then you can use it at any time. The skeleton stands with a flag. The notification says about the flag of the third faction, which has a positive effect on players entering the faction. The guy looks up and understands that it is a universal thing and a buff. It differs from ordinary skills, but is temporary. He is shown near the enemies, realizing that the faction is not brought to perfection, and compared to the absolute races it is insignificant, and during the attack their characteristics were increased several times. The guy looks forward with a sad look. A large tree spread its leaves. The window says that it continues to grow and is in the second stage. Thinking, MC thinks that it is not easy to compete with them, and they need to create a stronger organization than what they have, and even without buffs the organization is strong in itself. Moon shines in the night sky. The protagonist stands in front of the prisoners and asks about the hunting company. The bandaged scoundrel is interested in the fact that he has never heard of it. In the world it is known as a business company from which you can borrow strength. Sungwoo's eyes glow green. He notes that this is where her heyday will end. The frightened captives scream that in fact the attack was the company's doing and they had nothing against them. It was a big mistake on their part. The heroine goes forward. Jisoo takes the hilt of the sword and asks if they want to be forgiven, noticing that she is filled with resentment. The frightened hostage screams that he knows little because he is just a field commander, and if they find out about the failure, they will send negotiators. The protagonist seriously thinks if negotiations are really possible after this. Hanho stands nearby and calls them funny, and they seem to really think this was business. Two people stand at the barrier. The protagonist says that in this case they will wait and see if the negotiators arrive. The man with a smile says that they are negotiators from the Hunter's Company, asking if they could take them to the Necromancer. They walk through the streets. The negotiator frowns as he thinks that he thought that robbing an empty doom would be a piece of cake and he can't believe that they failed. Sweat drips down his face as he ponders where the mistake was made or the information was incorrect, because this is the most dangerous situation since the founding and they need to focus on the negotiations first. They enter the main character who is sitting on the throne next to his friends. The frightened man realizes that this is the Necromancer, who in turn clarifies that they came for negotiations. Suddenly, he feels a green stream of energy on himself. Sungwoo, with blazing eyes, claims that he is listening to them. The interlocutor with a serious look says that it is an honor for him to meet the Necromancer. His name is Kai and he is the leader of the second advanced group in the Hunter's Company. He stands in front of MC on the throne and explains that apparently they caused inconvenience, and he sincerely apologizes on behalf of the company. He wonders what this oppressive feeling of fear is. A guy with green eyes sits. He asks in a quiet voice about the Evolution Society. The surprised man asks what he means, because they are representatives of the company of hunters. Sitting on the throne, he replies that he has no time for them, and while they are chatting, their leadership, having received a request from the society, probably runs away. The frightened man assures that everything is not so. He thinks that the Necromancer was a hero of the Korean server. The guy in the long black cloak gets up and says that it is stupid of them not to run away. The interlocutor thinks that he expected to beg and promise compensation, and he will agree. He asks how they will cope with everyone. He thinks about the man and says that he already warned after the terrorist invasion that he would kill everyone. A drop of sweat falls to the floor. The frightened man realizes that he did not expect this at all. He hears that he can extract memories from his corpse. Lich with a scythe stands on the ruins. The guy assures that he will kill him and find out where the lair is, and then kill everyone else. Frowning, he says that he plans to carry out his plan in 10 minutes, so he should try to convince him. The frightened man opens the suitcase. There are jewels in it. He asks what the protagonist wants, because he came to negotiate, and they are ready to pay for their deed. He touches his neck with a blade, stating that it would be troublesome to kill them and look through their memories, so he should tell. Blazing with fire, Sungwoo demands to know where the headquarters of the Evolution Society is. The car rushes along the road. Hanho stands next to his friend and asks if everything will be okay. Jisoo notes that he can unite with the society and return. Turning around, the guy replies that this is business and he will stick to the most profitable side. There is a risk, of course, but the reaction will follow. With a serious look, he understands that when the opportunity arises, he will eradicate all evil on the Korean peninsula. Someone calls him. Kim happily declares that they dug up some grass on the mountain, and apparently it is an item. Green grass is shown. The window says that it is a rare level healing and promotes the healing of wounds. The protagonist examines a purple root of the abyss of a rare level, but it needs to be processed. The guy looks at the guys and explains that this must be handled with care. The hero in glasses turns around and says that he is thinking about building a room for making potions, because they have people with the alchemist class, and even if they know practically nothing, it would be nice to conduct experiments and study the methods of making potions. Sung-woo smilingly declares that potions are necessary both before and after battles. He understands that it is correct to use it, and you can get a powerful boost. A friend stands next to his father and shouts that his level has increased. He objects that he is not an item. The son looks at him with a grin and says that to expand the safe zone, mana and gold are no longer required. He replies that after the tree grew, he received a message that talked about synergy. He flies in space, explaining that he has the skill of the eye of the sky, and if he closes his eyes, he will see what is happening behind the barrier. The son exclaims that this is expected from the shield, a divine level skill. The man, smiling, explains that this is not all, because if they close their eyes, he will be able to show what we see to 3 more people. He raises his hand and shouts that one day his shield will go beyond the village and cover the entire world. The son replies that in this case the safe will not be needed, and he needs to give his wallet. The man coughs, clarifying whether he really needs it. The son asks how much he lost in card games. He runs after his father. The protagonist understands that the risk of becoming a target at the world tree is high, and therefore the effect is obvious. The window says that the area is granted abundance. The probability of success is increased, receiving additional properties when creating items. The tree is in the middle of the city. He understands that if such an effect can be obtained at such a low level of growth of the second stage, then the gap with other groups will increase even more. The people behind the guy call the leader. Minsik rides a motorcycle and shouts that they found a new store, but there is something strange there. He frowns and explains that they tried to find out the level, but access to the goods is closed. The protagonist takes him by the clothes and asks where he went. He realizes that this is a secret store. He is furiously aware that he received a secret store coupon after defeating the Alpha and did not think that he could use it so soon. Motorcycles are parked near the building. The protagonist goes forward. He holds a secret store coupon. The window asks if he wants to use it. The guy asks the blonde to wait. He hits the barrier, noticing that they are not allowed to enter, but the boss can easily get in, and it's just incredible. Sung-woo enters a large cinema hall. He understands that last time he had 10 seconds to buy not random, but high-level items. The window shows the characteristics of the main character. He sees that he has 148 million gold and therefore will not have to refuse anything due to lack of money like last time. He looks closely and understands that if he's lucky, he can get it this time. He sits down on a chair. The message says that he will be presented with 5 items in order of the queue, 10 seconds to make a decision. Multicolored potions of panacea items are shown, a special level with the effect of zeroing out abnormal statuses. The guy pokes at the screen, saying that he missed it last time. He wants to buy it. A legendary level black robe of Azura is shown, increasing agility and endurance. He remembers the four-armed heavenly general and realizes that this item allows you to imitate a skill. He thinks that the price is twice as high as last time, but it is much better than the Shadow King's robe and he can't change it for the effect of the set. He presses the buy button, saying that he will give 4 hands to Hanho. The golden master key is shining. It is of a special level and allows you to open all the locks. The price is 9 million. The protagonist remembers the monster chest and thinks if there is anything else besides the mimic that can be called a treasure chest. The protagonist is shocked and ponders whether it can be used on territorial restrictions and barriers. He presses the buy button, saying that he never knows when it might be needed. The golden ghost mask is shown on the screen. It is of a legendary level with the effect of increasing damage from a sword, which increases proportionally to dexterity. He imagines a friend and realizes that this is for her, because if she misses the opportunity, then luck will bypass her for the rest of her days. He presses the buy button. Frowning, he sees a message that he needs to press the button after reading the information. He asks again what needs to be done. A bright light penetrates the hall. It says that the 5th item is opening. He opens his mouth in shock. A mythical level red bow is shown with the effect of automatically generating arrows after pulling the bowstring. He looks at the screen in shock and realizes that except for the seed of the world tree, he has never seen a mythical level item before, and it just appeared in the store. The city is behind the barrier. Sung-woo thinks that judging by the tree, the mythical level is not so simple and even the conditions for use are difficult. He thinks about Anubis and realizes that the power needed to shoot is 100 and even with all the buffs, its limit is 57. With a serious look, the guy realizes that this is not an item that can be used right away and he has never used a bow, and even if it is impulsive, he must buy it. Putting his finger to the screen, he realizes that you never know when you will have a chance to see such an item. He sees a window in front of him saying that there are 3 seconds left. He angrily pokes the buy button. The system asks him to stop doing this. He gets up from his chair and says that shopping is over and in fact he was planning to get the items of the Shadow King, but apparently he wants too much. The message says that the presentation is over and he will leave the store automatically. Glowing green, he says that the chance of it appearing among random items is small and there is only 1 item left, and you need to find a way to get it. A terrifying necromancer stands around the undead. He realizes that by collecting the legacy of the Shadow King, he feels that he will gain much greater power. The world tree spreads over the city. Hanho enthusiastically asks if they saw it. He looks at his friend and says that he received the power of a heavenly general who beat the boss until he lost consciousness. He replies that he was not beaten that badly. The guy makes a face looking at the phone, explaining that he was watching everything from above. The protagonist asks if he wants everything confiscated. Jisoo stands nearby and laughs. The guy whispers to the protagonist that this item is just right for her because her sister almost destroyed the store after she received several items. She shyly thanks the boss, saying that it suits her perfectly. A friend stands next to them and asks if they have heard that the faction war is leaning towards the Liberation Guild, because a few hours ago it was published that the base was left only in the mountains. The guy is thinking with a serious look about the capital capture event. If you take a total of 3 bases, you can get a 30% buff to damage and protection for 7 days. The military is moving forward. The man is sitting with a phone. The protagonist realizes that he heard that at the very beginning, the Reconstruction Alliance was ahead of everyone thanks to surprise attacks, and it seems that the Crusader team turned the tide of the game. The protagonist thinks, realizing that the more news he hears about the war, the more convinced he becomes. He thinks about the villains, realizing that none of the factions is a serious opponent, and he is unlikely to pose a threat. He clenches his fist and realizes that they have completely different levels of experience points, and in other words, he will continue to grow the Tree of Peace and capture the Korean server. He sees his characteristics in the window and understands that if he continues to work in this direction, he will get closer to solving the mystery of why the world has become like this and how to fix it. He needs strength to find out the truth. Smoke spreads over the ruins. Minhyum holds a flag and shouts about the victory for the Liberation Guild. Everyone takes a picture of the prosecutor on the stage. It is written about the official statement of the guild regarding the capture of the capital. He wrote that the Angel faction won, but they strive for peace and unity, not war. And if the demons refuse to fight, let them declare capitulation. Hanho looks down and says that they did it in a day and then they plan to create a union of capitals. The protagonist turns around and says that if this is where it all ends, then yes, he asks again. The green-eyed guy explains that there is a number at the end of the quest title. The monster falls to the ground. The window says about the task of the battle for the capital. The reward will be 5 boxes with legendary items. The condition is to clear the dungeon of the Amugi cave on the mountain before other factions. Jisoo in a mask says that you can't fool the system. His friend asks that they are also participating. The protagonist introduces the prosecutor and the stranger, stating that this will be so, explaining that soon this 3-way battle will end. The sun rises over the forests and mountains. Roots break through the ground. A loud sound is heard in the forest. The girl in glasses shouts that the reporter on is with them and something incredible is happening on the mountain today, so they are broadcasting. She points to the side and asks if they see it, because there is the second location in the capture of the capital, and it is huge. Drones fly over the city. She explains that a giant dome covers the entire mountain, and it looks like a demonic forest where the sun's rays do not penetrate. There is a flash. She screams about an earthquake. A huge snake opens its mouth. The reporter shouts that this is the Amugi cave, and it seems to be the boss's lair. An raises his hand and declares that in 34 hours 3 factions will take part in the competition and fight each other, and it is interesting who will win this time. The hero looks at the smartphone screen with this broadcast. Minhyum stands near the boss and Manhwa, asking that in the end they will be forced to fight Sungwoo. The prosecutor thoughtfully answers that perhaps a fight with him is inevitable. He understands that even if it is possible to avoid it, no one knows what will happen next. The window sparkles. He realizes that while they are at the mercy of the system, there is a high probability that they will have to fight the main character. The fighters stand excitedly. Manhwa says that everyone is worried about this. He replies that even he is nervous. The prosecutor hits the table and declares that they are not going to lose. The assistant standing in front of him states that fortunately the demon faction has lost its power, and so they only need to focus on the Necromancer. He replies that they can win. The girl with glasses agrees, saying that they will do everything possible to defeat the undead army. The other asks why these people. He shows the screen of the smartphone and shouts to the prosecutor that a support group has joined the demon faction. A man in a cloak stands on the stage. It is said that the fighting guild has announced that they have joined the demon camp. The man with a serious face exclaims that 254 members of their guild, including the master, will take part in this fight, and they will work together with the alliance to lead the demons to victory. He confidently shouts that the players may not know, but they are warriors who survived in hell called the Taibik mountain range. A large monster walks in the forest. He explains that this is a region teeming with countless monsters and their leaders. Red eyes are seen in the forest. He states that they have been fighting endless battles lately without a break to rest. Raising his hand, he shouts that they have won as a result. He slams the table and states that they will not stop there and plan to go to another battle and of course win. The surprised guys see a window with information about bets and predictions for victory with 3 factions. Yohun clenches his teeth and states that this is a crazy system that initially pushed for war, because this is gambling in a dungeon. A building in the form of a pyramid is shown. He clarifies that 1% of the total amount of bets will be given as a reward. The protagonist turns around and states that they need to pretend to be weak, asking if they will make people believe that they will lose. He puts his hand on a disgruntled Hanho and says that at least it will cause concern and his time has come. He replies that he will do everything but warns that if he continues to get into the swing of things, he will finish him off. Jisa looks at them and asks that provocation and falsification are wrong. There is a box with her things. She shouts that it is her gold. A friend replies that he will not create problems and just asks for some guarantees. The main character scratches his head and asks how they can pretend to be weak. The guy raises his finger and says that he is using those people. The Crusaders listen to the people on the stage. It is written about the Angel faction. The prosecutor clenches his fist and declares that they are a guild of liberators and they will definitely win the competition on the mountain, and they received a buff as a reward, so victory is theirs. He decisively states that the legendary items they received will be transferred to the player association that is in development. They advocate for the distribution of power. In the chat, they write that they trust him. Others answer that they support the Necromancer. The host of the demon faction shouts to the audience that he wants to introduce a person. The chairman of the Reconstruction Alliance smiles. He is announced as a man hidden behind a veil. The guy looks at the stage and says that he has seen this somewhere before. Opening his mouth, he shouts that this is Chairman Lee. In the chat, they write that they recognized him. The man smilingly declares that everyone knows how he helped the country, and just as they developed it with the help of business, they will lead the revival of the demon faction and lead it to victory. The fighters stand near the corpses. He explains that they are not the only ones who are part of the faction, and he knows that there are many players from the demon faction in Busan. Frowning, the old man claims that they want to unite with them, and also provide 2 items from those that are supposed to be a reward. The enthusiastic fighters hear that one legendary item will be given to an independent player who decides to join the faction. Everything is simple. He holds the phone and asks to carefully store the betting tokens and join the demon faction, and he will post all the details on the community page. Bodyguards stand near the car. In the chat they write that they believe in the chairman and his tactics. The tree stands in the middle of the city. It is written about the third faction. In the message from the strongest sergeant it is written that his hideout is near Suwon, and he noticed a huge cloud of black smoke that was moving. In the comments they write that even the terrorists failed. Everyone else is guessing who could have attacked. The girl reads in amazement that this place was featured in the terrorists' broadcast. Others discuss who dared to attack the Necromancer, and that he has a rival. She closes her eyes smiling. They unanimously say that they are cheating. The guy is standing near the table. He happily looks at his phone and declares that the reaction is excellent, and it is time for the actors to appear. 3 men with serious faces are standing nearby. He sits near them and says that the company will not like this, and they value trust, while mentioning participation in manipulation. He calmly asks if the company does not like it, so what, asking whether he wants to fight them again. The excited prisoner replies that it is not up to him to decide. The guy asks whether he wants to talk to the Necromancer. The main character is standing near his friends. It is said that he belongs to the type of people who prefer action instead of words. The man declares that they can start filming. 3 prisoners are sitting at the table. The message says about the official statement of the Liberation Guild regarding the capture of the capital. The surprised guys look at the phone. It says about the predictions for victory. In first place are angels, then demons, and the third faction is last. Hanho notes that the number of people betting on them has significantly decreased. The guy looking down says that few people invest in something risky, and they just need to wait for the final and invest money. The tree stands in the middle of the city. He says that they will go to the mountain as late as possible so that everyone will think that they cannot come. The guy claps his hands, shouting that it is finally time for Azura. Helicopters fly in the sky. The prosecutor goes forward. He leads the army. The window says that they have entered the competition zone and killing players is not available. In case of an attack they will be automatically declared dead. The fighters look forward. One of them asks what the fools from the demons are staring at. They furiously answer, clarifying why such a rush. They felt more confident, since they cannot kill. The shield fighters stand in front of them. The mage shouts that these are the guys from Kangwon, and that they have only fought monsters so far. The warriors in purple clothes stand in front of the crusaders. They notice that they are showing off, but in fact they are slow, and if you hit them on the head once, they will immediately stop laughing. The host stands in front of the camera and portals, stating that there is an entrance to the mountain, and here is the arena where the second competition will take place. The reporter looks at the bald guy and states that the angel and demon faction is in place, specifying how much is left until the start. He answers that it is 1 hour and 10 minutes. Holding the microphone, she shouts that the Necromancer has really suffered irreparable damage, as the company of hunters claims, and he still hasn't shown up. The assistant shouts at An to look at the sky, while she wonders if they will never see him. The surprised fighters look up, not understanding what is happening. Sungwoo rushes down riding a dragon. They run forward. 3 friends approach them. The people around understand that he showed up and looks good, and it's time to bet on the week. The reporter goes to the guy and asks if he can do an interview. He silently passes by. An turns around and begs him to wait. The assistant looks after him and asks if he really imagines himself a superstar, The other notes that he does not understand that even in such a world, journalists are a scary thing. MC looks at the prosecutor and says that they have not seen each other for a long time. He replies that in the end, sworn enemies met face to face. Green and blue portals are shown. He states that it is unknown what will happen there, but as long as they do not cross each other's path, they will not have to fight. He goes on, realizing that even if they become enemies, he is not going to fight to the death. They have long been allies and debtors to each other. They are determined. The guy understands that if he has to kill, then so be it. The warrior in purple clothes sees them and asks what they were talking about. The chairman sits in the car hearing that apparently no one attacked the necromancer. He agrees. He sticks his hand out of the window and says that he has a plan. He is a slippery man and even now continues to think about money. In the case are arrows of divine blood with the effect of concentrating divine power, which gives additional damage to the undead. Frowning, he says that there are only 4 arrows and everything needs to be done correctly. The ward holds it, saying that if they did not have this, then nothing could strike directly in the heart, but they understood them. The protagonist in a pool of blood, he explains that there are only 4 pieces, but they will try to kill him with the first shot because if he misses, he will immediately understand the power of this weapon. He puts it back and says that the chairman can rely on them, specifying where he got it from, because the weapon is ideal for fighting the necromancer. Frowning, he replies that the fighter does not need to know this. He smiles, looks out the window and says that the interlocutor is a businessman and has many secrets. He notes that the necromancer is not the only one to be wary of. Jisoo is standing next to him. The man says that the girl is good with a blade and is his colleague. She confidently moves forward. The villain explains that she is in the top 5 and probably reached this level not without the help of the necromancer. The girl fights fiercely. It is said that in the video with the battle against the pirates, she single-handedly dealt with the monster that killed the tank. Sitting in the car, he tells the henchman that she can interfere and therefore, after the start of the competition, you need to get rid of her first. He replies that she is the type of person that subordinates like. The heroes are standing in front of the green portal. The system says that an entrance for the third faction has appeared. The protagonist turns to his friend and asks what is good that there is a separate entrance for each faction. Asking if he is in a good mood, he replies that he just feels left out. The system window says that the betting time is up. Angels are in first place, then demons, and the third faction is the last. The total bet amount is 408 million. Hanho is excited and says that if they win, the winnings will multiply. She replies that this is better than gacha, at least the effort will pay off. Sunwoo with a serious look sees a window about a bet of 70 million on the third faction. He understands that thanks to this, he will no longer have to worry about working capital. A diagram of the 3 participants is shown. He realizes that their faction does not include many elites. They are at a disadvantage in terms of financial support, and in order to grow and develop, they have to borrow money from other factions. The guys enter the portal. The message says that they can enter the dungeon of a muggy cave. A bright glow occurs. Hanho tries to open his eyes. They look around. The guy asks why they are trapped because there is not a single ray of light. The protagonist replies that this is a dungeon. The system says that they entered inside. They see a giant tree. The guy wonders why it is so huge and are they really in Korea? Jisoo replies that it looks like the plant life has begun to dominate the fauna. They walk along with the undead. The guy wonders if there are any monsters that look like cats. The notification says that at the first stage you need to find a key to move on. The girl in the mask notes that most likely it is about a monkey. The protagonist goes ahead, hearing from Hanho a question about this foreign word. He answers that it is in their language. He understands that he is a university student, and also an art department student. The leader goes on, stating that he does not know what a sphinx is, but if you meet a monkey in such a place, the battle will not be easy. He turns around, noticing that you need to be on your guard. They look around in the middle of the forest. He says that another faction has already started. Frightened men shout that the enemy is there. They are from the demon faction. Fierce monkeys jump on the branches. The warriors shout that you just need to shoot at them. A frightened man asks how they can even be caught. A fighter watches in horror as liquid drips down on him. People are torn apart and fall down. The crusaders from the angel faction look around. They scream that these creatures have surrounded them and are waiting for them to disperse. The prosecutor next to the army says that they will be able to lure them out when they disperse. The assistant notes that this is too risky. The monkeys jump around with a mad look. He says that one of them has the key and they do not know how much damage will be done before they can find it. Yohun frowns and realizes that the quest is not very difficult, but they can take a lot of damage without moving from the entrance. He is shocked to see a window that the third faction has already received the key. The prosecutor opens his mouth and asks how they did it so quickly. Quick blows cut through the tree trunks. Jisoo closes his eyes. The system window says that the damage from the sword increases proportionally to agility. Fierce monkeys jump on the branches. The window says that thanks to the sense of the ghost, she better senses the targets around, claims that she hears it. The key hangs on a chain. She means the clanking of metal. The girl, raising her head, says that it is there. Hanho frantically looks around, asking where, noting that it is so dark that only she can find it, and even if they find it, how to eliminate the target. The protagonist raises a burning hand, declaring that they need to make him come down from the tree. The notification says that a poisonous cloud has formed in the area. Bright lightning flashes. It began to rain. He realizes that due to the fact that the forest is quite dense, raindrops can be avoided. Water flows down the trees and leaves. A monkey sits on a branch. The protagonist thinks about those that flow down the trees. The monkey growls at Hanho, who shouts that she is coming down. The guy thinks that if he is not resistant to poisons, he will have no other choice. The beast growls in surprise. It says that when he comes down, the undead attack him. The protagonist thinks that he will be attacked by ghouls. Of all the members of his family, they climb trees better than others. The beast tears the undead apart. The necromancer stands next to Minseek and understands that one should not forget about the difference in weight. A bright fire fills his eyes. He releases blue chains of the abyss. The chain entangles the neck of the beast. Other monkeys fall down. The henchman pulls the chains and kills them. Jisu chops off the heads of enemies. The system says to receive 135,000 gold for killing the Sphinx. Minseek and other undead fight the enemy. The monkeys fearfully climb the branches. Surprised, Hanho stands next to his friend and asks why they have lost the desire to go down. He notes that instead of fighting on the ground, they suffer burns from poison, and it is necessary to induce in them the desire to go down. Green energy fills the space. Suddenly, the necromancer's bird grabs the dead monkey. A powerful explosion occurs after using the skill. The frightened animals grab their necks and can't breathe. The guy understands that although it is weaker than the original, it is still the breath of the abyss. The burning bodies of the monkeys fall down. Sungwoo declares that now they understand that this is his territory. A friend stands nearby and shouts about the powerful power of the boss. The power resides in him. His eyes light up with a bright light. With the help of 4 hands, he throws 4 daggers straight at the monkey. He screams in rage about shooting with daggers. Jisu flies from above on the monkey with a key on his neck. She strikes a strong blow with her sword. The system says that the third faction has received the key. It sparkles with blue light. Flies into the forest. The protagonist declares that apparently he is leading them to the next area, and they need to follow him. A dense forest spreads out under the sky. Green grass and mushrooms are visible. The heroes move forward with the undead, noticing that it is lighter there, as the moss glows. The surprised guy talks about a giant wasp. The system says about the second stage in which you need to develop immunity to deadly poison. You need to track down 100 poisonous wasps to improve. Flying monsters move towards them. The fighters hid behind the trees. Hanho says that he thought they were drones. The girl notices that they are very large and therefore look unrealistic. She looks at the hive, stating that a strong hum is heard and it is very close. The guy laughs behind MC's back and says that touching it is madness. He looks at Sungwoo with a serious expression and clarifies if he is right. A red crossbow is shown. He replies that catching them one by one is ineffective. The message says that it is legendary level, increases agility and damage. The protagonist starts shooting at them, shouting that they need to burn it to the ground. They see an energy shield around. The guy screams in shock that they have a divine skill. The skeletons of the dark sphinxes go on the attack. The necromancer says that in this case they will rise and throw it off themselves. A fierce wasp puts out its huge sting. They prick the dead monkeys. The guy notices this and realizes that they are not so weak. But if they become immune to poison, their attacks will not differ from ordinary physical ones. The sphinxes attack the barrier. The boss orders to throw off the hive. It quickly falls down. The skeletons of the bears begin to beat him with their paws. The wasps see several skeletons attacking the hive. The shield breaks into pieces. Sungwoo continues to shoot from the crossbow. An explosion occurs. The system says that gold is received for killing poisonous giant wasps and their larvae. 34 out of 100 are killed. Surprised, Hanho says that at this rate they will quickly kill 100, and apparently they do not leave the burning hive. The protagonist looks forward and declares that they will kill more. The friend asks why. He smirks and declares that this is what those who have gone far ahead do. The monkey opens its mouth. Blood flows from its neck. The other team chops down the sphinxes, shouting that they have finally reached and got the key. A bright blue light moves through the forest. They declare that they need to move. The boss frowns and runs forward, hearing that 20 people have died, and even though there were victims, it was worth it. There are corpses of monsters in the forest. He says that he knew that the quest would be difficult to complete with several classes. They understood everything but formed a raid of warriors and rangers. The fighters are shown in the frame, explaining that they refused to allocate people to protect the priests and magicians in order to take the damage and complete the raid as soon as possible. He shouts in rage that nevertheless they are inferior to the necromancer. They follow the light. He asks what the chairman will think of them, and since they found the key they will be able to catch up in the shortest possible time. They see windows in front of them. He angrily says that they need to kill the wasps, and it's good that they won't have to look for someone who hid God knows where again. He turns to the fighters and shouts that since the task is to kill 100 individuals, they must be somewhere nearby. They need to split up and search. In the middle of the forest, a cry is heard whether the second team found live wasps. They are told that they did not, as well as the third. The commander furiously asks where they went. In front of him is a smoking wasp nest, he notices it. Gritting his teeth, he asks really. The entire forest is burning in front of him. He introduces MC and shouts that he is a vile fool who puts spokes in the wheels of others. The army stands in front of 3 portals of different colors. An loudly declares into the microphone that they are waiting at the entrance to the dungeon to be the first to find out information about the winner. More than an hour has passed since the 3 factions went there. She points to the system window, shouting that the third one, headed by the Necromancer, is still in the lead. The guy with money in his hands happily shouts that this was expected from the protagonist, and he believed in him. Another smilingly declares that someone present bet on him to hit the jackpot. He replies that he invested a large sum after taking into account all his achievements. The guy with white hair calls him a newbie who is expecting big losses. He excitedly asks what he thinks the Necromancer will lose. He declares that he does not deny his achievements. MC walks next to the other factions. The interlocutor explains that he is alone, and the other 2 have entire armies. The guy notices with fear that his comrades are with him. The other one answers that they are competing in who will be the first to finish the raid in the dungeon. But the essence of the quest is hidden in the war, and Chairman Lee is not mistaken. He stands in front of the army with an angry look. He explains that despite the fact that strength is valued most in the world, he was able to analyze the situation and created power, and even though the war was postponed, he was able to convince the forces of Kanwandu during the negotiations. The scheme of their attack on the main character is shown. The guy says that the Necromancer will not be able to defeat the boss named Imudi alone, because he will simply be taken into the ring. The white-haired man stands smiling next to the frightened guy who thinks about cold-blooded judgments and analytical abilities. Who is this person? He laughs madly and exclaims that this time the victory will be for the demons, and he feels it as if he bet on the right horse 7 years ago. The interlocutor looks at him with displeasure and thinks that he is just a gambling addict. He asks if he does not hear. The demon commander stands at the hive and shouts. A fan asks about the cry that foretells the victory of the fighting guild. A huge snake looks forward. Friends go further. A notification says that the buff immunity to poison has been applied. They look forward. The window says about the 3rd stage of the Master of the Dark Mountain. You need to defeat the boss monster. The guy touches the walls, noticing the atmosphere, and this is definitely the boss room. The girl is standing behind the boss who is addressing her. She is standing in the middle of the cube, stating that she does not feel anything, as if something is in the way. He looks at the burning girlfriend, realizing that this creature is able to block her feelings. He states that apparently the boss level is very high. The silhouette of the snake is shown. He realizes that the fact is that Imudi is a spirit who is currently preparing to reincarnate into a dragon. A sound is heard from the distant corridors. Grimacing friends discuss that it is rather stuffy and as if dipped in boiling water. He realizes that it feels like the deity itself is pressing. A bright light is seen in the dark corridor. They look there in shock and realize that the enemy is already here. The snake is crawling rapidly along the ground. Its red eyes are visible. Imudi looks at the enemies. The system says that the first phase boss monster has appeared. They see it. The protagonist realizes that it is of impressive size. He watches it, realizing that in addition to its size and strength, it has high speed and flexibility. A huge monster with red eyes says welcome, addressing them as the masters of the earth. The Necromancer realizes in shock that it has intelligence. Sung-woo, standing opposite, notes that, unlike the others, he speaks well. He asks if this is all that interests them after a long journey. The monsters move forward. The snake explains that without language there is no world, and for those who can only cry, there are 2 options for existence, inside and outside. His predatory red gaze is visible. He says that he understands his involvement in this world perfectly well. The guy frowns, realizing that this sounds very plausible and maybe this is a setup designed to liven up the atmosphere before the battle itself. The boss looks around, asking if there really are only 3 of them, because he felt the presence of many more people and apparently they are still wandering somewhere. The Necromancer looks at him and asks if he wants to fight them. The snake hisses, asking if this is not why they came and why he speaks as if it was the boss who was starting the fight. The 3 friends with serious faces hear that regardless of whether they came of their own free will or someone else's, if they are interested in his wealth, then they are no different from robbers, asking why they are silent and whether they agree with the statement. The giant snake looks at them and declares that silence is a sign of consent. He opens his huge mouth and shouts that if so, then they will be held accountable for their choice. The Necromancer sends the undead to attack, realizing that it was just a cutscene. The boss starts to burn. The system says that the devil's fire is summoned to the area. The protagonist with flaming eyes understands that the enemy uses not the body in the battle, but the intellect. He shouts for everyone to step aside. Powerful energy sweeps away everything around. They dodge. Blue smoke unfolds. He notices it. They jump from his attack. Sungwoo holds a scythe. The window says that he has gained the power of Lich and summoned the Reaper's scythe. A snake with red eyes looks at him and notices that he has the powers of evil. Anubis goes with an assistant and asks if he wants to taste the divine power. The system says that he has temporarily received the power of the god of death and all characteristics are increased. The boss with a serious look asks about the dog, noting that the guy is not only the embodiment of evil, but also a barbarian. An army of undead moves towards the snake. The messages say that soul regeneration and death response are activated in the area. The robot flies with a fist at the enemy, declaring that Necromech has arrived and the enemy has let down his guard, and he is not even a human. A bright sign is visible. They surround the snake everywhere, which holds back the onslaught of the undead. Anubis looks forward and thinks if they really were stopped. The boss with flaming eyes asks if this is really all the protagonist can do. With the help of several elements, he attacks the dead. MC raises his scythe, calling on the wyvern monster to attack. The snake with a terrifying look exclaims that it is useless. Blue energy pierces the flying monster. The protagonist flies to the side with his army and understands that they are not his rivals. Frightened friends ask the boss what to do because apparently it is difficult to get to the enemy. The snake stands in the middle of the flaming areas. The protagonist realizes that this is dangerous and he may have to use the resurrection spell. Hanho clenches his teeth near the girl. The guy understands that in this case they will die forever, so it is not the time to give up and there must be some way. Anubis looks ahead realizing that it is unlikely that the system would just create this monster. The silhouette of the earth is visible in the middle of fire, water and energy. MC wonders if he is one of those who resort to tricks. A cave is visible. He thinks that the opponent is using the terrain. Rocks fall down. He wonders how long the skill cooldown takes and if his attack range is limited. He remembers how Hanho touched the drawings on the wall and thinks about the fresco in which there was a triangle behind the snake. The Necromancer is burning with green fire. The window says about the souls bound by the Guardian of Souls. He stands in front of the snake, realizing that they should not have focused their attention on the boss because the answer was always in plain sight. The message says that a soul explosion has been applied to his weapon. There is a wall behind Imugi. The guy understands that it needs to be destroyed. Suddenly the snake starts screaming. A system failure occurs. Pixels appear around the friends. The system says that the client-server connection was interrupted due to an error. They do not understand what is happening. The snake opens its huge mouth. The picture is lost everywhere. The protagonist thinks that the game has turned off. Anubis stands in front of the enemy. The surprised protagonist thinks that the enemy has stopped, and the game has turned off. The undead are standing in place. Sunwoo realizes that they have a chance but they are frozen. He looks around and notices that they do not hear orders. The assistant is standing in the middle of broken pixels. The protagonist thinks how he moved them before. He looks at his hand and thinks if his skill has disappeared, but he is in the form of a god. The snake with fangs asks if he thought about the fact that they can be watched. At this time he realizes that the skill has not disappeared but simply cannot be used. The boss is burning with blue fire, saying that not now because for now they have received temporary freedom. Hanho stands next to him and shouts to the boss that he was called by name, and when they had already managed to get acquainted, the protagonist understands that everything is wrong. The snake stands in front of the undead. The protagonist thinks that even if he is not a boss monster, it is strange that he knows the player's name. As a result of the anomaly, skills stopped activating and hostility on his part disappeared. The guy in the guise of a god understands that there was a failure in the system, and something happened that goes beyond the scope. The huge boss says that they have little time and only this area eludes the creator's gaze. He will soon notice the malfunction. Jisoo stands next to his trembling friend and asks again about the creator. He fearfully thinks about God, Buddha, Azura. The boss calmly declares that he is not their creator. Goblins and other monsters are shown. He explains that this is their deity. Caves are visible. He talks about this place. The Necromancer stands next to the undead. The enemy explains that he is the creator of the power they use. Anubis looks ahead and understands that the one who brought the system into this world is indeed an invader who plays with the world using the system. He stands in front of the boss and asks who this creator is that created him. The snake calmly replies that he does not know, because he is not given to know about his existence. The protagonist with the scythe objects that this cannot be, because if he is the boss of the dungeon and part of the system, then he should know about his creator. The snake, blazing with fire, declares that this was a revelation. An unknown force came to him. He leans towards the protagonist and says that he has only been able to comprehend a small part of it in the past moment, so he should listen carefully. Jisoo is furiously preparing to attack. The boss asks her to listen. The giant looks at him and says that someone is trying to contact him. Human silhouettes are visible. The boss explains that they are entities like his creator, and they cannot appear in front of him personally, so they use him to convey a message. Surprised, MC assumes that the system was created by more than one creature. He wonders what they want. The windows break. He talks about the collapse of the system. Standing in front of the snake, he thinks about how they want the game to end, then asks why him. Footage of Sunwoo appears. The reptile explains that they are watching and seeing everything. They were looking for someone who constantly deviates from the route set by the system. The guy stands in his form. The boss says that they chose him. Mugi asks him to survive and destroy the system with a serious expression, and they will find a way to contact him and call him by name, the system says about emergency system recovery. Drops fall down. He says that he realized that his existence is meaningless. All memories and history are all lies. Tears flow from his eyes. He declares that he is an entity created for senseless killings, and after they kill him, let them take the inverted scale. Hanho asks again in shock. His friend notes that it grows in the opposite direction and is considered a vulnerable spot of the dragon. The snake crawls on the ground, declaring that this is a gift from a creature that wants to help, and the power that it contains will allow you to find out whether he is being watched or not. The message says about the restoration of the system, which is 56%. A strong explosion occurs in front of the boss. Stones fly down. Hanho holds his head and screams that at first he says such things and then suddenly goes crazy. Jisoo cuts boulders with a sword and asks if they need to fight again. The snake crushes everything around. The guy realizes that this is a trick and he simulates a battle to deceive the creator. Anubis looks at his friends and asks them to listen to him carefully. The window says 87% of the system is restored. He explains that as soon as this is completed, they must pretend that the battle continues as if nothing happened. The giant boss stands in front of the undead and shouts at Sungwoo to kill him and live to the very end. In rage, he shouts that he needs to destroy the system and return his world. The notification says 99% of the restoration. He sees flying stones in front of him and realizes that if he misses, he will die. The friends see different elements. Anubis realizes that the attack goes beyond the system and can be easily avoided. Hanho puts his palms together. The protagonist thinks that in order not to arouse suspicion in the creator, he attacks with full force. The guy dodges the fire, screaming that it treats him like his mother. The protagonist realizes that the battle is rigged. Jisoo swings his sword, screaming that there is someone else. She strikes hard, realizing that the boss intentionally exposed himself. The snake begins to frantically scream anything and everything. MC notices that he is a bad actor. The necromancer sees a wall in front of him and screams that there is something there. There is a pot hanging inside. Suddenly, the snake pushes him aside. He screams in rage that they are damn pests and will not be able to break the sacred vessel so easily. The guy understands that he is hinting that if they easily cope with the task, it will arouse suspicion. A black portal forms near him. He screams about the soul explosion skill. A shield appears near the snake. The protagonist realizes that body attacks do not work. The undead furiously rush into battle, while the necromancer realizes that there are enough of them to block the view. The snake tears the undead to shreds, screaming for them to disappear. He strikes at the skeletons. The assistant flies into the attack after summoning the necromancer. He chops at the snake, which calls him a flea. The small skeleton chops the pot. The system says that they destroyed the sacred vessel of Emugi and it loses its magical power. He wriggles and screams that the cockroaches coveted his sacred vessel. The guy understands that the boss deserves an award for such an acting. A rift occurs. He realizes that such a thing should not arouse suspicion in the creator. The snake opens its mouth in rage. The protagonist screams that without magic he is just a huge snake, and we need to attack together. The army of the undead falls on the boss, who hisses in pain. Minseek with a sword rushes into the attack. He cuts the monster's head. The system says that 11.5 million gold was received for killing the boss monster. 1,030 days are left until certification. The title is replaced by an expert dragon hunter. Endurance, strength, etc. are increased. The snake falls to the ground. Tears flow from his eyes and he says that this is unfair. The guy understands that he is playing until the end. 3 friends stand next to him. The boss says that he cannot believe that such idiots defeated him. They understand that apparently this was said seriously. The assistant stands next to the necromancer. He remembers the scale. He holds it in his hand. The system says that nothing is known about it. The guy thinks that this is the item that the boss advised to take. Frowning, he realizes that there is no information and what it was for then. Suddenly, a bright glow fills everything around. They say about the ether. A blue abyss appears near Anubis. He realizes that he is watching. A bright image hangs over the protagonist. He understands that the creator is watching this place. The necromancer stands near his minions, realizing that he is watching and therefore the creator is watching. The worried leader thinks that he cannot see the notification and is it really possible to avoid the creator's gaze? He remembers the entities and ponders how this is possible, and therefore the creator, and what is similar to him have different thinking. But who are they, and why are they playing the game? A bunch of chests appear near him. The system says that the third faction wins the battle for the capital and a prize of 4 million gold is paid out, as well as dividends for the faction in the amount of 297 million. The protagonist grins, clenches his fist and says that they earn 300 million at a time. An earthquake occurs on the bridge and a hole appears in the ceiling. Hanho smilingly asks that now they will look at the beggars and is it true that there are still fools in the world who bet on the faction of angels and demons. The protagonist goes with his minions. He understands that the quest is over, and the zone prohibiting killing other players is cancelled. He thinks whether they will surrender just like that. An explosion occurs. He realizes that most likely not. The frightened fighters see a window that the dungeon is captured and will soon disappear. They declare a damn necromancer. The commander with the sword says that 211 people died and this is a humiliating defeat as a result of which they received nothing. He takes the hilt and declares that this is not the end. The warriors look at him and hear that despite the loss, they remained alive and conquered the mountains, the territory of monsters. He raises his sword and exclaims that they need to get up from their knees and turn this mountain into a necromancer's grave. The chairman is shown grinning near the army. It is said that he has prepared an army of 320 people on the outskirts, and this is plan B in case of an emergency. The commander angrily yells that they are starting an exorcism operation to catch a devil named Sungwoo. Trees fall loudly to the ground. An and the others see this and declare that it is finally over and the huge dungeon disappears on its own. The guys come out of the green portal. She shouts that here are the winners. The reporter with a displeased look declares that surprisingly, the third faction has bypassed their rivals and risen to the top of the Korean server. Jisoo with an angry look takes up his sword. The assistant behind the reporter asks if they did something to anger her. She runs her sword. Severed arrows fall down. The reporter sees the undead and shouts that this was an attack on the necromancer, and despite the end of the quest, the battle has flared up again. Dozens of arrows fly out of the forest. People scream in fear to be careful. The protagonist frowns and thinks that the first 2 arrows were especially for him. The girl fights them off, shouting the name of the leader. She seriously states that the one who shot the arrows is preparing to attack again, and she will go and eliminate him, and the guy should be careful. She put on a mask and furiously ran to attack. The girl with 2 blades jumps forward. Surprised An looks at what is happening and asks if others saw it, because it is a red demon from the third faction and apparently everyone there is unique. The main character stands next to his friend behind the shields and states that he is amazed at the journalist who risks his life for the sake of the broadcast. He asks that when it is all over will they be able to avoid the wrath of his friend. Furious fighters shout that she needs to be stopped. The heroine deftly cuts them down, asking who they called the red demon. The squad commander loudly shouts that they need to retreat. Gritting his teeth, he asks who this crazy woman is and how she repelled the attack. The girl swinging swords goes forward. He says that it was not for nothing that the chairman said to deal with her first, but who knew that it would be like this? He thinks about the arrows and realizes that this is not the end and there are still 2 pieces left, and he will deal with her by shooting at the right moment. The commander turns to his subordinate and shouts at him to get the picture and not let her near him. He understood the order. He unfolds a long picture with mountains and forests. The girl with blade sees a glow. The window says that the divine landscape is activated. She is shocked, thinking that she cannot block it. Opposite her is a bright green glow. She closes her eyes. The girl finds herself alone in the middle of a wasteland. She stands in the middle of a deep crevice in the mountains. Jisoo does not understand where she is. The commander grins and shouts that they succeeded and they sent the demon away. They rush to the attack, declaring that even though they lost, victory will be theirs and they need to cut off the necromancer's head. The protagonist clenches his teeth and states that he has been warned many times. He transforms into the god Anubis. The enemies grimace at the notification that an unknown energy has been detected in the region and that their physical abilities are weakened because of it. The fighter raises his hand and shouts for everyone to wait until the enemy summons the undead. Confident workers stand in a frame with a caption about the full analysis of the necromancer. He shouts that they have studied him thoroughly, and when he summons the undead, black smoke will appear. A diagram of his troops is shown. The enemy explains that he puts a curse, debuff or poison, and then surrounds the prey and kills them, and they should not rush if they are already under the debuff. They stand in front of the undead army. He orders them to wait a little longer. He is shocked to see a window that physical abilities are again weakened due to an unknown energy. Frightened fighters with weapons shout that the debuff has a cumulative effect and the boss did not tell about this. Anubis, blazing with green fire, declares that he is repeating for the last time. Boulders fly above them. The frightened warriors see this, raising their heads. A giant undead snake stands in front of them. The protagonist, in the form of a god, claims that from today on the Korean server there is no demon faction. The discouraged opponents ask if this is a Mugi. The snake skeleton goes on the attack in rage. He throws the fighters aside. They shout that they need to save themselves. The undead crawl out of the portals. The commander shouts that it is too late because the dead are already there. MC with his army stands in front. They declare that he is the embodiment of death itself. A reporter in glasses shouts loudly that the warriors from the mountains were simply erased, and this is stunning because the necromancer has no equal. The commander fights off the attacks of the skeletons, asking if Sungwoo really thinks that he can defeat the army only with the help of a summoning. He, glowing with green fire, answers that later they will become his personal fighting guild. The enemy, frowning, assures that the guy is wrong and he will still lose because that monster is not next to him. He receives 2 burning arrows right in the chest. A bright glow is visible in the dark forest. The warrior pulls the arrow on the bow. The girl aims, realizing that she needs to focus on breathing. Kate imagines her lessons and understands that she comes from a school shooting club and she is a very accurate shooter, and someone like her appears in Korea once every 50 years. She remembers the past, realizing that every month her place was taken by talents who appeared once in 100 or 200 years, but she devoted her whole life to archery. She takes a shot, screaming that the first 2 shots were unsuccessful, but now she will definitely hit. Shells pierce Anubis's body. Red energy rises. The protagonist asks what was the sniper. The last shot hits his head. Kate says with a serious expression that now he will not be able to look at her with anger and let him consider it an honor to die by her hand. The arrow is stuck in the head. She asks about the bone. The protagonist behind asks that the last shot to the head was made with a regular arrow. Anubis, blazing with green fire, suggests that apparently there are 4 special arrows in total. The sniper opens his mouth in shock and asks how this can be. Hanho stands next to his friend, smiling, and notes that he is glad that he used the dummy he offered. The girl's silhouette is visible in the dark energy. The guy tells the boss that his sister has disappeared. He reassures him that she is a rancor. The commander talks to the man. He explains that no matter how powerful the item was, he simply sealed her or teleported her somewhere. The friend stands next to Sung-woo and asks what to do with the shooter who is aiming at him while she is not around. Hanho, smiling, suggested forcing him to somehow waste the arrows and it would be better to use the werewolf as a double. The fighters grit their teeth and look forward. MC objects that there are many people watching them. He replies that who said that he can't use magic in the presence of others. His partner standing next to him says that they also have something that can distract attention. A huge snake scatters all the enemies. Anubis reaches for the arrow and asks what is special. He squeezes it and says that he seems to know who is behind this. The system says that it is of an unknown level with the effect of concentrating divine power that gives plus 2000% damage to the undead. Kate screams in horror that she does not want to die in such a place, and will have to run away because the necromancer is impossible to stop. She sees the skeleton of her assistant in front of her. He shoots at her with a gun. She raises her hand and says that this is too much because she was his fan. The clan warriors see the battle and shout that it was a bad idea to disperse and attack, and no matter how they hide, they will still be found. The commander asks in a rage if this is possible in such a dense forest. Green entities fly across the sky. The system says that they have fallen under the curse of the spectrum and have fallen into a state of panic. The speed has decreased. He angrily screams that the necromancer is really watching the battlefield from the sky. Anubis puts out his hand while standing next to his terrifying army. The warriors bravely fight the undead. Angry fighters from the mountains shout why reinforcements have not arrived yet. He clenches his fist and thinks that the chairman said that reinforcements are on standby, but no one has shown up in an emergency. A group of cars drives forward. The commander introduces him in a rage and realizes that Lee is a cunning old man who abandoned them. The assistant stands behind him and hears that if this continues, everyone will die at the hands of MC and they need to get the box. He fearfully asks if he will think about retreating. He angrily shouts that they have nothing left, and now they will not be able to return back to the mountains. The man stands behind him and offers to try to challenge the monster in the mountains again. He refuses. He introduces that entity and explains that no one can defeat him, and they ran away to avoid fighting him. The mage sits in front of the box and says that if that's the case then let him eat it now. He bites it furiously. He turns into a huge monster. The system says that the mountain spirit has entered his body and all stats have been increased. An automatic healing skill is applied to him, and his proximity to all spirits has also increased. The mutant screams angrily. A red message says that his endurance level is below the permissible level and the effect of the mountain spirit is temporary, and it also sucks out all stats. He clenches his huge fists and screams that the power is overflowing him, and it is just gushing from within. Warrior cards are shown. He states that as expected the spirit combines well with his main class strongman, and the elementalist associated with it, and now he can win. He pounces on the undead below with a sword. Everything around him flies apart, screaming that the earth needs to open up. The skeletons feel the strongest damage. The other fighters are shocked to see this. The big guy with the sword is shouting at the necromancer to fight one-on-one. He looks ahead and says that he can't do anything without his skulls, a coward who doesn't know how to fight. The surprised reporter with other people watches. The monster shouts at the players of the Korean server asking if they doubt what kind of necromancer he really is. Anubis stands with the army and says that at first the enemy uses tricks, and now asks for a one-on-one fight. Many tried to attack him but ended up dying. The big guy points his finger and claims that he is different and survived thanks to his efforts and will continue to do so, unlike the one who cowardly hides behind skeletons. The protagonist stands in front of him and hears the question whether he can say with certainty that he is strong. The protagonist in the guise of a god laughs and wonders if he really needs to be told this. The fighters lie on the ground and cough. The assistant shouts that the wounded need to be taken care of first. He helps his comrade and asks him to get up. He thanks him. Suddenly he sees Hanho in front of him. They look at each other in shock. He shoots right in the enemy's face, shouting about the victorious first strike. The fighters run forward, shouting that he is the weakest among the Necromancer's comrades, and they will be able to deal with him. He makes a face in anger, declaring that today he will change their opinion of him. He flies up in armor, shouting to Azura that he is ready for battle. The opponents ask what this terrible movement is. He throws ghostly daggers and fists of violence at them. They scream in pain. The fighter in horror shouts to the others that there is no need to panic, because it is necessary to stick together and fight even if there is a risk of taking damage, and at best he is just a thief. Hanho in armor burns in front of him and asks again who he is. He enragedly imagines the heavenly general and mentally declares that he remembers the power that he showed him. He strikes furiously, shouting that now there is no enemy but his power contained in the object lives and breathes in his heart. With a serious look he thinks that at this rate he will probably get on camera because they can't not film. An and the others watch in surprise. The Necromancer's comrade wonders if he will have his own fan club. They ask what is going on. He goes forward. A cry is heard about a battle between the Necromancer and the head of the fighting guild. Anubis stands in front of the killed monster and says that he warned him. With a grin, he says that there were many like him as an opponent. The villain coughs up blood. He lies on the ground and asks why the hell he lost. He sees the protagonist in front of him and wonders what the difference in abilities should be. Sungwoo asks with a serious look that he received additional abilities thanks to hidden quests. He introduces his rivals and realizes that being in the top 10 he thought that with additional abilities he could be on par with the top 3 players. The Necromancer stands in front and says that he is not the only one. He thinks that he did not have enough strength, and it seemed that he could defeat him if he received the power of the mountain spirit. He raises his scythe over himself, saying that he is not the only one who has gone through this special dangerous path, and that he is a frog that is stuck in a well. A monster with blood at his mouth screams that it cannot be that he will die there. The Necromancer cuts his body. The system states that he receives 140,000 gold for killing a player who has received special power. The undead stand behind the leader. The fighters lie surrounded by Hanho. They say that this is the end and the head of the guild has died. The warrior falls to his knees and screams that they have lost, and he begs for his life. He kneels before Anubis. The system states about the energy of a legendary mountain range with the effect of increasing characteristics. He holds this ball and understands that this is an item that can give divine status, and since there was no message about the conflict of deities, then not all the conditions are met. The magician lies on the ground and begs for forgiveness. The protagonist asks where she is. He looks at him excitedly and asks what he is talking about. He talks about Lady Jisoo. He remembers the girl in the red suit after his words and says that she also looks like a butcher. The man points his finger at the map. The message says about a divine landscape of the legendary level with the effect of teleporting the target to a place on the map. The protagonist standing opposite asks where it is. He answers that it is the deepest cave in the mountains. He exhales, clarifying that it is safe there, noting that they said that they cleared the mountains. He tremblingly answers that this is partly true, but the fact that they completely cleared them is a lie. Mountains are visible near the monsters. He explains that they tried their best to exterminate the monsters, but the mountains are so high and the mutants are stronger every day, and their numbers are growing. Sweat drips from his face. He says that they even staged a struggle for power, and in the end the monsters subjugated everyone on the mountain range. A giant mutant sits on the mountain. The man explains that he is called the Mountain King. He looks at his defeated opponent, and wonders if there really is a monster with the title of king outside the Legion. He explains that they couldn't verify this themselves and only saw a message about the quest. The fighters are standing in the middle of the mountains. He says that's why their entire group moved to another area. Hanho stands next to them and says that's why they joined the demons because the faction needed people, and the guild is a place to move to. The guy understands with a serious look that this is starting to irritate him because you can't just leave a developing monster there. The friend leans towards the enemy and asks if he has any information, and even if he is a prisoner, he will be treated much better than others, normal food and alcohol, for example. The opponent calmly states that he doesn't need any alcohol because he is only 18 and he will not break the law. The friends exchange glances and ask if he is really a high school student. Hanho yells at him in a rage that not only is he scary, but he also wears rags for some reason, and even if you forget about alcohol, he really thinks that robbing is good. The warriors go forward. The prosecutor looks ahead. They asked him what happened. The protagonist wonders if he will resort to tricks as the leader of the guild. The crusaders surrounded the fighters. He explains that one of his groups found and neutralized the minions of the demon faction who were sitting in ambush. He seriously states that the chairman escaped and they were planning to deal with the main forces. They are standing in the middle of the park. He says that as expected, he has already settled everything. He understands that the conquest of the dungeon has failed. He puts out his hand and says that they will take care of the rest. Young-hoon understands that he does not intend to lose, but he is not going to sacrifice the guild members and they should not miss the opportunity to crush the demon faction. The protagonist thoughtfully declares that he has a proposal. Tanks and armored vehicles drive through the streets. Sungwoo says that he will deal with the demon faction in the northern part of the capital, and the Liberation Guild will be able to occupy this territory without any problems. The prosecutor frowned and thought that it was not for free and they definitely needed something from them. The warriors were standing near the drones. The protagonist asked to get information about the mountains through the regional surveillance group. He looked at his smartphone with a serious face and said that Jisoo was sent there using magic and so far she has not contacted them. Yoon extended his hand and said that if so, then good. They shook hands. The protagonist realized that even if they competed, there was no point in maintaining bad relations, and even in such a world, friendly diplomacy was needed. An looked at them and shouted that the victory was for the Necromancer. This is incredible power because they even managed to subdue the snake, and it seems that even the prosecutor recognized it. She enthusiastically sees a window that she has leveled up to 13 and receives a hidden quest to mobilize 100,000 people. She thinks that it would be even better if Sungwoo gave an interview. The protagonist approaches the enthusiastic reporter and asks if he can say a few words live. She shouts that anything. The audience watches, looking at the TV and phones. The council members look at the guy on the big screen. MC, with sparkling eyes, declares that they will destroy the stronghold of the demon faction within a day, and the reason is already known to everyone. The skeletons are burning with green fire. The Necromancer claims that the undead do not distinguish between people, they only know the living and the dead. Sungwoo, with a terrifying look, says that if they do not want to die, then let them run, evacuate their family, because they will not wait for another mercy. People look at the screen and hear that tomorrow morning there will be no survivors there. A frightened An shouts at the players from there to run, send the old people and children elsewhere. The bold assistant looks at the phone, addressing the girl who asks them not to resist. On the screen, a man stands on the stage. He explains that the demon faction is conducting a broadcast in which he expresses his position towards the Necromancer. Sungwoo turns around and asks again. A dark sky is visible. The sun rises in the city. People are behind a high fence. The man points his finger at the sky and shouts that the Necromancer is advancing. The dragon lands. The protagonist in a black cloak walks on the ground. A man in a blue shirt greets him and says that his name is Mincheol and he is the manager of a shelter in the area. The protagonist goes to meet him and says that what was said in the broadcast is true. He agrees. The man fearfully says that they surrender. The leadership of the Reconstruction Alliance, including Lee, ran away. The chairman stands surrounded by people. It is said that the players who are there unwittingly fell under the influence of the Alliance. He guiltily states that he was forced to partially participate in what was happening. He asks to understand him. MC looks at him and realizes that he broke off relations with the Alliance. The interlocutor bows, while the Necromancer realizes that we really do not care about this at all. He asks where that thing is. He raises his hands and asks to bring it, noting that they prepared everything in advance. People crowded around. The old man notes that the main character looks good. The girl wonders if he really will kill them as he said on the broadcast. The guy frowns and thinks that he has a bad reputation, but did he really make such a strong impression, noting that thanks to this he managed to get the last fragment. In front of him is a giant statue of a demon, the last condition of the hidden quest. The window says that he needs to destroy the statue of the absolute race. He sees it and thinks about the bowl of fire and the spear pointing back. He remembers the statue of an angel and thinks that it had a sword and a crown. The protagonist looks up and wonders what this means, and they mean the statues that each faction is looking for. He directs his assistant, stating that this is a dream that will not come true. The skeleton chops it into pieces. The message says that the bounty of the demon faction for his head is now 50 million. People grab their heads screaming that the level has dropped. Another assures that he was simply forced to join them. The Necromancer clenches his fist. The window says that he has successfully completed the hidden quest and can now create a third faction. A task also appears to select the main point of the faction with a reward of 30 million gold. Hanho holds a fragment of the legendary level Devil's Horn with the effect of moving to the demon statue. He shouts to the leader that it fell from the statue and resembles an angel's wing. The leader goes to the wyvern skeleton and states that the third faction cannot use it, and they found a weak spot in the system and took advantage of it. The man opposite shouts to him that he has a request, specifying whether he can accept them into the third faction. They stand near the destroyed statue, and he explains that they received a large fine and they were also excluded from the demon faction. The protagonist is silent at first, but then explains that he cannot now. The Necromancer riding the skeleton declares that they do not force anyone to join, but they do not accept anyone so easily, so first they need to prove their worth and determination to win the game. They look after him. The fighter claims that even survival is unrealistic, and he talks about victory. The world tree stands in the city and glows. The guy quickly presses the smartphone screen. Hanho looks surprised and says that Jisoo did not write anything, clarifying whether something happened. He stands next to his friend and asks if she is okay. He asks to calm down. He holds his face and thinks that he would also like to go looking for her, but if he starts to act, there is a high probability that the situation will become more dangerous. He imagines all the enemies and understands that there are still too many forces on the Korean peninsula that need him, the Evolution Society, the Alliance, and other potential enemies who have not yet shown themselves. Jisoo is surrounded by monsters. He thinks that despite the caution, When he will explore the territory of the ridge, his movements will become known, and it is not scary if they are aimed at him, but they can hunt a friend. He closes his eyes, realizing that there are many people in the guild's general observation group and they have excellent abilities, and all that remains is to wait. A bright glow permeates the city. The system says that the world tree is still growing and is at 83%. Jaeonsu looks ahead and states that they will not even need lighting at night, and there is no light around, and this is amazing. The tree is near the buildings. The protagonist replies that it will be difficult to hide it. He notes that it is too important an artifact to hide. Hanho raises his finger with a smart look and says that if they cannot hide it, then they can use it. It shows its sacred and overwhelming presence to outsiders. He points his finger at the window for choosing the main base for the third faction, selects yes. MC with a smirk sees a message with the ability to enter a faction name. He notes that it is already obvious what the name will be. The world tree spreads over the city. He declares that the faction will be named after him. The surprised guys see windows with congratulations and the opening of the faction quest, which was successfully completed, and the reward received. The guy is glowing with green fire. It is said that he has been awarded the title of the first progenitor, and he can add permanent participants, and the world tree becomes a symbol of the faction. The system window congratulates them because for the first time in the history of the Korean server, a faction controlled by players has appeared. Enthusiastic Dad Hanho shouts that now they are also in a faction and have not heard of angels or demons. People laugh and shout that they do not even have their own normal leader. Jaeonsu, standing next to the boss, says that due to the lack of a faction, the feeling of alienation and separation among the villagers was huge. He replies that in addition, the topic was very much discussed. The protagonist is surrounded by an angel and a demon. The system window says about an emergency quest for angels in which you need to destroy the World Tree faction. Another message refers to demons with exactly the same task. Sungwoo says with a grin that they invested a lot of gold in this, wondering if he really considers them dangerous. Bright beams pierce the planet. The system says about the quest to protect or kill members of the World Tree faction, in which the reward depends on the choice. The protagonist asks his friend to step aside when he shouts that they give 5 to 6 million for one head. The guy sees people wondering if this is true. He realizes that the atmosphere has instantly changed to gloomy. The man screams in rage, how dare they attack them. The people in madness declare that this is some kind of nonsense, and they hear the sound of accumulation of experience and gold. Another screams that he will fill the warehouse with medicinal herbs. The guy opens his mouth wondering who these simple-minded people are like this. With a grin, he realizes that it is him. Jaeonsu notes that this is different from the past when their only way to survive was to flee. The heroes look at him with confidence. One of them assures that they are ready for battle and a larger-scale ideal war. The guy puts his hand in his pocket and says that this time they will prepare well. The system window says they are on the air. The protagonist mentally tells them not to take their eyes off him. He looks ahead and realizes that he will entertain them in the most unexpected way. Clouds float across the sky. The hero holds a phone. It says that the Hwarang Guild from the demon faction declares its position. The fighter stands behind the counter and states that the demon faction in Busan rejects an extremely confrontational structure, and within the selected categories, peaceful and diplomatic exchanges. The girl looks at the smartphone. It says that the independent group Cheongju supports the World Tree faction and a group of 188 members in Chuncheon hopes to join them. In the community post, they write that such a situation has already happened somewhere, because it is similar to a peasant revolution. The girl with the phone says that the world is full of people shaking with fear and they are simply unable to see the full picture. The pilot says that they will be there soon. The helicopter landed on the containers. They went out to the army. The masked fighter greets Dr. Yu, noting that this is their first meeting. The man greets Erhata with a smile, clarifying that the elder himself has visited them. They stand with their arms crossed. The warrior notes that the Yakuza boss himself does not come to remote places, but they have sent enough fighters, so they ask for understanding. The white-haired guy looks around and asks who came instead of the Yakuza boss. The interlocutor points to the side and talks about Chief Okada. They walk forward. The guest says that he was nicknamed the Holy Sword. He is told that he is responsible for training the guild's assistants. They enter the courtyard. A warrior sits in front of them. He radiates energy. The guest looks at him. The window says that he is tested using a keen sense, and it reads his intentions. His sparkling eyes reflect the interlocutor. The man sitting opposite him thanks him for coming. He replies that it is an honor to meet him. Yu, standing with a girl, says that it is his honor to stand at the hilt of the sword. He laughs. He ominously states that they even know his nickname under which he writes on the Japanese server, and it seems that they are very interested in Japan, because the amount of awareness is amazing. A ship with containers is sailing. There are various dishes on the table. They are sitting at the table opposite each other. He holds a cup and says that the goal of the doctor and the Evolution Society is that guy. The interlocutor holding chopsticks replies that that guy is from the World Quest, who is a necromancer. He puts the cup on the table and states that this visit was supposed to be short. With a grin, he introduces the main character and notes that, apparently, a hunt is planned. The silhouette of the protagonist is depicted. It is said that he is from the faction of the World Tree, and because of this guy, the whole continent is preparing to be conquered. The villain holding the cup smirks, thinking that if they deal with such a big fish at the request of the informant from the Korean server, it will be a significant achievement for them. He sits opposite you and says that he will send his valuable special forces and he has nothing to worry about. The guy looks at him and says that he already asked for mercenaries from the server, but they failed, so the target will be somewhat prepared for the attack. He watches silently. Blazing with fire, he declares that he would really not like him to treat them like mercenaries. Fighters with katanas are shown against the background of Sakura. He explains that they are wandering knights who take up swords to defend honor and loyalty, and their skills are different from simple mercenaries. The doctor replies with a serious look that this is true and no one dares not recognize the swords and skills of the Yamato Guild. The man opposite hears that this is not an ordinary enemy at all. He replies that he cannot worry. Eyes are visible in the cracks in the ceiling. He says that they have ninja. The fighter in the mask crossed his arms, explains that this is an advanced class of assassins who specialize in stealth killing of strong opponents. The fighters are standing near the leader. It is explained that in addition, they professionally possess knowledge that is passed down from generation to generation, and gathering 15 top-class ninja into one team is not an easy task. Yu sits opposite and silently listens as their conversation comes to an end, and he will order the ship to be turned around. The man stands up, stating that it was an honor to meet him. Okada smirks and says that the Yakuza boss first ordered that the thing be taken before drawing his swords and fulfilling the deal. He turns around and claims that he will send it today. The helicopter flies away from the ship. The girl sits next to you and asks who this Yakuza boss is. He introduces the old man and explains that he is the head of the Yamato Guild, who took control of the island of Kyushu. He could not awaken even after leveling up to level 22. The ninja kill the enemies. He explains that he is in a hurry since he is collecting items for awakening, and they just happen to have one of them, so they made a deal. She sits next to him and clarifies that this time everything will be different, because they will deal with the Necromancer. He smirks and states that they only need these guys to buy time anyway, and even if the Yamato Guild fails, they will just have to finish the plan. The helicopter flies to the city. He says that then everything will be over. A glow is seen in the middle of the city. The character looks at the phone and says that they said that they will prepare for war. Giantsa stands next to the others and says that there are too few of them. The protagonist replies that they wanted to recruit a small number of good soldiers. He thinks about it and realizes that the goal was to reduce the risks to the dependent population and create a solid foundation. The guy with the spear says that they have not had any casualties so far. The other says that if a war starts, they cannot guarantee it. The various members of the faction are introduced. He says that the population is only 226 people and even a small number of casualties will be a blow. He looks at Kim and states that they cannot thoughtlessly recruit people either. He replies that choosing the right ones is not an easy task. MC smirks and says that they need to work harder to lay the foundation and the solution is simple. He puts his hands on the table and exclaims that the capital items and hunting, everything that can be accumulated should have been accumulated to the limit, and this is the beginning of a project aimed at using the abilities of the entire population to prepare for battle. The subordinate notes that it will be difficult. The World Tree stands near the buildings. A shout is heard that they will start with items. An enthusiastic guy with a crossbow shouts that he made an incredible item from the loot. The system says that it is a rare rank with a semi-automatic reload effect. Hanho seriously states that they will make the World Tree faction great again and continue improving. Sungwoo still has 300 million gold. They look at the map, exclaiming that hunting is next. Giantsa shows it to the protagonist, saying that on the main field everything has long been organized and cleared, but there are still many new dungeons and among them there are 4 large ones. They can choose at their discretion. MC goes further and states that the others need to be divided into groups for dungeon raids. They will go with him. The surprised fighter asks if he is really going to do them on his own. He, with flashing eyes, replies that they need to go and there is no need to delay clearing the dungeons. Green hills and a pond are shown. A group of fighters are walking along a troll's crypt. The fighter sighs tiredly. He turns to the others and asks them to be patient a little longer, because soon they will reach the turning point. They stop, hearing that someone is coming. A huge monster is running towards them. The fighter covers himself with a shield, shouting that there are 4 trolls and there is no need to be afraid, because with their levels and experience, they can handle them. They cover themselves from his attack, using an iron protective wall, muscle paralysis. The warriors attack his legs, using a blow to the knees. They fight fiercely with mutants. The system says that they have earned gold for hunting underground trolls. They are standing near the defeated monsters. The guy says that they succeeded and the entrance to the 2nd floor is nearby. Giantsa helps the others go up. The undead carry the corpses of trolls. It is said that this is a large dungeon, a troll crypt in the park, and in general it is 3-story. Sungwoo smilingly says that they can get a lot of experience by simply clearing the 1st floor, exiting and then repeating the process again, without casualties. The fighter with the spear says that it is good that everything went without casualties. Warriors are sleeping nearby. He claims that now they want to have a good rest because they hunted for 11 hours and due to the fact that they walked the same path without a break, everything there is already familiar to them. The protagonist smilingly states that as experience accumulates, and the speed of clearing increases, the time for rest decreases. But a lot of experience points are given. The henchman is interested in the fact that even factory machines will break down from such a load. Enthusiastic Hanho jumps asking how can we talk about rest at such a level because at one time he and Jisoo hunted with food in their mouths. Kim notices that he has already broken. Sungwoo smilingly asks if this gives results. The tired guys say that it is very difficult. No one died but many were wounded and even if they treat physical wounds with potions. But mental fatigue continues to accumulate. Gritting his teeth, he asks why. The guy in glasses shouts that he is getting stronger because he is already level 15 and now that everyone's level is growing and catching up with them, competition appears and he cannot stop. The object shines. It is heard that they have no time to rest because they still need to drag the trolls before they begin to rot. The skeletons carry them. They talk about collection and production. Surprised characters point to the sky and shout that they are here again. Trolls are dumped out to them. They ask why so quickly because they have not yet had time to disassemble those. They process the corpses. The question is raised whether the raid groups have gone crazy, because they themselves do not rest and do not allow others. The builders load the boxes. It is explained that the warehouse is full and there are already 100 boxes of healing potions, and in any case these are all materials for the war and they can continue to produce them although they do not have enough medicinal herbs. He points to the workers shouting that at least they have a lot of troll blood. He replies that they have returned and they will again return to the mountain to collect medicinal plants. He falls to the ground, realizing that this is an endless cycle of battle, creation and collection and people become stronger, materials accumulate, and real talents continue to knock on the door. Sungwoo stands with his arms crossed near the guys, thinking that this is an economic boom. They note that he would become a real rich man in the real world. The protagonist with a serious look realizes that things are going well in the settlement, and only one thing worries him. Cold mountains are visible. He thinks about Jisoo. She walks in a mask, hearing the question that they call them monsters. With swords fights against mutants, hearing that looking at this he is not sure who else is a monster. The king of the Great Ridge with an ominous grin asks that he may be wrong. The girl with a tired look understands that it may be difficult for her to return to the head. Warmly dressed fighters stand among the snow. One of them touches the drone, asking if it is too laborious to scout the territory with a magic drone. The system says that weak magic is blocked by an unknown force. A group of people stand in the middle of snow-white mountains. The man says that the sounds of monsters are heard from everywhere, and now he understands why the conflict guild fled from there. They stand among the killed monsters. He says that apparently they decided that it would be easier to fight another faction, and there is something strange about the monsters. The mutant lies in blood. He suggests that each of them is like a boss. The girl stands next to him and states that even taking into account the resources in the search party, it will be difficult for them to cope, specifying whether it is realistic to survive there alone. They walk through the snow. The man asks if she knows Jisoo. Because if you look at how she fights, you can confidently say that she is an unusual person. She replies that the problem is not in the fight, but in the fact that she is different from them, because they only search during the day and move from one safe zone to another. He adjusts his glasses, asking what the necromancer would say if he found her body. She objects that there is no time to waste and it is necessary to continue the search. Another member of the squad, raising his hand, shouts that he has found a witness. They approach the house. An old man is standing next to children. A fighter in white robe says that these are the old man and his granddaughters who live in the mountains and, it seems, although not for long, were with the missing girl. The man frowns and shouts that this means that she is not with him now. The old man standing opposite declares that there was a girl in red clothes. He clarifies if he knows where she went. He remembers that she asked to borrow some of his clothes but after that she never returned and of course he gave them to her because he was worried that she would hardly be able to survive in such an outfit. The old man falls to his knees and cries. The other declares that according to his granddaughters, it looked like she received some kind of quest. The masked fighter says that he was connected with the king of the ridge and perhaps she went along the route of the mission. He asks if she really decided to find such a monster alone. The old man shouts loudly about something. The searcher asks if he remembered anything. He thinks about how she ate and says that the girl ate all their food. Points to the corpses of animals and says that in gratitude she killed them and brought the bodies. He asks how he should cut them up because she could have taken care of that too. The granddaughter reaches out to the masked fighter. He stands next to her and tells her that according to her, the king has an item of the King of Shadows. Jisoo told her about this. But the girl does not know what these words mean. The man with a serious look asks that there are 2 kings living there. The other replies that such information is not available to them. Snow rages among the mountains. He explains that if she really went to the king of the ridge, then it is impossible to track her down, and it is a pity. But this turns into suicide for them. The protagonist, raising his hand, walks with the undead, saying that he needs to report the situation. Buildings stand in the middle of a bright sky. A group of fighters are standing on the street. The fighter in the helmet looks at the corpse and says that the inhabitants of the World Tree Village are good and the neighboring areas are developing, and they are all at the same level. He looks at the heroes opposite and says that this place was once a busy city. The girl, smiling, asks for permission to ask for directions. The guy in the helmet is surprised and wonders if they are locals, because strangers in this world are usually not particularly nice people. A fighter nearby shouts to Sung-Ti what happened. He, smirking, understands that there are 26 people on their side and nothing terrible will probably happen. He replies that he does not know, and it looks like these people are lost. The guys laugh, asking if it is true that you can get lost there. Another advises to call the police. The girl points her finger, asking if they are going the right way to Suwon. He asks again. A sign with the direction of Suwon is visible. He points his sword at the sign and notes that they apparently do not know how to read. She smiles and points her finger, asking that, judging by everything, Suwon is in that direction. The fighter furiously declares that if she doesn't stop talking trash to him, he won't just leave it like that. The girl smiles. With a terrifying look, she asks him to calm down, declaring that she is not looking for a sign or text that she cannot read. She doesn't care either. He turns to the ninja who killed his comrades. He hears about the purge. The ominous silhouette declares that even a short distraction can create a hole in vigilance. He falls to his knees and screams that he will take them to Suwon, but let them spare him. She puts on a mask, declaring that they don't need a guide at all. The surprised guy hears that they need him and his phone to get information from the Korean server. He turns around, declaring that he was lucky and everyone who met their first squad is already dead. The ninja takes him by the shoulder, saying that he doesn't need to relax because his assistance can save the lives of other comrades. He agrees. He trembles as he notices that they don't look like the locals, wondering who they are. The fighter in blue says that they are teachers who came to punish the naughty fools on their server. He asks to take him to the Necromancer. A cave is visible in the middle of the forests. The corpses of trolls lie on the ground. The system says about the trolls crypt on the 3rd floor of the dungeon. A huge boss monster roars. The message says that this is the king of the underworld. The fighter with the shield shouts about ice magic and blocking access. Jaeon points his finger and shouts that the airborne squad needs to focus their attack on the legs, and the first group should prepare for refreezing the legs. The monster falls to the ground. He says that rotation to overcome the recovery time of skills and magic is actually the most optimal strategy against bosses. The troll with a burning head looks away. It is said that although such bosses are not so easy to defeat, they shout that there is something. He holds a slingshot. A question about a new floor sounds. They attack the soldiers. The warriors form a barrier using defensive magic. The guy says with a smile that they have prepared the entire 5th group for special situations to protect with magic, and he is sure that they will be able to block a couple more times. The fighters fight fiercely with enemies. Hanho stands next to the protagonist, and says that in their days you will not see anyone with 6 arms and he is the only real one. The troll falls to the ground. The system says that they defeated the king of the underworld and received 115,000 gold. The enthusiastic soldiers shout that they succeeded and they increased their level again. Sungwoo smiles realizing that their level and confidence, due to them, the power of the faction continues to grow in real time. The fighters with weapons point to the side and shout that they need to look there because there is something on the wall. They stand in front of a huge gate. The system says that the door is protected by powerful magic and only sealed creatures can approach. A spell and skill are required. Jaeon looks at him in surprise and says that he has seen something similar twice and there are no other clues in the dungeon. It looks like a hidden reward obtained thanks to personal skills. The guy with glasses imagines opening the door. He says that none of them have such abilities, and although Youngshik has a similar one, its level is too low. MC grins and says that in his opinion there is another way. In his hand is a golden key of omnipotence of a special rank, with which you can open all locked locks. He inserts it and presses use. The gate opens in front of the protagonist and his army. The message says that the door has opened. The guy smiles and says that this is simply incredible, and is it true that the troll has accumulated all this? Hanho holds out his hand and asks that this troll has a rather unique taste, but does he know how to use it if he collects it? Among the mountains of gold there is a legendary rank ballista that can shoot 40 projectiles. The fighter examines it, and says that there are no fire arrows inside and therefore it seems that it contains magical powers. The partner replies that on the eve of the war they came across a worthy item. Flying bombs are shown. Hanho's dad asks that they also explode and doesn't making shells require a lot of money and with its help you can rule the world. The son replies that this weapon is just right for their settlement. The fighter tries to lift it shouting that it is quite heavy. The other one notes that they are so exhausted, and it will be difficult on the way back. Sungwoo is standing near the safe. The system says that the faction storage is activated. He says that there is one useful thing for such cases. The message says about 4 registered users. He directs magic to the ballista and says to put it in storage. Before that a message pops up asking whether to remove it. A total of 150,000 gold will be spent. The surprised guys see the glow noticing that since it looks like a game, why not give everyone a personal inventory? They touch the gold. the protagonist now wants to examine other items. The surprised partner holds a staff asking what it is, if it is a staff used by troll mages. The father stands nearby and asks if it does not look like a sot. He asks again, not understanding what it is. The man introduces the pillars, explaining about them. Hanho holds a weapon while the window says that this is a heroic rank sot of luck with the effect of improving production capacity and technology. They are surprised by this and say that it pleases, but will the inhabitants of the settlement be happy? The fighters examine the items. The girl says that they accumulate them and materials to create rare ones in the future. The other is interested that even a day is not enough to examine everything they received. The protagonist stands near the troll and declares that they have achieved a lot and collected a lot, so now they need to go back. The world tree is spread out in the city. The staff is shown. The system says that the chance of successfully creating items is increased by 50%, and this area has received the effect of luck. Productivity and technology are improved. The worker strangles the guy, shouting that these positive effects are superimposed on the effect of the world tree and now he will have to work even while sleeping. Jaeonsa smiles and says that he thinks that after installing the sati, the amount of medicinal herbs has increased. In the mountains, herbalists are shown who probably do not return from the mountains and may have even deserted. MC smiles, saying that there is already enough of this. He raises his hand and announces that they are resting for the next 12 hours. Smiling, he turns around saying that after that they will begin to conquer large and complex dungeons. The people shout that a well-deserved rest awaits them and they agree to everything. He looks at him and says that the supervision group will now be used at full capacity because the borders are under threat. Crying, he screams why he has a stupid spatial eye skill. His son notes that he said that this is the best ability in the world. A bright light penetrates the city. Someone is looking at him from afar. A ninja with a telescope watches and says to check the target. He sees some Wu and declares that it is definitely him, and somewhere there is an unidentified giant tree emitting powerful force. A group of hidden assassins moves through the buildings. They land, saying that this world tree creates a barrier and for now they will not get too close. They are watched. One of them assumes that the villagers have gone to rest. Calmly states that they should wait until he comes out of the barrier and then finish him off. They are standing in the middle of the street. He orders everyone to watch and wait for him to come out. A clear blue sky is visible. The villagers are loading goods into trucks. The guy looks at the leader and says that this large dungeon is located in the University Campus A and reconnaissance has shown that there are fanatics there, and the boss is a monster. The mutants are in different elements. He says that it looks like a kind of defiled spirit. He imagines a monster made of wood and asks what kind of monsters are fanatics who worship the spirit, and that means they will be able to practice defense not only from physical damage, but also from magic and curses. Hanho standing next to him assumes that probably no one except him uses the dungeons as a training ground. A cry is heard that the advance group is moving out. The guy with the spear tells his friend that it is not far, but they should act carefully behind the barrier. He smiles and says that if something happens he will immediately start praying. He asks again. He gets into the truck and says yes. They drive away. Jaeonsa asks if he will be okay. He answers that he is stronger than he looks. Probably. The ninjas see the moving trucks. The stealthy assassin looks and says that they are moving along the road to the east. The fighters fly forward. The leader orders the third group to track the target, and if there is a necromancer, then immediately proceed to action, and if not, then to plan B. The camouflaged warriors fly forward. They jump from building to building. A sign says that there is 1 kilometer left to the campus. They watch. One of them notes that the truck is slowing down. The fighter in blue clothes asks again. The ninja stands behind him and asks what is happening. He in turn asks if it seems to him that there is someone nearby. A street is visible. He clarifies that there is someone. They look around. He asks if the leader is sure. He assumes that it was a flying animal. There are warriors standing nearby. He explains that a second squad is following them and they always watch from afar. The assistant standing nearby says that if there are those who watch and warn about everything, then what is there to worry about and who will pursue them? He agrees with one, but he furiously asks that a comrade does not recognize the skills of their group and he should just shut up and watch. The other one silently looks down. The man in the bandage asks if it is possible to contact their second squad. The ninja standing nearby asks again. He answers that there have been no messages from them for 2 minutes. He takes the phone and says that they do not answer messages either. The fighters standing on the roof say that it cannot be and 2 are on their tail. The ninja land, hearing that they need to go to point F and check the location of the second squad and then report. He frowns and says that if there is a problem, then engaging in combat is prohibited because they do not want their victim to notice the noise. A subordinate behind him asks if they should go with Plan B. He agrees. Hanho watches the villagers work. The villain explains that despite the change of plan, they still kill their vanguard, sneak up on the necromancer, and slit his throat. He says with a serious expression that if they give him time, he will become stronger and the chances will decrease, but they only need 1 blow. The ninjas stand with their arms crossed. One of them claims that from now on they can do everything with 1 blow. The system talks about synergy with the effect of defense and resistance that are zeroed out in opponents. The character in the cloak thinks that the squad was created by Okada to kill extremely powerful people. Footage of the murders is seen. He realizes that they killed powerful figures of the island in Japan, and thanks to this, the Yamato Guild, which was only a mediocre force, rose to its current position. He jumps down with the others, declaring that failure is impossible on this earth, and they need to start. They aim at the people standing by the trucks. Hanho is standing next to Kim. The villain understands that no one notices. He is referring to their death with an ominous look. The fighter flies down and is surprised to hear something. The squad leader flies down with his comrades. He is shocked, wondering what they were hit with and whether it was an anti-aircraft weapon. The ninjas are flying to attack. He realizes that this is an unforeseen situation, but they cannot retreat and therefore they need to break through. The guys point their fingers upward, shouting that they are being stormed. The commander notices blood near him with a grin, not having time to say that it is too late. He turns around and sees wounded fighters who are flying with him. Quick cuts occur. He lands down and screams that this is madness, because this is not an anti-aircraft weapon at all. The character goes towards him. Jisoo in a mask holds two blades. Hanho sees her in shock. The ninja commander frowns and notices that it is a girl, wondering if it was really she who attacked them then and now. He maintains a fighting stance, realizing that since the synergy that requires 10 ninjas is gone, that means everyone except them is dead. He points his sword, stating that he heard that there was an excellent warrior next to the Necromancer, but he did not think that he was this excellent. The fighter calmly states that his name is Gato. Jisoo stands in front of her and asks what this information gives her. He objects. He shouts in rage that they are animals that do not even pay attention to the rules of decency, asking if it is not natural to introduce yourself before a match with an equal warrior. The girl in the mask, perplexed, asks if it seems to him that he got too carried away playing samurai or ninja and he is disgusting as the one who came to kill. The commander loudly shouts that she suddenly attacked from behind and the ninja had nowhere to retreat, and it was her mistake that she chickened out and did not attack openly. He prepares to run, realizing that he needs to surround her from all sides, catch her at an opportune moment and kill her. Gato along with the others rushes to attack, shouting that she is impudent, and called him a murderer so he should not expect an equal fight. The ninja holds throwing knives in his hands. He releases them at her, realizing that it is high time to use them, noting that this is called a kunai throw. She incinerates their weapons with fire. They circle around her. He thinks about a kunai throw and a smoke screen for a siege. Gato evaporates, using instant concealment. The girl with sword stands surrounded. The enemy understands that in an instant 9 ninja disappeared before his eyes and she will die without understanding anything. Blades collide with each other. The killers cross their swords, not understanding where she could have gone. The squad leader is shocked, hearing the sounds of murder from behind. The fighters receive fatal wounds. They run to attack but receive wounds. Jisoo fights bravely. He exclaims that this is the skill of the Holy Sword. He grits his teeth and wonders that her power is equal to the power of the Holy Sword and even surpasses it. The subordinate asks what they should do. He frowns and replies that they cannot bear it, and there is only one way out. The girl turns around and furiously demands that they do not think of running away because she will not let anyone go. The ninja run along the walls using the skill. Swords fly at them and they scream in pain. Gato covers himself with his hands, seeing Jisoo jumping on him. She deals strong blows to the fighters. The ninja in green robes slides along the ground. He silently holds the sword and then says that this is total destruction. Hanho hits him on the head, screaming this is a blow, before he has time to say that he surrenders. The guy carries the enemy and asks the girl if it is really her. He asks with tears where she was all this time because he was so worried about her, and Sungwoo left a squad for him and was already about to go looking for her. The heroine explains with a serious face that she arrived in Suwon a few hours ago, but saw suspicious movement and decided to follow. She stands in front of her friend and asks about the fact that they missed the Necromancer. He replies that he contacted him so he will be there soon. The protagonist flies on a wyvern skeleton. He landed and goes to them asking if Jisoo was okay. She smiles and replies that a lot has happened. The bright evening sky is visible in the frame. He pokes at the screen while the main character asks that during the bloody battle with the monsters, she received a quest after defeating the boss. The window says about a hidden quest in which the goal is to get to the king and the reward will be receiving a hidden task. She remembers the adventures and says that after wandering around the mountains, she was still able to meet the boss, but the friend thinks about the snake and asks that it can probably be said that he turned out to be a creature similar to a Mugi because he gave her a quest. MC thinks about the monster, wondering that she managed to talk to him and get a quest, and he is not just a monster boss, but also acts as an NPC. He asks with a serious look what kind of quest, understanding what such a creature can give. Jisoo handed him a plant. She explains that he told her to find an item called the Celestial Ginseng stolen by the Conflict Guild. Sungwoo turns away while Hanho asks if they feel sorry for this item. She says that it was a reward. She calmly explains that he gave her the last item of the Shadow King and also gave her awakening. The protagonist holds the ball smiling and says that although he has changed a little, he will be even more pleased with this. The system says about the sphere of the legendary mountain range with the effect of a huge increase in characteristics. The Necromancer cries and asks him to take it quickly. His friend notices that, as can be seen from the description, this is a really valuable thing. The girl takes it with him and hears that in addition to these 2 items, he also gave awakening and thought that this is given to people with 4 or more. But apparently he was wrong. The guy looks at his girlfriend and asks how she was able to get there because the mountains are most likely far from there. She thinks about the monster and says that the king of the great mountain ranges helped her, because he has many items that can open a portal to the right place. The surprised guy opens his mouth, saying that the Necromancer is thinking about something dangerous again. The protagonist frowns and says that if he helped anyway, then why did he need ginseng? He realizes that they do not know what it is for, but they cannot stop him, because the rewards he gave are necessary. Jisoo begins to disappear, saying that it is time for her to go, and she received what she came for. Sungwoo with a serious face asks her to be careful and not to trust anyone, because he can talk beautifully and end up being an ordinary monster. The girl beaming says that she will remember his words, but she wants to say something else. She points to the prisoner who surrendered and talks about him. Jisoo frowns. The guy lowered his head. She says that he is dangerous and perhaps it is even better to kill him. A glow appears in front of her friends. The girl managed to say that her time is up and it is time for her to go. A shocked Hanho says that the idea of killing a surrendered prisoner is not at all like a girlfriend. Sungwoo remains silent. He raises the undead around him, stating that for now the issue with the prisoner will go to the background and first they will look at the memories of the corpses. MC flashes his green eyes, saying that they will find out who sent them and then repay in kind, thinking that this is necessary so that no one else dares to stick their nose into them. An evening building with a sign. Sungwoo hovered above and thought that this was the lobby of a shopping mall. Below there were many people in masks. He thought that there were a lot of ninjas here. It seemed like twice as many as those defeated by Jisoo. Gato stood with his arms crossed, and the hero thought that this meant that there were more ninjas somewhere. The man said that their first division would move east and head for Suwon. The man in the green hood chuckled when he heard that the second division would complete the mission. The man introduced the tall building of the hunting company, saying that they would carry out the plan, and after clearing this place, they would regroup in Suwon. The man extended his palm, saying that there was no specific target, just to make sure that everything was cleaned up very carefully so that they could not rebuild. Gato extended his hand, saying that they should eliminate the traitors. This was the client's request. Sungwoo chuckled, thinking that the client who could target both him and the company at the same time. There was one name that he immediately remembered. 2 flashes appeared nearby. The hero wondered if the memory fragment ended here. He turned around, looking at the second flash, and thought that this was another memory fragment. Hanho circled around the Necromancer. He pulled his cheeks, saying that every time the elder behaved like this, it was fascinating. He stopped for a while like a broken machine. The brunette with glasses said that it was a skill that could only be used under the conditions of ensuring safety. The shining eye opened. Sungwoo grabbed his friend's head, saying that if it was a hostile creature, but he did not expect it to be like this. The guy with glasses approached and asked if he received some special information or something. The hero replied that there was only one problem that needed to be dealt with immediately. He looked at the guy standing behind him, asking if they should get rid of him like Jisoo said. Calmly looking forward, the Necromancer replied, "No, they will observe and wait for now." The train was at the train station. The ninja stood by the bodies. Words were heard that the guards on the terrace were removed. The man smiled and said that was great. According to the information they got from torturing the guy they caught on the ground, the main base was in the penthouse. The man stood next to the body and said that right below this floor they were on, if they dealt with this section first, they would break easily. He pictured the tower and said that they would go through the vents, immediately get rid of the guards in the hallway on the top floor, have them kill everyone so that none of them escaped. The ninja held the sword. The other dragged the body. The warrior burst into the room with the sitting men. The man in the green cloak greeted the people from the hunting company. The brunette with the beard shouted for them to stop. They were ninja from the Yamato Guild who had arranged a meeting with the Revolutionary Society. The man with dreadlocks said that he heard they were digging into their clients' affairs. He thought they weren't completely useless. The man in the suit said that of course, he was once their client, and also because he had gathered this information from the Japanese server through them. The ninjas attacked some of the men. Their leader ominously told them to stop being frivolous. They did not come here to have a conversation or negotiate. He held a blade in his hand and said that they were ninjas who only moved to kill people. With a mocking tone, he continued that the reason they were still alive was because of the information, after they took away their server representative, a necromancer. The man with the beard laughed, not letting him finish. He stood up from the table and, hearing the question, "What's so funny?" asked again, "Is he going to kill the necromancer?" With an ominous smile, the man said that it would not happen, and thought that the moment when the quest aimed at the necromancer appeared on the screen. The guy remembered standing by the car and thought that he realized that he was the only player who could solve the fundamental problem with this game. The hostility of the system proves it. Such a person will never die at the hands of these killers. The ninja grinned and asked again. A bright beam pierced the table. Words were heard that this was their problem. The ninja stuck the blade and said that since he did not know anything, he simply denied. This could not be. They just swam in the pond for a long time, gathered together. The brunette frowned, hearing that this world is huge. The moment they enter, the wild world will show their true colors. They are weaklings who can only die before the strong. The leader waved his hand and said that the report will say that there was no useful information, and ordered to kill everyone. They saw a figure in the sky through the window. They heard something approaching. A fanged monster burst into the room. They were bone wyverns. The ninja screamed in fear that it was a necromancer, and the leader exclaimed that it couldn't be. The brunette grinned, covering his face with his hand, and the enemy asked how he dared. Pointing the blade at him, he screamed that at least they should complete the mission. A swift movement parried the blow of the katana. Sun Wu stood in front of him, holding his scythe, and the ninja asked how he managed. The system notified that the body's functions were weakened due to an unknown energy. All stats were reduced by 4. The man in the cloak gritted his teeth and asked what the hell was this. In front of him stood a guy with a scythe surrounded by a glow. The man asked why his stats were decreasing. The second clarified, what kind of unknown energy? Looking at him arrogantly, the hero asked, he doesn't even know what divinity is, he's just a frog in a pond. The guy turned to the man with a beard. Looking at him, he asked if he should fulfill his requests, and heard that he did not yet. The green-eyed man said he would ask them for some more information, to bring him the information about the Japanese server. Holding the scythe, he explained that he thought that was where their next hunting ground would be. The hooded man became furious, shouting how dare he not pay attention. He mentally ordered himself to attack. It was like a green skull in front of him. The ninja thought he felt his mind and body being squeezed. He could not move, like a prisoner on death row, waiting to die. The man bowed and said he understood, and the necromancer replied that he would also hang up the information himself. He held out his palm, surrounded by glow, and said that he should go into these guys' heads and take a look. Bone monsters appeared from the ceiling, and the ninja leader cursed. The zombies attacked, splashing blood. The man grinned. Sun Wu waved his hand and asked if he wouldn't get any memory fragments. Their ranks were lower than the first division, and they didn't seem to have any important information. He placed his hand on the back of his head and asked how long he should wait for the request he made, and was told it wouldn't be long. There was a cup of tea and cookies on the table. Sun Wu was sitting on the sofa next to the table. The subordinates looked at him, saying that since the main base of the evolutionary society was completely hidden, even if they did this and saw the results, instead the team that was monitoring them was wiped out. The man held up a tablet, saying that although they didn't know where their main base was, they had gathered information about what they were trying to do. Sun Wu thought that they must have been caught and had fallen out of favor with the society. The man with a shining gaze said that the information they had obtained would be of great help to him, and the hero thought that he felt uncomfortable, like a fan who had just met his idol. Turning to the beaming man, the hero asked if the Japanese server had returned to attack him and heard that it was. The guy looked ahead questioningly, hearing that they were actually planning something bigger. The interlocutor looked ominous, saying that right after the world quest on the Japanese island of Kyushu was announced, the movements of the Yamato Guild became noticeable. He introduced a man standing in front of a crowd of warriors and said that it seemed like they had formed a united army to conquer Korea, also known as the Korean Strike Project. Sitting on the couch, Sun Wu asked again and thought that this was definitely a world quest. The system window contained information about the world quest. The new world hates the old world, the type of escort or protection, the object of hunting or protecting a member of the world tree. The reward payments depending on the situation. In the case of hunting 5 million gold for each actual member of the world tree, and for killing the first leader of the group 500 million gold. In the case of protection is not set. The first leader of the World Tree organization and the most problematic members of society have incurred the wrath of the two absolute factions with their actions. Now these two factions will not leave him alone. This event is held for the entire world and not just one server. He also has to decide whether to follow the orders of the absolute factions or resist them and join a new faction. Looking up, Sun Wu thought that this quest was focused on eliminating him. There was a defense option, but considering that the reward for it was not set, it was the same as getting nothing at all. They were not only going to get rid of him, but also attack the entire server at the same time? The hero crossed his arms and asked if there were any details. The man introduced the person holding the other one by his clothes and replied that although the information was obtained from rumors spreading to Kyushu and minor officials, but it seemed like a fairly large force was preparing to land in Busan. Looking forward, the green-eyed man asked how large. The man with the tablet introduced the group of ninjas and replied that they had about 4,000 people at their disposal, and if they also counted the reserve forces, it would be no more than 6,000 people. Looking ahead, Sun Wu thought that this meant that the number of troops involved, in addition to those needed to defend the main base, was about 6,000, and said out loud that he heard that the island's population was smaller than the other islands of Japan, but there were more people than he expected. Holding the tablet, the subordinate said that although the Yamato Guild had absorbed Kyushu, they only used ninjas and killed the leader. The guy asked if he meant that they did not lose many people, and he heard that yes, this was, as he thought, their strength. The man grinned wickedly and said that it could also turn into a weakness, thinking that it was time to show him his abilities. Sunwoo rubbed his chin as he heard that the fact that there was no battle between the troops only meant one thing, that they lacked combat experience. The man imagined a group of people wearing hats and said that the reason why Japanese soldiers were feared during Japan's invasion of Korea was because they had a lot of combat experience. The Japanese had fought in numerous battles during that period. Sitting with his arms crossed, the guy thought that this sounded quite optimistic. The number of troops was not an issue. He imagined a long-haired smiling man, thinking that 4,000 people, even if it was 6,000, was not that big a number. It was not even close to the pirates of the Red Revolutionary Army. He imagined the people standing at the information windows and thought that the problem was the skill of the players on the Japanese server. Imagining a variety of weapons, Sunwoo thought that since the world had become a game, only levels and game items mattered, and combat skills as well as the number of troops were not that important. He imagined his friend attacking the enemy, and thought that even Jisoo, who could stand alone against 100, was sent away with just one item. Looking down, the brunette thought that if they hadn't fought other people, but had cleared a large dungeon, their level, as well as the level of their items, would have increased significantly. However, it was too early to draw conclusions. Sitting on the sofa, he asked to continue collecting information, and then raised his finger, intending to add something else. Introducing the heroes, he said that it didn't matter whether it was with an in-game item or something else. Let him find a way to quickly move to Busan, and thought that Gangsik and the king of the Great Mountain Range could move like that, so there was definitely a way. The Necromancer walked away, saying that they should have time to react if some problem arose, to which he heard the question, "How about the payment?" Turning around ominously, he reminded him that he saved his life. That's enough. He thinks he can take money from him? The hero sat on the bone dragon. The men on the helipad looked at him. The brunette man exclaimed in admiration, how cool he was. A shining beam appeared above the city. Hanho waved his hand and asked again, an invasion of Busan from the Japanese server? Touching his chin, Sunwoo confirmed, saying that although there are mainly Kyushu troops, they are the entire Japanese server. He wants Busan to know about the planned invasion. At the same time, it will be troublesome if the enemy finds out. Hanho held the phone with a sly smile and said that it was easy. He would just leave a hidden comment on the old guild post in Busan. Sunwoo thought puzzledly, why is it that when it comes to something like this, he comes up with a reasonable solution so quickly? There was a message on the screen that they already knew his ID. He was a comrade of the Necromancer. Hanho was writing to them because there was information that could help in their protection. They had recently discovered suspicious activity from the flat server. He thought the guild needed to take this into account. The guy looked closely, saying that a reply had come. The message thanked him for the warning and said that they were constantly monitoring what was happening on the Japanese server and had installed enough coastal artillery. What they were worried about would never happen. The guild loved peace. But they still had the strength and intelligence to not bow to anyone. Looking down, the brown-haired man asked if the answer was too cold, especially the last sentence. Did he think it was addressed to them as well? Jaeonsu, who was standing next to him, said that they only said that they were going to be at odds. The guild was still part of the devil faction. They couldn't do anything if they had ill feelings towards them. Holding the phone, I heard Hanho said that they did what they could. The comrade said that he hoped the guild would be on guard. The bachelor crossed his arms and said about the coastal artillery. Jaeonsu asked if that would be enough. Hanho exclaimed that of course not. There were many ways to get around it. Sunwoo put his hand on his head and told them not to worry, and that they would just prepare in their own way, and thought that he knew it. He had to develop his own unique path to victory. There were several ships in the water. The warriors stood opposite each other. A cry was heard about the 3rd Division of ninjas. Okada put out his hand, shouting that they were starting to infiltrate Busan. Let them not disappoint him this time. Gray objects flew everywhere. The system reported that this was a ninja item, an assault kite, and a small invisibility effect was also activated. The ninja moved forward rapidly. Several bright flashes appeared near the city. The kites landed in the water. The system reported that the skill of mind unity allows you to hear each other's voices even at a distance. The voice said that they had reached the coastline. They had set up so much artillery. The man with the hidden face heard that it seemed like they had put a lot of gold into it. But fortunately no one had discovered them. If they got too close, their raft would sink. The peaks were visible behind the city. A response was heard, land on that mountain, and in order to begin to lower the altitude. The ninja landed on the ground. Standing on the platform, one of them said that the space was the perfect size. They landed in a good place. Spreading out a scroll, one of them ordered the hypergate to be installed here and asked how long it would take. The palm surrounded by radiance touched the seal. The man replied that pouring mana in large quantities was not an easy task. It would take at least 12 hours. A dark portal appeared above the seal. The ninja thought it was a two-way portal that lasted for 10 minutes after activation. It would allow a huge number of troops to move safely. The warrior jumped from side to side. He stood looking at the city and said that soon the Evolution Society and the Korean server would support their plan. They would spray poison gas in Busan. The ninja stood with his arms crossed and said that they would take advantage of the chaos that had arisen. If he could safely activate the gate, the plan could be considered a success. Let him remember the failure of the 1st and 2nd divisions who failed to kill the Necromancer, and not let down his guard. Looking ahead, the masked man said that in 12 hours from now, they would strike, destroy the entire World Tree faction. A figure could be seen at the end of a narrow street. The creature opened the lid of a jug. A bright beam shot into the sky. Sung-woo stood next to his comrades. Looking ahead, he said that if the battle took place in Busan, they must figure out how to move the siege weapon. The warriors stood at the large cannons. The hero said that even if they use the inventory, 10 cannons are the limit, but there are many more. In the future, the number of siege weapons will only increase. The man with glasses asked if he had another huge undead, a bone wyvern. He beamed and presented the loaded wyvern and said that they could mount everything on its back or place modified crossbows on it. Sung-woo opened his mouth and shouted. He imagined he heard words, that using a flying object in a close-range battle is pointless. How about a strategy where they bombard with arrows and ballistas while flying? Hanho happily raised his hand, shouting that it was simply deadly, and they could also mount the Thunder God's mace on its back. The delighted guy imagined a huge warrior and said that the other huge ones were only summoned bones. How about transformational synthesis? The delighted hero closed his eyes, thinking that this was heaven, while the delighted comrade suggested trying it right now. Shields were set up in front of the building. The light was on in the window. The tied-up girl was looking out the window saying that no one was watching them, and this is what came out of it. The comrade replied that the war was coming. No wonder everyone was busy. The blonde screamed indignantly when she heard the question. She thought they would pay attention to the prisoners of the fallen guild, and replied that they were not just prisoners, they were experienced people who posed a threat to the Necromancer. A shadow hid the guy's face, who asked, was all this fuss about preparing for war? A glow engulfed the chains that bound him when he asked that there were no guards here. The fat man was surprised to see the chains falling and asked what he was doing. Surrounded by green flames, the guy said that it looked like it was time to run. The bodies lay on the floor. The soldier fell, smashing his head on the floor. The blonde standing behind him said that he had dealt with the guard too easily, and even considering that they had attacked stealthily, the fat man said that he knew that he was an unusual person, but this was beyond his expectations. The guy pointed and said that his comrade had said that the weapons depot was that way. He remembered the scenes from the past and said that he had seen him many times while that guy was dragging him back and forth. He thought that he had failed. The brown-haired man looked ahead, saying that if the two of them got out of there, they would then take revenge on the third faction. The girl asked again. Closing her eyes, she remembered the man and said that she had not become so attached to the guild that she would then go take revenge on the Necromancer. Most of the members were rude, and the guild master was generally smug. The man looked at her with displeasure and said that the guild master was the one who saved them. Although he had done bad things, he had done good things too. The houses in the city were knocked down. Words were heard that he was just the kind of person you would usually see in a world like this. Yujin looked at the guy's back and said that the guild master or the leader he serves, what kind of people are they? Do they have any similarities? Ren, without turning around, replied that although he was not the one he serves. Turning around, he continued with a smile that for him, he was the worst of all. The warriors were lying on the ground. The heroes approached the metal door. The guy said that this was an armory. The weapons taken from the prisoners should also be there. The brown-haired man turned to the girl who asked to return her heroic level bow and said that no, first he must find his sword. Sung-woo and his comrades were standing inside. The frightened blonde hid behind her friend's back and asked how they got here, how they knew that they were coming. The fat man quickly moved behind Hanho. He said with a smile that his beloved brother Yujin informed him. The blonde pointed angrily and shouted that he was a traitor, acting like an innocent student, but doing such dirty tricks. The fat man's face darkened, and he said that a gentleman does not go into dangerous places. The girl trembled with anger, hearing that she should think at least sometimes, hoping for leniency for a long time, and here she is trying to run. There is no need to attract hatred to herself. Hanho patted the guy on the cheeks and praised him, thinking that he instantly deteriorated, being next to this creature. Ren paid attention to the Necromancer when he called him. Standing in front of him, he asked how he knew his name, and Sung-woo asked, is this the sword he is looking for? In his hands was a blade in a sheath. The brown-haired man looked at it carefully. Hanho turned around in surprise and said that even when he ran away, he tried to find it. It is probably a cool item, and heard him take it. Ren caught the sword and his comrade was surprised, asking what he was doing. Yujin added that it was a gentlemanly act. With a wicked smile, Sung-woo said that he did not want to hear him call him a coward. He returned his weapon. The small skeleton rushed forward when the Necromancer ordered to kill him. Orn hit the guy with the sword. Hanho stared ahead in surprise, thinking that he was ordering him to kill him after returning his weapon. Sung-woo was not the type of guy who would do anything unnecessary. The skeleton moved the sword in a circle. The system reported that a reflection was applied. Orn moved quickly. The guy flipped the blade in his hand. The tip pierced right in front of the skeleton's face. The movement of the blades left a bright mark. Hanho opened his mouth in surprise and saying that this is a really cool item. It is superior to Orn. Sung-woo replied that it is not a cool thing. Looking ahead, he said that it is not even an item at all, just a very ordinary katana. Looking to the side, the comrade presented the weapon and asked again, saying that the right ones used the boss monster's weapon that was remade. The skeleton blocked the beam with his weapon, while the guy said that he could still fight back. If it was a normal katana, it should break from the first hit. Bright beams of attacks, the hero thought that he was reflecting them. Shining beams remained in space. The guy thought that instead of receiving a direct hit, he reduced the force of the blow with a perfectly calculated angle and force. Ren held the katana with both hands. Sung-woo thought that his sword technique was unusual. Hanho nervously bit his fingers, saying that his skill was excellent, and the Necromancer said that he had seen enough. Skeletons began to appear from the portal above. Words were heard that they would end this. The fingers released the blade. The Necromancer's servants attacked Ren, who with a nervous laugh said that he gave up. The skeleton warrior held the blonde, who replied that it was cowardice to kill her like that. Sung-woo replied that he didn't say it would be one-on-one, it was also his ability. The bone hand held the guy's head, who heard that he wasn't going to kill them. The hero turned to the recoiling Hanho and said that from now on he would keep an eye on them. Yurjin was a good example, he should be able to do it. The comrade pointed a finger at Rin in fear and said that he was not sure, this guy was dangerous. I heard that he had no reason to worry. The men, trembling, came to their senses. Sung-woo replied that he did not kill people and only disabled the guards. Ren looked at the Necromancer in surprise, thinking what did he know about him. At the building with a blue roof, Hanho asked what he learned from the corpses of the ninjas. If there was a problem in the future, he should take responsibility. Yellow light was visible among the buildings of the city. Many zombies were walking along the street. Gray devices were located on the bone body. Words were heard that this was a Wyvern -2 Malawin Quatches. They were starting a test flight. Several wyverns flew over the city. Words were heard that they were hovering in the sky at 900 m. The target was confirmed. The zombie opened his mouth and, thinking that he was finally summoned, and now called the target, an order to attack was heard. A bright flash of an explosion. The guy raised his hand happily, shouting that it was excellent. The second one said that it was a success on the first try. The scientist adjusted his glasses, saying that there were a few problems, but they would soon be fixed. Besides, their team would continue to research the improvement of the giant undead. He remembered how the dragon held a huge cannon, and said that it seemed that they should refuse to attach the Thunder God's mace. It was so huge. Sung-woo intertwined his fingers in a pleading gesture and asked the sergeant if it was definitely impossible. He said no. There were tied-up prisoners standing next to his comrades. The guy thought that the World Tree faction, they were strong. Ren looked ahead carefully, thinking that the difference in the information he received and the strength he saw was simply huge. Although the group was small, they dealt with this disadvantage thanks to the number of generic synergies of their classes. This is not a group that will easily disintegrate. The hero looked at the man and said that he would leave the rest to him. The system reported that the Korean server emergency event had begun. Hanho pointed his finger at the system window with displeasure and asked, out of the blue. The window was talking about a server quest, and the first Korean-Japanese battle, type war. The goal is to win. The reward will be announced. Korea and Japan, two servers that have had bets since the old world. As expected, hostility is also present in the new world. Will the players of the server finally be able to play for real? Then there were notes on the first Korean-Japanese battle that special rules were introduced to create an interesting battle. Representatives of the attacking side, the Japanese server, and the defending side, the Korean server, can alternate and choose battle events based on their choice. They can support the opponent's side, and will be given the opportunity to switch to his side. The event will be broadcast worldwide through the official channel. Sung-woo turned to his comrade and asked if he watched what was on the Busan community. He said that he forgot because they said they could handle it themselves. Hanho's eyes widened in shock. He asked, terrorism, saying, there was a terrorist attack on the Hwarang Guild faction. He imagined the explosions in the city and said that the situation was similar to the terrorist attack at Yangdongpo Station. They retreated to the backup fort due to a well-coordinated mass attack. This is the Japanese server. The guy gritted his teeth in dissatisfaction, saying that they said they would handle it themselves. He knew it would be like this. Sung-woo thought that the attack was carried out by the Evolution community and the Yamato Guild. He stood there with his hand in his pockets, thinking that the guild probably had no time but to abandon their base and run. Hanho said that they call it a Korea-Japan battle. It's not even an entire server, it's a regional conflict, and the system is just supporting it. Sung-woo frowned and confirmed, saying that the problem was that it was a trap they couldn't escape from. He thought that the being called the creator was probably enjoying this to create a big wave. On the phone screen was the broadcast information. the Korean server versus the Japanese server, almost 8 million viewers, and asking to choose the first game event. The attacking side, the Japanese server, chooses first, all-out war, conquest, or duel. The man's eyes glowed red. The system reported that the Japanese server had chosen event number 3, a duel. The status window said that both servers had chosen event number 3. The brunette turned his head and said they had chosen a duel, to which the young man replied, because the Hwarang Guild wanted to quickly recapture the positions. The green-eyed man frowned and wondered if this meant that the Yamato Guild was confident in their individual fighting abilities. A duel was planned between the great warrior of the Japanese server and the great warrior of the Korean server. The hero looked away and thought, the sword Saint Okada Akira, that's what he planned for him after sending him to Suwon. The man crossed his arms and introduced himself as Okada Akira, the guild master of Yamato. Let the Korean server listen carefully. Then he smiled and added that he was not interested in Small Fry, the leader of the World Tree faction, a necromancer. The enemy grabbed his weapon and said if he wanted to save the Korean server, let him come out, he would prove his incompetence with his sword. Explosions were happening around when he added, as well as the people who fell here. Rays pierced the ground when the status window said that the official channel had started broadcasting. The heroes looked at the screens. It was also said that the great warriors of both sides must get to the marked location within an hour. The guy looked at his phone and asked, "Hi Winman," and the second one said, in the end, the guild master Hwarang came out to duel. The protagonist frowned and thought, the 9th in rank of the Korean server Hai Winman, he is one of the strongest with a victory over the monster of the raid boss of the 5th rank. Looking at the opponent, he continued the thought, although he is the one who raised the strongest armed forces in the southern part of the Korean peninsula, now he stepped on the road to death. The hero gritted his teeth. The sky was burning with fire. The opponent stood on the battlefield. The gray-haired looked ahead and thought. The second hero put out his sword and said, he is Hai Winman, the master of the Hwarang Guild, which they, guys, attacked in a rat, he will punish them and return everything to normal. The man opened his eyes wide and asked, he, the number 1 bastard of the Korean server. The brown-eyed frowned and asked, what? After which the opponent took out his sword and added, he would highly appreciate the fact that he stood up for a barely alive organization, and therefore, his death would be painless. His eyes lit up as he continued to speak, but let him not rush to rejoice, this is the type of promise that he cannot keep. The duel began when the Korean clenched his teeth, and the Japanese added that he liked to cut off piece by piece. Suddenly, the fighter raised his sword and shouted, reinforcement. Then he opened his mouth wide and continued to shout, protective armor, survivability enhancement, holy protection. Looking at him, the man said, full paladin buff from the beginning of the fight, this is the path to victory for the guild master. The gray-haired man smiled and asked if they were finished, or should he wait a little longer. The opponent frowned and replied that he was not finished yet, he would finish when his head would fly off his shoulders. Akira smiled and said this phrase is a bit outdated, and it is a dream that he will not fulfill. The opponent made a dash and shouted, let him die, when the divine clash happened. The two fought very close. The glare of the sword surrounded them, when in the end of the state it was written about the wind of the island. Suddenly, the old man swung, using refraction. A bright flash lit up above, when it was written, a lightsaber. The brunette gritted his teeth and screamed in pain, and he himself thought that he needed to stay on his feet with the help of defensive power and willpower. He tensed up and continued the thought that he was holding a legendary sword and amazing offensive power. Thanks to the thick armor, he can take a couple of hits, so he only needed to hit him once. Then the opponent cut off his leg and blood splashed around. One of the spectators opened his mouth wide and asked, he was cut through the armor, it can't be, their guild master. In front of the hero's face were magical nets. Then a huge pool of blood appeared. The man frowned and asked, is he already dead? He spat and added, it only spoiled his appetite. The victory was won by the Yamato path from the Japanese server. A status window appeared on top, when the gray-haired man called the Necromancer and said, if he is watching, let him delve into it. He spread his arms and added, he will wait, cutting down the players of his server, let him find him quickly, before he gets bored. People waved their swords when the window said that a free battle had begun, and everyone was shouting, retreating, running. The two looked at the screen in surprise. The young man turned his head and asked what the hell, is this really? The tanker duel ended so quickly. A girl came up from behind and shouted to Mr. Sungwoo that they received a message from the Liberation Guild. They are planning to prepare for a possible attack on Busan. It seems they want him to participate. Without turning around, the protagonist apologized and said, but he thought that in a defensive position they could not fight off the alien forces that continued to attack. He looked ahead and told her to pass on the message that they would soon reach Busan, as per their invitation, and thought, the solution is simple. PMU needs to be confident in the results shown so that others cannot easily attack. The problem is only how they will move. A large tree covered the houses. The light was on in the car when someone told Mr. Sungwoo that they had a guest. The brunette held the suitcase in his hand and said, phew, Sir Necromancer, he completed the task given to them. Looking at him, the guy replied, "Then we must move," and thought, in record time, the tickets to Busan were in their hands. The tall building stood in the darkness. Sitting at the table, the blonde said that they need to live against foreign servers that encroach on theirs, and asked to call in troops and mobilize all allies so that they can immediately give a response. The yellow-eyed man looked at him and replied, "Yes, sir," and he added, "In case of an emergency, they will have to get to Busan on their own. If the warring guild can hold out, they will be able to hold the line of defense together." The blue-haired man opened his mouth wide and shouted to wait, and asked if they will stand shoulder to shoulder with the warring guild. Then he frowned and added that they are all from the devil faction. This is the enemy faction. They can't just treat this problem as a national one. They also need to take into account the sacrifices they made in the faction war. The man opened his mouth and replied, "The enemy faction, there is no time to argue about this." The blonde man narrowed his eyes and added, "The problem is in the system. I feel like it is leading the Korean server specifically to destruction." Hearing this, the young man sighed. The brunette turned her head and replied that there were many errors in the system since the beginning of the world quest. Manhwa squinted and said that recently, the big quests have been bringing negative vibes to the Korean server from both inside and outside. In order to survive, they need to save the Korean server, to which Ka-hoon replied, that is, in her words, it is cooperation to save the Korean server. The leader closed his eyes and asked to notify the surrendered members of the devil faction in Wojongbu of their participation, release them from prison, and say that he is willing to pay as much as he can. After which, he stood up from his chair and added, he also calls for their cooperation to rescue them from this dangerous situation, to which he was answered, "Yes, sir." The hero took a step forward and thought about why the system was cornering them like prey. Looking out the window, he continued to think, only because the third faction is from here, in that case, the angel, demon, and third faction can join the armed forces. He narrowed his eyes and added, the unification of players that goes beyond the faction, which is also his goal, but the status window said that the faction quest had been sent down. Standing by the window, the young man thought, even at times like this, they do things like this quest doesn't help him achieve his goal at all. Remembering the protagonist, he added, so said Mr. Sungwoo when he destroyed the stone angel statue, the end, as a result of being a puppet in the hands of an unknown being, can't be good in any way. Yellow Eyes gritted his teeth and thought, their name, the absolute factions, will now be shackles. Explosions occurred and people screamed loudly. Bright flashes blazed in the sky. The enemies tried to break through the gate, when someone said that the gate was reinforced with a protective barrier and magic iron, and so far. Two stood at the door, when one added, they can no longer fight, they surrounded them and are approaching from all sides. The heroes stood in the room and said if only the master hadn't been attacked so suddenly, they could have hoped for something, and someone covered their ears and said that they were doomed. Remembering the chapter, the guy said that their master was the Alpha and Omega of the Warring Guild. He was not surprised that everyone lost the will to fight after such a scene. The fat man clenched his fist and shouted, this is not the end. If they hold out here for a little longer, they will eventually have a chance to choose another type of event. After which he closed his eyes and added, then, they will choose a duel and use the remaining time to retreat to another territory, while other types of combat are prohibited during the event. A man approached him and asked if he thought they would make it. There is very little time, to which he replied, then what he suggests is to roll over on their stomachs and die. Suddenly, the heroes looked away when one of them said, that sound. A monster was visible in the distance when the hero shouted, oh no, they managed to break through the barrier. The army rushed into the building. The enemies ran forward when someone shouted that the enemy army was advancing right on the campus. The brunette narrowed his eyes and said, shit, they are definitely doomed now. Looking out the window, the man replied, no joke, at least they did their best, and the second added, still, he didn't think he would die so humiliatingly. The hero closed his eyes and asked what he was talking about, to which he replied, live broadcast. The fat man cringed and added, the whole world will see how their insides will flow out, and they can't do anything about it. I'm sure they are all rooting for the ninjas and samurai. A guy came up to him and said that they are just not strong enough, they have nothing to be ashamed of, and the hero replied, yeah, he is right. The old man opened his mouth wide and screamed, this is so unfair, his son died during the Japanese occupation of Korea, he can't die like that. The man put his hand out and asked what he wanted them to do, pray in hopes of some kind of miracle. There was a bright flash behind him. Powerful explosions began. Looking forward, someone asked what that was. Arrows were flying in the air. When he added, arrows, is this some kind of trap? Let them raise their shields, these are incendiary arrows. The fighter cowered and asked what? A bright light illuminated him. The explosions were getting stronger. The wounded were lying on the ground and were told to block them, and to help. The fat man went to the window and asked what just happened there. They did this. The sun was shining over the building, when someone said to look at the circle where the arrows came from. What was that? Two people were standing near a huge weapon, when he added, watch out. The beast's paw landed. Skeletons and monsters were moving forward. The brunette screamed when he saw them, he is here, it is him. Everything around was glowing. The status window said that his physical abilities were degraded by an unknown energy. The port was quiet. The master was sitting watching the broadcast and saying what a pathetic fight. The window showed a victory forecast when he covered his face with his hand and added, despite the fact that this is technically an event, he doubts that the system came up with a special prize draw. Looking at the screen, he continued to speak, the absolute defeat of the Korean server in the vote. This proves that people from all over the world recognize the superiority of the Japanese server. The hero read the chat and said, the audience's reaction is not so bad either. If you do not pay attention to their possible real intentions, they at least support them in the chat. The long-haired man came up from behind, when the man added, there is one problem left, and he told the Blade Master that he is very sorry. He then leaned over and added, their mission to eliminate the Necromancer and the Hunter's company had failed, to which the man replied, it was fine, in fact, it was better this way. The man slammed his hand on the table and said the whole world was watching them, they couldn't end the fight on such a small note, they needed to have a grand finale. The red-eyed man smiled maliciously and said they would take the Necromancer's head as a trophy, and show the world what the Yamato Guild was capable of. He suddenly looked away and added, if you think about it, since the attempt to assassinate the Necromancer had failed, did that mean Suzuki was dead? The brunette crossed his arms and said that they sent him with UNIT to ensure a safe retreat. He didn't have a killer instinct, he assumed the Necromancer had already killed him. The man raised his head and added, in any case, he planned to get rid of him after the mission was completed, he assumed the Necromancer had given them a good chance of getting away with it. Then he turned his head and said, and yet, they had worked and hunted together for a long time, he was even a little ashamed that he had sent him to his certain death. And the lady replied, she was sure that he would be proud of the contribution he had made to the prosperity of the Yamato Guild. The hero ran into the room and shouted to the Blade Master that someone had decided to please them, the Necromancer had arrived. The gray-haired man smiled and thought, finally. There was a battle on the battlefield. Looking at what was happening, the blue-eyed man thought, despite the unexpected attack, there were still a lot of them, and their fighting spirit did not think of weakening, real veteran warriors. Then he squeezed the handle and added, and they certainly have the best items of all the groups they had fought before, they must have only fought monsters all this time and have not yet encountered large wars between players, and... The protagonist waved his spear when a warning was written in the window that poisonous clouds had been created in this area. The hero opened his mouth wide and shouted, rain warning, everyone put on raincoats. The man killed the opponents and shouted, when someone was killed, let them dispose of the body with a skill, otherwise the corpses may explode. After which he raised his head and added to watch the sky, as soon as they saw the skeleton of a wyvern, let them activate the protective barrier, and freeze their wings with a spell. The blonde turned around and shouted loudly, let them freeze the largest one before they got too close to them, let them stick together and move forward systematically, do not scatter, even if there are explosions around. The protagonist stood and thought, I must say, they were well prepared to fight him. Looking at the battle, he continued his thought, usually he can destroy a group of enemies at once if they are gathered together, but their strategy to not give him the opportunity to use attacks of mass damage is to stick together and optimally distribute responsibilities among themselves. The beast bared his teeth and thought, but this will give them a few extra minutes. The man jumped up and shouted, let go of his body now, stop them, they keep coming, everyone stick together. The blue-eyed man narrowed his eyes and thought, slowly but surely he always defeats his enemies, the longer the fight lasts, the greater his advantage will be. He looked at his subordinates and thought, even with players who can resurrect, they need to withstand his relentless onslaught for an hour. Because of this, they all continue to try to kill him instead of fighting head-on. The hero put out his hand and shouted, just destroy them all and then freeze them, otherwise, they will not stop regenerating. Even if it takes a lot of mana, they must stop them. The ground began to shake, when someone shouted, is this an earthquake? Oh no, he knows what it is. A monster crawled out from under the ground, when he added, this is the Dragon King. The beast was moving forward when the man shouted that the Necromancer had miscalculated, he shouldn't have summoned such a huge monster here, it was constantly crashing into buildings. There were shouts on the battlefield, he was moving to the side, let him pass, he wouldn't be able to rear up here anyway. Let them save their mana and wait until he crawled right in front of them, then they would freeze him. The rumble stopped when the man asked stopped. Monsters were flying in the sky. When he added, did he block their retreat? The wyverns were returning. They were holding boulders in their paws. When someone shouted that they were throwing down stones, activate the protective barrier. The protagonist put out his spear and shouted, golem creation. The stones began to transform. Necrogans appeared in the air. Looking at the robots, the hero thought that a Necrogan, one of the servants of the Korean Necromancer. The man grimaced and thought that at first glance one might think that this two-legged mechanical servant was strong, but they were fakes. The robots began to descend. After examining them, he thought that the surface was rough and unpolished, the drive mechanism was simply disgustingly designed, and the design only hinders maneuverability and complicates the structure. The man raised his staff and shouted that their country has been famous since ancient times as the birthplace of super robots. There is no chance that this cheap fake will be able to withstand their greatest technology. The androids approached the protective dome. The guy opened his mouth and laughed, saying that he realized that he could not win and decided to run away with his tail between his legs. The second asked if they really hoped that a huge robot would tumble even without a vernier engine. It was such an obvious fake. The robot gave up his fist and called the boss. He stopped him, that he heard him, and offered to transgress. The android grabbed the asphalt with his fist. Raising the asphalt, he shouted, "Necromancer, Stonewall." The young man gritted his teeth and was amazed that he had just torn a whole piece off the ground. The second asked what the hell he was doing. Lowering his head down, he noticed that the level of poisonous water was already reaching his ankles. The protagonist looked around and thought that this was Busan. Wherever you look, there are solid mountains everywhere. Most of the universities are located high in the mountains. If you limit the flow of water that flows from the mountains, rainwater will begin to accumulate. Juno lowered his head and exclaimed that the water level was rising too quickly. The second suggested leaving here. The robot opened his mouth and called his brother, telling him to show these insignificant creatures what will happen to those who dare to insult them. The second replied that it will be done. They both began to raise the asphalt higher using a retaliatory attack. People tried to escape from the water. They shouted that it was getting more and more. The androids held the asphalt, and the guy shouted that they could not lose all their advancing forces, and ordered to bring them antidotes, because they had to save their vanguard. The protagonist turned his head and said that they chose the worst option of all possible. He bared his teeth and said, "Let the flood begin." An explosion occurred. The call was deactivated. People tried to escape from the poisonous tsunami. Looking at the flow of water, Sungwoo thought that the magicians who rode wyverns use a freezing spell to set the water direction, because of which even a small stream running down the mountain would not be stopped. People emerged from the water and shouted that they needed to drink the antidote and swim to a safe place. Thanks to their physical stuns, they can easily survive. Eyes appeared behind the hero. He opened his mouth and shouted that it was a skeleton fish. The protagonist landed on the ground and said that they were a bunch of amateurs. That's what happens when you lose your cool during a fight. Hanho put his hand to his forehead and said to look at how nicely they were floundering there and said to continue to press them until they were completely destroyed. A message appeared that the free battle was over. The protagonist raised his head. He was offered to choose a second game event. He asked if the time had already expired. He looked at the flying drone. The hero folded his arms across his chest and called the Necromancer. He grinned and assumed that he appeared here in response to his invitation. If so, then there was only one way out. He dealt his hand and offered a duel. You just need to choose a duel event. The man raised his finger and said that it was time to prove to the whole world that if he really had the power to defeat him, then he should show it. Anubis looked at him and asked again, a duel. He narrowed his eyes and asked not to say stupid things, and then chose total war. The diode was cut. The voice said, "Damn Necromancer, let him come and show what he's worth, or is he chickening out?" The protagonist straightened up and said that there was only one way to show what he was capable of, to tear his enemies to pieces in a way that I can take away from him. Busan lit up on the map. This was the battlefield. The territory would start shrinking in 10 minutes. The green-eyed man frowned and asked, "So where did they stop there?" The man was standing near the weapon. The brunette opened the door with his foot and said, "God, who could have thought that war requires such colossal preparation?" He frowned and said that he really wanted all this to end already. Now that the opponents had broken through so much, it was only a matter of time before they came for them. He turned to the others and asked if they were still watching the stream from Busan. They still had a lot of work. The blue-haired man turned around and said that the genre had just changed from a war movie to a horror movie full of carnage. The man was trying to escape and screaming that he didn't want to die. The sunset light was reflected in the windows of the buildings. The area would start shrinking in 60 seconds. Kim opened his mouth and screamed that they had tracked down all the enemies in the north, and the west was clear too. The protagonist walked to the edge of the roof and said that he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to fight the Blade Master due to the restrictions. Looking at his opponent, he thought that this guy was a monster. He couldn't admit it. The man stepped on the skull, and the boy thought that he had summoned a huge army of undead to restrain him, but they were just buying him some extra time. The hero stabbed him with his sword. The young man thought that even if he dueled him, it wouldn't change anything. If he was a swordsman of the same caliber as Jisoo, he would lose his head without even understanding how it happened. He was a real pain in the ass. The Blade Master raised his head. Hanho opened his mouth and asked if he was going to fight their leader. Most likely he was tired of fighting the endlessly returning dead. They could take advantage of this and strike. The man frowned. The red-eyed man approached them and said that he was pretending. It was impossible for the Blade Master to be tired of this. If they rushed to attack him without proper preparation, it would be the last thing they would do in their lives. The guy frowned and said that he seemed suspiciously easygoing. Technically, that was exactly what they brought him here for. The man said that he was sure everyone would be easygoing if they were stabbed in the back with a sword every second. Looking at the battle, the protagonist said that everything was fine. except for a few fighters who remained on their feet. All of the Blade Master's supporters were destroyed. Anubis clenched his fist and said that they would win. The Korean server had won the all-out war, and an hour-long free battle was beginning. The hero with the squad behind the guys said, "Thank God, he didn't think that the Necromancer would come to their aid after they had been so harsh with him." The man chuckled and added that maybe he really did have a kind heart. The second asked if he thought they could join the World Tree Camp. Looking at the hero, he shouted that all that was left was to get rid of the Blade Master. The guy picked up his phone and shouted that that was not all, and that they needed to watch the stream. The sun was setting over the horizon. Waves were crashing against the side of the ship. Carolee were floating on the waves. Looking at their phones, the young men began to discuss how many ships there were. The protagonist frowned and thought that he had a few minutes left in Anubis mode. He would not be able to continue fighting for so long. Looking at the flying creatures, he thought that there were only 30 people from the World Tree Camp with him, and most of them were support types. The brunette opened his mouth and called out to Mr. Necromancer, saying that he was currently the representative of the Korean server. They completely obeyed his orders. The others smiled and began to shout that they were sure that the Necromancer would definitely think of what they would do. They would protect Busan. Let him just tell them what to do and they would do whatever he said. The protagonist stood with his back to them and said that he should pack his bags then. He looked straight ahead and said that they would not be able to win this battle. They should leave Busan and go as far away as possible. Hanho waved his hand and told them to pack their things. They were getting out of here. The youth watched the gathering of people and thought that the Warang Guild was the best in Busan despite losing the war. There were about 1,000 survivors. He opened his mouth and said that it was more than expected, but everyone was in a good condition, but it couldn't be helped. He looked away and thought that the effect of the abyss breath sprayed by the Evolution Society was too strong. Some were cured by potions, the rest were still sick. He imagined the ships and thought that the advance guard of the Yamato Guild alone was more than 2,000 people. The size of the main force would be much larger. He frowned, because as he thought, they needed reinforcements. Hanho opened his mouth and said that it was unfortunate. If the surrounding area was in their area of influence, they could request help from the guilds. But the dark-haired man interrupted him, saying that they needed to somehow increase the distance. Slamming his fist into his palm, he said that if they could hold their position for the next 24 hours and by some time, they would use the battle event to strike, they could do nothing but repeat. The young man opened his mouth and said, "All-out war, conquest, duel, none of it would give them an advantage." They were looking at the huge fire. The army was on fire. The young man said that they also needed to defeat the Blade Master, otherwise the war would not end. Some would thought that they couldn't stop him even by summoning monsters from the nearby dungeons. The young man approached him and asked if the Blade Master had any weaknesses. They had dined with him, hunted and all that. The young man replied, "So what, even if they had them with the Blade Master?" The protagonist interrupted him and said that the Blade Master did not keep his word. The young man looked away and said that he seemed to know a lot about him. He lowered his head and said that he had no choice. He thought that even before the fall and after that he never really had a choice. In Kyushu, Japan, the rooftop was empty. Looking at the Itoryu sign, the hero thought that it was a small dojo dedicated to the way of the sword in a quiet corner of downtown Kyushu. 3 men stood with weapons: Yuishin Itoryu, Hokushin Itoryu and Ito Shoden Mutoryu, and although the name is the same as many other Itoryu cults in Japan, there is no connection between them. The man lowered his head and said that a sword is a murder weapon, just a tool. He looked closely and added that even as a tool, its value changes depending on the story associated with it. Their Itoryu sword was one of those. He began to say that this was a sword that a wife gave to her husband in the hope that he would return from war alive, a sword that a master passed on to his disciples in the hope that he would be able to protect himself in a cruel world, a sword passed on in the hope that a vassal would become a respected man. The hero closed his eyes and said that although it was only a sword, it contained a soul, so it must be treated with care. He continued to say that a sword was doomed to break, no matter how it was cared for, a block, a cut, a swing, the damage received would cause it to break, but they could not allow it to simply break. The sword was placed in front of the boy and he was told that he must use the sword in a way that did not damage it. This was a technique that he must master from now on. Suzuki-ran nodded and replied, "Yes, sir." The setting sun illuminated everything. The boy repeated the words about carefully examining his own condition and the condition of the opponent's sword, and on top of that, he must hone his skills to the limit for the sake of the school and the sword, which reduces the tension of the weapon to a minimum. He fought and thought that he had been training hard since he was a child, and although it was very hard, he had talent. The man looked at his hand. The young man walked down the street and thought that he had not chosen this. He was called out. The brunette opened his mouth and shouted that he was late for a meeting with Haruka, and he should hurry. The guy raised his finger up and said to wait. Something like a game window appeared in the sky, but then he said that he was already on his way. The girl stood dissatisfied. They looked at the sign of the Manhwa anime exhibition. Looking at the crowd, the heroine said that she did not think that there would be so many people here. The young man laughed and said that of course there would be a lot of people here. Although it is called a subculture, it is the best. The dark-haired girl turned her head and asked Ren if he could be here at all. He seemed to be busy training in the dojo with his uncle for the anniversary. He lowered his head and said, well, yes, although it was not his choice. The setting sun was shining on the house. The man raised his hand and shouted that Ren had talent. He had already surpassed his father in Itoryu, and after all, he was going to give up training for hanging out with his friends. There were weapons on the floor, and the guy asked what was the use of owning a place in the modern world. Cars, planes, television, smartphones. The 21st century is in the yard, the era of scientific civilization. There were dog tags hanging on the wall, and he continued that, even honing his skills to the very limit through monstrous training until exhaustion, where he could try them on. Day after day the number of official members was also decreasing. There were only 2 left. He turned his head and said that he had never been able to play properly with his friends Kenta and Haruka. The man stretched out his hands to him and said that his father regretted this. But the young man interrupted him and asked, he needed someone to inherit the dojo. He turned his head and said that he was not worried about him. He only cared about the dojo that had been passed down in the family for generations. The hero raised his hand and started shouting after Ren that the conversation was not over yet and that he should go back. The young man looked at the back of his head and said that even if he had a talent for handling a sword, how could he make a living with it? The girl said that her uncle probably had some ideas. The brunette opened his mouth and said that it would be 100 times better to eat. Ren would not inherit the dojo. It had been hard for him since childhood, and there was no living place on him from injuries. Looking at the posters, he added that in fact, like everyone else, he liked manhwa and anime more than the sword. He grabbed his friend by the shoulders and said that their future was not predetermined. Instead of studying in the dojo, it would be better to become great otaku together. The young man closed his eyes and thought that otaku was not a profession. It would be fun, but you can't make money like that. A message appeared asking what profession would be best for survival in the fallen world. The choice must be made now. People started to look up and ask what was going on. Maybe it was some kind of event. The blonde said that the power was out. Don't they have emergency generators? The guy squeezed his backpack and thought, an event, even inside the building it can't be that dark with a simple power outage. There was a flash. The hero closed his eyes. He ran for the cards. They hung in the air, and he thought, cards, maybe the profession question was related to them. Kenta opened his mouth and said that this happens all the time in Marzen. You need to choose a card faster. The brown-eyed man looked away and thought, what? In that case something serious should happen soon. You need to choose a card with more stars. The young man took the card in his hands. He chose a profession card. Bracers fell in front of him, and he shouted that he chose a fighter card. He put them on and asked, and then what? Getting abilities and leveling up on monsters. The girl said that she was a healer, and she got a staff. Ren looked at his hands and thought that weapons dropped depending on the profession. But why didn't he get a weapon when he chose the swordsman profession? Maybe he made a mistake and chose the wrong one. People looked up, because the power and lighting returned. The heroes ran to the exit. When they realized that this was not an event at all, someone shouted that if this was real, then goblins or some other crap could appear. Running to the window, the girl screamed. Everyone saw the goblin massacre outside. Someone shouted that they needed to calm down. It seemed that there were a lot of them, but they were just goblins. They could handle it. A huge foot fell to the ground. The creature bared its teeth and growled. The heroine opened her mouth and screamed that they needed to run. There was fire everywhere. Smoke rose above the city. The guy wiped away tears and said that they would all die. Why was training for newbies so difficult? Ren gritted his teeth and thought, novels, manhwa, anime. People quickly adapted due to the fact that they had seen something like this before, even if it was not in reality. Looking at the orcs, he thought that there were too many monsters. Although the people fought back well, monsters were constantly appearing where people gathered. He looked out the window and thought that, judging by the fact that help was in no hurry to appear, this was happening not only here. They needed to find a way to survive on their own. The brunette opened his mouth and asked Haruka to calm down because at least Ren chose a high-ranking profession, and he also dealt with most of the orcs. The brown-eyed man squeezed the sword in his hand and thought that, unfortunately, his strength was already running out. He fought with a sword that he picked up from a dead man, but there was little left of it. He imagined the patches and thought that he couldn't use anything but the sword, and couldn't choose the skill card that appeared when he leveled up. He gritted his teeth and thought that there must be some bonuses with so many restrictions. In a situation like a 5-star Blade Master job was like poison. Monsters walked among the people lying on the ground, and 5 days after the disaster, the boy thought about the choice he had to make. Ren lowered his head, knowing that he had to make it if he wanted to survive. There were a lot of food packages down there, since they hadn't slept enough, and it had been a long time since they ran out of water and food, so they no longer had the strength to maintain physical fitness. Frowning, the boy thought about the fact that due to the decrease in the number of people, the monsters were dispersing, so he could get out of here even without a weapon. Still, he gritted his teeth. Imagining himself among his friends, he knew that he couldn't do this, and he had no choice. His friend raised his head, and the girl sitting next to him told the boy to get out of here. He turned to Kenta, not understanding what he was even talking about, but his friend explained that he didn't mean abandoning them and running away. The interlocutor put his hand on his chest, adding that he could get out and find someone who could help them. Imagining the monsters in the streets, he noted that they couldn't find people and started beating each other, and maybe because they were the only 3 left alive, the monsters weren't coming anymore. Ren looked at his friends in surprise, hearing that if they stayed here alone, they could hold out until he came. But imagining the fire in the streets, Ren knew that wasn't true. Considering the state of the city, he wouldn't find any survivors at all. Imagining the wounded, he thought that even if he could, they wouldn't help in a place that was crawling with goblins and orcs. Kenta put a hand on his shoulder, telling him that he had to survive. Feeling her tremble, he knew that he also knew that this plan was ridiculous. Ren pursed his lips, hearing a scream. The 3 of them looked out the window, not understanding what was happening. Seeing the monsters running to one place, someone said that the rescuers were here. They ran out into the street. A cloud of dust rose up ahead. Ren and the others looked into the distance, wondering how many people were in the rescue team. The girl noted that all the monsters in the area went there, and her comrade suggested moving slowly so as not to attract them. Someone's swings left bright traces. The blood of the monsters flew everywhere. Among them stood a man surrounded by a bright aura. Ren approached him, recognizing him as his father, who noted that his son was alive. He raised his hand, adding that the guy would not die from them. The son was surprised that he came alone, and it was not the rescuers. His friends behind his back rejoiced, saying that they were saved. Blood was coming out of the man's mouth. A dagger was stuck in his back. Ren picked him up in his arms. Kenta was shocked that he fought with monsters while his body was in such a state. The father raised his hand, saying that he was afraid. Touching his son's face, he added that he was afraid that he would not see him again. Ren held him in his arms, hoping that it was a joke, since he himself said that he was strong. But the man lowered his eyes, saying that he was not that strong, and even when he taught him how to wield a sword, he was afraid. Remembering the boy's training, he said that for him, it was the only way to survive, so he could do nothing but teach him to fight. Frowning, he wondered if it was right to teach him these skills, adding that he always asked himself if it was an obstacle to the development of a child he raised alone. His hand slipped as he shared that he was now at peace because he taught him how to wield a sword. Smiling tiredly, the man thanked God. His hand fell to the ground as he added that his son could definitely survive in this world. A scream was heard throughout the street. The swing left a bright mark, and the boy thought that everything happened as his father said. He fought the monsters, thinking that he was able to survive in this world very well thanks to the skills he had learned, and he was also very suitable for the role of the Holy Sword. Ren looked at his hand, thinking that there were various limitations before, but the stats increased as he leveled up, and although he couldn't use them, his extraordinary physical stats compensated for them. People looked at each other happily when he thought about how he was able to achieve a little fame by helping them. They discussed among themselves that the Holy Sword saved someone from an orc lair, and the other woman replied that people were also saved from the apartment complex. Ren opened the door, calling out to his friends. Someone smiled back at him, asking if he was the Holy Sword that had been saving people all these days, noting that he was still a child. The man sat on the man's body, saying that the boy should be careful if he becomes famous among people, and now that the world has become like this, bad people will attack famous people more and more. The weapon in Ren's hand was shaking as he asked about what they were doing. Unknown people captured his friends. The man smiled ominously, answering that he just wanted to become the only friend of such a celebrity. And the boy thought about how I didn't think about the evil intentions of people and how far they can go in such an environment. The sword fell from his hand. The club crushed the stones. Gritting his teeth, the monster roared. It fell to the ground. Blood flowed down Ren's face as he said that this was the last one. The man kicked him, saying that this was enough. He took out his sword, saying that he should not hunt monster bosses alone, and they decided to hunt together since he said that he would not cooperate in robbery. The man cut off the monster's head, saying that although he had been gaining most of the experience since he dealt the final blow, they were still close friends. Ren collected various rewards, noting that he took everything for himself. The people looked at the man in awe, calling him a holy sword. He waved back in a friendly manner, hearing that he had defeated the monster's boss single-handedly, and that he had been saving people since the fall began. The man covered his mouth, saying that a holy sword must be young, but the woman replied that it was just a rumor. And next to the man was Arahata, his eyes shining brightly as he told the assistant that he should prepare to say goodbye to his friend. Ren lowered his head. Hanho remembered punching him in the face, saying that it was a real power-up. Walking up to Sungwoo, he commented that he seemed too similar to them, but everything was confusing to him, and the hero replied that it seemed like a tragic ending version. Frowning, he thought of the vampires, thinking that they could become like that too. The hero looked away, hearing that instead they almost died several times while hunting or in a dungeon, and replied that in the end everything went well, so they could still become like that. Ren remembered the man's assistant, saying that the last order was to help the ninja squad destroy the Necromancer and retreat. Then, imagining the faces of his friends, he added that in exchange, he promised that he would free the prisoners. Sung-woo imagined the man's face, saying that he was able to figure it out from the memories of the 1st Division ninja boss. But Kim interrupted him. The monster's eyes glowed brightly. He said that the werbeasts were making their move. Frowning, the hero realized that this was an evolved society, and Hanho told him to look at the sky. Something resembling kites was visible in the sky, and his comrades said that something was descending from the sky. It rushed towards the ground, and they realized that the air squad was approaching. The hero saw the bright eyes of the monsters from the evolved society, as well as the ninja squad in the air. He stood back to back with Hanho, realizing that they were surrounded, and his comrade asked what they should do. Seeing the bandaged people, he replied that they had wounded, and retreating with a large number would be difficult. There was a building behind them. He also thought about the way being blocked by games, and suggested sitting inside. But frowning, Sung-woo decided that they would be trapped and rot alive, so now they were faced with a completely new problem. Hanho turned to him, suggesting that they use the Devil's Path. Imagining the entrance to this path, the hero replied that if they used it, the enemy would definitely not have time for them. Looking at his ally, he added that even if they survived, the guild members and the wounded would die. Looking back, Sung-woo ordered to prepare for battle first, knowing that he had to stand his ground until he found an opportunity. Arrows shot into the sky. The ninja blocked them. Several more landed on the ground. Seeing the archers, the enemy ordered to take them out. The ninja folded his arms, using a depth charge. Several bombs rose to the archers. A powerful explosion sounded. Kim covered his face with his hand. Min-sik appeared in front of him and told the boy not to worry and to retreat. The enemies rose to him as he added that he would defend this side with honor. The ninja walked towards him, shouting for the skeleton to leave here. The rest of the enemies moved on, hearing the command to destroy the archers. The ninja's arm was cut off. Min-sik tied the rest with chains, saying that they will not go any further. The skeleton threw them over the roof. The tied-up ones hit the rest. He stood on the other roof, hearing that they wanted to go around this side, but someone answered that they would first deal with the roof, and then go to the other side. The chains wrapped around the minions. Min-sik spun them. The skeleton rushed through the enemies like a whirlwind. A trail of blood was left behind. He continued to spin, cutting down everyone. A blow from a ninja stopped him. The skeleton repelled the attacks, hearing that he was the most ordinary, and that he simply had a divine sword in his hands. The minion shot his opponent. He made several more shots, for which the ninja called him a coward. Kim came to Sung-woo, saying that they had stopped the attack on the roofs and most of the defense on the first floor was broken through. He gritted his teeth, realizing that the situation was not too good, and they would not hold out for long. The skeleton fell apart. Okada stood among his army, and someone said that their main squad had appeared. The man smiled ominously and told the Necromancer that they had finally met face to face. The soldier gritted his teeth, calling it ridiculous that they had destroyed many enemies, but their squad was still huge. Watching them fly through the sky, he said that they were coming and this time there were even more of them, so their arrows should not be spared. The enemies dropped grenades. Smoke came out of the grenades. It enveloped the soldier, and they realized that it was a smoke screen. Someone's silhouette appeared behind one of them, when the guy said that he could not see anything and needed to be careful. The enemy hit him in the smoke. Hanho emitted a bright light, telling everyone to come to him. Arahata appeared behind him, saying that this was a message from the Holy Sword and that the Necromancer would pay with the head of his comrade for mocking him. Ren threw him back with a blow. He scraped the ground, surprised that the guy was betraying them. Hanho raised his hands with a smile, clarifying that they were on the same side now. Arahata opened his mouth wide, telling him that if he wanted his friends to survive, he needed to kill the enemies. Hanho furrowed his brows, wondering if they were enemies now. Sung-woo swung his arm and repeated his words, remembering that the Holy Sword gave the order to get rid of them. Arahata raised his hand to his face. The hero then remembered the man's meeting with Gato, telling him that he read his memories, and that the Holy Sword gave him the order to get rid of them. He no longer needed a dog leash. Ren gritted his teeth in anger. But the enemy looked at him with a smile, saying that his very existence was an insult to the Holy Sword, and called him useless trash who could not even use skills. The ground cracked under his feet. Arahata rushed towards him, saying that he thought so too. Ren swung his arm several times, leaving a bright mark. The opponent dropped his blade, surprised that it dodged. His head flew off his shoulders. Ren was shaking in anger, saying the name of his friends. A scream with the name Okada was heard throughout the street. The man looked up, recognizing the voice. With a confident smile on his face, he realized that the boy was alive, noting that it was fun now. More grenades spread smoke. Looking around, Hanho told the boy that he understood his anger, but now they had to stop the ninja, but noticed that he had gone somewhere. Sung-woo turned to him, telling him not to get distracted and that the enemies were everywhere. A bright aura surrounded him as he thought about how he wanted to save awakening and divinity for the last resort, but he could not postpone it any longer. He stood back to back with his comrade, using his skills. He noticed a blue flame in front of him. Jisa appeared next to them. The flame surrounded the girl. Sunwoo looked at her, asking how she got here. The Crusaders covered themselves with their shields, saying that they were ready for battle. A golden beam appeared in the sky. The Crusader pointed his spear forward. The system reported that the temple territory was declared in this area. The boy and the other girl raised their hands, saying to load. Jisa looked down, glad that they were not late, but Hanho did not understand. How did they manage to get to Busan? She remembered the beast lying in front of her, saying that the hidden quest was finished, and after learning that the battle had begun, she asked the king of the great mountain range for help. Turning around, she smiled and said that he gave her a warping stone. Sunwoo thoughtfully raised his hand to his face, thinking that this was the very item that allowed them to move to Busan, and it was not something that could be easily obtained, and it was impossible for him to simply give it. Looking at the warriors, he clarified that Jisa had brought a team of crusaders with her, and the girl replied that it was so. The shells hit the barrier, and she added that they definitely needed reinforcements. The crusader fought the monsters, and Jisa noted that among those who could help them, they were the strongest. The hero sighed, answering that they were on the verge of death, so they really needed help. The fire spread through the streets. Okada folded his arms across his chest when messages appeared about stopping the free battle and that they needed to choose a battle event, giving them 5 minutes to think. He looked very pleased. Tapping the screen, the man said that this time they would not run away, demanding the Necromancer to come out. Thus, the silhouettes of 2 people appeared. The system reported that both Norths made a choice of the duel event, and it remained to determine the warrior of the Korean North. Sunwoo stood behind Jisa when she said that this game killed the master of the Warrior Guild. He frowned and replied that the consequences would be dire. The girl turned around, asking if she could duel. Hanho looked at her in shock, replying that their enemy was not joking. The hero thought about it, thinking that this scene definitely suited her more than him, although he was not sure that the girl would win either. Jisa smiled when he thought about how he had no choice but to trust her completely, and asked if she would be okay, to which he heard that it was a one-on-one duel with the enemy, in which no one could interfere. Introducing herself and the enemy, she added that this was the perfect battle for her. She had a small item that she called a gift, which would suit Sunwoo. The hero looked at it, calling it wonderful, and the system reported that it was the necklace of the Shadow King. A new message appeared, stating that 4 of the 4 relics of the successor of the Shadow King had been collected. Jisa looked down, asking to be marked as a great warrior, and she would end this game. The system showed the opponents, reporting a duel between them. A bright aura surrounded Okada. He opened his mouth wide, cursing at his enemies. The ninja watched the proceedings. The knights also watched carefully. The opponents stood opposite each other. Jisa held her weapon in her hands when the man asked who she was. A grimace of disgust was visible on his face when he said that he only needed a necromancer. Sunwoo lowered his head when he called him insecure to go out on his own, and therefore sent someone to die in his place. Putting on a mask, the girl replied that the necromancer had no reason to go out. Okada's eyes glowed brighter when he heard that she could take care of him. Smoke spread along the ground. Surrounding himself in flames, the man called her crazy because she did not see how strong he was. The enemy was reflected in her eyes as she replied that she could see him very clearly. These words surprised Okada. Blue flames surrounded her, as she added that her opponents still didn't seem to see her. Both were surrounded by flames and the girl said that she had just begun. A message appeared stating that the duel had begun. Jisa held her sword in front of her. The system reported that the hunting instinct had been activated. The silhouette of a tiger appeared behind Okada, and the system reported that the prey had been designated and that he had fallen under the effect of predator obscuration. Energy spread around Okada when he thought that it was dangerous, and used cold-blooded willpower, restoring some of his senses. He noticed that she had disappeared. A moment later, he had to repel the attack. Looking behind him, the man thought about the ability to instantly appear when reading the enemy's movements, and asked her about what this was tracking steps. Okada rushed towards her, saying that she was not slag, and responded that he should try his best. The swings of the blades left bright traces. Jisa brought the sword behind her back. The man held back the onslaught, thinking that her physical strength indicators were unusual. She struck with a kick. The enemy knelt down on one knee, when the girl said that, in contrast to his arrogant behavior, he was quite weak. But the opponent instantly moved behind her back, and she thought that this was tracking the steps. Jisa reflected the attacks, using a fragment of the dragon's memory. Okada opened his mouth wide, asking if his kicks were good. The girl looked displeased, hearing the conversations behind her back about what could be called real sword skills, and not just a direct attack from a wild boar, but the interlocutor was indignant because she was called a wild boar. Even if Jisa was stronger than a boar, she was still a woman. Okada held the sword in front of him, saying that it was her turn to show if there was anything. Frowning, she replied that if he saw it, he would die. Covering his face with his hand, the opponent laughed, saying that bragging at every turn is their specialty. Smiling ominously, the man added that after only a few sword strikes, he had already analyzed her and called her an empty shell, swinging a sword with force but no fighting technique. Pushing off the ground, Okada said that this would be her end. Seeing Jisoo move around the battlefield, he was impressed by her skill in tracking steps. He then watched as she parried attacks, saying that it was painful to watch sword technique. A bright light surrounded his blade, and the man thought that some fencing tips from Ren would be very useful, and he sees what she lacks in her movements. Jisoo dodged the bright beams of the Northern Comet sword. One of them headed her way. The swing tore the ground, but he thought that this was nothing compared to skills. Sitting on one knee, the girl said that 2 minutes had passed. Her eyes glowed brightly as she used the hunting initiator. The flames around her grew brighter, and the system reported that the hunting initiator was active for 1 minute. Rays of light spread everywhere. Okada looked at them in shock. He repelled the attacks, not understanding what was happening or what he was facing. Gritting his teeth, the man thought that it was not her movements, or the fact that her sword skill had increased. A stream of flame appeared in front of him, and he realized that the opponent himself had changed. Holding back the onslaught, Okada thought that the speed was so high that there was no time to counterattack. Jisoo moved quickly around him, and it was hard for him to analyze her movements. The girl was reflected in his eyes as he realized that he was losing to someone who did not even know the basics of swordsmanship, and he remembered the words about whether it was possible to defeat an elephant. Then Ren held the sword in his hands, asking, would a warrior who honed his sword skills to the limit be able to defeat an elephant? The man looked at him with a smile, clarifying what he meant. The boy looked at the defeated monster, answering that they were lucky in this open dungeon, and he was trying to say that they should avoid opponents with extremely high abilities. Okada gritted his teeth, noting that this was perfect for the interlocutor, who fought only with sword techniques. Raising the sword above his head, he added that it was a different matter when it was possible to use skills, and with their help it was possible to defeat even an elephant. Leaning forward, the man said that the convenience is that they can be used the moment you master them, even without training, and this power is something that even the boy could not dream of, despite the fact that he used a sword all his life. Okada smiled ominously, saying that thanks to the characteristics that were obtained by leveling up in dungeons, he gained amazing skills with the sword, and there was no elephant that could withstand him. Ren lowered his head, saying that it was interesting. Looking to the side, the boy added that there would come a time when he would meet a real elephant. Now, many beams were directed at Okada as he thought about retreating, and to do this, he had to get out of the furious barrage of blades. Jisoo moved behind him. Again reflecting attacks, the man realized that he could not get out because he lacked speed, and he needed to find another way. Okada gritted his teeth, realizing that the damage was accumulating throughout his body, and he was on the edge. The weapon flew to the side. His arm was badly injured. Trembling, the man did not understand how this happened and how she managed to defeat him with only brute physical force. The girl looked at him sternly, replied that she warned him that he would die if he saw more. A bright mark was left near his neck when he said that an elephant is an animal with brute force, and she was outraged by what he called her. Jisoo moved her sword aside as a message appeared that a player from the Korean North had won. The other ninjas were shocked, saying that it couldn't be. Yohun smiled, and his comrades were happy about their victory. The girl frowned, hearing the excited cries of her comrades, who knew that she would win, that they had no doubt in her. A fireball rose into the sky. Blood sprayed out of Okada's mouth. His body began to grow back, and someone said that he was regenerating. Wings grew from his back. And Okada's eyes were shining brightly. He said that the girl forced him to resort to his last option and that he would not forgive her. People raised their heads, saying that he had become huge and that he was not human. Jisoo looked behind him, when the hero thought that it could be either a skill or a mutation due to an item, and told her to take care of him. Sungwoo raised his head, adding that dealing with big guys was his specialty. Frowning, the hero told him that he would tear him to shreds. But he looked back at her when she said that the problem was above the enemy. Something was flying behind Okada. They saw missiles approaching, which were flying at them. A huge explosion was heard. One of the ninja, frowning, ordered a retreat. Surrounded by dark smoke, Sungwoo saw a message that the amount of mana was increasing dramatically due to the breath of the abyss. Smoke gathered around him, and the system reported that the breath of the abyss was accumulating in his body. The hero did not understand what the evolutionary society was planning. They must have known that it gave him strength. A bright aura surrounded his weapon. Sungwoo took the form of Anubis. Messages appeared that the time left to maintain it was increasing. He said that no matter what it was, today he will destroy everyone. Standing in the thick smoke, he noticed that the time to maintain awakening had increased and that it was a very powerful breath of the abyss, noting that they had created something that was on a completely different level. The guy turned around, looked towards Jisoo, who was standing behind him, telling her to gather everyone and leave here, and she asked what he would do. Seeing the corpses on the ground, Sungwoo replied that he would slowly catch up with them, observing the surroundings, thinking that if this was an evolutionary society, then they would not leave this just like that. Noticing the silhouettes on the roof, the hero realized that they were werewolves of the evolutionary society. A bright glow appeared above the guy's head. One of them was releasing gas. Standing surrounded by minions, the guy was surprised that they were trying to fill the entire city center with the breath of the abyss, and realized that he was not their target. A system message appeared stating that the recovery time of all skills was decreasing. Okada watched from above, thinking about 5,000 guild members dying, and asked the werewolf what they were doing. Sungwoo looked up in anger, hoping that this madness wasn't the original plan. A transport helicopter appeared in the sky. It knocked the ninja down. Okada was hit by it too. He hit the ground. Rocks flew everywhere. Okada held onto the fallen helicopter and asked the Revolutionary Society about betrayal. An explosion came from the helicopter. The worm rose above its wreckage. The man gritted his teeth, not understanding why they were doing this. Monsters with many teeth burst out of the worm. They pierced Okada. Blood splattered everywhere. Sungwoo watched what was happening, not understanding what it was, and noted that this seemed stranger and more frightening than the monster. The monster absorbed the breath of the abyss. Souls were also sucked into it. The hero looked at it in surprise, seeing that it was absorbing souls. Many eyes appeared on the worm's head. Someone's footsteps were heard. You stood near the monster, telling the Necromancer that they had not seen each other for a long time. Standing opposite, Sungwoo was surprised by these words. The man put his hand on his chest, answering that this was the first time he saw him in this body, and that he had already met his other one. In the form of Anubis, the guy looked at him, saying that this was the head of the Evolutionary Society, and thought that he was a doctor, and his clones occupied most of the places in the top 20 on the Korean server. The doctor's head was surrounded by a barrier, and when asked what his number was, he answered that it did not matter. Imagining the silhouettes of other people, he added that in the end they were all one person. The hero stood, hearing that it was not only about the doctor but also about him. There were corpses lying around, and he added that this even concerned them. Raising his finger, the interlocutor said that everyone should be united and that this was the end of this game. Sungwoo stared at him, realizing that this was his plan to lure out the Japanese server. The interlocutor clapped him, calling him clever, and that the other he had already told him. Next to his face, a man's face appeared, saying that he was researching death. Thus, introducing the deaths of people, he said that many samples were needed to continue and he needed lives that were easily cut short, so war was necessary. Opening his palm, he called the monster the result of research. Teeth and fingers protruded from the worm's mouth. The man introduced it formally, calling it a chimera, and said that it was a perfect creature created as a result of research into death. A system message appeared about an exclusive quest, the purpose of which was to destroy the chimera. The hero looked at him, wondering if he could relax now, because according to the task, this monster was weak now. Part of the monster's body began to mutate. Additional legs grew from the worm, and he realized that the more time passed, the stronger it became and grew, absorbing souls. Seeing how the monster grew in size, Sungwoo realized that all of this was merging into one body, and asked if humanity would become one with it. Yu smiled, answering that this was a wonderful future, and they would begin the final stage as one. He looked closely at the hero, thinking that he had thoroughly studied his power and would complete the project by absorbing him. A bright light appeared above the guy's head. The system reported that this was the crown of the Shadow King, and he said that there was no need to be mistaken. A dark aura surrounded him. The system reported that he was qualified enough and would receive the power of the Shadow King. He said that this was not the culmination yet. A lot of minions appeared around. A message appeared that the revival of the giant spirit and the reaction of death began in this area. The doctor turned his head away, clarifying that he saw this last time. A stream of energy lifted the hero's cloak. Minsik and the dragon appeared next to him. Summoned giants appeared nearby. The system notified that the uprising of the army of shadows began in this area. Several more minions rose from the darkness. The message notified that as the heir of the Shadow King, he received a new skill, Might of the Shadow King, and showed its description. Sungwoo held his weapon in front of him, saying that now this is the culmination. The interlocutor slightly opened his mouth. A little nervously, he smiled, saying that they were not the only ones who leveled up a little, and that the hero was amazing, no matter when he saw him. The guy looked at him intently, saying that he would not say much. His minions rushed into battle, saying that although he did not know how much time had been spent on creating the monster, he would get rid of it in an instant. Yu surrounded himself with a magical barrier, saying that the guy was impatient. The skeletons hit the shield. Something burst out of the worm's mouth. It flew past Minsik. The minions tried to grab it. The giants pounced on its paws. The monster threw them off itself. The girl stood at the edge of the helicopter. The man said that this was madness, and she should be more careful. She replied that she had come here to film the war, but instead there was a battle with a monster. A ninja saw falling rocks overhead, saying that buildings were collapsing. Another added that there was no time to argue about allies and enemies. The monster threw back the hero's minions. Sungwoo watched the scene, thinking that this was a creature that evolved and regenerated by absorbing souls, and since there were many creatures and corpses nearby, he would have to fight for a long time. Souls flew out of the worm, tearing it apart. The hero's weapon emitted a bright light. A message appeared that a demonic explosive effect was appearing in it. He added that it could have lasted for a long time if there was no one else who was also collecting souls. A dark hole tore the monster apart when using demonic bombardment. But seeing how the flesh was regenerating, the guy was surprised that it was able to withstand such attacks and was still alive. The light of his weapon became brighter. Sungwoo decided that the enemy still had some energy left, so a more powerful attack was needed. He rushed forward, messages appeared that all souls were used, and the Twilight Raid began. The hero wrapped the worm. Seeing his flesh regenerate, he thought that it would not stop regenerating, because there were many corpses here, so it would not stop absorbing souls. A wyvern appeared above them, and he wondered how he would cope with this. The wyvern grabbed him with its claws. The bonds on the worm's body were torn. Seeing how the tendrils were clinging to the servant, he thought that it was too early. Several wyverns were lifting the monster higher. Sungwoo thought that he needed to rise to the limit, to where it could no longer reach souls. The rays of the bright sun illuminated them. The wyverns let go of the worm. The tendrils dangled in the wind. Blood filled the street as it landed. The system notified that he had received 1 million gold for hunting experiment number 455, as well as receiving the title of experiment disposer. Sungwoo looked at the remains, saying that 1 million gold was greed, but there was still something left. A message appeared stating that he had completed an exclusive quest called a regular creature of death and had received rewards. A new window appeared with information about the death mage assignment skill and its description. Looking at the skeleton mage, the guy was glad that he had finally obtained it. While examining the remains, the hero did not see the doctor and assumed that he had run away after seeing that he was losing. You fell to the ground in front of him. Jisoo pointed at him, saying that he had a helicopter nearby and she caught it just as it was about to take off. The man gritted his teeth, saying that there was no point in killing him. The guy clarified that it was because he was a clone. He struck him, saying that not killing him because of this was even more ridiculous, and a message appeared stating that he had received 13,000 gold for this. Jisoo looked at the phone screen, saying that the 7th rank Dr. 001 had disappeared. The hero thought that at this rate, it would not end soon, and he should catch the werewolf from the Evolutionary Society and collect evidence to track down these clones. Seeing the bright sun, he proposed to end the war first. Part of the worm lay nearby. Its flesh was torn apart from the inside. Okada emerged from it, saying that the Necromancer and the Evolutionary Society used him. Because of this, he will never forgive them. Behind him lay a dead man. Watching the explosions, he noted that he knew that the Evolutionary Society was crazy. Pushing off the walls, Okada still did not think that they would go so far and that they planned to absorb them and the Necromancer, and as expected, they cannot be trusted. The man folded his arms and, seeing the explosions, reasoned about the war and that the situation had changed. Someone's silhouette appeared behind him, then he said that the problem was how he was going to return to the mainland. The unknown person noted that he was going to leave alone. Ren held the weapon in his hands. Frowning, Okada said that it wouldn't be so strange to think of him as dead, but it turned out that he was waiting for him. The guy looked him in the eyes, talking about the legendary rank and the one-time use of the expendable skill monstrosity, and that he knew that this skill was based on resurrection. Both stood opposite each other, and the man remembered that they had carried out a hidden quest of the City of Monsters together. But looking at the interlocutor, Ren noted that this was his quest. Sighing, the man was surprised that he kept it a secret all the time and that everything was common between friends. He began to take the blade out of its sheath, offering to pass by, pretending that he did not notice him. Frowning, Ren replied that he could not do this, because he planned to cut off all ties with bad friends. Okada looked at him with displeasure, thinking that his expression was full of malice, and that this was the perfect moment. A bright aura surrounded him as he thought that he hadn't used up too much mana since his recent rebirth, but he definitely wouldn't be able to use more than 1 or 2 skills. Seeing his opponent's eyes light up, he also thought that he had appeared because he knew about it. Even though he hadn't been able to kill a single person before, he had made great progress. His blade was emitting bright rays, and he said that he could have become much more if he hadn't met him here. Several bright flashes appeared above Ren. The swing of the blade left a wound on the man's face. He brought his hand to it, surprised that his opponent had blocked this attack, since he hadn't been able to use skills before. The guy held the weapon out in front of him, answering that it was a lightsaber, and although the name sounds impressive, it was basically just a short swing. Okada pounced on him, calling it nonsense and pointing out that they had a big difference in levels and strength. Bright waves surrounded Rin as he said that because he couldn't learn skills, he got more stats than other people when he leveled up, and although he regretted his choice at the beginning, It turned out that this trait of his class suited him perfectly. There were many wounds on the man's body as he thought about how the sword master was a 5-star class, and did that mean that their physical abilities were equal despite him receiving all the rewards for completing quests? Okada delivered a powerful blow. The boy said that each sword strike had a certain arc and power, and once he knew the enemy's tactics and style, he could block it. After delivering many blows, the boy said that he knew every single trick of the enemy, and it was time to finally end it. Bleeding, Okada asked him to wait and said that his friends were still alive. Ren froze in place. The man appeared behind him, thinking that he had opened up. A blade swung past his neck as he spoke, saying that the boy still hadn't learned his lesson. Okada dropped his sword, just thinking about how it happened. Ren looked at him, saying that it was tracking the step followed by a side kick from behind. That's why it was so predictable. The broken blade was covered in blood. The guy was saying that this wasn't real swordsmanship. It was just an algorithm that gave the same result every time. The ship was engulfed in flames. The ninja was waving a white flag. Sungwoo looked at the system message, seeing that the Korean North had won the first Japanese-Korean War, and now he would receive his reward. A man appeared behind him, as the system also reported that he had received the title of War Hero. The man asked if it was over now. The guy turned around and said that it wasn't and that this was only the end of the first Japanese-Korean War, and no one knew what they could have done in other parts of the country. Frowning, Yohun ordered the troops to be mobilized and checked everywhere, paying attention to any information about the Evolutionary Society. His mouth wide open, he added that they would try to escape again because they had made a big mistake, and they had to catch them before they showed up again. Anseok looked tense, saying that ignoring them was the same as supplying terrorists. His comrade added that their guild knew that better than anyone. Several helicopters appeared in the sky. Motorcyclists rode along the road. A system message appeared about a server quest with a description of the quest. Sungwoo looked at the blue screen. It was a notification about the second Japan-Korea battle and that special rules would be applied to hold an exciting duel. The hero saw his reflection in the window, thinking about location confirmation and fast travel, noting that such bonuses were intended for sneak attacks. His cloak was thrown back when a message appeared, saying that the enemy troops' locations were marked on the map. Seeing the dot on the map, he thought that it was the location of the Yamato Guild army, although they didn't say that their headquarters were in Kyushu. Frowning, he decided that in any case, the fact that he could directly attack the enemy forces wasn't that bad, since their main force had been destroyed by the Evolutionary Society. They would be left defenseless, and this was the optimal time to attack. Seeing the dot on the map, he thought that there was still a problem. Imagining a bright arch, he understood that there was an enemy force marked on the Korean server. The hero was still looking at the map, thinking about the location of the Evolutionary Society, and that they had been hiding the whole time, but their headquarters was exposed during the mission. His comrades looked at him, asking what they were going to do now, and would they invade Tsushima? After imagining the sunken ships, he replied that they would go there later since they had nothing to lose and that it would be as hard for him to return as it would be to invade once their ships were captured. He then introduced the various monsters, realizing that the Evolutionary Society was different and that they were like cockroaches. Sungwoo frowned, thinking that if they didn't put an end to this now, they would never know where they would lay eggs and reproduce again, and they needed to clear out their peninsula first. Many people had gathered in the parking lot. The hero turned to Young-hoon, who thought he was returning to Suwon. The man clenched his fist, saying that the Liberation Guild had decided to do everything in their power to capture the Evolutionary Society, and they couldn't let them stab them in the back. Sungwoo looked at him in confusion, thinking that they had already found them but couldn't tell them otherwise they would ruin the perfect sneak attack. Imagining the human giving information to the werewolf, he thought that he could trust him, but the problem was that the Revolutionary Society had an informant, so they might find out about it. Imagining himself charging in, he thought that catching them off guard by moving quickly would be a good way, but he would save that option for later. Seeing the sun on the horizon, he decided that he would leave her to go to the island for the second Japanese-Korean battle. Kim held the bag on his back, saying that they were heading home now, and asked to check the numbers and the helicopter's side. Jisoo stood next to Sungwoo, saying that they should separate from them on the way to Suwon. As she headed towards the helicopter, she added that she would infiltrate the Evolutionary Society's headquarters. So, glancing in his direction, she noted that it reminded her of Byamji Station, and hoped that they would not encounter them again. Someone's footsteps were heard behind him. Ren smiled, thanking him for everything. Hanho looked at him in confusion, because he was thanking him for being tied up and dragged around the room. But the guy replied that he was grateful for being left alive. He pointed to the wyvern behind him, noting that he was even given transportation to Japan. Sungwoo, looking towards his interlocutor, noted that although the chances were slim, he could try to find his friends first, since he was not sure whether the scene he saw with this corpse happened upon arrival in Busan or during the trip. Ren bowed, thanking him for this valuable information. The helicopter took off from the ground, and the hero thought that even at a time like this, they should not lose hope, and if his comrades were alive, they could manage the Yamato Guild together. The rays of the sun reflected off the blades, and he decided that it was time to finish off the evolutionary society. The fog covered the dense forest. There were points marked on the map. Looking at it, the hero said that they were going this way. He walked through the forest with Jisoo. The girl said that even the roads on this side were blocked, because they could not be serviced. The guy replied that now it was clear why their base had not been discovered earlier. Checking the map again, he said that it should be here. The girl quickly dragged him into the bushes. Looking at her, Sungwoo asked her what she saw. She replied that there was nothing, but there was definitely something here. She stretched out her hand forward. The barrier in front of them dissipated. A message appeared that they had stepped behind the curtain of illusion. Seeing the barbed wire, she said that it was a disguise. Many monsters had gathered in the yard. Sungwoo reasoned that this place was used as a military base and that the werewolf players were mixed here. Noticing the chains on their necks, he thought that perhaps there was a power struggle here. The two of them carefully looked out. The boy thought that maybe even among them there were those who make the rules and those who follow them. Jisoo noticed something there. There was a cloak on the normal monsters. He replied that they had seen it before and it was an experimental model of the evolutionary society. The two of them held onto the fence with their hands. The boy wondered how many lives they had sacrificed for this creature. The girl noticed something again. There were human bodies in the flask. Gritting her teeth, she said that even if the world was destroyed, they had definitely crossed the line. Later, she ran after the hero, hearing that he proposed to go deeper and end it all with one blow, and thought that she should deliver powerful blows during the hour that the fire could hold. Something caught her attention. An archer was standing on the roof. She said that this was the main building, and it was easy to spot. Seeing the tall tower, Jisoo noted the large number of guards, wondering how they could get through, thinking that there were no other openings to get through except for the vents. There was only one door ahead, saying that they would be discovered and attacked as soon as they got close. A spirit appeared above Sungwoo, and he replied that there was another way. The guards trembled, although they themselves did not understand why. The spirit noticed the men in white coats. One of them threw a box, saying that even number 1 had lost this time. His colleague assumed that this was why they had put him on high alert. Looking down, she remembered that number 1 had taken the chimera with him, and was surprised that the monster had died. The two of them walked along the corridor. The man replied that he had heard about it, but he was not sure, and that none of the special forces involved had managed to return. The girl raised her hand to her head, lamenting that so many people were killed and used just to create that chimera, and because of that, they are now on bad terms with the werewolf leader. The man looked at her with a smile, saying that in the end, he went against the doctor's will and was thrown into a prison cell. The spirit flew on, as one of them suggested that he was planning to get rid of the monsters. The other replied that it was good to hear, as he was already tired of living with them. The ghost appeared in a room filled with bodies, and the hero decided that this place should be fine. The boy turned to Jisoo, saying that he would go inside, and that she should wait here for a while. She asked him to be careful. The ghost spread his arms, as the hero thought about revealing his form. Sungwoo looked at his palm, and using the Shadow King's bracelet, he input mana to teleport to a shadow within 100 meters. The hero appeared in the ghost's place. Suddenly, the door swung open. The man was rolling a cart. He grabbed him, telling him to just nod in response. The man nodded when he heard the question. Is this the main research facility of the Evolutionary Society? He nodded again when Sungwoo asked if the doctor, as well as the head of the Evolutionary Society, was in this facility. Looking at the captured man, he thought that he had come to the right place. The corpses of monsters hung above them. The hero asked if the doctor lived on the upper floors or underground for safety reasons. Then he threw him to the floor. The servant began to carry the bodies, hearing the order to pile them against the wall. A bright light burst from the mountain of corpses when he said that he needed to make his presence known. A powerful explosion sounded. The guard brought the radio to his ear and reported that reinforcements were needed at Tower A. Jisoo's swings left bright traces. Blood was spraying everywhere. People were shouting about how fast she was. The girl approached the hero, saying that she was here. He pointed his hand towards the corpses, saying that they were going down. Another explosion sounded. People were confused about what was happening upstairs. The skeleton was looking through a hole in the ceiling. He started throwing bodies into it. They exploded when corpse explosion was used. Both trolls gave thumbs up when the boy was surprised that this was the wrong floor, and assumed that there were more, even lower, telling them to continue going down until they found something. He and the others went down. Sungwoo frowned, seeing something, and the system reported that a field boss monster had appeared. He was looking at the blue screen, when the companion caught his attention. The flasks were tied with chains. Seeing the white chains, Sungwoo thought that they could be held by divine power. The hand hit the glass. Bubbles were rising around. A bright spark appeared in the hero, and he felt as if he was being asked for something right now. A system message appeared with an exclusive task, in which he had to remove the seal from the field boss. Another message notified that the divine power rejected him, and in case of direct contact with the substance, he would receive damage. Sungwoo looked at the flask in confusion, noting that the advantage was that he did not fall into their clutches. Jisu's blade swings left bright marks. There was no damage visible on the chains. She said that they did not even tremble. The hero thought that they looked as if they could not cut them, and therefore another method was needed. Seeing that the chains connected to another room, he suggested going there. There were archers behind the door, and upon seeing the hero, they opened fire. The girl parried the arrows. One of the soldiers gritted his teeth, surprised by this, and told the Necromancer scout to prepare the divine power. Looking at the golden barrier, Sungwoo thought that they had chosen this strategy specifically against him. Jisu's eye began to glow brightly when he noticed that she was much more frightening in such a confined space. Small stones fell from the ceiling. There was a monster in the cage, and noticing that it had become noisy, he decided that the intruder had already arrived. An object glowed brightly in the center of the installation. The system reported that it was a divine power plant and showed information about it. It had been hit. Sungwoo and his partner looked at it. The girl said that they could no longer remove the seal from the tanks, and he suggested going to check. The chains no longer emitted light. Jisu made a few swings. The flasks were destroyed. The hero struck the glass. The boss came out of it. The remaining water flowed down it. He stood in front of the hero. Jisu grabbed her weapon, saying she felt a thirst for blood, but the boy replied that everything was fine. He looked at the monster, thinking that he didn't like the system either. It dropped to one knee, and he knew that it never lied. The monster boss knelt before Sungwoo. The system reported that Dullahan swears allegiance, and the boy successfully completed the exclusive task. The soldiers descended the stairs, hearing the order to kill the scout. The hero's hand was surrounded by a glow, and he noted that they were just in time, telling his new ally to show his loyalty. The enemies found themselves in a dark corridor and heard something approaching. Dullahan rushed towards them. The system reported a synergy and showed its description. The people received blows and, realizing that the monster was released, shouted for the rest to hide and cover. A bright swing cut through the enemies. Blood splashed from under the foot. The Dullahan stood on the bodies of the fallen. The hero thought that this was to be expected, and the servant destroyed them all. Sungwoo smiled, saying that it was wonderful and wondering what gifts were waiting for him on the other floors. A sign hanging said that this was the Abyssal Sample Research Center. Jisu, looking around, asked if they were studying the types of undead here. The hero answered that it was, thinking that he would have become one of them too if he had been caught. Later, he found himself in a prison. In one of the cells, skeletons were locked. In another, there was a white werewolf, who addressed the Necromancer. Sungwoo looked at him, and recognizing him as the Supreme Guardian Mage, said that he should not be here. The werewolf lowered his eyes, answering that he had been used since he became weak, and eventually became their hunting dog. The boy stood in front of him with the others, asking if there was a revolution here, and was told that it was not. The werewolves looked at him, answering that for them, all events were a game of life and it was all a matter of survival. Remembering the others, the werewolf he said that he became a victim only because he did not choose a card. Frowning, Sungwoo asked about the terrorism in several areas, and not only in Yangdungpo and Byamji Station were also attempts at survival? The interlocutor, sighing heavily, only clarified with him if he believed that this was part of the task given by the system. Imagining many confused people, he added that they became beasts only because they did not choose a card, and as soon as his mind returned, he realized that he had already swallowed 10. The card was reflected in his eyes when he said that the system was a curse for them. Remembering the other beasts, he said that they could not go against him, even if they were used as villains and constantly pushed to the wrong path, and they could not create a situation that would lead to punishment from the system. The guy looked at his interlocutor carefully, thinking that perhaps the werewolves were designated as enemies of the players from the very beginning, but replied that even if so, they accepted the conditions of the system. The shackled werewolf did not agree, saying that even if they looked like monsters, they just wanted to live and only chose the easiest path. Looking up, he said that he did not expect forgiveness because nothing would change, and in any case, they became villains of a certain system. Looking at him, the hero thought that everything could be different if he were in his place, but decided that no, and that in any case, the system is the worst of villains. Seeing the guy through the bars, the werewolf noted that he was stuck here, and offered his help in eliminating the head of the evolutionary society. Still looking at him, Sungwoo clarified that it was about you, and you replied that the doctor used them. Presenting several flasks, he talked about how they were used as if they were arms and legs, while they acted as if they were helping werewolves, to the point of being used as lab rats. Remembering himself before imprisonment, he talked about how even those who refused to kill, but still applied because they wanted to become human, were used differently. Then he presented chained monsters, noting that they could not live like that and therefore rebelled, after which they became slaves. Sungwoo was visibly angry, hearing this, and decided that they should catch the doctor, asking where he is now. The interlocutor, presenting a diagram of the lower floors, answered that he is on the 8th floor in a secret room and perhaps is also preparing for a meeting. Standing with his comrades, The hero clarified that the chimera is the result of such terrible experiments. Introducing the doctor, the werewolf replied no, and that a person serving something else. They are absolute tribes, and he will probably try to borrow the power of this strange aura. Remembering the iron door, he advised to quickly go down there before the doctor did, noting that it was difficult to go from the 6th to the 8th floor, because it was a closed area. The monster looked down and, hearing the question of whether he knew an easy way to get there, answered that it was so. Raising his head, he added that he would tell if the hero promised that after eliminating the doctor, he would not kill the werewolves who became slaves, because they were the ones who were initially skeptical about killing players. Sungwoo raised his finger, demanding a promise that from now on he would live in peace and stop fulfilling the requests of the system and the passenger, or something else. With a heavy sigh, the interlocutor agreed, saying that they would die at his hands if they did something like that. Imagining the corridor, he said that if they passed the wall, they would find the secret passage Clifton, and this is the only direct path that leads to the 8th underground floor. The guy had already turned away, saying that he should hurry, but the werewolf added that no one knows who the doctor serves. He frowned, noting that this is an evil creature with great power, so they need to be careful. Looking behind him, Sungwoo replied that even if so, it does not matter, thinking that he plans to confront the unidentified creator. There was a gap in the wall. He and the others went out into the corridor. Jisoo, looking around, said that this is only a passage, but the air is hot. A bright light appeared in front of her when she locked herself, because it heats up even faster, and what is moving towards them? Fire appeared in front of them. The skeleton blocked the passage. Sungwoo held back the flames, telling the girl to leave since he had resilience, thinking that if he combined the Dragon Hunter title, robe, and dragon skin, he would have a total of 70% immunity to fire. The fire approached him, when a message appeared, saying that the underground fury had broken out. The servants covered the flames with themselves. The boy thought that this heat was even worse than the hellfire he experienced before, and even he couldn't handle it. A system message appeared with information about the hellfire armor. The hero gritted his teeth, and the system asked if he would wear this armor? The fire completely engulfed him when he put it on, and a message appeared saying that he was now linked to it. Jisoo and the skeleton jumped, avoiding the fire. The entire passage was in flames. Someone's footsteps were heard, asking if this was a trap. Sungwoo was surrounded. The system reported that the flame immunity had exceeded a certain level, and he was given a salamander aura. The hero said that the enemies were finished. Walking along with the minions, he thought that the fire had died down, but it was still hot. Minseek looked in his direction when he thought that once the temperature dropped, Jisoo would be able to catch up with them. The criminal said that the end was visible ahead. In front of them, they saw a fiery mouth. The hero realized that the fire had burst in from here. The minion raised his head, noticing that the floor and walls were covered in soot. Well, guys, he replied that they only have one thing left to do. Minseek delivered a powerful blow. In front of them, they saw a bright fire. The system reported that they had destroyed an unknown creature and incurred its wrath. Sungwoo frowned, thinking that instead of earning gold, he had attracted someone's wrath and that the system that hid the essence was not a pleasant sight. He looked at the remains of the creature, thinking that perhaps this was the one the guard warned him about and the one you served, hearing from the servant that there was a door. The sounds of it opening were heard. A boy appeared in front of them, saying that he was glad to meet them and welcome them to a special organization under the Ministry of Public Administration and Security of Korea, calling it the Center for Rapid Response to Anomalies. The hero stood behind his servants, and when asked who he was, he heard the answer that the child guide. Minseek held a candy in his hand when the boy noted that this young guide was simply a manipulator with ill intentions. The boy smiled, answering that this was not manipulation, but business negotiations. He extended his hand in a friendly manner, saying that they were making another offer, sending a child like him because the hero was too strong, but he thought that it wasn't a child. Pointing to the open door, the boy invited him to follow him. Sungwoo assumed it was one of the doctor's clones. Following the child, the hero asked about them being a governing body. The boy replied that they were part of the government, calling themselves the Anomaly Rapid Response Center. Lowering his head slightly, he added that the government seemed to have predicted that this would happen, and some unknown force was interfering with the affairs of the earth, trying to take control of it. Clenching his fist, Sungwoo was surprised that they knew about this, wondering if that meant they hid this information even after the first signs appeared. He looked angry, replying that it didn't help at all back then anyway, since they couldn't get through half the game. The child recalled the conversation of the people with participation, answering that their researchers have proven it in practice, but the management did not believe them. Looking behind him, he added that the rich with power in their hands hate change much more than he thought, although he never suspected that they would risk their lives just to not admit change. The bodies of monsters and people were lying on the ground. He also said that eventually on the day when it all began, the director of the Center U and the research team began to actively act. They evacuated 4,000 survivors from the area and organized an independent system of preparation for the future. Sungwoo looked away, thinking that he was wondering how they managed to create an institution of such a level, but it turns out that they prepared it in advance and heard that all this is being done to recreate Korea and do the useless work of the government, and also to achieve the final goal of this game. The child continued walking, hearing the question about what he was talking about, perfection and a new humanity. Standing by the door, he noted that this was true and that this was the only way for everyone to have a happy ending. Imagining various cards, he added that the doctor chose the mad scientist and the archbishop. Imagining a bright flash, he added that the two cards created synergy, and that this was why you came to the solution before the others. Sungwoo looked at him carefully, clarifying that he meant the solution to the game. He replied that the doctor considered it a kind of test that was carried out to evaluate humanity. He remembered the incubators, saying that the answer was to move away from simple humanity and move forward to become more perfect beings, so he does not follow death, that is, the biggest problem of humanity. The boy asked with a smile what they thought about this, because if they talked a little longer, they would be able to understand them, but he heard that this was a mistake. Sungwoo donned his armor, saying that the perfect being looking down on everyone was not a test, and that it was just a game they were watching for fun. He furrowed his brows, adding that they were fanatics with meaningless ideas about their entertainment. The boy sighed heavily, noting that the hero ultimately stated that he would not join them, to which he said that things would become much more difficult in the future. Magic circles appeared behind the open door, and he wished them good luck getting there. Bright beams flew over his head, as he added that they would get to the truth. The system reported that they were holy spears containing divine power. The skeleton rushed forward. Sungwoo said that he knew that he would do this when he could not convince him. The skeleton repelled the attacks with the mountain goblin's shield. Minsik entered the door, and when asked about the child, he answered that the child ran inside. Magic circles appeared above their heads. Monsters emerged from them, which the hero recognized as priests. Chains blocked the exit. The guy was shooting from a crossbow. When the servant noticed that they were not moving on their own, he replied that they were not identified, but first they had to defeat them. The bodies of the enemies tanned when hit by arrows. The system reported receiving gold for killing players. Sungwoo gritted his teeth, thinking about someone controlling them until they were in a semi-comatose state. At the end of the room, a man sat at a table, saying that they tried to improve them a little, and asked what the hero thought. You got up from the table, adding that they had long dreamed of turning him into this. Two assistants stood next to him. One of them told the doctor to stop convincing him, because the hero was stubborn for a reason. Looking in their direction, Sungwoo noted that the doctor clones of different ages and asked if there were more. The creaking of small wheels was heard. The man in the cauldron, telling the old man that he was glad that he had lived up to expectations. The old man's hands were shaking as he said that the specimen he had always dreamed of had appeared on its own. Seeing his sinister smile, the hero thought that this was Yu's real body, and that he had called him the only being that would complete his research. Standing surrounded by his minions, the boy replied that he was very sorry, but he had come to destroy his friends, to which he replied that he would put him in order, as well as those hanging over him. Visibly angry, the hero noted that the younger clones were at least respectful. The original was just an old fool. Yu smiled, saying that this was inevitable with age. Tentacles burst out of his back. They pierced the other clones. He, the doctor, laughed ominously. Looking at this, Sungwoo called what was happening a friendly relationship between family members and clarified whether this was the becoming one whole they were talking about. Yu gripped the armrest and replied that it was evolution. He rose above the ground. Controlling the monsters, he said that although their bodies had not merged, they obeyed one mind. Many magic circles appeared everywhere, and he called it the 0 stage of evolution. The hero pointed the crossbow at him, saying that extinction suited them better. The doctor moved his hand to the side and, noticing that the guy had tenderness, and he had a doll, suggested playing a war game. A system window appeared with an exclusive quest to kill someone who cannot die, and showed its description. A bright flash lit up the room. The skeletons protected Sungwoo, saying that these priests had a high enough level, to which he replied that they had changed and strengthened the players. The dead burst out of the ground when a message appeared that a giant spirit was beginning to revive in this area, as well as a death reaction and an army of shadows. The hero pointed his hand at one of the minions, ordering him to increase the power of long-range attacks as much as possible. A new message notified of the assignment of a death mage. Guns, summer, glasses and a robe appeared. Sungwoo looked at him with displeasure and, seeing that the chance to increase the level was low, compared it to a football player without pumped-up legs. Looking behind him, the guy said that Minsik had high intelligence because he was a doctor. A bright aura surrounded the minion. The system reported that the target had outstanding intelligence and received an expert-level skill. A sword appeared in his hand, with a message that as a result of the connection with the original quest card, a new skill appeared in addition to magic. A new message showed information about the dark magic sword skill. Many messages appeared in front of Minsik. He looked around, saying that his magic skills continued to appear and asked the hero if he knew about this. Sungwoo looked confused, thinking that he did not know this and he was scared. The servant moved the weapon aside, saying that it might not look like it, but he had studied quite a lot during his school years. The attacks crashed against the barrier. Yu slightly tilted his head, saying that the boy had been hiding his abilities until now. A thud was heard from behind as Sungwoo replied that it wasn't just his abilities. Jisoo entered the room, saying that the boy should have called her, since she wanted to have fun too. Turning to her, the hero replied that the door had suddenly slammed shut, but he knew she would get through. The old man held out his hand, saying that another worthy toy had appeared, and he would put her in the front row of his dolls. Seeing the divine arrows hitting his servants, the hero told the girl to cover him, since she was the only one who could block them. Jisoo blocked each of the arrows. Her swing left a bright mark. The attacks were still crashing against the barrier. Minsik said that they were all priests. The hero added that it would be difficult to break through. He turned around, hearing that there was a mage on the right. The troll took the hit. Seeing how the enemies prepared a new attack, the guy thought that there were not only priests here, but also other classes, and at this rate they would be surrounded, so he needed to move to their plane of battle. Sungwoo summoned a new minion, ending up on it. Going to it, he decided that he could climb it like a ladder and heard that there were also mages on the left. A powerful explosion sounded. The guy landed on the ground, noting that his minions were not easily destroyed and that this was the dominant firepower and defense. Yu manipulated the tentacles behind his back. The leaders thought that his minions were reacting as if he was moving chess pieces. Frowning, the guy wondered why he was attacking like this. While hiding from the bright arrows, Minsik said that the enemy was straining, using up mana, and suggested aiming when it ran out. Noticing the hoses on the puppet's face, Jisoo replied that it was impossible, because their mana never ran out, and most likely they were receiving it through them. Bright flashes appeared around the old man, and he said that these were arrows made of divine blood. The arrows hit the troll. The girl clenched her teeth, and the guy thought that maybe he wanted to block the outside for her. Many arrows pierced the barrier, and he, the hero, understood that direct attacks were useless, and he himself controlled a huge number of puppets, and it was also unknown what else the enemy could do. Looking up, he wondered how the enemy moved the puppets without tentacles, and maybe he just continued to control them through tentacles. He remembered the young copy, realizing that he had definitely used the technique before, so there must be an engine, which makes everything work. A ghost rose above his head. Sungwoo told him to find this heart to turn off the mechanism. Yu, looking at what was happening, said that it was easier than he thought, and that he was analyzing the hero's actions through his superintelligence and quick reaction, noting the perfection of his strategy. Releasing many arrows, he added that it was necessary to immediately act against him, without using a clone. Looking at something, the guy realized what he found. Seeing the layout of the room, he saw 6 rooms and 6 engines. His ghost looked out from behind the wall, and he realized that the walls were too thick. The only hole was a small exhaust duct. Next to him stood a small skeleton when he thought about what was needed that could crawl through the gap. The servant rode on horseback. The doctor folded his hands, asking Dullahan if he had come up with something else. The old man stroked his beard, thinking that he might just be a distraction, and caused an explosion to clear the outside. A small skeleton sat astride a horse. You wondered if the Dullahan had a head before. The acolyte climbed into the vent. The doctor noticed this and seemed to understand why he was there. A loud noise came from the vent, and the system reported that there was a problem with Engine 3. His puppets lowered their hands, and he was surprised that it decided to shut down the priests. Putting his hand forward, you said that everything was fine and he had an emergency mode, so he should hold out for 1 minute until he was restored. A system message appeared, saying that the facility was switching to emergency power. The acolytes climbed up. Sungwoo said that once the priest fell, his powers would be limitless, and turned to Minsik. Minsik created an ice squall in front of him. The Dullahan rushed along the icy path. Seeing the skeleton approaching, the enemy called him impudent, and said that he still had many puppets. But the servant accelerated, using the skill of deadly dash. The beam hit you. The doctor fell, saying that this can't be. Seeing the old man fall to the floor, the boy thought about the great disadvantage of an army consisting of one person is that it will lose if the enemy finds a loophole. The puppets lowered their hands. The hero thought about how if he were the enemy, he would crush the enemy at the beginning of the battle using firepower, instead of acting based on the opponent's numbers like in a chess match. Sungwoo looked at the doctor with dislike, thinking that he had never been on the battlefield since he grew up in safety using clowns, and said that it was strange to think that he could lose to a newbie. The skeletons attacked the monsters. The hero said, "Get rid of this nightmare at last." Yu turned white and said that everything he worked for was in vain. Standing over him, Sungwoo replied that he didn't know where he got such confidence from, considering the free experience he got by remaining undetected, and that fighting clones would be harder since they had some combat experience. Frowning, the boy added that this was his end, and his world was worthless. The veins on the old man's face tensed at what he heard. He clenched his fists, screaming that he hadn't lived half his age, so he couldn't know anything, and didn't even know how long he had prepared for this. Looking insane, he screamed that people like Sungwoo had no idea how terrible this situation was. Opening his mouth wide, the doctor screamed in pain. Gripping the hilt of his weapon, the boy told him that he was deceiving the survivors by posing as a government, and luring in werewolves by pretending to help them, ultimately using them all as test subjects. Looking angry, he told him that this was all he could do, despite the fact that he had foreseen everything. You had taken many blows, heard that if he knew this would happen, and if he was capable of leading others, then he should have taken more responsibility. The old man trembled, answering that one should only be responsible for the things that one could bear, and did not understand why he was given the cross to bear for this world that was unable to understand anything, no matter how much he warned it. Recalling the destroyed city, he said that humanity was doomed, and asking the boy if he knew what was behind all this, called him stubborn. Frowning, Sungwoo wanted to know what he had found. Yu's mouth started bleeding when he spoke about the World Eater. They were surrounded by fire, and he was talking about the absolute being that would lead them to perfection, and they were watching them even now. Feeling someone's gaze, the hero wondered if something was looking here now, and perhaps it was the creator he had been told about. Seeing the doctor reaching somewhere, he became curious about the floor. Looking at him intently, the guy asked if there was something underground. A bright light appeared in front of the doctor's face, and he said that they would arrive soon. But the hero was wrong, because they were preparing for this too. He and the girl felt something when she said that it was approaching. Something broke the floor and appeared in front of them. A strip of light was visible on a large ball. The eye opened, and the system reported that the presence of a being from an external dimension was oppressing him. You looked at the eye in confusion, saying that it was a devourer of worlds. Blood began to flow from his eyes. The doctor's body was torn apart. Only a drop of blood remained. Sungwoo gritted his teeth. The eye looked at him. The system notified that an unknown creature was staring at him, and he was accumulating the creature's anger. A red aura spread around the hero when he thought that it was dangerous, and the creature had just killed you, not understanding how to stop it if it did the same to him. He looked at it with malice, hoping that it could only use its power on the doctor because of their contract. The eye was covered in cracks. The creature fell apart and a message appeared that it would touch, that it would take his life someday. Frowning, Jissa asked what was wrong with him, to which the boy replied that they would meet again. So he stood with his comrades, seeing that he had successfully completed the exclusive quest of eternal peace and acquired a new skill of death reaction. An aura surrounded him as he said that the danger had passed, to which the girl asked if the evolutionary society was finished. Sungwoo raised his hand and said that it was, and suggested that they see what they had hidden. Several helicopters appeared in the sky. Hanho clenched his fists in joy, saying that the cockroaches had finally given up. Kim was surprised that the two of them had cleared the building. Several fists appeared above their comrade, and he wondered what kind of person was the boss of this evolutionary society. Jisoo and Sungwoo compared him to Yu, agreeing that they were like two sides of the same coin, one ridiculous and the other terrifying. Kim pointed to the tablet, saying that there were 1,914 captured players and 491 werewolves, accomplices of the society, and that this was too many. Looking at him, the hero answered that he should try to contact the Liberation Guild, because they must be isolated due to the terrorist attack on the station. The people in white coats were tied up. He added that it was not easy to manage prisoners, but he would not give up on them, because it was the best production organization in the Korean North. Turning away, the hero added that as soon as everything was settled here, they would go to Tsushima Island. Kim smiled confusedly, surprised that they did not know yet. Hanho added that someone had already been there. Turning around, Sungwoo asked who they were talking about. The island was engulfed in flames. The ship was filling with water. People were saying that the cargo ship was sinking and it would not withstand it, so they needed to swim to the island, taking refuge there for a while. The man gritted his teeth, saying that it was happening again. A bright flash appeared. It hit the ship with a beam. The containers flew into the air. The ship instantly capsized. Frowning, Hanho asked if it was them. Looking at the phone screen, the hero thought of Gangsik, not understanding why he was doing this and for what purpose. Butterfly appeared in front of the camera. Gangsik himself asked if the Necromancer was watching. He stood in front of the drone, saying that he heard the news about the hero, adding that he envied him for being well. Looking away, he said that he was just wandering around disgusting places. The hero became interested in where he was. Sungwoo remembered the fire monster, thinking that he was doing the Gates of Hell quest. A magic circle appeared under Gangsik, and he said that he would soon contact the hero about the matter, and also send a gift of loot from the island. The drone flew closer when the guy noted that Sungwoo had developed a hobby in growing plants. Looking up, Gangsik said that he also wanted to see it someday. The hero looked at the phone screen, wondering if it was the world tree or just greed. Imagining him stretching out his hand, he thought that he couldn't understand his intentions, and he wasn't the type to leave him alone just because they had once formed an alliance. Sungwoo clenched his fist, thinking that even though he was constantly improving, the first place still belonged to Gangsik, and he was better than him in both strength and information, and was his only advantage really the world tree? His cloak fluttered behind him as a message appeared, saying that the world tree had reached maturity, its power was having a huge impact on the entire area. Looking at the screen in front of him, he thought that this was good news, but he didn't understand what the racial characteristic meant. Another message appeared, saying that the owner of the world tree can choose one of the following racial characteristics, and depending on the owner's preference, they can change. The guy noted that he thought that all the players' characteristics were human. After imagining the diagram once, he assumed that after the faction, they will have them and wondered if they will stop being human after receiving these characteristics. The werewolves looked at the tablet when he thought that this would definitely give an advantage over ordinary people. But if they lose their humanity because of this, then he does not want that. Looking closely at the message, Sungwoo saw that there was a fourth option, saying that there was some kind of secret element here, but did not understand how to reveal it. Kim came to him when he thought that first he needed to open the fourth race and then he could choose. The guy said that a message came from Suwon. Looking a little tense, the comrade said that the world tree had grown at an incredible speed and produced 3 more fruits. Then the hero looked towards the helicopter, thinking that these fruits were for establishing a connection with the world tree, and asked to prepare for departure, because they must go there immediately. Later, they all got off the helicopter. Hanho looked at the phone in surprise, seeing a message that the Korean North had become the final winner of the Second Japan-Korea battle, and that a reward of 45 million gold and the conferment of the title of War Hero had been announced for it. A new message indicated that the title of War Hero had been replaced with a warlike herd. He looked at Sungwoo with a smile, telling him that the official channel chat was going crazy and that the end of the war had shocked the entire world. In front of them were giant roots, and he said that he was shocked by this the most. In addition to the tree, the entire area was covered. He turned to Jaeonsu, explaining that everything had changed overnight, who replied that the buildings had been uprooted, and it looked like they would have to rebuild the city again. The man, seeing the dense foliage, added that thanks to this, the range of the barrier had now increased to 3 kilometers, and ultimately, the player rating in the city had expanded. He waved his arms when Hanho pointed out that the area he was supposed to be monitoring was expanding. Everyone turned around, hearing the words that Kim had contacted the Warring Guild about storing the spoils from the island, and in exchange, they would give them some of it. The hero smiled in confusion, and while talking about the reconstruction of Suwon, guarding the facility, and handing over the spoils to Busan, he noted that they were a bit short on people. Smiling, Jaeonsu responded to this, telling him not to worry, because they had connected with Gangwon-do, and a reliable support team would arrive soon. Introducing the armed men, he said that these were 265 players led by a griffin rider. Looking at his comrade, Sungwoo replied that with so many people they couldn't put out the fire yet. Jisoo noted that all this was as expected from him and that they, well, didn't count on it. He replied that everything was fine, thinking that she was being ordered, but if she didn't like it, then so be it. The hero put his hand on the tree, saying that he would look for the conditions to open the fourth race. Blue lines spread along the trunk. A message appeared that the owner of the world tree could choose one of the racial characteristics. He thought that the phrase had changed. Frowning, he thought about the 3 fresh fruits and that the fourth characteristic was still unknown, which meant that his fruit had yet to be found. Seeing several bright rays from the crown of the tree, he realized that the fruit was hidden somewhere on it. There were some fruits in the box. Looking at them, the hero asked Jaeonsu if there were more, and he replied that he couldn't see anything else. Seeing the giant tree in front of him, he added that they double-checked in case they missed something due to the number of people, but he himself didn't believe it. Sungwoo took the fruit in his hand. The system reported that it was the second fruit of the world tree. The guy thought that they should find it no matter what. Carefully examining the fruit, he thought that he could easily become stronger than others because he made different choices, and the fruit they were looking for could give a different kind of growth. People were digging in the branches. He thought that the system said that the tree had also given birth to a fourth fruit. They just hadn't found the right branch yet. He opened his eyes in surprise, thinking that plants bear fruit not only with a flower. Looking at the huge trunk, he thought that the world tree did not exist before, and it was part of the system and the fictional world, and in that case, he shouldn't search using the idea of the normal world. He lowered his head, deciding to carefully examine the roots. Spirits were descending along the roots. They found a fruit. The system reported that it was the fourth fruit of the world tree, and showed its description. The trolls took it out of the ground. Sungwoo held the fruit in his hands, thinking that it was completely different from the others, and instead of choosing a race from the proposed ones, he could create his own. The item emitted a bright aura. The system reported that he fulfilled the criteria of the mythical quest, fulfilling certain conditions. A new system message showed the description of a new quest, the goal of which was to find the key to the solution of evolution. The hero covered his face with his hands, saying that they received something grandiose, but it seems they can't choose what they want themselves. Then, imagining a dragon, he decided that there was no need to be upset, because wyverns were the rulers of the Korean North, and this dragon had not even appeared yet. Behind him stood Minsik, to whom he addressed. The servant took the sword in his hands. A message appeared that there were 1,001 days left until hatching. The boy noticed that the counter was 5,000 days, but many had already passed. Jisoo raised 2 fingers, noting that for the level of the boss monsters they had recently fought, 2 of those were enough, to which the hero replied that there was no need to rush, and the countdown would end automatically if they just did their job. The helicopters flew behind the rider. The girl raised her hand, greeting the Necromancer. They shook hands, the hero greeted her, and said that she had changed a lot. Hanho looked at the phone with Jaeonsu, finding information that she had recently been called the ruler of Gangwon-do, and they were not called as additional labor. One of the builders was supervising the construction. Hanho was showing the others his skills with the dagger. Jisoo was fighting a monster. Later, Hanho looked at the phone screen, saying that a new mining area appeared on the mountain, quite a large one, so the Liberation Guild plans to use the prisoners as labor. Sungwoo turned to him, clarifying that they contacted them thinking that they were their allies, to which the comrade replied that they would have a big battle because she belongs to the Angel faction, but for now they are on friendly terms. The hero adjusted his helmet, saying that peace was declared between them, so economic strength also becomes important, to which the interlocutor said that if they finished as soon as possible and only relied on their own strength. Seeing the helicopters, Kim shouted that this is the last batch from Taejun. There were several boxes and cans on the ground. The man said not to open anything, because everything is soaked with the breath of death. The people looked unhappy, because they will have to work again. A new message appeared, saying that the abundance of divine wood was provided to this area, increasing the probability of success and crafting. The writer folded her hands and said that among the talents of Gangwon-do, there was a player who could build a fortress. The person behind her said that although the price was high, his stability was confirmed by certificates. A message appeared that a bird's eye view of the ramparts opened up. The tall towers were connected by fortress walls. The system showed detailed information that the height was 15 meters and the width was 3 meters. Hanho pointed at it with his hand, saying that they were the best, and asking to start right now. He put his hands on the shoulders of the builder, hearing that they had construction materials, but their approximate cost was 150 million gold, to which he replied that they had enough gold, and although it was not his money, he would show that they had it. A message appeared that there were 600 million gold on the balance. Noticing the helicopter in the sky, they were surprised that they brought more materials. Jisoo ran out of it. The hero was surprised because she was going hunting. Sungwoo, hello Jana, raised his hand, hearing that the king of the great mountain range contacted her to meet him. The girl frowned, asking if he remembered the prediction stone he received from Sergeant Kim. Looking at her, he replied that he did, and that it spoke of a lich born on the Korean peninsula who conquered it with an army of undead. Moving his hand to the side, he noted that he had already become a lich, so this would not happen, but Jisoo said that it had already happened. Imagining the face of your monster, she added that she did not know what kind of hidden element it was, but it was born in the north of Korea. Then, imagining an army of zombies, she said that they were moving south. Sungwoo thought of the Corpse Mountain and thought of Season 2 and the coming of Hell, and also thought that he stopped the prophecy, but still happened in the North Korean north. Frowning, he knew that if there was another lich, it was better to eliminate it immediately, because the competitor was growing at the same rate as him. Imagining this necromancer, he thought that the goal of the awakening quest was to get the Reaper's scythe first, and since the Grim Reaper belongs to him, there may be another exclusive item. Looking away, he knew that if the enemy got it first, it would have a bad effect on him. Jisoo asked if he would go right now. Snapping his fingers, the hero replied that he needed to pump up first. In front of him were 5 legendary chests from the dungeon, and he offered to open them. The system reported that when opening one legendary class item is awarded randomly. Hanho raised his hand when the girl asked if she could open more than one of the chests, and told her not to touch them, since she was the unluckiest. Sungwoo looked up, seeing a message saying that they could exchange them for one mythical grade item chest. Smiling slyly, the hero offered to do so. Hanho held Jisoo down as the boy opened the chest. A silhouette of a man appeared above him, and a message appeared saying that the exchange was complete, and he had received a mythical grade fan. Sungwoo waved the fan when a message appeared saying that a certain condition had been met, saying that this was not what he was counting on. The system showed 3 icons. The boy noted that it was similar to how he received Anubis. Looking at the fan, he thought about how including it had 3 criteria. It could be even more powerful, but there was no way to check it yet. Smiling awkwardly at his friends, he said that the preparations were complete. Hanho tried not to show sadness and talked about how difficult the terrain was, asking if they would fly by helicopter, but the girl said there was an easier way. Showing a small stone, she said that the king of the great mountain range gave them an item that would take them straight to the mountains, to which her comrade noted that this monster liked her. Imagining snowy slopes, she suggested meeting this king. The snow crunched under his feet. Hanho shivered from the cold, saying that he had definitely been here his entire mission, but he did not remember this mountain being like this before, to which the girl said that as they went further, the environment would change. The snow became less and less. So they found themselves near a blooming forest. One of them noted that it seemed like fairies lived here. Sungwoo looked at his hand, thinking that the atmosphere was strange and everything changed because of the system. They walked along the forest, and he thought that this was a strange nest of the king of monsters, where there were many changes, and therefore it was impossible to lose persuasiveness. Pointing to the houses, Jisa said that they were there. The hero and his companion looked at him strangely, saying that this place was not as majestic as its name, and although they did not expect to see a castle with dragons or something, this was a little unexpected. Seeing a tiger, Hanho asked if it was a werewolf, to which Jisa answered no. The tiger brought a map in its paw, saying that the lady had come. The man picked up a hoe. He turned around to see her for himself. Sung Woo and his companion stood in front of the gate. The system reported the appearance of a field monster, the king of the great mountain range. The man happily spread his arms, saying that they had finally arrived, and warmly greeted them. Dirt fell from the garden tool. The tiger was digging up potatoes. One of the animals approached him as he was saying that he had just been digging potatoes for today's dinner and was now completely dirty. He raised his hand to his face, wondering what they should do, since one of them had broken the lid of the pot, so the rice couldn't be cooked. The tiger lowered his head guiltily, saying that he had only touched it, and it had broken, to which he replied that the item had been a gift from the owner under the mountain, so he had to control the power. He waved his paw, hearing to see the guests off, and asked them to follow him. The sun was shining on the roof of the house. Everyone was gathered at the table. Sung Woo looked at the potatoes, hearing that they were the freshest, and that the owner had grown them with magic. The man smiled when the animals said that he had to try hard to grow them, and that it was an amazing harvest. The hero frowned. Everyone looked at him in surprise, hearing the question, "Are they monsters?" Holding the phone in his hand, the interlocutor noted that for them, they probably were. He took a breath as the boy pointed out that the system listed him as a field-type monster, and said that he did not deny it. He opened his mouth slightly and added that he simply wanted to give up the title. A bright light appeared above him as he spoke of how his mind had finally cleared up just now, and that because he was born a monster, he had come this far thanks to some kind of freedom that the system had given him. Looking at him, Sung Woo was surprised by this, thinking that there was definitely something that made him different from the others. Sitting surrounded by beasts, the man said that they were the descendants of a brave tiger. Not all of them were different monsters, but had evolved greatly due to evolution. Recalling the battle, he said that after many battles, they occupied a mountain range and stopped the guild, and did not say that they were attacking them because of a quest, and that was understandable. The man pointed a finger at the guests, noting that they were all dependent on the system. Looking into his eyes, the hero asked if he could see the system window. Imagining a flame above him, he replied that it was not so, but they heard something similar to the voices of the gods, and they constantly instilled in them a sense of duty. He remembered the battle, saying that he was ordered to find a place. And after the frightened people in front of him, noting that the system was telling him to attack someone and eat people, he shook off the ashes. Gritting his teeth, the man said that he was tired of this, and he just wanted it to end. Pointing his pipe at Sung Woo, the interlocutor said that the influence of the system was spreading more and more, and they were here because the people from their north could not live in peace. The boss took another breath and, hearing the question about what was happening in the North Korean north, replied that they had fallen. Imagining an army of the dead, the man said that, unlike them, they were unable to react as needed, and the players were no longer the owners of that land. So, imagining himself looking at the mountain, he said that the consequences of this were increasingly affecting everything around, and recently suffering residents began to arrive here. Sung Woo was reflected in his eyes when he said that this is why they needed him, because he understood death like no one else. Exchanging glances with the tiger, the interlocutor heard the question of whether the lich was a player, and answered that it was not. The guy looked surprised and asked why they were trying to stop him, but the boss did not understand the question. Tilting his head, Sung Woo clarified that if the lich was the same as him, then shouldn't he be closer to him than to the players, while he himself was thinking about whether he could trust the boss of monsters. The interlocutor sighed heavily. Opening his mouth wide, he replied that he also lived here, and since some crazy people were coming here in droves and trying to destroy everything, he should stop them. Sitting opposite, the hero heard that the interlocutor understood how all this looked to him, because they were a tribe that needed to be fought, so mistrust of the future with them was quite natural. The animals looked at the guests. He imagined himself with them, standing in the yard, saying that they just wanted to live here happily. They began to nod, confirming that they did not like to fight, and their boss understood that this might sound unconvincing because of how they looked. He imagined himself as a program, wondering if they were very different from other monsters, and perhaps this was the creator's intention. Taking a potato, he noted that such questions also arise, but still, this is their desire. The monster boss took a bite, saying that he just wants to live peacefully, grow potatoes and have a strong cauldron and a grumpy neighbor Gary, no longer understanding if he was serious. He opened his mouth slightly in surprise, wondering if this was a conscious desire or if he was an NPC, but judging by the system's actions, it could be both. The man was eating a potato when Sung Woo said that if he told him about the lich, he would find it and destroy it. Suddenly, the hero felt something. A message appeared in front of him with a guide to the main storyline. Sung Woo and the others, judging by the phenomenon, looked up, seeing a message that an army of monsters was starting to move south in large groups, and the event would continue until the king of monsters died or the world tree was destroyed. The field boss also looked up, saying that he assumed something was coming. The hero looked at him, clarifying that he wanted to protect his home and this entire area. He brought the phone to his face, saying that it was obvious, to which the boy said that he still could not accept him as his neighbor. Frowning, he demanded to prove that he wanted to act as the owner of this land, and therefore should help in the defense of the Korean North. The man smiled widely. He put the potato back, saying not to eat it, since it was not cooked enough. He headed for the exit, asking to follow him, since he would take him to someone who could tell more about the Lich. Snow covered the mountains. The boss looked around, saying that it was somewhere around here. Hanho clarified if he knew the way. The man smiled, answering that they were almost there, since he was the king of the ridge. Sung Woo stood behind, clarifying that if this man knew about the Lich, then he must be from the North Korean North, to which the interlocutor said that it was. Remembering the crying monsters, he added that he saved him from the Ogre brothers, and it seems that he was not long in the organization of the Lich's servants. Stopping in front of the house, the man began to call out to its owner. The angry old man waved his arms and called him annoying, asking what he wanted again. The boss smiled, saying that he was the king of this land and that he was protecting it. The children happily ran to him, calling him Uncle Monster and asking where Uncle Tiger was. Sung Woo looked at what was happening in surprise, not believing that a monster was hanging out with small children. The boy approached Jisoo, recognizing her. She asked how they were doing. Hanho realized that they were the ones who helped her last time. The monster held a child in his arms, asking where Lee was and whether the owner of the house had left him somewhere in the mountains. A man came out to them, saying that he was working in the backyard, so he did not hear them coming. A message appeared saying that the dialect was automatically translated. Lee smiled when he was called an informant from the north. The monster brought the man together with Sung Woo, saying that he was once a scoundrel who served Xi, but now he thought so that he could not be turned into a skeleton. Behind the house, a mountain range was visible. The hero sat at the same table with Lee, who talked about the situation in the North Korean North, and that even if it were not for the Lich, the North would still fall because of its environment. He frowned, saying that when the cards first appeared, everyone was told not to touch them, and the government went so far as to create a ban on it. The hero frowned, understanding what this meant. The interlocutor introduced a werewolf, saying that the area was filled with more of them than players. The protagonist looked at the hero and thought, a server with more werewolves than players, now it is clear why they fell. The cup was on the table when the man said they tried to do quests with those who chose the card, but everything went down the drain when everyone was told that they should only act on the orders of the party. Recalling the battle, he added, the small organizations that tried to become independent were expelled as traitors, so they could not act as a group. The brunette then grimaced and said, and the raid monster that was left unattended turned into a warlord monster, and the king of monsters was born. The gray-haired man looked at him and replied, so now this creature is singing here with its herd of monsters. The hero gritted his teeth and said, that's right, when the youth thought, the worst possible end. The boy continued his thought, the players have no power to stop the monsters, and the werewolves have no reason to destroy them, stopping the monsters is a quest for the players. The status window said bad end, when he thought, the creatures were still piling up on the North Korean server, and said in the end, the message about the end appeared at the entrance to the server. Then he added that the North is hell, controlled by monsters, and one of these rulers of the North is Lich from Kaesong. The protagonist looked at the interlocutor and asked if he is alone, to which he replied, Lich is alone, but under his control are thousands of undead. Hearing this, the protagonist thought, thousands, even though they are low level, they are still too many for him. What advantages did he get from the title of the King of Monsters? The man continued to narrate, the players began to serve the monsters for the sake of survival. Lich accepted the mage players and changed their class to the Death Reaper. Sung Woo hung in the air and thought, accepts the players as expendable. The prophecy stone showed a scene where he was controlled, then thousands of the dead could become cannon fodder. He then extended his hand and asked what area of Kaesong, to which he replied, that place is called the Temple. Then he continued to say, the place where Lich and his Death Reapers gathered, a really good place, advises not to go there. The green-eyed man looked away and replied, gathered, huh, to him it sounds like an ideal place. It was dark in the temple. People were sitting in a circle on the floor. One of them curled up and made a strange sound. On the other side of the circle, someone yelled at the head priest that he had lost contact with the group of zombies to the southeast. It seemed like someone was attacking them. The blonde frowned and asked, should the players still resist, should they send a raven to check, and the man objected, what, he had also lost contact. The guy was holding the orb in his hand when he was asked if he saw anything, to which he replied, nothing yet, sir, should they wait a little while. Then he saw something and said that he saw someone 20 li away. They were approaching the temple. He thought they were to blame for everything. The head priest opened his mouth wide and ordered a squad of zombies to go there and turn him into one of them, and that they should not interfere with him while he created a golem from the undead. Suddenly, the raven spy held out the orb and yelled at the head priest. He thought he should see this, and he angrily asked, "What again?" Looking into the ball, the hero added, "The zombies that attacked the alien were acting strange. They were not following their orders." Then the priest looked into the ball and asked who this guy was, to which he was told that if they sent the raven closer, they would see what he looked like, but the spell might disappear, or he would kill the bird. The hero pointed his finger up and shouted, "Let him forget, this is probably the effect of the item. If he gets closer, let them use the corpse explosion and smash him to smithereens." He gritted his teeth and added, "When you so fearlessly stick your head into an anthill, you end up in the very depths of hell. Everything will end in the blink of an eye, even if you are armed to the teeth." The sky began to burn. The man raised his head and asked, "Is it the end?" To which the spy answered, "No." Looking into the ball, he added that they exploded before he stepped on them. "What bastards." The man jumped up and screamed, "What kind of idiot blew it up ahead of time?" He looked into the ball and said, "It doesn't matter, they still have poison gas. If it gets to the temple, let them spray this stench and kill him." Corpses exploded on the floor. Smoke spread along the ground. When someone said black smoke, their secret development, the breath of death. Because of the smoke, nothing could be seen. When he added, "It will just curl up and wither away." Suddenly the guy used his power. When the hero asked, "What? Why does he seem to be getting stronger?" Sitting in a circle, people screamed that they can't handle him, they need to wake him up. The girl opened her mouth wide and asked, "Should they really disturb death?" And the man answered, "If they don't, then a sad fate may befall them." The coffin caught fire. When someone screamed, "Let them wake him up, they have no choice, they will have huge problems if they leave everything as is." Death flew out of the coffin. Everything around caught fire. The skeleton bared his teeth and said, "He is the embodiment of death." They dared to wake him up. The hero fell at his feet and replied, "O embodiment of death, let him forgive them." And he asked, "So if nothing serious, then they will become parts of the golem." A powerful explosion occurred outside the territory. The eyes of the young man glowed. The old man turned and shouted, "O embodiment of death, this is an alien, let him punish and bring death upon him." The eyes of the skeleton were scared. The helicopter was flying over the mountains, when the status window said that the reporter on was broadcasting live. The monsters looked terrible. When someone screamed, "They can see, this is a North Korean server, zombies," from a lot, all he sees is a huge array of zombies. The girl opened her mouth wide and screamed into the radio, "Will they be their first disaster coming from the North Korean server?" and offered to watch a little longer. The drone flew over the battlefield. Then goblins and orcs appeared. And a lot of trolls. The lady waved her hand and shouted, "It seems that this is not all that can be seen here. She thinks that a terrible war will begin soon." Iron Shield made a donation of 1,000 gold. When someone from the helicopter thanked for the donation and said that even if the Korean server falls, they will continue to film this hell until the end. Gray opened his mouth wide and shouted, "Now they will not be able to stop broadcasting. Is there any point in this at all?" He looked at the crowd and continued shouting, "After all, it is because of the Necromancer. Why should they, civilians, face problems?" and suggested posting a statement on the community forum. After which everyone began to agree in the comments. The brunette opened her mouth and shouted, "These bastard weaknesses and stupidities, those who sit on their asses, always make such a noise in times like these." After which she became a fist and added, as he thought, "Only force can restore order here," and the girl shouted her name and said, "Let him just imagine that these are little crying children." Looking at the crowd, she replied, "Such a negative opinion is not the norm. If they go forward on the right path, then people will join them." The red-eyed man squinted and said, "The Necromancer's points are increasing, he will finally notice him." The head of the Warang Guild opened his mouth and shouted, "It's time to repay the Necromancer for his mercy. The entire Korean server must now unite, and not think about dividing into factions." The lady and the young man were talking to each other, when one said, "It goes without saying that the Liberation Guild will also fight," and he answered then, "In fact, the entire Korean server turned into one alliance." The hero stood on the cliff. The man looked at the priest and asked what will happen to them, to which he replied, "They will survive if they are lucky." The guy looked at the skeleton and asked what his name was, to which he replied that he was Victor Lich. Then the young man asked what his strength was, to which he said that he controlled about 2,000 low-level zombies, and with the breath of death he could add another 100. The hero took out his sword and thought, Sung Woo is an intelligent monster, he will cut his throat and the quest will end immediately. The green-eyed man squinted and added, "Information first," and thought that since he has intelligence, he can get useful information. Someone leaned swords against the skeleton when he asked, "Is the king of monsters the highest rank, or is there someone else above them, who are called kings of monsters?" The interlocutor took pity and answered, "Kings serve a creature that is at a higher level, the strongest of those who receive the title of king." The brunette listened attentively, when he added, "This is the emperor," and he thought, "The emperor of monsters." Looking down, the hero asked again, the emperor. The skeleton bowed his head and replied, the strongest of those who receive the title of king. You could say that he has the highest rank in the entire server. The black man stood up and asked, did he serve him? Yes, and will now listen to him. To which he replied, of course, sir. Lich opened his mouth wide and added, serving death, his job, work is most important, and thought, this guy from the 5th column, immediately understood when he saw these zombies. The protagonist jumped down when at the end of the state it was written that he can take Lich as his consumable, and thought, he will not be able to leave after he got into his field of vision. The skeleton glowed blue and thanked him for accepting him as his minions. The zombies began to attack when the protagonist said that now he will prove his usefulness. There was a battle in Payu City when someone shouted, the northern barricade is destroyed, reinforcements are needed. The man put his hands out and shouted, damn, he thought the zombies would come first. So what are these gases doing here? And the girl replied, don't retreat, the liberation and hunter guilds are approaching. The man looked through the pipe and shouted to the captain that herds of zombies were coming from the north. There were 1,000 of them, to which she replied, why now? Looking at the enemies, they shouted, they are doomed, they cannot be stopped. The lady looked up and asked what, to which she was answered, the movement of the zombie stream is a little strange. The zombies mixed in the crowd with the monsters. Standing behind the captain, the knights asked, zombies attack monsters, this is the work of the hands. The red-eyed woman opened her mouth wide and screamed, Necromancer. Explosions were happening around when the hero shouted, the time has come to attack, they need to block the retreat moves, surround and destroy. The monster approached the heroine. The two stood and looked at the zombies. The redhead turned her head when the hero asked, are they on their side? Yes, to which she replied, this necromancer's team even looks a little funny. The protagonist was flying on a skeleton and shouting, this is not the end, let them repair the fortress. One of the knights covered his mouth and said, Necromancer, unaware that they had cursed him online, and he shouted, repair the fortress, go ahead. The girl looked up and asked the necromancer, will he also return to the fortress? To which he replied, no, he will go further north. Then he gritted his teeth and added, they cannot win the war by just defending themselves, they will finish the main quest. The skeletons flew away. The face of death flew after the guy and said, the emperor of monsters in Pyongyang, to be honest, I have never seen this bastard. The brunette turned away and answered why he served him then, and he said, there were a lot of rumors, he probably increased his level while he was the boss of monsters, absorbing them. The hero flew forward and thought, it looks like his wyvern, he will continue to grow until he is stopped. Lich squinted and said, he used to be a hollow, but now he has become a salamander. His breath is so hot that it melts stones. The protagonist chuckled and asked, the flame attribute, it sounds like he can negotiate with him, and he replied, sir. A bird flew up to them. The blonde looked up and asked, things are moving fast. The man who said he would protect the Imjin River suddenly went north. He then turned around and shouted, doesn't this mean that their appearance at the most critical moment now makes no sense? To which the tiger replied that he will rewrite the script now. The brunette was surprised and asked, it seems urgent, they will follow him. The man turned away and replied, this is the king's first appearance, he does not think the script should be amazing. And the young man added, he also wants to be a hero. The brunette jumped up and said, let them stutter and go, right now. The two looked at her sword and replied, of course, Lady Jisa. He thought now, it seems to be good anyway. The tiger opened his mouth wide and shouted, be a king, such a cool phrase, the excitement is just gushing. The lady frowned and said, if they are late, they will ride on them, so hurry up, and they answered, her wishes, the law for them. Suddenly, a monster appeared. He began to attack. Looking from above, the appearance of death screamed, wow, my god, as I thought, his strength is worthy of the god of death. Then he opened his eyes wide and added, his low-level zombies can handle him, and the protagonist replied quietly, to which he responded, that's right. There was a battle going on below when he added, but if they continue to advance forward, won't their rear weaken? To which the guy replied that he was ready for anything. Lich glanced at the necromancer and said of course, he believes in him when his abilities increased slightly. The hero clenched his fist and shouted to the master that he had grown a little. When he thought small, if he grew a little more and rose to the level of medium skeletons, he could create a strong army. One of the people on the skeleton shouted in surprise, what? He looked at the ball and continued, a huge army of monsters 30 li away from them, 10,000, no, there are even more. The protagonist looked at the flames and asked, 10,000, troops from Pyongyang, the detachment seems to be moving on the emperor's orders. Sun Wu lifted his subordinate up and said, okay, now they will split up, to which he replied, sir. The brunette stretched out his hand and added, he is going to this 10,000 army, and he asked, he? The green-eyed man frowned and said, or rather, just by time, and he will go to Pyongyang and strike at the emperor. Lich flew down when he shouted, well, good luck. Everything around was on fire. The tall building was ablaze. There were 3 people sitting at a table in the room. Looking out the window, the man frowned and said, damn, even at this distance it's too hot, "Damn fire lizard," and someone replied, "Watch your language." The girl looked at him and added, "This monster is known for its disgusting character. Let them not forget that they are the envoys of the real emperor." She sat at the table and said that their mission was to use North Korean monsters to destroy the Necromancer, the main enemy of the China 1 server. The heroes turned their heads when one of them said, "Here comes the butler." The lizard leaned over and said, "The emperor hasn't coughed yet, he thinks we should wait a few more hours." The mustachioed one opened his mouth wide and screamed, "They've been sitting here for 2 days already. He'll continue to be a hypocrite at such a time while the Necromancer goes north." The hero paused and replied, "Please, let them wait a little longer, the Necromancer from the south won't get here anyway." He came closer and added, "Whether he flies or crawls, he still won't cope with an army of 20,000, and he replied, "Let him not say that they sent all the soldiers there." The green-eyed man was confused and said, "While His Majesty was sleeping, they sent troops under the command of the general to avoid noise. As a result, they were told that the Necromancer was retreating to the south." The girl turned and said they said so because they were afraid that the enemy was so close, and he replied that they should not worry. Then he began to calm them down and say that there was only one box of monsters on the Korean server, and they had 8 of them, and one with enormous strength, His Imperial Majesty. The man choked when the lizard butler added, "Even if he is the strongest here, each server has its own standards," and he replied, "Then they will wait a little longer." Everything shook when the green one said, "Yes, they transmitted the message to His Majesty." Looking out the window, the hero shouted, "What? Who is this?" A silhouette appeared in the distance as he added, "A necromancer." Magic balls were flying around. The protagonist's eyes were glowing as he said, "It was hard for him to get here, let the monster come out and greet his guest." The circles were spreading across the area. An explosion occurred. The hero raised his head and said that this can't be. The man started coughing, and the girl said that it was definitely the work of a necromancer. The hero turned his head and asked how he got here. The lady said that it was not that important. She frowned and said that they were looking for him, but it seemed like they were going to finish him off anyway, but first they would get out of there. The tail was lying on the ground. The protagonist looked around. He frowned and thought, "Here he is, it's obvious, but at least he is still alive." He turned his head and said that no one else could withstand this heat. Minsik replied that he was right. His legs felt like they were melting. The protagonist looked down and said that all the monsters would come running to protect him, and Minsik and the eagle had to hold him off. He replied that maybe today he could pass the test for promotion. The reptiles crawled towards them. The two prepared to attack. Lava was flowing between the stones. There was an explosion. The field boss of the monsters, Salamander, appeared and asked which of them, the bastards, broke his palace. The protagonist looked at him and replied that he wanted to air him out a little, but it seemed he overdid it a little. The monster bared his teeth and said that he wouldn't even ask who he was, but would immediately turn him into ashes and scatter him across the desert field. Anubis replied that he was lucky that he wasn't as talkative as his neighbor, the king. And he soared into the air. The leaves of the trees rustled. The 5 landed. Hanho opened his mouth and asked, "A cave?" The girl said that she thought they were just teleporting to North Korea. The blonde turned to them and said that he did not have such useful abilities, except with the help of special items. This is a cave that collects the energy of the mountain spirit. Looking at the mountains, he said that the mountains have something like blood vessels, so they can instantly move to any point of Betrayal. The heroine ran her hand and said that it was a bit dark here with one torch, so she would light it up. The guy looked at her and enthusiastically exclaimed that it had become much brighter. He always wondered what kind of fire it was. The dark-haired girl smiled and said that it was swamp fire. She received it after completing the quest in the Taibik Mountains. It was an exclusive item. She raised her finger and said that it greatly enhances skills that emit flames, and is also connected to her other abilities. And the young man interrupted her saying, "I see, she received a rare item." Bubbles rose from the water. The young man opened his mouth in amazement and asked, "Is there such a lake in the cave?" He looked at the pile of things and asked, "Are these all the items?" The blonde turned away and said that this was his treasury. If they needed anything, they could take it. Hanho looked at the pile and said, "It's good that Sunwoo wasn't here, he would definitely fight him." The girl replied that you can't argue with that. The guy smiled and said great, he hadn't picked it up for so long. Hanho's attention was drawn to the jar, and he asked what it was. The animal grabbed his head and said, "Don't touch the alcohol." Looking at the board, the lady asked if it was possible that alcohol was made from a core. The predator answered, "Yes, this is the core that she brought." The blonde frowned and said that this thing was too much for people. It had grabbed onto the energy of the mountain and was becoming more and more saturated. He raised his hand and said, "Let's move on," and asked Lady Jisoo to take something for herself. She is the most unlucky one who gives. He put a one-handed sword in her hand and said that she should take something and not refuse. Her eyes lit up and she said, "This is it." The hero turned away and interrupted her saying that she probably didn't know what it was now, but she would definitely understand later. She turned to Hanho and he said, "A metal helmet, it looks cool." She started showing off, saying, "A reaper, a thief, an Azura, a squad of tanks." There was nothing like this before and there won't be any later, the blonde said. The main thing is that he liked it. And then he opened the path of the mountain range. Lightning flashed over the ground. Lava was visible from the cracks. The guys teleported to the communication point. The young man looked around and said, "So fast," and then offered to catch up with the zombie before he caught all the enemies. The hero looked at the fire and apologized because he couldn't say earlier that the monster emperor was not the most important problem. He frowned and said, "The devourer of worlds." The girl opened her mouth and asked again, "The devourer of worlds?" He answered that it was an unknown super powerful creature that she had already seen. Introducing a fiery silhouette, he said that if something happened this time, he would show himself. The weapon cut the air and pierced the stone. There was a hand on its handle. The creature rushed forward and said that it would tear him to pieces and set him on fire. He rushed to attack, and the guy thought that this was incredible power. The enemy opened his mouth and screamed, "The flame of a new star." The protagonist parried the attack and thought, 2 more times. Salamander swung. A chain appeared and Anubis screamed, "Now?" The field boss of monsters raised his hand and asked what. Sungwoo raised his fists and asked if that box was doused. The robot struck the knees of the enemy. The protagonist clenched his fist and struck. He shook his fist and said that he could still create weapons after sealing. The opponent said that he was a coward. Twilight Raid was used against him and immobilized him. He began to scream and tried to get out. The protagonist looked at him and said that the feeling of beating the boss was just amazing. Salamander gritted his teeth and said that he was an unusual enemy. What was such a strong man waiting for? Who was willing to go so far? His money, treasures. But he heard his skeleton. He asked in confusion, "What?" Anubis raised a finger and said that he would rather die without damaging his bones. The opponent grinned and asked, so he wanted his bones. His body caught fire, and he said, "This degenerate." Sungwoo raised his head. The field boss monster Salamander appeared and shouted for him to try to catch it. The protagonist looked at him and said that he understood everything correctly. He chuckled and said, "Not human bones, but a giant and strong monster skeleton. He should have done this earlier." The enemy's body was engulfed in flames, and he asked if he still didn't realize the situation he was in. This was his true form. He belched out flames and shouted that with it he could use all the powers he couldn't use as a human. The guy took out a Baihen fan and raised it into the air. He could control ghosts. He snapped his fingers and activated the synergy effect for teamwork. A bone weapon hung in the sky, which the ghosts would control. The great sword Leviathan appeared. Anubis chuckled and said that he was wrong. There was something else useful besides bones. The enemy opened his mouth and shouted that he didn't know what he was planning, but it was useless. Everything would be consumed by fire. A ghost appeared in the air. A weapon flew at the field boss monster. He raised his head and shouted, "Small ghouls." Weapons continued to fly at him. The dragon opened his eyes and said that everything would end immediately if he killed him. The protagonist looked at him and asked. Only now he realized. He thought to himself that he had no information about him. Salamander picked up stones and threw them. The guy began to dodge them. The reptile breathed fire and said, "Stop fooling around." There was a flash. The field boss monster frowned and thought that he had no chance to withstand the heat of the flame. He was dead. The clothes turned yellow. The protagonist picked up the case and asked if he really thought that he had dodged his breath several times because of the heat. He began to use demonic bombardment and said not to close his mouth. The enemy opened his mouth and howled. His body was engulfed in flames. The young man received 28 million gold for killing the field boss monster Salamander and received the title of Spirit Predators. The boy exhaled and said that even with the shortcomings in attributes, his level is higher than the king of the great mountain range. He received the title of Emperor Killer. The main part of Chapter 4-1 ended. He looked up and saw a ghost. Raising his hand, he ordered to find an observer. It was definitely a person. The youth looked around and thought that he did not know who it was. But he must find out his intentions. He said out loud that there were many more items here besides bones. He picked up the Fire Spirit Stone and said, "It seems better than the Fire Spirit obtained after defeating the Fire Giant in Pyeongtaek." Everything around began to shake. The protagonist thought that perhaps it was a vibration or an earthquake. Gritting his teeth, he thought that he had felt it recently. Something was slowly rising from the ground. The ground began to crack and black smoke poured out. A huge eye appeared and the boy thought that it was a devourer of worlds. He was jerked to the side. An unknown creature was looking at him. Its otherworldly power began to suppress him. Anubis gritted his teeth and thought that he was able to turn Dr. Yu into mince and debuff him so much. He is not an enemy he can handle now. Creatures rose into the air. A devil's path opened in this area. The young man raised his head and thought, "This is shit. Can he really open a dungeon that can destroy the entire area in an instant?" He started to run, thinking that he can't. The area of the center of Pyongyang City on the map caught fire. This area was closed due to an unknown force. The young man stopped and thought, "The area is closed. Is he even capable of this?" He was definitely trying to kill him. He dodged when the creatures flew towards him and thought, "Damn, a gate." The monsters fled. Sungwoo squeezed his staff harder and thought that he was going to die. Roots rose to the mutants. They began to squeeze them. The protagonist watched this. A smoking pipe appeared. The blonde grinned and said that he was wondering if he was having a blast here alone. Showing up at the right time was his specialty. Today he would die out, not only as a king but also as the master of the house. Looking at the eye, he said that he hoped it would let him live in peace. But if he fought it, then there was no choice, he would have to work hard. He swung and shouted that he should stare at another area. He struck, but spun into a barrier. The hero clenched his fist. And breaking the barrier, he shouted that it should disappear. A blow flew into the eye, and Anubis thought that the Devourer of Worlds was panicking. Could this creature not apply the same force to the king of the Great Mountain Range as to Dr. Yu? The blonde opened his mouth and shouted that this was the king's order. Cracks appeared across the eye. The force of this world was pushing the otherworldly creature out of this world. The protagonist watched this and thought that he had driven out the World Eater, but the devil's path was still open. Minseek approached them and shouted that they had come. 500,000 gold was received for hunting the alien monster. The young man raised his hands and shouted that they had to close the path from the inside before the number of monsters increased. Imagining the monster, he thought that each new wave brings monsters stronger than the previous ones. If someone like a gatekeeper appears in the groups, they will not stop the wave, they must spread out and destroy level after level. The creatures hung in the air. Mutants were approaching them. The young man looked at them and thought that these were not the same monsters that had already gone beyond the gate. The skeleton pounced on them, and he thought that he could forget about it. He did not even have enough troops. He needed comrades who he could rely on if he wanted to win. The mutant was torn apart by light. The boy folded his hands in front of him and told the Sunba that they had returned. The Necromancer's assistant stands next to the slain monster. The object glows. The window says about the ruler of the world who forcibly closes the devil's path. Hanho with daggers looks forward and says that the moment to show his coolness has already passed. The protagonist looks at the branch in his hand and wonders if he really was able to close the path so easily, talking about a tree branch filled with the energy of the mountains. The warrior with the sword says that it will help the man with the title of guardian close the rift, and they should admire him. Sungwoo stands next to him and thinks who he is, while asking if he knew that everything would turn out like this. He turns around and says that to some extent, yes, explaining that right after he became the king of the Great Mountain Range, he found out something. The portal shines in the forest. He says that thanks to the energy of the mountains, he learned about the creature that devours the planet, the Devourer of Worlds. Frowning, he claims that they seem to want to devour all living beings, and looking at their attempts to suck out the souls of their victims, he decided that they were evil spirits. Smiling, he stands near his minions and says that in any case he knew that MC would not please the Devourer of Worlds, and he carefully watched to see if he would stick his head out. Thoughtfully, the interlocutor clarifies that it is more accurate to say an I. The protagonist asks who he is. He, raising his finger, says that, in simple terms, he is a god. The silhouette of the creature is visible near the planet. He says that he is the god of another world. The protagonist, holding a branch, thinks that it is more correct to consider him the god of the demonic cave, and considering that hell is connected with Gangseek. The protagonist is shown surrounded by fighters, as well as a bright eye. He wonders if the game is based only on battles between 3 opponents, including the planet. The white-haired fighter standing in front says that one world is trying to eat another, and maybe this is some kind of karmic connection invented by the system. With a serious look, he suggests that the system itself thirsts for justice since it has established rules for its maintenance. The branch is burning with fire. He states that, for example, the world energy that stops the direct intervention of one world into another. Hanho looks at his friend and says that then those guys will do everything to cancel them. She replies that like the evolutionary society, they want to subjugate the whole world. The old man is sitting on a gurney. The guy says that since they can't show themselves, they will have to use puppets, and they would have intervened even after the fall of the North Korean server. He puts his hand in his pocket saying that if everything goes according to their plan, it would be faster if they saw everything themselves so that he doesn't explain. He holds a white crystal asking if they know what it is for. Anubis talks about the prophetic stone. A bright light fills the space. The system says that a connection with the prophetic stone is taking place. The protagonist looks ahead carefully. He is in space opposite our planet. The guy seriously thinks that it looks the same even after the fall. Only the part where the light does not penetrate is in the darkness. A glow is visible near the planet. He thinks that there is something on the border of the darkness. Yellow eyes are watching. He understands that this is a face. A fiery mouth opens. The creature opened its mouth near the planet. The system says that the world is losing its advantage and the Devourer of Worlds is approaching. Gritting his teeth, Sungwoo thinks about his home planet and people. Hanging in space, he realizes that everything is disappearing and this is the end. The light turns on. The message says that this is what will happen as soon as all the energy scattered around is destroyed. The protagonist tremblingly holds his hand to the stone. He looks at the guy and asks how to stop the bad end. Standing on the ground, he says that one can think from his point of view, energy and life force scattered across the earth. He asks what is the best way to destroy them. Pointing to the skeleton of the assistant, he exclaims about the undead, asking if they will spread the infection of death that opposes this energy. With a smirk, he looks at the protagonist and says that he stopped them risking his life, while he reflects that even the evolutionary society study death. He raises his fingers and declares the second method, specifying what powerful creature opposes the devourer of worlds that has taken root on the planet and can influence it. Sungwoo thoughtfully asks about the world tree. He points at it with a grin and shouts, "That's right, because when he saw it, it seemed that MC had grown it well," asking if he now understands why the devourer is trying to kill him. He holds the object, talking about world energy. There are 3 sources on the Korean server, and one of them is under his protection. Sungwoo, standing opposite, asks about the others. He replies that he does not know, but the world tree can become one of them. The protagonist understands that this definitely has its pros and cons. Anubis protects the tree from enemies, realizing that the pros are that he can protect and defend it until the very end, and the cons are that wasps will sting endlessly. The interlocutor, with a frightening look, asks to protect it properly, because the tree will either become a support for the world or its end. Minsik, standing next to them, apologizes for interrupting the conversation, stating that it is worth publishing the lists of contributions. He holds the sword, saying that the remaining requirement for the blade without a master has been completed. The system says that the qualification has been passed. The protagonist, glowing with green fire, looks forward. The message says about the sword of the overlord of the mythical level with the effect of increasing strength and ignoring some of the target's defensive effects. He turns to the undead with the egg and asks what is wrong with it. The notification says that it will hatch in 48 hours. He holds out his hand and asks what to feed it when the dragon hatches, since he has never had pets, and he is not a dragon knight and does not know anything. Sungwoo stands next to his friend and laughs, stating that Haeun raised a griffin and she could help. He notes that this is a bad idea. Holding the egg, the Necromancer says that they are returning to Suwon. Jisoo wonders what to do with the people. She looks at the defeated enemies and talks about unknown observers of the players, since 2 escaped but caught one. The protagonist looks at the flying wyverns and states that they can tie him up and take him with them, then interrogate him once they've sorted out important matters. The world tree is in the city. The guys are standing in front of the construction site. Realizing that this is a construction boom, he talks about Muyun's role as the chief architect. Jaeonsa, standing next to the chief, talks about the working class, which allows for automatic construction, and he doesn't think there will be problems with the wall. He asks that the work is getting bigger and if there are enough personnel. He imagines the monsters and says that they don't have such problems thanks to the groups he joined. The protagonist looks ahead and thinks that there is no need to interfere with the management of the city. He should focus on what he can do. A giant tree trunk is shown in the frame. A dragon egg lies next to it. MC stands next to it and realizes that if it hatches, one of the conditions of the mythical quest will be fulfilled. Seeing the tree, he thinks that the world tree is still in the first stage of development. The system says that it is growing and is at 41%. Watching carefully, he realizes that he does not know how many stages he has in total, but it will take a long time to reach the last level, and before that, it is worth taking care of the dragon. Surprised, Haeun exclaims about food for the dragon. The protagonist looks at her and hears that she used to feed the griffin with monster meat, and perhaps it will suit the dragon too. Raising her finger, the girl says that the feeling of hunger and the process of saturation can pop up in the system messages, and she had this. People gather near the tree. A man stands with a smile and exclaims that the dragon will hatch soon. Another asks if they can take a closer look. Jaeonsa stands in front of them and says that it can be dangerous, and it is better for everyone to leave if they are not assigned anything. The egg cracks. The system says that there is 1 minute left. Hanho, with a disgruntled look, claims that he feels like he's in a minefield, clarifying that maybe this is a mistake and this dragon is an evil monster like himself. The egg begins to glow. The protagonist says that it's already starting. He closes himself from a small explosion. His friend asks what happened and if it really just burst. The small dragon hangs on a branch. The key pet looks at people. They wonder if it's really a dragon. People watch in surprise, shouting that he's so cute and they didn't expect him to look like that. The protagonist frowns and thinks whether it was necessary to explode the egg and seems a little hot-tempered. They look at each other. The windows say that a noble creature was born on the Korean server. A black dragon is learning from its owner, and they are unusually strong in magic. Sungwoo sees this and thinks that he can really learn spells, and does this mean that they now have 3 liches on their team? The cook calls him with a smile to eat porridge. The protagonist holds out a plate of porridge. He suddenly knocks her out with his tail. Covering his mouth with his hand, the cook says that he is impudent. The other says that it seems that his fears have come true and he really looks like him. Sungwoo smiles and holds a huge chicken, saying that no living creature on the planet can resist fried Korean chicken. The dragon sniffs the dish. Hanho notices what interested him. Jisoo says that it looks like he is carnivorous like her. Blue energy pierces his body. The system says that the black dragon can subjugate the dead. The cook and others look in shock. She asks what kind of boning spell this is because it opens a new world of possibilities for boning chicken. Hanho shouts that he is backtracking and that he is a copy of Sungwoo. The world tree stands near the buildings. Chicken skeletons walk near the dragon, who watches them closely. Friends examine it. Jisoo claims that he turned all the food where there were bones into skeletons. The guy wonders why he is dancing and maybe this is some kind of spell. The girl turns to the pot and says that he eats when he gets tired of playing and that's good. The protagonist smiles and looks at him, wondering what he wants to be held in his arms. He happily takes the baby dragon. The system says that it has no name, it is a baby and completely healthy. The protagonist sadly realizes that this is more exhausting than he thought. He holds the happy baby and realizes that he does not know what exactly he wants because he must treat it like a child. A frightened friend sees them and asks if he thought about a name. He in turn reflects on the fact that he would be an incredibly strong ally. But for now he just turns fish and chicken into minions. MC turns to his friend and asks again. He says that he has such a cute dragon and the owner did not even bother to name him. He sat down opposite the guys and asks if he wants to come up with a name for him. Hanho says that he will choose a cool one. The girl notes that he cannot do that. The dragon carefully looks ahead. The guy asks what it is. Birds fly near the tree. MC realizes that this attracts his attention. His eyes glow green. The system says that the dragon fear is activated, which makes low-level creatures with low intelligence freeze. Birds start falling. The protagonist turns around in shock and wonders if he just used this ability unconsciously. The Necromancer looks at the pet with a grin and realizes that it will definitely be useful, and the end definitely justified the means. Moon is visible in the night sky. It is said that the prisoner has died. MC takes the plate from the pet asking if he died. The assistant talks about suicide in which he used poison hidden behind his teeth and apparently did not want to divulge the information. The leader goes after the fighter and asks if he was a spy. He replies that Hanho rummaged through his things and said that he seemed to be Chinese. He sees his friends and says that nothing can be done about it. The skeleton is burning on the chair. The guy understands that he needs to get information from his corpse. The system says that he can view a fragment of the deceased's memory. A bright light fills everything around. The protagonist stands in the middle of snowy mountains. A blizzard is raging. He wonders where this is because this is definitely not a Korean server. He sees people, one of whom says that he would never have thought that he would end up in the heart of Siberia, which he could only hear about before. Another wonders what they were doing in such a place. The girl takes off her scarf, talking about hunting. A warmly dressed man walks forward, asking what kind of prey the hunters have. The other answers whatever. The girl turns around and hears that the emperor wants to go beyond the continent and annex tribes from such distant lands. She replies that he doesn't even have time to think about it. The protagonist watches them, hearing that because he will soon capture the second server and unite the world, he thinks about the emperor. Frowning, Sungwoo thinks about the self-proclaimed emperor who conquered the China server, which means they were his subordinates. People walk through the snow. One of them says that it was General Xing's order. He mobilized the wild natives and ordered them to shut down the Korean server. The comrade, holding his head, screams that this is some kind of confrontation. She replies that the Russian server is trying to cooperate with the North Korean king of monsters. The girl in the jacket says that the Korean server is oddly enough too popular, and they need to remove the wild natives and hack it. The protagonist with a serious look understands that he really expected a threat from the mainland of China but did not think that they would start such a diplomatic war as this. A group of people suddenly gets into a blizzard. They cover themselves from the snow. One of them screams that he cannot go. The other replies that they do not need to move because if they get there they will get lost. Silhouettes are visible in the distance. A huge bear is watching. The surprised guys wonder what bears are. Fierce monsters are watching. He realizes that they are werewolves, but they look like brave tigers that evolved from monsters. The old man is standing next to the mutants. A man in warm clothes notices the captain. Another says that this is a player who is in first place on the Russian server. They stand opposite each other. She calls him the Devil Siberia, Druid. The old man covers his nose saying that they stink. They exclaim why so rude. The girl takes off her glasses and says that they came to ask him for a favor. His eyes sparkle. He says that people with such a smell always have the same request. They can just say the amount, the goal and leave. The protagonist and his friends stand in front of the prisoner's skeleton. Hanho looks at the leader and asks if this is all, and if someone is planning to invade them again. Sungwoo says with a grin that this is true, and they know them too. The building is standing in the middle of the night. The warrior punches, shouting that everything needs to be learned in moderation. The system window says about an exclusive task to kill the Necromancer. The reward will be the rating points of the fallen world that will flood the Korean server. The old man gets up from his chair. The system says that they failed the guild quest and all participants were assigned a penalty for failure. He realizes that he was wrong. The prosecutor stands near the statue, realizing that he should not have united with them just by seeing the good angel mage. Yoo-hoon stands in front of the statue. The system says that all participants have been fined. He shouts in rage that he can't do this anymore and if this continues, he will terminate the contract. The statue's eyes lit up. The message says to send the highest ranking player from the Angel Guild to obey the Necromancer's orders and then kill him. Manhwa goes to the leader, saying that she must report. He asks about what. The girl with glasses says that people are approaching the northern border. They are from a foreign server and most likely of Slavic origin. She looks at the prosecutor and says that they say that they belong to the Angel faction and are the owners of the six-winged statue, asking to bring the commander. The blonde clenches his teeth thinking that they are from the Russian server, and judging by the time they were probably preparing. He stands in front of his ward and hears that when the border guards checked them, one of them raised a snowstorm and hit them. With just one blow 50 soldiers and the entire guard post were eliminated. He furiously asks why they went up against elite troops. She says she is also confused and thinks that as a diplomat he should talk to them directly. He clenches his fists realizing that there were China, Japan, and now Russia. Closing his eyes, he says that if their land does not unite, it will fall under the onslaught of foreigners. The girl turns to the leader. He looks at her and asks to find Sungwoo. She asks again. He clarifies that this is a matter for people. The prosecutor is shown near the Necromancer, talking about those who are the first to use knives, realizing that they must come to the conversation just as savvy. A huge tree stands in the middle of the buildings. A fighter with a spear walks down the street and asks about foreigners. Kim agrees. He looks at another and talks about a black man and two white women. They said that they came from the American server. The man in the cloak notes that they are from the USA-1 server, the East Coast. They look at him in shock and think that they came here through the Pacific Ocean, not understanding why they came to them. Jaeon-soo looks at the guests and realizes that they should be busy creating power bases and construction, but despite the risks they came to them. The interlocutor puts his hand in his pocket and says that 3 days ago they stopped at the nearest coast. The role of the World Tree faction made a deep impression on them. The man in glasses claims that they came because they wanted to meet them and discuss something. His name is Cage and he is the head of the Foreign Affairs group from the Expanded Division members. The guy takes a business card and says that he is the head of the General Affairs group. He notes that it is nice to meet you. The glasses reflect an amazed guy who hears the question whether they can meet the Necromancer. The fighter with a spear answers that this is not possible now. He asks that the protagonist has not arrived yet. The guy with a serious look says that he is working on something important inside and will not be free soon, clarifying whether they can wait. The big guy turns around. The Necromancer's assistant thinks how he guessed that Sungwoo is not in the city, because if they came to them with the purpose of invasion, they will not miss the chance to harm. Crossing his arms, he says that he will wait nearby and will contact every 12 hours. The latter asks the purpose of the visit. He gets into the car and talks about reunification and the creation of an international organization to establish peace, and he needs to discuss this with the hero of the famous Korean server. They see the car leaving. He thinks that even in a fallen world, Americans, noting that it is easy to say but difficult to do. A helicopter flies in the sky. The assistant thinks that it is too early to call for peace. The protagonist looks at his smartphone and says that a group presumably from Russia carried out a massacre against border guards and after that they have the audacity to ask for negotiations. Manhwa sits nearby and says that the prosecutor did not agree and they called it negotiations but in fact they just wanted to get even. Snow is falling everywhere. She explains that the swordsmen and the guild members were frozen by magic and this is the last message she received then. Sungwoo asks with a serious face if they are still alive. The girl tremblingly replies that there is no information yet, and she hopes that it is just magic that changes physical state without any damage. Snow is falling in the city. She states that in any case after that they planted something on the mountain and the temperature in Seoul dropped sharply. Surprised friends look out the window, hearing that the mountain has become similar to Everest, and it is impossible to approach it. MC with a serious face realizes that he knows who it is, the hunters who came from Russia. Hanho shivers from the cold and says that it suddenly became cool, clarifying whether he turned on the heater because steam comes out of his mouth. The helicopter flies on. Manhwa states that the temperature dropped to -25 degrees and seems to continue to fall. Sungwoo looks at Hanho and hears a question whether their black flame will be able to withstand with only a fire spirit stone. He asks again. He excitedly holds the pet and shouts that it is a dragon, and the black flame is a name that carries indomitable power. Sungwoo covered his face with his hands, while his friend asks if he likes it, and what about Caesar. His girlfriend suggests calling him Miru. The helicopter landed in the middle of the snow. The friends go forward. The Necromancer notices that everything is frozen. Manhwa says that it will be difficult to resolve the situation because they will not just sit and watch. The guy in the coat says that now the Ice Age may come. The leader notes that this may be their goal. The girl in glasses turns around and says that they know that they are here, and it seems that they are now asking for negotiations. She spreads her hands and shouts loudly that they are plotting something because they cannot plan only negotiations. He replies that they still need to go. He frowns at her and claims that as soon as she disappears from their field of vision, they need to check if the swordsman's warriors are alive and let them send as many observation groups as possible. Snow is in the air. A friend walks behind the protagonist and asks if they did the right thing by going on their own, offering to at least call Jisoo. The girl stands near the dragon. The protagonist assures that the problem is that Mira does not want to be left without him, and she will take care of keeping him on a leash. MC sees a man in front of him and thinks that if they find out that he has a dragon, they will come for him, and raising someone is hard work. The girl stands opposite and greets him. He sees stern men, realizing that these are Siberian hunters, wondering where the boss is that he saw in his memories. The bear stands near them. Sungwoo realizes that he used to be next to their boss, and he has an amazing shape for a skeleton. A blonde with a serious face asks why he is looking so attentively when such a lady is standing in front of him. The protagonist clarifies whether she is the head. She denies. She says with a grin that her name is Titania, the leader of the Union of Siberian Hunters, and their king passed out drunk. The protagonist frowns thinking about the Emperor of China, the Holy Sword of Japan, and now also the king. He asks what the essence of the negotiations is. The girl with black lips asks that he wants to get down to business right away and is he interested in why they are here, and she expected this from the impatient Koreans. Squinting her eyes, she talks about 200 million gold. This is the amount the client offered so that they would wring his neck and destroy the entire server. The surprised protagonist hears the task, how much he can offer to stop the war worth 200 million. He wonders how much they received as an advance payment. Manhwa standing next to him asks how much. The head calls her by name. Titania with a smirk says 300 million for them to quietly leave and the same amount for them to get rid of the customer who was targeting him, a total of 600. They stand silently. She says that apparently they do not have money and in this case they should leave before the king wakes up. She opens her eyes furiously. The girl flies into the sky, scattering everyone, saying that even more statues will appear. The protagonist understands that she is one of those who froze the guild. With sparkling eyes, the necromancer claims that he will make a more profitable offer. With a terrifying grin, he talks about 200 million for them to get out of there alive. Titania, releasing energy, asks if he really has gone crazy. The protagonist, blazing with green fire, says that since they are not running, then instead of ice sculptures, they will lay their bones here. Snow and ice rage everywhere. Fire resists it. MC appears in the form of Anubis with a scythe in his hand. She asks in shock if he is not a necromancer, and why then his body is engulfed in flames. He looks calmly, realizing that in addition to immunity to fire, the armor has such an effect, it itself creates flames. The undead surround him. He says that with this armor you don't have to worry about the snowstorm. The system says that the advanced fire spirit stone reacts to its power and produces an effect. Titania in black clothes shouts that he was smarter than she thought, and you need to be careful with him. Fierce warriors look at them. One of them says that this place is teeming with cute little boys and you need to destroy them before the king wakes up. Hanho fearfully tells his friend that the enemies look strong. He asks when they fought with the weak. The girl strikes them. The undead grow into pieces of ice. A bright flash occurs. The old man with a weapon declares a pleasant feeling. The protagonist closes himself from the explosion, realizing that they use a combination of ice magic and long-range attacks. They are on a different level than large-scale magic. Ice flows with limbs lie on the ground. The necromancer realizes that skeletons do not resurrect because their bones are frozen. Their strategy is not to kill directly. Warriors with hand grenade launchers run to attack. Sungwoo understands that this is a battle of strength, and they plan to pin him down before his strength is fully restored. MC swings his scythe, declaring that bones are not the only thing he controls. The system says that he can now control ghosts, and he is not susceptible to attacks. The protagonist directs dozens of arrows. The enemies shout that they need to block. The surprised warrior with the shield sees that they are changing trajectory. The blonde turns around in rage and calls his comrade a fool, assuring that he will wash the dishes. The soldier drags another, shouting that they need to beware of arrows because apparently there are creatures similar to ghosts. The surprised fighters look up at the wyvern saying that something is falling from the sky. The girl activates an ice umbrella above them. They answer that they knew that they could rely on her. The undead bites one on the shoulder. He realizes that zombies are falling from the sky. Victor appears near the necromancer and says that the master's faithful servant has arrived. He flies behind him and says that according to his orders, he turned all the abandoned corpses from the Korean server into zombies. He says that it is quite fast as expected. The frightened fighter shouts into the radio asking what their scouts are doing. Blood is dripping from the blade. Jisoo stands near the fallen enemies. They shout to her that this was the last scout. Titania looks at the falling and shouts that these are just zombies and they need to be destroyed. A dragon is burning above Anubis. He thinks about what infuriates him, that they still believe in victory. He talks about Salamander. The giant monster opens its fiery mouth. The girl with blue eyes declares that she will freeze him while he is burning. He rushes to attack. The protagonist realizes that his flame has become weaker since he began to fill with blood, but this should still be enough to stop the magician. The brown bear glares at him. He falls down. The system says that they earned 4.5 million gold for hunting the bloodsucker of an ancient druid. The protagonist in the form of a predator smiles and says that he finally got the bones he wanted. Daggers fly at the enemies. One of them shouts that they need to take the woman and child who are with him as hostages. Hanho calmly walks forward and shouts to be met, noting that they smell of weakness. Titania fights furiously, shouting that the king has gone crazy because she said that they should study the enemy before attacking. The scythe hits the ice. She activates an ice shield in front of her. The frightened girl sees a fist in front of her. Anubis hits her face, she flies back. Clenching his fangs, he declares that he planned to kill her with one blow, but she is stronger than he thought. He takes back his words about a weak skeleton. The fighter lifts the girl, who asks to wake the king. The leader will soon go crazy, but they still have to wake him. Brown bears fly into the attack together with the leader. The girl puts out her hand and shouts that he has woken up, and in this case it is necessary to recall the troops. The old man with a grin declares that he asked not to wake her until sunset, but now it is too noisy and he cannot sleep. She, holding her face, assures that they are close to death. The leader looks at her and declares that she looks rumpled, not like before. He stands in front of the Necromancer's army and declares that this is the very dog of death that the Chinese were talking about, noting that it looks cool and that it should be stuffed and hung in the bedroom. Anubis, raising his hand, declares that he thought the same thing, because the villain is still missing something, asking if he can increase in size or transform. The girl breaks away. Jisoo runs to the leader and shouts to him that Mura has disappeared. He happily jumps near his owner. Surprised, Sungwoo looks at him and realizes that he uses shadow movement and has already reached the right age for this skill. The old man points his finger and asks what kind of lizard it is, noting that the pet is the perfect size to trample and kill him. The dragon's eyes light up. Brown bears see him. The window says that dragon fear is activated and all living creatures of low level and intelligence are immobilized. The leader stands next to them asking what's wrong with them and whether they've been secretly drinking vodka. The message says that the target's level and strength are high and the dragon's fear will be applied partially. Hanho asks to look with a grin, saying that they're only big in size and can't compare with the pet. He scratches his head asking what happened to these meat eaters. The old man with glowing eyes furiously orders them to go and crush the little one right now. The dragon's eyes sparkle even brighter. He says strange words. The protagonist sees eyes in the sky. A red window says that a giant spirit is starting to regenerate in this area. He thinks that the pet has already learned this, but he doesn't even have someone he can summon. Flying chickens fly in the sky. The villain opposite shouts what he's doing. The guy replies that he doesn't even know. The burning chickens fly to attack. The system says that the black dragon is using an inherited skill, namely the expert level Death Flame. The undead are shocked and ask what it is. He asks not to ask him because he does not know. The skeleton runs next to them and screams that the dragon is gnawing on his skull. The message says that the synergy effect is achieved through the teamwork of Death Harmony when 3 or more Death magic users have the Lich level. The system says about the skill of making bone weapons, which is temporarily upgraded to the specialist level. The old man is furious and asks if they really want to play. An angry bear flies behind him. A bright explosion occurs. A cloud of fire rises in front of him. He screams about the king bomb. The enemy standing in front of the protagonist splits into pieces. The protagonist sees this and wonders if he destroyed his own ally and must have gone crazy. The old man stands in front of him and says that the guy must now understand that the werewolf stayed with him for their own survival. The same with the players. The undead are near Sungwoo. He hears that the enemy says that in recent days he relies only on himself, and this is different from him, because he fights alone. Anubis standing next to his minions asks that he probably wants to go out with him one-on-one. On the ground lie the remains of bears. He says that the old man is much weaker than he seems, because he just tried to distract werewolves and finish him off with one blow. The old man walks towards him in a rage, shouting that he should not flatter himself. The undead begin to glow with green fire. Jumps on them and moves forward. Gritting his teeth, the villain says that for him. He rushes into the attack shouting that the protagonist is the same prey as everyone else, except that the skin is thicker than most. The skeletons fly apart from his attack. The protagonist receives a serious blow. Everyone shouts his name. Standing in front of him, he orders to surround the old man because he is in their hands. The villain uses magic shouting for them to stay away from him. Fires projectiles at them using the demonic bombardment skill. A flash occurs around the projectile. The protagonist with a scythe looks opposite. The old man stands still. Sungwoo realizes that he survived. With a surprised look, he realizes that the opponent is unusually strong, because even the demonic bombardment did not work, which means that firepower alone is not enough. The villain points his finger and asks if this is really all he can do, because he expected more from the infamous player who turned away from angels and demons. He grabs his throat and says that he would not have become like this if he had not hunted others, and he wants him to come up to him and sink his fangs into his throat. Suddenly, the old man dodges the arrow. Sungwoo stands with a crossbow. The enemy's eyes light up. He understands that he needed to kill him right away. The system window says that a demonic beast has been summoned in this area. Titania waves her hand and shouts that the king is using the power of the Hell Wanderer, and everyone needs to quickly move to cover. Huge dogs crawl out of the portal. Blazing with fire, they growl at the Necromancer. Anubis sees them and understands that this is the devil druid and there was a reason why he called him. Surprised friends see a system window that his body is saturated with unknown energy. All characteristics are reduced. The old man sends them to attack, asking if the guy is really going to just stand and watch. He realizes that he also has divinity. Demonic dogs bite the undead. A huge monster looks at the protagonist. The villain asks now it is clear who is truly surrounded. Sungwoo breaks away. Clings to the dragon. The old man screams that it is too late to fly away. Dogs bite the flying skeleton. The protagonist begins to fall, realizing that he has found his weakness. But a more powerful attack is needed for this to work. Anubis looks ahead, thinking if he has any useful skill. The message says about the creation of a high-class bone weapon with a consumption of 5 to 100 units of mana. The old man screams in anger about how much longer he is going to run, clarifying whether this is really all he can do. MC begins to conjure, creating a bone weapon. A huge fist flies at the old man. The guy understands that you can only use the skill once. The bone fist hits the enemy. Sungwoo flies forward, realizing that he will not die from this. He again calls on the bone weapon. The villain enraged demands to stop while he continues to scream. The protagonist stands near the bone ballistas. The shells explode near the villain after the necromancer's order to fire. Victor stands near the owner, hearing that the enemy does not open his turtle shell and he needs to send a zombie. He understood the order. The old man covers himself with his hands. He is undead, declaring that breaking through his defense is not as easy as it seems. He stands in front of the zombie, hearing the guy's command to release control. A powerful explosion occurs after the protagonist used the skill. Victor carefully watches, screaming about a corpse explosion. They stand in front of the smoke. Sungwoo realizes that he needs to remove the oxygen from the air around him with explosions, and he will see if he survives. The assistant furiously asks if this is all. Hanho shouts that he can actually use a resurrection spell. Jisoo watches and says that he is alive. Manhwa surprisingly clarifies if he really survived the explosion. Bright eyes are visible in the distance. He says that if the hunter fails, then he himself becomes the victim. The old man stands near giant monsters, stating that he never thought that he would get into such a situation. Smirking, he says that it is getting more interesting. In front of him stands a fiery three-headed black dog named Cerberus. He understands that this was his divinity. Sungwoo jumps back, realizing that it is dangerous. Strong explosions occur. Anubis with a scythe flies to the side. He looks at the enemy and thinks that he did not know that he had such attacks, realizing that if he allows even one hit, he will instantly die. Sliding along the ground, realizing that if he finds another gap, he will be able to deliver a strong blow. The sky begins to glow brightly over the battlefield. The protagonist raises his head in shock, thinking about this light. A strong flash occurs behind the mountains. The character walks in the middle of lightning. Gangsik walks with a cane, stating that he came there having felt the energy of hell, but it was just an ice wanderer. He stands opposite the old man and talks about the 4-star map, claiming that this is the one who stank so much on the server that the smell sometimes reached him. The bearded warrior furiously asks who he is, who in turn is interested in the fact that he is supported by the angel faction, but uses the power of changing hell. Frowning, the villain asks what he is even talking about, who asks not to pretend to be a fool. Cerberus stands behind him. The guy says that the monster is proof of this because it is not an ordinary divinity. Gritting his teeth, the enemy asks how he found out, who clarifies why he should not have. The interlocutor with a grin claims that he is the only one who will master hell, the Demon King. The protagonist watches their dialogues and thinks whether Gangsik is really going to become the Demon King. The gates of hell are shown. He reflects that then it is not surprising that he is fixated only on the quests of the hellish dimension, because most likely it was for this. The giant walks among the hell dogs. Sungwoo thinks that he can get the power to control the monsters from hell. The old man, seeing him, declares that he realized that he is number one from the Korean server who defeated the Japanese server. The villain sees him in front of him and says that he learned about his superiority when he watched the broadcast. He realizes that having met him in person, he exceeded all his expectations. The fairy with a grin shouts that instead of trying to save his reputation, it would be better to run with his tail between his legs. Cerberus with a fiery mouth growls after the furious owner, who declares that he knows that the enemy is amazing, but not that much, and he is a fool for going to him when he was left alone. A bright flash occurs near his face. He receives powerful damage. Gangsik holds a staff in front of him and demands not to even try to do this, because he is faster than his breath. The villain coughs up blood, telling him not to dare look down on him, because he is the best player in Siberia. Through the pain, he understands that the ordinary mage who will fall from the first blow, and for him it will be all over when he blocks his magic with a turtle formation and penetrates inside. Yellow lightning fills the space. The guy in the cloak walks towards him, declaring that he is lucky that he is still alive. He shocks him, saying that his luck will end here. Calmly states that for the old man it is the end of the game. He screams through the pain that this is not the end. The other notices a fragment of an angel's wing. Opposite Gangsik there is a bright flash. The fairy next to him furiously asks that they lost him. He says that he did not think that the villain would be able to move after the electric shock. She kicks him in the face, screaming that he should have dealt with him sooner. He replies that he thinks that he was as cool as he seemed. Behind them, the guy clenches his fists, hearing that in any case, the old man was not going to become an obstacle to his plans. She screams that these are just excuses and he decided to justify himself in this way when he lost sight of him. Gangsik turns around. Seeing Sungwoo, he says that they have not seen each other for a long time and did not expect to meet him there. The electric mage stands opposite and talks about the world tree, the dragon, and comes to the conclusion that the protagonist is lucky because all he has is just a noisy brat. The protagonist in a cloak asks why he came here. He replies that he did not even think to meet him and came for the quest having felt the power of hell. MC looking at him asks about the Demon King. He replies that he has already heard, hinting that it sounds childish. He looks at the fairy and says that he can think of it as a hidden divinity. The guy asks that he is hunting for the gates of hell for this reason. With a serious look, Sungwoo asks that after completing the quest he can become the Demon King. The interlocutor with a cane answers that yes, but the quest is long and he is already sick of it, so he wants to quit. He thinks that even the Necromancer is described as a villain and there should be no problems. The protagonist, watching him, asks what is good about becoming the Demon King, while realizing that the most important thing is to know his intentions. Various fire monsters are shown. The interlocutor wonders if monsters from the hellish dimension do not invade the planet, and whether he will be able to stop them if he becomes king. He asks with a serious face if he has already met the Devourer of Worlds. The fairy screams about the big-eyed thug. The big guy looks at the planet together with the angel and the demon. He says that the monster will eat this world with ease, and even if they are lucky to stop it, they can still be enslaved by angels and demons. He calmly continues to explain that their methods differ, but they are still invaders. The protagonist wonders what they should do then. The protagonist, with a serious look, declares that they must create an autonomous state that will not belong to either side. The guy with the cane replies that he is doing well and in this world the winner will be the one who is the last survivor. But what he is doing is also one of the possible options. The fairy next to him shouts to the owner that they need to go to the southeast. They go forward. Gangsik says that the quest looks like another gate of hell has opened somewhere. He stands in the middle of the pentagram and says that it would be great if they could catch a free minute and talk about it. But will there be a chance? He replies that it is necessary if they survive. Gangsik calmly asks in this case to live until that day. Manhwa, in shock, shouts that she will go and leaves everything to him, since she needs to check the warring squad. Snow falls in the middle of the city. The Crusaders are holding Russian fighters on a chain. The heroes are sitting on the couch. Manhwa says that the Siberian warriors have surrendered and even the freezing curse was lifted from the squad. Sungwoo, sitting next to him, says that it's a weight off his shoulders. She replies that the prosecutor wants to say something. Yoo-hoon painfully states that despite the fact that the Necromancer helped, he must report bad news. Gritting his teeth, he claims that yesterday he broke a stone statue of an angel. The protagonist in shock realizes that he himself is from the angel faction. In the memories, he stands in front of it, explaining that as soon as it collapsed, he was cursed and in 11 hours the angel will descend to the station. Snow falls in the city. He claims that the faction will arrive there to put all of Seoul on trial. The protagonist stands opposite, thinking that since Gangsik wants to fight hell to become the Demon King, he states that sooner or later he would have encountered them anyway. The guy asks with a grin if the angels have bones. He understands that there is an opportunity to come to their habitat and fight there. Hanho is freezing with his girlfriend. He says that first they need to do something about the cold. She says that the temperature continues to drop. The tied-up fighter sits opposite Minhyam. A blizzard is raging in the capital. The girl says that after interrogating the Russian prisoners, they found out that they planted frozen seeds. This is a strategic weapon that freezes the affected area by quickly lowering the temperature. She looks at the tablet, hearing from the main character a question that the temperature will return to normal if they are removed. She replies that this is true, but they can't do anything until they have complete immunity to the cold. The Necromancer in the cloak says that there is no resistance to frost, but there is another way. He thinks that they must endure severe cold thanks to Salamander's aura. He sees Manhwa leaving, who orders to call a helicopter because they are moving out right now. At this time he says that we need to figure this out before the angel descends. A snowstorm is raging everywhere. Someone is calling for a Necromancer. A helicopter is flying. A scream is heard that they are near the tower but cannot fly any closer. The observation group will explain the situation on the ground. The protagonist flies with an assistant through the air. It is snowing heavily. He lands down. A worker stands next to him and shouts that according to the measured temperature, they assume that the object is located directly under the Namsan Tower. A man in warm clothes says that the temperature at this depth reaches -254 degrees and is close to absolute zero. The lungs of an ordinary person will freeze if he breathes it. The Necromancer standing opposite assures that he understood everything, ordering them to return. They understood the order and asked to be careful. The worker turns to another and asks that they cannot do this. He says that he does not know, and if not, then they will have to pack their equipment and leave the capital. Flames are visible. The protagonist and the undead stand in the middle of a fiery circle. He thinks about the clouding phenomenon with a serious expression, because even in front of him he can't see anything, and if he hadn't received ghostly vision he wouldn't even be able to find his way. The guy approaches the ice and says that they've finally come to the center. He and the army of the undead see a tower. The system says that the frozen seed is active and the ice age is in progress in the capital area. He notes that they're using a really good item. Frowning, the guy realizes that even with Salamander's aura, getting any closer is too much. The Necromancer commands the skeleton trolls and ghosts, saying that they need to pull it out. They rush forward. The protagonist looks at this and claims that the frozen seed is not just an item. The message says that the powerful magical energy of the area prevents him from approaching the spiritual being. They run forward. Clenching his fist, the protagonist says that his only hope is to hold out with the help of an advanced level fire spirit stone. The ice cracks loudly. The fighters standing opposite cover themselves from the shock waves. The protagonist looks ahead and realizes that at this rate he will freeze to death. The system says that he has been exposed to extreme cold. A bright light is on. MC thinks that just being near the frozen seed causes such damage, and touching it would be madness. Seeing the flaming stone in his hand, he realizes that it is too late to retreat, and the fire spirit stone must withstand such cold and deliver the decisive blow. Everything around is frozen. The Necromancer strikes with a fiery fist. Everything around flies apart. The guy notices that the cold is sharply increasing. In rage, he strikes with his fists, realizing that if he freezes, everything will end. The fighter continues to hit. A bright flash fills everything around. Lies among the shards of ice. The system says that the frozen seed has stopped working, and surviving in such an environment, he gains resistance to cold. The protagonist looks at the blue shard, saying that it was worth all the risks of life. The message says that the seed is of a special class, and when possessed for more than 100 days, the Yeti attribute is given, which increases resistance to cold. The crystal glows. The guy thinks that it will come in handy. The city is dark. A glow is visible. The prosecutor stands surrounded by people and says that it was something else, because there were 4 wings and he only gave them quests to pump the angelic faction. Yohun grimaced and said that even worse is that even after breaking the statue they could not leave. The notification said that they committed a mortal sin that cannot be atoned for, and the angel judge will soon descend. He hits the table and tells Sungwoo that he was right. Playing with an evolutionary society is far from a happy ending. The protagonist standing opposite says that he should start getting his own power, because the angel who targeted them is not so simple. The prosecutor in turn talks about the devil. The protagonist is shown near the monsters, saying more and even more terribly. Frowning, he thinks about the fact that the creature watching everyone from above is the creator. The fighters appear in front of a yellow silhouette, reflecting on the fact that even when he deals with everyone, if he does not find out what he wants, he will be just his pawn. The surprised Necromancer sees a window with an exclusive quest to protect potential defendants from the angel faction. The reward will be the opportunity to choose between growing divinity and changing profession. He understands that he was activated after the opening of hell. The prosecutor standing opposite calls the interlocutor, who thought about the fact that if the information is true, it means that the absolute tribes are no different from monsters, and the term keeper refers to those who do not rely on the power of external beings. Sungwoo smiles and asks to gather as many people as possible who control fire and water, because they can throw an uninvited guest a pool party. The fighters are standing near the cars. Jung-hoon's assistant tells him that they prepared all the water trucks and cisterns that were nearby, and then filled the fire helicopters with water. The prosecutor asks with a serious look where the Necromancer is going. She replies that she does not even know why they filled everything with water. He frowns and says that it would be safer not to know the reason. As long as they belong to the angelic faction, information could leak. A tired fighter stands near the Crusader. Their leader thinks that if the tribes are watching the territory, then the best way is to use the players. With an evil look, he realizes that, being the weakest, they decided to fight the absolute tribe, and if they remain vigilant, there may be a chance of victory. The warriors stand in the city and look at the sky. Gritting his teeth, the prosecutor sees a window that there is no time left before the trial, says that it is already starting. Bright light spills onto the buildings. A strong flash occurs. The character's legs are visible. Surprised people ask if it is really an angel. The system says that the descent of the Supreme Judge has begun. A winged creature with a halo above its head examines them. The fighters with weapons shout that it is really the angel they worshipped. Others say that this cannot be, it is just a monster. Water flies towards it. Shouts are heard that there is no need to slow down and splash it. The magicians shoot fireballs. The girl orders to aim at the water and not at the angel. It is necessary to evaporate it. The creature with a halo looks down, declaring that they are sinners who crawl on the ground, while ordering them to listen to it. The armed prosecutor realizes that he does not know what Sungwoo wants to do, but whatever it is, he needs to act quickly. The snow-white cloak glows brightly. The angel warns that today will be the end of their lives. Yohun watches in shock as his comrades fall down. The girl looks back, seeing this. The creature that came talks about the meaningless and useless. She asks why everyone dies, while ordering the others to return. The warrior pours water and objects that it is necessary to continue spraying water. She looks at him and asks how long they will do this. Because everyone will die, he is interested in whether the heroine will be able to survive if she runs away, summing up that this is the only option. A flash of light occurs under the creature. A large skeleton stands nearby blazing with fire. Anubis and his friends run to the attack, shouting welcome. The three of them strike the enemy. The angel fights back, declaring that the demonic creature is not comparable to him. The protagonist, looking at him, claims that he is not the one who wants to fight the angel. The blue stone shines in front of him. MC shouts that the crystal wants. The system says that the frozen seed is activated. An icy stream rushes straight at the enemy. The warriors watch. One of them shouts that it is necessary to continue spraying water and evaporate it. A light is visible in the middle of the ice. The villain asks how dare he do this to him. The ice rushes upward. The message says that the seed has been activated and the area is immersed in an ice age. Manhwa, standing next to Yoon-hoon, asks if it is over. He replies that it is not yet. The prosecutor is furious and shouts that they need to continue spraying water, because if the ice melts, it will attack again and may even come out earlier. The protagonist with a scythe hovers in the air, realizing that they can win, because they have definitely immobilized the enemy. Yoon-hoon shouts that if they give it their all now, they will end this once and for all. He orders the siege weapons to prepare for the attack. Helicopters carry containers. A cry is heard about preparing containers with monster corpses, because they will put all their firepower into one blow. MC and the helicopters hang over the ice block. Sung-woo swings his scythe. The window says that the demonic bombardment is concentrated in his weapon. Eyes sparkle, screaming that this is not an angel at all, but a disgusting monster. A huge portal appears in the middle of the ice. Shards fly apart. The message says that they received 35 million gold for hunting the Supreme Judge, as well as the title of Angel Killer. Sung-woo stands with a scythe, wondering if this is his first promotion since the Pirates and the Devil's Cave. The system says that he is now level 23. The fighters fight against a giant eye. The guy thinks that even absolute tribes are no different from monsters, which means that the Devourer of Worlds can be killed. The warriors rejoice. The pop-up windows say that they have completed an exclusive quest, as well as an additional condition, and now the level of divinity has increased to 2. The message contains information about the skill of the demonic class Anubis strength, when the hero increases strength by drawing divinity for an hour and a half a day. The Necromancer stands surrounded by happy friends, realizing that they gave him an additional 30 minutes and the characteristics increased by 5%. In the future he will not have to wait so long. A stone is burning in front of him. The system says that for fulfilling an additional condition, the emblem of the Supreme Judge is given with the effect of appointing members of the same faction as defendants. That is, it allows you to track the location and reduces the characteristics. 4 different icons are shown. The message says about fulfilling the condition and about the Lich with the hand fan, the emblem of the Supreme Judge. Another one is required. The protagonist understands that he did not expect this. He sees it in front of him and thinks that if the reward requires fulfilling such strict conditions, then maybe this is a new divinity. He looks at the attribute and notices that the new divinity is different from Anubis. He grabs it, realizing that he does not even need to guess what will happen, because if he continues to expand the faction, another opportunity to get the judge's mark will definitely appear. The furious warrior shouts that their connection with the angelic faction is interrupted and his abilities have returned. Manhwa stands in the middle of the crowd and declares that if their strength has returned to them, they will begin to restore. The Necromancer stands in the middle of the skeleton. The system says that a creature from the outside world cannot be summoned as a minion. Seeing the bones, he says that the same thing happened with the Devil's Path and other rules apply to a creature from another dimension. Touching it, he says that this does not mean that he will not receive anything. The message says about the tribe's bone, which is a material for production. Warriors in armor hold weapons. The system talks about halberds of their heroic class bones with the effect of reducing the strength of defense, as well as about armor from the rib of an angel with full body protection. The Necromancer looks at his friends and asks if he can share with them. The guy replies that his Azura is full-fledged. She notes that she also has enough weapons. The dragon sleeps in the arms of the undead. The girl says that thank God that the pet slept through the entire battle. Sung-woo realizes that he must think about his safety since he does not want to part with him. The prosecutor comes up from behind and calls MC, stating that he made a mistake by choosing the angel faction. He makes a face and hears that they won't know the truth until they complete the game. The magicians are looking after the dead. The question is asked if they will be able to reach the end. The interlocutor agrees. The main character with a serious face claims that there is no tiger without an ending, so the creator was obliged to make it so that it could be completed. The prosecutor looking at him asks that despite the fact that it is a little late, can he finish it on the side of the Necromancer? They shake hands. The guy answers that of course it is possible. They will go together to the very end. The heroine flies astride a griffin. Hanho standing next to his friend says that this is probably Han. Jisoo wonders why she is there, and if something happened in the city. The girl loudly calls the Necromancer, claiming that players from the USA have arrived. He angrily asks if they attacked the city. She denies, saying that they said they wanted to meet and talk to him. Sungwoo, perplexed, asks then why she was looking for him with such urgency. She screams that they were attacked. With an angry look, he claims that someone killed them all, the guy thinks. The warriors run forward. Heian says that the battle began after the ship they came on suddenly exploded and their coast guard saw the killers escape. MC nervously thinks that he does not understand what is happening in the fallen world at all, since there are those who attack the US diplomats. The fighters see a guy take off on a skeleton. The Necromancer approaches Jiansu and says that he heard that they contacted the Americans. He replies that although it was not an official meeting. The fighters stand near the car. The assistant says that this attack has become a problem for their diplomatic relations. They have cordoned off the scene and they can go take a look. The heroes are driving in the car. The driver says that there is news from China, because it looks like the first server suppressed the second, uniting the entire country. The protagonist, looking forward, says that this finally happened, while thinking that the emperor who controls their killers and monsters has finally united the server. Gritting his teeth, he thinks that if the server is normalized, they will become their next target. A white car pulls up to the scene. A surprised Hanho in a helmet shouts that the Americans have arrived on this. A giant plane is on the roof of a building. Jiansu looks up and says that the ship is floating in the sky, not on the water, and he thinks it should be called a seaplane. Climbing the stairs, he suggests that they were probably hiding in the clouds, but crashed after the explosion. The warrior on the roof shouts to Jiansu that they found an empty round space in each engine of the engine room and there were items that allowed the ship to fly. Kim in glasses is not sure what class they were, but they are definitely valuable, specifying whether the attackers could have taken them. An assistant stands next to the leader and says that there are other gliders like these somewhere. He thinks that this organization developed differently than an evolutionary society focused only on biology. Raising his head, he thinks that they are trying to prove that despite the crisis, the USA is still a leader in technology. The system says about a third-class dwarf ship with the effect of flying at high altitude. Jisoo sees this with his friends and says that there is so much information. Hanho claims that if they get to it, they will most likely die. Part of the ship is shown. The Necromancer thinks that it is difficult to say that the situation is unstable, and yet the organization takes such formalities seriously, and given his past experience, he doubts that they are decent people. Kim standing next to him says that there are 42 bodies on the ship and no matter how they search there are no signs of penetration, which means that there was an uprising on the ship. Sungwoo looks at the body in the bag and thinks that the corpses are too damaged to resurrect them. He states that there is no way to find out using fragments. Jiansu with a serious face says that they came from far away. They definitely did not have enemies from this server and perhaps someone did it on purpose to prevent identification. A professional fighter cuts the throat. It is assumed that this is a civil war. Hanho adjusts his glasses, stating that there is an interesting proposal. The assistant says that perhaps there was a quarrel between the Americans, so it will not work to find out who killed. The protagonist covers his face with his hand, realizing that this could well have happened. Jisoo asks to urgently evacuate people. At the sight of the plane crash, a cry for evacuation is heard. The Necromancer notices that his friend felt something. Closing her eyes, the girl says that she feels small frequent vibrations somewhere in the cabin. Small beetles with red eyes are crawling inside. Ghosts touch the boxes. They say that this is a trap. The system talks about a killer box with the effect that when approaching it, 3,000 deadly poisonous beetles will crawl out. MC stands next to the undead and declares that death, regardless of strength and defense, is the worst gift, while realizing that in fact this is the same as terrorism. Jisoo, grimacing, cannot believe it, claiming that if she had noticed this later, many people would have died. The leader looks at Jiangsu and asks to find the white werewolf through the company of hunters. He asks again. He remembers the last meeting and thinks about the leader of the evolutionary society, because with the help of his psychometry reading memories of objects, you can find some information. Skeletons drag boxes. It is said that since they have not yet opened the gift, they need to return it back. Buildings are standing in the middle of the night. A blurry silhouette of a person is seen. Cage is asked to come to his senses. Parker stands in front of a beaten fighter, saying that he never thought that the hero of Central Park could be so unhappy. He asks where he is. The tied-up man asks about the fact that he betrayed him. Parker with a smirk says that this would be possible if they fought at least once on the same side, but they never shared their feelings with him. Laughing, he shouts that this is just an operation, an exciting operation against enemy forces that began after a spy battle. Holding out his hand, he states that he does not know why Chairman Love wants to maintain good relations with this clown of a small country, but Admiral Baker has a different opinion. The World Tree is visible in the city. He explains that now he is very interested in the decorations of the Oriental Gardens. Cage, wearing glasses, asks not to say that they want to take the World Tree. Parker, raising his finger, states that this is bingo. The prisoner thinks that they are idiots. The leader raises his hand in a speech to the public. The man reflects on the fact that Chairman Love highly values the influence of the South Korean hero. He is a man who went against the absolute tribe, unlike those who decided to follow him. Anubis is presented on the screen of the speech. Cage realizes that he is saying that the hero will be a key figure in the restructuring of humanity. The frightened man asks what Admiral Baker wants to make unnecessary sacrifices. The prisoner shouts enraged at the admiral and they with their ridiculous heroism. The villain replies that this is not heroism. Parker, spreading his arms, declares that the world tree was not created by nature, because it is an unknown weapon of mass destruction, a monster that it is not clear what will grow into. Fighters are standing behind them. The villain asks to see that they have always stopped future disasters. With an important look, he declares that the potential threat that damages the basic order of the USA is a tree. The warrior with his comrades looks at the prisoner, who thinks that the admiral and his minions still believe that all crises should be resolved under the leadership of the Americans. The tied-up Cage thinks that they consider the Necromancer a potential threat to the political system, after which he declares that this is wrong. The villain with a grin replies that they will report that he and his ambassador were killed by terrorists from the Eastern Isolation, then Baker will enlist the support of the temporary assembly. Spaceships inflict powerful blows on the city. He says that they will send a fleet of gnomes and it is interesting whether the tree will be able to withstand the bombardment. A beaten Cage screams that this decision will definitely not lead to peace, and they need to think again. Ghosts are hovering above them. The prisoner asks what it is. He does not understand why this is happening. The ceiling begins to crack. The warriors scream in pain under the ruins. Parker covers himself with a shield from the explosion, screaming that this is an invasion, and they need to ensure visibility. They point up, stating that the leader is lifting stones. He replies that this is not his doing. In front of them, a giant skeleton pulls out boulders. Sunwoo, looking at them, declares that he found them. The villain does not understand how he was able to find them. Jaeomsa points his finger and screams that it is Cage who came as a diplomat. Next to the Necromancer is a werewolf who says that this man who controls the stones is the leader of all this. He arranged a massacre on the ship. The villain with a grin asks on what basis this is and whether there is evidence to break in like this, while realizing that werewolves are a dangerous organization that uses cannibal monsters. A battered Cage looks at them, hearing that he came to meet him as their representative, asking if they know. Parker and his comrades prove that the uprising broke out under his leadership. He replies that it was just an unpleasant internal feud. Frowning, he assures that they suppressed the uprising and monitored what was happening and were just in the midst of interrogation. The undead attacks him while he explains that in order to maintain their friendly relations, they need to forget about what happened. The Necromancer is furious and asks why he talks so much. Holding him by the throat, he asks if he really thinks that they came to negotiate with him, and that he probably knows everything about Sunwoo. Squeezing his neck, he talks about a terrorist from the Eastern Isolation, and his hobby is to brutally destroy foreign invaders. His eyes sparkle. He wonders if Parker wanted such a scenario. The choking warrior screams that he can torture him as much as he can, because it is useless, a waste of time, so you can just kill him. The white werewolf, seeing this, states that they don't do such nonsense as torture, asking if he thinks they tortured anyone to get to them. Jisoo drags corpses, telling Sunwoo that the players inside the building are neutralized. The friends look out from around the corner, noting that she has completely lost her mind. The protagonist looks at the crying enemy and states that he is not going to kill him, because now he will be used in political games, not them, but him. The prisoners are kneeling in front of the MC army. The undead carry crystals, saying that it was inside. The system says about the heart of an aircraft engine with the effect of reducing the weight of parts when adding mana. The protagonist stands next to them and offers to save them, and as for the seriously injured diplomat, he sees Hanho with Cage and asks what he is a priest. The guy replies that he just found out himself. Looking at the diplomat, asking what the real reason is that they came all this way, warning that you can omit the formalities and politeness and say the real reason. The hostage in glasses answers that despite the fact that the world has become as it is now, the work of the American server has almost stabilized. Rivers are visible among the jungle. He says that it is not South America, especially the Amazon. MC with a serious face thinks about the tropical forest, which is called the lungs of the planet, and what kind of problem is there. Cage warms up his hands and says that it is so vast and harsh that even the players of the Brazilian server could not cope with it. Fierce monsters attack. The Necromancer thinks that they neglected the mutants, and now their number has grown, and it must be that the king has appeared. Planes fly over these lands. Cage explains that the monsters living there threaten North America, and their goal is to form a world alliance to deal with this. The protagonist stands next to the sitting Parker, saying that it seems that not everyone agreed with this. The man in glasses answers that as soon as stability appeared, the struggle for power and intrigue began. Hanho notes that this is typical human behavior. Thinking about the chairman, Love assures that he is different, but the lack of sufficient power to support their strong leadership is a big problem. The plane flies forward, explaining that the news of the ambassador's fall was probably fabricated and sent to the capital, and the chairman and his alliance will hold on. But the news will greatly affect the decisions of the Congress. Hanho looks at him and asks if they can't contact the American server community. He replies that all the phones are out of order. Parker and the others are kneeling. He explains that if they did something like this, they probably destroyed their phones too. The Necromancer standing in front of him asks if they could get to the USA if they provided them with a plane. He replies that he can't cross the Pacific Ocean. Giant tornadoes move across the water. The diplomat says that magical storms and flying monsters will interfere. For this they need their ship. Clenching his fist, he declares that it is almost destroyed. It is impossible to repair it without the gnome engineers of the WPU. Jiangsu, surprised, declares that they have already repaired the ship. A huge plane flies across the sky. The fighters see it above. The Necromancer's assistant declares that everything was successful and all checks are also completed. Cage opens his mouth and says that this is impossible because this is the most modern plane because of which a large number of mage engineers died. Suddenly it was repaired in a day. In rage he screams what they were doing before. The workers in green suits stand and say that they are engineers, students, graduate students, people doomed to failure. Kim points a finger assuring that no one forced them, and they even tried to disassemble and improve the weapons loaded onto the ship. A large cannon is installed near the ship. The system speaks of a supernatural storm of the legendary level with the effect of shooting a purified bullet. The guy in glasses says that since it was created by the players, they stopped thinking that there might be problems. The working engineer screams that this is a huge mistake and only massive beautiful firepower can protect them. Sung-woo smilingly holds the crystal saying that if this is a spirit stone then there is one that can be used, an improved one. The worker rushes at him screaming to give it back right now. The girl asks if it can be tested. The old man begs to just lick it. A bright beam of energy produces an explosion. The warriors look at the ship and scream that this is amazing because it has a barrier, but this will break through it with one shot. Cage puts his hand on his chest and asks to return the ship to them. He falls to his knees and declares that he will return to the USA server. They are obliged to stop the Admiral's control over the assembly as soon as possible. The protagonist turns around and asks who to return it to. He points his fingers asking whether the WPU are their enemies. He says no. The Necromancer assures that those with whom they fought yesterday are traitors, invaders no less. Pointing at the ship, he says that they fought and defeated the invaders, so this is just their trophy. With a serious look, he claims that some of their spare parts were used for repairs. In fact, quite a lot. Cage considers them impudent thieves. Putting his hand on the diplomat's shoulder, he states that he is trying to assert himself with morality and law in such a world, uncivilized and unwise. Sung-woo looks him in the eye and assures him that everything is outdated and hardened. Turning around, he leaves and hears that he is right. But the chairman of Love hopes that the old times will return. He understands that unfortunately they still exist in the wild era. Cage excitedly thinks that a necromancer is someone who can resist savagery and therefore becomes even more necessary for the rebuilding of civilization. The ship flies through the night sky. Hanho loudly calls out to the leader, declaring that something terrible has happened. He sees chicken skeletons flying in front of him. In rage, he attacks them. Smatrina asks the little dragon how many chickens disappeared in his stomach, while asking him to continue leveling up. Sung-woo sits next to him and asks what happened. He replies that a fleet of airships has appeared on the southern coast. Frowning, he asks why they even sent a fleet, realizing that they would not have been able to react in such a short time. Cage, with an important look, assures that the admiral seized power and headed the military council and most likely planned everything, starting with the ship crash. The protagonist, standing next to them, asks that they really crossed the ocean so quickly, unless they are using something like a Japanese hypergate. An aura of secrecy hangs over the diplomat. He says that in any case, some kind of item, definitely a high-class one from WPU, namely an inter-server teleporter. The ships fly forward. They say that a super-efficient teleportation item that can open portals if you know the coordinates. The protagonist, with a terrifying look, declares that whatever it is, at this point, WPU is now his official enemy. Folding his arms, the diplomat assures that this happened because they could not stop them. He asks the Necromancer to defeat them and return their minds. Massive explosions occur under the planes. The fighters burn alive. The ship rushes forward. The Necromancer's men watch this on the screen. Jiangsu stands opposite and claims that the material was received 3 hours ago. There are 7 ships on the video, and they indiscriminately bomb Changwon. Sung-woo with a serious face says that instead of starting with the World Tree faction right away, they aim for the south, probably Baker's goal in server control. Father Hanho clenches his teeth and shouts that they have become so impudent, and do they really think that they do not even need to set up an ambush? Kim says that they have time to prepare siege weapons and additional devices. Cage, standing next to the Necromancer, says that this is not the entire WPU battle fleet, but only the first line. Military equipment is located near the city, explains that no matter how strong the teleporter is, it cannot move all the equipment at once, and their goal is most likely to neutralize the south and create a hypergate. The guy with glasses furiously declares that everything is clear now. The man shouts that therefore they need more firepower. Many ships are visible in the sky. The diplomat explains that Baker's fleet is strong. He still cannot forget how his ships destroyed 20,000 iron orcs. Jisoo looks at him and says that installing a hypergate takes time to accumulate mana, and if they want to install it, there is plenty of time. MC looks at her with a green stone and asks what she asked the King of the Ridge for a spatial stone. She replies that they already have one. A man eats near his pets. The girl says that in return they bought 1,000 bags of potatoes from them, and they said that they can exchange them for other food. The protagonist standing next to his friends claims that a small team will head straight to Changwon. Hanho notes that you shouldn't look down on them because of the number. An entire city is burning under the ship. A man with an angry look says that the city will turn to ashes. Another notes that it is an amazing sight. They stand above. One of them says that they sent a broadcast to the Korean server to undermine the spirit. Baker even takes such details into account. The soldier points to the chairman. It is said that the alliance immediately gave up and Love called it an unnecessary sacrifice. But the admiral replied that he exchanged cannonballs for the lives of soldiers. The man standing with the interlocutor says that for someone who sees war as statistics, such words are surprising. The other replies that he is politically savvy and he thought that he would surpass the chairman someday, but not so quickly. Frowning, he says that a big role was played by the fact that Sung-woo is a psychopath, and even the council did not expect that he would arrange a massacre and crash the ship. Standing on the ship, he asks that there are 6 hours left before the installation of the hypergate, and the bridge says that they can attack Busan. A box falls behind him. In shock he asks what it was. The other notices some shadow in the sky. Enraged bugs fly out into the wild. The system window says that the player killer box has been activated. A strong explosion occurs. The Necromancer flies astride a skeleton and says that it is good that these were eliminated too. The soldier points his hand and announces an enemy attack. The World Tree faction's air fleet has appeared and everyone needs to prepare for battle. Sung-woo sees several enemy ships in the distance. The soldiers are carrying ammunition and shouting that there are wyvern skeletons there, and they are apparently crazy. The commander sits on a chair and hears that a powerful reaction has been detected on the ship. He asks that they do not know that the ships are protected. A bright blue beam pierces the ship. The commander grabs his head and hears that the shield has been destroyed. He does not understand what these devils are hitting with. Black smoke spreads inside the enemy ship. The system says that the breath of the abyss has been activated in the area. They see an image of a skeleton in front of them and shout. The Necromancer flies on a wyvern and says that he has disabled 2 ships. His army flies towards the armada of ships. The soldier sits at the table and asks the Blue Wing to respond. Frowning, Baker hears that there was no response. A surprised soldier looks at the screen and shouts that the Blue Wing is not moving, noticing that he is trying to contact them. The admiral seriously orders to blow it up. He asks again. He points a gun at the frightened soldier and demands to destroy them before he puts a hole in his head. The ship glows green. An announcement sounds to all troops, saying that the target is the Blue Wing. It is pierced by bright energy from within. A powerful explosion occurs. Traces of blood are visible on the monitor. A soldier sits with a bullet in the head. Another shouts over the radio that it is necessary to fire at the Blue Wing. Bright beams pierce the flying fleet. Everything around is burning. It says that the Blue Wing is destroyed. The admiral sitting on the chair asks if they really thought that the undead are so stupid, because they are controlled by someone 10 times smarter than them. Baker stands near the weapon declaring that now he will only keep those parts that will be useful. The skeleton appears near Sung-woo after the call. He sits behind him. A cry of cancellation is heard. He sits behind and calls the owner. While the protagonist shouts about the call, the system window says that due to teamwork, a synergy effect was achieved. The message says about synergy with the effect of an exclusive skill, the creation of bone weapons is temporarily upgraded to the highest level. Victor, sitting on a wyvern, asks not to tell him that he should continue, because he is sick. The leader replies that it looks like the system gave out a random item from the chest. The skeleton with a serious look assures that according to this logic, this movement is also biologically impossible. The guy asks to get out from behind the clouds. An army of undead rushes forward. He shouts that 2 ships are out of order and 5 remain. They must be killed one by one. The cannons are getting ready to fire. A bright beam cuts the enemy. Sung-woo thinks that the ships themselves are becoming slower than the wyverns, and you just need to watch the attacks. In shock, he sees how energy flows attack the wyverns. Surprised, he thinks that they have good accuracy and maybe they are tracking their trajectory. A glow is visible in the middle of the ships. The protagonist wonders if they were in the firing range before they realized it. A bright flash tears apart the undead. There was a bright flash. The 2 were happy and shouted, "There he was." They smashed the Necromancer. The hero was sitting on a skeleton. He looked down and said, "It's too early to celebrate, but they are so excited." Hovering in the air, the guy shouted, creating a bone weapon. The monsters were heading for the target. A protective ball appeared around the ship. Someone shouted from afar, "The Necromancer is still alive." Fire, ship and smoke obscures the target. Suddenly there was a blow. When he added, "Then let them hit that huge bone." The bone hand threw the bodies around. When the man looked up and asked, "Corpses in the hand." Then there was a corpse explosion. Sitting on the skeleton, the protagonist said that the ship was well designed. It was hard to disable it with corpse explosions alone. The monster put his hand out when he added, "See if it can withstand this," and launched a pressure explosion. The man lay on the ground and screamed that the corpses were starting to swell. and the status window said that a pressure explosion was used on 11 corpses. After which a powerful explosion occurred. The skeleton spread his arms and screamed, the owner and him, together they are invincible, and the protagonist added that there were 3 ships left. There was no light in the windows. The two were sitting in the dark when one of them said on the phone that the ship was sleeping, Pittsburgh was out of order, and the second was crying and saying, impossible, until today, not a single ship had been damaged. The blonde looked at the dead and said, he ordered them to ignore the missing shield and open fire. Is that such a difficult order? He closed his eyes and added, so many useless, retreat. The hero's eye lit up as he said, oh, and let him order a retreat from the hypergate into the interior. He didn't turn around and asked, he's not so useless that he can't even handle this, right? To which the man replied, got it, he'll pass the order on right now. The brunette covered himself with a shield and shouted to stop. The girl killed him and said, we're done here. The young man landed as she added, while he was commanding the fleet, they captured the gate, set up an ambush and dealt with it before they noticed, it was too easy, it's weird. The guy looked ahead and asked what was wrong with the gate, to which he was told, they write that they are ready at 97%, pour in a little more mana and it's ready. The young man pointed to the side and told Sungwoo that the iron pillars have been installed, everything necessary is there, to which he replied, then they're done. The mustachioed man opened his mouth and said, it's stunning for Admiral Baker's fleet to fall like this. Then he looked up and added, the WPU must have already received word of the defeat, even if Admiral Baker hadn't reported it, the lack of contact would have forced them to prepare. The lady glanced to the side and said then they must be very busy, and the boy was happy and shouted like a pirate, it seemed to him that now was the time to strike. The green-eyed man glanced sideways and replied, the main WPU base was in Washington, and suggested heading there right now. The ships were on the river. A voice was heard from the tower, after the fleet was moored, maintain second-level readiness, and repeated the same thing. The dark-haired man exhaled and asked, is this dog training? They made them prepare for 4 hours, and then cancelled everything and ordered them to wait. The mustachioed man put out his hand and asked David, found out what happened, to which he replied, well. The hero came closer and added, according to rumors, the Admiral's fleet may have fallen. The man turned his head and said, yes, that's right, they only had 1 dead, not like the Philadelphia Raiders, but this is the only victim. The Admiral shot him himself, and he was gone in half a day. Then he closed his eyes and added, he thinks Admiral Baker put an end to the war, and the interlocutor asked, already. The mustachioed man frowned and asked, he thinks the newcomer from Asia, who was lucky enough to match the Admiral, probably found something valuable and hid it without telling anyone. Suddenly a portal appeared, when someone shouted to the captain that the gate was activated. The portal began to release branches from itself. The ship began to suck in, when the man shouted, they are being sucked in, let them cut down this strange tree. Silhouettes of skeletons were visible inside, when he added, no, something is coming out of the gate. The protagonist flew out of the portal on a monster. There were more skeletons when someone ordered all fleets to prepare for battle, to immediately take off. The guy stood with a hammer in his hands. The ship went deeper and deeper when the hero shouted, it is approaching, you need to get on board and intercept it before it finally appears. Branches captured everything around. Looking at what was happening, the young man said that the World Tree really has enormous power, to steal an entire warship. The status window said that the hypergate would soon close, and the brunette shouted, in 7 minutes the gate will disappear, let them hurry and pacify them there. Explosions occurred on the ground. The man stood behind the protagonist and said, the fleet was dealt with, but ground troops will arrive soon. The man picked up the phone and said that he contacted the community through the confiscated phone, and found out where the chairman was being held, they need to save him faster. Skeletons flew across the sky. The young man spread his arms and said to set foot on American soil only after the end of the world, and the girl looked away and asked what kind of building it was. It glowed in different colors, when the mustachioed man answered that it was a gnome workshop, where they make all kinds of weapons and airships. The brunette flew behind and asked, gnomes, as a race of short creatures, and the protagonist thought, since they can become dragons, then, of course, gnomes can exist. The man turned around and answered, it's just a nickname, the Hearst workshop, where blacksmiths work together, thanks to synergy they received the title of gnomes. Approaching the building, someone shouted, a special WPU arrest center, and the heroine added, it looks like it's not too well guarded. After which the hero saw people and shouted, allies, they got here first. The blue-haired man opened his mouth wide and shouted, Johnny. He patted the man on the shoulder and said, so glad he was alive, to which he replied, lucky, and he got help. The woman smiled and told the cage leader that he did a good job. The brunette approached her and replied, no, it's not like that. Probably all this happened because of him, but when the truth comes out, everything will change, yes. The heroine looked down and said, everything is already changing. Then she looked at Sungwoo and said that she didn't know how to thank him, and he thought, so she wanted to get off with just words. The redhead grinned and added, of course, material compensation would be more appropriate, right, and the protagonist covered his mouth and thought, an honest man in this rotten world. Suddenly, the blue-eyed woman frowned and called to go with them to the capital. They will tell people the truth. The lady took a step forward. The hero clenched his fists. Seeing him, the chairman said, "It can't be the elite, the capital guard." The girl looked away and replied that it was weak, their level was too low, let alone skills. The protagonist walked up the stairs and thought, maybe this was the result of them always relying on the slot's help. If the bombing always worked, then the only way to get stronger would be to kill players. The building was illuminated by the sunset, when someone said to be faster, and he thought, this was their chance to stir up the WPU nest with one blow. The man stood behind the podium, when flashes burned around. People stood at the entrance, when someone asked who dared to break in during the meeting, the lava faction. The brunette cried and screamed, how dare they bring an army of the dead to this connected place, when the hero added, traitor. The blue-eyed girl frowned angrily and shouted for them to pull themselves together. The two looked at her in surprise. The chairman turned around and said that the leader of the diplomatic squad, Captain Cage, who was thought to be dead, was alive, and the necromancer he attacked was here, so let them listen, she had something to say. The fat man came closer, when the young man asked if this was really team leader Cage, to which he replied, oh my god, what's going on? The mustachioed man opened his mouth and said that Chairman Baker had been plotting to seize control of the temporary assembly for a long time. All the details had been reported to Chairman Love, so please let him listen to him. The woman stood up at the podium and fell silent. The bald man narrowed his eyes and said, this can't be true, it was all fabricated, and the other shouted, Baker, that bastard, he knew it. The mustachioed man gritted his teeth. Then he made a dash and shouted, don't make him laugh, and don't let yourself be fooled, this man is definitely Cage. After which he ran to the heroes and asked, what if it was a doppelganger, such magic happens, and the girl glanced sideways and added, Love, probably deceived. The protagonist looked ahead and asked, and these people, to which the man replied, they are close assistants of Admiral Baker. The brute clenched his fist and said that Admiral Baker is alive and well, he is accumulating strength on the allied Japanese server, he is going to take revenge on the Koreans, let them have no doubt. The redhead narrowed her eyes and answered Gordon that it was useless, that before, that now, everything was pointless. The jock got angry and shouted, it is pointless, if they all drown in kindness, they will never revive a strong America, they will only end up under the power of this necromancer manipulator. He hit his chest and added, they may have fallen but they are still America, the greatest and freest nation in history, are they going to lose both their freedom and pride at the same time? The dark-skinned man frowned and said, the Admiral's right hand, Gordon, rank 7, is known for his immense strength, but as they can see, he has a nasty temper. The giant pointed his finger forward and shouted, Jonathan, what a freak, whispering to some zombies devouring their freedom, he has no pride as an American at all. The brunette took a step forward and replied, his pride does not match his skills, and he shouted, she is a damn brat. A man appeared behind the big man and shouted at him to calm down, to which he replied, shut up. The hero swung his arm and made an explosive punch. His fist stopped in front of the heroine's face as she said, and this rank 7, as expected, a weakling. Then she punched him. Her sword was covered in blood when the lady asked if there was anyone else here who needed to settle their relations. The green-eyed man put his hand out and said then, regarding the war crimes they had committed on their land, should they discuss appropriate compensation? The sunset illuminated the building. The chairwoman sat at the table and said that she planned to provide a satisfactory compensation for them, but were they open to investment and cooperation? The protagonist looked away and thought, investment to increase their power and post-war compensation, and the young man said, it sounds like mercenaries taking money from politicians. The protagonist opened his mouth and continued his thought, let him pay a good price, and he can growl behind her back as much as he wants. The woman was surprised when he voiced, then, as compensation, he wanted to visit the liner and the dwarven workshop. The silhouettes of skeletons glowed in the sky. They landed near the workshop, when Hanho said, wow, it feels like looking at ancient architecture, and Jisa asked, like the pyramids, huh? The building was glowing in different colors, when the young man asked, what kind of light is this, to which the man replied, it's sacred magic. He then walked up to the guards and added, the building itself is imbued with it, it activates the necessary blessings depending on the item being created. Sungwoo looked up and thought, this doesn't look like a world tree, they create blessings themselves, from this side, they are definitely ahead of them. To the side, the heroes were making something. The people silently stopped at the tall structure. The gray-haired man frowned and shouted, hey, he's an idiot, he was the one who didn't concentrate during the tempering, yeah, Henry, all the videos are here, his brain has atrophied, he can't make his neural circuits work. The brunette narrowed his eyes and asked, didn't he say they weren't gnomes? And the boy added that he looked like a stubborn old man. When the man replied, indeed, they weren't joking. The old man looked down and asked, oh, Jonathan. Suddenly he started running and screaming, showed up with the crowd without asking, they'll roast him in the oven. The mustachioed man raised his hands and answered, Master Hurst, Doesn't he know what's going on outside? And he asked, outside? Why should he care? No one took over the workshop, right? The blue-eyed man gritted his teeth and added, the airships they'd sweated and bled for were shattered, let them get lost, and the WPU don't expect anything more from them. The green-eyed man extended his hand and said he wasn't from the WPU, he was just here to ask for outside cooperation. The protagonist turned away when the gnome said it was him, the one who destroyed all his airships, and he came here with these scum. After which he put his fingers together and asked, so, the client has money? The protagonist smiled and answered, he couldn't even imagine such a sum, and he thought, the one who doesn't have money won't be able to adapt. The two saw each other opposite each other. The old man clenched his teeth and said through gritted teeth, he, Hurst, the head of the workshop, the profession of senior blacksmith, he manages the workshop, provides additional professions and trains blacksmiths. Then he frowned and added, it was boring when the only clients were these Washington snot-nosed types, and asked what he wanted to create. The brunette looked at him and said that in order to get this object, he needed a place protected from the cold, to which he replied, there was no place more protected than this building. The young man turned his head and asked, will this not interfere with other work? Even minor temperature changes can affect the result, to which the dwarf replied, he likes the sound of it, let it wait here. A truck drove up to the guy, when he thought metal. The gray-haired man snapped his fingers and the plates flew up. Suddenly they turned into a structure, when the old man said, the safe cost 100,000 gold, this will also go into the check, to which the protagonist replied, okay. The green-eyed man extended his hand and summoned a skeleton. A monster appeared in front of the heroes, when the guy thought, frozen seed, and the man asked, what is this, oh my god? Then he frowned and added, this is one of the most disgusting things he has ever seen, what should he do with it? Sungwoo took out a gun and asked to make a small hand cannon like this. The blue-eyed man grabbed him by the collar and screamed, he was crazy, a personal weapon from this, it's like asking to make a revolver from plutonium. The young man frowned and asked, so that's impossible. Taking a step back, he added, then he'll just pay for the safe and go, there are good inventors in Korea too, when the gray-haired man shouted to wait. He tensed up and said that nothing was impossible in the Hearst workshop, they would just have a new headache. The moon was burning in the sky. The couple was sitting at the table. The woman closed her eyes and said, America is such a complex country, huge, with 3 servers, racial and cultural diversity inevitably leads to the emergence of many groups. Then she raised her head and added, but they overcame the difficulties and united, now they are cooperating with the Central and Canadian servers. After the Japanese server, they established contact with the Korean server. The lady slammed her mug on the table and said they thought they were doing well, no major losses. All this made her realize that they were still not ready. She looked away and added, but she is not going to give up or wait for long, anything can happen in this world if they do not make it in time. The green-eyed man looked down when the heroine said that she hoped they would join her in uniting the world, to which he replied, it is a complicated story, what is more important? The boy opened his eyes wide and asked if the monsters growing on the Amazon were a real problem. The lady opened her mouth and replied, that's right, he also has a baby dragon, doesn't he? And the boy said, that's right. The monster was around the fire, when one of the heroes said, Amazon, there lives an adult dragon. The protagonist looked at her in surprise and asked again, dragon, was she serious? The girl folded her hands on her knees and replied, yes, at least it was lucky that this lucky creature was not going to leave Amazon yet. She frowned and added that in fact, Wounded Brazil was famous for its powerful guilds. In one southern city there were as many as 10 players above level 20. The protagonist looked at her and said that this was incredible, and asked if the information was true, and thought to himself, 10 players, on the Korean server only he and Jinghoon reached such a level. The lady put her head in her hands and said that they were also shocked when they first learned about it, but thinking about the past, it was obvious. Remembering different creatures, she said that monsters were endlessly pouring out of the huge dungeon that Amazon had become. They hunted creatures daily for survival. The guy frowned and thought that this made sense. It was completely different from the east coast of the USA, which became more favorable due to its climate. The heroine opened her mouth and said that they were destroyed by Amazon. It all happened a week ago. Drones hovered over the water. She began to tell that according to the delegation sent to Rio de Janeiro, a coalition of 13 guilds, 2,800 people, went on an expedition to eliminate the source of the Amazon monsters. The young man opened his mouth and suggested that they incurred wrath, but the girl interrupted him and shouted, no, not wrath, it was retribution. The fire was burning, and she shouted that Brazil and all of South America fell overnight. Watching the flames of the South, they prayed that it would not fall on them. A disaster quest appeared. The girl said that watching this scene prompted them to search. This is a hidden quest of the Brazilian server. The young man looked at her and received Al. So these are problems, not only one server. He imagined the dragon and thought that if they left things as they were, the dragon would reach Asia within 100 days. It would probably be even stronger than it was now. The heroine looked at him and asked if he thought they could accumulate enough power to eliminate it in 41 days. The protagonist clenched his fist and replied that he didn't know, they could only try. He thought to himself if they couldn't stop it, they would probably have to leave America and regroup in Asia. The lady opened her mouth and said that the method they were considering was called unification. If he had another option, they would support it as much as possible. The fire was burning on the roof of the building. The man opened his mouth and said that the item was ready, but he was almost crazy. It seemed like the blood was boiling from the bodies, and then asked the protagonist, how was it, if it turned out well? He took the machine gun in his hands. The hero spread his hands and suggested trying the gun here. He had prepared several dummies, so that they could thoroughly test the weapon. Smoke came out of the barrel. The old man grinned and said yes, even though he made it, it is truly terrifying. The young man smiled and said that it was amazing. The man grinned and said that he was talking about two obvious things. Objects made by the hands of the Hearsts are either incredible or border on a real miracle. He looked up and saw information about the First World Season. When an important note appeared, he frowned and said that, in essence, this means that they must kill each other. It looks like he will be busy. The setting sun illuminated everything around. The heroine looked at everyone and said it seems that her interaction with them influenced the development of events. Of course, borders around the world are gradually opening without their participation. The young man frowned and thought that the tasks change depending on the actions of the players and events. This world season is clearly intended to enrich the global dynamics of development and exacerbate conflicts. A ship was sailing on the water. He thought about the colonies and that the era of exploration has come to this game. Hanho looked up and saw that the Egypt server declared war on the Sudan server. He exclaimed, wow, they have already started fighting, and the girl said that then the server should too. But then they saw that the China 1 server declared war on the Korea server. The guy exclaimed that this game is faster than he expected. The brunette said that this is done to gain an advantage. Sungwoo frowned and thought that this was an unexpected development. The question is in the timing. The brunette raised his hand and told the Sunbae that they should deal with the dragon too. He replied that they declared war, so they cannot influence it. Jisa asked what they should do. The protagonist imagined the dragon and thought that they would use this as an opportunity to develop. What they would gain from this war could be a support in defeating the dragon. The lady lowered her head and said that it was problematic to simply prepare for the dragon's attack now. Now there was also a war. They could only hope for the Korean server's victory now. The guy asked if they could support. The woman lowered her head and said that as an alliance they would like to help. But their situation was not that good either. They had to control nearby servers, and their internal problems were not completely resolved either. The protagonist opened a portal to the world tree and replied that he understood and would contact them after the war was over. Ships were sailing in the sky. The heroine looked at the tablet and said that, including 7 repaired ships and 2 received as a reward, there were 9 in total. The machines were being built in the square, and she said siege weapons, ammunition, transport equipment. She looked away and said that all forces of the World Tree faction have been mobilized. What should they do now? The youth opened his mouth and said to send a message to the entire server. This time the war will not be just defensive. He bit his lip and thought that even if they invaded in a counterattack, it would only delay the time for them to invade again. The 3 listened attentively when they were told that the Warang Guild and the Hunter Guild had already responded to the message. The Liberation Guild and the forces of the capital region were also preparing for war. Heian looked at the screen and said that in addition to the other guilds, messages were coming from all the associations in the country, some offering gold and items in addition to troops. The man smiled and said, it seems like the declaration of war really got people excited. The second one replied that their country strives to unite when something happens. But he was interrupted by the message about the selection of the server leader. Hanho opened his mouth and shouted that the Sunbae was given a title. The heroine said that his responsibilities had just been added to a lot. The young man lowered his head and thought that this was depression. No, this was the position he wanted. It becomes clear that there are more responsibilities than glory. He raised his head and read that the enemy server had seized the initiative by declaring war, and said that even as the server leader, he cannot make a choice until they know what method the opponents will choose. Kim clenched his fist and said that he bet his teeth that those who have an advantage will choose a battlefield that is more advantageous to them. The second one added that then this means that the Chinese will be able to drag them to themselves. The dark-haired man thought to himself, no, simple thinking won't make things clearer, and said out loud that they need information from now on. The man was holding a stack of paper. The lady opened her mouth and said that the hunters and liberators had just sent important information. 9,000 soldiers had been gathered in Beijing, and there was a possibility of further reinforcements. After introducing the people in ships, she added that the surviving Kyushu United Army from the north of Okinawa, acting as pirates, had been recruited by the Chinese. While Admiral Bacon's fleet had been discovered in the Yellow Sea, it was assumed that they had made contact with a Chinese container ship. The man opened his mouth and shouted, "What the hell, enemies on all sides," the girl said. "Nothing can be done. The hunters of Siberia are probably involved in this war too." Sungwoo opened his mouth and said that on the other hand, this is a chance to restore order on the server. Introducing the reptile, he thought that it was not only necessary to calculate it, it was necessary to dry it dry. He thought to himself that otherwise they would all die from the dragon. A status window appeared in front of everyone with information about the enemy's choice of warfare. These were the field, battles, events. Hanho raised a finger and asked what, division and fusion, how is it? The heroine raised 2 fingers and said that it was obvious. They thought they could win battles without a necromancer. They wanted to defeat the main character in the very last battle by receiving buffs from 2 battles. Jisoo frowned and said that they were going to divide their already inferior forces into 3 groups. The young man said that this was extremely unpleasant. A message came that the alignment of forces on the battlefield would begin in 12 hours. Kim opened his mouth and said that the list of players would be revealed. What should they do? It turns out that the enemy will know where Sungwoo is going. Introducing the 3 groups, he thought that this couldn't get any worse. They couldn't make a decision alone. They had to think together with the Warang, Hunters and Liberators guilds. He stood on the roof. Frowning, he thought that they had barely made it here. But it was so disappointing. Time was running out and the situation didn't seem so good. The hero raised his head and called out to him, saying that someone had come to see him. The green-eyed man turned around and thought that he had said that he wanted to be alone. But out loud he asked who it was. The man handed him a potato and said that they had told him that he would recognize them if he showed it. The hero saluted and wished them a good time. The boy frowned and asked what he was doing here. The blonde smirked and replied, "Oh well, what else? The owners of the houses were here to protect their property." He opened his mouth and said that he might be a little late, but he should be wary of those curious eyes. The dark-haired man turned his head and said that they were not there now. The guy smiled and said really, he should still keep an eye on the situation. He was about to tell a strange and mysterious story. It should not spread throughout the world. He raised his hands and said that he had something like a sixth sense. The interlocutor said that it was really strange. He scratched his ear and said that last night he could not sleep because of the voice of God. He was asked what he said. The yellow-eyed man looked closely and said, so impatient, he said that they could win the war if they were lucky. Presenting a paw, he added that the 3 of them would definitely die from the paws of the dragon. The young man frowned and asked, a prophecy, it was just one of the paths, yes, not an exact future, right? The blonde grinned and replied that he had spoken about that too. It was necessary to put statues of General Singh and Admiral Baker to the world tree, if this is to be done. He scratched his chin and wondered what would happen. He was called a fool. The blonde raised his hands and asked to moderate his ardor, because he did not know either. The gods always speak and fall silent when they wished. He chuckled and added, the important thing is that he will need luck to win the war before the encounter with the dragon. He spread his arms out to the sides and said that his kin from the Great Ridge will help him and be his wheel of fortune. Night hung over his throat. People were sitting at the table. The man bowed and said that General Singh was coming in. The dark-haired man smiled and said welcome, and introduced himself as Singh Liang, a general of the empire. He looked at Boris, a hunted man from Siberia, and said that he heard he had had a hard time, but he looked healthy. Then he looked at Admiral Baker from America. He knew his troops were cut in half, but still he was pleased to meet him. It was an honor for him. He turned his gaze to the elder Miyamoto of Kyushu. He will be able to gather his forces. As before, they will gladly help. The hero spread his arms out to the sides and said that now they are all united by one common desire, a necromancer from the Korean server. He grinned and asked if they wanted him dead. The blue-haired man slammed his fist on the table and shouted that he did not lose to this guy. Just when he wanted to tear him to shreds, some psycho intervened and destroyed everything. The old man nodded and said that he agreed. It was a pity that the holy sword disappeared. It dealt them a big blow, destroying almost all the remaining forces. Introducing you, he added that because of this, I had to deal with a dog unleashed from its chains. The man frowned and said this necromancer, he will make sure that his fleet punishes him with all cruelty. He will return the warships that he stole. Singh glanced at them and said that this was a commendable approach. Using the war declaration clause of this world season, they must achieve the goal. The blue-haired man looked at him and asked, so that kid with lightning did not join the war? The dark-haired man grinned and said that they would provide that. The top-ranked player seemed to have no interest in quests from the beginning. His past actions also confirmed this. His goal was somewhere else. The monster opened his eyes and he said, the forces of hell. Boris gritted his teeth and shouted, that's right. He muttered something about a flat dimension when he attacked him. That bastard caught him off guard last time, but this time he will kill him. The hero sat down on a chair and said that he sent privates to reconnaissance. They tried to keep an eye on him, but they did not learn anything new about the Tor-ranked player, except that he owns lightning. They recorded a record of completely destroying enemies after 4 hours of surveillance. Recalling the ship, he said that in every battle they saw, he won. There was not even a chance to analyze in detail. The dark-haired grinned and added that this is why the Empire is considered an object of increased danger, because there is nothing more dangerous than the unknown. Thinking about the main character, he said, however, thanks to Boris, they learned that he was exploring the hellish dimension. Introducing the monster, he said that 3 hours ago, a 3-tiered hell gate opened on Tunguska in Siberia. The man asked if he would come to Siberia. Singh put the cup on the table and said, of course he would come. The scroll for the three-tiered hell gate is not easy to get, they got it by pure chance. Frowning, he asked if someone who is obsessed with caressing energy can simply ignore them. Even if he knows that it is bait, he will still swallow it whole. The hero hit his chest and said that he would then fight the Necromancer and rip his head off before he could do anything. The dark-haired man chuckled and thought that Boris was said to be one of those the intel team was watching, unrivaled in one-on-one combat, and wondered out loud what kind of support he would need for an undisputed victory. The blue-haired man clenched his fists and replied, priests. They should provide as many high-level priests as they could. The brown-eyed man turned his head and said that it was simple but effective. He thought to himself that according to the reports, it was hand-to-hand combat. He frowned and thought that she said that if this man had failed, the outcome would have been different. With the blessing of the priests, there would be no more correct strategy than this. He raised his hand and said, fine, let him kill the Necromancer, and they will handle the rest themselves. The old man lowered his head and asked if their emperor should join the fight. The man grinned and replied that their army was strong, the war would be easier than they thought, and there was no need for the emperor to appear in person. A beam of light fell on the houses. People were talking to each other. Hanho looked around and asked if all these people were on their side. The man replied that he was probably not used to seeing such a crowd, it looked so strange. The girl looked at the tablet and said that the Gwangbok Guild has 1,441 members, and the Alliance of the Wajongbu and Payu Companies 964 members, 1,667 people from Busan and other regions, and survivors from the pirate island 3,021 people. The brunette folded his hands and said that they came to repay them. The protagonist shook the outstretched hand and thought that the survivors were under the control of the Red Flame revolutionary pirates. He helped them without expecting anything in return, but they appeared in time. People were in the room. The protagonist lowered his head and said that there were about 12 hours left, so they needed to discuss pressing issues, and the first was how to distribute their forces. The blue-haired man opened his mouth and said that the construction of Suwon's walls and barriers had been completed, which meant that it could be held with minimal effort. The man asked, but what if the enemy aimed a huge number of troops at him? This point was the most important. The boy lowered his head and listened to the questions, whether they would split the fleet, maybe it would be better to concentrate it in one place, and thought that the opposite side's server could act based on their choice. There was no clear answer in this situation. He raised his head when a notification came that the war would soon begin to turn around, and it was necessary to select the first battlefield and troops. The blonde man said, it was already starting. The young man closed his eyes. Imagining the map, he thought that there was no more time to think. Even if they were not sure, they still had to start. There was a helipad on the roof. People were sitting in the news recording studio. Reporter An opened her mouth and said, okay, it was time for cross-selection. There were 35,444 viewers on the air. She pointed to the map and said, as they noticed, the war was unfolding in 3 locations at once, Seoul, Suwon and Busan. Looking at the map, she said that during cross-selection it is important to know how much force they are using and where. The bald man said that this means that their server is at a disadvantage since they are revealed first. The heroine slammed her fist on the table and said, right, and this is the worst thing, the system is biased. They also have to open a biased broadcast for now. The man raised his hands and asked, shouldn't the media maintain honesty and composure? The lady shouted that if they become a colony, they will die of hunger. What composure? What she is doing is freedom of the press. The bald man looked at the screen. Seoul was chosen as the first point, he said, it begins, and then said 100 troops are too few. Looking at the screen, he said that there was Jisa and about 100 elites, and the king of the mountain range is also here. An pushed him away and said that in contrast to the Chinese server, there are 4,000 allied forces with the Kyushu pirate group. She slammed her hands on the table and shouted, how many more times are these brats going to invade? The man interrupted her and said that there are many armed forces in Suwon. It seems that all the remaining forces have gone to Suwon. The lady opened her mouth and exclaimed that this was stunning. 9 allied troops, various siege weapons and countless troops. Isn't this a universal strategy? She hesitated and said that the name of that person is missing. Wait, they are really not here. So the Necromancer went to Busan alone. The young man was standing on the roof. The guys were standing on the roof. A list of enemy troops was sent to them. The blonde opened his mouth and asked if he was sure that he could handle it alone. Can he send someone to support him? The protagonist turned away and said that they would act according to plan, and he had to go against them alone. The girl opened her mouth and screamed, look, the Chinese have already started deploying. A pillar of light appeared. The hero appeared there. The army was standing in rows. The heroine looked into the support pipe and said, damn, they sent so many soldiers to Seoul. They still have some left in reserve. The guy said that this is an ordinary base, so it makes sense to send more, but they really can't be counted. Looking at the ships, he added that even Admiral Baker's fleet is here. They intend to break through the barriers and walls. The young man turned his head and asked if they just need to hold out longer to win this war. The protagonists replied that they need to minimize losses and buy as much time as possible. A portal to Busan opened. The blonde asked Sungwoo if he would say something before leaving. Approaching the portal, he said that they will win this war. He turned his head and added that they would besiege the enemy base together. Briga stood on the roof and looked at the moon. He read that a list of enemy troops would be shown now and said that the composition had just been selected. He frowned and thought sniper, assassin, ice mage, priest, paladin, all classes to confront him and the Legion of Death. Imagining Boris, he thought that there would be a Russian demonic druid. It felt like they were gathering troops watching his last battle. A message appeared that the war would begin in 12 hours. He snapped his fingers and said, "Summon." The skeleton approached and said that he was his faithful servant. They told him, "Get out." Skeletons continued to appear around the guy, and he continued to summon them. The morning sun illuminated the city. The war had begun. The hero opened his mouth and shouted that he would grind the necromancer into dust. The second asked what was that warning half an hour ago about the twilight flow. People's faces lit up with light. An explosion occurred. The skeleton raised his hands and said that this was an insane destructive force. This was a real unrivaled skill. The protagonist frowned and thought that the death harmony synergy required 3 liches, which was almost impossible. He said out loud that this time it would not be a bone weapon, but a corpse explosion. A message appeared that the corpse explosion skill had been temporarily upgraded to the final level. Information about the corpse explosion appeared. Remembering the goblins in the hands of people, he thought that this skill required the fulfillment of many complex conditions as preparation. But since the time of the war was fixed, it was easy to plan everything. Remembering the blue-haired man, he thought that the most unpleasant thing was the warning message that appeared when using the skill. He frowned and thought that with such a name, they were unlikely to guess its essence. In fact, this is not a twilight overflow, but a nuclear corpse explosion. Looking at the ground, he thought that the breath of the abyss was felt there. And from the sky, corpses' bombs are falling, if anyone is saved. The guy raised his hand up and shouted, "Death from poisoning." A toxic cloud was formed in the area. The heroes looked at the empty screen. The man said, something flashed and the screen went dark. Imagining the battle, he frowned and asked, "The broadcast from Suwon and Seoul is still going on." The girl ordered to send the drone back to the outskirts of Busan, and everyone who is nearby should wait. She opened her mouth and exclaimed, "The broadcast resumed, God." Looking at the smoke, she said that Busan is already everything. It seems to be immersed in a fashion from the breath of the abyss. The heroes raised their heads, and the lady exclaimed that everything was destroyed. That is, they are also threatened, but there is complete devastation. She raised her fist and said that at first she thought that the troops in Suwon would win and then join other battles. She thought they would strengthen other fronts. But no, the necromancer was shaking. The lady began to shake her partner, saying that now she was sure that they would win and she would not lose her job after all. The city was clear. The predator turned and told the boss that they were approaching from the north. The blonde frowned and said, "Really, the fools dared to act like this." He jumped and said that then they would retreat to the next point. The tiger said that anyone who was slower than a man would cease to be a hero. The people fled. The guard stopped and one shouted, "Damn, those bastards escaped again." The second asked how they knew about their tactics. Imagining the city from above, the boy received that their fighters were scattered throughout the Seoul subway. Using their exceptional senses and ability to assess the state of the pack, they somehow maneuvered to avoid a clash with 4,000 enemies and prevent defeat. He stopped and clicked his tongue. The tiger opened its mouth and said that the 12th was defeated, and the girl said that the encirclement was tightening. The boy turned away and said, "Indeed, many had fallen. Perhaps they should engage in battle to reduce their numbers." He clenched his sword and asked Jisoo, because this was their goal, not just the number with which they could fight. Having presented a diagram, he continued that a small delay would be enough for them to be surrounded, and an attempt to break out of the encirclement would only lead to great losses. The animal winged its mouth and shouted that the enemy was approaching. The lady said that she sensed enemies ahead. They must break through. There was no choice now. People stood in the passage. The guard approached and said that this was revenge for the sword master. They must die. There was an explosion. The air was cut by sword blows. The young man turned his head back and said that these bastards were persistent, and then asked if they knew each other. Jisoo answered that their leader once lost his head because of her. Tiger clenched his fist and said that people are still dying. Less than half are left. The heroine closed her eyes and said that they are pushing from all sides. She sees no other way out except death. The blonde opened his mouth and said that they must endure. This is the only way. The brunette said that then they should die as late as possible, and suggested finding a place where they can hold out longer. The guy asked again the place. She answered that it should be a protected place where they will be trapped, but they will be able to buy time, and asked if he could do such a thing with roots. The boy turned his head and said that if they found a solid building for a base, it might work, but they wouldn't last long. The brown-eyed girl looked at him and said that was still the best option. If it didn't work, they would just have to fight with all their might until they died. The boy exhaled. He chuckled and said that since this could be their grave, they should make it as grand as possible. Who knows, death isn't the end. An explosion thundered over the city. The man gritted his teeth and said that it was a bombardment from an enemy airship. The other asked what their ships were doing. Looking at the ships, he said, "Damn, the cannons have a long range. The accuracy and firepower are excellent. Just don't tell him that they improved them in such a short time." Hanho clenched his fists and shouted that there was no way they could be better than American technology. This must be some kind of plan. They need to focus on holding out. Another explosion thundered. The guy said that taking blows without fighting back was a disgrace. The barrier was destroyed. Someone gave the order to protect the damaged section. A silhouette was visible in the fire. The man folded his hands behind his back and commanded, "Forward. They must burn this damned World Tree Village." The two looked at the screen. The bald man clenched his teeth and said that the situation looked hopeless. The lady said that she thought they could hold their ground here, but unless a miracle happened, Seoul would be finished. Looking at the fire, she added that Suwon could hold out for a while, but it was quickly falling after him. Looking at the falling stones, she said that the other walls had collapsed too. No, this can't be. Holding their ground was getting harder and harder. They lost signal again. The hero's nose was bleeding. The protagonist grabbed him and said that he was a cowardly corpse collector. He looked at him and asked why the hell he came back here. This land is much harsher than his Siberia. Explosions thundered above the houses. The man sat surrounded by his retinue. He frowned and thought about Boris, that he was strong, and his skills were rightfully considered one of the best. He could gain an advantage over the Necromancer. Looking directly, he thought that relying only on them would be unwise. There was always a chance of failure. Imagining the battle, he thought that it was under this request that he sent the golden shining knights there along with the priests. All they need is to wait for the destruction of Suwon and Seoul. With their superior forces they cannot lose this war. He bowed to him in submission. And with a trembling hand he handed over the phone, saying that Busan exploded completely. Singh stood up and exclaimed that. The hero replied that the scale of the explosion was huge. They believed that their troops were destroyed. The dark-haired man chuckled and thought, well, this game is much harder than he thought. Playing the more obstacles he passes, the sweeter the victory becomes. He straightened up and said that now it's a race against time. He looked down and said that they just have to win before he comes, and then declared full mobilization, because their first goal is to uproot the world tree. He frowned and added that even if the Necromancer wins this battle, they will make sure that he does not win the war. Jisoo raised her head and said that then the reason for such a sudden pause. The blonde interrupted her and said that he decided to change tactics. The girl closed her eyes and thought that footsteps were heard outside the building, lighter than a normal person. She opened her eyes and said that ninjas are coming here. The young man closed his eye and apologized for the fact that he was making every effort to call this building intact and apologized for such an arrogant face. The heroine turned away and told him not to worry, because she would not bother him anytime soon. People were moving up. The young man opened his mouth and said that they had broken through the roots and were coming here. They should fight as if they had said goodbye to life long ago. 3 were standing in the doorway, and the guy thought that they were already here, right in front. Bombs were heading towards the opponents. There was an explosion. The heroine's eyes lit up blue. She ran down the corridor. After she stopped, the absorption of the enemy's blood began. She looked up. The hunter's instinct was activated. She thought that the prince strike on herself. If they retreated, everything would be over. The ninja looked at her and ordered to kill and tear to pieces. The sword cut the air. Jisoo ran down the corridor. Her sword absorbed the enemy's blood, and she thought that she could not stop. The man, running away, shouted Val, "Damn, forget about her. They will just go far and destroy the one who created the roots." The tigers fought off the opponents. He growled and asked how they dared to target him. No one would pass. The heroine stopped. The sword stroked enough blood to apply the effect of the battlefield song for 5 minutes. She looked straight ahead and thought that she needed to be careful. The pain was gone, but the wounds remained. She received an invitation to an unknown lactation. She looked at the screen and wondered what it was. She saw the approaching enemies and thought how many of them were there. They were still climbing and climbing. She began to swing her sword. The man raised his finger and ordered the unit to deploy 4 and not stop, only forward. Only 3 of them. The lady ran on and thought that in the narrow corridor they could hold them off for some time. Rushing inside, they only limited their movement. The cannon did not appear in front. There was an explosion. Jisoo rolled her eyes and thought that they were using their allies as bait. Her eyes began to close, and she thought that she had to stop the enemy. The protagonist raised his head and saw that he could move to another battlefield, and said finally. In front of him appeared a choice of 2 cities, and he thought, when there is no time anyway, such is the rule, in war 5 minutes is too long, even if their side is just defending, more than a third of them may already be dead. Imagining Jisoo and Hanho, he thought that if something happened to them, he would not just let it go. The fortress was burning. Mincy turned his head and asked the boy if he was sure that this end would be enough. He said that he was not like all ordinary thieves. The skeleton raised his hands and said, of course, even jack of all trades used buffs. Their weapon was coated with paralyzing poison. The young man folded his hands and shouted, "Let's go, don't let them pass, we need to hold the line." He opened his mouth and shouted that he was the local gatekeeper. An ally asked what the red dot on his forehead was. He saw it when he ran. It was a sight. The young man began to look around asking what, where, and then asked to look up. Ships began to shine in the air. The hero said it was a sight from a ship. The second said, no, he had seen this in movies. It was a bombardment from a distant point. A shell was fired from the ship. There was an explosion. People were lying on the ground. Someone shouted, "Damn bastards, they even hit their own allies." His hand trembled. Hanho began to cough up blood. His dad told him to get out of there quickly. He told his mom and dad that he was sorry. He was not going. He began to get up, saying that it looked like they were targeting his senior comrades. If he retreated, everyone would be in danger. He raised his hands and said that he did not care what happened. He would protect them all and would not let the enemies go further. The two stood in front of the army. The man chuckled and said it was impressive that this man was still holding on. A man came up behind him and asked fashion. Before the attack, it would be better to wait for a bombardment from Admiral Baker, he replied. No bombardment. Looking up at the sky, he said that the liners could not shoot endlessly. If he could, he would have already fired, and not just aimed. The dark-haired man turned and ordered to open the spirit chambers. It was time to take the initiative. The brown-eyed man opened his mouth and said that they only had 4. If they used 2 here, then... But the general interrupted him, saying that now was a luxury for them. 2 spirits rose into the air and shouted for them to open. The man gritted his teeth and said that this was an advanced water spirit. The young man looked at his hands and thought that this was an advanced spirit obtained after defeating Li Wei, a spirit caster from the second server. They should not resist because everything is in his power. He raised his hands up and ordered them to obey him and wipe the enemy off the face of the earth. The girl opened her mouth and shouted, everyone's attention. Kim asked the men to go behind the wall, but he shouted that he had a son there. The wave crashed against the stone. Singh pointed in the direction and shouted that the gates had opened. Now they needed to storm the fortress. He was asked to look to the side. He saw 2 people with water dripping off them. The brown-eyed man opened his mouth in surprise and thought how they had survived. A message came that the winner from the battlefield in Busan had joined this field. Hanho closed his eyes and said they were finally saved. He literally survived with 1 HP. The general raised his hand and shouted for everyone to calm down. Even if a necromancer appeared, their strength was still superior to theirs. They would pass through the gates, avoiding the minefields. He frowned and thought that he must have won hard in Busan, and he must have spent a lot of time preparing for this battle. Looking at the river, he thought that he would use their superior power to delay him and pull out the tree. If Seoul's reinforcements arrived in time, then victory would be theirs. A portal opened in the sky. Someone shouted that the necromancer had descended from the sky. The young man raised his hand and shouted, "Attention, everyone must maintain defensive positions," and thought to himself, anti-aircraft attack, they were ready for it. An object appeared from the portal. Someone assumed it was a stone. The portal became larger and stones rained down from it. An explosion occurred. The heroine opened her eyes and saw a silhouette. The blonde turned his head and asked if she was awake. The necromancer went to Suwon, she could rest. The girl rubbed her head and said that the operation was a success. Tiger leaned over his brother and said that his younger brother had died. He lowered his head and said that it seemed like this was the end for him too. Tears started to flow from his eyes and he said that he couldn't protect him and asked his brother for forgiveness. The guy straightened up and said that everything was fine, he did a great job. He squeezed the hilt of his sword and heard that he ate only potatoes all his life and died like that. Poor guy, he hopes that a different fate awaits him. The young man's eyes lit up and he asked Jissa what her plans were, because he wanted to find adventure for his ass. The brunette looked at him and said that they would destroy the building if they removed the roots. She was not going to burn while sitting in one place. She went to the window and shouted that they would shoot immediately when the roots disappeared. The guy said that I wouldn't be able to stand for long, and that we needed to get out of here quickly. 2 people jumped out of the window. Shells were flying towards them. There was an explosion. The man raised his head and said that the enemy was already at the frontier. We needed to finish them off. The heroine bent down and said, "Okay, let them come here," and she thought she would kill as many as she can. Suddenly, she began to swing her sword, when the status window said that she killed a player and earned 13,000 gold. The brunette frowned and thought she reduced the number of soldiers heading to Suwon as much as possible. Blood splashed to the side when she turned her head and thought, huh? The lady's body was pierced by rays. The wounded woman fell to the ground when someone screamed, damn, really, she to the very end, unbelievable, really amazing, and she thought that too much blood was lost. The girl's eyes began to roll back when she continued her thought. Her eyes darkened, she can't lose consciousness now, a little more, she must kill even more. There was a bright flash when the status window said that she was moved to an unknown location. People were sitting at the tables. The brown-eyed girl looked at them and wondered where she was, a party. The hero hit his staff and shouted, "Silence, a new fate has arrived." Then he extended his hand and added, the one who died tragically after a fierce battle, the one who took countless lives right before her death, and the one who never gave up. Jisoo was surprised and wondered, a dying hallucination, or a change made by the system. The man stood up and said, "She is worthy. This ship was created to bring lives to the surface." The heroine turned around when he asked if anyone had any objections. If not, then let this fate be entrusted to them, and she thought, she can fight again. A demon possessed her when the lady continued her thought. Then let them hurry up and send her back. She has not taken so many lives yet. The ship flew over the fire. The men stood on the ship and shouted, "Not now, still plenty of strength to attack. Let him look over there," the collapsed building. The beams pierced the building. Suddenly explosions began to occur. The man sat in a chair and shouted, it was a necromancer. He stuffed cowards into the building, to which he was told that the enemy had penetrated the ship. Looking at the screen, the man ordered to get rid of them immediately, the immortal army. The brown-eyed man opened his mouth wide and shouted into the radio that their troops had been thrown back. The enemy was spotted near the bridge. The skeleton flew forward when he added that they were heading straight for them. The admiral pointed his finger forward and shouted, "Into battle, let them stop them at the cost of their lives." The old man frowned when someone shouted loudly. Fireballs attacked the opponents when the hero asked the admiral to save him. The chief spread his arms and shouted, "Disgusting creatures and useless idiots, even if America falls, they will not reach his bridge." The beams flew at the skeleton when he added to make the dirty scum disappear. The right one managed to reflect the blows. The gray one looked at him and asked, "Deflects the bullets, but no blade can withstand firearms." Then he looked away and thought, "The undead keep coming, he is running out of bullets." The man took a step forward and shouted, the little bastard, he will deal with him personally." The skeleton took out a weapon when he asked what, a pistol. The right one fired a shot straight into the opponent's head. Suddenly the protagonist appeared and asked, "Are we done here?" The skeleton was holding an object in his hands when he saw it and asked, "An angel." Taking the prey in his hands, the guy thought, "This is the statue that the king of the great mountain range mentioned, now he has it." People were fighting on the battlefield. The man opened his mouth wide and shouted at General Xing that they are at a disadvantage, to which he replied, "He knows himself, but this is not the end yet." The brunette frowned and ordered to stand in line and wait for reinforcements from Seoul. If they get a bonus for winning, they can attack them again. Looking into the distance, the man thought, "Let them hold on. If they hold out, they will win." A cough was heard when he added, "Yes, let him be angry, use his anger for him, help him destroy his enemies." A magical whirlwind arose. Running away, the fighter shouted to dodge. If it hits them, they will die, when the second screamed that he was being sucked in. The hero put his hands out and answered, "Yes, this is the power of an entire continent. No one except the emperor can challenge the power of nature." The status window said that the high-ranking water spirit under his control had encountered an obstacle, and was now in a state of exhaustion. The brunette opened his eyes wide and asked what. He stood on the shore and shouted, "What happened? Impossible." A skeleton fluttered in the sky when he thought, who could freeze a higher spirit at all? The protagonist took aim and thought, this strange wave of energy, maybe it's a frozen seed. The man got scared and screamed, "No, they're controlling this demonic item through a gun." He bared his teeth and added, "These madmen kidnapped an alien, yeah, and thought, they're losing, they can't win." The leader turned around and ordered them to retreat, everyone leave the battlefield, and continued his thought, salvation first. A beam stuck into him when the long-haired one thought, if they regroup the rest of the troops and wait for reinforcements from Seoul, then he screamed loudly. Looking back, the man thought, a dagger, and paralyzing magic. The young man smiled and shouted to the boss, "A cool blow, ni hao, sai bakutai, seitai." The brunette lay on the ground and screamed, "This clown, why is nothing being translated? What is he talking about? Who is he?" Hanho landed and answered, "Sometimes a bandit, sometimes a priest, now an assassin," and he defeated him. The young man looked away and shouted, "They won," to which he was answered, "They really won." The hero bared his teeth and shouted, "It's not over yet, they're finishing here and heading to Seoul, let them track them down, fire at the retreating enemies." The protagonist held a gun in his hands and spoke, "Almost finished, only Seoul remains." Suddenly he stopped and thought, "Jisoo, let him hold on, they can only hope for a miracle." The sun was setting below the horizon. Magic portals hung in the air, when the status window said, "The winners of the Battle of Suwon-Busan now join this battle." Standing behind Sungwoo, the boy asked what it was. The young man looked ahead and replied, "These are enemy troops, they died from one blow." The boy turned his head and asked, "Is this even possible?" when someone shouted, "Hey." The blonde smiled maliciously and said, "Yes, here, they were late, even too late." He jumped down and added, "And he wanted to go out epically, like the main character, some kind of necromancer, he also looks pretty bad." After which he pointed back and said, "Now only they look gorgeous." The status window said that he encountered a divine being. The brunette looked at the protagonist and asked, "It can't be, Jisoo," and he thought, and the two warriors next to her, something about them seems familiar to him. The green-eyed man looked into the distance and thought, fans, when the blonde said, they are all very closely tied to death. The heroine's eyes lit up when he added, Valkyrie, the Reaper of Death, Einherjars, warriors who survived death. On the roof there were antennas. People looked at the screen and shouted joyfully, victory, finally their server won. The bald man smiled widely and shouted, the Necromancer had once again made a huge impact in this war. But Jisoo, the sword master, was incredible. When the girl added, she did not retreat from the battlefield in soul and was the center of attention. The hero patted his cheek and said that from today onwards he was a fan of Valkyrie. And the lady added, she too. But this is not the end, the war is not over yet. Then the man was surprised and asked, what, it can't be, it seems like it's their turn to attack the Chinese server now. The long-haired girl's eyes lit up when she shouted, everything depends on their leader, the Necromancer, but she thinks that he will continue to fight, and they will win again. People covered the corpses with white cloth. The protagonist sat on the bed and thought, he can't remember how long ago he felt so exhausted, when the status window said that the rank was promoted. The boy looked at his profile and thought, usually his strength is 57 points, but even with full effort, in the divine state, it is only 82 points, the heavenly bow, with a limit of 100 people, is really not that good. The brunette raised his head when the notification updated, and it was written that the Korean server received the opportunity to counterattack against the Chinese server. The green-eyed man smirked and said tens of thousands of people risked their lives, and all for the sake of a reward of 300 million, and the effect of retaliation, they want them to fight until one of the sides is completely destroyed. The youth lay on the bed and thought, he did not forget about the emperor, and will go in pursuit, but not now. Remembering the battle, he continued to think, damage on the battlefield and fatigue are not a joke. Right now he wants to rest and not think about anything. He covered his eyes with his hand and added, how much longer will they have to fight like this? Then he gritted his teeth and thought, and why? There was a huge moon shining outside the window. The girl was looking at her phone and telling Sungwoo that they checked everything as he said, but the statuette was not found. They checked their things and locations, so it was safe to say that it was not there. The protagonist glanced sideways and thought, then most likely it was at their main base in Beijing. It was important, but absolutely useless in battle. He walked through the forest and thought, they should check the fragment of General Xing's memory. When someone asked, had he already slept enough? The blonde man stood above and said, he could guarantee that if he tried so hard, he would kick the bucket without a fight. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and asked to talk to him for a bit. The man jumped down and asked what the rush was, to which he replied, no one was looking. The guy scratched his ear and asked, so what was bothering him at such a dark time of day, to which he replied, Valkyrie, the divine power of Jisoo. The green-eyed man looked at him angrily and asked if he had done it. The blonde came closer and asked what was he talking about, to which the young man replied, a Viking sword is one of the requirements for achieving this divine power. He gave it to her, so it would be extremely difficult to deny it, didn't he think so? The interlocutor laughed and replied, the world is full of coincidences. If he tries to connect everything together, it will lead to such confusion that he will suffer for another 100 years. The brunette frowned and asked, a coincidence? Standing near the building, he added, he really thinks that this crazy world was created by chance, and the other asked, so it is still fate. Sungwoo tensed up and said, no, this is manipulation, someone is directing everything that is happening for some specific purpose. Then he looked angrily at the hero and asked where he came from and why he came here. Let him speak, the king of monsters, to which he replied, yes, he himself is interested. He grabbed his head and added, a voice echoed in his head, no, it was not a voice, a revelation, something like a god, what does god even mean? The young man frowned and said, he was not in the mood for word games, he really didn't know, to which the other replied that he didn't know either. But suddenly there was a ringing sound, and due to a critical error, the connection to the system server was interrupted. Someone possessed the blonde and said, but he knows. The long-haired one extended his hand and said, yes, Sungwoo, he understands, he has a lot of questions. His eyes lit up as he added, but right now, he is ignoring the giant threat. The protagonist frowned and asked who he was. The possessed one bared his teeth and replied that he couldn't say. The brunette got angry and said then, and he thought to himself, he only had one question, he was always interested. The young man put his hand on his chest and continued his thought, in a world turned into a game, having survived death, and asked who he was. Then he began to twist thoughts in his head, he was already dying, after resurrection, he is still a man, or just an illusion of the brain in a test tube. The interlocutor smiled and answered, he is just him, let him not dwell on it. The green-eyed man listened attentively when he spoke, he and this world are natural phenomena, just let him consider this an invasion from the outside, and believe, he will help him get out. The blonde smiled broadly and added, his time is too fleeting, he has run out of time to answer, let him listen to his advice. The protagonist was surprised and asked, advice, to which he replied, someone will come for him. The blue-eyed man bared his teeth and added, this man, let him kill him. The guy came to the refugee and screamed, wants him to suddenly kill someone, And he answered that he is always on his side, his advice is always right. The system was fully restored when he added, let him not forget about it. The heroes sat down when the young man shouted, hey, the king of the great mountain range, and he chanted, the head is about to split. Jianzu appeared behind the hero, and shouted his name, when he thought, so suddenly, should he really kill him? The green-eyed man gritted his teeth and continued his thought, no, this simply cannot be, and asked what happened. The young man opened his mouth wide and answered, Young-hoon came, and the Crusader Guild is with him, they say that the matter is urgent. The protagonist gritted his teeth and thought, Young-hoon, then he should kill him, and said if so, he is also playing with him, no better than the system. People moved forward when the guy continued to think, he should at least name a reason, for what? No, first he needs to suppress his emotions. A light illuminated them when he thought, this creature explains little, but it never says too much, if it's said to kill, then there is a reason. Seeing the blonde, Sung-woo thought, the reason why he should kill Young-hoon and all the Crusaders, when he said, here he is. The young man looked at the protagonist and said the Crusaders arrived, who said that they would restore order in Skule. They asked them to wait behind the barrier, to which he replied, great job. The yellow-eyed man narrowed his eyes and asked Sung-woo to let them in, they have important information. Looking at him, the boy thought that something was wrong. Suddenly, the status window showed that a grand summoning was starting in this area. Silhouettes of skeletons appeared above, when someone screamed, what? Why so suddenly? Let them calm him down. Rays began to attack the army, when the boy screamed for the boss to help stop them. The blonde covered his face with his hand when the protagonist thought, his face was damaged from the attack of chicken skeletons. Looking at him, he continued his thought, the Crusader is the most protected class of all that he knows, when Young-hoon asked what was going on, and he thought why their class skills did not activate. A young man jumped out from behind the hero and shouted, one is injured, he will heal him with his holy touch, to which he replied, no, let him not touch, what is more important? After which a beam pierced his body. The two looked at the boss and shouted, he was crazy, what is he doing? The man's body was cut, when the status window showed that the players destroyed the advanced terracotta and earned 10,000 gold. Explosions began to occur, when the brunette shouted, what, enemies, catch them. The faces of the opponents lit up, when the protagonist thought, red light, bombs, they are running away, their goal is the world tree. The green-eyed man grabbed the gun and shouted, everyone back. He fired a shot. The three looked forward in surprise as the boss told Jiansu to immediately contact Yondeungpo and tell them not to accept anyone who didn't come, it was fake. The assistants looked at the guy and asked who could do this, it must be a Chinese server, yes, to which he replied maybe. Memories popped up in the protagonist's head when he thought, I need to check this. The status window said that he could view a fragment of the deceased's memory. He hung in the air and watched the dialogue. The old man sat and told the long-haired man to show something useful, since he was the second player on his server. Then there was silence between them. Looking at the man, the young man thought, they are silent, no, that is not important, this man. After which he noticed that he was not looking at General Xing, but at him, when suddenly he greeted him. The blonde scratched his beard and added, he said hello, but he did not answer when the guy thought, psychometry. The bearded man smiled and asked, he knows that they are aware of his ability to read the memories of the dead. The almighty emperor humbly admits the possibility of defeat. Then he stretched out his hand and added, the necromancer thinks he will escape the emperor's blade, information, combat power, territory, the sword of a great nation will not yield to the sword of their small country. The hero used force and said to know his place and surrender, will resist, will be destroyed, will beg for mercy and become the emperor's servant. There was a bright flash. The protagonist held his head when the young man asked if he saw something, and he replied to summon the wolf, they need the White Rider's help again. It was cloudy outside. The heroes looked at the terracotta when the girl said that it looked like a clay doll, a 4-star, maybe a 5-star skill, and Sung-woo thought, this is the emperor's power. Recalling moments from the past, he continued the thought, all 5-star classes were leaders of their unions, given the size of the server, the emperor can give an entire army of such. A man burst into the room and shouted, someone just came, to which the protagonist replied, the White Rider or again. The man opened his eyes wide and said, no, it's a woman, says she's Wei, a spirit caster from the second Chinese server. The woman was standing at the gate of the fortress. People approached her when the guy asked, is she Li Wei? The lady frowned and replied, yes, she is Li Wei, and the young man thought, not an imposter. The green-eyed frowned and said, looks like she's been through a lot to get here, why did she come? The yellow-eyed woman opened her mouth wide and replied, she didn't come of her own free will, she just wants to know if they are being watched now. There was no air when the brunette thought, they are watching, she is talking about him. He looked at the guest and said, no, to which she replied, really, good, the one who didn't send it said to beware of those eyes. She took out the item and added, a great man blessed by the gods, why the hell did she become a messenger of God? And the young man thought, the second figurine. Steam was coming out of the cup. The young man looked at the heroine and thought, well, The second figurine appeared practically by itself. Did the unknown assistant start acting more aggressively? Then he continued the thought, what about Amugi? They said that their goal was the collapse of the system. He knew that in addition to him there would be more experiments with other players. Looking at the lady, he thought, so she is also one of their creations, and asked, so what does she want? She is not going to just give away the figurine, right? Then he opened his mouth and added, the Chinese server. He must overthrow the emperor and return power to her, to which she replied, no, this land is not hers, it must be returned to the people. The blonde narrowed her eyes and added, and she never owned the second server, she just survived, and then turned out to be the player with the highest rating. The guy looked at her in surprise when she added, however, she really wants to return what is rightfully hers, to which he replied that it is hers. Creatures appeared above the girl. When she answered, her captive spirits, she wants to return them back.